Chapter 1. The Milestone Summit War concludes with the fall of Edward Newgate and Port Gas d'Ace. Less than a month has passed since that fateful event, and on the shores of an island known as Amazon Lily, a curious individual, one who seemingly does not belong to this realm, has set up a humble wooden boat. Today marks his third day in this world. Those familiar with him affectionately refer to him as Little Bei or San Shao, names conferred by the reclusive denizens of the 21st century. Yet, his proper name is Xi Bei. This young man, Xi Bei, met an untimely demise at the age of 21, collapsing before his computer screen. Upon awakening, he found himself on a small island. Drawing upon his extensive experience in the digital realm, he quickly deduced that he had traversed dimensions. Moreover, he had found himself in the world of One Piece, specifically in the kingdom of women. His certainty stemmed from the sight of the towering cliffs above him. Engraved with the characters of 9 snakes, he had watched One Piece numerous times, both in animated and comic form, and often jested that he might never witness the conclusion of a series. Ironically, he had become the harbinger of his own misfortune. Not only was he far from the distant conclusion, but he had also perished before completing the Amazon Lily arc. Nevertheless, considering he had crossed into this long-desired era of piracy, it seemed a cause for celebration. Rather than languishing at his computer, waiting for the series finale, he yearned to immerse himself in the adventure, to witness firsthand the intricate family dynamics of the Rubber Man, and to explore the myriad mysteries of the One Piece universe. With this resolve, he prepared to set sail. However, he quickly recalled that the Calm Belt was the domain of sea kings. Lacking both navigational skills and martial prowess, this novice would certainly remain confined to the island. Thus, he returned his modest vessel to shore and sat pensively upon the beach, feeling utterly despondent. 3 days had elapsed since his Aravala span of time, marked by the endless azure sea and clear skies, with sustenance limited to mushrooms growing at the roots of trees. He dared not roam the island freely, fearful of being discovered by its female inhabitants. Additionally, the island was home to many ferocious beasts. As a newcomer to this realm, he could not afford to be careless, lest he be devoured without the chance to justify his existence. Caution was prudent, yet remaining idle would not only hinder his aspirations of sailing, but might jeopardize his very survival. Reclining, he gazed skyward, pondering his predicament. What shall I do now? I cannot venture out to sea, and if I were to be encountered by the women of the island, they would surely capture me to satiate that fearsome beast known as Bakula. With a deep sigh, Zybe suddenly spotted a white seagull wearing a hat soaring towards him from afar. As the bird glided directly overhead, it dropped a bundle of newspapers onto him. Zybe hastily sat up and began to peruse the papers. The general of the warring states has just tendered his resignation, leading to a fallout between Qingji and Akainu, who have arranged an unknown duel at Punk Hazard. Such an abundance of information, Zybe was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had arrived in this particular time frame. This implied that the Straw Hat Pirates had temporarily withdrawn from the stage, embarking on a 2-year period of rigorous training to span of time that was essentially a blank slate. Moreover, the very sight of Monkey D. Luffy's training was this island of Amazon Lily, which felt like an uncanny coincidence. Zybe turned a glance into the forest. At this moment, Luffy was somewhere on this island, and Zybe was extremely eager to meet this singularly minded individual. Unfortunately, the forest was teeming with wild beasts, and he feared that stepping into the woods might lead to his untimely demise, rendering such an encounter futile. The renowned captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was so close behind him, yet he lacked the courage to even steal a glance. There could be no greater anguish in the world. As Zybe lamented his predicament, a wild boar suddenly burst forth from the nearby thicket, drooling profusely. This was no ordinary boar. Its exposed tusks were as thick as Zybe's arms, and its massive body resembled a small mountain. The sound of its snorting echoed like firecrackers, while its lantern-sized eyes, bloodshot and unblinking, fixated on Zybe. Zybe had no doubt that this boar could swallow him whole in an instant. Shit, just when I thought things couldn't get worse, without a moment's hesitation, Zybe turned and fled. Regrettably, as he spun around, he collided with a tree and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A ringing in his ears followed, quickly replaced by a persistent buzzing sound, reminiscent of a computer fan whirring to life. System updating, please wait. Update complete, initiating, identity confirmed. Welcome to the Utopian Honor Mall system. This is the Dimensional Transfer Station, number 007, at your service. Before proceeding, to ensure your personal privacy is protected and your interests are safeguarded, please set your secondary security password promptly. For inquiries, consult programmer number 007. Hello, how may I assist you? A voice suddenly resonated within his mind, leaving Zybe momentarily stunned. It didn't take long for him to comprehend that a system. This was indeed a system. What a fortuitous turn of events. Indeed, the reason the time travelers stand out so distinctly lies in their indissoluble relationship with the system. Otherwise, individuals like Xi Bei, who can hardly lift a bag of rice, would never dare to dream of thriving in the world of One Piece. Even an average passerby, with a mere flick of their wrist, could easily send him to the realm of the unconscious. Under such circumstances, even if he were to set sail, he would merely be a vessel for others' experience points. He had just been troubled by this very predicament. Yet the situation has now transformed with the system in his grasp. The world is his oyster. As a self-proclaimed Sudataku of the 21st century, he has encountered various forms of online games, anime, and novels. The term system is not only familiar to him, but it also resonates deeply. Any ordinary individual implanted with a system, if utilized wisely, could ascend to become the protagonist among protagonists. This is a matter of common knowledge. Xi Bei, ever the carefree optimist who tends to overlook details, is now poised to leverage this knowledge to issue his first command to the system embedded within his mind. What command, you ask? He leapt up and shouted, "Stop the nonsensical chatter and save me at once." Greetings. Utopia operates on a layered system and is unable to intervene in reality. I can grant you access to the honor mall, but prior to that, to ensure your personal privacy is not compromised and to prevent direct harm to your interests, please establish a secondary security password. Although the windless zone is a haven for sea kings, large marine creatures seldom appear near the shores of Snake Island. Xi Bei, realizing he could not outrun a giant wild boar with its 4 legs, dove into the water, splashing waves all around him. Fortunately, having learned to swim and float since childhood, he was not a champion swimmer, but was safe from the risk of drowning in the calm sea. Using his signature dog paddle, he swam a considerable distance, turning back to see the giant wild boar pacing anxiously along the shore. Initially concerned that the boar might swim, he now realized his worries were unfounded, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he could spare a moment to understand what the honor mall entailed. "How do I set this secondary security password?" he inquired. The Utopia Honor Mall system has been updated, and you may choose from the following 4 options for your secondary security password: lip lock, fingerprint, serum, or voice control. Please select one at your discretion. After careful consideration, Xi Bei was familiar with the lip lock option and quickly dismissed it. Just imagine a grown man having to pucker up for password verification each time he accessed the Honor Mall. How utterly awkward. The fingerprint option was fairly common. As for the serum, he found it perplexing. Did it imply he would need to use his own blood to unlock it? Absolutely not. That was too cruel. He, with a compassionate heart, could never commit such an act unless it involved someone else's blood. In contrast, voice control sounded significantly simpler. Mere utterance would unlock the system, a veritable blessing for the lazy. Very well, I shall choose this option. Xi Bei looked up and said, "I choose voice control." Very well, please state the command, with a minimum of 2 characters and a maximum of 4. Without thinking, Xi Bei blurted out, "What the heck? Is there really a command? So sophisticated?" "The command has been confirmed. Please hold on. System verification in progress." "Please repeat the command." The phrase "what the heck" that Xi Bei inadvertently uttered was recognized by the system as the command, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had not intended for that to be the command. It was merely an exclamation born out of emotion. Could the system truly not discern this? How mechanical. Was he perhaps dealing with a counterfeit? "The 2 characters I just uttered are not a command. They don't count." "Let me try again." "The command has been entered into the system and cannot be changed. Please repeat the command." Programmer number 007 was evidently a rigid individual, lacking flexibility. His voice revealed a gradual decline in testosterone, sounding almost effeminate. Perhaps some women might find such a soft tone appealing. But Xi Bei was a man. He began to silently grumble about this programmer, who was presumably hidden away somewhere, communicating through the system with him. He must be an old rabbit. Even passwords can be modified. I'm simply changing a command. Why can't I do that? Please repeat the command. Completely ignoring Xi Bei's complaints. Furious, Xi Bei exclaimed, "What the heck? The secondary security password has been verified. Please remember your command, that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances leading to memory loss of the command, the system will not be able to assist you in retrieving it. Please take care of yourself. The Utopian Honor Mall system has been activated for you. We wish you safe travels and a long life." Xi Bei hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment. At least tell me how to access them all." Alas, the soft-voice programmer had fallen silent, leaving Xi Bei feeling quite frustrated. In novels, such systems are always responsive and exceedingly polite, yet his system merely completed the mechanical explanation of the secondary security password steps, and then fell silent, unwilling to elaborate even slightly on what treasures the honor mall contained. Most importantly, Xi Bei still had no idea how to view the honor mall. This system was exceedingly pretentious. Now he had no choice but to figure it out for himself, as remaining in the water was not a viable option. The enormous wild boar seemed to have taken a stand against him, staunchly guarding the shore and refusing to budge, evidently waiting for him to come ashore. With a wild boar lying in wait, he was reluctant to approach the bank. His mood was understandably grim. If there truly were some treasures in the honor mall, he resolved to make that wild boar his feast, which would likely provide sustenance for several days. Xi Bei attempted to vocalize the command. What the heck? As soon as the words left his mouth, a large fruit machine abruptly materialized before Xi Bei's eyes. Indeed, it was a fruit machine resembling the famed Star 97 model, semi-transparent, likely invisible to anyone but him. This fruit machine was as large as a security door, suspended in midair. The imagery frozen on its screen did not depict fruits nor the typical 3 sevens. Instead, the first thing Xi Bei noticed were 3 characters, spirit communication technique. There were 9 slots in total, each adorned with a note. Apart from spirit communication technique, the others read, Impure World Reincarnation, Dragon Annihilation Magic, Transformation Magic, Shuanpa, Destruction Path, Bloodline Limit, Conqueror's Haki, and Byakugan. Xi Bei was certain that this fruit machine was what one might refer to as the honor mall. Compelled by curiosity, he reached out to touch it, but found his hand passing through. Indeed, it was ethereal. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a display in the lower right corner of the honor mall. Honor balance, 0. Available spins, 0. Free spins, 1. An epiphany struck him. Given that it was termed the honor mall, anything within must surely require honor. Though he was oblivious to the concept of honor, and had only been in this place for a mere 3 days, how could he possibly possess an honor balance, especially considering he was unaware of the system within him? Fortunately, the honor mall appeared to be user-friendly, perhaps acknowledging that he could not possibly have earned honor upon his arrival, thus bestowing upon him a complimentary chance to spin. This was no honor mall, it was merely a roulette. Whatever it landed on would be his fate. The pressing question was how to utilize this free spin. Tentatively, he called out a command. To his surprise, it proved effective. With his utterance, the slots of the honor mall began to rotate slowly. Xi Bei rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. May the Bodhisattva bless me, I beseech, for an extraordinary dragon annihilation magic. After a brief period of dazzling names spinning before him, the speed began to decelerate. His coveted dragon annihilation magic had yet to appear, while Conqueror's Haki seemed perilously close to aligning. Xi Bei's excitement surged. However, at that precise moment, the 3 characters spelling Conqueror's Haki slid off the grid at an excruciatingly slow pace. Xi Bei's spirits plummeted. As the slots gradually came to a halt, the final 3 slots aligned perfectly, as if he had struck a winning combination on a fruit machine. Peering closely, he read the outcome. I-Flow Fist Technique. In his youth, Xi Bei had an insatiable passion for arcade games, frequently escaping school by climbing walls to reach the gaming hall. Notably, despite his mediocre academic performance, he possessed an extraordinary talent for arcade games. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he had never lost a single coin in competitive play, achieving a remarkable record of winning 101 coins in a single day, all within less than 6 hours from noon to afternoon. Upon exiting the arcade, his coins were swiftly snatched away, and he endured a beating as well. He became enamored with that era of arcade games, voraciously consuming the KOF king of fighters manga. While he might not claim to know every detail, he was at least familiar with the fighting styles of each character. Take the Iori style, for instance. IT is a rather unique combat technique, comprehensible only to those of extraordinary talent. Among those he knew who epitomized this style were Iori Yagami and Kyo Kusanagi. After all, these 2 were the leading characters, undoubtedly possessing immense innate abilities. To master and wield such a fighting technique, which was to be expected. In general, the Iori style is a formidable melee skill that should not be underestimated. Its potency speaks for itself, as for its practicality. Only first-hand experience would reveal its true utility. Although Xi Bei did not primarily desire this skill, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. In a certain sense, compared to the flashy dragon-slaying magic, the Iori style, a fighting technique that enhances physical prowess, seemed far more suitable for his current circumstances. In this era of formidable pirates, one finds an abundance of tenacious individuals who seem impervious to defeat. Without a modicum of physical prowess, one might feel quite embarrassed to traverse the streets. Xi Bei gazed at the data in the lower right corner of the honor mall. Observing that the number of free attempts had diminished from 1 to none, Xi Bei felt a tinge of disappointment. If only he could spin a few more times. Perhaps he might acquire some other extravagant items. With just one unique boxing technique at his disposal, he couldn't shake off the feeling of insecurity. When the opportunity arises, he must inquire with the programmer designated as 007 about the true significance of honor. Xi Bei uttered a command, and the honor maul vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the reward he obtained using a complementary opportunity, namely the martial art technique of my style fist, was absorbed into his body like oxygen. Xi Bei exhaled a breath of murky air, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, as if he had possessed this formidable martial prowess since childhood, without the slightest hint of discomfort. At this moment, he felt capable of devouring 8 bowls of rice in one go. No, on second thought, he could effortlessly subdue the colossal wild boar lurking by the shore in a single breath. To err on the side of caution, he submerged himself in the water and unleashed a powerful punch towards the sea's surface. Bang! A splash erupted, quickly followed by a cascade of waves crashing towards the shore. The gigantic wild boar, caught off guard, was drenched to the bone and hastily retreated to a distance. Once it had shaken off the seawater, it regarded Xi Bei with wide, curious eyes, clearly perplexed. Although it possessed the intellect of a pig, it could sense an extraordinary change in Xi Bei compared to before. Unbeknownst to the boar, during Xi Bei's time in the water, something remarkable had transpired. Instinctively, the boar realized it could no longer remain in its position. From Xi Bei emanated a formidable aura, one that signaled danger and demanded respect. To survive in the biological hierarchy, one must possess the instinct to discern threats. This wild boar had grown to its impressive size through numerous encounters with peril. It knew whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Thus, the wild boar resolved to retreat strategically. Can Xi Bei truly allow it to depart so effortlessly? At the very least, it ought to leave behind 2 pieces of meat. Xi Bei, encumbered by the water, was unable to exert his full strength. Thus, the punch he delivered moments ago lacked its utmost power, likely reaching only about 60 to 70% of his potential. Possessing such skills, while not sufficient to claim dominion, would certainly suffice to contend with a wild boar. After enduring the lengthy ambush from the massive wild boar, compounded by Programmer 007's pretentiousness, Xi Bei felt a surge of frustration. He executed his signature dog paddle, swiftly making his way to the shore, and approached the wild boar with an unyielding demeanor. Xi Bei, brimming with newfound confidence, decided to spar with the wild boar, eager to test the efficacy of his instinctive combat techniques and ascertain their true potency. Sensing Xi Bei's ill intentions, the wild boar attempted to flee. With remarkable agility and swiftness, Xi Bei seized the wild boar by its tail. It was indeed a colossal beast, and its brute strength was undeniable as it dragged Xi Bei forward for several dozen meters, the soles of his shoes nearly worn through. In previous instances, Xi Bei would never have possessed the strength to grasp the tail of such a creature. However, the unique martial arts technique he had drawn from the honor maul had significantly enhanced all his physical attributes. His agility, strength, and reflexes had undergone a remarkable transformation. More importantly, he had developed an extraordinary resilience, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Despite being kicked multiple times by the wild boar as it galloped through the forest, Xi Bei felt no discomfort whatsoever, leading him to question whether he was simply too powerful or if the boar was particularly feeble. Although he had emerged unscathed from the onslaught, being struck by a pig was still somewhat disheartening. In a moment of defiance, he leaped onto the boar's back. "You not only lay in wait for me, but also dare to kick me?" With that, Xi Bei clenched his fist and struck the boar's head with all his might. The boar let out a howl and collapsed to the ground, taking Xi Bei down with it as they slid a short distance across the earth. At last, man and beast collided with a stone, coming to a halt. Xi Bei gazed at the wild boar sprawled on the ground, akin to a heap of exquisite pork, and involuntarily swallowed. Although the appearance of the boar was somewhat unappealing, its muscular physique was undeniably robust. After 3 days of subsisting on mushrooms, which barely sufficed to quell his hunger, he felt on the brink of collapse. However, he could not ignite a fire here, lest the women of this island discover him. Despite having acquired some skills, Xi Bei was not so presumptuous as to believe he could act recklessly on Nine Snake Island. Setting aside Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, the island's guardians alone were formidable enough to pose a significant threat. To avoid alarming any potential adversaries, Xi Bei resolved to transport the wild boar to the shoreline first. Yet, before doing so, he deemed it prudent to extract the 2 tusks, as he harbored a slight fear that the boar might awaken unexpectedly and inflict harm upon him. leading to a disastrous turn of events. Caution, after all, is never unwarranted. Xi Bei stepped forward, preparing to take action. Suddenly, an arrow shot in from the side, grazing Xi Bei's cheek as it passed. Xi Bei touched his face and felt the warmth of blood. He turned his gaze to a woman clad in a bikini, draped in a trench coat, standing not far away. A snake coiled around her body, and she held a bowstring taut, the arrow aimed directly at Xi Bei, poised to release at any moment. With a frigid expression, the woman shouted, "Who are you?" Xi Bei was somewhat taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, the woman with striking black hair styled in a high ponytail was named Jeking, a national warrior of the Kingdom of Women, and notably, she also held the rank of captain. Her icy allure was comparable to that of Hancock, perhaps even more formidable in certain respects. After all, Xi Bei was aware of Hancock's vulnerabilities, yet this national warrior named Jeking seemed intolerant of any slight, and the scant descriptions of her in the animation left Xi Bei at a loss for how to engage her in conversation. Most importantly, men were strictly prohibited from setting foot on the island. Standing there, he realized that no matter what he said, he could not refute the undeniable fact that he had already committed an offense. To his astonishment, he found that he could understand Jeking's words, despite the fact that he had no knowledge of the Japanese language. Perhaps it was due to the system's influence. Although Xi Bei harbored some dissatisfaction towards the pretentious system, he could not deny that it illuminated his path forward. This was the Amazon Lily, the empire of women, where men were forbidden from entering without permission. Speak quickly. Who are you, and what brings you here? Xi Bei was reluctant to provoke the formidable woman, especially given that they were on the territory of the Nine Serpents. Although the island was populated entirely by women, each possessed a formidable physique, rivaling that of any man. Should a confrontation ensue, Xi Bei knew he stood little chance of victory. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating that he bore no ill will. However, his gaze continually wandered over the exposed attire of Jeking, who, despite her stern expression, exuded a mature and poised charm. With a hint of a smile, she could undoubtedly be deemed a great beauty, particularly with her slender, phoenix-like eyes that added an air of elegance to her presence. In essence, she was precisely Xi Bei's type. Nonetheless, he dared not attempt any flirtation, for this woman had a notoriously volatile temperament. A mere misstep in conversation could lead to her drawing her bow and aiming an arrow at him. Xi Bei was acutely aware that the arrows Jeking wielded were imbued with an imposing force, and a careless encounter could result in dire consequences. If not, with a frosty demeanor, Jeking drew her bowstring taut and released another arrow. Xi Bei was taken aback, hastily sidestepping to evade the imminent danger. An arrow as thick as a pinky finger, upon striking a stone, could obliterate it into fragments. This was no ordinary arrow, it resembled a mobile artillery piece. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him, for had he not dodged in time, a single shot could have left him in a gruesome state. He immediately composed himself, no longer daring to glance around aimlessly, raising his hands and focusing his gaze inward, embodying a state of calm. I inadvertently wandered into this place, unaware of the customs. I shall take my leave now. After Xi Bei finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He had no desire to further entangle himself with this fierce woman. If this continued, it would soon become impossible to depart once other women arrived. Jeking once again drew her bowstring, roaring, "You lie! Nine Serpent Island is situated in the doldrums, a den of sea kings where no living creature could possibly wash ashore. Who exactly are you?" "Truly, as the captain of the national defense team on Nine Serpent Island." Her words struck with piercing accuracy, leaving Xi Bei momentarily at a loss. The calm waters of the doldrums prevented even ships from entering, let alone a person. Even if one were to miraculously reach this maritime region, the surrounding sea kings were not to be trifled with. Jeking had swiftly unraveled the deception, leaving no room for dignity whatsoever. Xi Bei found himself at a loss for words. Jeking was an exceptionally resolute and determined woman. As the captain of the national defense team, she bore the responsibility of eliminating all factors of instability on the island. Furthermore, her lack of fondness for men rendered her disinclined to listen to Xi Bei's explanations. She immediately launched her attack. Xi Bei had long been aware that this woman was not easily deceived and had remained vigilant, even before the second arrow was released by Jeking. He had already devised a plan for escape. However, Jeking clung to him like an insistent adhesive, refusing to let go. Being pursued by a woman was certainly not a matter of pride. He had contemplated turning around to confront Jeking, but he feared that if reinforcements arrived during their skirmish, he would find himself trapped within a figurative prison of his own making. As Xi Bei dashed forward, he exclaimed, "I have already stated that I would leave shortly. Why do you persist in following me? From the moment you set foot on this island, you have committed a transgression. Man, promptly cease your resistance. This woman is relentless." Which is hardly surprising, as the customs of the kingdom of women dictate such tenacity. However, to expect Xi Bei to surrender without a fight is rather unrealistic. He is not foolish enough to acquiesce so readily. If he can run, he shall do so with all his might. Were he in another locale, he might have succumbed to the urge to grapple with this woman long ago. Yet, this is her territory, and one must bow to the circumstances at hand. Bang! Another arrow whizzed past Xi Bei, striking a nearby tree with such force that it nearly splintered. The sheer might of the arrows, coupled with their formidable design, magnified their lethality exponentially. Since words were futile, he resolved to focus solely on his escape. Elfrandula, capture the intruder. Suddenly, amidst his frantic flight, Xi Bei heard a shout from behind, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Turning to his left, he was met with a startling sight. A woman of towering stature emerged from the thicket, easily measuring 2 to 3 meters in height, akin to a small giant. She bore a large sword slung at her waist, concealed beneath her cloak. The names of the women on this island are rather convoluted, and Xi Bei had only managed to remember a few. Nevertheless, he could recognize them upon sight. This imposing figure, Elfrandula, was the one who had carried the mushroom-clad Luffy onto Nine Snake Island and had once petrified him at Hancock's command. She is also one of the island's protectors. As for her strength, it remains somewhat uncertain, though she is undoubtedly formidable. Xi Bei was caught completely off guard as Elfrandla, moving with an imperceptible swiftness, darted in front of her, obstructing her path. The expression on her face suggested a hint of reluctance. However, one must fulfill their duties when in a position of authority. Elfrandla raised her arm, offering a brief apology. In the next moment, with a single strike, she sent Xi Bei hurtling away, crashing through a tree without slowing down, only to finally stabilize herself after colliding with a second tree, which bent under the impact, before gradually descending to the ground. One can only imagine the sheer force behind Elfrandla's blow, which she evidently tempered to avoid causing severe harm. Fortunately, Xi Bei had drawn the innate martial skill, my flow fist, from the honor shop, fortifying her body significantly. Otherwise, had she possessed her previous ordinary physique, the force of that strike would have left her utterly shattered. The combat prowess of these individuals is truly astonishing. Xi Bei propped himself up, preparing to rise. Kikyo approached him, gazing down from her elevated position. Standing beside Kikyo was the towering Elfrandla, nearly 3 meters in height, wearing an expression of deep remorse. Xi Bei gritted his teeth, fully aware that escape was futile. What a stroke of misfortune. A formidable woman is not to be trifled with, and a powerful woman in a position of authority is akin to a force of nature. Take, for instance, the captain of the National Guard of the Daughter-S Kingdom on Nine Snake Island, Kaiki. She swiftly bound Xi Bei and carried him back to the Daughter-S Kingdom. When Kaiki's figure appeared on the street, a wave of astonished gasps ensued. A throng of women, varying in size and appearance, hastily surrounded her, all clad in revealing attire that displayed ample skin. And nearly every woman bore a bow on her back. Among them were a few whose weight could easily be measured in tons. Their arms were thicker than Xi Bei's thighs. The air was thick with an unmistakable feminine allure. While Xi Bei feasted his eyes on the scene, he realized he had undeniably ventured deep into the stronghold of this warrior tribe. To his recollection, aside from Monkey D. Luffy, he was only the second man to step into the Daughter-S Kingdom. Even the first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, had never set foot in this realm. Xi Bei was unaware of the impending mistreatment that awaited her at the hands of the group of female gorillas. As the women encircled her, they chattered animatedly. Men? Why would there be men here? Could they be seeking Lord Luffy? Perhaps they are companions of his? Does that mean his hands will also stretch? Clearly, having never ventured beyond the confines of their daughter kingdom, these women had rarely encountered men, naively assuming that every man resembled the rubber-bodied Luffy. As they continued their idle chatter, they reached out to Xi Bei's face, tugging at it with force. In mere moments, Xi Bei's visage was marred with bruises. If this ignorant group was not stopped soon, she would surely have her skin painfully torn away. Fortunately, at that moment, Kikyo intervened, commanding, "Silence. Lord Luffy is training here. No one knows of his presence." Even if he had companions, they could not have heard any news. The onlooking women exchanged glances, contemplating the logic. If they were not here to seek Lord Luffy, what could a man be doing in this place? And having traversed the calm belt, was he alone? How had he managed that? With a stern expression, Kikyo spoke in a low tone. I do not know for certain, but there is one matter of great concern. The women in the crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. Kikyo, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, continued, this man may very well be associated with the Navy headquarters. At Kikyo's words, an uproar erupted among the women. Aflandra, who had been trailing behind, exclaimed, the Navy headquarters? Why would they come to Amazon Lily? Kikyo cast a glance at Xi Bei and clarified, I am merely speculating. I have no concrete evidence. Aflandra, pondering with her finger to her lips, tilted her head and replied, indeed, Lady Boa mentioned that the world government has been actively recruiting soldiers, making significant moves. We were instructed to remain vigilant in the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. I've heard that the Navy headquarters has developed warships capable of traversing the calm belt freely. Could this man have been delivered by such a vessel? The world government and Lady Boa had an agreement to refrain from bringing ships within 3 kilometers of Amazon Lily's shores. Kikyo's expression darkened further as she continued. If this man is indeed a lackey of the Navy headquarters, it implies that news of Lord Luffy's presence here has reached their ears. Perhaps, considering Lady Boa's status as a warlord, they have refrained from making hasty moves and instead sent someone to investigate. If the Navy were to discover that Lady Boa is harboring pirates, not only would the world government strip her of her warlord title, but they would also seize the opportunity to attack Amazon Lily. All the women present were drenched in cold sweat. Ever since Monkey D. Luffy wreaked havoc during the Marineford War, everyone assumed that the Straw Hat Pirates had disbanded. If the Navy were to discover that Luffy was training on Amazon Lily, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture him. For Luffy is not merely a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He is also the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, and his existence is intolerable to the world government. Kikyo, the captain of the Guardians, displayed remarkable clarity in her reasoning, almost convincing others of the veracity of her claims. Evelyn inquired, but how would the Navy know that the great Luffy is here? Kikyo gritted her teeth and replied, that is precisely what perplexes me, hence my suspicion. However, as warriors of the Amazon, it is our duty to account for all potential threats to our nation's safety. With Lady Boa Hancock leading the Kuja pirates to gather provisions, who will return in 2 days, we must ensure this man does not escape. For now, he and Bachura shall be confined together until Lady Hancock returns to address the situation. As soon as Kikyo finished speaking, Xi Bei interjected loudly, do not speak recklessly. I am not part of the Navy. This is an enormous misunderstanding. Xi Bei could not bear the weight of such an accusation, although he admired Kikyo's logical approach. He was far from being a Navy inspector, let alone someone sent to Amazon Lily to inquire about Monkey D. Luffy. He was merely an unfortunate soul who had unexpectedly collapsed in front of his computer and awakened on this island. He had long anticipated the complications that would arise from being discovered by these women, but he never imagined it would lead to such a significant predicament. Xi Bei felt as though he was a mute consuming bitter herbs, enduring suffering without the ability to express it. Zhu Geng bellowed, if you are not a person from the Navy headquarters, then who exactly are you? Xi Bei stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. It seemed that this misunderstanding was irreparable. However, one matter did bring him a sense of relief. Hancock had set out to sea and was not on the island. In the entire kingdom of women, Hancock was the one he feared most, for her powers posed an extraordinary danger, particularly to men. He certainly did not wish to be turned to stone. With a wave of her hand, Kikyo commanded, imprison him. Initially, the many women surrounding him had regarded Xi Bei with curiosity, but after hearing Kikyo's assessment, their demeanor shifted. Now, they perceived him as nothing more than a lackey of the Navy, their expressions growing cold and hostile as they encircled him. Xi possessed an inescapable sense of entrapment. Surrounded by a throng of women, he found himself at the very end of the street. Once the leader, Jieging, came to a halt, he began to survey his surroundings. On either side of him stood iron bars, presumably intended for the confinement of prisoners. To his left, within one of these enclosures, lay a jet black leopard, tethered by chains as thick as a man's arm, currently curled up in the corner, snoring. Indeed, this creature was known as Bakila, a ferocious beast employed by the emperors of the Kingdom of Women to execute criminals, and to date, it was unknown how many souls it had consumed. Xi Bei stood outside the iron bars, immediately assailed by a pungent scent of blood. To claim indifference would surely be a boast. He lingered there, momentarily dazed. Without affording him a moment to gather his wits, Jieging swung open the iron gate and unceremoniously thrust him inside. Xi Bei stumbled, falling directly at the feet of the slumbering Black Panther, who, fortunately, paid him no heed. Xi Bei hurriedly sprang to his feet and rushed to the front of the iron bars, exclaiming, "I am not a Navy officer." To his surprise, Jieging taunted him. "You look utterly ridiculous. Why would the Navy send such a frail monkey like you to inspect the island?" Xi Bei spoke with a low voice. "You wretched woman. Do you not comprehend human language? I have stated that I am not a sailor." As soon as Xi Bei uttered his profanity, it provoked a chorus of furious shouts from a group of women, some of whom even readied their bows and arrows, preparing to shoot him dead within the iron bars. The surrounding clamor was incessant, and the slumbering Black Panther was roused from its sleep. It lifted its eyelids and fixed its gaze upon Xi Bei, gradually propping itself up. This formidable creature stood over 2 meters tall, silently advancing behind Xi Bei, towering over him while drool dripped from its mouth, falling drop by drop onto Xi Bei's head. At that moment, from the throng outside the iron bars, a woman shouted, "Bakila, devour this barbaric man." Accompanying this proclamation, others began to echo her sentiments. "Go on, Bakila. Bite him to death." With a roar of fury, the Black Panther opened its jaws and lunged toward Xi Bei's head. Xi Bei, filled with pent-up resentment, found no outlet for his frustrations. Had it not been for the unexpected ambush by Eifeland, he would not have been captured and mistaken for a naval officer. Now, he was confined alongside the ferocious panther, Bakila, and it seemed that these women were genuinely intent on his demise. In a fit of rage, he turned and struck a powerful punch against the panther's leg, causing it to step back. Xi Bei advanced swiftly, delivering another punch. The Black Panther collided forcefully with the iron bars. As he closed in once more, he unleashed a third strike, his voice resonating with authority, martial technique, wild bite. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Black Panther crashed through the iron barrier, soaring through the air. The women who had been clamoring incessantly fell into an abrupt silence. Xi Bei is the second individual to be confined within the iron bars of the daughter nation, following the illustrious Monkey D. Luffy. He is also the second person, after Luffy, capable of delivering a powerful blow to Bachura with sheer arm strength. The technique known as a rack bite, a signature martial arts move of KOF protagonist Kyo Kusanagi, would likely have felled Bachura, the Black Panther, with a single strike if executed by Kyo himself. Alas, Xi Bei, not being Kyo, can only muster roughly half the power in his rendition of a rack bite. Nevertheless, even at half potency, it is sufficient to leave Bachura incapacitated for an extended duration. The warriors of the daughter nation stood agape in astonishment. This man did not employ haki. How could that be? It was akin to Luffy himself. Almost simultaneously with the Black Panther being sent flying, Kikyo had already leapt aside, her expression cold and resolute. Previously, she had pursued Xi Bei, assuming him to be an inconsequential monkey, merely evading her grasp. Now, having witnessed Xi Bei's prowess, which far exceeded her initial estimations, her doubts intensified. How could such a formidable individual suddenly appear on Amazon Lily? Surely, there must be an ulterior motive. As Kikyo had risen to the position of captain of the National Guard, her ability to respond was undoubtedly well honed, surpassing the panicked reactions of the surrounding warriors. Once she retreated to the periphery, she called out, "Attack!" The still-dazed warriors, upon hearing Kikyo's command, snapped back to attention, drawing their bows with seamless precision, their movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. Even their expressions regained a semblance of calm, resembling their usual demeanor. Xi Bei understood a fundamental principle: to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. As long as he could apprehend the one issuing commands, this band of female warriors would be rendered leaderless, resulting in a victory without conflict. Thus, as the arrows were drawn by the women, he propelled himself forward, targeting the figure of Zhu Jing amidst the throng. Securing this woman would lead to the resolution of all matters. However, Xi Bei underestimated the strength of these women. Before he could approach Zhu Jing, a colossal figure emerged to block his path, standing nearly 3 meters tall, the formidable female giant, Eifelandra. It is hard for Xi Bei to fathom that such a colossal and cumbersome figure as Eifelandra could possess such astonishing swiftness, akin to teleportation, just mere moments ago. Eifelandra was clearly amidst the crowd, and before Xi Bei could even set his foot down after taking a step, she suddenly materialized right before him. Moreover, this giantess named Eifelandra not only exhibited remarkable speed, but also possessed tremendous strength. Previously, Xi Bei had been sent flying by a single slap, crashing into 2 trees, leaving him in considerable pain. He had no choice but to evade the danger and halt his movement. Just as he came to a stop, the female warriors surrounding him, who had long been prepared, released their bowstrings, unleashing a volley of arrows. Kikyo shouted from the back, "Aflandra, come back." Indeed, every warrior of the Daughter Kingdom exuded a formidable presence, and each arrow they released was imbued with that very might. Being struck by even one of those arrows would be excruciating. At the very least, one might suffer a severe injury, and at worst, it could prove fatal. Thus, Xi Bei dared not take any chances. He rolled awkwardly on the ground, eventually finding refuge behind Aflandra, whose imposing stature served as an excellent shield. At this critical moment, Xi Bei had no qualms about hiding behind a woman, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Kikyo, drawing back her bowstring, bellowed, "Shameless man, keep your distance from Aflandra." As her words fell, Aflandra unexpectedly drew her sword and turned around. It was a formidable blade, reaching shoulder height, which had been concealed beneath her cloak. It seemed that, like in an animated tale, she had never drawn her weapon before. Even without it, Aflandra's inherent strength was formidable, but now that she wielded the great sword, Xi Bei felt a chill creep into his heart. However, surrender was not an option for Xi Bei. Seizing the initiative, he leapt into action the moment Aflandra turned. He executed a low kick, a martial arts technique known as Dula Tuo, the signature leg maneuver of KOF's Kyokuzanaji. Swift in execution and invincible in conclusion, this move was particularly suitable against a towering figure like Aflandra. Upon jumping, Xi Bei soared over 3 meters high, and his kick descended directly upon Aflandra's crown, catching her off guard. Aflandra, taken aback by Xi Bei's sudden elevation, hastily raised her arm in defense. Yet, the intricacy and force of Dula Tuo were such that even the mighty Aflandra found herself brought to one knee, her great sword clattering to the ground. A chorus of astonished gasps arose from the gathering of women. Is this a trick? Aflandra actually knelt? How impressive! Nevertheless, being an elite warrior of the Daughter Kingdom, Aflandra quickly regained her composure. Although her sword had fallen, her other hand was free. She seized Xi Bei's calf and, rising to her feet, began to spin at a rapid pace, leaving Xi Bei dazed. Finally, with a release of her grip, she hurled Xi Bei skyward. Afterwards, Aflandra rested her hand on her forehead, gazing intently at the receding figure of Xi Bei. Kikyo, with a dark expression, inquired, "Where did you throw him?" Avalandra wore an expression of innocence as she declared her ignorance. Kikyo, pressing her forehead, commanded all the warriors of the nation present. This man must have been abandoned by Avalandra somewhere on the island. They needed to locate him swiftly. He must not be allowed to leave Amazon Lily, for he had learned that Lord Luffy was here. If he managed to escape back to the Navy headquarters, the consequences would be dire. Given his earlier display of strength, he might even be a Navy captain. I must convey this matter to Lady Hancock at once. Bring me a den mushi. The warriors of the nation, each assigned a specific task, took Kikyo's words to heart, their expressions grave as they dispersed rapidly, heading in different directions to conduct a thorough search of Amazon Lily. After careful consideration, Kikyo resolved to inform Lady Hancock about the events unfolding on the island. Though she might face a reprimand and risk losing her position as captain of the warriors, the safety of the Amazon Kingdom was at stake. A burden too heavy for her to bear alone. Since assuming the role of captain, she had witnessed the long-standing ironclad rules of the kingdom being shattered twice under her watch, first with the arrival of Straw Hat Luffy, and now with Sib's escape. Kikyo felt a deep sense of humiliation. Even if Hancock did not strip her of her title, she could not bear to remain in her position any longer. Kikyo picked up the den mushi, preparing to contact Hancock, when a diminutive old woman, resembling a gnome, approached with her cane. The female warriors respectfully stepped aside for the elderly lady, and even the typically impatient Kikyo greeted her with deference. "Granny Xia, what brings you here?" Indeed. This old woman was Granny Xia, the former empress of the Amazon Lily, Giroliosa. During her reign, she had ventured out to sea, abandoning the kingdom, and was deemed a sinner by Hancock. However, it was precisely because she resided in a distant sea at that time that she fortuitously saved Hancock and her sisters, bringing them back to the Amazon Kingdom. Without her, Hancock would never have ascended to the throne. Moreover, she was the only person in the entire kingdom privy to the truth behind Hancock's back. Granny Xia had always regarded Hancock as her own daughter, and she was an old acquaintance of the pirate king, Rayleigh. Her life was undoubtedly filled with stories. Though age had diminished her stature, one could only wonder if she was as short in her youth, but despite her diminutive size, she had once been the empress of the Amazon kingdom, her strength unquestionable. In her leisure, she often enjoyed reading newspapers, making her a well-informed figure within the kingdom. Whenever there was something unclear on the island, the residents would typically seek her counsel. With an air of wisdom, Granny Jia remarked, "There has been quite a commotion here, so I came to see for myself." Immediately afterward, upon seeing the motionless figure of Black Panther Bachura lying on the ground, the matriarch, drawing upon her extensive experience, deduced that he had been struck down by someone's fist. With a grave expression, she inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Kikyo was drenched in cold sweat. The reason pirates had refrained from invading the kingdom of women for centuries was not solely due to their fear of its regulations. Rather, the kingdom's unique geographical advantages played a pivotal role. Nestled on Nine Snake Island, the surrounding windless sea rendered it impossible for ships to navigate and for people to swim. Even naval vessels were unable to penetrate this area. This windless sea was but one of the barriers, should anyone, by some stroke of luck, manage to sail into it. They would have to brace themselves for relentless attacks from the Sea Kings. Consequently, a confluence of factors resulted in the isolation of Nine Snake Island, to the extent that even seagulls delivering newspapers seldom ventured near. Only legendary figures like the Dark King Rayleigh dared to swim over from the sea, unadorned and fearless. Such legends remain unmatched. The current Xi Bei was no comparison. He yearned to emulate Mr. Rayleigh, to swim bare-chested out of the windless zone. But reason cautioned him that folly leads to peril, compelling him to rack his brain for a means to escape this maritime expanse. Fortunately, the giantess Ifrandra had unceremoniously tossed him to the fringes of Nine Snake Island, right onto the shore, thereby saving him considerable time. Though he had been brutally thrown and had spat blood multiple times, he bore no resentment. Rather, he took the opportunity to ascertain the resilience of his own physique. Solid, indeed. Being flung several kilometers yet merely losing a bit of blood could be considered a fortunate trade-off. However, as Xi Bei wiped the blood from his lips, a thought struck him. Could Ifrandra belong to the giant race? Xi Bei deliberately rose on tiptoe, casting a glance back at the two characters' 9 serpents etched upon the crumbling wall. This formidable giantess is truly ruthless. She actually hurled me from the bustling streets of the kingdom of women to this place. Had I not possessed an ironclad physique impervious to blades and bullets, I would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp. Alas, my heavens, this truly is a den of dragons and tigers. If I do not swiftly devise a means of escape, I may perish at the hands of this group of women before I even embark on my expedition. Xi Bei limped along the fringes of Jiushi Island, completing nearly half a circle. He sought to return to the shore where he had initially lingered, for there rested a small lumbering boat, a vessel he had painstakingly crafted over the span of 3 days. Just as fatigue began to set in, and he contemplated pausing to rest while foraging for a couple of mushrooms to stave off hunger, he suddenly spotted a small boat anchored at the bay, approximately several hundred meters away. Xi Bei was once afflicted with nearsightedness, a common ailment among those who spend excessive time in front of screens. However, ever since he embraced the art of KOF combat, all of his shortcomings have vanished. His vision has become remarkably clear, allowing him to discern even distant objects with ease. He can see, for instance, a small boat moored nearby, adorned with a skull emblem that symbolizes piracy, resembling a grinning skull. Xi Bei was taken aback, for in the realm of One Piece, the number of skull emblems he recognized was quite limited. The one visible from hundreds of meters away was among that select few. With a blend of trepidation and exhilaration, he cautiously approached the small vessel nestled in the bay. Unsure whether it harbored any occupants, Xi Bei proceeded with utmost care. Covering the 100-meter distance took him nearly 20 minutes. Xi Bei concealed himself behind a rock on the shore, intently observing the miniature pirate ship. Even after straining his eyes, he discerned no signs of life aboard the tiny vessel. With unwavering courage, Xi Bei emerged from behind the rocks. He then cautiously approached the bay, remaining ever vigilant, should anything seem amiss. He planned to turn on his heel and flee. However, as he reached the side of the pirate vessel, he encountered no one. Now face to face with the ship, the grinning skull emblazoned upon its hull became all the more discernible, and he could now assert with absolute certainty that this vessel undoubtedly belonged to Trafalgar Law. Xi Bei rested his chin in contemplation, pondering. From a temporal perspective, Trafalgar Law must have sent Luffy here over a month ago. He should have departed long ago. Why then? Does his pirate ship remain in this location? At that moment, Xi Bei recalled that Law's vessel is a grand submarine. It is entirely plausible that this small boat was deployed from the larger submarine. But why would Law leave a small boat here? Could it possibly be intended for Rayleigh? This notion seems quite plausible, considering Rayleigh is currently somewhere on Amazon Lily, instructing Luffy in the ways of hockey. If a small boat were indeed left behind, it would certainly facilitate matters upon departure. Although a living legend, the notion of traversing the seas aimlessly is rather unreliable. Just as Xi Bei was lost in thought, a woman suddenly leaped out from the thicket. Xi Bei heard a sound and turned to look. The woman had a head of golden short hair and a complexion that radiated a healthy wheat heel. An arrow quiver was strapped to her thigh, filled with a considerable number of arrows. Like the other guardians of the Daughter Nation, she was also adorned with a serpent, a green snake as thick as an arm, which appeared to be slightly shorter than Xi Bei. Her figure boasted an exquisite proportion, particularly her facial features, which were strikingly refined. Prior to this, Xi had encountered numerous women in the kingdom of women, yet only two could elicit a compliment of beauty from him. Aside from Kikyo, it was the woman before him. Xi Bei involuntarily exclaimed, "Marguerite." Indeed, she was none other than Marguerite, the first woman to discover Luffy, and the one who, apart from Hancock, has been closest to him in the entirety of the Amazon Lily. When Luffy was sent to the arena, it was only she who boldly stood up for him. Though her words bore little tangible effect, nevertheless, she was the first woman in the entire kingdom to embrace Luffy rather than reject him. Marguerite is inherently kind. However, her kindness is reserved solely for Luffy. Thus, Xi Bei is certainly destined to be left in despair. Like the other warriors of the kingdom, Marguerite harbors a complete enmity toward Xi Bei. As she leapt from the thicket and laid eyes upon Xi Bei, she immediately aimed her arrow at her, first drawing the bowstring taut, then releasing the arrow without the slightest hesitation. Xi Bei was startled, flipping over and swiftly seeking refuge in a nearby small boat. However, Margaret had no intention of granting Xi Bei a moment's respite. With one arrow missing its mark, she continued to knock another, simultaneously shouting, "Stoby, there is a man." No sooner had Margaret's words left her mouth than a woman with twin pigtails leaped into view. Oh, how easily one could mistake her for an ape. Were it not for Xi Bei's discerning gaze, which revealed her true nature, it was hardly surprising that Xi Bei had misidentified her. For this woman, named Stoby, resembled a sumo wrestler, stout and hefty. To speak candidly, she was rather unattractive, and as if that were not enough, she sported a rather delicate hairstyle of twin pigtails. Xi Bei was infuriating to behold. However, Stoby, the stout and robust woman, exhibited remarkable courage. She did not merely stand at a distance like Margaret, shooting arrows, but instead charged directly at Xi Bei, her countenance stern and resolute. As Stoby's unsettling visage and formidable physique drew nearer, an air of dread enveloped the scene. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Xi Beitan. Stoby bellowed, "Man, hasten to abandon your resistance." Xi Bei was enveloped in a shiver, his skin prickling with goosebumps as he clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. As a skilled combatant, he turned his back to the rapidly approaching Stoby, who mistakenly believed that Xi Bei had surrendered. With a swift push off the ground, she accelerated towards the deck of the miniature vessel, extending her hand to subdue Xi Bei. At that moment, Xi Bei abruptly pivoted, unleashing a frenzied roar. Venomous strike. Stoby was met with a powerful punch to the face, sending her hurtling backward, a spray of saliva erupting from her mouth. Xi roared, "Mother orangutan, you startled me." Standing nearby, Margaret, poised to shoot an arrow, gaped, her eyes wide with disbelief. How was it possible? Stoby had been struck down? As an elite warrior of the Daughter Nation, Stoby's prowess was unmatched among her peers. Even the formidable giantess Avalandra had never bested Stoby in an arm wrestling contest, a testament to Stoby's superior strength. Yet, this elite warrior, ranked among the top 3, had been knocked away with a single blow. Margaret was clearly taken aback. In this moment, both Margaret and Stoby were rendered motionless, one in shock, the other knocked senseless. Xi Bei intended to make a hasty retreat. He had no desire to linger here. Flaunting his bravado, should the patriotic warriors arrive shortly, he would truly find himself in dire straits. Thus, he stepped into the cockpit of the diminutive vessel, preparing to set sail. Upon entering the cockpit, Xi Bei abruptly emerged with half his head protruding, gritting his teeth in exasperation as he muttered a curse. Mother Gorilla. A pack of mother gorillas. The miniature boat, left behind by Trafalgar Law on the shores of Nine Snake Island, proved to be quite reliable. Although Xi Bei had never piloted a boat before, he could grasp the basic operational steps. Within the confined space of the cockpit, there lay a cold control panel adorned with buttons, alongside a joystick that bore a striking resemblance to a tabletop arcade machine. Indeed, it was remarkably similar. Xi Bei gazed at the two buttons on the console, one red and the other green. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped the green button with conviction. In an instant, the cockpit was illuminated, and a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted from the control panel. Gradually, the deck of the diminutive vessel folded away, transforming the mini-boat into a submarine. However, the confines of the cockpit were rather cramped, including the space occupied by the control panel. It could accommodate no more than 3 to 5 individuals at best. It felt rather constricted. Xi Bei felt the small, transformable vessel stirring beneath him and turned his gaze towards the window. Indeed, on either side of the cockpit were small windows, each no larger than a palm, shielded by exceptionally thick glass. The security of these panes was beyond question, as this was a vessel bequeathed by Luo, ensuring its unparalleled quality. Xi Bei harbored no concerns at all. He watched as Nine Snake Island gradually receded into the distance. Xi Bei was in an extraordinary state of excitement, nearly bursting into joyous cheers. Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, known by the moniker Surgeon of Death, is the possessor of the surgical fruit's power. He stands as one of the 11 supernovas of the pirate world, navigating the delicate balance between the old and new eras, always armed with a blade. Law is an astute individual, a cunning pirate adept at strategy. Although life may feel somewhat burdensome, if Xi Bei were compelled to select 3 of his favorite characters from the realm of One Piece, without a doubt, Law would secure a prominent position. The sensation of being seated inside Law's submarine felt dreamlike, almost surreal. He resolved to make this transforming submarine his home. Anyone who dared to disrupt his sanctuary would face his wrath. From the cockpit, Xi Bei gazed out and observed an increasing number of the valiant guardians emerging from the forest. However, these warriors could only watch helplessly as Xi Bei ventured farther away, refraining from pursuit. Why did they not chase after her? Was it fear of the sea monarchs? No, that was not the case. Without the permission of Lady Snake, they could not so much as take a step beyond the confines of Nine Snake Island. Regardless of the circumstances, after 3 days of anxious waiting, Xi finally finds himself able to set sail in peace. Even drifting upon the waves is preferable to lingering within the confines of the kingdom of women. However, the presence of so many women on Nine Serpent Island stirs a certain intrigue within him. The mere thought of abducting one of them is tantalizing. Yet he knows well that should the moment arise, he would lack the courage to act on such a whimsical fantasy. As Xi Bei was immersed in his thoughts, the image of Stoby, the female gorilla, suddenly flashed through his mind. Instantly, he was struck with a grim expression, resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. And he let out an exclamation of exasperation. What the hell? This phrase was not only Xi Bei's catchphrase, but also served as the voice command to activate the honor maul. The unexpected utterance prompted the maul to manifest before him. It was the same semi-transparent spinning machine, hovering in midair. Fortunately, it was not a physical entity. Otherwise, this cramped cockpit, hardly spanning a few square meters, would scarcely accommodate an honor maul roughly the size of a security door. Xi Bei was primarily concerned about his honor points, so as soon as the maul appeared, his gaze shifted to the data displayed in the lower right corner. Honor balance, 320 available spins, 0 free spins, 0 hay. Where did this sudden influx of 320 honor points come from? He pondered. Moreover, given that he had accrued honor points, why were his available spins still at 0? This was utterly perplexing. Xi Bei was at a loss. He was completely in the dark about where the honor points had originated, and he had no idea how many points were required for a spin. Xi Bei suddenly shouted, 007. If you can hear me, let out a roar. There was no response. Xi Bei, filled with rage, exclaimed, Can you even fart? The programmers of this utopian system truly exhibit a remarkable level of disdain. Without a few harsh words, they remain reluctant to emerge. Greetings, I am programmer number 007. How may I assist you? Xi Bei has come to grasp the formulaic nature of 007. Regarding idle topics outside the system, 007 remains unresponsive, prompting Xi Bei to ask directly, where do these 320 honor points originate? Despite possessing honor, why do I still have 0 conversion attempts? You must at least enlighten me on how to earn honor. It's rather irresponsible of you not to inform me of these crucial steps. Even if you are disinclined to engage with me, you should at least provide a manual. I sincerely apologize for this oversight, replied Programmer 007. Offering an official apology before continuing, the greater your renown and prestige, the more honor points you shall accrue. The Utopian Honor Mall system is an entry-level system with no barriers, currently in a trial phase. Every 1,000 honor points allows for one conversion attempt. Considering that you may not have initially discovered shortcuts to earning honor, we have specially granted you one complimentary conversion skill opportunity. You have now departed from the trial base, having received 300 honor points from the system, while the additional 20 points reflect your reputation and prestige on 9 Serpent Island. Goodness gracious! Xi Bei was on the verge of losing his composure. To his astonishment, 9 Serpent Island turned out to be merely a training base. The starting line was rather elevated. What infuriated Xi Bei even more was that after exhausting himself to leave 9 Serpent Island, he was left with a mere 300 points of honor. There was nothing more to say. This so-called Utopia system was exceedingly stingy. Moreover, after the tumult he caused on 9 Serpent Island, nearly paying with his life, he was rewarded with a paltry 20 points of honor for his reputation. This was essentially worthless. Was it truly so difficult to earn reputation and prestige? Wait a moment. It seems that Xi Bei has overlooked something. He turned his eyes and exclaimed in anger. What did you say? A trial phase? Programmer 007 remained silent for a moment before replying. Please do not concern yourself. Although the Utopia system is currently in its trial phase, it is fully functional and equipped, ensuring that your experience will not be inconvenienced in any way. Xi Bei gave a thumbs up to the translucent honor mall. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Xi Bei exhaled deeply to calm himself and said, all I desire is to enhance my reputation and elevate my prestige, thereby accumulating more honor points, which will enable me to acquire additional skills from the marketplace. Brother 007. Am I correct in this understanding? Indeed, you are quite astute. With gritted teeth, Xi Bei exclaimed, flattery cannot quell my urge to curse at you. What is the ulterior motive of the executives behind your utopian system, presenting me with a trial version? However, I presently lack the time to dwell on this matter. Pray tell, how might I elevate my fame? Programmer 007 thoughtfully replied, this is the world of pirates, where you may establish a pirate crew and increase your bounty. Alternatively, you could become a bounty hunter, earning rewards, or even join the Navy and rise to the rank of admiral. Indeed, there are numerous avenues to enhance your notoriety and prestige. Forming a pirate crew? Finding crew members is quite a challenge, especially skilled ones. As for joining the Navy, that has never crossed my mind. Yet, bounty hunting offers greater freedom. However, I am uncertain of the honor gained from capturing a pirate. It must correlate with the pirate's bounty, I presume. 1,000 honor points for a mere skill upgrade is exorbitantly steep. Xi Bei yearned to continue his inquiries when, unexpectedly, the submarine jolted violently. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, just as the honor mall vanished from view. Uncertain of the events unfolding outside, he hurried to the window for a glimpse and was taken aback to discover a multitude of colossal sea creatures emerging from the depths, each one titanic, towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. The submarine he was aboard was now encircled by this formidable assembly of marine leviathans. Xi Bei's face was ashen. When he was discovered by Margaret earlier, he was so preoccupied with the thought of fleeing that he completely forgot this was the doldrums, the very lair of the Sea Kings. Even if he managed to set sail in a submarine, the question remained, how would he overcome the challenges posed by the Sea Kings? That was indeed a significant dilemma. Xi Bei plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming in despair, it's over. Before him loomed a magnificent sea creature, reminiscent of a long-necked dinosaur, which opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards the submarine in which Xi Bei was seated. Helplessly, he could only watch as no miracle transpired. As anticipated, the submarine was engulfed in a single bite, and Xi Bei, trapped within, was drawn down the esophagus into the belly of the beast. Had he barely set sail only to be devoured? Inside the cockpit, Xi Bei swayed unsteadily, stumbling for quite some time. Just as he began to feel the strain in his back and waist from the jolting, the submarine came to a halt. Having likely reached the seabed, Xi Bei steadied himself and leaned against the cockpit window, scrutinizing his surroundings with great care. He was acutely aware that he was currently within the belly of a sea creature, hence he refrained from making any reckless movements. Should he dare to open the cockpit door, a deluge of gastric acid might rush in, leaving not even a trace of his bones. Gazing out the window, the view that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. Xi Bei now finds herself aboard a submarine, gently adrift upon a river of crimson hue. Just ahead, an expanse of land offers a place to anchor, adorned with a solitary grand tree, surrounded by an astonishing tranquility. However, Xi Bei's keen eyes swiftly discerned that amidst the scarlet waters, several battered pirate ships also float, likely remnants of unfortunate souls devoured by the sea's monstrous denizens. Xi Bei could not help but marvel at the vastness of the space surrounding him. It resembled a beach, in a manner of speaking. Had he not witnessed with his own eyes the monstrous sea creature devour the submarine he was aboard, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that he was, in fact, inside the belly of such a leviathan. Thus, Xi Bei remained within the confines of the submarine, observing the enigmatic stillness outside. Approximately 30 minutes elapsed, yet no disturbances occurred in the surroundings. Xi Bei summoned his courage and gently pushed open the door to the cockpit. A pungent stench immediately assaulted his senses, prompting him to swiftly cover his mouth and nose. As the submarine floated upon the crimson river, the bizarrely colored liquid did not surge into the cockpit upon his entry. Ever the cautious individual, Xi Bei prudently refrained from recklessly leaping into the scarlet waters. A suspicion lingered within him, and to further substantiate his theory, he removed his clothing and cast it into the depths. As soon as the garments touched the surface of the river, they began to emit smoke. Swiftly succumbing to corrosive dissolution, Xi Bei broke into a cold sweat, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is gastric acid." Undoubtedly, these scarlet streams were the gastric acid of the Sea Kings. Fortunately, Xi Bei, being astute, had conducted a test. Had he leaped into the depths without hesitation, the outcome would have been dire, as his bones would have surely been corroded to nothingness. At that moment, he could not help but admire the submarine crafted by Luo. Its quality was indeed exceptional. Remarkably, it floated amidst the gastric acid without succumbing to corrosion. Xi Bei turned and walked back to the cockpit, skillfully maneuvering the joystick on the control panel, guiding the submarine to a nearby clearing, which, for the moment, remained untouched by the corrosive gastric acid. Remarkably, within the belly of this sea creature, there thrived a tree, an extraordinary anomaly. Judging by the lushness of its foliage, it appeared to be a living tree, strikingly out of place amidst the surrounding environment. Xi Bei maneuvered the submarine to the adjacent open space, then covered his mouth and nose as he exited the cockpit and leaped onto the ground. This expanse of land was a deep crimson hue, yielding softly beneath. Xi Bei discerned that this was undoubtedly the flesh wall of a sea king. He leaped upon it with vigor, feeling an undeniable sense of security. Subsequently, he approached a tree, circling around the vibrant specimen. This tree was peculiar. Its roots were remarkably slender, no thicker than a pinky finger, yet its trunk was robust, broader than his thigh. Gazing upwards along the trunk, he beheld an array of branches, each manifesting an extraordinary and diverse array of shapes. Xi Bei attempted to gesture, indicating the thickest branch, which he found impossible to embrace alone. He had never encountered such a peculiar tree, with limbs as slender as they were robust, and thus could not help but gaze at it a little longer. Before long, he discovered a fruit nestled within the branches. Xi has gone nearly a day without sustenance. Initially, he could endure the hunger, but upon discovering the fruit, his stomach began to protest audibly. He swallowed hard and attempted to ascend the slender trunk of the tree. Unfortunately, the trunk was too thin, making it impossible for him to climb. Xi Bei has abandoned his tree-climbing endeavors. He crouched down and then leaped into the air. With this single bound, he soared to a height of 3 to 4 meters, effortlessly plucking the fruit from its branch. As soon as the fruit was harvested, the entire tree began to wither rapidly. In less than a minute, the tree succumbed to death. Xi Bei cradled a fruit as large as a watermelon, beginning to scrutinize it with great care. After all, finding a tree within the belly of a sea king was peculiar enough, let alone one bearing fruit. Xi Bei, wary of the potential toxicity of this curious object, felt compelled to examine it more closely. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. He exclaimed, "Could this be a devil fruit?" The size and shape of this fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to the devil fruits he had encountered in the world of One Piece. The only distinction lay in its color. While Ace's Maramara Nomi was orange and Luffy's Gotagoma Nomi was blue, the fruit now in his grasp was astonishingly white. Xi Bei hesitated, pondering whether to take a bite and sample the delicacy. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud grumble. With a determined resolve, Xi Bei thought to himself that it was certainly preferable to stave off starvation. He sank his teeth into the fruit, its texture delightfully chewy, yet devoid of flavor, reminiscent of chewing on wax. However, it sufficed to quell his hunger. The watermelon, immense in size, was devoured with remarkable efficiency, leaving nothing behind. Although it lacked taste, it provided some sustenance, alleviating his hunger to a degree. Thankfully, his body exhibited no adverse reactions. Xi Bei settled down on the spot, reclining against the belly of the Sea King, inhaling the acrid stench that assailed his senses. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Having only just departed from Nine Snake Island, he found himself swallowed by the Sea King. Uncertainty loomed over whether he could ever escape this predicament. Should he remain here any longer, even if he were not dissolved by the scarlet gastric acid, he would inevitably succumb to starvation. Just as Xi Bei wallowed in his bitter plight, a sudden commotion broke the silence. "Captain Sayre, it's the Sea King. Run. The Sea King is coming this way. There's no escape. What should we do?" "Captain Sayre, silence. A mere Sea King has instilled such fear in you all. Stand aside and witness as I cleave it in twain." Xi Bei suddenly sat up, glancing around in search of the source of the sound. Could it be that there were others within the belly of this sea creature? No. The voices seemed to emanate not from within, but rather from outside. Xi raised his ears and listened intently for a moment longer. Captain Sayre is about to make his move. Humph. The captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 67 million, known as the Swift-Blade Seer. This foolish sea creature has chosen the wrong opponent. Brothers, quickly set the table. Xi was taken aback. Indeed, these sounds were emanating from outside. Xi Bei muttered to himself, "How is it possible that I can hear voices from the outside while enveloped within the belly of a Sea King? Has my hearing become so remarkably acute? It defies reason. Everything seemed perfectly fine until now." At that moment, a sudden revelation struck him as he recalled the fruit he had just consumed. It was indeed a devil fruit. To this day, no one has unveiled the origin of these enigmatic fruits. Even those who trade in them on the black market cannot articulate their provenance. The only certainty is that no two devil fruits are identical. They are said to be incarnations of the sea's demons, and consuming one leads to banishment by the ocean. Could it be that each devil fruit is excavated from the depths of a Sea King's belly? Xi Bei has always found it peculiar that a tree is grown upon the flesh of the Sea Kings. Now, by an unfortunate twist of fate, he has inadvertently acquired a devil fruit, which only deepens his curiosity regarding the origin of these fruits. Upon reflection, could it not be said that the term sea demon refers precisely to the Sea Kings, those monstrous beasts that devour ships and men alike? Xi Bei's situation was nothing short of serendipitous. Consuming the devil fruit indeed augmented his strength, which was rather splendid. However, the stark price was abandonment by the sea. In essence, Xi Bei had transformed into a landlubber. He was now yearning to leap into the water and test whether he truly faced demise upon encountering the ocean. Yet, before him lay nothing but the crimson gastric acid, devoid of any seawater for him to experiment with. He swiftly rose to his feet, tilting his head to attentively listen to the commotion outside. Deep within, he felt a surge of resentment. Why did he have to acquire such a fruit? Of all things. He received a pair of keen ears, which proved rather futile in combat. As he focused intently, he suddenly sensed a tremor within the space saturated with a foul odor. Almost instantly, a colossal Sea King was cleaved in two by the pirates outside. A torrent of seawater surged in, washing away the crimson gastric acid and sweeping Xi Bei along with it, finally granting him the opportunity he had long desired to plunge into the sea and confirm his transformation into a landlubber. The crucial realization struck him. The fruit he had consumed was indeed a devil fruit. For now, submerged in the ocean, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Though his consciousness remained intact and he had not forgotten how to swim, his body gradually sank into the depths, with the miniature submarine lost to the currents. "Captain Sayre, look, a small boat has emerged from the belly of the Sea King." Impossible. How could a boat be inside a Sea King? It's true. The pirate, clad in a headscarf, fixated on the small vessel expelled by the waves. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a skull adorned with a smiling face emblazoned on its side, an emblem he recognized all too well as a fellow pirate. The infamous supernova of the worst generation, Trafalgar Law, had become a household name, and the sight struck him with sheer terror. He exclaimed in alarm, "It's a pirate ship. The Heart Pirates led by Trafalgar Law. What brings him here?" His shout roused the entire crew aboard. Captain Sayre, his face bristling with a thick beard, rushed to his side. "What? Impossible." He grasped his telescope, squinting through it, and immediately spotted the skull emblem on the miniature vessel. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as disbelief washed over him. Indeed, it was the infamous Surgeon of Death from the North Sea. Amidst the crew, someone cried out with a tremor in their voice, The Heart Pirates have been attacking other crews relentlessly these past few days. Captain Trafalgar Law has been merciless, harvesting the hearts of many pirates. If he is here, it can't be for anything good. What shall we do, Captain Sail? Calm down. Sail bellowed. The vessel appeared diminutive, scarcely capable of accommodating a handful of individuals. Even that infamous surgeon of death, devoid of crew, would not dare to act recklessly against us alone. We shall observe the situation for now, my comrades. Arm yourselves with ammunition, ready for an assault. A throng of pirates scurried chaotically into the powder magazine. Captain Sear continued to survey the scene through his telescope. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a shadow slipping from the belly of the sea creature. Swiftly engulfed by the ocean, accompanied by a series of bubbles, and it did not resurface. Captain Sear could not discern the figure's features, presuming it to be Trafalgar Law. After all, this minuscule craft bore the Jolly Roger of Law. Who else could it be? Captain Sear was positively ecstatic. Trafalgar Law, a wielder of extraordinary abilities, had now plunged into the depths of the sea. What a fitting fate. He was surely doomed. A crew member interjected, Captain Sear. Ever since Trafalgar Law absconded with Straw Hat Luffy during the Marineford War, the Marine headquarters has elevated his bounty to 300 million. 300 million. Captain Sear was momentarily taken aback, then shouted exuberantly, retrieve him. All crew members widened their eyes in disbelief. Retrieve him? That would be madness. Captain Sear laughed heartily. If they could claim Trafalgar Law's head, the Cutlass Pirates would gain renown across the seas. What of the so-called era of the worst? What of the supernovas? Utter nonsense. With Whitebeard now deceased, and the New World in disarray, the Marine headquarters was enlisting recruits left and right. If they did not devise a means to bolster their crew, survival in the New World would prove arduous. Now, Trafalgar Law floated like a dead dog in the sea. A potential stepping stone for them to establish their dominion in the New World. The crew fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in collective cheers. Captain Sear, I am with you to the end. Captain Sear, you will surely uncover the grand treasure. Captain Sear bellowed, lads, haul him aboard. Aye. The most adept swimmer among the pirates secured a rope around himself and plunged into the depths. Before long, Xi Bei was retrieved from the ocean's grasp. However, at that point, Xi Bei had unknowingly swallowed copious amounts of seawater and had lost consciousness. The pirate, with a turban adorning his head, tied the rope around Xi Bei's waist and signaled to his comrades. The remaining pirates, upon witnessing this, began to collectively pull the rope, finally bringing Xi Bei aboard. Subsequently, they bound Xi Bei with a bundle of ropes and cast him before Captain Sear. Upon closer inspection, Captain Sear realized something was amiss. Was this truly Trafalgar Law? How could he resemble so little the visage depicted on the wanted poster? Upon hearing Sear's words, a crew member hurried over with a stack of bounty notices in hand. Captain Sear glanced at the notices and then at Xi Bei. This comparison revealed the truth. This individual was certainly not Trafalgar Law. A group of crew members widened their eyes, wondering if they had mistakenly apprehended the wrong person. The pirate, clad in a headscarf, explained, I saw him out there in the sea. I certainly did not misidentify him. Captain Sear, infuriated, delivered a kick to Xi Bei's abdomen. With a sudden burst, Xi Bei was jolted awake by a spray of seawater. The crew of the Quick Blade Pirates, roughly estimated to number a dozen or so, were all robust individuals, exuding a palpable air of menace. After all, they were pirates. Had they appeared too refined, it would have seemed quite out of place. As for the pirate ship itself, it was not particularly large. Yet it bore the marks of having navigated the seas for an extended duration. The deck was riddled with cracks, and every step taken emitted a creaking sound, while the hull exhibited a weathered and battered condition, suggesting it had endured its fair share of conflict. In summary, remaining aboard this vessel instilled a profound sense of insecurity. It was difficult to fathom how this fearsome band of pirates had managed to traverse such vast waters on this decrepit ship. Now, these seemingly ruthless marauders surrounded Xi Bei, each wielding gleaming blades, their anticipation palpable as they swallowed hard. Even though Xi Bei was securely bound, the pirates remained on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down. Xi Bei remained oblivious to the true intentions harbored by the group of pirates. He mistakenly believed that they had rescued him out of goodwill. Aware of their pirate status, he nonetheless regarded them as his saviors, and thus he expressed his gratitude with a fervent cascade of thanks. Ahem, I nearly lost my life. I am truly grateful to you, Captain Sear. Xi Bei came to know Captain Sear's name because he overheard a conversation among the pirates while inside the belly of the Sea King. Thus, He boldly concluded that the burly man with a ship's hat and a bushy beard was indeed Captain Sear. Xi Bei, murmuring his gratitude, was preparing to rise from the ground when he discovered himself bound hand and foot. Confusion enveloped him, having been rescued from the sea by this band of pirates. Why were they now restraining him? Why have you tied me up? Captain Sear's face turned pale as he delivered a harsh kick to Xi Bei, gritting his teeth in fury. How do you know my name? You are indeed one of the Red Heart pirates, aren't you? You've been targeting us from the very beginning. Haven to you? Is Trafalgar Law hiding nearby? That scoundrel. Does he intend to seize my heart as well? Xi Bei was utterly perplexed. How had he inexplicably become a member of the Red Heart pirates? Soon, he recalled that he had embarked on a maritime journey aboard Law's submarine, and it was only reasonable that he might be mistaken for one of Law's crew. But where was the submarine? Xi Bei has resolutely decided to make his home within the confines of the submarine. Now that he feels secure, he immediately wishes to ascertain the location of the vessel. Like a caterpillar, he slowly maneuvers his body to the edge of the ship, raising his head to survey his surroundings. It is then that he notices the submarine being towed by a rope, following closely behind the swift pirate ship. A sigh of relief escapes him. After all, this submarine is his sole means of transportation in this place. Without it, this landlubber would find it utterly impossible to survive upon the vast ocean. The pirates, somewhat wary of approaching Xi Bei, can only observe from a distance. When they see him perched on the edge of the ship, they mistakenly believe he is attempting to leap into the sea to escape after his identity has been exposed. Is this fellow perhaps a wielder of special abilities? Does he intend to plunge into the depths? Foolishness, for those with powers are rejected by the sea. Trafalgar Law is a madman. Who would have imagined that one of his crew members would be such a simpleton? A group of pirates bursts in a hearty laughter. Xi Bei glared at the group of indiscreet pirates and retorted, "You lot are the real fools. Who said I was about to jump? I merely wanted to ascertain the whereabouts of my little boat. Moreover, I am neither a member of the Red Heart pirate crew nor an associate of Trafalgar Law. Stop spewing nonsense and untie my ropes at once." After his outburst, the pirates fell silent, intimidated. Captain Sear, with his full beard, suddenly charged over and pinned Xi Bei to the ground. With Sear leading the charge, the other pirates hastily joined in to restrain Xi Bei, as if fearing he might suddenly take flight. Within moments, Xi Bei found himself pinned beneath 5 or 6 pirates, utterly immobilized. Suffocated by the weight bearing down upon him, Xi Bei, just pulled from the sea and utterly drained of strength, struggled against his bindings. The sheer bulk of Captain Sear alone was overwhelming, and with several additional pirates joining the fray, Xi Bei feared he might suffocate. "What are you doing? I have already stated that I am not part of Trafalgar Law's crew." Captain Sear bellowed, "Silence. Do not attempt to deceive me. Since you recognize me, you must be after my bounty. I have long suspected that Trafalgar Law's recent activities at sea have been rather suspicious. All newcomers with bounties below 100 million have had their hearts taken by him. Speak. What is your true intention? Taken hearts?" Xi Bei pondered. Trafalgar Law, a user of the Op no Mi, possessed a rather peculiar ability. Within a defined area, Law could dismember individuals into countless pieces, yet those dismembered would not perish. In other words, even if Law extracted a pirate's heart, as long as it continued to beat, the pirate would remain alive until the heart naturally failed or was crushed. However, the cool and composed Law always acted with intent. A meticulous strategist like him would never engage in such reckless actions that would tarnish his reputation. The brutal act of seizing other pirates' hearts would not only incite their ire, but also attract the attention of the Navy, which seemed entirely out of character for Law. Xi Bei pondered deeply, and suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind. A figure adorned with spectacles, clad in a pink feather coat. Xi Bei was taken aback himself, murmuring softly, "Why did I suddenly think of that monster, Doflamingo?" Xi Bei continued to ponder the implications. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords, is recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate, endowed with numerous privileges. The 7 warlords stand as a formidable barrier before ordinary pirates. To ascend to this rank, one must possess the overwhelming power to subdue other pirates. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo meets this criterion, and among the limited number of 7 warlords, he is arguably the most perilous. His strength is indisputable. More significantly, Doflamingo boasts a lineage tied to the celestial dragons. Although a relic of the past, this connection remains unfathomable to other pirates. Trafalgar Law, once a subordinate of Doflamingo, spent many years in his shadow without discerning Doflamingo's concealed identity. Otherwise, he would not have faced such a humiliating defeat in Dressrosa. Upon this realization, Xi Bei was suddenly struck with astonishment. Ah, the 7 warlords. Zai's sudden scream startled Captain Seer. Trembling, Captain Seer stammered, "What? What are the 7 warlords? What does it mean?" Xi Bei has finally come to understand why Law sought to seize the hearts of other pirates. It is because Law exchanged 100 pirate hearts for the title of Warlord of the Sea at the Navy headquarters. Indeed, Law aspires to become a Warlord of the Sea. Xi Bei slammed his palm onto the deck with exuberance, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have truly arrived at the right moment." Upon closer reflection, it becomes evident that during the 2 years of the Straw Hat pirate seclusion, a plethora of remarkable events have transpired. Heart was delivered by Law. A duel with an admiral ensued. Akainu welcomed the addition of Green Bull to the Blackbeard crew. Smoker sought out the G5 branch of the Navy. Fujitora and Green Bull were exceptionally promoted to admirals, and the legendary pirates from Level 6 of the underwater prison collectively orchestrated their escape to engage in nefarious activities. Among a series of other significant occurrences, there are still many splendid performances yet to unfold. Xi Bei suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Upon hearing his maniacal chuckles, the entire Quick Blade pirate crew broke out in a cold sweat. The sudden burst of laughter from Xi startled Captain Seer. Particularly, upon hearing Xi inexplicably shout the name of the 7 warlords, Captain Seer was seized by a sensation akin to sitting on needles. His bounty was 67 million berries, a sum that, while not excessive, was certainly not negligible. Yet, should he inadvertently cross paths with one of the 7 warlords, annihilation would be instantaneous and without negotiation. One pirate pressing down on Xi, swallowing hard, inquired, "Captain Seer, did he just mention the 7 warlords?" Before the bearded Captain Seer could respond, another pirate interjected, "I heard it too. He indeed said the 7 warlords." Upon hearing this, the pirates who had been subduing Xi immediately stood up and retreated, clearly terrified by the name of the 7 warlords. It was not entirely surprising. Any pirate who had ever set sail was familiar with the term. In the balance of power between the Navy and pirates, the identity of the 7 warlords represented an extraordinarily unique status. To put it broadly, they were a means for the Navy to engage in black dealings. The term legal pirate carried immense significance. Beyond all this, the might of the 7 warlords was something that pirates regarded with great trepidation. Captain Seer was also concerned. Yet in order to reassure his crew, he declared, "Calm down. This brat is merely trying to frighten us. How could he possibly be one of the 7 warlords? He is just a subordinate of Trafalgar Law." However, the pirate exclaimed, "But Captain, he truly mentioned the 7 warlords." Captain Seer approached and slapped the mutinous subordinate, scolding, "If he were one of the 7 warlords, would he have fallen into the sea? I distinctly saw him emerge from the belly of a sea king. He must have encountered one at sea and was swallowed whole." It must be said that Seer's reasoning was sharp and his logic clear, akin to having witnessed Xi's ordeal firsthand. His ascension to captaincy was not merely a stroke of luck. He possessed the ability to think critically, unlike the crew beneath him, who were quick to panic. After Captain Seer's analysis, the pirates collectively exhaled in relief. "So that is how it is. You scared me. I was puzzled. How could a 7 warlord fall into the sea? How dare he try to intimidate us?" At this moment, a pirate with a turban, the one who had retrieved Xi from the ocean, was holding a stack of bounty notices, examining them one by one. "Nak, what are you looking at?" Captain Seer casually asked, then continued, "Hurry and fetch another rope. We must bind this brat securely. He cannot escape. If he dared to come here alone, it's possible that his captain, Trafalgar Law, is lurking nearby. If that scoundrel Law is indeed after me, with his crew member in my possession, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly." The pirate, adorned with a turban, was known as Nak, appearing to be in his early 20s. Nak brandished a stack of bounty notices as he approached, exclaiming, "Captain Seer, I could not find this lad's bounty among the crew of the Heart Pirates." At that moment, Xi Bei had regained some strength, leaning back and inadvertently colliding his head with Seer's nose. Seizing the opportunity, he rose to his feet, spewing forth words in an "I have already informed you countless times. I am neither a crew member of Trafalgar Law nor associated with the Heart Pirates. How much longer do you intend to keep me bound?" Xi Bei was utterly exasperated, having been mistaken for a naval officer by a group of women on Nine Snake Island. Now, confronted by pirates, he was again misidentified as a crew member of Trafalgar Law. What a day of misfortune it had turned out to be. Captain Seer, plagued by suspicion, was unlikely to trust Xi Bei's words. "You scoundrel, do you think you can deceive me? If you are not a member of Trafalgar Law's crew, Then why does your small vessel bear the Jolly Roger of the Heart Pirates? With that, Captain Sear drew his cutlass, shouting, "Men, do not let him escape. Capture him. And remember to take him alive. Let this scoundrel experience the might of the quick blade pirates. I, Sear, am a notorious supernova with a bounty of 67 million berries. How could I allow Trafalgar Law to seize my heart so easily?" The young pirate, wrapped in a headscarf and named Knack, was undoubtedly Sear's trusted subordinate. After hearing Sear's words, he echoed, "This kid is nothing but a rookie who hasn't even been marked by the Navy." The other pirates raised their arms in a fervent cheer. "So he is merely a novice. This scoundrel has deceived us. Captain Sear, we cannot let him go. Capture him." Seeing his crew's fervor, Captain Sear cast aside his apprehensions and, drawing his cutlass, charged toward Xi Bei. He intended to deliver a couple of slashes to subdue Xi Bei. After all, Xi Bei was a user of a devil fruit power. Caution was essential. Xi Bei glared at the obstinate pirates charging towards him, a surge of fury igniting within him. How infuriating! Were it not for the fact that these scoundrels had once saved his life, he would have been disinclined to offer any further explanations. Yet, having already attempted to clarify matters, it seemed they remained deaf to reason, insisting instead on a violent confrontation to satiate their desires. Previously, Xi Bei had ingested a here fruit while inside the belly of a sea king, thus his auditory perception transcends the ordinary realm of human logic. Now, he possesses the remarkable ability to discern the sound of a trigger being pulled amidst the cacophony of a bustling crowd. Indeed, someone is aiming a firearm at him. Upon hearing the sound, Xi Bei took a small step to the left. At that moment, bang! The gun fired. The bullet grazed Xi Bei's cheek, severing a few strands of his hair. What a close call. Had it not been for the assistance of the sound fruit ability, that shot would undoubtedly have been a fatal one. What happened to the promise of capturing me alive? Xi Bei could no longer endure the torment. Though bound, his legs retained the freedom of movement. He lifted his right leg high above his head, his expression darkening, and with tremendous force, he stomped down upon the cracked deck. With a martial technique, he unleashed the roaring axe. Boom! The pirate ship trembled violently, and soon after, a more significant fissure began to tear through the deck. Ultimately, the entire ship split in two, severed at its midpoint. Many pirates, unable to steady themselves, slipped and plunged into the sea. Even Captain Saya tumbled. And had he not reacted swiftly to grasp a plank, he too would have found himself submerged alongside the others. With a single stomp, Xi Bei not only shattered the pirate ship, but also crushed the spirits of its crew. Such formidable prowess, and yet, he remains unrecognized by any bounty? Have the Navy truly lost their discernment? Captain Sear, swaying in indignation, shouted vehemently, "You scoundrel! Just look at what you've done to my pirate vessel." Xi Bei's stomp exuded an air of authority, yet he overlooked the fact that he had transformed into a wielder of a devil fruit's power. Falling into the sea would spell certain doom for him. Now, having shattered the very ship beneath his feet, he found himself bound and utterly incapable of grasping anything. It would not be long before he, like others before him, would plummet into the depths of the ocean. Truly, he had dug his own grave. Xi Bei stumbled over to Sayer's side, then opened his mouth and bit down on Sayer's clothing. Alas, the stench of sweat was overwhelming. Captain Sayer's nose was so startled that tears sprang forth. "You scoundrel! Not only have you destroyed my pirate ship, but you also dare to think of devouring me?" Captain Sayer raised his knife, poised to strike at Xi Bei. Xi Bei delivered a swift kick to Sear's groin. The pirate ship was now on the verge of sinking. Should they remain aboard, both he and Sear would inevitably plunge into the depths of the sea, and at that point, one could hardly expect Sear to come to his rescue. Xi Bei ambiguously exclaimed, "Wild revelry shall lead to my demise. Untie my bindings." Captain Sayer, perplexed, responded, "What?" Xi Bei, with the fabric of his attire clutched between his teeth, struggled to articulate his thoughts, prompting him to sway his body and twist his slender waist. With this motion, his intentions became remarkably clear. At that moment, Captain Sayer suddenly recalled that Xi Bei possessed extraordinary abilities. Should he plunge into the sea, his fate would be sealed. Captain Sayer was unwilling to easily untie Xi Bei. Thus, he pondered carefully, realizing that he had previously been unable to subdue Xi Bei. Even if he were to release Xi Bei from his bindings, would he not take to the skies? An idea struck Captain Sayer, and he resolved to plunge into the ocean, dragging Xi Bei along with him. Xi Bei's eyelid twitched momentarily, and then he delivered a swift kick to Captain Sear's groin. Captain Sear clasped his legs, nearly collapsing to his knees. Xi Bei gazed at him with an unyielding stare, her eyes icy. Captain Sayer began to tremble uncontrollably, and then, as if compelled by an unseen force, he reached out his hand and untied the ropes binding Xi Bei. The ropes binding Xi Bei were untied, allowing him to release his grip and reach for the nearby wooden plank. He then fixed his gaze upon Sailor, articulating each word with precision. Captain, if I am not mistaken, your worth appears to be 67 million berries, does it not? Captain Sailor began to perspire. Xi Bei suddenly seized Captain Sear's collar, his voice cold as he declared, I shall reiterate for the final time, I am neither a member of the Red Heart pirate crew nor an associate of Trafalgar Law. For I am not a pirate at all. Captain Sear swallowed hard, instinctively inquiring, then who exactly are you? Me? Xi Bei replied, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xi Bei, a merciless bounty hunter of pirates. Captain Sear's pupils constricted sharply. A bounty hunter of pirates? The words hung in the air. Zybe collided forcefully with Captain Sear's forehead, resulting in a gruesome injury that led to his immediate demise. Among the crew of the Quick Blade pirates, none possessed any remarkable abilities. Thus, these relatively obscure pirates exhibited exceptional swimming skills. Shortly after plunging into the sea, they resurfaced and clutched floating pieces, narrowly escaping calamity. Just as the pirates, relieved to have survived, began to exhale with relief, they were confronted with the sight of Captain Sear, bloodied and lifeless. This gruesome scene caused their hearts to race once more with trepidation. Do you recall the young pirate with a headscarf? His name is Nak, and he is Captain Sear's trusted confidant. Unlike the others who plunged into the water, he managed to cling to the deck. Thus, witnessing the entire incident unfold and overhearing the conversation between Zybe and Captain Sear, Nak now found himself grappling with a significant psychological burden. As pirates, they had inadvertently retrieved a bounty hunter from the depths of the sea, which was already unsettling enough, but the most alarming revelation was that the notorious Captain Sear, with a bounty of 67 million berries, had been felled by this self-proclaimed bounty hunter, Zybe. Though the Quick Blade pirates lacked fame, they had endured the trials of battle and had never faced such disgrace while evading the Navy's relentless pursuit. The notion of being bested by a bounty hunter was nearly intolerable. Overcome with emotion, Nak shouted, Despicable bounty hunter! Release Captain Sear! A group of pirates clinging to their wooden planks echoed Nak's furious cries. Realizing that their leader had been knocked out by another, they understood their own limitations against Zybe and resorted to shouting insults instead. However, even in their anger, the pirates were distracted, engaging in hushed conversations amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear? This guy is a bounty hunter? One asked. I did, but why is a bounty hunter aboard Law's pirate ship? Could it be that the notorious Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 340 million berries, has been taken down by him? Another head floated nearby, shaking in disbelief. Impossible. A bounty hunter of such caliber would have long since ventured into the New World to amass wealth, not linger here. Yet, they had all witnessed Zybe's formidable strength. The group of pirates adrift on the sea evidently had not heard the exchange between Zybe and Captain Sear, and thus engaged in wild speculation, casting doubt on Zybe's true identity. Despite their lengthy discussions, there was one conclusion upon which they unanimously agreed. Regardless of Zybe's origins, he was undeniably powerful. Xi Bei had no time to waste with these ruffians. He hoisted Captain Sear upon his shoulders and leapt back to the small submarine in just a few. At that moment, the pirate ship of the Quick Blade pirates had also succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Xi Bei tossed Captain Sayer into the cockpit, preparing to depart. With the pirate ship now sunk, the pirates found themselves adrift, clinging to fragments of wood upon the ocean's surface. Should Xi Bei choose to simply walk away at this moment, the pirates would undoubtedly face certain doom, instilling a profound sense of urgency among them. Please, help me. I do not wish to perish. I implore you. I have a daughter awaiting my return. I too have a daughter. I have two. My household boasts 3. I have 5. Quintuplets. In the face of life-threatening peril, the pirates' cries for salvation began to resonate in unison. Just moments ago, they had vociferously cursed Xi Bei's ancestors, with the most vehement among them being a young pirate named Nak. Ironically, it was now Nak who shouted the loudest for help. It was not that Xi Bei was unwilling to assist. However, nearly 20 pirates floated helplessly on the water, while his submarine, including himself, could accommodate only 3 or 4 individuals at most. Currently, he occupied the space of 2 due to Captain Sayer lying limp in the cockpit, leaving no room for others. Rescue seemed an impossibility. The only reason Xi Bei had dragged Captain Sayer into the cockpit was to claim the bounty, a substantial sum of 67 million berries. Each village harbored a naval garrison, and as long as the Pirates Wanted poster did not explicitly state the need for live capture, one could collect a handsome reward even for delivering a pirate's lifeless body. However, what truly concerned Xi Bei was not the monetary berries, but rather the honor points from the system. This presented a perfect opportunity to ascertain the value of a pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries in terms of honor points. While he did not harbor extravagant expectations, a single skill advancement should surely suffice. Xi Bei was lost in thought, oblivious to the desperate cries of the pirates. The pirates had exerted themselves shouting for an extended period, feeling both fatigued and parched. Particularly, Nak, who had bellowed the loudest, was on the verge of losing his voice. Observing Xi Bei's indifference, Nak suddenly tore off his headscarf and rallied the other pirates. "Brothers, follow me. Let us seize his small boat together." Nak's shout jolted Xi Bei back to awareness. Xi Bei squatted down, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Nak, then questioned, "What did you just say? You intend to seize my small boat?" Nak's heart skipped a beat. He harbored a profound fear of Xi Bei, yet if Xi Bei did not come to their aid, they would inevitably succumb to the merciless depths of the sea. Given such dire circumstances, it was only natural for anyone to fight back. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a band of unrepentant pirates. Nak continued to shout, "Brothers, he possesses powers. We merely need to devise a way to drag him into the sea. We are currently in the water, rendering him powerless against us. Do not be intimidated. Remember how Captain Serre treated us in the past. Captain Serre is now on that small boat, and even if it costs us our lives, we must rescue him." The pirates, who had previously been pleading for help, suddenly transformed into fierce and menacing figures. "Roar! That damned ability user! Hand over the small boat." "No, quickly surrender, Captain Serre." These pirates were indeed obstinate and excessively emotional. With just a few flattering words, they could be roused into a frenzy. This had been the case on the ship, and now, even in the water, they failed to learn from their past mistakes. Must they wait until their lives were in peril to recognize their errors and seek redemption? Upon reflection, it seemed that in the world of pirates, the majority would not shed tears until faced with the inevitability of death. Just as Xi Bei contemplated teaching the pirates a lesson, he suddenly heard voices from several hundred meters away. He looked up in the direction of the sound and discovered a warship approaching swiftly. At the very moment when Xi Bei beheld the warship, he heard someone aboard it shout, "Fire!" Xi Bei was startled and hurriedly retreated into the cockpit. However, the pirates drifting on the sea were somewhat perplexed, for they could not hear the sounds from hundreds of meters away. Upon witnessing Xi Bei's retreat into the cockpit, they mistakenly believed that he had been frightened by them, leading to a cacophony of unabashed laughter among the pirates. Just as their merriment reached its zenith, a cannonball unexpectedly descended from the heavens, landing squarely amidst their gathered ranks. Boom! Water erupted, and at last, the world fell silent. As Xi Bei hastily took refuge in the cockpit, he was suddenly jolted by the thunderous sound of an explosion. He leaned against the small window to peer outside, observing a warship adorned with white sails drawing ever closer. Upon the sails, there was an emblem signifying its naval affiliation, a symbol that bore a striking resemblance to a seagull. Indeed, it evoked the image of the seagull perched atop the head of the commander from the Warring States period. At this moment, Xi Bei had successfully captured Captain Serre and was troubled by the lack of a place to claim his reward. To his fortune, the Navy appeared uninvited, thereby alleviating him of considerable effort. Dragging Captain Serre's lifeless body, he prepared to step outside the submarine to greet the naval officers. However, as Xi Bei pushed open the door, he overheard a conversation from the warship. "Admiral Muskrat, that is Trafalgar Law's pirate ship. Sink it." This simple utterance caused Xi Bei to halt in his tracks. It dawned on him that he was currently aboard Law's pirate vessel, and at this time, Law had not yet ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea. He was merely an ordinary pirate. Thus, upon spotting the Jolly Roger, the Navy would undoubtedly open fire. What sent a chill down Xi Bei's spine was the presence of an admiral on the warship, specifically the one named Muskrat. Even among the 16 admirals in the Navy headquarters, Muskrat was a notably distinguished figure. Xi Bei harbored no fondness for the Navy, and aside from the 3 admirals, very few naval officers left an impression on him. Smoker was one, and this Muskrat was another. If Xi Bei's memory served him correctly, Admiral Muskrat was not only a master swordsman, but also an adept practitioner of the Navy's 6 styles. Fortunately, Muskrat was not a quintessential brawler. He was rather rational and seldom acted on impulse, perhaps owing to his experience with the demon-slaying order. He steadfastly adhered to the sense of justice he held dear. Xi believed that if it were the Flying Squirrel General, he would likely secure an opportunity for communication. He certainly did not wish to engage in battle with the Flying Squirrel General, as he was well aware that victory was beyond his reach. Xi Bei hastily emerged from the cockpit, vigorously waving his arms and shouting at the top of his lungs, "I am not a pirate." Rear Admiral Squirrel, draped in a white cloak that signified the Navy's uniform, clearly displayed the word justice emblazoned upon it. Every uniform issued by the Navy headquarters bore this emblem, and Squirrel's attire was no exception, the word justice following him like a shadow. Upon noticing Xi Bei's frantic gestures, Rear Admiral Squirrel raised his telescope for a closer look. He then commanded, "Wait." The Navy personnel, who had already loaded their cannons and were poised to attack, halted their movements upon hearing his order. Squirrel handed the telescope to a nearby sailor, stating, "The person on the ship is not Trafalgar Law." After receiving the telescope, the sailor glanced through it and saw Xi Bei standing outside the submarine's cockpit, waving fervently in their direction. It was indeed surprising. How had he ended up on Law's pirate vessel? Rear Admiral Squirrel clarified, "That is merely a small lifeboat. It must belong to Law, as it bears his pirate emblem. Bring me the bounty poster. Let us verify if he is one of the Heart Pirates. Ever since Whitebeard's defeat at our hands, the balance in the New World has been disrupted, leading to an influx of new pirates. Meanwhile, our Navy has undergone significant internal upheaval, leaving us little time to manage these marauders. This audacious scoundrel, what could his intentions possibly be?" The Navy personnel swallowed hard. Recently, Law's conduct at sea had been exceedingly erratic, particularly his penchant for seizing others' hearts. This behavior had even spread throughout the Navy headquarters. However, the current state of disarray within the headquarters was palpable. Sengoku had relinquished the position of Fleet Admiral, and the two admirals, Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan, were embroiled in a bitter rivalry for the role, leaving them unable to devote attention to Law's antics, thus allowing him to act with impunity. The remaining Admiral, Kizaru, was preoccupied with overseeing the repairs of Marineford. The Navy headquarters was unable to manage the ongoing violence at sea, which led to an urgent call for recruitment. Rear Admiral Squirrel noticed a couple of sailors hesitating to voice their thoughts, clearly grappling with unspoken concerns. He, astute as ever, sensed their unease and remarked to himself, "Regardless of whether Akainu or Akiji ascends to the position of Fleet Admiral, the Navy headquarters will inevitably undergo a significant transformation. Sengoku's endorsement of Akiji is not without reason. It may at least improve conditions for the Navy. However, should Akainu assume command?" The sailors listened intently, hanging on his every word. If Akainu becomes Fleet Admiral, it is likely that the Navy headquarters will relocate to the New World. At that moment, a young sailor murmured, "I personally favor Admiral Akiji for the position of Fleet Admiral." Soon, someone echoed, "Indeed, it always feels as though Admiral Akainu possesses a certain intensity." Vice Admiral Mongoose bellowed, "You scoundrels, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for your own demise?" The sailors were drenched in cold sweat, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Each individual resumed their duties. Those at the helm steered, while the lookouts kept watch. Before long, the grand vessel approached the side of the ship belonging to Xi Bei, and the Navy lowered a rope ladder. The implication was clear. Xi Bei was to board the ship on his own accord. Xi Bei wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart filled with indecision. He had heard every word spoken by General Wushu and his subordinates, thanks to his ability to eavesdrop. It was not his intention to invade their privacy. Now, the naval vessel loomed before him, and he could not resort to deception. The crux of the matter was that he had committed no wrongdoing and was certainly not a pirate. There was nothing to fear. With this thought in mind, Xi Bei exhaled a deep breath and, with unwavering resolve, ascended the rope ladder to board the warship. As Xi Bei leapt onto the deck of the warship, the surrounding sailors aimed their weapons at him, clearly still skeptical of his intentions. However, it wasn't long before a young sailor approached, clutching a bounty notice, and presented it before Admiral Wushu. In a hushed tone, the sailor remarked, "Admiral Wushu, there is no bounty notice for him among the crew of the Red Heart pirate crew. Furthermore, I have scoured the latest list of wanted pirates, and he does not appear there either. Could he possibly be a newcomer yet to be placed on the wanted list?" Although the young sailor spoke softly, his words did not escape Xi Bei's keen ears. Upon hearing the sailor's inquiry, Xi Bei promptly interjected with an air of integrity, "Ah, my good fellow. One must not speak carelessly. I am not a pirate. How could I possibly warrant a bounty from the Navy?" Admiral Wushu perused the bounty notice once more before asking, "Who are you? And why are you found aboard Trafalgar Law's lifeboat? This matter, as it turned out, was rather intricate. Admiral Wushu furrowed his brow. Xi Bei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then said, I hail from Zilabu village, and my name is Xi Bei, a bounty hunter of pirates. The expression on the face of Major Wushu softened slightly as he murmured, The East Sea, is it? Following this, Major Wushu instructed his subordinate. Please verify with the naval headquarters whether there exists a pirate by the name of Xi Bei. The subordinate complied and promptly turned to seek out the telephone book. Xi Bei, with an air of confidence and transparency, expressed his lack of fear regarding inspections. He continued, Indeed, I recently encountered a pirate crew, known as the Quick Blade Pirates, led by Captain Sear. It is said that their bounty stands at 67 million berries. I have apprehended him, and he is currently aboard my small vessel. Colonel Wasm, would you care to verify the cargo? If everything checks out, I shall claim my reward. Xi Bei intentionally left his words unfinished. What? Major Mouse held a bounty notice in his hand, and upon hearing Xi Bei's remark, he glanced down to find Captain Sear's bounty order. The captain of the Quick Blade pirate crew, hailing from the South Sea, is fully named Nyabang Sear, with the moniker Quick Blade Sear, carrying a bounty of 67 million berries. Major Mouse exchanged glances with several nearby sailors, and then instructed, Go down and investigate. Two naval officers standing a short distance away saluted, then turned and descended the rope ladder, making their way to the small boat. Although the small vessel bore the Jolly Roger of Trafalgar Law, it had already been deemed by Xi Bei as his own possession. Indeed, he was that domineering. Even if Law himself were to appear, he would not reclaim it. However, if time permitted, it would be wise to find a way to erase the pirate emblem on the boat. Otherwise, he would be misunderstood as having ties with Law wherever he went, which was simply unacceptable. It was fortunate to encounter someone like Major Mouse, who was amenable to conversation. Had he met a naval officer with the temperament of a Kainu, he would likely have been sunk long ago. Xi Bei stood at the edge of the warship, gazing down at the sailors rummaging through the small boat. Hey, what are you doing? Xi Bei prepared to disembark in an attempt to halt the two naval soldiers, but General Wushu extended his hand to impede him. Seemingly apprehensive that he might abscond, frustration surged within Xi Bei, nearly prompting an exclamation of indignation. After all, such a colossal warship loomed nearby. What was there to fear regarding his escape? The audacity of these sailors was truly remarkable. Left with no alternative, he straightened his neck and bellowed, The pirates are in the cockpit. Do not rummage through my small vessel. I am not a pirate. And you have cast me as a criminal. Today has truly been a wretched day. General Wushu, unable to comprehend the latter part of his outburst, chose to selectively ignore it and inquired, You have yet to inform me from whence this small boat originated? Xi Bei, repeatedly pestered by inquiries, retorted with indignation, I seized it fair and square. Is that sufficient? His voice resonated with considerable volume, drawing the attention of the surrounding naval soldiers. To dare to snatch a ship from the grasp of Trafalgar Law, and to succeed, was undoubtedly a tale of extraordinary magnitude. Many naval personnel began to speculate on the true identity of Xi Bei, pondering whether he might indeed be the formidable vice admiral himself. For even he might find such an accomplishment beyond reach. If Xi Bei were truly a powerful pirate hunter, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon to the Navy, particularly in these times of personnel scarcity. The jaws of the naval soldiers nearly dropped to the ground in astonishment. Xi Bei remained unconvinced. As a bounty hunter, is it truly questionable for me to confiscate supplies from pirates? It is important to note that Xi Bei speaks with unrestrained confidence, never pausing to draft his thoughts. The reason I am aboard this modest vessel is to lure Trafalgar Law out. Recently, Law has committed a multitude of heinous acts upon the seas. It is not only the pirates and the Navy that seek his downfall, but even we bounty hunters harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Xi Bei let out a sigh, his expression laden with melancholy. 10 days ago, I had a fleeting encounter with Trafalgar Law. In that encounter, I dealt him a significant blow, injuring him so severely that he was compelled to flee, parting ways with his crew. In my relentless pursuit of Law, I commandeered this small vessel. To this day, I have been tracing his whereabouts. However, that scoundrel is exceedingly cunning. Aware that he cannot best me, he has been evading my grasp. Thus, I find myself here, masquerading as one of his crew, patiently awaiting the moment to ensnare him. A hush fell over the assembly. Even Vice Admiral Weasel appeared taken aback. To inflict such a grievous injury upon Trafalgar Law? Even Vice Admiral Weasel lacked such prowess. After a moment's contemplation, Weasel discerned that there were no discrepancies in the timeline. Indeed, Law had begun acting independently 10 days prior, leaving the naval headquarters in a state of bewilderment regarding his abandonment of the pirate crew. Who could have anticipated such a backstory? Suddenly, Vice Admiral Weasel turned sharply, addressing the two naval soldiers aboard the small ship. No need to search further. Bring Captain Sear up at once. The two sailors responded promptly, emerging from the cockpit, dragging Captain Sear forth. His head was drenched in blood, startling the two young sailors. As long as they were not blind, they could see that Captain Sear had already succumbed. However, their duty as naval officers rendered them indifferent to the fate of the pirate. Within moments of Vice Admiral Weasel's command, the lifeless body of Captain Sear was unceremoniously cast onto the deck of the warship. Weasel checked Sear's temperature and breath, confirming his demise. Any pirate listed on the wanted poster, regardless of their state, would yield a bounty upon capture. Thus, Xi Bei's 67 million berries would indeed be honored, with the Navy prepared to disburse the full amount. Now, the naval officers aboard the warship regarded Xi Bei with newfound respect, having heard of his illustrious achievements. They began to perceive him as a pirate hunter far more formidable than Roronoa Zoro. With such an exceptional ally assisting in the capture of pirates, the burden on the Navy had been significantly alleviated. Vice Admiral Weasel even contemplated the prospect of recruiting him into the naval headquarters. After boasting confidently, Xi Bei smacked his lips without the slightest hint of embarrassment or agitation. At that moment, his stomach let out a rumbling sound. It had been a day since he last consumed any sustenance. The devil fruit certainly could not be regarded as nourishment. He was in dire need of nutrients. For no matter how fervently he boasted, he remained a mere mortal who would feel anxious if deprived of grains and staples. Admiral Wushu, upon hearing the growl of Xi Bei's stomach, turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Bring forth the food." A naval officer saluted and replied, "But it is not yet mealtime." "No matter. Bring everything." The naval soldiers complied with a quick acknowledgement and hurried away with a few others in tow. Upon hearing the prospect of food, Xi Bei's heart soared with joy. For the past few days, he had subsisted on meager fare, struggling to find satisfaction in his sleep, his stomach perpetually grumbling. Were it not for the support of his martial prowess from the King of Fighters, he would surely be unable to stand. In his earlier days of watching anime, he often beheld pirates and naval officers feasting heartily on large chunks of meat, each morsel glistening with succulent juices, melting effortlessly upon the tongue. Merely witnessing such feasts was a delight to the senses. Now, the opportunity to indulge had finally arrived, and Xi Bei could hardly contain his salivation. The naval rations were indeed a sight to behold. Suddenly, Rear Admiral Wushu remarked, "It is rare to find a pirate hunter as formidable as yourself. To aid in the apprehension of nefarious pirates, you must have drifted at sea for quite some time. I can see that you are hungry, so let us dine here, and I shall escort you to the Black Norsen archipelago." Black Norsen? I've never heard of it. Xi Bei wiped his mouth, inquired, "Why send me to Hainu-Osen? I am aboard a warship, on a mission specifically to pursue a pirate. How could there possibly be 67 million berries for you? In the Hainu-Osen archipelago, there exists a security department established by 16 of our Navy's vice admirals, where you can claim your bounty." Xi Bei was somewhat perplexed. Hunting down pirates? Upon seeing his subordinates bringing in the meat, General Wushu did not continue his discourse, instead beckoning to Xi Bei, urging him to eat heartily. The more one consumed, the greater the strength one would have to pursue pirates. Most naval officers held a favorable view of the profession of pirate hunters, especially one as formidable as this particular hunter. Without preamble, General Wushu inquired, "Do you wish to join the Navy?" Xi Bei was voraciously tearing into the chunks of meat when he heard the words of General Squirrel, nearly unable to suppress a burst of laughter. The meat was tender, succulent, and delightfully chewy, such a treasure that one could not afford to waste. Wasting food would surely invoke divine retribution. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, swallowing every morsel before he began to speak. To his surprise, Xi Bei responded with remarkable candor. General Squirrel erupted into hearty laughter. Xi Bei, indifferent to his surroundings, continued to indulge in his meal. At that moment, a naval officer stationed at the lookout tower suddenly shouted, "General Wushu, ahead lies the Black North Islands." As General Wushu made his way toward the bow of the ship, he paused beside Xi Bei, gently patting him on the shoulder. With a solemn expression, he imparted a weighty admonition: "The true peril does not lie with the pirates, but rather with the sea itself. Take care not to meet your demise, O hunter of pirates." Xi Bei chewed on a piece of meat, his gaze fixed upon the squirrel general standing at the bow of the ship. As if sensing Xi Bei's scrutiny, the squirrel general turned around, casting a glance back at him, and remarked, "Ahead lies the Black Norsen archipelago. I have already informed the shore guards. You may disembark on your own shortly." Xi Bei wiped his mouth and uttered a word of thanks. Suddenly, the squirrel general chuckled and said, "We shall meet again in our new world." Xi Bei was only familiar with the Shambadi archipelago and had never heard of the Hainosan Islands. After some inquiries, he learned from General Squirrel about the significance of the Hainosan Islands. Both the Hainosan Islands and Shambadi archipelago serve as crucial passages to the New World seas. The primary distinction lies in the fact that the Shambadi archipelago is predominantly frequented by pirates, leading many areas to be dubbed lawless territories. In stark contrast, the Hainosan Islands are almost exclusively visited by bounty hunters, making sightings of pirates a rarity. Consequently, the Hainosan Islands are considerably more secure, with the island's inhabitants enjoying peaceful lives, thriving in their community. If the Shambadi archipelago is a haven for pirates, then the Hainosan Islands can be regarded as a paradise for bounty hunters. However, every situation possesses its pros and cons. Despite the abundance of pirates in the Shambadi archipelago, its proximity to the Navy headquarters in Marineford ensures that the pirates are aware of their limits and refrain from excessive disturbances. Conversely, due to the flourishing nature of the Hainosan Islands, the absence of pirates has allowed for a lack of attention from the Navy, which has led to numerous altercations among bounty hunters, sometimes disrupting the normal lives of the island's residents. It is essential to recognize that the competitive spirit among bounty hunters can occasionally become excessive. The Navy headquarters, faced with this dilemma, felt compelled to have 16 vice admirals jointly establish a naval garrison on the Hainosan Islands. Since the formation of this garrison, bounty hunters have indeed moderated their behavior. However, with an increase in their numbers, conflicts are inevitable, making it impossible to completely eradicate skirmishes. General Squirrel repeatedly advised Xi Bei that if he encountered trouble on the island, it would be wise to promptly inform the naval garrison. The implication of General Squirrel's words was clear. One should refrain from causing disturbances on the island, even in the face of trouble instigated by other bounty hunters, and instead seek refuge with the Navy. The Navy is known for its swift and decisive actions. Should any trouble arise that instills panic among the island's residents, the Navy would not hesitate to act against the bounty hunters. Xi Bei understood this message clearly. Although the prospect of swallowing his pride seemed somewhat implausible, he assured himself that he would not proactively seek trouble. Moreover, he was merely there to collect a bounty and had no intention of lingering. At that moment, a combat ship was already approaching the harbor. Xi Bei descended from the warship alone and beheld numerous sailboats of varying sizes along the shore. Upon closer inspection, there were at least dozens of them. Among these vessels, the largest was nearly comparable in size to the battleship that Vice Admiral Wasmouse commanded. Xi Bei felt a sense of perplexity. Logically, one would assume that pirate hunters operated independently. So why was there such a grand sailboat? Even Vice Admiral Wasmouse cast several lingering glances at the largest sailboat. Xi Bei moored his modest vessel alongside the ostentatious pirate ships. Taking a moment to compare them meticulously, a sense of impoverished inadequacy washed over him. To avert any potential disturbances, he draped a cloth over the pirate emblem on his boat. After all, this island was teeming with bounty hunters. If they were to discover Trafalgar Law's ship docked here, it could undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Once his preparations were complete, he muttered with some displeasure, "Bounty hunters come in various ranks." Suddenly, Rear Admiral Squirrel shouted, "A bounty hunter from the East Sea, do not forget my earlier words." It appeared that Rear Admiral Squirrel had pressing matters to attend to and did not intend to linger any longer. After once again advising Xi Bei, he commanded his naval crew to resume their voyage. Xi Bei found Rear Admiral Squirrel to be quite commendable. At least he did not exude an air of arrogance. Xi Bei harbored a favorable impression of him. He recalled that Rear Admiral Squirrel had mentioned he was currently in pursuit of a pirate. Xi Bei considered that if it were within his capabilities, he might lend a hand to Major Weasel. So he inquired, "Whom are you pursuing?" Major Weasel stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, and replied, "A woman." "A woman? A female pirate? Could it possibly be the formidable Big Mom?" Xi Bei scoffed, "Don't be absurd. That's utterly impossible." Xi Bei, scratching his head in bewilderment, could not fathom the existence of any female pirates aside from the formidable matron. Just as he contemplated probing further, Admiral Squirrel had already departed the harbor aboard a warship. He watched as the vessel receded into the distance, exhaling a sigh before turning away from the scene. Following the route indicated by Admiral Squirrel, He made his way toward the naval garrison stationed in the Hainozen archipelago. The population density of Hainozen rivaled that of the renowned Chambord archipelago. Truly, it deserved the title of a haven for bounty hunters. The absence of pirates allowed this vast chain of islands to thrive in peace and prosperity. Xi Bei felt like a country bumpkin who had just ventured into the city, finding everything refreshingly novel. Strolling down the streets, the enticing aroma of grilled takoyaki wafted from roadside vendors, nearly causing him to drool. However, with no money to his name, indulging in such delicacies remained a distant dream. Determined to savor the culinary delights of the Pirate King's world, he quickened his pace toward the naval garrison, knowing that once he secured his bounty, all manner of indulgence would be within his grasp. Xi Bei hurried along the path, inadvertently colliding with a young girl. The child, exuding an air of defiance, shot a fierce glare at Xi Bei. "Hey, you bumped into me," she exclaimed. Adorned in a dark yellow cloak, she stood only at Xi Bei's waist, clutching a slice of pizza in her hand. Despite her somewhat mature demeanor, the child appeared undeniably like a living embodiment of a cute little girl, particularly a food-loving one. As she continued to glare at Xi Bei, she savored her pizza, radiating an endearing charm. Xi Bei genuinely desires to savor the cherubic visage of this little girl. The young lass devoured an entire pizza with remarkable gusto, only to echo her previous remark. "Hey, you bumped into me." Xi Bei involuntarily extended her hand, gently ruffling the little girl's hair with a beaming smile. Little did she expect that the girl would suddenly seize her hand, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent Xi Bei crashing to the ground. A gasp escaped Xi Bei's lips as she felt as though her bones might shatter. The strength of this little girl surpassed even that of the guardians on Nine Serpent Island. It is worth noting that Xi Bei was currently enveloped in a protective aura of martial prowess, rendering her impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. Xi Bei hastily rose from the ground and began to scrutinize the little girl clad in a cloak with utmost seriousness. Mad. Can a mere child possess such Xi Bei gazed intently at the young girl for an extended period, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity regarding this adorable child. He grasped his head, pondering deeply for a moment. A foodie? A girl? In the blink of an eye, Xi Bei suddenly recalled someone, exclaiming, "It's you." He had recognized the little girl. Among the 11 notorious pirate supernovas of the era of extreme villainy, there indeed existed a female pirate. Jewelry Bonnie, known as the Big Eater, is the captain of the Bonnie Pirates and a user of a devil fruit that grants her the ability to freely alter her age. However, following the Marineford War, Bonnie's crew was vanquished by Blackbeard, and she was subsequently captured by Admiral Aquino. The circumstances surrounding her escape from his grasp remain a mystery. Indeed, the previous mention by Admiral Squirrel regarding the pursuit of a female pirate only adds to the intrigue. Who else could it be but Jewelry Bonnie? Xi Bei lamented. How could I have forgotten this woman after watching One Piece so many times? The transformed young girl, Jewelry Bonnie, gazed at Xi Bei with a look of bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? Xi Bei spoke without a filter, pointing at Bonnie and exclaiming, "You are the voracious girl, Jewelry Bonnie, aren't you?" The revelation of Bonnie's identity caused her pupils to dilate sharply. At this moment, Xi realized that he should not expose Bonnie's true identity. The surrounding passers-by all turned their gazes toward them. However, the residents of the Black Norsen Islands, due to the constant presence of pirate hunters, had rarely encountered any pirates and were therefore unaware of who Jewelry Bonnie was, which prevented any chaos from ensuing. Xi Bei hurriedly covered his mouth. Not far away, the naval garrison, on duty, sensed the unusual disturbance, and a couple of sailors rushed over to investigate what had transpired. TSK. Jewelry Bonnie clicked her tongue, turned on her heel, and fled. As she ran, she glanced back at Xi Bei, delivering a fierce warning. You better remember this. This is indeed the era of the most nefarious supernova pirates. At last, Xi Bei encountered the real deal. It must be said that even transformed into a petite girl, Charlotte Bonnie exuded an undeniable femininity that was hard to disguise. Two naval soldiers, clad in white shirts and blue trousers, hurriedly approached the crowd. What was happening? The bewildered bystanders shook their heads in confusion. One of the soldiers, armed and resolute, stepped forward to scrutinize Xi Bei. He noted that Xi Bei appeared unfamiliar, not resembling the island's inhabitants. Since he was not a native, it was quite plausible that he was a pirate hunter passing through. Although the Navy held a certain admiration for pirate hunters, memories of their frequent brawls on the island made the soldier adopt a stern demeanor. You there. You must be a pirate hunter, right? Do not cause any trouble here. The naval soldier, without seeking clarification, immediately cautioned Xi Bei against making a scene. Xi Bei could hardly bear it. After all, he was the victim here, having been inexplicably thrown by a pirate, leaving his azure short-sleeved shirt dusted with grime. By the way, given that the Black Norse archipelago served as a haven for pirate hunters, why was Charlotte Bonny, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, present here without being recognized? Xi Bei began to harbor doubts, wondering if the pirate hunters on this island were truly as formidable as they appeared. The soldiers of the Navy's security division seemed equally inept, failing to notice an infamous supernova pirate wandering right under their noses. It was no surprise they would remain mere soldiers for life. It seemed the Navy's security division was nothing more than a fade, lacking any real. With these thoughts in mind, Xi Bei's expression darkened. It was the weasel-like rear admiral who had escorted me here. The two Navy soldiers exchanged glances, silently questioning their own competence. Xi Bei continued, I am here to collect my bounty. Previously, General Wushu had indeed made a call to the naval garrison stationed on this island, informing them that someone would come to claim the bounty, which totaled 67 million berries. After the naval garrison hung up, they had already prepared the funds. Just 15 minutes ago, the two naval soldiers were filled with curiosity, speculating that a formidable pirate hunter was about to arrive on the island, especially since General Wushu had repeatedly emphasized the importance of courtesy during the call. However, upon witnessing Xi Bei's frail appearance, the two soldiers could not help but harbor some doubts. One of the naval soldiers confirmed, Are you truly Xi Bei from the East Sea? Indeed, came the affirmative response. With this confirmation, the two naval soldiers holstered their weapons. The soldier closest to Xi Bei said, Follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Xi Bei followed suit. Behind him, the murmurs of onlookers filled the air. Another bounty hunter has arrived. Indeed, are those individuals from the Pirate Dispatch organization still lingering here? They remain within the tavern. Let us hope they do not cross paths. Upon overhearing the discussions of the group, Xi Bei furrowed his brow. It seemed that pirate hunters were not particularly well regarded in this place. Well, it was hardly surprising, after all. The frequent duels staged by the pirate hunters had undoubtedly left a negative impression on the inhabitants of the Black Norse Islands. However, what puzzled Xi Bei was the nature of the Pirate Dispatch organization. What exactly was it? And what would happen if one were to encounter it? Xi Bei, lost in thought, soon arrived at the naval garrison base. Within this base, there existed a spacious training ground where dozens of naval soldiers were engaged in rigorous running exercises. As Xi Bei wandered, he meandered through the parade ground, ultimately following the guiding sailor into a square-shaped security room. Although referred to as a security room, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary office, featuring a desk and two chairs. On the desk rested a telephone device, accompanied by a myriad of documents and a stack of bounty notices. Atop this stack was the bounty notice for Luffy, boasting a staggering reward of 400 million berries. Xi Bei swallowed hard, striving to divert his gaze, and cast a glance at the wall. There, he beheld a grand maritime chart adorning the surface. Xi Bei, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward to gaze a little longer. Before he could fully indulge his curiosity, a naval soldier emerged, carrying a bundle of coin bags, and placed them at Xi Bei's feet. This is the sum of 67 million berries prepared by Admiral Mongoose. Would you care to take a look? Xi Bei shifted his gaze from the nautical chart to the purse on the ground. No need for that. I have faith in General Wushu and the Navy. Upon hearing a pirate hunter express confidence in the Navy, the soldier's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, adopting a warm smile and effortlessly showering praise upon Xi Bei. I never would have anticipated that you managed to capture the Swift Blade Seer. Although the Swift Blade pirate crew is a small band of fledgling pirates, their Captain Seer wields his blades with remarkable speed, so much so that even our Lieutenant Duoya cannot contend with him. Just moments ago, when General Wushu informed us to prepare the bounty, we were left pondering who could possibly possess such prowess to have defeated the Swift Blade pirate crew. Xi Bei hoisted the money bag upon his shoulder, merely smiling without uttering a word. A pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries was indeed formidable. In the past, the Krieg pirates, notorious in the East Blue, had a bounty of only 17 million berries, a staggering difference of 50 million berries. Xi Bei believed that one should not be excessively modest, lest it come across as somewhat contrived. Xi Bei, carrying a purse, made his way towards the door. Upon noticing this, the naval soldier inquired, Are you leaving already? Are you planning to pursue other pirates? Xi Bei turned and struck a pose as if drinking, proclaiming, Having finally arrived at the Black Norse Islands, How could I possibly leave without indulging to my heart's content? In truth, Xi Bei was not particularly fond of alcohol. However, given the opportunity to explore the world of pirates, it would be a lamentable oversight not to sample the exquisite wines available here. Moreover, having resolutely decided to become a bounty hunter, abstaining from alcohol would render it impossible to truly immerse oneself in the role. In this realm, which bounty hunter dares to shun the drink? Although devoid of any logical foundation, it is often said that those who can hold their liquor tend to possess formidable strength. Rorno Azaro serves as a living testament to this notion. The hesitant demeanor of the naval soldiers caught Xi Bei's attention. Xi Bei suddenly inquired, by the way, I seem to have heard the island's inhabitants mention that a pirate organization is also present on this island. Who are they exactly? Could they be pirate hunters as well? Xi Bei's inquiry strikes at the heart of the matter. The naval soldier's expression became somewhat uneasy as he lowered his head and explained. The Pirate Dispatch Organization is a faction under the command of the 7 warlords of the sea. They tirelessly pursue bounty missions to hunt down pirates and earn rewards. However, they differ from other pirate hunters, as many innocent civilians have suffered grievously due to their actions, despite their affiliations with the 7 warlords, who are recognized as legal pirates by the world government. We, the Navy, find ourselves powerless to intervene. The mention of the 7 warlords again? Xi Bei cannot recall any pirate dispatch organizations within the 7 warlords. He is only aware of the Baroque Works, a hunter organization established by Crocodile during his tenure as a warlord. However, it was swiftly dismantled by Zorro, and Crocodile subsequently found himself imprisoned in the underwater prison. Although Crocodile has since escaped, he seems to have ventured into the New World and has not reformed such a trivial organization. Xi Bei jested, What does it have to do with me? Unexpectedly, a naval soldier promptly advised, the Pirates Dispatch Organization has yet to depart from the Hainuosan Islands. If you choose to remain here, be wary of encountering them. Do not engage in conflict. They are currently recruiting bounty hunters, and those who refuse may find themselves in dire trouble. I strongly suggest you leave at once, for if you provoke them, it will adversely affect the local residents, and it will be challenging for us in the Navy as well. The soldier's warning piqued Xi Bei's interest. Which pirate dispatch organization are you referring to? And which of the 7 warlords of the sea does it belong to? The naval soldier glanced around before replying. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. The commander of the pirate dispatch organization is none other than the king of clowns, Buggy. What the heck? Xi Bei slapped his forehead in disbelief, realizing it was that fool. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the massive sailing ship he had seen at the harbor. He had previously wondered which divine entity possessed a vessel as grand as a warship. Now, hearing the Navy soldiers speak, it was clear that it belonged to the pirate organization. With the backing of the 7 warlords, their foundation was undoubtedly solid, which explained their audacity. The ascent of the clown Buggy to the ranks of the 7 warlords was indeed profoundly theatrical. The title of 7 warlord is intended to instill fear in other pirates, thus requiring formidable strength. However, Buggy does not possess such attributes. His capabilities are well known, and while Xi Bei would hesitate to declare who among the 7 warlords is the strongest, he would unequivocally place Buggy at the bottom as the weakest. Yet, Buggy's fortune is remarkably serendipitous, having benefited from Luffy's influence. He unwittingly released many notoriously vicious pirates from the underwater prison, all of whom mistakenly recognized Buggy as their leader, coupled with his past experiences, including serving as a trainee on the Pirate King's ship and his old friendship with the Emperor Shanks. A series of fortunate coincidences ultimately led to him acquiring the title of 7 Warlord. Now, merely recalling Buggy's foolish grin provokes an uncontrollable urge to scoff. Xi Bei endeavored to restrain his emotions and stated, Rest assured, I do not intend to linger here for long. Once I have satisfied my hunger and thirst, I shall depart. For I am eager to venture into the New World and amass a fortune. The New World, being the latter half of the Grand Line, is inhabited predominantly by formidable pirates, rendering its elimination rate astonishingly high. Even those with bounties exceeding 100 million find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the New World. In the days when Whitebeard presided over it, the New World maintained a semblance of order. However, since his demise, it has transformed into a vast battleground rife with peril, where not just anyone can recklessly navigate its waters. Thus, the naval soldiers were taken aback by Xi Bei's words. You must exercise caution in the waters of the New World. Danger stems not only from the pirates, but also from the unpredictable climate. If you are alone, it will be exceedingly challenging to sail through the New World. Indeed, Xi Bei acknowledged that this was a legitimate concern. Setting aside the nature of the pirates in the New World, without exceptional navigational skills, one would likely be engulfed by the sea upon entering its realm. Xi Bei began to regard this issue seriously. To reach the New World, one must first traverse Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. It is uncertain whether one could even reach Fishman Island, let alone the New World. Of course, there exists an alternative route. That is, Mariewa, the dwelling of the celestial dragons, situated atop the Red Line. Landing at Mariewa would allow one to bypass the detour through Fishman Island, enabling direct access to the New World, thereby saving considerable time and effort. Yet, this is precisely the most formidable challenge. Given the nature of the celestial dragons, would they permit Xi Bei to ascend to Mariewa? Such a notion is utterly preposterous and entirely impossible. Moreover, Xi Bei harbors a disdain for close encounters with the celestial dragons, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a decisive blow to those arrogant scions. Alas, Xi Bei let out a sigh. One step at a time. He thought, am I really going to let this urge overwhelm me? The naval soldiers, seemingly perplexed, wore expressions of confusion. Xi Bei, having secured his money pouch once more, expressed his gratitude to the naval soldiers before turning to depart from the guardhouse. He retraced his steps, swiftly exiting the training grounds of the naval personnel. Upon returning to the bustling street, he stopped at a roadside stall selling grilled takoyaki, where he purchased 2 skewers of the delectable treat. The vendor, a woman with tea-colored hair in her 30s, exuded a certain femininity. As Xi Bei lingered at the stall, despite the steaming takoyaki in his mouth, his gaze was anything but discreet, fixating intently on the woman with an unmistakable sense of aggression. The tea-haired vendor, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, turned to face Xi Bei and managed to muster a somewhat strained smile. Xi Bei remained utterly engrossed, his gaze fixed upon the woman before him. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated her measurements. Bust 73, waist 55, hips 81. Her waist was sufficiently slender, her hips enticingly curvaceous, albeit her bosom was somewhat modest. Acceptable. After savoring a skewer of takoyaki, Xi Bei wiped his mouth and inexplicably gave a thumbs up to the woman. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet she dared not make a move, merely retreating slightly. The seemingly harmless individual chuckled and inquired, "Miss, it is my inaugural visit to the Black Northern Isles. Might you know if there are any taverns nearby? Perhaps you could guide me there? You see, my bag is brimming with coin. Do you not detect a hint of copper on me? How much would you desire, dear lady? Please, do not hesitate to speak." The woman with tea-stained hands trembled slightly as she gestured towards the distance. Xi Bei grasped her fair arm and chuckled, "Miss, could you guide me?" Suddenly, the woman with the tea let out a piercing scream, seizing a skewer used for takoyaki and lunging it toward Xi Bei. Startled, he quickly released her and turned to flee. Goodness, with such a hefty bag of money on display, why was it ineffective? It seems that women in this world are not easily deceived. Could it be that a mere bag of money was insufficient? That hardly seems plausible. 67 million berries is undoubtedly a considerable fortune, one that likely surpasses what could be earned from a lifetime of selling takoyaki. Xi Bei, grumbling under his breath, made his way to the tavern's entrance. Before even stepping inside, he was enveloped by the raucous sounds of laughter and boisterous conversation emanating from within. Straightening his posture and clutching his coin purse, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the inviting aroma of malt, which instantly put him at ease. The tavern was quite spacious, boasting 2 levels. The ground floor was already bustling with patrons. A quick glance revealed approximately 20 tables, each adorned with an abundance of drinking vessels. Some tables were surrounded by 2 or 3 individuals, while others hosted 7 or 8, creating a lively and animated atmosphere. Xi Bei was unable to discern the situation on the second floor, but he surmised it was likely akin to that of the first. The tavern was bustling with patrons. He approached the counter, hefting his coin pouch, and unceremoniously plopped himself onto a high mahogany stool. With Xi Bei's arrival, a brief silence enveloped the establishment. All eyes were fixated upon him. The clientele, predominantly composed of bounty hunters, quickly recognized the bulging bag slung over his shoulder as undoubtedly. Who is this young man? Look, that bag belongs to the Navy's security division. How can that be? Such a sizable pouch. Could it possibly contain a bounty? TSK. A bounty hunter, indeed. The burly men gathered around the table involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Xi Bei casually tossed his money pouch aside and boldly declared, "Bring me the finest wine you have." His voice resonated throughout the establishment, even reaching those engaged in idle chatter on the second floor. Among them was a robust man clad in a black iron helmet, who leaned forward to peer over the railing. His gaze fell upon the substantial pouch that Xi Bei had placed on the counter, and he scrutinized it for an extended moment, his expression somewhat indifferent. "Hey, Bane, what are you looking at?" a companion inquired. Bane gently tapped the helmet atop his head, producing a crisp sound. "Do you recognize this fellow?" His inquisitor followed Bane's line of sight downward, shaking his head in response. Bane gestured toward the money pouch beside Xi Bei and remarked, "Willis, do you see what that is?" The questioner, named Willis, sported a mane of golden curls and fair skin, reminiscent of a Westerner. At that moment, he held a mug of malt liquor, and after a vigorous shake of his somewhat muddled head, he focused on the pouch, eventually spotting a naval insignia emblazoned upon it. Willis abruptly regained a measure of clarity. "Is that a bounty?" The burly Bane instinctively tapped his helmet again and asked, "What do you reckon it's worth?" Willis set down his mug, stroking his chin in contemplation. 30 million berries? Bane seized his drink and took a hearty gulp, grinning as he proposed. "Shall we wager on it?" "On what?" Willis responded, intrigued. Bane leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "I bet it's 60 million berries." Willis chuckled heartily. "You're on." Within the tavern, the patrons were a collection of hardened bounty hunters, and Xi Bei's ostentatious display of wealth had garnered a considerable amount of animosity. As they observed Bane descend from the second floor, they exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly anticipating Xi Bei's impending embarrassment. Xi Bei paid no heed to the avaricious countenance of the bounty hunters surrounding him. In his hand, he cradled a goblet of malt liquor, the finest brew available in this establishment. The entire tavern was imbued with the rich aroma of malt emanating from this golden chalice, which commanded a price of 5,000 berries for a mere small serving. Few of the bounty hunters drinking on the first floor could afford such a luxury. Xi Bei took a sip, feeling a slight spiciness. Yet it did not burn his throat. Drinking low-quality liquor was utterly uninspiring. The tavern owner, a corpulent middle-aged man, was remarkably perceptive. He presented a plate of strawberry pie before Xi Bei, who graciously accepted it. With one leg crossed over the other, he savored his drink while indulging in the pie, his face radiating pure bliss. Observing Xi Bei's elegant manner of eating, which starkly contrasted with their own rough demeanor, the pirate hunters swallowed hard once more. Xi Bei, in a buoyant mood, called out, "Let every soul present here be served the finest wine." The tavern owner, however, did not display any. He seemed accustomed to the lavish spending of pirate hunters. After Xi Bei's proclamation, he gently wiped the wine glasses, closing his eyes and remaining utterly still. Upon witnessing this, Xi Bei casually extracted 10,000 Bailey from his purse. "I possess wealth. Their drinks are on me." The tavern owner slowly raised his eyelids, glancing behind Xi Bei, and then remarked, "Is this your first visit here?" Xi Bei, taken aback, nodded in confusion. He found it rather peculiar that newcomers to this establishment were prohibited from treating others to drinks. Such reasoning seemed unfounded. However, he soon discerned an unsettling glint in the tavern owner's eyes and turned to glance behind him. There stood Bane, adorned with a black iron helmet, looming over Xi Bei with a predatory gaze. Simultaneously, as Xi Bei turned his head, Bane swiftly seized the coin pouch beside him and tossed it to his accomplice, Willis, as if it were rightfully theirs. In that moment, Xi Bei finally realized that someone was brazenly robbing him. Willis, unfazed, opened the pouch and began counting the coins with a nonchalant air. Xi Bei could hardly contain himself. In an instant, he rose to his feet, and with his movement, the pirate hunters upstairs and downstairs began to roar with excitement. "Hey, look at this kid. Does he really think he can take on Bane?" One scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. Foolish child. That's Bane, the porcupine of the South Sea, the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the Pirate Dispatch Organization. And Willis the Rabbit is also here. This kid is merely posturing. If he stirs trouble with the Pirate Dispatch Organization, the infamous clown Buggy, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, will not stand idly by." Indeed, Bane has already gathered quite a number of pirate hunters here. The entire upstairs is filled with his comrades. Hearing the banter among the pirate hunters, Bane grew somewhat displeased. He turned and shouted, Hey, I cannot simply ignore those words. Are you suggesting that I, Bane the Porcupine, am taking advantage of numbers? I can handle this kid all by myself." After that, Bane continued to gaze at Xi Bei and inquired, "You are also a pirate hunter, aren't you? What is your name?" Xi Bei remained silent, his face cold. It was infuriating to encounter such base provocation over a mere drink. At that moment, Willis finished counting the money and looked up to declare, 67 million. Bain burst into laughter, exclaiming, Willis, you've lost. Damn it, Willis muttered under his breath. Tossing the pouch of money back to Bain, resignedly stating, very well, the money is yours. Bain then grabbed a handful of cash from the bag and hurled it onto Xi Bei. This money is a reward from me, Bain the porcupine, for your efforts in bringing it from such a distance. By the way, would you be interested in joining our pirate expedition organization? If you could become our companion, I might just share a bit more with you. Xi Bei gritted his teeth, striving to exercise restraint. Both the general of the Flying Squirrel and the station naval soldiers had cautioned him against causing a disturbance here, lest he trouble the local inhabitants of the Hainosan Islands. Moreover, he truly wished to avoid escalating the situation. However, with his hard-earned money now pilfered by others, it was rather implausible to expect him to swallow his anger in silence. He contemplated whether it might be prudent to part with a sum of 1 or 2 million berries as a form of compensation to alleviate his misfortune. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, a figure with golden, curly hair, Willis, interjected with a jest, Hey, Bain, not just anyone can join the Pirate Dispatch Organization. Our commander is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was berated by that esteemed individual during the Marineford War. If a pirate hunter lacks renown, we cannot casually recruit them. Upon hearing this, the pirate hunters observing the spectacle began to sweat nervously. The backing of the Pirate Dispatch Organization was undeniably formidable. Not a single one among them dared provoke it, and they were even unqualified for recruitment. The mere title of a warlord of the sea was enough to instill fear in these pirate hunters, let alone a pirate of the 4 emperors' caliber. Bain, witnessing the terror etched on their faces, felt a surge of satisfaction. He relished the moment. Given that Willis had earned a bounty of 60 million berries, he surely possessed some degree of notoriety, qualifying him for membership in their Pirate Dispatch Organization. Recently, a giant corps had also been recruited by Commander Buggy. If they did not hasten to bolster their ranks, they would find themselves unable to continue following Commander Buggy. A giant corps? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Xi Bei. Could it be the formidable pirate crew led by Harding? It was quite unexpected that Buggy, this fellow, was so swift in his actions. Having just ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea for less than a month, he was already beginning to expand his military might. Bain, habitually, tapped his helmet and, with a hint of impatience, inquired once more, Young man, what is your name? Before Xi Bei could respond, Willis stepped forward, placing a hand on Xi Bei's shoulder. Leaning closer, he spoke in a mocking tone. Since Bain acknowledges your capability to join the Pirate Dispatch Organization, you are now one of our companions. Well, albeit merely a foot soldier, remember to address me as Captain Willis. Following this, Willis stood alongside Bain, playfully patting the bag of coins slung over Bain's shoulder. Consider these bounties as your tribute to us. In the future, we shall ensure your well-being. Xi Bei, unable to endure any longer, uttered 2 words, Shut up. Bain furrowed his brow, his expression becoming exceedingly grim. Willis pouted, lightly slapping Xi Bei's cheek, admonishing, You better recognize your place, young man. In a sudden burst of fury, Xi Bei seized a handful of Willis's curly hair and forcefully slammed his head against the counter. Enveloped in rage, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. The entire countertop buckled under the impact of Willis's skull. Caught completely off guard by Xi Bei's unexpected aggression, Willis had no time to react. In less than the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness, a true knockout in every sense of the term. The patrons of the tavern stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly grazing the floor in disbelief. Xi Bei brushed off the dust from his hands and fixed his gaze upon Bain. So, you are the famed porcupine Bain? Does that imply you are akin to a pig? How unfortunate, for I harbor a particular disdain for pigs, especially those that come knocking at my door. Come now. Let me see just how grand you truly are. Xi Bei spoke no falsehood. He indeed harbored a deep-seated aversion for swine. It was a wild boar that first confronted him during his entrapment on 9 Serpent Island. The vice-captain of the 3rd Squad of the Pirate Dispatch Organization, the Rabid Willis, had once pursued a bounty of 89 million berries on a notorious pirate hunter, only to be unexpectedly vanquished by a reckless novice. The onlooking pirate hunters could scarcely believe their eyes, and even the seasoned porcupine Bain was nearly rendered speechless. Bain had spent countless years in close quarters with Willis. Having joined the Pirate Dispatch Organization together, none understood the true caliber of Willis better than he. Even Bain himself knew that it would be impossible to defeat Willis in a single strike. The pirate dispatch organization comprised 8 formidable squads, with the first 3 teaming with robust combatants. A vice captain like Willis, should he traverse the pirate realm, would effortlessly command a bounty exceeding 100 million. Given such prowess, it was inconceivable that he could be felled by a mere blow, barring an encounter with the 7 warlords of the sea. Bain's heart raced. His comrades, who had been laughing heartily on the 2nd floor moments ago, now hurried down in haste, over 20 in total. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the 1st floor, unqualified to join the pirate dispatch organization, fearing the potential for collateral damage, clutched their drinks and fled the tavern. Outside, the tavern was soon teeming with onlookers, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. Yet, due to the sheer number of pirate hunters that had emerged, the ordinary populace dared not approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Within the tavern, only the 20-odd aides from the pirate dispatch organization and Xi Bei remained. Xi Bei clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. The tavern owner, crouched behind the dilapidated counter, held his head in despair. Should a brawl erupt within his establishment, it would likely be the end of his business. He had invested all his savings into this tavern, and though fear gripped him, he could not bear to witness its destruction. Thus, he called out a warning. The naval patrol is not far from here. If you cause a ruckus, it will surely attract their attention. Bain hurled his drink at the tavern owner. Naval forces? Our pirate organization is led by the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government as legitimate pirates. Even if the navy arrives, what can they do to us? Old man, you would do well to distance yourself while you can. With our vice captain in such a dire state, we shall not stand idly by. Bain tapped his helmet and shouted, "Listen up, my comrades. This fellow dares to look down upon our pirate organization. Whoever manages to take him down will claim the bounty of 6 million berry in this bag." In truth, pirate hunters share a common trait with pirates themselves. Pirates plunder coastal villages for riches, while pirate hunters pursue them for the same reason. Thus, upon hearing of the reward, Bain's followers, who stood behind him, suddenly found their spirits soaring. They may not have cared about the fate of Vice Captain Willis, but the prospect of seizing unexpected wealth under the guise of revenge was undeniably appealing. 6 million berry. How audacious to belittle our pirate organization. Let us take him down. Though there was no personal grudge against him, they clamored for his head. A swarm of ruffians charged recklessly forward, clinging desperately to Xi Bei, their grip tightening around his legs and arms. Yet, Xi Bei did not resist. He could see Bain drawing his short sword, advancing step by deliberate step towards him. Xi Bei steadied himself in a horse stance, then trembled all over. "Drink," he roared. The dozen or so henchmen who clung to him were instantly flung away, crashing against the walls of the tavern, the corridor, and the surrounding tables and chairs, leaving no piece unscathed, all shattered by the impact. The henchmen lay groaning on the floor, a scene of desolation. Without pausing, Xi Bei charged directly at Bain. Martial arts. Qingyuan. The sprinting technique of KOF's Kyokusanagi. A long-range attack, swift and efficient, hailed as an invincible collision skill. This move combines both offense and control, using an elbow strike to assault the opponent while simultaneously seizing their throat, lifting them overhead, before igniting in a fiery explosion, akin to strapping a bomb collar onto them. After all, Kyokusanagi is famously known as the god of fire. Regrettably, although Xi Bei could execute Kyo's fighting technique, he lacked the force, rendering him unable to detonate his adversary. He could only constrict his opponent's throat and hoist them above his head. Yet, even this was sufficient to intimidate Bain, the porcupine. As long as he could grip Bain's throat, the latter's fate lay entirely in Xi Bei's hands. Alas, Bain, as the captain of the combat echelon, possessed formidable strength. Thus, upon seeing Xi Bei charge towards him, he dared not confront him head-on and performed a backflip to evade. The reason why Xi Bei was able to effortlessly defeat Vice Captain Willis in a single blow was entirely due to the element of surprise. Had Willis been prepared, it would have been impossible for Xi Bei to dispatch him so easily. After all, being the vice captain of the combat team under the 7 warlords, Willis certainly possesses considerable skill. Let us not forget that although Buggy may be a comedic figure, he is fundamentally a self-serving pirate. If Willis lacked any competence, would Buggy have permitted him to hold such a position within the organization? Thus, it was not surprising that Bain, who was on a higher level than Willis, could evade this attack. Encountering an opponent with a modicum of resistance ignited Xi Bei's competitive spirit. Since he had mastered martial arts, a one-sided thrashing would be rather uninteresting. At this moment, Bane executed several backflips and leapt outside the tavern. Xi Bei, with a fierce determination, followed suit. Given Bane's prowess, he could readily discern that Xi Bei's previous maneuver was exceedingly forceful. He understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, the notion of Xi Bei simply offering an apology and departing was utterly implausible. After all, the throng around them was large and boisterous. Should this altercation reach the ears of Buggy, it would jeopardize his standing among the 7 warlords. Without the backing of such a powerful ally, his situation would become increasingly precarious. Therefore, Bane could only muster a facade of bravado, threateningly declaring, "Do you not realize that our pirate organization is led by one of the 7 warlords? Are you aware of the consequences of opposing us?" When the Marineford War commenced, even the mightiest pirate, Blackbeard, had to show deference to our commander. Do you truly wish to court disaster? Xi Bei finds it amusing that threatening him with Bucky is utterly ineffectual. If Don Quixote da Flamingo were to be brought into the equation, however, Xi Bei might indeed feel a twinge of apprehension. Xi Bei scoffed, "Allow me to share a secret regarding your commander, the illustrious warlord Buggy of the 7 warlords of the sea. My knowledge surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Do not invoke his name in our discourse. Even if your commander were standing before me, I would scarcely show him any deference. Spare me your trivialities. Let us engage in a straightforward contest." Bane, taken aback, stammered, "What did you say? Do you actually know our commander?" "I know far more people than you can imagine," Xi Bei retorted, and without delay, he shouted, "Martial arts, the sole joy of the butcher." He leaped into the air, executing a somersault before delivering a powerful kick aimed at Bane. Caught off guard by the sudden aggression, Bane had no time to evade and raised his hands to block the attack. It is worth noting that during their encounter on Nine Snake Island, even the giantess, Evlandra, had been forced to one knee by this very kick. In terms of resilience, Bane clearly fell short of Evlandra. Consequently, when he braced himself against Xi Bei's strike, he was overwhelmed and sent crashing to the ground, his black iron helmet cracking under the force of the blow. Bane's consciousness began to waver. Xi Bei was poised to mercilessly strike down the drowning dog. In the midst of the combat, Bane, as if he had heard the tolling of death's bell, struggled to lift his head and implored, "Wait." Xi Bei halted his movements, eager to discern what he might articulate. Unexpectedly, Bane interjected, "I grant you permission to join the Pirate Dispatch Organization." Xi Bei, filled with rage, exclaimed, "How dare you mention the Pirate Dispatch Organization?" Sensing the impending danger, Bane hastily added, "I will appoint you as the vice captain." Xi Bei has already clenched his fist. And immediately shouted, "I will give you all the money." Xi Bei had never encountered such unabashed audacity, and he could not help but utter a curse. "Damn it, that was my money to begin with." Before Bane could utter another word, Xi Bei intoned with authority, "Martial arts, break through." Bane was struck with such force that he became ensconced within the pit, utterly oblivious to his fate. The ordinary spectators, witnessing the confrontation, shrieked in unison and scattered in all directions, fleeing the scene. Only a group of bewildered pirate hunters remained, gaping in astonishment. The commotion on the bustling street was bound to attract the attention of the naval garrison stationed nearby. Xi Bei could hardly be bothered to listen intently. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could ascertain that the Navy would undoubtedly arrive shortly. After all, the naval soldiers had repeatedly cautioned him against causing any disturbances. If he were to encounter them face to face now, despite his thick skin, he would inevitably feel a tinge of embarrassment. Thus, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he resolved that retreat was the wisest course of action. The surrounding bounty hunters swiftly cleared a path, unwilling to obstruct his passage. Hey. Did the Porcupine Bane and the Rabid Willis really get knocked down? It seemed absurd. Who on earth was this individual? Surely, any ordinary person would possess a sense of vanity. Of course, Xi Bei is no exception. He relishes the awestruck expressions of the onlookers. Thus, he deliberately slows his pace. This overwhelming sense of achievement, basking in the attention of the masses, is an experience he has never encountered before. Indeed, if one wishes for their renown to echo through the ages, there remains an indispensable step that cannot be overlooked. Xi Bei came to a halt, turning his back on the crowd, and with an air of grandeur proclaimed, "Who am I? I am Xi Bei, a bounty hunter hailing from the Eastern Sea." Having uttered these words, he departed without a glance back, convinced that his prestige had reached unprecedented heights. With the swiftness at which news travels among this band of bounty hunters, it would not be long before another bounty hunter named Xi Bei emerged upon the vast ocean. His name would echo throughout every corner of the Grand Line. Is it true that a towering reputation attracts unwanted attention? He pondered. Not at all. The greater his fame, the more honor points he would accumulate. With an abundance of honor points, he could extract an array of extraordinary skills from the utopian honor mall system. Just mastering a single KOF fighting technique had already endowed him with immense power. If he were to acquire some form of magic or prophetic arts, he could, with little more than a flick of his tongue, cause the entire sea to recede and dry up. What of the world government? What of the historical canon? All mere nonsense. When that day arrives, the era of great pirates would be buried beneath his overwhelming might. Xi Bei suddenly erupted into a boisterous fit of laughter, his exuberance echoing through the streets of the Black Norsen Islands. The pirate hunters, upon hearing his devilish cackle, exchanged bewildered glances. It was now dusk, the sun gracefully descending on the horizon. The afterglow bathed the Black Norsen Islands in a golden hue, as if cloaked in a majestic armor of light. This vast coastal archipelago, at first glance, presented a scene of solemn grandeur. Yet, undeniably, its beauty seemed to starkly contrast with the everyday lives of its inhabitants, creating a subtle dissonance. Upon returning to the harbor, Xi Bei ascended the small vessel with purpose. He did not rush into the cockpit. Instead, he lingered on the deck, savoring the fading beauty of the Black Northern Isles. At that moment, a desire for a cigarette washed over him, prompting him to instinctively reach into his pocket, only to find it utterly devoid of anything. It was then that he recalled the staggering sum of 67 million berries he had left behind at the tavern earlier. Anxious about a potential visit from the Navy and preoccupied with thoughts of honor points, he had departed in haste, neglecting even a bag of money. Frustration surged within him as he stamped his foot on the deck. 67 million berries was no trifling amount. How could he simply forget? He hesitated, contemplating whether to return. Before he could solidify his decision, several Navy personnel came rushing towards him. Wait, do not set sail. Xi Bei raised his head and observed that the naval personnel were all armed. If he did not depart promptly, it would soon be too late. He was not particularly concerned about the Navy's potential actions against him. Rather, it was the ensuing trouble that troubled him. Having just put on a facade of bravado, he turned around only to find himself apprehended by the Navy and subjected to a thorough reprimand at the security department. Xi Bei could not afford such humiliation. After all, it was merely a small sum of money. How could one prioritize dignity over that? Seizing the moment before the naval officers approached, he hurried to the cockpit door and pushed it open. However, as soon as he entered, Xi Bei was taken aback. He beheld a woman in her early 20s, casually seated in his cockpit with her legs crossed. She wore a light green sailor's hat adorned with a white trim, and notably, she possessed an ample bosom. Ah, so you have finally returned. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Jewelry Bonnie, what brings you here? Indeed, the woman in her early 20s, adorned with a green hat, was none other than the notorious rising star of the worst generation, Jewelry Bonnie, with a staggering bounty of 140 million berries. Presently, she had not altered her age. Aside from some changes in attire, her appearance remained strikingly identical to that depicted in the anime, allowing Xi Bei to recognize her instantly. A sinister smile played upon Bonnie's lips. So, you truly do know me, pirate hunter. Xi Bei unconsciously took a small step back. To be frank, he lacked the confidence to confront this woman. He was aware that Bonnie was a wielder of a devil fruit, capable of transforming herself into a child, as well as altering her opponents into either children or the elderly. However, the precise mechanism of this transformation eluded Xi Bei. It was most likely contingent upon physical contact. Of course, this was merely conjecture. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he felt it imperative to maintain a certain distance from Bonnie. At that moment, the Navy was swiftly approaching. Indeed, he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Bonnie waved her hand dismissively and said with impatience, "Don't worry. I have no intention of fighting you right now." Xi Bei gritted his teeth and demanded, "What exactly are you trying to accomplish? What do I intend to do?" Hey, you are a bounty hunter, are you not? Here I am, a pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, sitting right before you. Do you not wish to capture me in exchange for the reward? The Navy is on their way, so what will you do?" Xi Bei swallowed hard. Wasn't Bonnie's bounty 14 million berries? How did it suddenly escalate to 27 million berries? It was nearly a doubling. Oh, Xi Bei quickly connected the dots. Perhaps Bonnie's bounty had been raised after her escape from the hands of an admiral. 27 million berries. How many honor points could that yield? Xi Bei felt a stirring of excitement within, yet fortunately managed to conceal it. Xi Bei guardedly inquired, "What brings you here?" Bonnie did not respond directly. Instead, she teased, "It seems you have no intention of capturing me for the bounty after all." Xi Bei involuntarily clenched his fist. "How do you know this is my ship?" Bonnie suddenly stood up, tilting her head as she spoke. "Hey, the Navy is on their way. Do you still have time to ask these questions? You wish to venture into the New World, don't you? I can take you there." Xi Bei is not foolish. How could he possibly misunderstand Bonnie's intentions? "Are you attempting to exploit me to transport you to the New World?" Bonnie approached Xi Bei, circling around him before exclaiming, "Do you not desire to venture into the New World? Alone, with this utterly diminutive lifeboat, you will never reach those waters." In truth, Xi Bei was indeed troubled by this matter. He possessed no knowledge of navigation techniques, and even if provided with a compass, he would scarcely comprehend its use. Having a seasoned pirate captain by his side would undoubtedly ensure a safer and more convenient journey. Bonnie was certainly leveraging him, yet he too could glean advantages from her, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, what troubled Xi Bei was the fear of ultimately suffering a fate akin to that of the proverbial wolf. It was hard to predict. He and Bonnie were, after all, a bounty hunter and a pirate, respectively. Being aboard the same vessel would inherently involve risks, particularly as he remained unaware of the true nature of Bonnie. The original text offered scant insight into the character of this woman. Bonnie placed her hand on Xi Bei's shoulder, exuding an air of intimacy. "Hey, there's no time for hesitation." Xi Bei leaned forward to take a glance. The naval soldiers were now within close proximity. With a resolute heart, he approached the control panel and struck the green button with a firm hand. The small vessel gradually came to life, and the deck began to fold. Xi Bei turned back and inquired, "Since you ventured into this place, why not navigate the ship yourself?" Bonnie, with a disdainful twist of her lips, retorted, "Huh? I am the captain. Have you ever seen a captain engage in such menial tasks? What absurd logic. So, a captain cannot sail their own vessel? It's merely that circumstances prevent it. Otherwise, Xi Bei would surely introduce this woman to witness the exploits of Captain Jack Sparrow, who not only steers his ship, but also tows it." To put it succinctly, Bonnie merely seeks someone to command. Truly, what a stroke of bad luck. At that moment, 3 naval soldiers, who had been pursuing them, finally arrived at the shores of the Hainosan Islands. They spotted a small boat draped with a white cloth, slowly drifting away. One soldier, perplexed, exclaimed, "Hey, isn't he going to take this money?" In his hand, he clutched a bag of money, which contained the 67 million berries that Xi Bei had left behind in the tavern. Had Xi Bei known that these soldiers were not there to apprehend him for a chat at the security department, but rather to deliver him funds, he would have been utterly moved, possibly impulsively revealing Jolie Bonnie's true identity, thereby elevating their ranks. Of course, this was contingent upon the soldiers possessing the capability to capture Bonnie. However, Xi Bei, at that moment, had little time to concern himself with a mere 67 million berries. He was seated beside a notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, over 4 times the sum he had lost. He contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity for a nocturnal ambush once Bonnie fell asleep. To be candid, money held little value for him. It was the honor points that mattered. A bounty of 270 million could afford him several spins on the prize wheel, perhaps 2 or 3 times at the very least. Yet, the allure of substantial profit was directly proportional to the risks involved, and he meticulously pondered whether to take such a gamble. With Bonnie sitting beside him, having already shared physical contact, he was acutely aware that should she inadvertently touch someone else, she could transform them into a child, placing him in considerable peril. What Xi Bei loathes the most at present is his utter ignorance regarding Bonnie's devil fruit abilities. No wonder Bonnie feels so unrestrained as to sit alongside him, a pirate hunter. It is undoubtedly because she has him completely at her mercy. Xi Bei, feeling helpless, scratched his head. Being held by one's vital point is certainly an unpleasant experience, particularly when it is at the hands of a woman. Bonnie cast a sidelong glance at Xi Bei, her expression somewhat unfriendly. "Hey, kid, what is your name?" Xi Bei furrowed his brows, his tone equally unfriendly and tinged with a confrontational essence. "I am not a brat. My name is Xi Bei." "Oh?" Bonnie suddenly turned to the side, lifting her foot to rest upon Xi Bei's thigh. How impolite. It was utterly uncouth. Xi Bei was aware that Bonnie's demeanor was somewhat masculine, particularly her eating habits, which were nothing short of appalling. Although he had never witnessed it firsthand, his imagination conjured a vivid image of Bonnie devouring her food ravenously, a truly distressing sight. However, Considering that Bonnie possessed a modicum of beauty, Xi Bei could barely restrain his irritation. With her arms crossed and a half-smile playing on her lips, Bonnie inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Xi Bei, feeling inspired, remarked, "In truth, you are rather beautiful, little imp. Do you believe I would slay you?" Xi Bei glared fiercely and exclaimed, "Do not refer to me as little brat." Hey, Jolie Bonnie appeared to be merely in her early 20s, yet she incessantly called him little brat, although this was merely Bonnie's catchphrase. He still wished she would refrain from incessantly addressing him in such a manner, for the epithet was rather unflattering. Suddenly, Bonnie sprang to her feet, towering over Xi Bei. Xi Bei understood that if he yielded now, he would undoubtedly endure immense suffering on the journey to the New World seas. He had no intention of being led around by a woman, regardless of whether she was a supernova of the most notorious era. Thus, Xi Bei squinted his eyes, resolutely holding his ground as he locked gazes with Bonnie. In truth, he had always been quite curious about Bonnie's true identity. When Whitebeard perished during the Marineford War, she wept uncontrollably, shedding tears without restraint. What was her connection to Whitebeard? Moreover, there was that remark from Admiral Aquino, "I heard you broke free from the Navy, leaving you drenched in cold sweat." The fact that one of the Navy's three greatest powers could be so intimidated by her was indeed thought-provoking. Furthermore, this statement hinted at an astonishing revelation. Could it be that Bonnie had already been captured by the Navy before arriving at the Sabaody archipelago? In any case, it was evident that this woman harbored some unspeakable secrets. Xi Bei resolved to remain vigilant, refusing to be swayed by Bonnie's enticing bounty. He chose instead to observe the unfolding events with a discerning eye. At that moment, Bonnie suddenly broke into a smile. "Humph, if I were to eliminate you now, there would be no one to navigate the ship," she remarked. Subsequently, Bonnie raised her arm to glance at a device strapped to her wrist, a recording pointer. This instrument, akin to a terrestrial compass, is an indispensable tool for maritime navigation, capable of documenting the magnetic forces between islands. Given the vastness of the ocean, aimlessly steering a vessel would lead to an uncertain encounter with land. However, with the recording pointer, one could ascertain the precise direction of the next island. Bonnie gestured ahead. "Head towards 2 o'clock and continue straight. Should you sense anything amiss, feel free to call for me." Xi Bei inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you planning to do?" Without acknowledging him, Bonnie strode directly to the door of the cockpit, turned her back to Xi Bei, and nonchalantly lay down on the floor. The cockpit was rather cramped, lacking the amenities of well-equipped pirate ships, thus offering no sleeping bags or hammocks. During the night, resting meant simply lying on the bare floor. Xi Bei secured the joystick on the console, then rose to approach the window, casting a glance outside. The darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. This was Xi Bei's first experience of spending a night over the ocean, evoking a sense of exotic charm. Like a child, he leaned against the window, gazing intently at the star-studded night for quite some time, becoming somewhat entranced. Bonnie reclined on the floor, stealing a sidelong glance at Xi Bei. Perhaps she was reminded of a certain three-sword-style swordsman, prompting her to mutter, "Humph, a pirate hunter? How absurd." Xi Bei overheard Bonnie's murmurs and withdrew from the window, casting a glance at her slender waist and long legs. He gently shook his fist at her silhouette, muttering under his breath, "You're the one who's unwell." At that moment, Xi Bei began to feel a sense of weariness. He returned to his seat and leaned over the control panel, preparing to take a short nap. Suddenly, Bonnie turned her head and inquired, "Hey, is there any food?" Xi Bei instinctively patted himself down, realizing there was nothing to eat. Even a bag of coins had been left behind in the tavern. Bonnie, upon mentioning food, unintentionally stirred Xi Bei's own hunger. He let out a prolonged sigh and buried his head on the console, hoping to awaken to the sight of the village, where he would gather ample provisions to store on the small boat for future needs. Bonnie, recognizing the folly of her question, simply closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The small boat sailed across the tranquil sea under the watchful gaze of the stars, enduring a peaceful night. At the helm of the Navy's highest authority sat the 5 elders, known as the 5 Elder Stars. These 5 venerable figures now knelt before Xi Bei, imploring him with desperation to accept the mantle of their king. Among them, the notorious pirate Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, wept fervently, proclaiming that the title of Pirate King rightfully belonged to Xi Bei. Monkey D. Luffy, having relinquished his dream of becoming the Pirate King, now devoted himself entirely to aiding Xi Bei in his conquest. Even the deceased Whitebeard and Ace had returned to life, kneeling on one knee before Xi Bei. addressing him as their captain. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons, the world nobles, were tethered to the ship's railing by chains, prostrating themselves before Xi Bei. As for Xi Bei himself, he sat atop the back of Kaido, another of the four emperors, known as the immortal pirate, who carefully trudged forward, one step at a time, towards the illustrious figures kneeling in reverence. Xi Bei spread his hands wide, gesturing upward, and proclaimed with grandeur, "My esteemed ministers." As soon as his words echoed, a sudden slap landed on his head. Infuriated, he turned around, only to find Xiao Ali Bani standing behind him, her expression one of indignation. "Hey, you little rascal. I warned you to call me if you noticed anything amiss." Xi Bei wiped away the drool that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, then glanced around, bewildered. Could it be that this was merely a dream? What a pity, for it felt strikingly real. Bani, with a dark expression, inquired in a low voice. "What are you grinning about?" Xi Bei hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, rising to the window to take a glance outside. Although the sky had brightened considerably, he was startled to behold towering currents of water shooting skyward, resembling colossal tornadoes. Should he be ensnared by these tumultuous flows, his small vessel would surely be reduced to mere splinters. In an effort to gain a clearer view, he swung open the door of the cockpit and gazed around. The nearest current loomed just 100 meters away. If he did not promptly alter his course, the small boat would soon be drawn into its whirlpool. Frustrated, he uttered a curse. Damn it. At that moment, a command was issued, and the honor maul materialized before him, hovering in his line of sight. Fortunately, Xiao Ai Li Bo and I was oblivious to this occurrence. Xi Bei was in a state of frantic urgency, lacking the luxury of time to contemplate honor. If this delay persisted, it could very well lead to perilous consequences. Moreover, both he and Bani were endowed with abilities. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the tumultuous currents, plunging into the ocean would inevitably spell doom. He was so preoccupied that he barely glanced at the honor points, instead exclaiming in frustration twice, eager to summon the marketplace system. As he uttered the first command, the honor marketplace began to whirl into motion, and upon his second exclamation, it came to a halt. Although Xi Bei was somewhat distracted, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 segments on the spinning wheel aligning perfectly, a signal of victory. He had drawn another skill. However, before he could discern what skill he had acquired, the honor marketplace vanished from sight. At that moment, Bani grasped the joystick and called out for assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xi Bei swiftly turned and rushed to the control console, grasping the joystick alongside Bani, exerting their strength to pull it back. The small boat gradually began to pivot. Bani dashed to the doorway of the cockpit, cast a glance, and then commenced issuing commands. 9 o'clock direction. Upon hearing this, Zybe exerted all his strength to shift the joystick to the left, aiming towards the 11 o'clock direction. Xi Bei forcefully pushed the joystick forward. Bani shouted in exasperation, "You fool! Turn around quickly." Xi Bei was suddenly filled with a surge of anger. He had merely followed Bani's orders to change direction. What fault was there in that? However, this was not the moment for quarrels. Lacking any navigational experience, he could only heed Bani's commands. After all, Bani had no desire to be swept away by the currents either. At this juncture, they were like grasshoppers bound together by the same string. Xi Bei wholeheartedly manipulated the joystick. Bani shouted, "At 3 o'clock, charge forth." Xi Bei was drenched in sweat, his entire body leaning to the right as he exerted all his strength to stabilize the tiller. The small boat was clearly battered by the waves several times, and just as he was on the verge of relinquishing his grip, Bani surged forward, brutally planting her foot on the tiller while simultaneously stepping on Xi Bei's hand. The pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat, yet he lacked the energy to confront Bani in that moment. Thus, he bore the pain in silence. The boat, swaying precariously, took a full quarter of an hour before it finally began to regain its composure. Xi Bei let out a sigh, preparing to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. However, his hand was firmly pinned down by Bani, rendering it impossible to retrieve. "Jolly Bani, kindly lift your foot," he implored. Suddenly, Bani seized Xi Bei by the collar, her expression dark and menacing, as if she intended to devour him whole. This savage woman displayed no understanding of restraint, spitting words as she furiously shouted at Xi Bei. "You scoundrel! If you wish to meet your demise, do not drag me down with you." Xi Bei wiped away the spittle that had splashed onto his face and then swatted Bani's hand aside. "I've always lived this way. Are you not a pirate? Are you afraid of such trivial storms? Yet, here we are, having weathered it together. Look at you, trembling in fear. I find it rather exhilarating." Bani glared fiercely. Xi Bei was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sensation, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and leaving him covered in goosebumps. His consciousness wavered, as if he were on the brink of experiencing a vivid illusion. He vigorously shook his head and bit down on his tongue, finally regaining his composure. At that moment, Xi Bei's heart was filled with profound astonishment. Confronted with this unexpected and peculiar feeling, a single word immediately sprang to mind: dominance. Specifically, the dominance of the Conqueror's haki. Zyb's breath quickened, astonished that Jewelry Bonnie possessed the Conqueror's haki. In the original work, even Roronoa Zoro, an ambitious aspirant to become the world, has yet to definitively demonstrate the Conqueror's haki despite 2 years of training under the formidable Dracul Mihawk. Indeed, Jewelry Bonnie is no ordinary individual. Xi Bei raised his arm, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, Bonnie retracted her hostile gaze and shrugged her shoulders. Forget it. I haven't eaten anything for an entire night, and I do not wish to waste my energy on you. Consider this a reprieve, little brat. The new world is still a long way off. While I have no interest in meddling with your daily lifestyle, I must remind you that even in slumber upon these seas, it is prudent to keep one eye open. The Grand Line is not as gentle as you might imagine, and for a pirate hunter like yourself, countless lives are lost each day in the new world. Xi Bei gritted his teeth and let out a huff. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Your pirate crew was sunk by Blackbeard in the New World, so you must be all too aware of the perils that lie within. Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, Bonnie unexpectedly displayed a rare expression of regret. She turned her head away, unwilling to accept the reality, and cursed under her breath. Damn it, I will never let that guy off the hook. Xi Bei plopped down on the control panel and inquired, Do you require my assistance? Bonnie seemed to have heard an exceptionally grand joke. She clutched her belly, her expression one of utter disdain. Huh, assist me? With your capabilities? Alas, she remained unconvinced, leaving Xi Bei with no recourse. Nevertheless, Bonnie graciously offered a compliment to Xi Bei. Well, although you do possess some skills, it is still far from sufficient to thrive in the new world. There is no point in further discussion. Xi Bei merely scoffed, let us wait and see. By noon, with the sun blazing high in the sky, Jewelry Bonnie, who had not eaten for a considerable part of the day, seemed to be growing restless. She rolled back and forth on the floor of the cockpit, loudly lamenting her impending starvation, resembling a little girl throwing a tantrum for a toy. With each roll, she collided with Xi Bei's seat, gradually testing his patience. Could you not be a bit quieter? He inquired. Bonnie, sprawled out on the floor, weakly muttered, Huh? Quiet? How can one remain silent when there is nothing to eat? Normally, one would conserve energy when hungry and refrain from excessive movement. Yet this woman grew more boisterous the hungrier she became. At that moment, Xi Bei finally understood why others referred to Bonnie as the gluttonous woman. For she was indeed an amplified version of a foodie. However, it must be noted that Xi Bei himself was quite famished and parched. This small vessel had drifted on the sea for half a day and a night. Not a soul had been sighted, and he was uncertain how much longer they would sail before land appeared. He pondered the grim possibility of perishing from hunger in the vast ocean, which would indeed be an unfortunate fate. Xi Bei leaned against the console and inquired, You didn't misdirect us, did you? Bonnie glanced at the recording device strapped to her wrist, then suddenly stood up, her entire being draping over Xi Bei's back. Her complexion was somewhat grim, and even her tone took on a petulant edge. Hey, you little brat. Are you questioning my navigational skills? I am the captain of the Bonnie pirate crew. Xi Bei felt two soft, fluffy objects pressed against his back, causing him to be momentarily distracted. He quickly extricated himself and pushed Bonnie aside. How many times must I tell you not to call me a little ghost? Bonnie, accustomed to her carefree demeanor, dismissed her previous actions without a second thought. Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, she deliberately retorted with a mock fierceness. I could easily turn you into a little ghost right now. Hey, Xi Bei pointed at her. Do not frighten me. If I were to become a little ghost, I would lose the strength to steer the boat. Both of us are struggling to stay afloat. We must not engage in infighting. Aren't you hungry? I'm hungry too. How about this? You keep watch here while I venture out to scout the surroundings. If I come across any villages or islands, I can promptly inform you. What do you think, Captain? Bonnie contorted her face in a display of disdain. Huh? Are you suggesting that you would leave me, your captain, all alone in the cockpit? Xi Bei disregarded her, leaning against the wall, circumventing Bonnie as he approached the cockpit door. He then swung open the large door of the cockpit and ascended directly to the top of the small vessel, turning back to offer a reminder. I'm counting on you, Captain. Bonnie gritted her teeth and retorted, "You scoundrel. Once we reach the new world, I shall have my vengeance." Xi Bei feigned ignorance, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him as he plopped down atop the small boat. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. After all, Joelle Bonnie was a woman, and the two of them, a solitary man and woman, found themselves in a confined space, inevitably creating a sense of discomfort. Although Bonnie, with her straightforward demeanor, did not dwell on such matters, Xi Bei, a modern man who had been single for an extended period, could not help but be affected by her earlier lean towards him. It was enough for him to recite his calming mantra several times over. Remaining in the cabin was a precarious situation. Who could predict what other unrefined gestures Bonnie might exhibit? Thus, he had no choice but to execute a strategic retreat. Xi Bei hurriedly shook his head and clasped his hands together. Oh dear, what a misdeed. Throughout their brief time together, Xi Bei observed that Bonnie did not embody the typical traits of a nefarious pirate. Though she possessed a wild demeanor and often resorted to coarse language, she harbored no ill intentions. Unlike other pirates who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, Bonnie, on the whole, exhibited glimpses of endearing charm at times. Xi Bei felt that in this era of pirates, as numerous as the stars in the sky, encountering Jewelry Bonnie by mere chance and finding themselves sharing a ship was, without a doubt, a stroke of fate. Ever since her crew was vanquished by Blackbeard in the New World, Bonnie had become utterly solitary. It was indeed a moment when she truly required the companionship of a man who could stand by her side and share the burdens of the world. Xi Bei rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Indeed, he was extending a timely aid amidst adversity. However, Bonnie was too fierce and prickly, making any attempt to assist her exceedingly difficult. What should he do? Just as Xi Bei was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. It was a woman's voice. "Lady Snake, I have spotted the man, just ahead." Lady Snake? In these waters, only one individual could bear such a title. The reigning empress of Amazon Lily on Nine Snake Island, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Empress Boa Hancock. Hancock? Xi Bei suddenly raised his head, only to behold a pirate ship gradually approaching from afar on the sea. Though the distance was considerable, rendering the details somewhat indistinct, he could vaguely discern that this pirate vessel was accompanied by 2 grotesque giant serpents. Xi Bei is no stranger to these 2 serpents. The sea snake, a highly venomous creature that even the sea kings dare not confront. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment, "The 9 snake pirates?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a voice resonated from the 9 snake ship, declaring, "Arrow of captivity." Following this proclamation, an overwhelming barrage of countless arrows surged towards Xi Bei, darkening the sky. Xi Bei, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, "Jolie Bonnie," quickly changed direction. The small boat swayed violently as it began to turn. Xi Bei inadvertently slipped from the top of the small vessel to the cockpit door, forcefully kicking it open as he charged inside. Following closely behind, he exerted considerable effort alongside Bonnie to pull back on the joystick. At that moment, the top of the small boat echoed with a resounding thud. It was the sound of arrows striking the hull. With Xi Bei now in control of the joystick, Bonnie finally had the opportunity to rush to the window for a fleeting glance. 2 venomous sea serpents bore down upon the pirate ship, drawing ever closer. And it was then that Bonnie clearly discerned the pirate emblem emblazoned upon the Jiaoxi ship. A cold sweat broke out as she pressed her forehead, pondering in dismay why must it be the 9 serpent pirate crew? The situation was utterly dire. The most exasperating part for Xi Bei was that, having escaped from 9 Serpent Island, he believed the ordeal was behind him. Little did he expect that the 9 serpent pirate crew would pursue him relentlessly across land and sea. Xi Bei firmly believes that this is no mere coincidence, for he distinctly heard a woman on the 9 serpent ship declare that she had found the man. This single utterance is sufficient evidence. Xi Bei could ascertain with certainty that the 9 snake pirates were specifically set out to hunt him. Moreover, no one from the entire 9 snake pirates, including Hancock, had ever laid eyes upon him. Now, given that someone was able to accurately identify him, there existed only one possibility. A guardian warrior from 9 Snake Island, who was acquainted with him, had boarded Hancock's pirate vessel. Xi Bei could not help but erupt in a torrent of curses. What enmity could provoke such wrath? It truly seemed that he had encountered an ill fate. Boa Hancock, too, is a wielder of a devil fruit power. Her abilities as enigmatic and diverse as those of the Gorgon Medusa, capable of transmuting a living being into stone. Furthermore, she possesses the uncanny ability to conjure arrows from thin air. The arrow of captivity is one of Hancock's distinctive powers. One must not underestimate the barrage of arrows that come flying. Each is imbued with haki, and should one be struck, the victim would be instantly petrified, with even minor grazes proving fatal. As a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hancock not only boasts formidable strength, but is also an awakened user of Conqueror's haki. To this day, Xi Bei vividly recalls the outbreak of the Summit War, when Smoker's Sea Prism Stone staff was effortlessly petrified by Hancock's swift kick. The Sea Prism Stone is renowned as the nemesis of those with abilities, and yet Hancock, as an ability user herself, managed to petrify the stone merely through her haki. This speaks volumes about the extraordinary mastery she has achieved with her Conqueror's haki. The ship's exceptional quality is commendable. Had it been any other pirate vessel, it likely would not have withstood the initial barrage of Hancock's arrows. However, no matter how sturdy the ship, it cannot endure the relentless onslaught of Hancock's attacks. If it were to weather another round of arrows, the vessel might very well succumb to the depths. Bonnie was utterly infuriated. This wretched woman. Why must she relentlessly pursue us? Xi Bei was reluctant to disclose the full circumstances to Bonnie, for she knew that such revelations would undoubtedly drive Bonnie to the brink of madness. Indeed, Bonnie was an innocent victim in this affair. It had nothing to do with her whatsoever. The pursuit was aimed solely at Xi Bei. Yet Bonnie found herself entangled in this misfortune simply by virtue of sharing the same vessel. "We are being pursued," Bonnie exclaimed. Xi Bei grasped the joystick tightly and retorted with irritation, "Do not shout. The vessel is not that large. How fast can it possibly go?" Bonnie, infuriated, flung open the door to the cockpit. "I shall confront this woman," Xi Bei shouted. "Don't act recklessly." However, Bonnie paid no heed and climbed atop the small boat. At that moment, the vessel suddenly rocked violently, as a rain of arrows once again struck its hull. Concerned for Bonnie, Xi Bei relinquished the joystick and rushed out to follow. If anything were to befall Bonnie, who would guide him to the new world? He was utterly unfamiliar with navigation. Upon seeing Xi Bei emerge, Bonnie yelled back, "What are you doing out here?" "I'm holding off that woman. You need to set sail immediately." Xi Bei climbed to the top of the small boat, standing beside Bonnie as he gazed at the nearby Nine Snake pirate ship. A surge of frustration welled up within him. The women of Nine Snake Island were truly relentless. How long could one person hold them off? After all, a Shichibukai stood on the ship, and given the state of this small vessel, escape seemed utterly improbable. Why waste energy? I am genuinely curious to see what these women are truly after. Have I perhaps disturbed the resting place of their ancestors? Bonnie tilted her head, exclaiming, "Huh? Is there something wrong with your head?" Xi Bei tapped his head and asserted confidently, "There is nothing amiss with my mind." At this moment, the Nine Serpent pirate crew had anchored beside the small boat, extending numerous female heads over the side. Some were exquisite in beauty, while others resembled gorillas. In summary, the unattractive were exceptionally so, while the beautiful were undeniably striking. Xi Bei raised his head and surveyed the surroundings aboard the Nine Serpent ship. It was then that he spotted 3 familiar faces. The towering figure of the female giant, Afrandra, stood out conspicuously. Flanking Afrandra on either side were Marguerite and Stoby. No wonder the Nine Serpents pirate crew recognized Xi Bei. These 3 valiant warriors were present on the vessel. Upon catching sight of Xi Bei, Marguerite immediately drew her bowstring, prompting the other women to follow suit. Just as they were poised to release their arrows, a voice, resonant with maturity, emerged from behind Marguerite. Xi Bei's heart skipped a beat. The mere utterance of weight could halt all actions aboard the pirate ship, indicating that the speaker was likely the formidable Boa Hancock, the captain of the Kuja pirates. Xi Bei could not help but swallow hard. Should he face Hancock at this moment, his chances of victory would be a mere 10%, or perhaps even less. Zybe raised his ears to listen attentively. On the deck, the crisp sound of footsteps resonated, reminiscent of high heels tapping against cobblestones. This rhythmic footfall intertwined harmoniously with the beat of Zybe's own heartbeat. Xi Bei gritted his teeth, firmly gripping Bonnie. He was terrified that this ferocious woman might suddenly dash out and meet her demise. Soon, Hancock approached the edge of the ship. Xi Bei instinctively scrutinized Hancock. At that moment, Hancock was clad in a form-fitting dark red dress, low-cut and reminiscent of an evening gown. Her figure was exquisite, particularly her B-111 bust, a concept Xi Bei had never encountered in his life. What stood out was Hancock's aura of mature femininity, a regal presence, perhaps influenced by the powers of her devil fruit. She exuded an irresistible allure, a temptation so powerful that any man would struggle to resist, not out of base lust, but from pure admiration, evoking a desire to kneel before her and submit to her whims. Even in the face of her potential cruelty, one would find a peculiar joy in it. Indeed, that was the sentiment. Hancock's long, lustrous black hair was a sight to behold, a feature that Xi Bei particularly adored. Xi Bei was somewhat dazed by the enchantment. Fortunately, Xiao Ali Bani was nearby and gave Xi Bei a firm kick. Xi Bei regained his composure, drenched in cold sweat. He bit his tongue and finally calmed himself. That was close. Hancock truly is a man's nemesis. Bonnie stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Xi Bei, her gaze locked with Hancock's. Although Bonnie appeared composed, Xi Bei noticed beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. She was clearly holding on by a thread. The two women exchanged glances, as if even the atmosphere crackled with tension. Hancock suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you?" Bonnie remained silent, gritting her teeth. "Your Highness, she is Jewelry Bonnie from the South Blue, a pirate supernova of the worst generation, much like Lord Luffy. Her original bounty was 140 million berries, but after successfully evading Admiral Akainu 10 days ago, it has been raised to 270 million berries." The woman who spoke had naturally curly green hair. She was Hancock's younger sister, known as Boa Sandersonia, a formidable user of a devil fruit. She also possessed the abilities of observation and armament hockey, making her an indispensable force within the Kuja pirates. Xi Bei certainly recognized her name. After Sandersonia's introduction, Hancock muttered to herself, "Is she akin to Luffy?" Then, her expression darkened as she growled, "What? This woman is like Luffy? Is she the companion he often speaks of? What an insufferable woman!" Xi Bei smacked his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. The vinegar jar had been overturned. In truth, Boa Hancock, both in emotional and intellectual acumen, stands out remarkably among the 7 warlords of the sea. It is no exaggeration to assert that without Hancock's clandestine assistance, Luffy would never have made it to the underwater prison. Without reaching the underwater prison, he would not have encountered Xi Bei and the Okama King Ivankov. Luffy's absence from these pivotal figures would have precluded his appearance at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, during the epic-making war on the summit. It is quite plausible that Luffy would never have even glimpsed Ace in his final moments. This underscores the immense support Hancock provided to Luffy prior to the outbreak of the war on the summit. She cleverly deceived Admiral Mongoose, facilitating Luffy's boarding of the warship. Moreover, she guided him through the Gate of Justice, leading him directly to the underwater prison without incident. The wisdom and strength of this woman are inextricably linked. When faced with Admiral Mongoose's probing inquiries, she boldly permitted him to search her person, fully aware that Luffy was concealed beneath her plush cloak. Had Mongoose touched her even slightly, he would have uncovered Luffy's presence. Yet she maintained her composure and declared, "It is all right. I allow you to do so." Even Luffy was taken aback by her audacity. Although Admiral Mongoose ultimately relented, this moment clearly illustrates Hancock's ability to manipulate the psychology of men to her advantage. Hence, Xi Bei regarded Hancock as a true nemesis to men. A woman who is both powerful and astute, coupled with beauty, is a formidable presence that any man would find daunting. To praise her as a goddess carries no hint of exaggeration. Yet, this very goddess, who instills fear in pirates, possesses a character flaw. Ever since her uncontrollable infatuation with Luffy began, any mention of him causes her to plummet from her pedestal, transforming from a goddess into a mere mortal consumed by obsession, dreaming of marrying Luffy. Consequently, driven by a woman's instinct, any female who appears in Luffy's vicinity becomes her imagined rival. Hancock glared at Bonnie, gritting her teeth, and said, "So, you are one of Luffy's companions?" Bonnie, as always, wore a bemused expression, somewhat bewildered. "Huh." Xi Bei felt it imperative to step forward and voice a fair assessment. If Bonnie were to incur Hancock's envy, it would indeed be a grievous injustice. Moreover, Xi Bei, who claims to be a bounty hunter, could hardly conceal himself behind the pirates like a timid turtle, especially when this pirate happens to be a woman. Hold on. Although she is also a supernova pirate of the worst generation, she is not an ally of Luffy. At this juncture, Hancock's younger sister, Boa Sandersonia, interjected. "Your Highness," she began, "that man speaks the truth. Jewelry Bonnie is not an ally of Lord Luffy, but the captain of the Bonnie Pirates. Just 10 days ago, I read in the newspaper that she was captured by Admiral Akainu, yet I am unsure why she has appeared here." Upon hearing this explanation, Hancock's demeanor softened considerably. She then assumed an air of superiority, pointing at Bonnie while demanding, "If you are a pirate, why are you in the company of the Navy?" Bonnie furrowed her brow and glanced at Xi Bei, exclaiming, "Navy? Hey, what is going on? Aren't you a bounty hunter?" This situation was decidedly more unjust than anything imaginable. However, in the face of a formidable adversary like Hancock, Xi Bei was reluctant to resort to violence. If a calm conversation could dispel the misunderstanding, that would be ideal. Thus, he explained in a conciliatory tone, "I have maintained all along that I am not part of the Navy. I merely found myself stranded on Amazon Lily and was inadvertently captured by the warriors of the Kuja tribe. Unfortunately, they disregarded my explanations and insisted on imprisoning me alongside Black Panther. Under such circumstances, I had no choice but to find a way to protect myself," which inevitably offended those warriors. After his explanation, Xi Bei raised his hand, pointing to the giantess of Flandera, and continued, "Perhaps you might inquire of her. It was she who bound me and brought me into the land of women. To label me a Navy member is purely conjectural. Where is the evidence? Present your proof." Hancock turned her gaze toward Flandera. "Oh dear." Flandera glanced around and then waved her hands, stating, "I know nothing." Xi Bei was agitated. "Hey, giantess, how can you claim ignorance? It was you and Jeking who brought me to the land of daughters. Now, at this crucial moment, do you seek to evade responsibility? Where is Jeking? Summon her for a confrontation." Ai Falon de La turned her head away, hesitant to speak. At this moment, Margaret stood beside Ai Falon de La, clearly aligned with her. Although Xi Bei's explanation seemed plausible, if Ai Falon de La were to acknowledge that there had indeed been a misunderstanding regarding Xi Bei, she would have to bear the responsibility of bringing a man into the land of daughters. In such a case, Ai Falon de La would surely face punishment from Hancock. Thus, Margaret felt compelled to intervene. How could Jeking, the captain of the national defense of the land of daughters, easily leave the island? That cunning man, at such a critical juncture, still seeks to bite back? Margaret readied an arrow, drew her bowstring, and aimed once more at Xi Bei, proclaiming, "My Lady Snake Princess. This man trespassed upon Nine Snake Island without permission, which is why Jeking and Ai Falon de La brought him back to the land of daughters, intending to await your return for judgment. Yet this man has injured our warriors and fled. He must have something to hide." The mother orangutan, Stoby, who had once been struck by Xi Bei, chimed in, "My Lady Snake Princess, this man's strength is formidable. He is no ordinary person, which is why Jeking suspected he might be a naval rear admiral. He may have already relayed news of Lord Luffy's presence on Nine Snake Island to the naval headquarters." Hancock bit her thumb, pondering for a moment. No, if the naval headquarters were already aware of Luffy's presence on Nine Snake Island, they would have notified me by now. Currently, the Navy is not taking any significant actions. Akainu and Kazan have already agreed to duel in 10 days. The naval headquarters cannot possibly be distracted to send someone to Nine Snake Island. The news of Luffy's presence should not have leaked. CC. A clever woman indeed can draw inferences from one instance. Xi Bei's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally found solace. However, the subsequent words of Sandersonia ignited an unparalleled fury within him. "Your Highness, regardless of who this man may be, he is already aware that Lord Luffy resides on our Amazon Lily. If we allow him to depart unscathed, we cannot guarantee he will not divulge Lord Luffy's whereabouts." Hancock continued to bite her finger in contemplation. "Indeed, that is precisely why I have pursued him." No sooner had Hancock's words left her lips than the women aboard the ship suddenly knocked their arrows, aiming them at Xi Bei, with a mere command. They could transform him into a veritable pincushion. Sandersonia pressed on. "What shall we do about this supernova pirate? Shall he be executed as well?" "Forget him." Hancock raised her arm, finally executing the signature dismissive gesture prevalent in the original work, leaning back and pointing at Xi Bei. "The Kuja pirates heed my command. This man has unlawfully set foot on Amazon Lily, violating a long-standing prohibition of the Kuja tribe. In my capacity as the reigning empress of Amazon Lily, I hereby sentence this man to death." This predicament was dire. The narrow ledge atop the small vessel offered scant room for escape. Should these women unleash their arrows simultaneously, there would be no refuge. The vast ocean surrounded them, and to resist meant risking a perilous leap onto the Kuja ship. A desperate gambit for a chance to fight for his life. Despite Hancock's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable for Xi Bei to remain passive. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den, he mused, and moreover, he possessed a modicum of confidence in his close-quarters combat skills. These wretched women had now reached a point of reckless abandon. Xi Bei began to gather his strength and suddenly leaped from the top of the small boat, heading straight for the Snake Princess ship. At that very moment, Hancock shouted, "Attack!" A flurry of arrows rained down upon Xi Bei, who was still suspended in midair and unable to evade them. Just as he was about to be struck, Jewelry Bonnie unexpectedly jumped in from the side, colliding with him. Together, they tumbled onto the deck of the Snake Princess ship, and Xi Bei narrowly escaped with his life. Bonnie pinned Xi Bei beneath her, exclaiming, "You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Although Bonnie appeared arrogant and boisterous, frequently threatening to end Xi Bei's life, he understood that her heart was not entirely malicious. Despite the awkwardness of their respective identities, it did not deter Xi Bei from placing his trust in Bonnie, believing in her loyalty. Even if she incessantly referred to him as a brat and made threats against him, there was a saying that rings true: to strike is to care, to scold is to love. If Bonnie truly intended to eliminate him, why would she bother to venture into the new world? Xi Bei contemplated that as long as he could survive today's ordeal, he would surely seek an opportunity in the future to properly mentor Bonnie. Oh, no, that's not quite right. He meant to guide her. After all, Bonnie was far too unruly, lacking any semblance of faith. The road ahead in this new world was long and fraught with uncertainty. One could never predict what might transpire or whom they might encounter. As long as Bonnie could develop a sense of organization and discipline, it would greatly enhance her safety in life. With a bounty of 270 million berries and the possession of Conqueror's Haki, who would dare to disregard her? Naturally, Xi Bei harbored a personal ambition as well, such as the conquest of a woman deemed unconquerable. That would indeed be a source of immense satisfaction. Xi Bei rose from the deck, instinctively placing Bonnie behind him. He had already involved her in this predicament. No matter how hard he tried, he could not allow her to suffer any further. Upon reflection, Bonnie was indeed pitiable. Having barely escaped the clutches of Akainu, she had not yet found respite before being entangled in such a troublesome affair. If it were anyone else, they might wish for Xi Bei's swift demise rather than extend a hand to save him. Bonnie exclaimed, "Hey, you're blocking my way." What a stubborn woman she was. Xi Bei was clearly protecting her, yet she accused him of obstructing her. Xi Bei could only acquiesce, saying, "Do not intervene." Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, a mocking smile graced Bonnie's lips. Yet she refrained from saying more. Instead, she crossed her arms and sauntered to the edge of the boat, settling herself on the steps, watching Xi Bei with an amused expression. Even she was uncertain if she could extract any advantage from Hancock, though she was genuinely curious to witness the capabilities of this pirate hunter named Xi Bei. At that moment, Hancock stood directly opposite Xi Bei, merely 10 paces apart. The closer they were, the more Xi Bei could sense Hancock's alluring femininity. He could even hear his own heartbeat accelerating. The mere presence of Hancock before him had already diminished his combat prowess by 80 to 90%. What was the point of fighting? Xi Bei suddenly recalled that she too was a wielder of a devil fruit power, possessing hearing capabilities far superior to that of an ordinary person. With a focused mind, she could even perceive the sound of a feather gently touching the ground. With such extraordinary auditory acuity at her disposal, what was there to fear? Zybe tore a fragment of cloth from his short-sleeved shirt and covered his eyes, resorting to this desperate measure to avoid being misled by Hancock's every move. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Once Hancock's figure was obscured from view, his mind returned to tranquility. So it was. Hancock let out a cold chuckle and then called out, "Sandersonia." With the sound of Hancock's voice echoing, the green-haired boa Sandersonia suddenly stepped forward. "Leave it to me, dear sister." Xi Bei recalled that Sandersonia was the wielder of the serpent snake fruit from the Superman lineage, capable of transforming even her hair into serpentine forms for offensive maneuvers. Most notably, Sandersonia possessed the advanced observation haki, and it was evident from the past that even without activating Gear Second, Luffy was overwhelmingly defeated by her, underscoring her formidable strength. In her peak state, Xi Bei had little confidence in her ability to triumph over Sandersonia, especially now that she was shrouded in blindness. However, Xi Bei felt a flicker of optimism. As long as Hancock was not among the combatants, the situation did not seem dire. Upon reflection, although Hancock was a warlord of the sea, she was also an empress. It was improbable that she would engage in battle right away. Surely, one would first have to navigate through numerous challenges. Xi Bei took a deep breath, then assumed a combat stance. The women standing nearby continued to knock their arrows, aimed directly at him. Hancock waved her hand, commanding, "Cease." This confrontation is entrusted to Sandersonia. The mother gorilla, Stoby, who had once been struck by Xi Bei, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Lady Snake, there is no need for Lady Sonia to intervene with this cunning man. Allow me to handle him." At such a critical juncture, still debating who should take the stage? It was an utter humiliation for Xi Bei. Growing weary of the incessant chatter from the women, he decided to take the initiative, launching himself directly at Sandersonia. A chorus of curses erupted from the group of women. The despicable man! How dare he launch a sneak attack? What audacity! He surely knows he cannot best Lady Sonia. Lady Sonia, cast this repugnant man into the sea. Hancock furrowed her brow, seated upon her devoted pet snake, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the unfolding battle, remarking, "Enough. Watch closely. This man emanates a repulsive aura, akin to that of a ferocious beast." At that moment, someone presented a small plate of delicacies before Hancock. She delicately pinched a morsel between her thumb and forefinger, bringing it to her lips, and murmured, "Is it merely an illusion?" Xi Bei was shrouded in darkness, utterly oblivious to the circumstances before him. Relying solely on his acute hearing, he endeavored to discern the whereabouts of Sandersonia. However, he was perplexed. Her breath was unmistakably right in front of him, yet each punch he threw struck nothing but air, leaving him with a sense of futility. In a fit of frustration, he attempted a sweeping kick, only to find it equally fruitless. It was indeed strange. Sandersonia's breath had never wavered, consistently positioned directly ahead of him. Yet he could not make contact with her. What could possibly be the reason for this? Were it not for his concern that Hancock might impair his combat efficacy, he would have willingly removed the blindfold to discern the root of this bewildering situation. Xi Bei raised his leg and bellowed with fervor, "Combat technique, thunderous axe." This was a skill he had previously employed during his encounter with the Quick Blade pirate crew, a technique that had once cleaved Captain Sayre's pirate ship in twain. Initially, he had been reluctant to unleash such a move, fearing the possibility of inadvertently causing the vessel to break apart and tumble into the sea, leading to a troublesome predicament. However, the pressing circumstances left him no choice but to resort to this formidable maneuver. His foot landed squarely upon the deck, as anticipated. Yet, to his astonishment, the deck of the Nine Serpents ship remained unscathed, not even trembling under the force of his stomp. The Nine Serpents vessel was not only massive but also remarkably sturdy, reinforced with iron plating throughout its structure. If Xi Bei could easily shatter it, where would that leave the reputation of the Seven Warlords? The dilapidated ship of Quick Blade Sayre was simply incomparable to the might of the Nine Serpents pirate ship. To hope to break the ship, one would have to be a warrior of the giant race from Elbaf. Just then, Sandersonia spoke up, "It's futile." Xi Bei discerned the direction of the sound and prepared to unleash a powerful punch. However, he felt a sudden impact to his abdomen, which sent him hurtling backward against the side of the ship. Before he could regain his footing, he heard the swift approach of Sonia charging towards him. The speed was overwhelming, leaving Xi Bei no time to evade. In that moment, he could no longer contain his impatience and tore away the rag that had been blindfolding him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Sonia brandishing a trident, thrusting it menacingly in his direction. Xi Bei was taken aback, raising his hand to block the oncoming attack. How foolish can one be to attempt to shield oneself from a sharp trident with mere hands? It is akin to someone aiming a firearm at Xi Bei, who then resolves to catch the bullet with his bare hands. While one cannot deny the audacity of such an act, the outcome is often tragically bleak. Consequently, Xi Bei's palm was pierced by the razor-sharp prongs of the trident, blood gushing forth. Yet, at that very moment when the crimson liquid spilled forth, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. Suddenly, dense smoke enveloped Xi Bei, surrounding him completely. Sonia, perplexed by the strange occurrence, instinctively leaped back, distancing herself from him. Hancock, who had been observing the unfolding battle, abruptly rose to her feet. Could it truly be? Bonnie gazed intently at the thick smoke, softly murmuring, "Hey, is this real?" Both Hancock and Bonnie possessed the formidable conqueror's haki, and at the very moment the smoke enveloped Xi Bei, they sensed his transformation. Hancock had long harbored an aversion to the aura emanating from Xi Bei, and this peculiar phenomenon confirmed her suspicions. The other women aboard the pirate ship, however, were oblivious to what was transpiring. They could only see Hancock displaying an unusual expression of concern. Margaret shouted, "Protect Lady Hancock." A group of women assumed defensive stances, shielding Hancock within their ranks, drawing back their bows and aiming at the smoke. The density of the fog rendered visibility nearly impossible, so they hesitated to release their arrows. At this moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. "What is happening to that man? I don't know. He resembles Lord Luffy. Is it possible that every man emits such smoke?" Upon closer inspection, Xi Bei's current state bore a striking resemblance to Luffy's Gear Second, shrouded in a haze. When Luffy had faced execution in the Land of Women, he too had emitted smoke, defeating Hancock's two sisters single-handedly, a sight clearly witnessed by many women in the audience. However, Margaret was unaware of this, as she had been turned to stone at that time. Curiously, she inquired amidst the chatter, "Does Luffy also produce this kind of smoke?" Stoppy, crouched nearby, shook her head. "I don't know." The mother gorilla had no knowledge of this, for she too had been petrified alongside Margaret, and neither had witnessed Luffy's combat form. The trio, including the giantess Afrandra, remained in the dark regarding the enigmatic smoke. Upon mentioning Luffy, Margaret seemed to have made a resolute decision. She drew back her bowstring, focusing intently on the smoke, willing to do anything to prevent news of Luffy from leaking out. Gradually, the thick smoke began to dissipate. Hancock squinted for a moment, then suddenly called out, "Sonia, come back quickly." Sandasonia heard Hancock's voice and turned her head to glance back at him. However, it was precisely due to this momentary lapse that Xi Bei was able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Before Sandasonia could finish her words, a hand emerged from the smoke, swiftly and accurately grasping her. No, it was not merely a grasp, it was a squeeze, a firm grip on Sandasonia. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves of terror through the surrounding women. The hand that emerged from the mist was more robust than the masts aboard the Nine-Snake ship, with a single finger nearly the size of a human body, resembling the arm of a giant. "Lady Sandasonia, Sister Sandasonia." Margaret gritted her teeth and took the lead in unleashing a volley of arrows. Once again, a barrage of arrows imbued with fierce determination rained down upon the exceptionally thick arm. Xi Bei clearly felt the sting of pain, prompting a furious roar as he burst forth from the smoke. The surrounding women, at last, beheld an astonishing scene that left them in disbelief. Xi Bei now towers at an impressive height of over 10 meters, with even the sail suspended from the Nine-Serpent ship falling short by half its stature. It is inconceivable to mention the women, whose heights barely reach 2 meters. Even the female giant Efrandala, whom Xi Bei frequently speaks of, can only reach as high as Xi Bei's knees. As Zybe took another step upon the deck, it emitted a creaking sound. A giant. Marguerite gazed up at Zybe's imposing figure, nearly breathless with astonishment. How could this be? Was this man truly of giant lineage? Emerging from the haze, Zybe looked down upon the awestruck women, his fists clenched, perplexed by his own transformation into a giant. Just as he grappled with this bewilderment, a thought struck him. Could this be the second skill he had drawn from the honor maul? But what were the activation conditions? He distinctly recalled doing nothing prior, merely being pierced in the palm by Sandasoni's trident, after which he inexplicably felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, leading to this extraordinary transformation. Ah yes, the palm. Xi Bei raised his hand to take a glance. The wound had healed, and the bleeding had ceased. Blood? Could it be? Xi Bei instinctively touched the back of his neck, and at that moment, a particular anime came to mind, Attack on Titan. Indeed, in this narrative, those who have been injected with a serum possess the ability to transform into giants. The primary condition for this transformation is self-infliction. As long as blood is shed, one can metamorphose into a towering figure, several meters, or even tens of meters in height. I recall the tallest of these giants reached an astonishing 50 meters. However, these giants possess a fatal weakness, the nape of their necks. A single careless strike to this vulnerable spot can lead to their demise. Conversely, if the nape is adequately protected, the giant becomes virtually indestructible, capable of continuing its movements even with a gaping wound in its chest. In summary, aside from this singular critical vulnerability, their bodies are replete with advantages, exhibiting a vitality that is nothing short of extraordinary. Xi Bei suddenly chuckled. This ability is quite remarkable and exceedingly practical. After all, in this world, the existence of the giant race is not an uncommon phenomenon. A giant possessing the fighting techniques of KOF would indeed be astonishing. Xi Bei clenched his fist and lightly struck the mast of the Nine-Serpent ship, causing the robust pole to shatter like a mere strand of noodle. It is worth noting that he exerted hardly any effort had he unleashed his combat technique. The Thunder Axe, he was confident that he could easily crush the entire Nine-Serpent pirate ship into several fragments with a single kick. Power. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being. Xi Bei opened his cavernous mouth and, bending down towards the women aboard the ship, let out a thunderous roar. This bellow pierced the heavens, embodying all of Xi Bei's pent-up rage and dissatisfaction towards the Nine-Serpent pirate crew. He had long been harboring a bellyful of grievances, yearning for an outlet to release them. Marguerite hurriedly covered her ears. Sandasonia, who had been firmly grasped in Xi Bei's hand, now resembled a collectible figurine, struggling vigorously within his palm and shouting loudly, "Release me, you insufferable man." Xi Bei turned to glance at Sandasonia and was reminded of the gruesome and violent scenes from Attack on Titan. He deemed it fitting to make a reference. Thus he opened his mouth and slowly brought Sandasonia closer, feigning the act of devouring her. Naturally, he had no intention of actually consuming Sandasonia. His theatrical display of a predatory demeanor was intended to instill terror in the hearts of the women. First, he sought to frighten them, and then he would gradually deal with them. What could be more gratifying than such a form of revenge? Remarkably, this tactic proved to be exceptionally effective. Sandasonia's complexion turned ashen. "How dare you? What do you intend to do? You scoundrel! Release me, Your Highness!" At the sound of Sandasonia's desperate cry for her royal sister, Hancock suddenly sprang from the side. Fragrant feet. Suddenly, the entirety of Xi Bei's left leg lost all sensation. He glanced down to find that, unbeknownst to him, his left leg had transformed into solid stone. Struggling to maintain his balance, he sank to one knee. In that moment, the petrified leg, subjected to his vigorous movements, crumbled into fragments. Xi Bei forcefully hurled Sandasonia to the ground, raising his fist to strike Hancock. In the face of this impending blow, Hancock did not flinch or evade. The other women of the 9 snake pirates were taken aback, their concern mounting. "Lady Snake, be careful," they cried. "That despicable man not only injured Lady Sandasonia but now dares to lay a hand on Lady Snake." Sandasonia, sprawled on the ground, shouted, "Sister Empress." Yet, in this moment of peril, Hancock executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. She playfully sucked on her finger, adopting a demeanor of feigned vulnerability akin to a charming young girl. "I'm so scared," she whimpered, causing the women aboard the ship to react as if they had been infused with hormones, their eyes sparkling with hearts. How adorable. So enchanting. Xi Bei's fist abruptly halted, frozen before Hancock. Goodness, such an adorable and enchanting goddess. Xi Bei had never encountered anyone like her in his lifetime. Xi Bei longed to embrace Hancock. Yet he simultaneously felt a deep sense of shame for harboring such violent thoughts towards such a beautiful woman. It was utterly inhumane. In a moment of self-reproach, he struck his own face twice, recognizing the disgracefulness of his desires, and resigned himself to a lifetime of solitude. He withdrew his fist, his countenance flushed with embarrassment. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Jewelry Bonnie was on the verge of exasperation. However, at that very moment, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically. Fragrant feet. A swift kick struck Xi Bei's left arm, rendering it instantly petrified. In the blink of an eye, Xi Bei's left hand was rendered utterly useless. Xi Bei, taken aback, raised his remaining arm, clenched his fist, and struck the deck with all his might. The force of his blow shattered the entire ship, fortunately. 2 colossal sea serpents were supporting the vessel from beneath, preventing the 9-serpent ship from sinking into the depths of the ocean after it was split apart. The deck was cleaved asunder, and Xi Bei and Hancock found themselves distanced from each other, standing face to face on separate decks, with the vast sea lying between them. Xi Bei, stomping his feet in anger, exclaimed, "Vile woman, if you possess the courage, then let us engage in a genuine battle. Come forth. What tricks are you attempting? I am not swayed by your charms, and one of the 7 warlords. Bah, all you can do is resort to such despicable tactics. Do not think that just because you are a woman, I will show you any leniency." Hancock, with a pitiful expression, replied, "How fierce." Xi Bei could not help but feel a rush of affection, her heart aflame with emotions, while simultaneously delivering 2 sharp slaps to her own face. What a wretched tongue she possessed, bullying such a delicate maiden. Was that truly a display of prowess? It was a shame for a man to act in such a manner. Even if he transformed into a giant, his character would remain unchanged, destined to be single for eternity. Yet, Xi Bei found herself entranced once more. Hancock made a gesture of blowing a kiss, then pointed her index finger towards Xi Bei. A kiss bullet. A heart-shaped projectile materialized out of thin air, striking Xi Bei squarely on the head. Lost in her daydream, Xi Bei was abruptly jolted back to reality, clutching her forehead in frustration, nearly consumed by rage. Hancock's devil fruit ability was utterly revolting, particularly to men. In a certain sense, Xi Bei was utterly powerless to retaliate. The moment Hancock adopted a playful demeanor, Xi Bei fell under her spell, unable to bring herself to retaliate against Hancock. How could one possibly fight back under such circumstances? It was as if she possessed strength with nowhere to direct it. Xi Bei forcefully stamped his foot on the deck, exclaiming in anger, That detestable woman has driven me to madness. Boa Hancock, are you not one of the 7 warlords? Could you not engage in a fair fight? Must you tarnish the reputation of the warlords? Hancock crossed her arms and tilted her head, responding with a feigned innocence. I am unaware of what you are referring to. The women of the Kuja pirates stood resolutely behind Hancock, their voices raised in outrage. This man was utterly barbaric. How dare a mere insect speak to their Lady Snake in such a manner? Lady Snake was undeniably charming. Ah, Lady Snake, I am utterly in a fit of rage. Xi Bei snapped the ship's pole in two and hurled it toward the opposing deck. His desire to shatter the spirits of the women before him driving him to exert every ounce of his strength. The pole, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, hurtled towards the women who continued to shout and curse. Hancock delicately tapped her finger against her lips, conjuring a grand pink heart. With a poised stance, she drew her bow, aiming at the ship's pole. Captive's arrow, she proclaimed. No sooner had the words left her lips than a multitude of arrows surged forth from the heart, each one piercing the pole until it was swiftly petrified mid-air, plummeting into the sea. At the very moment the colossal pole splashed into the depths, Hancock suddenly flipped and leaped directly in front of Xi Bei. With a thunderous roar, Xi Bei declared, "Martial arts, 9 injuries." His enormous fist hurtled towards Hancock. To everyone's astonishment, Hancock did not retreat. Instead, she leaped onto Xi Bei's arm and began to sprint along it, charging directly towards his face. Given Xi Bei's colossal stature, his arm was remarkably robust, capable of supporting not just a person, but even a small car. Unfortunately, Xi Bei's other arm had already been petrified, and as he observed Hancock nearing his shoulder, he steeled himself and thrust his forehead forward to collide with her. Hancock, displaying remarkable agility, seemed to anticipate Xi Bei's maneuver. With a deft push off her toes, she leaped atop Xi Bei's head. Almost immediately, she stomped several times upon his crown, as if expressing her irritation. Leaning back, she pointed at Xi Bei's head, addressing him from her elevated position with an air of superiority. Foolish man. I shall inform you that even the warriors of the Elbaf giant clan must bow their heads before me. And if you inquire as to why, it is simply because I am too beautiful. Indeed, everything I do is justified, and I shall always be forgiven. In this world, there exists not a single man who can withstand the allure of my beauty. At this moment, Xi Bei's strength had nearly been depleted. His body weakened. He sank to the ground. Just as he settled down, high-temperature smoke began to emanate from him once more, enveloping him as it always did. The women standing on the opposite deck could not discern the situation within the smoke and presumed that Xi Bei was up to some trick again. Bonnie, holding her forehead, remarked, "Has he finally recovered? Who on earth is this fellow?" She bit her finger, contemplating. Could he be of the giant race? No. Could he be a superhuman ability user? As the sea breeze swept in, it dispersed the high-temperature smoke surrounding Xi Bei. At that moment, the women of the 9 snake pirates beheld Xi Bei sitting cross-legged on the deck, gasping for breath, while Hancock stood directly in front of him. It is noteworthy that after Xi Bei reverted from his giant form back to that of an ordinary human, he was left entirely unclothed, sitting at Hancock's feet with an air of seriousness as he glared up at her, creating a striking visual contrast. The women of the 9 snake pirates, however, were unfazed by this. On the contrary, they watched with keen interest, perhaps eager to ascertain whether Xi Bei, like Luffy, possessed golden eggs. Thus, they instinctively crouched down, fixating their gaze on the naked Xi Bei. Xi Bei's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you staring at? Is there something so captivating? Have you never seen a man before?" Indeed, these women had encountered very few men in their lives. The only man they were somewhat familiar with was perhaps Luffy. Especially Stabby, who resembled a female gorilla, scrutinized Xi Bei with unwavering attention, seemingly determined not to overlook any detail about her. "Is this how men are?" Margaret chimed in, "Yes. Such peculiar creatures. Xi Bei's privacy has been violated, an affront he cannot tolerate." He crossed his legs and pointed at Stabby, exclaiming, "Enough. Cease your incessant gaze." Immediately after, Xi Bei raised his head, glaring at Hancock with indignation, declaring, "I refuse to submit." "Humph. How foolish of you. Not only have you trespassed into the kingdom of women, but you have also wreaked havoc upon my 9 snake ship. Whatever you utter, it leads to a dead end." Xi Bei suddenly stood up. At that moment, Hancock flicked her long hair and then extended her hands, bringing them together to form a heart shape. Witnessing the scene, Xi Bei was taken aback, for this was Hancock's signature move. The mere act of Hancock striking this pose signified her intent to unleash her powers. Once activated, Xi Bei would be transformed into a statue of stone. At that critical moment, Hancock suddenly exclaimed, "Sweet wind." Just as the situation seemed dire, Jewelry Bonnie burst forth, colliding with Xi Bei and sending him flying. In midair, Xi Bei traced a peculiar arc, soaring over the deck before ultimately landing amidst a group of women. Led by Margaret, they aimed their bows at him, scrutinizing his figure with keen interest. Xi Bei, in a spirit of reckless abandon, decided to embrace the spectacle, thinking that if these women enjoyed watching, he might as well indulge them. Rising naked from the ground, he scratched his posterior and initially locked eyes with Margaret in a moment of intense standoff. However, his gaze soon drifted towards Jewelry Bonnie. Margaret, brandishing her bow, commanded, "Do not move." At that moment, Stobie interjected, "Wait a moment, Margaret. Wasn't this man's arm and left leg petrified by Lady Snake? How is he unharmed? What sorcery is this?" Margaret, perplexed, furrowed her brow and remained silent. In his giant form, Xi Bei possessed only one vulnerability, the nape of his neck. Beyond that, no assault could inflict significant damage upon him. In truth, the giant's physique was merely a hollow shell, with Xi Bei's true essence concealed within the nape. To harm him, one must target that specific area. Consequently, the petrified arm and leg, rendered useless by Hancock's magic, bore no consequence for Xi Bei's true self. The giant was akin to a combat mech, with the nape serving as the cockpit. If the mech were damaged, it could be repaired. As long as the cockpit remained intact, all was well. Xi Bei naturally would not provide any explanation to these women. He shifted the topic and said, "Do not worry. With so many of you here, I am certain I cannot escape. Rather than concerning yourselves with me, it would be wise to pay more attention to your Lady Serpent, who is formidable and not the only one among you." Xi Bei, fearing that these women might not comprehend, added, "Of course, I am referring to the Conqueror's Haki." "What?" Margaret swiftly turned, glancing at Jewelry Bonnie, murmuring, "Could it be that woman possesses the Conqueror's Haki as well?" Xi Bei shrugged and remarked, "Who knows?" Indeed, Jewelry Bonnie possesses the Conqueror's Haki, yet this alone cannot secure her victory over Hancock. Haki varies in strength, and Hancock has honed her Conqueror's Haki to an extraordinary level. Bonnie is merely a pirate supernova, and her awakening of Haki has been brief, rendering her incapable of withstanding Hancock's prowess. The reason Xi Bei employs alarmist rhetoric is to divert the attention of these women. Today's battle has illuminated for him the extent to which his combat prowess can be categorized. Overall, he remains somewhat distanced from the 7 warlords of the sea, more aptly positioned among the ranks of supernovas. Of course, should he master Haki, he might well ascend to the level of the 7 warlords, or perhaps even set his sights on the 4 emperors. The distinction between possessing Haki and lacking it is profound. Before Luffy acquired Haki, he was nearly obliterated by a single pacifist, yet, after mastering Haki, he could dispatch a pacifist with a mere punch. This stark contrast underscores the disparity involved. Thus, Xi Bei does not feel unjustly defeated by Hancock today. His sole hope is that Bonnie can stall Hancock, even for a brief moment. He must devise a means to extricate himself from this perilous situation, even if it requires a touch of cunning. Just as he was racking his brain for a strategy, he heard Hancock's voice, sharp and commanding, "Since you are a pirate, why do you aid that man?" Xi Bei understood that Hancock was inquiring about Bonnie, and he raised his gaze to glance at her, curious about how she would respond. Jewelry Bonnie, unwilling to show any sign of weakness, replied defensively, "Huh? Helping whom is my own prerogative, is it not? What does it have to do with the 7 warlords? It seems you have thought this through." TCH. Suddenly, Jewelry Bonnie leapt back, creating distance between herself and Hancock, and shouted, "You are merely instruments of the world government's warfare and do not deserve to be called pirates at all." Hancock coldly retorted, "Silence." Yet Bonnie persisted, "You thrive under the protection of the world government, don't you? Oh, and by the way, aren't you the reigning empress of Amazon Lily? Without the title of 7 warlord, your kingdom would merely transform into an ordinary pirate nation, subject to the onslaught of the navy. Boa Hancock, you are truly magnificent. It must be that the title of 7 warlord is of great significance to you." This biting sarcasm finally incensed Hancock. In a flash, she appeared before Bonnie and executed a sweeping kick. Although Bonnie managed to block Hancock's strike, she was still sent flying and rolled several times across the deck. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xi Bei could not help but chuckle. Why provoke Hancock when all seemed well? It was truly an act of unnecessary troublemaking. The world government and the 7 warlords, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure. What is so remarkable about that? Both parties were merely exploiting each other. Xi Bei suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Wait a moment. A world government? Xi Bei gazed intently at Hancock's retreating figure. Upon closer examination, Hancock indeed shares a complex history with the world government. No, perhaps her disdain for them surpasses that of anyone else. Her position as a warlord of the sea was but a reluctant compromise. As Bonnie pointed out, should Hancock relinquish her title, the Amazon Lily would inevitably devolve into an ordinary pirate nation, susceptible to relentless pursuit by the Navy. Thus, it is clear why Hancock has chosen to endure and acquiesce to the demands of the world government. Bonnie has certainly brought this to Xi Bei's attention. Xi Bei suddenly shouted, "Boa Hancock, you must despise the world government, don't you?" Upon hearing Xi Bei's voice, Hancock turned to look at him, her expression somewhat pallid. Xi Bei resolutely corrected, "Oh, no. What you loathe is not the world government, but the world nobles, the celestial dragons." Boa Hancock and Boa Sandersonia, seemingly gripped by an invisible hand around their hearts, turned as pale as death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at Xi Bei as though he were a monstrous apparition. Hancock, suddenly enraged, shouted, "Silence. Cease your words at once." Sandersonia, her voice quivering, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" With the revelation already laid bare, Xi Bei felt compelled to press on. "Who am I? Do you truly wish for me to divulge my identity? Very well, if you desire to know, I shall recount everything in detail, including." Xi Bei seized the conversation, gesturing towards Hancock's back. Indeed, upon Hancock's back lay a monumental secret, one she wished to keep hidden from the world. Like a startled creature, Hancock crossed her arms and took a few steps back. Zybe suddenly felt a pang of guilt. However, if he did not act, he would remain firmly ensnared in Hancock's grasp. At present, even with Bonnie by his side, they stood no chance against Hancock. Beyond leveraging this secret to coerce Hancock, he found himself bereft of alternative strategies. "Would you like to hear it? I could divulge everything I know to everyone aboard this vessel." Hancock, sensing an impending crisis, was drenched in cold sweat. The women surrounding her were utterly bewildered. The demeanor of Lady Snake was decidedly peculiar. Stoby furrowed his brow and called out, "Hey, Margaret, what's the matter with Lady Snake?" Margaret shook her head. "It seems this man knows something." Hancock, now in a state of utter desperation, exclaimed, "Wait!" Simultaneously, as Hancock shouted, Sandersonia suddenly activated her powers, dashing towards Zybe. At that moment, every strand of hair atop Sandersonia's head transformed into vibrant serpents, all lunging towards Zybe. To prevent Zybe from continuing his chatter, Sandersonia felt compelled to silence him permanently. With the snake hair manifestation, she invoked the fearsome Yamada no Orochi. In truth, Zybe had sensed Sandersonia's impending action from the very start. Hancock's cry of "wait" was not directed at Zybe, but was a cautionary reminder to Sandersonia. Hancock had observed the sudden, chilling change in Zybe's countenance, particularly the intensifying aura she found so distasteful, and feared that Sandersonia, in her fervor, would suffer grave consequences. Yet, Sandersonia, clearly devoid of reason, ignored the warning. With her already considerable stature, Sandersonia, upon transformation, assumed a hybrid form of human and serpent, her hair morphing into living pit vipers, each with gaping maws hissing ominously as they surged towards Zybe. Xi Bei did not flinch. He inserted his index finger into his mouth and bit down fiercely. Blood flowed forth. Simultaneously, a plume of scalding smoke erupted from his body. At that moment, Sandersonia's serpentine hair finally lunged toward the crown of Xi Bei's head. Just as Sandersonia believed that Xi Bei was on the verge of being fatally bitten, an extraordinary event transpired. A colossal skeletal figure materialized out of thin air, humanoid in form, enveloping Xi Bei entirely within its embrace. Sandersonia's hair struck against the white skeleton and was repelled. The giant skeleton possessed only an upper torso, with Xi Bei standing precisely within the cavity of its chest, at the location of the heart. The thick, formidable ribs provided him with protection. Even Sandersonia's assaults could not breach his defenses. He now resembled a demon, a grotesque entity standing within the confines of the skeleton. The women of the 9 snake pirates were left in utter astonishment, rendered speechless, even hesitant to murmur a word. Xi Bei now possesses little strength, unable to transform into a giant. After biting his finger, he could summon only a skeletal figure, and it was merely the upper half of a skeleton. Although these bones are lifeless and lack offensive power, their defensive capabilities are remarkably strong, successfully deflecting Sandersonia's attacks. A fully formed giant skeleton towers at over 10 meters in height, Regrettably, he currently possesses only the upper half, measuring about 5 or 6 meters. However, even at this height, it surpasses the women aboard the ship by a considerable margin. Damn it! Sandersonia cursed vehemently, charging towards Xi Bei once more. Hancock extended her arm, calling out, "Sonia, cease at once." Unfortunately, Sandersonia paid her no heed as she dashed to confront the skeletal figure, coiling her tail around it in an attempt to crush it. Being a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the snake fruit, she too can transform, in her altered state. Her upper half is human, while her lower half resembles a serpent, reminiscent of the Gorgon Medusa, as if carved from the same mold. Fortunately, Sandersonia lacks the ability to petrify. Xi Bei casually stretched his muscles within the skeletal structure, followed by a gentle twist of his neck. He then interlaced his fingers, formed a fist, and raised it high. Martial arts, nine-eye fall. With a forceful and substantial blow, he struck the already fractured deck. The deck, having been severed in two, could not withstand the might of his strike. Consequently, cracks radiated from his point of impact, ultimately resulting in its further fragmentation into several pieces. The colossal sea serpent, bearing the weight of the ship's half, swayed several times under the sheer force of Xi Bei's assault. Thus, the nine-serpent ship was divided into 5 distinct segments. On the largest remaining section stood Nicole Robin and Boa Hancock, poised on the opposite end. Xi Bei and Sandersonia stood at the center, while the other women were positioned on 3 distinct decks. Some of the women, unable to maintain their footing, fell into the sea. However, among the 9 snake pirates, only Hancock and Sandersonia possessed abilities, while the rest were mere mortals. Fortunately, these women were exceptional swimmers, and they quickly resurfaced, their heads bobbing above the water, before energetically swimming to the nearest deck. Thanks to Xi Bei's commotion, the women regained their composure. What has become of our Lady Snake Princess? Is she unharmed? The cunning man had intentionally separated them. Stoby knocked an arrow and drew his bowstring, poised to release. Margaret swiftly intervened. "Do not attack. Lady Sonia is currently with that man. Be cautious not to harm her." What has transpired between Lady Snake Princess and Lady Sonia? I've never witnessed them so furious. Margaret shook her head. No, it is not anger. Come to think of it, I did notice Lady Snake Princess seemed to tremble. Could it be fear? What did you say? Is Lady Snake Princess afraid of that man? Ever since Xi Bei uttered those perplexing words, Hancock and Sandersonia had transformed entirely. Margaret was left puzzled. Did that man truly possess some hidden knowledge? She scrutinized Xi Bei in silence. The 9-snake ship was utterly doomed. Had it not been for the 2 colossal sea serpents bracing beneath, the vessel would have surely sunk into the depths of the ocean by now. Xi Bei's intention to sever their footing was to avoid the incessant chatter from those short-sighted women. Furthermore, with so many women present, it was easy for him to become distracted. Now, only he and Sandersonia remained, and the peace was a welcome relief, allowing him to finally engage with Sandersonia without the previous constraints imposed by Hancock's interference. He had been blindfolded and unable to measure up against Sandersonia, who had even managed to pierce him once. This indignation must be avenged. Damnable man, perish. Sandersonia brandished her trident and thrust it through the gaps in the skeletal structure. Zybe lowered his head and rolled out from within the skeletal frame, swiftly grasping the tail of Sandersonia. What a robust tail it was. Even with both hands, Zybe could scarcely encircle it. Suddenly, Sandersonia tossed her head, and her verdant hair transformed into countless serpents, a veritable multitude of them, all surging towards Zybe. Indeed, there were thousands of these serpents. For anyone afflicted with a phobia of dense clusters, such a sight would undoubtedly induce revulsion. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of serpents lunging at him, Zybe found it impossible to evade them all. He was bitten several times and even felt the constriction of these serpents around his neck, struggling to breathe. Xi Bei held her breath, gritted her teeth, and grasped the tail of Sandersonia, executing a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! Sandersonia was taken aback by Xi Bei's unexpected strength, as she was forcefully slammed against the side of the ship. Given her current large size, half of her body dangled precariously over the edge of the deck. Should Xi Bei release her grip, there would be no doubt that she would plunge into the sea below. Xi Bei stood utterly unclothed, embracing the immense serpentine tail of Sandersonia. The sight was rather unseemly. Yet, these women were indifferent. What reason had he to feel any shame? Xi Bei, feeling unsatisfied, tugged at Sandersonia's tail and hurled her towards the other side. Bang! Sandersonia rolled her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Bastard! Release Sonia at once! Hancock exclaimed, her face as cold as ice, rushing towards Xi Bei. Xi Bei was quite obedient, Upon Hancock's command to release, he complied without hesitation. However, the moment he let go, Sandersonia fell limply into the ocean, causing a flurry of bubbles to rise to the surface. But of course, as a wielder of abilities, Sandersonia should not have been able to plunge into the sea. Xi Bei's simple act of release nearly cost her life. It is indeed a grave price to pay for possessing such powers. Hancock, witnessing the alarming spectacle, turned and called out, "Salome." No sooner had her voice echoed than a pet snake swiftly dove into the water, swimming towards the direction where Sandersonia had submerged. Salome, Hancock's beloved pet, was nearly inseparable from her, always lurking nearby whenever Hancock was in sight. With exceptional swimming prowess, Salome could effortlessly rescue individuals from peril, as long as she was present. Hancock could feel secure even in the depths of the sea. Perhaps this is the very reason Hancock chose to keep her pet snake close at all times. Xi Bei spread her hands and said, "You are the one who told me to let go." Hancock, with a stoic expression, rushed towards Xi Bei without uttering a word. At that moment, Jolie Bonnie, who had been secretly searching for an opportunity, suddenly burst forth. "Hey, have you forgotten about me?" "What?" Hancock barely had time to turn around. Bonnie swept her leg in a powerful kick. Hancock reacted purely on instinct, making a token block, but ultimately, she was knocked off the deck by Bonnie's well-prepared strike. Just as she was about to plummet into the sea, Hancock, truly formidable, delicately tapped her lips and then aimed at Bonnie, mimicking a shooting gesture. Kiss of the handgun. 6 bullets, shaped like pink hearts, materialized out of thin air, aligning before Hancock's eyes. With her index finger, she pointed at each of them, and the 6 heart-shaped bullets surged forth towards Bonnie. Caught completely off guard by Hancock's unexpected counterattack, Bonnie had no time to evade and was struck by all 6 heart bullets, causing her to spit out a pool of blood. Xi Bei realized that he could no longer afford to linger. He rushed to Bonnie's side and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Breathlessly, Bonnie urged, "Now's our chance. Hurry." Xi Bei surveyed his surroundings and spotted a small boat anchored not far from the surface of the sea. However, it was too distant to leap across. Just as impatience began to overwhelm him, he noticed a half-broken mast lying across the Jiushi boat. While shouldering Bonnie, he lifted the mast with determination. The women aboard the Jiushi boat, witnessing Xi Bei's actions, cried out in alarm. "The man is fleeing. We cannot let him escape." No sooner had the words left their lips than a hail of arrows rained down upon Xi Bei. Xi Bei wielded the ship's pole, deflecting arrows with deftness, seizing the opportunity to hurl the pole onto the surface of the sea. Before it could sink into the depths, he leapt from the deck, soaring several meters through the air, and landed on the pole. With a deft push from his toes, he propelled himself once more, ultimately returning to the small vessel. Upon entering the cockpit, Xi Bei wasted no time, rushing to the control panel and slamming his palm onto the green button. The small boat roared to life, gradually advancing forward. The women aboard the 9-Serpent ship found their vessel in disarray, splintered into several sections. Far from being able to pursue Xi Bei, it was uncertain whether they could continue to navigate the turbulent waters at all. Had it not been for the 2 sea snakes bracing the hull, the 9-Serpent ship would likely have succumbed to the depths long ago. Thus, the women of the 9-Serpent pirate crew could only watch helplessly as Xi Bei receded into the distance. At that moment, an exclamation pierced the air. "Lady Hancock." With that cry, all attention shifted to Hancock's direction. Xi Bei finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt as though his body had been completely drained. Blood trickled from the corners of Bonnie's mouth as she weakly implored, "Put me down." Indeed, while he was fatigued, it was Joan Ellie Bonnie who bore the true brunt of the injuries. The 6 heart-shaped bullets released by Hancock earlier radiated a sensation that even an outsider like him could perceive. The fact that Bonnie managed to endure all 6 bullets and still survive was nothing short of a miracle. Xi Bei cautiously placed Bonnie in her seat, intending to examine her wounds. However, all 6 bullets had struck her directly in the heart. Regardless of her fierce demeanor, she remained a woman, and he found himself utterly exposed, rendering the task of inspection exceedingly awkward. Moreover, he was not a trained medical professional. Even if he attempted to assess her injuries, it would ultimately prove futile. Xi Bei clutched his head, utterly at a loss for words. "Bonnie, are you all right? How do you feel?" "I feel terrible." Bonnie gritted her teeth, tearing open the fabric over her chest to reveal a pristine expanse of skin. She was unfazed by the presence of a bare man in the cockpit, for Bonnie was innocent and straightforward, her mind never wandering in that direction. Thus she proceeded without a hint of hesitation. Initially, Xi Bei intended to turn away. However, he noticed 6 heart-shaped marks on Bonnie's chest, emitting wisps of white smoke. Damn woman. Boa Hancock, I shall remember you. As Bonnie spoke, she tore off a strip of cloth and carefully wrapped it around her chest. The moment the fabric touched the heart-shaped marks, she gasped in shock, causing her to fumble and let the cloth slip to the ground. What are you daydreaming about? Help me. Xi Bei promptly nodded, then picked up the white cloth and gestured at Bonnie's chest for quite some time, contemplating how to proceed. Bonnie, with her chest held high, said, "Wrap this area up." Xi Bei took a deep breath and pressed against Bonnie's chest. He wrapped several layers of cloth strips around her chest, as if binding it tightly. Bonnie emphasized, "Wrap it more securely, so that the wind does not touch it." With a determined grit, Xi Bei tightened the grip several times, even compressing Bonnie's chest by half a circumference. Bonnie was drenched in sweat, appearing quite uncomfortable. Xi Bei is unaware of the profound impact that this heart-shaped mark has inflicted upon Bonnie, for he knows nothing of the formidable aura. He is acutely aware, however, that from this day forth, their bond transcends mere friendship. They are now sworn allies. In the parlance of this world, they have become companions. Indeed, companions. Xi Bei cast aside all the sordid thoughts swirling in her mind and devoted herself wholeheartedly to assisting Bonnie with her binding. As she tightened the wrap, Xi Bei exerted considerable force, causing Bonnie to gasp in pain. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bonnie opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Xi Bei's arm. Xi Bei exclaimed, "Oh my." After completing the task of wrapping, his body grew limp and he leaned against Bonnie's feet. Bonnie's nose dripped with sweat, each droplet cascading onto Xi Bei's head. The two remained in silence, neither daring to utter a word, as the cockpit was filled solely with the sound of their breaths. Just as Xi Bei felt his eyelids growing heavy, on the verge of succumbing to slumber, Bonnie gently nudged him with her foot. Since Xi Bei was resting at Bonnie's feet, his head was entirely resting on her thigh. With this movement, he tumbled unceremoniously to the floor. Xi Bei blinked vigorously, shaking his head as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Bonnie gazed at him, questioning why the 9 serpent pirates were pursuing him. Xi Bei sits upright with an air of seriousness. "Are you a representative of the world government?" Xi Bei shook his head like a clattering rattle. "What connection do you have with the Straw Hat Boy?" Xi Bei exclaimed. "What does it matter?" This misunderstanding is only growing deeper. Before Bonnie could continue her inquiry, Xi Bei laid his cards on the table. "Regarding the 9 snake pirates, it is merely a misunderstanding. You heard my explanation before. But that wretched woman Hancock, fearing I might reveal information about Straw Hat Luffy, sought to eliminate the source. In truth, it has nothing to do with me." "Wait. I know what you are about to say. Let me clarify. I have no connection to the world government, nor am I a pawn of the Navy headquarters. As for Hancock's issues, I shall refrain from discussing them. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. Everyone harbors secrets to some extent, not just Hancock, but I do as well." Xi Bei suddenly glanced at Bonnie and added, "Of course, there's also you." "TCH. Bonnie clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat displeased. Xi Bei suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to learn about the Straw Hat Luffy?" "Humph," Bonnie scoffed. "Why would I care about his affairs? Just ensure I don't encounter him in the new world, or I shall surely end his life." Contemplating with her chin resting on her hand, Bonnie mused, "Yet there is one aspect that piques my curiosity. After the Marineford War, Luffy had clearly preserved his life. So why did he deliberately return to Marine headquarters and strike the Ox Bell 16 times? Does this hold any particular significance?" Leaning back with a sardonic smile, she remarked, "Well, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are undeniably a bunch of lunatics. It is beyond the grasp of any sane individual, isn't it? Indeed, those unaware of the underlying truths would find Luffy's intentions baffling. Having narrowly escaped death during the Marineford War, just when everyone believed him to be perished, Luffy reappeared at Marine headquarters and rang the Ox Bell. A symbol of change in eras, a gesture that astonished countless individuals. However, this series of seemingly thought-provoking and reckless actions was not as intricate as the Luffy merely wished to convey a singular message to his comrades, 3D2Y. A promise once made, transforming 3 days into 2 years. This was the sole reason Luffy willingly embraced the peril of returning to Marine headquarters. Xi Bei had no intention of divulging these matters to Bonnie, for it would serve no purpose. There was a possibility that Bonnie might misconstrue how he had acquired such knowledge, leading to a tedious process of explanation. At present, he regarded Bonnie as a companion, and at least in terms of attitude, he could no longer afford to treat her with indifference as he had before. As long as it could aid Bonnie, Xi Bei was willing to reveal a hint of the Cosmos secrets. However, These were trivial matters that had no substantial connection to Bonnie, rendering them unworthy of discussion. And by the way, Xi Bei was currently in a state of undress. Hey, Bonnie, where's that cloak of yours? Bonnie, gazing lazily at the ground beneath Xi Bei's feet, replied, Isn't it right there? What do you need the cloak for? To be honest, I find your current state rather pleasing. Xi Bei paid little attention to her. This dark yellow cloak was draped over Bonnie when she transformed into a child on the Black Norse Islands. It bore a resemblance to a trench coat. Xi Bei leaned closer and took a sniff. There was a hint of greasy smoke. It seemed that Bonnie would never possess the authentic allure of femininity in this lifetime. Such is the fate of a pirate. Xi Bei draped the cloak over himself, finally concealing certain areas that ought not to be exposed. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested. He had not eaten for nearly a whole day, and coupled with the exertion he had previously endured, he now felt an overwhelming emptiness within. It was unacceptable to drift aimlessly on an empty stomach. Who could possibly know when land would come into sight? Xi Bei let out a sigh as he leaned against the wall. The life of a navigator is indeed fraught with challenges. Bonnie raised her arm to glance at the recording pointer and remarked, Hey, the course is incorrect. The spirit of Xi Bei was somewhat waning, unable to withstand further blows. After a harrowing escape from Hancock, having endured a day of hunger, he now learned that he had taken a wrong turn. How could one find joy in such a predicament? Xi Bei tiptoed, pressing his entire being against the window, gazing intently at the surface of the sea for a brief moment. Suddenly, he spotted an island several kilometers away amidst the boundless ocean. Bonnie, I see the island, he exclaimed. What a jest! The tracking needle hasn't budged at all. Xi Bei relinquished his position and, pointing at the outline of the island, exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Hey, the recording pointer may be lifeless, but we are very much alive. Just take a look for yourself. Bonnie also leaned against the window and gasped, Indeed, it truly is. Xi Bei maneuvered the joystick, adjusting the direction as he gradually approached the unknown island. Suddenly, Bonnie felt a twinge of unease. She glanced once more at the recording needle, which remained utterly still. Logically, every island should exhibit some magnetic interaction, and the purpose of the recording needle was to detect the direction of this magnetic force. Yet, the needle showed no signs of movement. Could it be that this island possessed no magnetic field? An uninhabited isle? Bonnie furrowed her brow and remarked, This place is rather peculiar. With a smile, Zybe remarked, What does it matter? We shall not linger here for long. Once we have gathered the ingredients, we shall depart. Have you not gone an entire day without sustenance? Are you not hungry? Look at this vast island. Perhaps we might uncover some delightful local delicacies. Besides, drifting aimlessly upon the sea is hardly a viable solution. We must eventually pause to rest. Indeed, Bonnie found herself at a loss for words. Narrowing her eyes, she gazed at the approaching island, yet the dense cluster of towering trees obscured her view. At that moment, the small boat finally reached the shore, and Zybe swung open the cockpit door, embracing the sea breeze with outstretched arms. What a refreshing breath of air! Bonnie, from behind, gave him a gentle nudge with her foot, exclaiming, Move aside. You're in the way. Xi Bei fell to the ground and joyfully rolled over twice. To my astonishment, I thought I would never set eyes on the Lust Plateau in my lifetime. Xi Bei scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, brought it to his nose, and pretentiously exclaimed, The scent of mud is indeed refreshing. No sooner had he spoken than he furrowed his brow. What is that smell? Bonnie replied expressionlessly. It is the scent of blood. Xi Bei's movements froze as he suddenly caught sight of a multitude of desiccated corpses hanging from the towering trees not far away. From their attire, they appeared to resemble soldiers of the kingdom, though some of the bodies were adorned with pirate hats. Xi Bei, with sweat on his brow, let out a cold laugh and remarked, It seems we have arrived at an extraordinary place. Bonnie joined in with a similar cold chuckle, replying, Who could argue? Xi Bei rose, brushing off the dust from his cloak, and strode forward with purpose. First and foremost, he needed to find something to eat. An empty stomach would render any task impossible. Bonnie, with her hands clasped behind her head, languidly followed in Xi Bei's wake. This island had undoubtedly endured the ravages of a brutal war, as evidenced by the remnants of crumbling structures that still faintly loomed around them. The soft earth was littered with an array of weapons, swords, clubs, and shattered armor that had accumulated into small hills. From the desiccated corpses hanging from the branches, it could be inferred that these souls had perished many years ago, perhaps even longer. This place did not resemble an ordinary island. Rather, it evoked the aura of an ancient ruin. The deeper one ventured, the more breathtaking the decaying edifices became. In summary, the atmosphere here was suffocatingly somber and profoundly oppressive. Xi Bei stood beneath a robust tree, approximately a century old, gazing upward at the skeleton suspended from its branches. The skull adorned a pirate hat, while a rapier was thrust into its chest cavity. Due to the passage of time and its hanging position, several ribs had fallen to the ground. From Xi Bei's arrival on the island, he followed the main road to this spot, witnessing every tree adorned with human bones. Those of a more timid disposition would likely be so frightened as to lose control of themselves. Xi felt a chill in the air and tightened the cloak around his shoulders. At that moment, Bonnie suddenly called out from a short distance, "Hey, come over here." Before them stood a time-worn rectangular stone tablet, resolutely anchored in the earth, adorned with a multitude of hasty letters. However, the tablet was missing a corner, rendering the inscription incomplete. Strikingly, despite having never encountered these letters before, Xi found himself able to comprehend their meaning, perhaps owing to the favor of the system. Speaking of which, he had previously drawn the ability to transform into a giant from the system but had forgotten to check his honor points. He resolved to spare a moment to examine them as soon as he had the chance. Bonnie inquired, "What does it say?" Xi Bei crouched down, gazing intently without uttering a word. As his eyes reached the furthest corner, he discovered that a portion of the content was missing. He stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in concentration. Bonnie, exasperated, exclaimed, "What does this even mean?" "Speak up," Xi Bei retorted. "Are you not familiar with these characters?" "Huh. These inscriptions are clearly from ancient texts. I am no literary figure from O'Hara, so how could I possibly recognize them? However, I perceive that this location does not resemble an ordinary island. It appears to be the remnants of a once mighty kingdom. The skeletal remains upon the trees predominantly bear the attire of soldiers, suggesting that they likely perished during a conflict ignited by a pirate invasion." Xi Bei nodded. "This document chronicles the existence of a maritime kingdom known as Nisus, with Elder III being its final monarch. He was the architect of the kingdom's illustrious maritime trade. In the year 1490 of the Oceanic era, while Elder III attended the World Conference in Marijoya, Bonnie clenched her teeth and inquired, "The World Conference from 30 years ago?" And then, Xi Bei let out a sigh, pointing at the missing corner of the stone tablet. "And then, after that, I was at a loss." Bonnie bit her fingers, realizing, "Is it Nessus? Are you familiar with this nation?" As Bonnie caressed the broken corner of the stone tablet, a hint of sorrow flickered across her expression. Xi Bei had long suspected that Bonnie's identity was shrouded in mystery. There were rumors that Bonnie's devil fruit had the power to alter her age, leading many to speculate that she might not be as youthful as she appeared, perhaps even an elderly woman who had lived for several decades. While this was merely conjecture, it now seemed plausible. Suddenly, Bonnie inquired, "Have you heard of the sea beasts of the Grand Line?" "Sea beasts of the Grand Line?" Xi Bei bowed his head in contemplation, pondering the nature of this creature. Could the term sea beast refer solely to the sea? Was it possible that there existed other, unknown entities beyond the Sea Kings? As he rummaged through the recesses of his mind, a recollection suddenly surfaced. Indeed, when discussing unknown sea monsters, there was a particular image that came to mind, the terrifying three-masted ship. Yes, it was within the domain ruled by the former warlord, Gecko Moria. Following Moria's defeat at the hands of Luffy, a haunting vision had emerged amidst the impenetrable mist. A trio of colossal shadows loomed, and to this day, Xi Bei remained unaware of the true identity of those phantoms. Could this be related to the sea beast that Bonnie spoke of? It was said to be an unfathomably enormous creature, surpassing giants by several hundredfold. The thoughts of Xi Bei evoke a profound sense of unease. Unaware of the turmoil within Xi Bei's mind, Bonnie commenced a monologue of her own. 3 decades prior, a cataclysmic event transpired on the Grand Line. A tragedy so horrific that the world government deemed it the end of Nessus. The catalyst for this monumental incident was none other than the Ely pirates. Led by their captain, Nolanscored Burili, who was infamously known as the sea beast of the Grand Line. Xi Bei was taken aback. "Ah? Pirate crew? Is that so surprising?" Indeed, the occurrence of pirate crews seizing kingdoms is far from unusual, hardly warranting alarm. However, the term sea beast evokes a myriad of imaginative thoughts. Xi Bei had presumed it to be some formidable creature, but it turns out to be merely a nickname. Xi Bei secretly criticized himself for making a fuss over nothing. Wait a moment. 30 years ago, that was the era of the pirate king, Roger. Xi Bei's brow furrowed ever more tightly. Mariehua, celestial dragons, world conference, war. Goodness. Xi Bei couldn't shake the sensation that a sinister plot was afoot. Xi Bei involuntarily inquired. Surely the Ely pirate crew must be quite renowned. Yet I have never heard of such a figure before. Huh, are you out of your mind? The Ely pirate crew annihilated an entire kingdom. How could the world government possibly tolerate their existence? They must have been imprisoned and impelled down, as it is said that it took the personal intervention of Sengoku to subdue the Ely pirate crew, and you were not even born at that time. Bonnie clenched her fists and cursed again. Damn it, that was nothing short of a night. The cannon fire echoed around the seas of Nazis for a relentless 6 days and nights. The Navy could have arrived in time, yet the world government. Bonnie's words faltered as she struck the stone tablet with her fist. Damn it, a conspiracy. An utterly thorough conspiracy. Xi possessed an instinctive understanding that during the global conference, something significant must have transpired with Elder 3, culminating in a breakdown of negotiations. Almost immediately thereafter, the Ely pirate crew launched an incursion. While the world government turned a blind eye to the plight of the kingdom of Nessus, utterly indifferent to its fate. It was only after the kingdom's annihilation that the world government, under the guise of justice, commenced a pursuit of the Ely pirate crew. Indeed, this is precisely how the world government operates, exemplifying the age-old strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurks in the shadows. Xi Bei slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How astute I am! Wait a moment. Has the sea creature, Ely, been confined in the abyssal prison?" Xi Bei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Hey, Bonnie. Does the sea beast Ely qualify as a serious criminal?" Bonnie, tilting her head, scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Just take a look around you. The crimes he has committed are more than enough for him to face death 1,000 times over." Xi Bei continued to probe. "Have you heard the news of his execution?" Bonnie fell silent, her head bowed. "No, I presume. Then what do you believe are the chances of his survival?" Bonnie was puzzled by Xi Bei's inquiries. Yet she deliberated for a moment. "I am uncertain, but the sea beast, Ely, would not easily perish and impelled down. When he was captured by Sengoku, he was still quite young. He existed alongside Gold Roger in the same era, a time marked by unparalleled madness. However, as long as he remains imprisoned and impelled down, he shall never escape." Xi Bei took a deep breath. "Suppose. Let us presume that he is still alive and has escaped from the underwater prison." "Huh, are you jesting?" Xi Bei solemnly stated. "I am not joking." Bioni was sweating profusely. Xi Bei continued, "He will undoubtedly return here, for in the New World, there exists no vessel capable of bearing him." Bonnie squinted and inquired, "What exactly do you mean?" Xi Bei paced anxiously, his mind racing. This was becoming quite troubling. According to Bonnie, the sea beast Airy was a notorious and vicious felon, undoubtedly imprisoned in the 6th level of the underwater prison. However, this posed a dire challenge. The once impregnable underwater prison known as Impel Down had seen its 6th level emptied after Luffy's tumultuous escapade, and that scoundrel Blackbeard had intervened, releasing the inmates. In a bid to prevent widespread panic, the Navy headquarters had suppressed all related information. Indeed, Bonnie was blissfully unaware of this. Impel Down, also referred to as the Underwater Great Prison, consists of 6 descending levels akin to a basement. The deeper one goes, the more formidable the inmates become. The deep LV6 remains largely unknown, even to those who have stormed the prison like Luffy, who only learned of its existence through the revelations of the cross-dressing king, Ivankov. Those confined in the 6th level are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Xi Bei could readily name several: Fire Fist Ace, the former warlord Crocodile, the former warlord Xi Bei, and the chief warden, Magellan. Going further back in history, there was the Golden Lion Shiki, a formidable figure who had once engaged in a battle of wits with Roger himself. As Sengoku would put it, any one of these individuals could unleash catastrophic devastation upon any nation they visited. This underscores the caliber of the inmates at level 6. Setting aside their ruthless tendencies, their sheer power is staggering. It is no exaggeration to assert that nearly every inmate in the underwater prison's LV6 possesses strength rivaling that of the warlords, and now, these formidable beings have been released in droves, all thanks to the treacherous machinations of Blackbeard. In Xi's mind, the resounding laughter of the infamous Blackbeard, a boisterous ha-ha-ha, reverberating through his thoughts. How outrageous. Xi Bei kicked the stone tablet with fervor, vowing to dismantle it one day, cleansing it thoroughly in the process. Suddenly, Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, "What on earth are you thinking?" At that moment, Xi Bei recalled that Bonnie harbored a considerable disdain for Blackbeard as well. Had it not been for Blackbeard, her pirate crew would not have been vanquished, and she herself would not have endured his lewd advances. ultimately falling into the clutches of Akainu. Now, united in their animosity towards a common foe, Xi Bei and Bonnie were truly allies in spirit. Perhaps they should form a coalition? Very well, let them unite and overthrow Blackbeard. That scoundrel, releasing people indiscriminately. Xi Bei clenched his fist and exclaimed, Bonnie. Huh? Let us embark on this venture together, father. Bonnie's teeth chattered. Though she could not comprehend Xi Bei's words, an unsettling sensation washed over her, raising goosebumps across her skin. Just as she was about to scold Xi Bei, an unexpected growl emanated from his stomach. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's spirit waned. For a glutton like her to endure hunger while idly standing by was nothing short of torment. She circumvented Xi Bei and boldly ventured deeper into the forest, hoping to encounter a delectable monster or two. Do not doubt, even if an oddly shaped creature were to leap forth, as long as it possessed flesh, Bonnie would certainly consider roasting it. As they entered the thicket, Xi Bei's ears perked up, suddenly catching the sound of rustling, as if something was stealthily maneuvering through the grass, which was half his height. He stepped forward, grasped Bonnie's arm, and signaled for silence while gesturing towards the left side of the foliage. Bonnie, being a seasoned pirate captain who had endured countless trials, sensed the unease from merely a glance from Xi Bei. She stood still, her gaze fixated on the underbrush, while warily scanning her surroundings. Xi Bei and Bonnie stood back to back. Bonnie inquired, how many? One. At that moment, a small stone lay at Bonnie's feet, and she glanced down. To the right. Xi Bei nodded and declared, I shall proceed to the left. Just as the two concluded their conversation, a resounding gunshot erupted from the grass. Without hesitation, Xi Bei spun around, throwing himself over Bonnie, shielding her with his own body. In the wake of the gunfire, a shadow darted from the underbrush, moving with astonishing speed. Even in such close proximity, Xi Bei could not discern the identity of the figure, nor could he ascertain whether it was male or female. Shoo! The shadow bellowed before vanishing from sight. Xi Bei, with his keen sense of hearing, discerned the location of the shadow above him. With his head unyieldingly lowered, Xi Bei unleashed a powerful punch towards the heavens, executing the martial technique known as mountain collapse. The force of their fists collided, causing the surrounding grass to bow under the sheer intensity of the gust generated by their clash. The shadowy figure, finding no advantage, retreated swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, Xi Bei swiftly lifted Bonnie and leaped to a distance, creating a small gap between them and the shadowy figure. Concerned for Bonnie, who was already injured, he feared that the recent skirmish might have exacerbated her wounds. Thus, he hurriedly looked down at her. To his astonishment, Bonnie had inexplicably transformed into the form of a young girl. Now, she lay in Xi Bei's embrace, gazing around curiously. Xi Bei inquired, Hey, Bonnie, are you all right? Shoo, you fool. Bonnie retorted with irritation. Keep your voice down. We must not let him know I possess abilities. In my current state, I can lower his guard. Have you discerned who he is? Not yet. Xi Bei suddenly recalled that when the shadow had leapt out from the grass pile, it had shouted shave. This seemed reminiscent of the 6 styles of the Navy. Could it be that the assailant was a naval officer? No, not necessarily. Xi Bei rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. At the same time, he perked up his ears to listen intently. The sound of breathing emanated from the grass pile on his left. Xi Bei, with a stoic expression, inquired, Who are you? The shadow, smacking his lips, replied, TSK. Have I been exposed? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a man emerged from the thicket. He was a middle-aged individual, sporting short, light red hair, draped in a brown jacket, and his face was adorned with a scruffy beard, giving him the appearance of someone in his 40s. He exuded an air of seasoned expertise, as if perpetually prepared for battle. Though not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1.7 meters, he possessed a robust and formidable physique, a true embodiment of strength. Upon the man's emergence, Bonnie smacked her lips and quietly remarked, So it is this fellow. Xi Bei was somewhat taken aback and deliberately lowered his voice to inquire, Are you acquainted with him? The bounty hunter from Donghai, Dottie Masterson. A bounty hunter? Dottie? Xi Bei suddenly recalled the presence of Daddy, the one who typically tends to his child. How could he possibly be here, neglecting his parental duties? Although Daddy is not a particularly renowned figure, Xi Bei would be unwise to underestimate him. Once a sharpshooter in the Navy, Daddy was among the elite, alongside the likes of Smoker. However, due to personal reasons, he chose to resign from the Navy. This decision is intricately linked to Jesus Burgess. Who is Jesus Burgess, you might ask? He is none other than Usopp's biological father and a sniper of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Daddy has once dueled with Jesus Burgess in marksmanship. And although he was defeated, his prowess earned Jesus' respect. It was through Jesus' words that Daddy came to appreciate the significance of family. After leaving the Navy, he dedicated himself to his daughter, surviving by bounty hunting, for she represents his entire world. Yet now, what could have compelled Daddy to appear here alone? Xi Bei found himself somewhat bewildered. What exactly is a bounty hunter? There exists a subtle distinction between bounty hunters and pirate hunters. The former do not exhibit selectivity in their pursuits. Beyond capturing pirates, they readily engage in any lucrative endeavors, which may include nefarious activities such as murder and arson. Depending upon the moral compass of the bounty hunters themselves, Daddy stands out as an anomaly among bounty hunters, as he is never one to court danger recklessly. Even when apprehending pirates, he restricts himself to those with bounties ranging from several 100,000 to a few million berry. His caution stems from a deep-seated concern for his daughter's well-being, fearing that should he encounter misfortune, there would be no one to care for her. Oh, if memory serves me right, Xi Bei, Daddy's daughter, is named Kair, a precocious young girl of about 10 years, possessing a somewhat cunning disposition. Xi Bei glanced around, yet found no trace of the young girl. It was indeed perplexing that Daddy would abandon his beloved daughter to venture alone to this secluded island. As Xi Bei confronted Daddy, Bonnie softly cautioned, "Be wary, Daddy conceals numerous firearms." In truth, Xi Bei was already aware of Daddy's reputation as an exceptional marksman, always armed. Beneath his brown leather jacket, he likely concealed no fewer than 30 handguns, rendering him a veritable mobile arsenal. Daddy cast a surprised glance at Bonnie and exclaimed, "My little girl, you actually know me?" Bonnie feigned innocence and ignorance, then pointed at Xi Bei, for he too was a bounty hunter of the East Sea. Xi Bei raised an eyebrow and glanced at Bonnie, saying, "Hey." Xi Bei considers himself a bounty hunter of the East Sea, while Daddy is renowned as the most famous bounty hunter in Logetown of the East Sea. Consequently, Bonnie attributes the blame to Xi Bei. Given that they both hail from the East Sea, it is not surprising that one might have heard of the other. Fortunately, Xi Bei is indeed familiar with Daddy. With a hint of confusion, Daddy inquires, "Are you a pirate hunter?" Xi seized the opportunity to deliver a playful tap on Bonnie's forehead, chastising her for carelessly discarding the pot. "Indeed, I am Xi, the pirate hunter from Xilaba village in the East Sea." After making this introduction, Xi gestured towards Bonnie, saying, "This is my sister, Bonnie. We found ourselves adrift at sea and unintentionally drifted here, so we thought we might as well come in and replenish our supplies." Xilaba village? That is indeed the birthplace of Jasusbu and Usopp. Daddy's expression softened considerably as he murmured, "The pirate hunter, Xi? I have not heard of him." He then continued, "I sincerely apologize. I initially believed you were pirates from this region, which prompted my earlier actions. However, since you are also a pirate hunter, it would be wise to depart swiftly before you are discovered. This island is not a place suited for you. Just look at the surrounding devastation. There are no ingredients here that you wish to gather." Xi Bei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are there pirates on this island?" Daddy chose not to respond further and turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he abruptly halted and said, "There remains some food at the eastern port of this island, which I collected from the pirate base a few days ago. You should take it and leave this place swiftly." Could it truly be the sea beast, Ili? Once Daddy had distanced himself. Bonnie tugged at Xi Bei's sleeve and beckoned with her finger. Xi Bei, filled with doubt, bent down. Suddenly, Bonnie playfully flicked his forehead, standing with her hands on her hips, exuding an intimidating aura. "You dare to claim I am your sister? What am I to say then? I cannot possibly declare you as my daughter, can I? Oh dear. Do not be upset. Having a brother like me is undoubtedly advantageous for you." Xi Bei rubbed his forehead, hastily shifting the subject. "Why is a father with a child here on this desolate island? As far as I know, he would never abandon his daughter for an adventure. Who knows?" Bonnie crossed her arms. "So what shall we do now?" Xi Bei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us proceed to the eastern harbor." This island was quite expansive, and the directional compass had malfunctioned. Had it not been for Daddy's guidance before his departure, indicating a specific direction, Xi Bei would have been utterly lost on how to navigate to the eastern harbor. He and Bonnie moved in tandem, weaving through the lush thickets. Following Daddy's earlier, they were acutely aware of the presence of other pirates on the island, thus remaining ever vigilant. Within the forest, the ground was littered with bones, and one misstep could easily lead to treading upon human remains. Xi Bei felt an unsettling chill, prompting him to drape his cloak over his head, adopting a posture of introspection as he traversed through the woods. Upon emerging, The two companions arrived at the edge of a valley where they beheld two statues standing in striking symmetry. To the left stood the figure of a middle-aged man adorned with a horned helmet, arms crossed and gazing into the distance, exuding an aura of icy resolve. Despite being merely a lifeless statue, Xi Bei could sense that the original embodiment of this figure, in life, must have been a man of indomitable spirit and unwavering strength. Conversely, the statue on the right depicted a warrior wielding a great sword in his right hand and raising a shield in his left, presenting a formidable stance that suggested he could single-handedly hold back an army. Xi Bei stepped forward and tapped the shield held by the stone statue on the right, producing a dull thud. At that very moment, he was suddenly startled by the sound of someone weeping, pleading, "Please, save me." Xi Bei was taken aback, hastily retreating as he gazed in astonishment at the statue. Noticing his reaction, Bonnie inquired, "What happened?" Xi Bei swallowed hard. "Did you hear someone speaking?" Bonnie remained expressionless. "No." Xi Bei found it peculiar. Could it be that she had misheard? Bonnie urged, "Hurry, the port lies just ahead. If I don't eat something soon, I fear I shall perish right here. Curse that wretched woman, Boa Hancock. She has led me astray from my course, and I shall not let her escape my wrath. The 7 warlords can all meet their demise for all I care." Before departing, Xi Bei cast a skeptical glance at the statue, scrutinizing it closely. After traversing the ruins for approximately 10 minutes, he emerged from the forest and beheld the azure expanse of the sea. On the coastline, a white sailboat lay anchored, its deck brimming with enormous cuts of meat and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Upon spotting the food, Bonnie dashed toward it recklessly, voraciously stuffing her mouth as if she were a famished specter. Xi Bei surveyed the surroundings and noticed the remnants of a once blazing campfire that had long since. Beside the fire pit lay numerous spent bullet casings, and even a small handgun, though it was severed into 2 pieces. The clean break at the fracture indicated it had been sliced apart by a sharp blade. These were all vestiges of a fierce struggle. Xi Bei reminded, "Hey, Bonnie, we cannot linger here. Let's move the food onto the boat first." "Huh, fool, what are you talking about? If we don't eat our fill first, where will our strength come from?" Xi Bei raised his gaze to the sky. Night was fast approaching. At that moment, an eerie sound emerged from the woods behind him. Pululu, pululu. Xi Bei swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby rock. However, Bonnie was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of food, completely oblivious to any anomalies around her. In her eyes, nothing could possibly outweigh the delight of what was within her mouth. After all, Bonnie was affectionately nicknamed the Glutton. Xi Bei had long since recognized her insatiable appetite, leaving him to helplessly rub his forehead in exasperation. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, Bonnie suddenly puffed out her cheeks and turned her head to shout, "What are you hiding there for?" Xi Bei could not help but exclaim, "You foolish woman." Bonnie pouted, visibly displeased. Just then, an extraordinarily peculiar creature emerged from the woods. And one might wonder why it was described as swimming. Indeed, what Xi Bei beheld was a fish. Yes, a fish, gracefully gliding through the air. This fish was neither particularly large nor small, resembling a dolphin in appearance, and it continuously released bubbles from its mouth, each bubble producing a soft gurgling sound. In his lifetime, Xi Bei had never encountered a creature that could swim through the air. However, this could hardly be classified as a fish. It was rather an enigmatic and peculiar being. As this bizarre entity emerged from the thicket, it immediately caught sight of Bonnie, abruptly halting its movement. It gazed intently at her while continuously expelling a stream of bubbles from its mouth. These bubbles ascended in a continuous flow, eventually curving gracefully and drifting towards the heart of the small island. Xi Bei possessed an instinct that urged him to quell the bubbling creature. He leaped from behind the rocks, seizing the creature's head and forcefully smashing it against the stone. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of the sound of bursting bubbles. Astonishingly, at the very moment of impact, the creature vanished as if it had never existed. One would think that even the most bizarre of beings would leave behind a corpse upon death. Now, Xi Bei found himself utterly confounded. Just then, in the heart of the island, it seemed that some creature had stirred. The crows perched upon the branches scattered in a flurry, emitting terrified caws as they fled. At this moment, Xi finally realized that something was amiss with those bubbles. It was quite possible that they were specifically designed to relay information. The peculiar creature that had been cast upon the rocks, leaving no trace of its body, was likely some form of reconnaissance device. Xi understood that he and Bonnie had undoubtedly been detected by the pirates on the island. "Bonnie, we must flee." Although Bonnie had a penchant for food, she was not foolish. Upon seeing the crows soaring towards the heavens, she sensed that a formidable monster was stirring. She hastily stuffed all the edible provisions from the ship into her mouth and, covering it with her hand, began to dash along the shoreline. Xi Bei followed closely behind, running as he exclaimed, "Can't you leave me a little?" Without turning her head, Bonnie tossed a piece of succulent meat in front of Xi Bei. Xi Bei opportunistically takes advantage of the situation. Look, Bonnie still holds him in her thoughts. Xi Bei was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Bonnie, who was leading the way, exclaimed, "What was that thing just now? It must have been a fish, right? I am not quite sure. I merely observed that creature floating in the air, continuously releasing bubbles. I distinctly remember throwing it against the rocks, yet somehow it vanished without a trace." "Fish? Bubbles?" Bonnie's expression darkened. Xi Bei inquired, "Hey, do you know what this is?" Bonnie shook her head. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Xi Bei wished to inquire further, but suddenly the ground trembled violently, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. This was not the moment for idle conversation. He quickened his pace to catch up with Bonnie. Due to her injuries, after a brief sprint, she began to perspire visibly. However, with the chaos unfolding on the island, there was no time to allow Bonnie a moment's respite. Thus, she could only clutch her chest and grit, enduring the pain. Xi Bei noticed Bonnie's unusual behavior and, without a second thought, lifted her up. Bonnie exclaimed, "You scoundrel, what are you doing? Put me down at once." Xi Bei retorted with irritation, "You are injured. Don't force yourself. Mind your own business." Bonnie exclaimed, perched on Xi Bei's shoulder, playfully kicking him twice with her toes. "Who is your sister? Dare to utter those words again, and I swear I'll take you down." Xi Bei, feeling a surge of frustration, delivered a sharp slap to Bonnie's backside. "You and your pride. Behave yourself. This is neither the time nor the place for bravado." Bonnie retorted angrily, "You scoundrel, mark my words. I will have my—" No sooner had she spoken than a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Xi Bei turned to see none other than the bounty hunter Dottie, though he appeared somewhat disheveled, as if he had just suffered a defeat in battle. Clutching two firearms, Dottie was adorned with foliage, and upon bursting forth from the woods, he collapsed to the ground, his strength evidently spent, causing the guns to slip from his grasp. Xi Bei halted his steps and instinctively inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" Dottie lifted his head and weakly shouted, "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. That fellow has awakened. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Bo and I said in a low voice, "I have an ominous feeling. Let us not concern ourselves with him and quickly depart from this place." Bo and I. "You just consumed all of someone else's provisions. So what?" Xi Bei wore a solemn expression and took a deep breath. It was indeed time to repay the debt of gratitude. Bonnie gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Hey, he is a bounty hunter. Don't forget, I am also a pirate hunter." "TCH. Bonnie clenched her jaw and said, "Do as you wish." Xi Bei dashed to Dottie's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder. With both Bonnie and Dottie balanced on either side, he sprinted forward. Just as he had not traveled far, the rustling of the woods behind him caught his attention. While running, he couldn't resist glancing back. To his surprise, two strangers emerged from the thicket. "The bounty hunters are here. Hey, that fellow has companions. Don't let them escape. Hurry back and inform the boss." Xi Bei furrowed his brow and glanced at Dottie, inquiring, "Are those the pirates you spoke of?" Dottie did not directly address Xi Bei's question. Instead, he replied, "Please set me down. Carrying me, a burden, will hinder your escape from the Ness's ruins. They seek only me. This does not concern you. If we leave this place as it is, I shall have no means to continue living." As he spoke, Dottie was suddenly overcome with emotion, tears and snot streaming down his face. It is difficult to fathom that Dottie, a man in his 40s, could weep in such a manner. What has he endured? Why would his departure from this place lead to his demise? Is this truly the same man who once shared a brotherly bond with Smog? It is worth noting that he did not display such vulnerability even when he lost to Jezeb in a marksmanship contest. Xi Bei spoke in a low voice. "What on earth has transpired?" Dottie, covering his eyes, stammered, my, Karawa." Before he could finish his words, tears streamed down his face once more. "Kairu? Dottie's beloved daughter? That cunning little girl of merely 10 years? Xi Bei has finally grasped some clarity. The presence of Daddy, who is accompanied by a child, undoubtedly points to the involvement of Kair. But what has become of Kair? Could it be that she has fallen into the clutches of pirates? This seems highly plausible. If that is the case, her chances of survival are alarmingly slim, for Xi Bei is well aware of the notorious nature of the pirates that roam these waters. What could possibly compel a mere girl of 10 to attract the attention of such brigands? Observing Daddy's current state of sorrow, It appears that the reasons may remain forever elusive. Xi Bei gritted his teeth, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Suddenly, he ceased his flight. Bonnie sensed that something was amiss with him. Hey, are you serious? At that moment, the pirate trailing behind finally caught up with Xi Bei, brandishing a large machete, marred by several chips. Upon seeing Xi Bei halt, he emitted a sinister cackle. You filthy scoundrel. After making me chase you for so long. Before the pirate could finish his taunt, Xi Bei spun around abruptly, advancing towards him. With two individuals slung over his shoulder, he found himself unable to use his hands. Instead, he leaned in close to the pirate's ear and bit down fiercely, gnawing with fervor. He literally tore the pirate's ear off. The pirate let out a horrific scream, collapsing onto the ground. Xi Bei lifted his leg and placed his foot upon the pirate's head. In a chilling tone, he uttered, I have always felt a sense of oppression. Xi Bei has been in this world for several days now. Whether misunderstood by the women of the Nine Serpent Island or provoked in the Black North Islands, he has never felt as infuriated as he does now. What kind of pirate hunter flees in terror upon encountering pirates? Can such a wretch truly be called a hunter? They have not even reached the New World yet. Must they shrink away in submission? The experience of scurrying away in fright is truly unpleasant. Dottie exclaimed in astonishment. You all. Xi Bei furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of emotion. As a pirate hunter, he should engage in the pursuits befitting his role. Dottie did not respond with the gratitude one might expect. Instead, he erupted in anger, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea what kind of pirates inhabit this island? You are utterly ill-equipped to contend with them. Hurry and take your sister away from here. Do not concern yourselves with me. I refuse to involve you both in this peril. At that moment, Bonnie leapt down from Xi Bei's shoulder, now resembling a small child. Barely reaching his waist, she had to tilt her head to look up at him, her expression one of evident frustration. Nevertheless, her childlike demeanor, when angry, exuded a certain endearing foolishness, lacking any intimidating presence. Are all you pirate hunters lacking in common sense? Xi Bei playfully flicked Bonnie on the forehead, grinning mischievously, little brat. This provoked Bonnie to the point of fury. She covered her forehead with both hands and promptly sank her teeth into Xi Bei's arm. The pain was excruciating for him. He dropped Dottie to the ground and forcefully tugged at Bonnie's delicate face. The slender-limbed Bonnie retaliated with a series of vulgar expletives, then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Xi Bei and Bonnie engaged in their scuffle, utterly disregarding Daddy. In that moment, Daddy felt a twinge of embarrassment, urging, Please. You too, cease this commotion. After Xi Bei wiped his nosebleed clean, he pointed at Bonnie. You better watch out. I will deal with you sooner or later. After giving Xi Bei a good thrashing, Bonnie felt significantly better. Dismissing Xi Bei, she approached Daddy, squatting down to meet his gaze for a brief moment. At her current age, she appeared to be around 10, roughly the same as Daddy's daughter, which elicited some fondness from him. However, Bonnie's demeanor radiated an air of maturity that made Daddy somewhat uncomfortable. Sweat beaded on Daddy's forehead as he feigned seriousness. What's the matter? Bonnie suddenly adopted a grim countenance, resembling a demon. Reveal everything you know. Daddy swallowed hard. Well, that is not impossible, but Bonnie, with her audacious attitude, slapped Daddy on the head and disdainfully lifted her chin. Huh? But? What do you mean by but? Rubbing his head, Daddy remained unfazed and replied seriously. But you must promise me to leave this place as soon as possible. Do you even need to say that? I've long wanted to escape this wretched place. Bonnie abruptly turned her head, casting a sideways glance at Xi Bei, then asked with palpable frustration, Are you going to leave or not? Xi Bei brushed off the dust from his hands. If he left now, he would avoid the pirates. Without encountering them, he could not earn money, and without money, he could not move forward. Bonnie clenched her teeth and exclaimed, Are you disregarding your life? This struck Xi Bei as peculiar. On what grounds do you presume I would meet my demise? Before Bonnie could respond, Daddy interjected. He propped himself up, sitting on the ground, exhaling a long, heavy breath, and gazed intently at Xi Bei. The young lady is correct. That individual is no ordinary pirate. 30 years ago, his bounty had already reached a staggering 96 million. At that time, I was merely a lowly intern at the Naval Academy, hearing countless tales of his infamy. Even GOLD, Roger, a pirate himself, could not tolerate him until the occurrence of a significant event. Bonnie and Xi Bei exchanged glances. Subsequently, Bonnie murmured involuntarily, The demise of Nisus? How do you know of this? Daddy was taken aback. How could a girl of around 10 years old possess knowledge of events from 30 years prior? Moreover, the world government had long suppressed this matter. And for years, no one had uttered the name Nisus. It was only due to his time in the Navy that Daddy had any inkling. Daddy continued, "Since you are aware of the demise of Nisus, you must be familiar with Nolanscord Burili, the captain of the Ely pirate crew, the sea beast of the Grand Line, who was imprisoned and impelled down by the warlord of the sea 30 years ago. Yet, just a month ago, he appeared in Roguetown. Why? Daddy slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Damn it, it was during that time that Kaler was taken by him. I have pursued him here. But I am too weak enough that I cannot even save my own daughter." With this, Daddy buried his head deeply. Bonnie listened intently, her heart racing with shock. Nolanscord Burili? Had the sea beast truly escaped from prison? Hey, Bonnie turned to Xi Bei, her expression icy. What on earth is going on? Your earlier hypothesis seems to be coming true. Do not feign ignorance. I do not believe your mention of a mere coincidence. Upon closer examination, it appears you have never heard of the Ely pirate crew. How, then, could you know that the sea beast Burili escaped from impelled down? Damn it. How could I remain oblivious to such a monumental event? Oh, by the way, how can you decipher the ancient texts regarding Nisus? Bonnie's curiosity intensified. Who exactly are you? Due to Bonnie's soft voice, Daddy could only intermittently catch fragments of their conversation. However, observing the tension between the two siblings, he discerned that their relationship was rather strained. In such a moment, what could he, an outsider, possibly say? Thus, Daddy sat quietly on the ground, gazing up at the dim twilight sky. Around his neck hung a pocket watch, the inner surface adorned with a photograph of Kayla. He fixated on the image, which depicted a golden-haired girl with a gothic hairstyle, porcelain skin, and a pair of sea-blue eyes, a quintessential beauty with a rebellious charm. Bonnie, he finally said, next time there is an issue, please ask one question at a time, do you understand? Xi Bei cast a furtive glance at Daddy and added, moreover, this is not the time for such discussions. You are still nursing wounds, while I, being tough-skinned and resilient, shall remain here to see if I can locate Daddy's daughter. You should take him back to the ship first. Bonnie responded with impatience. Huh? I am a pirate. Why should I assist a bounty hunter? Xi Bei, still intent on persuasion, suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid. This was an ominous sign of impending crisis. Without a moment to spare, he seized Bonnie and Daddy, preparing to flee. Just as he took his first step, a shell hurtled out from the thicket, grazing the crown of his head, instinctively lowering his body. He heard a thunderous explosion behind him, followed by the acrid scent of gunpowder enveloping the air. Xi Bei's ears began to buzz. Resolutely, he seized the bodies of Bonnie and Daddy, hurling them into the distant woods. Bonnie, I'll leave this fellow to you for now. Ugh, what a hassle. Bonnie muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Xi Bei concluded his words, a shadow abruptly emerged from the thicket ahead, hastening towards Bonnie. At this moment, Daddy had succumbed to despair, and Bonnie, bearing her injuries, was vulnerable. Should these pirates ensnare her, it would spell dire consequences. Xi Bei felt compelled to thwart the advancing figure. Fortunately, a multitude of small stones littered the ground. He summoned his strength and hurled the stones at the shadow. Just as the figure was about to soar above, it was struck by the stones and plummeted to the earth. Simultaneously, a resounding blast echoed from the forest, heralding the launch of a cannonball. Xi Bei kicked a stone, which collided with a shell, resulting in a resounding explosion in midair. Now, a lingering buzzing resonates in Xi Bei's ears, dulling his previously acute hearing. He can scarcely discern how many individuals are concealed within the forest, launching artillery shells. However, one thing is certain to Xi Bei. Whether they are hidden among the trees or have just been struck by the falling stone, these individuals are far from ordinary. Xi Bei harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards treachery, particularly when it emanated from adversaries of formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to unearth the scoundrel lurking in the woods, who had been launching surprise attacks. He charged straight into the thicket. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of individuals concealed behind two towering trees on either side. To mitigate any potential threat, he propelled himself into the air with great force. At the precise moment he leaped, two gaunt men sprang forth from behind the tree, brandishing machetes and exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity as they advanced towards him with lethal intent. Fortunately, Xi Bei had remained vigilant. He soared over the heads of the armed assailants and, seizing their hair, brought their heads crashing down to the ground from behind. These two men were indeed true warriors. Not a sound escaped their lips as they succumbed into unconsciousness. At that moment, Xi Bei suddenly noticed a black cannon barrel not far away, as thick as a thigh and less than a meter in length. Beside the barrel were 2 baskets of ammunition. However, what left Xi Bei utterly astonished was not the mere scrap metal, but the creature loading the ammunition, a rabbit. A tall, robust rabbit with glossy black fur. Its size surpassed even that of Xi Bei. Yet, despite its impressive stature, it remained a rabbit. Goodness, even rabbits have learned to wield gunpowder? As the rabbit completed its task of loading the ammunition, Xi Bei realized that this was not the time for astonishment. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the cannon. And with a powerful kick, he shattered the barrel in 2. Just as Xi Bei exhaled in relief, the enormous black rabbit's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift left hook, it sent Xi Bei flying. Standing upright, the rabbit assumed a fighting stance, its furry paws raised to its face, exuding a semblance of Muay Thai prowess. While its hind legs danced restlessly in anticipation, Xi Bei rubbed his face and rose from the ground. The clever black-furred rabbit, upon seeing Xi Bei stand, propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, landing directly in front of him. Given its remarkable agility, the rabbit's speed nearly rivaled that of the legendary Navy-type SIXS Razor. Xi Bei tilted his head slightly, exhibiting a reflexive response. The black-furred rabbit delivered a powerful punch to the large tree behind Xi Bei, creating a substantial dent in its trunk. Such force should not be underestimated. The black-furred rabbit, taken aback by Xi Bei's ability to evade this strike, disdainfully curled its lip and spat on the ground. A clear manifestation of its displeasure. Xi Bei cast a glance back at the hollow in the tree. Could this truly be a rabbit? Might it not be a person clad in rabbit fur? The dark-furred rabbit afforded Xi Bei no respite. It leaped forward, relentlessly pursuing him, unleashing a flurry of left hooks. Right hooks, uppercuts, and downward punches, culminating in a final straight jab. For the first time in his life, Xi Bei found himself being relentlessly pursued and attacked by a rabbit. Now he was backed up against a great tree, with no retreat in sight. This black-furred rabbit was pressing him to the brink, and if he continued to show mercy, he would surely suffer the consequences. Xi Bei suddenly extended his hand, making a gesture to halt. The black-furred rabbit obediently came to a stop, gazing at Xi Bei with a face full of confusion. Xi Bei raised his arm, and, before the black-furred rabbit, slowly formed it into a fist. Xi Bei delivered a powerful blow to the head of the black-furred rabbit, which sputtered wildly, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring out of the woods and colliding with several trees in its flight. Xi Bei twisted his arm joints and then assumed a horse stance, stretching his legs to limber up. After completing his warm-up, he gazed in the direction the black-furred rabbit had fled, sneering as he muttered, "How dare a mere rabbit flaunt its combat skills before me? A reckless act." Yet, one must ponder the peculiarities of this island. Could it be that the black-furred rabbit was, in fact, a pirate? Xi Bei's curiosity intensified. What truly did the sea beast, Ili, resemble? Alas, he nearly forgot. There remained one more adversary to subdue. Xi hurriedly dashed out of the woods. Yet outside there was no one in sight. Only a black-furred rabbit sprawled carelessly on the ground. After a brief moment of respite, Xi's hearing had nearly returned to normal. He closed his eyes and attentively listened to the rustling of the wind and grass on the island. In the distance, footsteps approached. 1, 2, 3, a total of 17 individuals, approximately 1,300 meters away. To his left, 3 figures moved with steady breaths and agile movements, indicating a level of proficiency akin to that of seasoned officers, positioned about 800 meters away. To his right, 2 individuals exhibited hurried breaths and erratic strides, likely bearing injuries, situated 600 meters away. However, wait, behind these 2, another person followed, moving with an uncanny grace and silent steps, akin. Xi Bei suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, Bonnie and Dottie were in the direction to his right, being pursued by someone, undoubtedly that scoundrel who had been struck down by falling debris. It was clear that Bonnie and the others would soon be overtaken. Without hesitation, Xi Bei sprinted towards the right with unparalleled speed. Suddenly, he heard a deep, resonant growl emanating from the center of the island. A sound that did not resemble that of a human. Could it be that the legendary sea beast Ili, which had obliterated the entire Nethys kingdom 30 years ago, was indeed a creature of the sea? It seemed improbable. Could there be other ferocious beasts lurking on this island? No, he must hasten to Bonnie's side. Xi Bei, with an icy demeanor, sprang onto the branch of a grand tree. Utilizing the momentum, he propelled himself forward with the force of a rocket, snapping the branch beneath him with a single powerful kick. The tree swayed violently, and the skeletal remains suspended from its branches plummeted to the ground, shattering into several pieces. In a mere 6 seconds, Xi Bei had broken 2 branches and surged over a distance of 700 meters. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. At that very moment, Xi Bei emerged from the thicket and caught sight of Bonnie. However, standing before her was a towering stranger, nearly 2 meters tall, brandishing a gun aimed directly at Bonnie, the barrel still emitting smoke. Fortunately, Bonnie had not been struck. Unfortunately, Dottie, who had shielded Bonnie, was shot. As Xi Bei emerged from the forest, he had not yet touched the ground when he found himself suspended in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his pinky finger into his mouth and bit down hard, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Almost instantly, a fog enveloped his entire being. Bonnie seemed to sense the smoke and looked up. The unfamiliar man, holding a gun, turned his head instinctively to glance as well. Unfortunately, before he could discern the situation, a chilling voice echoed from within the high-temperature mist. Martial arts. No style. A giant fist emerged from the haze without warning, so sudden that even Bonnie could not react in time. The fist descended like a small mountain, and the force of the wind nearly knocked Bonnie off her feet. Yet, the stranger, still gripping his weapon, instinctively redirected the gun towards Xi Bei's fist and fired twice. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger for a third time, the fist landed squarely upon him, sending tremors throughout the island. Who would dare to shoot bullets beneath the fist of a giant? Without a doubt, the unnamed stranger was struck by Xi Bei's punch, sinking into the ground and leaving behind an imprint resembling a large character. Dottie, who had been shot but had not succumbed to his injuries, gazed in astonishment at Xi Bei's transformation into a giant. His face was etched with disbelief. However, due to significant blood loss, he lacked the strength to move. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he stared at Xi Bei's towering figure, clearly taken aback by the visual shock. His mouth opened slightly in disbelief. No, it's impossible. Dottie had previously shielded Bonnie, standing in front of her when he was shot at close range. Fortunately, the bullet had not struck a vital area, but was lodged in his shoulder. Dottie, a tough man by nature, bore the pain silently. A regular person would have cried out in agony. Despite his suffering, Dottie attempted to rise from the ground. Don't move, Bonnie shouted, her body rapidly growing larger, transforming from a petite girl into a formidable woman standing at a height of 1.74 meters. This was Bonnie's true form. She hefted Dottie onto her shoulders and shot a stern glance at Xi Bei, saying, "Who gave you the right to meddle? How could such a thing possibly harm me?" First, Xi Bei turned into a giant, and now Bonnie had matured into adulthood. Dottie was utterly astonished, almost overwhelmed by the revelations of this sibling duo. However, being a man of discernment, he quickly pieced the situation together. "Are you both ability users?" he inquired. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Bonnie retorted, her fiery temperament flaring. As a formidable pirate and a rising star, she was infuriated by the continuous underestimation. "Who told you to stand in front of me? To confront such filth, my childhood self sufficed. At last, Daddy has come to a realization. It is no wonder that Xi Bei and Bonnie roamed the island with such audacity." "Is it true? Is that so? Now it makes sense." From the forceful punch Xi Bei just unleashed, Daddy cannot help but concede that Xi Bei's strength surpasses his own. At this moment, he perceives a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Xi Bei could indeed aid him in reclaiming his daughter. Although it seems unjust to involve Xi Bei without cause, Daddy finds himself utterly devoid of options. He endures the pain, struggles free from Bonnie's grasp, and kneels before Xi Bei. "I implore you, save my daughter. If you can rescue her, I will agree to any condition you set. She is merely a 10-year-old girl. The mere thought of her being with pirates tears at my heart." After uttering these words, Daddy bows deeply in supplication. "I beseech you." Bonnie's gaze reflects a hint of sympathy, yet she stubbornly retorts, "What of pirates? It is the world government's fault." A classic case of a sharp tongue concealing a tender heart. Xi Bei has grown too large to assist Daddy in rising to his feet, thus he can only acquiesce. "Rest assured, provoking pirates is precisely the thrill that piques my interest as a bounty hunter. Your presence here serves merely as an encumbrance. You should swiftly return to the ship. The commotion we've stirred will undoubtedly attract the main event. And I am eager to behold the true visage of the sea beast, Ely." Suddenly, Daddy interjects, "Hold on. You possess a paramecia-type ability, do you not? You must not be careless." Nolan scored Burley, referred to as a sea beast, owes his moniker to his powers. He too is a devil fruit user. Specifically an extraordinarily rare ancient type from the Zoan category. Remember this, you must never allow the sea beast, Ely, to inflict a bite upon you. An ancient Zoan type? This revelation sparks a memory of an individual, fallen Marine Major Drake, a fellow pirate supernova like Bonnie. I recall that his ability is that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, an ancient type within the Zoan category. However, due to the rarity of ancient types, Xi Bei is unaware of any other unique abilities they may possess. One thing is certain, users of ancient types can indeed transform. In Xi Bei's recollections, it seems that Drake is the only ancient type user he has encountered. This is insufficient information. It is entirely shrouded in mystery. To avoid a disastrous misstep, Xi Bei must inquire further. What happens if one is bitten? Cold sweat beads on Daddy's brow as he assertively replies, assimilation. Assimilation? What does that mean? Xi Bei furrowed his brow. Due to the rarity of ancient species, he was entirely unacquainted with this particular ability. Naturally, Daddy understood this as well. To ensure that Xi Bei could successfully rescue his daughter and return victorious, he felt compelled to impart all the information he possessed. The sea beast Ely, an ancient species of the animal type and the wielder of the giant blue whale fruit, transforms into a massive azure whale upon activation of his powers and can traverse the skies as if they were the ocean. For him, land feels as natural as the sea. Anyone bitten by him becomes assimilated into a fish-like being. I witnessed this firsthand in Rog Town, where my daughter was bitten, subsequently transforming into a bubble fish. As he recounted this sorrowful memory, Daddy was overcome with emotion, his voice trembling. It was nothing short of a nightmare. After becoming a bubble fish, my daughter completely forgot me. She swam around Ely, seemingly as if he were her master. A bubble fish? Xi Bei suddenly recalled the peculiar fish he had seen by the shore, which had been continuously blowing bubbles. Could it be that this fish was also assimilated by the sea beast Ely? If that were the case, then this ability is extraordinarily sinister, capable of assimilating humans and erasing their memories. How does this differ from brainwashing? No, it is even more chilling. At that moment, Bonnie interjected, recalling the events of 30 years ago when the so-called largest maritime trading kingdom, SARS, was utterly obliterated in just 6 days. This was an achievement beyond the capabilities of any pirate crew, yet the sea beast Ely accomplished it, precisely due to this terrifying ability. Xi Bei was taken aback. Could it be that all the inhabitants of Nisus had been assimilated? Bonnie's expression darkened considerably as she turned her head away, unwilling to speak. Xi Bei gazed upon the myriad of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Perplexed, he inquired, "Why are there so many corpses here?" Bonnie lifted her gaze and surveyed the surroundings. Her voice grave as she replied, "Take a closer look. These desiccated remains, apart from the soldiers and pirates, do you observe any ordinary individuals dressed as common folk? Narses is renowned as one of the wealthiest kingdoms in the world. It is inconceivable that there are no inhabitants. Indeed, from the moment they set foot on the ruins of the kingdom until now, Xi Bei had encountered only the corpses clad in military garb and those adorned with pirate hats, with not a single ordinary citizen in sight. Such a vast kingdom, logically, should not be devoid of its populace." Xi Bei suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing that his analysis had indeed been insufficiently thorough. Xi Bei continued to inquire, "What about the bubble fish I just fell upon on the rocks?" Bonnie, gritting her teeth, remained silent. Indeed, if one were to follow this line of reasoning, it was highly probable that the bubblefish Xi Bei had previously discovered on the shore was merely an ordinary person assimilated by the sea beast IRI. Consequently, he had inadvertently caused the demise of an innocent life. Xi Bei felt no overwhelming guilt. Rather, he reflected that everyone was a victim in this scenario. And a sense of unease crept into his heart, akin to swallowing a fly. He clenched his fists tightly and cast his gaze back towards the heart of the island. Standing now at a height of over 10 meters, Xi Bei was nearly as tall as the surrounding trees, allowing him to see further. In the very center of the island, he beheld a grand palace, steeped in the history of the kingdom of Nisus. Though the palace lay in ruin, Xi Bei could still sense the echoes of its former glory. Surely, the sea beast IRI resided within that palace. Bonnie, too, sensed the fluctuations in Xi Bei's emotions. "Hey, have you thought this through? Norland Skode Bur IRI is no ordinary pirate." Xi Bei cast a sidelong glance at Bonnie and retorted, "Do you consider my current appearance to be ordinary?" Bonnie suddenly laughed and replied, "Well, perhaps not. Since none of us are ordinary, why should I hide from him?" She refrained from further chatter, reaching into her neckline to produce a palm-sized white slip of paper. Bonnie tore the paper in half and offered one half to Xi Bei. "This is my life slip. Take care of it." Xi Bei thought to jest about how women in this world seem to enjoy tucking things into their bosoms, but the atmosphere felt inappropriate for such banter. Instead, he held the slip in his palm, examining it closely. This was indeed the fabled life slip, seemingly unremarkable, akin to a mere sheet of white paper. Yet, Xi Bei understood that this seemingly ordinary slip held an extraordinary essence. True to its name, it was a life slip impervious to blades and flames, intricately linked to its owner's vitality. It was said to be crafted from the owner's fingernails and certain materials, the specifics of which remained elusive. Since this life card belonged to Bonnie, as long as he held this half of the paper, he could ascertain her direction at any time and would never fear losing her. Furthermore, should Bonnie find herself in peril, the slip would exhibit unusual signs. Quite practical indeed. As Xi Bei gradually composed himself, a sudden commotion erupted as a group of nearly 20 individuals emerged from the thicket, drawn by the disturbances in the area. They had been startled by the earlier tremors on the island, fearing the emergence of some monstrous creature. Upon catching sight of Xi Bei, they could not restrain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could this be? Why would the giant race appear in this place?" Xi suddenly turned around, gazing down from his elevated position at the diminutive pirates before him. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bonnie and Dottie, and cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Immediately after, he turned his head and uttered a command, "You all go ahead." He quickly added, "Dottie, you must not be without your child. Rest assured, I shall rescue your daughter, even if she has been transformed into a bubble fish. As long as I draw breath, I will bring her back to you." Dottie bowed deeply once more, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bonnie hoisted Dottie onto her shoulder, running while shouting, "Hey, don't you dare die. I still have so many questions to ask you." Xi Bei scoffed, "Do you think I could perish so easily?" At that moment, Dottie couldn't help but inquire, "Is everything truly all right?" Bonnie, weaving through the forest, quipped, "Who knows? Are you truly siblings?" "Huh, certainly not." Dottie sighed in relief, as expected. "You seem rather heavy," he remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, rendering him speechless. Bonnie muttered under her breath, "TCH, why must I assist a bounty hunter? That scoundrel dared to say I was a hindrance. How infuriating. One day, I shall have my revenge." After venting her frustration, Bonnie quickened her pace, dashing forward. Suddenly, the pirates erupted into a cacophony of shouts. "Hey, the bounty hunter has escaped. And that woman too. We cannot allow them to leave. Otherwise, the boss will be furious." With a resounding stomp, Xi Bei stirred up a cloud of dust, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. In a cold tone, he declared, "This path leads to nowhere." A pirate, emboldened by bravado, taunted, "Curse that giant race. They may be large in stature, but how dare they underestimate us? We are members of the Ely pirate crew, and our captain is the formidable sea beast, Ely. Have you heard of him? He is the infamous pirate who obliterated an entire nation 30 years ago. A notorious figure of the same era as the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Humph. I ask you, are you afraid? If we eliminate this giant, perhaps our captain will promote us to higher ranks." What a pitiful band of cannon fodder, their intellect seemingly boundless in its deficiency. If the sea beast, Ely, truly cared for their well-being, why has he yet to make an appearance? The recent commotion on the island was so pronounced that even a fool could sense something amiss. With Ely's immense power, if he had genuinely intended to intervene, he would have arrived long ago. Ultimately, it is clear that the sea beast Ely holds no regard for the fate of these individuals. The notion of ascending to leadership is but a foolish dream. Xi Bei spat into the crowd, and several unfortunate pirates found themselves drenched, as if doused with a bucket of water. One particularly dim-witted individual even brought Xi Bei's saliva to his nose for a whiff. Immediately, the crowd erupted in chaos. "What have you done, you scoundrel? Disgusting," cried one. "Brothers, let us deal with him." Yet, not all pirates were fools. Hey, this is a giant we're dealing with. Is this truly wise? Perhaps we should wait for the captain to arrive?" Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the branches, landing directly in front of Xi Bei's face. Xi Bei's eyes flickered as he regarded the sudden apparition before him, a bare-chested man who appeared to be of a similar age to Dottie, his face adorned with a thick beard. However, this individual possessed a physique even more robust than Dottie's, his body marked by numerous conspicuous scars, intertwining in a terrifying array. With his fists unclenched, he directed a powerful punch towards Xi Bei's cheek. Xi Bei stood his ground, unflinching, as he was struck by a powerful punch. The pirates below erupted in ecstatic cheers. "Look, it's Brother Lianhu," they exclaimed. "The X-class boxer of the New World Fighting Tournament, 100 Fists Lianhu. His fist can pierce even steel. It's well-deserved. Surely, his skull must be shattered." Upon hearing the pirate's flattery, 100 Fists Lian Hu smirked, a knowing smile spreading across his face. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, leaving him in disbelief. Xi Bei turned his head, seemingly unfazed, and then fixed his gaze upon the figure suspended in midair, his tone devoid of emotion. "It hurts quite a bit. Are you one of the fighters from the tournament?" The expression on Hu's face changed dramatically. Xi Bei clenched his fist and spoke in a low voice. "Coincidentally, I possess some knowledge of combat. Would you care to test the strength of my punch?" As soon as the words left his lips, Xi Bei unleashed a powerful blow towards Lian Hu. The mere force of Xi Bei's punch created a pressure that sent a chill down Lian Hu's spine. However, suspended in midair, Lian Hu found himself unable to evade the impending strike. In a desperate attempt to protect himself, he raised both arms to shield his face. Moments later, he was sent flying several kilometers away, crashing into the grand palace at the heart of the island. Xi Bei whispered, "Ah, I forgot to remind you, brace yourself." Remarkably, the group of pirates who had been incessantly shouting just moments ago fell utterly silent. Xi Bei's eyes darted as he regarded them. "Ah, a monster. Even brother who was sent flying. He is an X-class powerhouse from the Central Fighting Conference of the New World." The pirates, in their haste, cried out as they fled, and within a mere moment, they vanished from beneath Xi Bei's gaze. Xi Bei sensed something amiss. Among the cadre-level pirates, he had previously discerned the presence of 3, yet now only one, a mere tiger, had emerged. The remaining 2 must surely be lurking somewhere, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Xi Bei carefully surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, due to his elevated altitude and the setting sun behind him, his shadow was cast upon the ground before him, creating certain visual blind spots. As he was preoccupied with examining the peculiarities around him, he overlooked what lay beneath his feet. Thus, the instant he took a step forward, he felt as though he had stepped upon something soft and yielding. Zybe lowered his gaze and discovered a web of ropes beneath his feet. He found himself ensnared within this intricate lattice, akin to having stepped into a trap. Xi Bei was somewhat taken aback, wondering how a net of ropes could suddenly materialize in this place, which had previously been barren. At that moment, the net began to slowly contort and twist, ensnaring Xi Bei's legs and immobilizing him in place. Following this, the front section of the net abruptly transformed into the silhouette of a man, shrouded in a dark veil. This man was gaunt, clad in a black vest, and wearing black gloves, entirely enveloped in darkness, as if he had merged with Xi Bei's own shadow. The veiled man cackled ominously. "A giant, is it? It has been nearly 30 years since I last hunted one. Now that you have ventured into the ruins of Nessus, governed by the Ely pirate crew, you might as well submit. Our leader would surely delight in converting you into a colossal bubble fish." Xi Bei made an attempt to lift his leg, but to no avail. "I am the wielder of the net fruit. Anything ensnared by my web, even a giant, cannot extricate itself from my dark net. Though I am unaware of how you arrived here, your reckless antics have provoked our leader's ire. Prepare yourself for assimilation." It is astonishing that among the cadre of the sea beast Ely, there exists not only fighters, but also capable users. No wonder the renowned sharpshooter Dottie was unable to withstand such prowess. The net fruit is indeed a paramecia-type ability, possessing a tangible form, as long as it is corporeal. Xi Bei still has means at his disposal. Xi Bei's forte lies in close combat. Engaging in close proximity with a formidable giant, renowned for its prowess in hand-to-hand confrontation, is evidently an unwise decision. Xi Bei had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with this individual, so he decisively clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the arrogant veiled man. Xi Bei was entirely confident that this punch would leave the man questioning his very existence. However, the veiled man displayed an air of unfazed confidence, seemingly undeterred by the threat posed by Xi Bei's fist. Xi Bei suddenly felt a jolt, retracting his fist, sensing something amiss. There were 3 cadres in total, and while Bai Quan had been sent flying, the masked man had ensnared him. That left only one remaining adversary. Suddenly, a figure leapt forth from the thickets. Got him. The man who emerged wore a deep azure robe, his chest hair thickly clustered, and wielded an enormous iron hammer. He leapt high and brought the hammer crashing down onto Xi Bei's forehead. A resounding crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. Xi Bei involuntarily leaned back and collapsed. From the impact, wisps of white smoke began to rise from where he had been struck. It was astonishing that a brute like the one before him could have sent Bai Quan flying. It seemed he had grown sluggish from disuse. One could only wonder what the leader was thinking, recalling him from the New World. The hammer-wielding man, Digov, sneered disdainfully. Hey, whores, the remainder is yours to handle. The figure clad in a dark veil, whores, upon hearing this, seethed with fury. Digov, if you dare to command me again, do you believe I won't let you experience the might of the net fruit? Dugov merely scoffed, resting the hammer upon his shoulder, clearly disregarding Whore's words. I will pursue that bounty hunter, he declared, stepping toward Xi Bei's head. Just then, Xi Bei suddenly opened his eyes and, in a swift motion, grasped Dugov within his palm. Dugov was taken completely off guard, as was Whore's, both bewildered that Xi Bei, whose skull they had heard shatter, could still move. Could it be that this man was immortal? In a certain light, Xi Bei indeed possessed an undying essence. Dugov felt as though he were about to be crushed, gritting his teeth in disbelief. How is this possible? Upon hearing Dugov's anguished cry, Whore snapped back to reality, bellowing, net binding. He transformed once more into dark tendrils, lunging at Xi Bei, intent on binding his arms. Aware of Whore's abilities, Xi Bei was determined not to be caught off guard again. He hurled Dugov with great force towards the oncoming ropes. The impact was so great that Dugov, along with the ropes, was sent sprawling far away. While the two men grunted and groaned, Xi Bei had already risen and approached them. He was eager to ascertain just how resilient the ropes conjured by the net fruit truly were. Xi Bei extended his hand and effortlessly lifted Huizi from the ground. As Huizi remained in a state of capability, his form was predominantly composed of a series of deep black ropes, save for his rounded head at the forefront of the tangled web. Grasping both ends of the ropes, Xi Bei exerted a forceful pull, tearing the strands apart with a single motion. Huizi could scarcely fathom such brutality from Xi Bei. Upon entering this capability state, the lower half of Huizi's body transformed into an expansive net of ropes, thus, severing them equated to inflicting harm upon him. However, had he managed to significantly condense his physical form onto a singular rope prior to the severance, the remaining strands would merely be ordinary ropes, sparing him from injury. In essence, to inflict harm upon Huizi, one must ascertain the specific rope where his essence was concentrated. By identifying that particular rope and severing it, one could easily extinguish Huizi's life. Consequently, upon witnessing Xi Bei's actions, Huizi was seized by terror. Redirecting his essence to concentrate on the rope connected to his head, thereby averting a gruesome fate. Seizing the moment, Huizi tilted his head, held his breath, and feigned death with remarkable realism. Xi Bei was unaware of the peculiar abilities of the net fruit. Upon witnessing Whore's seemingly motionless state, he mistakenly believed that Whore's had succumbed. Thus, with a dismissive flick of his hand, he unceremoniously cast Whore's aside. Whore's tumbled across the ground twice before covertly stealing a glance at Xi Bei. Following that, he cautiously shifted his body, preparing to flee the battlefield. Although Whore's possessed his offensive capabilities were rather limited, primarily focusing on control. Given Xi Bei's current condition, which resembled that of an immunity to control, it was of little use for him to remain in this place. It would be far more prudent to hasten back and inform the sea beast, Ili. One cannot help but acknowledge that this fellow was exceedingly cunning. Xi Bei heard a sound and turned his head to glance. Huaz immediately lay still, not moving an inch. Xi Bei scratched his head, feeling a lingering suspicion that Huaz might still be alive. It is worth noting that Xi Bei has always been cautious and harbors a hint of paranoia, prompting him to approach Huaz, prepared to deliver a final blow just in case. Huaz remained in a state of incapacitation, though half of the ropes below his head had been torn away. His appearance now resembled that of a rounded head dragging a severed length of netting, creating an illusion of dismemberment. Upon hearing Xi Bei's footsteps, he lay flat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Dugov swung his hammer and leapt from the ground. With Xi Bei's back turned to him and Dugov soaring several meters high, he positioned himself directly above Xi Bei's neck. A blow from that height could easily strike true, prompting Xi Bei to instinctively turn and throw a punch at Dugov. At this juncture, Huaz finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, having comrades is invaluable. Huaz swiftly retracted his abilities, transforming into a human, and darted away at great speed. Dugov, hold off this giant. I shall fetch the boss. Xi Bei, filled with fury, bellowed. How dare you feign death? Do you have no shame? As Huaz sprinted away, he turned back, tearing off his black veil, and, with his tongue out, taunted, fool. Just wait. The boss will be here shortly, and he will undoubtedly transform you into a bubble fish. Then we shall see how brazen you remain. Xi Bei's temper is on the verge of eruption. Hey, you giant fool, where are your eyes? Your opponent is right here with me. Dugov is akin to an indomitable cockroach, having endured several solid punches from Xi Bei, yet remaining remarkably vigorous. This clearly illustrates Dugov's prowess among the three officials. He undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle, surpassing even the formidable Bai Quan Lianhu. The state of the giant within Xi Bei has been sustained for quite some time, and his energy is nearly depleted. Each transformation into a giant results in an overwhelming loss of stamina, akin to a waterfall cascading uncontrollably, and his eyelids feel particularly heavy, inducing a desire for slumber. This is likely a side effect of his giantification, with Haas having already fled and the sea beast Ili perhaps approaching swiftly. He must conserve his strength. Xi Bei plopped down onto the ground, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. As this breath escaped him, his entire being seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, with steam billowing forth from his body. Gradually, he began to shrink in size, and within mere seconds, he returned to the dimensions of an ordinary human. Notably, upon regaining his normal form, he appeared to be aglow once more. Xi Bei raised his hand, waving it in front of his face to disperse the sweltering smoke. Subsequently, he brushed off the grains of sand clinging to his rear before pointing at Dugov. What is the bounty? Dugov noticed that Xi Bei had suddenly transformed to a normal human size, and he inexplicably chuckled. Then, he dropped the iron hammer he held onto the ground, synchronizing with Xi Bei's rhythm, shedding his azure robe, and standing bare-chested alongside him. Dugov remarked, "You are not of the giant race. You are, indeed, a wielder of a devil fruit ability, are you not?" Before Xi Bei could respond, Dugov continued, "I see. So you are also a bounty hunter?" Xi Bei swiftly extended a finger, interrupting, "Indeed, I too am a hunter, yet not a bounty hunter. I am a pirate hunter." No sooner had the words left his lips than Xi Bei charged directly at Dugov, throwing a powerful punch. Dugov, undeterred, raised his hammer and swung it forcefully toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei's fist struck the iron hammer, causing a twinge of pain. However, Dugov was not in a much better position, as he staggered backward several steps. Xi Bei seized the opportunity, stepping forward with a shoulder charge. Dugov relished the visceral sensation of such direct confrontation. He steadied himself, crossing his arms, and met the impact head-on. The two men, bare-chested, collided shoulder to shoulder, their faces mere inches apart. A bead of sweat trickled from the tip of Xi Bei's nose. He exerted himself to take a step forward, then pushed with all his might. With a thunderous cry, Dugov, momentarily halted, was sent sprawling several dozen meters away, ultimately crashing against a massive rock face, which yielded to his impact, creating a significant dent. Blood spurted from Dugov's mouth, yet he swiftly regained his composure, springing up from the ground and executing 2 backflips to land gracefully on a branch. Just as Dugov leaped away, the moment unfolded. It seemed as though Xi Bei had long anticipated Dugov's next move. He charged straight towards the trunk of the tree, lifted his leg, and executed a sweeping kick that severed the entire tree. At that moment, Dugov descended from the branch. However, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he leveraged the momentum of his fall to wield his colossal iron hammer, striking towards Xi Bei's face with formidable force. Xi Bei's figure flickered, narrowly evading the strike. "Tsk." Du Fu clicked his tongue. What a troublesome fellow. Xi Bei crouched on the ground, gazing intently at Dugov. This was indeed his first encounter of such intensity with another. Dugov was undeniably formidable, and Xi Bei had just discerned that the iron hammer in Dugov's grasp had suddenly hardened. It was precisely this realization that compelled him to evade its deadly edge. Such was the manifestation of Haki. Dugov had unexpectedly wielded the power of armament Haki. Xi Bei chewed thoughtfully, muttering, "What a troublesome fellow." Du Fu scoffed, "A pirate hunter. With such meager strength, do you truly believe you can capture?" Xi Bei gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. "Ha ha ha, cease your laughter. You cannot even surpass this challenge." Dugov's eyes gleamed with cunning as he continued, Would you be interested in joining the Ili pirate crew? With your skills, you could undoubtedly rise to a position of leadership within our ranks. Our captain has been dormant and impelled down for 30 years, yet he has finally returned. By his side, you shall inevitably dominate the new world. The monstrous Whitebeard is no more. Who possesses the ability to thwart our captain now? No one. Currently, the most talked about figures are the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard. However, the Straw Hat Kid has vanished without a trace. Once we annihilate the Blackbeard pirates, the name of the Ili pirate crew shall once again resound throughout the Grand Line. Our captain is the sea beast of the Grand Line. Only he is worthy of the title of Pirate King. Behold this Nazos. Once one of the most prosperous kingdoms in the world, has now become the palace of the Ili pirate crew. There is nothing our captain desires that he cannot obtain. So, pirate hunter, what is your answer? Xi Bei straightened his back, tilted his head slightly, and disdainfully spat on the ground, too apathetic to utter a word. Du Gufu's gaze turned cold as he spoke sternly. It seems you have yet to grasp the magnanimity required to join the Illyrian pirate crew. What a pity. Xi Bei stood bare-bodied against the wind, raising his arm to beckon Dugov with an impassive expression. He uttered a warning. Beware of dying from excessive chatter. Come forth. Dugov charged out, brandishing a hammer, and roared in response. It is you who shall meet your demise, pirate hunter. Xi Bei stomped fiercely, shattering the ground beneath. Martial arts. The gateway to survival. Xi Bei's formidable fist shattered Dugov's hammer with unwavering force, subsequently crashing into Dugov's cheek. Dugov's eyes gradually rolled back, revealing the whites, and in an instant, his entire being soared into the sky, the precise destination unknown. However, one certainty remains. Dugov has undoubtedly distanced himself from this small island. The fist of Xi Bei, stripped of its outer layer, was smeared with the blood of Dugov, which dripped steadily onto the ground. Xi murmured, "Fool, the era of the sea beast, Eri, has long since concluded. Over 30 years ago, Whitebeard loomed like an insurmountable mountain before the pirates. Now that the mountain has crumbled, the myriad of beasts have emerged in full force, including some formidable pirates who once suffered under Whitebeard's reign. Whitebeard was indeed an anomaly among pirates, for he did not engage in the typical pursuits of his kind. He was not merely a mountain. He stood as a beacon between the old and new eras. Throughout his life, he dedicated himself to seeking companions, embracing them as family, and safeguarding the new world. Countless nations in the latter part of the Grand Line thrived under his protection, with Fishman Island, buried 10,000 meters beneath the sea, being a prime example. In Xib's eyes, Whitebeard was undoubtedly a hero, though heroes often bear a tragic narrative. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Shortly after Whitebeard's eyes closed, his pirate crew began to fracture, and even his former territories were divided. Most alarming of all was the resurgence of pirates who had once been suppressed by Whitebeard, now rallying together. A new world devoid of Whitebeard is a lawless realm, one that even the world government cannot adequately oversee. It remains unclear whether Whitebeard's death heralded good or ill. Look, merely a month after the Marineford War, former members are already gathering to target the new world. Should a multitude of notorious criminals converge upon the new world at this moment, one can only speculate how many kingdoms might meet a fate akin to that of Nazis. Naturally, those kingdoms are likely intertwined with the world government in some capacity. Yet Xi had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. He merely lamented that Whitebeard's demise was ill-timed. Had he departed this world a day sooner or a day later, the landscape of the new world would not have unfolded in quite the same manner. In the past, Xi Bei merely observed from the sidelines. However, as he immerses himself in the present era, he increasingly perceives that Whitebeard, in the years following the demise of his longtime rival Roger, has been dutifully cleaning up Roger's mess. It is astonishing that the so-called strongest man in the world willingly engages in such menial tasks. Just the thought of it leaves Xi Bei feeling a sense of frustration. It is no wonder that Ace cannot tolerate anyone speaking ill of Whitebeard. Even an outsider like Xi Bei feels a certain weariness in this regard. Xi Bei donned his cloak once more, letting out a soft sigh as he raised his gaze towards the time-worn palace, illuminated by the hues of dusk, which bore witness to the passage of time. With the demise of Whitebeard, a paragon of the bygone era, one must ponder whether it is still necessary for others from that same age to stir the waters. Both Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp of the Navy headquarters are acutely aware that the tides of time have changed. It is time to step aside and allow new talents to emerge. This sea beast, IRI, truly seems to regress with each passing day. Xi clutched tightly the fragile paper that represented Bonnie's life. The mess left behind by Roger could be handled by Whitebeard. But who would attend to the chaos left by Whitebeard? Luffy. That is a matter for 2 years hence. Furthermore, given Luffy's disposition, he does not strike one as the sort of person inclined to tidy up after others. Xi Bei murmured, "Allow me to take on the role temporarily." As Xi Bei finished his soliloquy, he suddenly sensed the presence of another person behind him, and at that moment, he found himself entirely engulfed by the shadow of this individual. His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This palpable sense of oppression unmistakably indicated the arrival of the principal party. It had only been 2 minutes since Xi Bei had thrown Dugu off, and yet the main figure had arrived with such swiftness. It appeared that the sea beast, Ely, held a considerable regard for these three cadres. After all, for Ili, these were the only individuals that could currently be deemed as combat-ready. Naturally, there would be some concern regarding their well-being. Xi Bei took a deep breath, slowly turned around. And then he saw a fist, calloused and rough, hurtling towards him. With no place to evade, he raised his hands to shield his face. The figure of Xi Bei remained elusive, as he was propelled away by a single, forceful blow. Hey Haas, where's Dugov? This towering man, nearly 3 meters in height, could not merely be described as colossal. His physique was robust to an extraordinary degree. In stark contrast, his head resembled a mere yellow bean affixed atop his massive frame. And he sported a bald pate. A prominent scar marred the corner of his mouth, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. Strikingly incongruous was the tight-fitting black and white attire he donned, the prison uniform of impelled down. Haas, cloaked in black, exhibited a palpable subservience to this behemoth, refraining from any pretense of mystery in his presence. Haas removed the black veil, stating, "He was just here." He then added, "Could he have been sent flying like that fellow, Lianhu?" The enormous man clad in prison garb suddenly shot Haas a fierce glare. Startled, Haas stumbled back several paces, then pointed at Xi Bei in the distance, embellishing his account. "Boss, that's the guy? I swear, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He is indeed a giant." Lianhu was struck down by him. "They are in league with the bounty hunters." "Ah, right, boss. He must be aiming to capture you for a bounty." That wretched bounty hunter had been wreaking havoc in their territory for days, and several brothers had already suffered the consequences. Dugov was surely captured by them. Indeed, this giant who had yet to shed his prison garb was none other than the architect of the destruction of the Nesseth kingdom 30 years ago. Captain Nolanskode Bailey of the Ely Pirates, infamously dubbed the Sea Beast of the Grand Line, with a bounty of 96 million. He was a forsaken titan of a bygone era. The Sea Beast Ely turned his attention back to Xi Bei, saying, "Haas, you ought to be aware of the fate that befalls those who deceive me. Presently, I only see a mere child, not a giant." Haas, in a state of panic, replied, "Boss, I swear it's the truth. I am not lying. He is indeed of giant lineage. But how could he have shrunk so?" Suddenly, the Sea Beast Ely raised his arm and struck Haas with an open hand. Caught off guard by Ely's abrupt aggression, Haas found himself unable to dodge, and the force of the blow sent him crashing into the rocky wall, embedding him deeply within it. It was evident that Haas had succumbed to unconsciousness. "I told you, he is not a giant. Those who dare to oppose me meet this fate." The Sea Beast Ely squinted as he scrutinized Xi Bei, coldly remarking, "Humph, a superhuman ability user. Is it? Intriguing." Ely advanced toward Xi Bei, step by deliberate step. Due to the relentless battles following his transformation into a giant, Xibei's concentration and energy have considerably diminished, rendering him far less formidable than in his prime. Furthermore, the Sea Beast Ely is no ordinary foe, which has significantly heightened Xibei's pressure. He had intended to take a brief respite before seeking out his adversary, but to his dismay, the Sea Beast Ely arrived without warning, leaving him no time to prepare. At this moment, the words of Roronoa Zaro resonate profoundly. Calamity often follows in quick succession. Leaning against the roots of a tree, Xi Bei gazed at the incongruous form of the sea beast, Ely, and jested, "Indeed, you are quite the monster." With a cold expression, Ely propelled himself forward, his toes barely grazing the ground. The presence of subordinates mattered little. Those who could be casually dispatched were ubiquitous in the New World. However, you nearly obliterated my palace, and for that alone, there can be no forgiveness. Let me witness your capabilities, bounty hunter. As Ely's words echoed, his fist once again descended upon Xi Bei, and Xi Bei distinctly observed that Ely's fist transformed into a profound shade of black, as if it had been coated in a layer of paint. No, rather it appeared as though it were enveloped in a sheath of iron. The hockey of armament solidified. Xi Bei dared not confront directly, instead opting to leap to the left. The colossal fist of the sea beast, Ely, struck nothing but air. In that same instant, Xi Bei darted to the side of the sea beast, instinctively retaliating with a blow that connected with Ely's face. However, Ely remained unyielding, for his entire visage had, unbeknownst to Xi Bei, transformed into a profound shade of black. Indeed, the sea beast Ely had employed armament hockey to harden his facial features. After Xi Bei unleashed his punch, it struck with the force of hitting an iron block. In terms of combat skills, Xi Bei firmly believed he surpassed the sea beast Ely. However, his defeat stemmed from the realm of hockey, which he found most distasteful. The very essence of armament hockey not only allows one to strike against those with elemental abilities, but also boasts formidable defensive capabilities. It embodies a perfect balance between offense and defense. In this world, who dares to claim the title of a strong warrior without mastering hockey? Xi Bei's comprehensive strength has now become formidable. The only thing it lacks is a sense of dominance. Without such an assertive presence, aiming for a place in a new world teeming with formidable adversaries is nothing short of a delusion. Suddenly, the sea beast Ili interjected, "Are you looking down on me, young one?" Zybe clenched his teeth in silence. "Are you not a capable individual? If you do not take this seriously, you may never have another chance. I do not have the time to discuss lofty ideals with someone who does not even understand the essence of battle. Has the bounty hunter fallen to such depths of ineptitude? Indeed, it is the fault of this era. I would gladly overturn this wretched new age at this very moment." The sea beast, Ari, suddenly let out a roar towards the heavens. "Roger, Newgate, you two scoundrels, open your eyes and behold. This is the so-called new generation. Inferior to dog excrement, utterly unworthy of sailing upon the seas. The Grand Line will forever belong to us." At this juncture, the sea beast Iri paused, then corrected himself. "No. The Grand Line belongs to me, it is mine. I am the Pirate King." Xi Bei chuckled softly, remarking, "I seem to hear the lamentations of a bereaved hound." The sea beast, Ili, pointed at Xi Bei with an indifferent tone, retorting, "How unpleasant that sounds. I shall soon render your foul mouth incapable of uttering another word." In such a tense atmosphere, Xi Bei rarely engaged in idle chatter, perceiving excessive talk as a sign of ineptitude, much like the current demeanor of Ili. Yet, there were sentiments that weighed heavily on his heart, clamoring to be expressed. Of course, he harbored no intentions of persuading Ili, but merely sought an outlet for his frustrations. "Do you know? I am a hunter of pirates, having led a life of aimlessness until I beheld you. You serve as a clear beacon for me, a notorious felon. Discarded by the tides of time, you shall undoubtedly become my principal source of income. A grand vessel in the new world? Alas, you shall likely never ascend to such heights again." The departure of Whitebeard Newgate from the ship signifies this truth. "Look, you still cling to that prison garb, unable to part with it." Ili glanced at his prison attire, a mix of anger and humiliation rising within him. "Is that so? So you are a hunter of pirates? Then, as a pirate hunter, answer me this question." Xi Bei spread his hands, adopting a posture of attentive listening. "Please, go on. I stand before you now. So do you still have a future?" Xi Bei declared resolutely, "Indeed, there is." The sea beast, Ili, burst into a fit of laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his. He exclaimed, "A brash and arrogant little brat like you can be quite to my taste at times. However, since you assumed the role of a pirate hunter, you must be adequately prepared, I presume?" Xi Bei spoke in a deep voice. "Of course. Young one, state your name." "East Sea, Xi Bei." The sea beast, Ili, was initially taken aback. He then touched the scar at the corner of his mouth, his expression gradually darkening. Grinding his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Xi Bei and said in a menacing tone, "So it is. You hail from the East Sea as well. No wonder my scar has been throbbing since just now." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea beast Ili suddenly began to grow larger, his hands transforming into fins. In a matter of moments, he morphed into an enormous blue whale, measuring several dozen meters in length. This colossal creature, adorned in a deep sea blue, soared through the air before facing Xi Bei and spoke in human language. "I will now show you what true despair looks like." Ili had previously exhibited a stable demeanor. Yet upon hearing Xi Bei's name, his temperament shifted to one of fury. Was there a deep-seated enmity between them? It seemed unlikely. Upon further reflection, Xi Bei realized that the root of Ili's emotional turmoil lay not in his name, but rather in the mention of the East Sea. Xi Bei suddenly remembered the scar at the corner of Ili's mouth. Xi Bei recalls that Daddy, who was accompanied by a child, mentioned that 30 years ago, the Pirate King Roger could not tolerate the sea beast Ili. From this statement, one can infer that the sea beast Ili must have encountered Roger in the past, and that scar is likely a testament to Roger's handiwork. Upon this reflection, many things begin to fall into place. The sea beast Ili harbors a deep-seated hatred for Roger, which is why, after escaping from prison, the first thing he did was rush to Logue Town, Roger's hometown, presumably to wreak havoc. This sequence of events ultimately led to an unfortunate encounter with Daddy, resulting in Daddy's daughter being transformed into a bubble fish. Indeed, Daddy's plight is profoundly tragic. A true case of undeserved misfortune. Xi Bei quickly steadied his thoughts, scrutinizing the whale before him. Indeed, this whale was remarkably large, and its striking blue hue rendered it quite beautiful. It was utterly inconceivable that such a magnificent creature was conjured by the sea beast, Xi. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. It was evident that the sea beast, Xi, was quite serious. If he continued to stand there in a daze, he would hardly be more than a mere morsel for it to consume. Without uttering a word, Xi Bei swiftly turned and dashed into the woods. A colossal blue whale soared above Xi Bei's head, relentlessly pursuing him. The small creature, Xi Bei, stood no chance against such a, especially when the creature soared through the air. In the brief span of a few hundred meters, Xi Bei narrowly evaded multiple collisions with the whale. Had it not been for his diminutive size and agility, he would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. Just as he deftly dodged another of the whale's ferocious bites, the whale suddenly swept its mighty tail, cleaving through the entire grove of trees. At that moment, Xi Bei found himself with no refuge left. The enormous azure whale descended from the heights, its gaping maw wide open, lunging menacingly towards Xi Bei. Xi Bei is enraged as well. Let us proceed. He bites his pinky finger, and blood spurts forth. The whale speaks in human tongue. Humph, a giant? Merely a being of larger stature. I am the beast of the Grand Line. Xi Bei retorted sharply, You're large? We are quite similar in that regard. As the words left his mouth, the giant and the colossal whale collided with a resounding impact. The entire island trembled under the force of their encounter, unleashing a tempestuous gust. Nolan Scode Barreli undoubtedly lived up to the moniker of sea beast. After transforming, Eli's skin became smooth and viscous. Xi Bei was aware that this was an inherent trait of whales, yet he found himself exasperated by Eli's newfound girth, which surpassed even his own formidable stature as a giant. In terms of sheer size, Xi Bei was already at a disadvantage. Harnessing the momentum of his charge, Eli collided with Xi Bei, toppling him to the ground, where he landed upon a cluster of trees, crushing them beneath his weight. Die! Eli shouted, swinging his tail with ferocity, lunging forward to sink his teeth into Xi Bei's left shoulder. Eli possessed a unique assimilation ability, a peculiar trait of the ancient zoan-type devil fruit. Anyone bitten by him would be transformed into a bubble fish, losing their autonomy in the process. This indeed was a formidable power. It was precisely this capability that instilled in Eli a profound arrogance. To date, no one he had bitten had escaped the fate of assimilation. Thus, when he clamped down on Xi Bei, he believed the battle was all but concluded, allowing himself to relax his guard. Just as Eli intended to release his grip, Xi Bei suddenly embraced him, and with a swift motion, sank her teeth into the fin on his back, ruthlessly tearing it away. Eli emitted a heart-wrenching roar, attempting to extricate himself, but Xi Bei was not so easily deterred. She excelled in close combat. If she did not take this opportunity to thoroughly wear down Eli, once he grew wary, such an exquisite chance would likely be lost forever. Xi Bei exerted great effort to roll over, embracing Eli as they tumbled to the ground. The two massive beings rolled several times, crushing a multitude of trees beneath them. Eventually, they found themselves at the water's edge, on the verge of tumbling into the ocean. In a swift maneuver, Xi Bei clamped Eli's body with his legs. Given that Eli had transformed into a whale, he lacked limbs and, despite his considerable strength, could not match Xi Bei's agility. Xi Bei expended considerable effort to mount atop Eli. The recent altercation between these two was reminiscent of a child's playful tussle. Eli lay on the bank, belly up, tail rhythmically slapping the ground, filled with bewilderment. He pondered why, despite having bitten Xi Bei, he had not succumbed to assimilation. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as he glanced at Xi Bei's left shoulder, where the mark of his bite was indeed evident. Confusion clouded Eli's gaze. He thought to himself, You should have been assimilated by me. Silently, Xi Bei fixed his gaze on Eli, delivering a powerful punch. Though Eli possessed the ability to utilize armament hockey and boasted a tough exterior akin to that of a colossal blue whale, striking other areas would scarcely inflict substantial harm. In contrast, the eyes presented a more vulnerable target. Xi Bei unleashed a barrage of over 10 punches upon Eli's ocular region, each blow infused with his utmost strength. He was determined to incapacitate Eli before exhaustion claimed him. Evidently, Xi Bei's assault proved effective. Eli's eye socket had become deeply sunken, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. One cannot help but acknowledge that Eli had indeed encountered an unfortunate turn of fate. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, but now he found himself with a blinded eye. As for the reason Xi Bei had been bitten yet remained unassimilated, it was largely due to the unique characteristics of giants. There is wisdom in the saying, Know thyself and know thy enemy. and you shall win 100 battles. Had Ili been aware from the outset that Xi Bei's weakness lay in the nape of his neck, the outcome might have been dire for Xi Bei. However, Xi Bei was far too cautious to divulge his vulnerabilities to Ili. Not even to Bonnie, with whom he currently shared a harmonious rapport, did Xi Bei intend to reveal his secret. This formidable giant's physique was undeniably advantageous, yet Xi Bei lamented its lack of regenerative capabilities. Now that he held the upper hand, it was in his nature to mercilessly strike a downed opponent. With some energy still at his disposal, he aimed to render Ili incapable of self-sufficiency. Xi Bei felt no particular animosity towards Ili's character. Rather, he had come to a clear realization: Ili sought his demise. For anyone harboring intentions to kill him, Xi Bei had always been unwaveringly ruthless. The sea beast Ili had a penchant for biting? How fortuitous. The current colossal form of Xi Bei possesses not only immense strength and towering stature, but also formidable teeth. It is essential to recognize that this giant physique was inherently designed for the purpose of devouring humans. Without a hint of modesty, Xi Bei proudly claims that when it comes to biting, it would not concede superiority to anyone. Xi Bei gradually opened his mouth, and in his current state, he could easily terrify a group of timid souls. His mouth was stretched to an exaggerated proportion under normal circumstances, whether one is a giant or any other being. The mouth can only be opened to about a quarter of the facial size. Yet now, the ratio of his open mouth was astonishingly 1-to-1 with his entire. In other words, the size of his mouth matched the enormity of his face. Even the notoriously malevolent sea beast, Ili, was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Xi Bei now has its mouth agape, rendering it impossible to utter a word. Thus, Xi Bei resolved to respond to Ili's inquiry through tangible actions, which would appear more courteous. Consequently, Xi Bei lowered its head and bit down on Ili, finding the taste somewhat briny. Xi Bei expelled a piece of rotten flesh from his mouth, grinding his teeth and reopening his jaws. It seemed as though he was intent on devouring Ili alive. Although Ili had committed countless heinous acts, he had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle. This was not merely an attempt to bite. It was a blatant act of cannibalism. As a pirate who had engaged in numerous malevolent deeds, Ili had long resigned himself to the inevitability of death. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would one day face the gruesome fate of being consumed by another. Having been imprisoned and impelled down for a full 30 years, Ili's prowess had significantly diminished, and he had aged considerably. However, his ambitions had swelled, particularly upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's demise in the Marineford War. He had believed that no one could thwart his progress across the seas. Little did he know that his first battle upon escaping from prison would lead to such a dismal outcome. Indeed, the times had changed. As Ili slowly closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate, an image of the pirate king, Roger, suddenly materialized in his mind. Roger had proclaimed, "Nolan Skoda Bur Ili, since you are a sea beast, you ought to remain in the depths of the ocean." With a jolt, Ili's eyes flew open, and he howled with all his might, "Roger!" In that instant, he transformed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. With bloodshot eyes, he bared his formidable fangs and lunged at Xi Bei. However, Xi Bei, startled by Ili's roar, was already on high alert. Observing Ili's reckless assault, he noted that all of Ili's teeth had been hardened with hockey. Xi Bei was taken aback, raising his hand in a defensive gesture. Ili sank his teeth into Xi Bei's arm, severing it cleanly. Xi Bei staggered back, and it was precisely due to this fall that he finally distanced himself from Ili. With a flick of his tail, Ili soared into the sky, creating a space between himself and Xi Bei. At that moment, Xi Bei had lost his entire left arm, and his strength had been utterly depleted. If Ili were to charge at him again, he could only await his fate in resignation. However, reality often defies expectations. Ili did not leap at him once more. Anyone who had witnessed Xi Bei's earlier predatory demeanor would be left in terror, and Ili was no exception. He dared not approach Xi Bei any closer. Though he felt a twinge of shame, Ili had to concede that, when it came to biting, Xi Bei indeed possessed a remarkable set of teeth. The giant blue whale glided through the air, its body a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. One arm severed, yet his mouth was stained with blood. At present, neither party could gain the upper hand, and no one dared to make a rash move. Well, at last, Ili has escaped the clutches of Xi Bei. If Ili were to attempt an escape now, Xi Bei would be powerless to stop him, for after all, Xi Bei cannot fly. This, however, is of secondary concern. The primary issue is that Xi Bei is utterly exhausted. His continued maintenance of the giant form is merely a fade. a desperate struggle to uphold his strength. Meanwhile, Ili looms menacingly from above. Should he perceive an opportunity, Xi Bei may find himself in dire peril. Xi Bei forced himself to remain calm, lifting his gaze to behold the magnificent blue whale soaring gracefully through the air. At present, Ili neither advanced nor retreated, which stirred a sense of unease within Xi Bei. Was it possible that Ili intended to prolong this stalemate indefinitely? Ili currently held the advantage, maneuvering with ease, while Xi Bei could only adopt a defensive posture. Merely sustaining his current state was already exhausting, and it wouldn't be long before he reverted to an ordinary person. When that moment arrived, Xi Bei would find himself at a loss. With this thought, a wave of impatience washed over him. Xi Bei seized a towering tree from the ground and hurled it towards Ili. With a swift sweep of his tail, Ili sent the tree crashing into the sea, continuing to glide through the air with an unhurried grace. Xi Bei exclaimed in anger, "Come down if you dare. Ha, with your cowardly demeanor. Do you truly aspire to become the Pirate King?" Ili roared in response, "You little brat, do not get too cocky. Although I am perplexed as to why you have not been assimilated, what can you possibly achieve with just one arm? I wonder how much longer you can endure. It must be rather tedious, wouldn't you agree? Very well, I shall let those little ones entertain you." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ili emitted a low hum. A cascade of bubbles, vibrant and multicolored, began to emerge from his mouth, leaving Xi Bei bewildered as to what trick Ili was about to unleash. Xi Bei gazed intently at the bubbles as they drifted closer towards him. At that moment, he finally discerned that each bubble, roughly the size of a palm, contained a fish, and each of these fish was gaping its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Xi Bei exclaimed, "Bubble fish?" With a pop, the bubbles burst, and a multitude of bubble fish surged forth. Xi Bei incessantly waved his hands to shoo them away. However, these little creatures resembled a fearless battalion. Those in front were swatted away, only for the ones behind to immediately follow suit. Thus ensued a relentless back and forth, leaving Xi Bei battered and bruised. He jumped and dodged, yet no matter where he fled, the bubble fish pursued him relentlessly. Xi Bei's current state of panic, with its head held in despair, has elicited a fit of laughter from Ili. Xi Bei seized a large tree and hurled it once more towards Ili. Ili, caught up in laughter, was struck directly and nearly plummeted from midair. In a fit of rage, Ili commanded, "Tear him to shreds." Following his orders, the bubble fish became even more ferocious in their assault. Xi Bei suddenly heard an eerie whimpering sound. "Save me. Ah, I have had enough. I do not wish for this." Xi Bei suddenly realized that these bubble fish might also have been assimilated by Ili. Could it be that they were once human? How unsettling it is to think that so many humans have been absorbed and concealed within. Doesn't Ili find that disturbing? Oh, and it is quite possible that Dottie's daughter is among these schools of fish. Xi Bei, enduring the pain, softly called out, "Hey, Kaler, are you there?" A relatively small bubble fish swam around Xi Bei before suddenly biting down on her forehead. Simultaneously, Xi Bei heard the faint sound of a little girl weeping, her cries barely discernible amidst the chorus of sobs from the fish swarm. It was a sound that would easily go unnoticed without care. Xi Bei cradled the diminutive bubble fish in his palm, observing it with great care. Suddenly, he noticed a tear glistening at the corner of the fish's eye. How peculiar. Do fish truly shed tears? Such a specialized question was beyond Xi Bei's comprehension. Instinctively, he turned the fish over, hoping to discern its gender. However, to his dismay, he found himself utterly unable to determine its sex. Xi Bei felt a slight headache, although he distinctly heard the soft sobs of a little girl. He could not be certain it was Kayer. What purpose does mere crying serve? It would be better if she could utter a word. Wait a moment. Xi Bei suddenly found himself pondering why he could perceive these faint sounds. He had encountered a similar phenomenon while observing the statue amid. Xi Bei grasped the back of his head, pondering intently. Gradually, a flicker of understanding began to dawn upon him. Could it be the power of the devil fruit? Ever since he consumed the fruit, his hearing had become extraordinary, allowing him to discern sounds even from a considerable distance away. It was strikingly similar to the ability of observation hockey. Wait a moment, observation hockey? Xi Bei was taken aback, suddenly connecting the various signs from his past to the template of observation hockey. Especially during his recent encounter with the officer Dugov, Xi Bei found that by merely concentrating, he could effortlessly anticipate Dugov's next move. Was this not a manifestation of observation hockey? In this world, every individual possesses hockey, for it is an innate potential force within each person. With diligent training, it can be revealed. Fortuitously, after consuming the listening fruit, Xi Bei excelled at listening. using this as a catalyst to unleash his inner potential, thus awakening his observation haki. To be precise, after ingesting the listening fruit, he had already grazed the threshold of observation haki. However, he had always believed these were merely the abilities granted by the devil fruit, and therefore had not devoted much thought to them. Much like Monkey D. Luffy, who possesses haki yet remains unaware of it. The more one engages in battle, the more the value of haki is manifested, and its presence becomes increasingly pronounced. Xi Bei was uncertain whether he possessed the latent potential for Conqueror's haki. Yet he had come to a definitive realization. With the aid of the listening fruit, he had finally ventured into the realm of haki. Presently, his greatest proficiency lay in observation haki, allowing him to perceive his surroundings and heed the whispers of the heart. As he faced the overwhelming swarm of bubble fish, Xi Bei gradually closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the movement patterns of the fish. With a graceful twist of his body, he deftly evaded the thousands of fish. Having transformed from a frantic evader into a figure of tranquility, skillfully sidestepping the onslaught of nibbles. Eli, too, noticed the transformation within Xi Bei and remarked uneasily, "This lad. Could it be that the listening fruit leans towards support, and what Xi Bei currently lacks is precisely that element of assistance?" Xi Bei has finally begun to acknowledge the significance of his devil fruit abilities. This power encompasses far more than merely enhancing auditory perception and potential for attracting attention. Let us not forget, the capabilities bestowed by a devil fruit can indeed be developed and awakened. Oh, Xi Bei smiled widely, sidestepping the school of fish, and gazed at the creatures soaring above. "Oh, sea beast, you have truly put me through torment. I must thank you for that." With a grimace, Eli muttered, "Damn it, I'll let you live for a few more days." As soon as the words left his lips, Eli turned and swam toward the horizon. "Don't be so hasty. You might as well take my life now," Xi Bei sneered, whispering, "Fleeing? Is it truly wise to expose your back to me like this?" Xi Bei seized a towering tree, aiming it towards the retreating figure of Eli. After closing his left eye and taking careful aim for a moment, Xi Bei let out a low grunt and hurled the ancient tree towards Eli, the century-old giant, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. As Eli turned his head, the tree pierced through him. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Eli's lips as he spat forth blood. Simultaneously, the sea beast, Eli, involuntarily transformed back into human form and plummeted from the heights, ultimately plunging into the depths of the ocean. Xi Bei faced the ocean, extending a middle finger in an international gesture. At that moment, he suddenly felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. His eyelids grew heavier, making it impossible for him to maintain his giant form. Gradually, he shrank to the size of an ordinary person, the only constant being his state of undress. However, there was another perplexing matter that troubled him. Despite awakening the observation haki, it was inconceivable that he could comprehend the voices of what could possibly be the explanation. Unfortunately, Xi Bei was too exhausted to ponder this further. Just before losing consciousness, he beheld a crescent moon hanging in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of stars, an exquisite sight. The sea beast, had gracefully plunged into the ocean. Yet shortly after its descent, the winds began to stir, the nighttime temperature plummeting. A fierce gale swept across the waters, sending countless columns of water soaring into the sky, creating tumultuous waves. The climate of the Grand Line was notoriously unpredictable, with no one able to foresee when the winds would shift. The Narcissus ruins stood as an island, enveloped by the sea, now besieged by waves crashing from all directions, surging towards the shores of the island's harbor, akin to the rising tide. Consequently, the small boat that Xi Bei had docked at the harbor was at risk of being swept away by the waves. Fortunately, Bonnie was present. "Hey, you lot. Hurry and pull the boat ashore. If it gets swept away, I'll sink you all to the depths of the sea." Bonnie secured a rope to the stern of the small vessel, taking command like a captain. Indeed, she was a captain, demonstrating remarkable capability. She tossed the front end of the rope before a group of burly men, signaling them to hurry and pull. Those who dared to disobey would face dire consequences. 7 or 8 men knelt in a row on the shore, their faces marred with bruises from previous beatings. Upon hearing Bonnie's orders, they dared not voice their complaints, collectively tugging at the rope to pull the boat back. If it reached the shore, it would avoid being engulfed by the waves, for it was merely a lightweight emergency lifeboat, lacking an anchor, previously secured to the shore by rope. Bonnie stood on the boat, draped in a coat, her chest wrapped, exposing her midriff, a quintessential image of a strong woman. With one foot on the boat's edge, she shouted, "You bunch of scoundrels, don't slack off. Pull." Among the men, one at the forefront whispered to his companions, "What terrible luck today. First, we encounter the giant race, and now this savage woman. Is she also a bounty hunter? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Soon, discontent arose. And whose fault is it? You led us this way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met her. How infuriating. She's incredibly strong. I was hoping to capture her for a reward. The boss must be furious right now. Another head poked into the conversation. Hey, didn't you all just hear what was said? There is quite a commotion on the island. Could it be that the leader, the man at the forefront, has suddenly paused? Do not utter such nonsense. Our leader is the sea beast, Ely. I cannot fathom him ever being defeated. It is said that it took the brilliant strategist of the warring states 30 years ago considerable effort to capture him. Our leader possesses the unique ability to kill with a single strike. If he bites, one is destined to be assimilated. Have you all forgotten? However, the man in charge murmured, perhaps our leader has already assimilated that giant tribe. We must devise a means of escape. That wretched woman dares to treat us this way. Let her revel for a while longer. The 8 men exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. In truth, these fellows have had their fair share of misfortune. Remember when Xi Bei sent Lian Hu flying, instilling terror in a throng of expendable pirates? At that moment, everyone was eager to flee, causing a chaotic uproar, and as they ran, the crowd became disordered and fragmented. Presently, these 8 pirates, in their haste to escape, driven by fear, abandoned the others and surged ahead, unwittingly finding themselves at the harbor, which fortuitously was where Xi Bei had moored his small vessel. At that time, Bonnie had already parted ways with Xi Bei and was just returning to the boat. Consequently, these 8 pirates collided unexpectedly with Bonnie. They were initially elated, seeing a lone woman and mistaking her for easy prey, hoping to capture Bonnie to redeem themselves and perhaps gain some recognition. Yet, reality is often harsh. In the end, these 8 pirates were thoroughly thrashed by Bonnie, reduced to kneeling in a row, now ordered to tow the ship. On another note, one might argue that luck was on their side. Had it been any other time, Bonnie would have certainly sent them to the depths of the sea, but she spared their lives due to an abrupt change in the weather. Bonnie had been keenly attuned to the happenings on the island, having sensed 2 monstrous beings locked in battle. Yet, due to the distance, she could not discern which one was Xi Bei. Only moments ago had the victor been determined. Bonnie felt a flicker of hope intertwined with a tinge of anxiety. She knew the fight had concluded, but remained oblivious to the outcome. With frustration, Bonnie kicked the side of the boat. Damn it. At that moment, Daddy unexpectedly emerged from the cabin, his gunshot wound freshly bandaged, still wrapped in cloth. Upon seeing Bonnie's furious demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head. I am sorry. I have caused you all trouble. Bonnie suddenly turned, gripping Daddy's collar, perhaps due to her reckless and brutal manner. Daddy's recently bandaged wound split open once more, blood soaking through and staining the cloth. Seeing this, Bonnie felt a pang of compassion and released him. With a fierce glare, she declared, just know that. Daddy pressed his wound and inquired, shall we remain here indefinitely? The battle has concluded, yet we remain oblivious to the situation on the island. Bonnie, equally troubled, suggested, why not return for a brief glance? With a swift punch against the door of the cockpit, she self-deprecatingly remarked, it seems I am on the brink of madness. Hey, bounty hunter, you are quite the nuisance. Stay aboard the ship and do not follow me. I shall venture ahead. With that, Bonnie leapt from the small boat and dashed into the woods, muttering, what nonsense is this? I am a pirate. Following her original path, she hurried back to the spot where she had parted ways with Xi Bei. Upon observing the surrounding trees, askew and scattered, she recalled Xi Bei's giant form and deduced that this area had indeed endured a fierce battle. Navigating through the disarray of fallen trees, she finally reached the coast, where the sea breeze greeted her with a faint briny scent. The surroundings were in utter disarray, but Bonnie, drawing upon her extensive adventure experience, surmised that this coastline served as the primary battleground. Uncertain of who had emerged victorious, she decided against revealing herself prematurely. The numerous fallen trees provided ample cover, allowing her to remain undetected. With the aid of the moonlight, she stealthily approached the shore. Suddenly, she spotted a group of individuals carrying Xi Bei as they moved away. He triumphed? A sigh of relief escaped Bonnie. Yet, she remained puzzled. From whence had these people emerged? Why were they transporting Xi Bei? Could they be pirates? No, it did not seem so. Biting her finger in contemplation, she reasoned that since the sea beast Ely had been defeated, The remaining adversaries posed little threat. Though injured, Bonnie felt capable of handling mere foot soldiers. With a swift motion, she emerged from the thicket, intercepting the group. Her sudden appearance instilled panic among them. Fear-stricken, they began to chatter excitedly. Who is this? Could she be another member of the Ely pirate crew? An elderly voice broke through the commotion. Wait. This is merely a young girl. Observing their attire, Bonnie quickly realized that these individuals were humans previously assimilated by Ely. Now that Ely was vanquished, they had reverted to their human forms. Indeed, as Xi Bei defeated Ely, he simultaneously liberated them. Thus, Xi Bei was their savior, and they could not possibly abandon him. Naturally, they intended to return him for proper care. At present, Xi Bei was deeply asleep, utterly exhausted. Bonnie gazed at him, remarking, "Humph, I may have underestimated you." The currents flowed like pillars, persisting well into the night. Once the waters calmed, another splendid day for setting sail awaited. Xi Bei reclined upon a soft cotton bed, ensconced within the confines of a grand chamber. Surrounding him were a dozen golden-hued pillars, complemented by milky white jade tiles and delicate pink gauze curtains. The floor was elegantly adorned with verdant oak, and a deep crimson carpet extended from the entrance to the side of Xi Bei's bed. Each palace within the realms was a testament to the meticulous craftsmanship of skilled artisans. The kingdom of Nisus, once one of the wealthiest realms in the world, boasted a palace that, even when compared to others, stood in the forefront of magnificence. Though 30 years had elapsed, and the palace walls bore the scars, the interior structure remained untouched by destruction. Nevertheless, this singular palace could not encapsulate the profound heritage of the kingdom of Nisus. It merely represented the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, this was the palace of Nisus. After exhausting his energy in fierce battles, Xi Bei was carried into this palace and laid upon the king's personal seat, enjoying the privileges befitting a royal, for he had valiantly liberated Nisus from the dominion of the sea beast, Ely. As a great benefactor of Nisus, he was undoubtedly deserving of such reverence. By his bedside stood two fair-skinned nursemaids, who, utilizing their expertise, conducted an assessment and reached a conclusion: overwhelming fatigue. Upon hearing the nurse's words, the anxious crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The nurses, casting stern gazes upon the raucous men, admonished, "What a racket! What if you wake him? All of you, leave. Lilith and I will remain here. By the way, could someone fetch more bandages? His muscles seem strained. Now, Sana, do not be cross. We are merely concerned for him. Surely, once he awakens, he will desire sustenance. Is there still food in the storeroom? Do you remember Haas?" One inquired. "Yes, Haas. A cadre of the Ely pirate crew, the one with the power of the net fruit. Dressed entirely in black, he was previously struck into the rock wall by Ely. During his unconsciousness, he encountered misfortune and was captured by these individuals. Now bound tightly and curled in a corner, his iconic black veil, the current predicament was decidedly unfavorable for him. Yet, he dared not act recklessly. Thus he sheepishly replied, there are plenty of provisions in the storeroom. Oh, and wine too. Just let me go, and I shall lead you there." "Release him? What a jest! He is one of Ely's men. Indeed, he cannot be freed." Haas suddenly transformed into a menacing figure, exclaiming, "Damn it! You ruffians, remember this well. Do you know who I am? I am one of the 3 officers of the Ely pirates. Since you dare to treat me this way, I will certainly make you regret it." Before I could finish my words, a foot suddenly pressed down on Haas' face. Haas strained to turn his eyes, attempting to discern who had dared to confront him. Such a brutish individual could only be Bonnie. With her hands on her hips and a disdainful smirk, Bonnie looked down at Haas, her expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, so you are an officer after all. How careless of me." Haas felt an extraordinary pressure emanating from Bonnie. It wasn't he surprising, for as she spoke while standing on him, she exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Being an officer of the Ely pirates, Haas was not unfamiliar with such power and recognized that Bonnie was no ordinary person. However, in order to save his own life, he forced himself to remain composed, attempting to intimidate Bonnie with his silver tongue. With a sinister laugh, Haas said, "It's not too late to realize now. Don't think a single rope can bind me. Release me before I lose my temper." Bonnie gritted her teeth and delivered a kick as if playing soccer, sending Haas crashing against the wall once more. He was once again embedded into the structure. The surrounding crowd watched in cold sweat, astonished at such a brutish woman. Bonnie suddenly turned and shouted, "Hurry and bring food." "Yes," a group of people echoed, turning and running off. Bonnie cast a glance at Xi Bei and then at the 2 beautiful nurses. The nurses, startled, stood rigidly. Drenched in sweat, too frightened to breathe. Bonnie rubbed her forehead and muttered, "What on earth am I doing?" She then tossed a roll of cloth onto the bed and dragged the incapacitated Haas out of the room with determined strides. The two nurses finally exhaled, exchanging glances before unwrapping the cloth to bandage Xi Bei's arm. They worked diligently until her entire arm was wrapped, wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads as they completed their task, now awaiting Xi Bei to awaken. The slightly shorter nurse, named Lilith, dressed in common attire, was an adorable girl. She gently poked Xi Bei's arm and exclaimed, "Sister Sana, what kind of battle has he endured? His muscles are injured to such a degree. Wouldn't it be better to administer an injection?" Sana shook her head and replied, "There are no potions available here. We can only do our utmost. After all, the enemy is the sea beast Ili. Merely having strained muscles is a stroke of luck. I thought he would never revert to human form again." Lilith, "Remember this man's face. Never forget him. He is our great benefactor, and regardless of the cost, we must ensure all his wounds are healed." Lilith leaned over the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon Xi Bei, her eyes unwavering. An enigmatic smile played upon her lips, as if she were lost in some whimsical thought. Then, the adorable girl extended a slender finger and playfully poked Xi Bei's cheek. Sana, exasperated, interjected, "No more nonsense." Just as Lilith had barely risen to her feet, she suddenly felt a firm grip around her wrist. Startled, she glanced down to see Xi Bei's eyelid fluttering slightly. Xi Bei suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "What the heck?" The two beautiful nurses were momentarily stunned, and then they let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Xi Bei was startled by the screams of the two young women and instinctively joined in their cries. "Ah!" At that very moment, Bonnie burst through the door. "Hey, what is going on?" Her sudden appearance finally calmed the two beautiful nurses. The primary cause of the commotion was Xi Bei's overreaction. His unexpected shout startled everyone, leading the nurses to scream in unison. Their high-pitched cries, in turn, greatly alarmed Xi Bei, who had just regained consciousness. The ensuing chaos prompted Bonnie, stationed outside, to rush in. Pushing past the two nurses, she swiftly reached Xi Bei's bedside, only to find him completely unharmed. In a fit of fury, Bonnie bellowed, "What on earth are you shouting about?" Xi Bei propped himself up on the bed, gazing at the two beautiful nurses with a look of perplexity. "Who are they?" he inquired. "Humph." Bonnie, disinterested in further conversation, turned to leave but glanced back to say, "If there's nothing important, refrain from making a fuss. I am quite hungry and intend to step out for a bite. You appear to be in good spirits, which is splendid. At dawn, we shall depart from this wretched place. In the future, refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, as I wish to avoid drawing the attention of the Navy headquarters." Xi Bei glanced at the fabric strap adorning his body and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, uttered, "I appreciate your help. It seems I just had a rather unsettling dream." Bonnie stepped out of the bedroom and clarified, "I did nothing. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards those two." The door closed behind her, leaving Xi Bei alone with the two beautiful nurses. Xi Bei gazed upon the two enchanting women, momentarily at a loss for words. Is there truly a female presence on this island? Could they be pirates as well? No, that cannot be the case. The sea beast, Ili, has already been vanquished and cast into the depths. The Ili pirate crew has been utterly defeated, with the pirates themselves barely managing to flee. How could they possibly come to his aid in bandaging his wounds? So who exactly are these two women? Nevertheless, regardless of their identity, they should harbor no ill intentions. Xi Bei struggled to rise from the bed. Nurse Sana abruptly interjected, "You should remain lying down and refrain from moving. Someone will soon bring you food. So please be patient." Xi Bei lifted the plush blanket for a brief glance, feeling rather exposed in his bare state. After all, two beautiful women stood by the bedside, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate to rise completely unclad. Although he had grown accustomed to being naked, it was still quite awkward to prance about in front of women in such a manner. Xi Bei reclined back onto the bed and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Sana, a nurse from Roger Town," she replied. Afterward, Sana gestured towards Lilith and introduced, "This is Lilith, also from Roger Town, and she is a trainee nurse." Roger Town? Xi Bei clutched his head, attempting to organize his thoughts. The presence of the townsfolk from Rog could only imply one possibility. They must have been humans assimilated by the sea beast, Ili. Now that the sea beast Ili had met its demise, the powers exerted upon these individuals had ceased to be effective, allowing them to regain their human forms. Could it be that he had indirectly saved them? To be certain, Xi Bei inquired, Were you also brought here by the sea beast Ili? Indeed, replied Sana. The sea beast Ili appeared in Rog Town a month ago, destroyed the execution platform, and injured naval soldiers. When Lilith and I ventured out to offer medical assistance to the Navy, we encountered the sea beast Ili, which led to our unfortunate fate. At this point, Sana crossed her arms, trembling slightly. Destroying the execution platform? Ah, indeed. The infamous pirate King Roger was executed in Rog Town. Could it be that very same platform? It seemed that the sea beast Ili harbored an intense hatred for Roger, unwilling to spare even the sight of his execution. Lilith continued, not just Sana and me. Many others in Rog Town were bitten by the sea beast Ili. At the time, no one understood its powers. After being bitten, we found ourselves compelled to follow its commands, completely unable to resist. Wherever it went, we followed, ultimately being led to this very place. Sana steadied herself, explaining. It even compelled us to scout the surroundings, keeping a watchful eye over every movement on the island. As Sana had indicated, Xi Bei realized that the first bubble fish he encountered was likely intended for reconnaissance. At the time, he had been oblivious to its purpose and had thrown the bubble fish against the rocks. Xi Bei suddenly recalled an important matter and inquired. Since you are also from Roger Town, you must know a little girl named Cairo. Where is she? Sang-Na and Lilith exchanged glances and shook their heads in response, indicating their ignorance. Xi Bei continued, Dottie, the father with a child, is a renowned bounty hunter from Rog Town. His daughter, Cairo, has also been captured by the sea beast, Ili. Are you all completely unaware of this? Lilith pondered, stroking her chin with her index finger, and murmured, Ah, indeed. Dottie is the most famous bounty hunter in Rog Town. It seems he has indeed arrived here. I initially thought he came for the bounty, only to realize that his daughter has also been seized by the sea beast, Ili. Sana inquired, Lilith, have you seen him? Yes, once. But I am unfamiliar with his daughter, Lilith replied. Sana lowered her head. I'm truly sorry. We do not know the little girl you mentioned. What a predicament! Exclaimed Xi Bei. However, Ili's powers have waned. As long as Dottie's daughter has indeed been brought to this place, she must still be on this small island. Xi Bei has done all he can. Now it is merely a matter of fate for that little girl. I hope she is still alive. Earlier, due to a nightmare, Xi Bei had uttered the incantation for the honor shop, which now hovered above his head. However, with two nurses closely observing him, he found himself unable to converse with 007. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei remarked, I find myself somewhat parched. Might I trouble you for a drink? Sana replied, How impolite of me. Since our benefactor has made such a request, Lilith, do fetch some refreshments and inquire with those outside regarding the readiness of the provisions. Inform them that our benefactor has awakened. Benefactor? That title feels somewhat awkward, Xi Bei said. Please refrain from calling me that. I am also from the East Sea, and a bounty hunter at that. After all, Ili is a pirate, and I cannot let him slip away. My actions are not for your sake. It is merely fortunate for you. Henceforth, you may call me Xi Bei. Sana smiled and replied, regardless of the circumstances. It is indeed because of you that we have been saved. Lilith raised her hand and exclaimed, Brother Bei Bei. Brother Bei Bei? Xi Bei pressed his forehead, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sana followed Lilith out of the bedroom. Before departing, Sana said, Well, Bei Bei, I'll go and urge them a bit. You should rest well. Your muscles are strained. Although I've provided some basic treatment, you shouldn't engage in frequent activities just yet. If anything arises, you can entrust it to us. It was evident that the mature Sana found it somewhat difficult to utter the name Bei Bei. Once the two beautiful nurses had left, Xi Bei stretched his limbs. There was no serious injury. He turned over, got out of bed, and walked bare-skinned to the window. Through the gauze, he observed a group of people bustling about outside. He closed the window and turned his gaze towards the floating honor mall. The great harvest had begun. The bounty on the sea beast Ili was set at 296 million. How many honor points would be gained for defeating him? Xi Bei rubbed his hands together, filled with eagerness. His eyes darted towards the lower right corner of the honor mall. Honor balance, 990. Transfer attempts, 0. Free attempts, 0. 1,000 points of honor are required for a single transfer. What on earth does 990 signify? Just 10 points short? How is it possible that the sea beast Ili, with a bounty of 296 million, is worth merely 990 points of honor? That cannot be right. Previously, when he captured the swift blade seer, who carried 67 million berries, he successfully executed a skill transfer with an honor balance of 320 at that time. Therefore, Seer must have earned Xi Bei at least 600 or 700 honor points. How is it that a sea beast with a bounty nearing 300 million yields only 990 points? Xi Bei shouted in a fit of anger. 007. You must explain this to me at once. Why do I only have 990 honor points? Have you consumed them all? Accompanying Xi Bei's furious outburst, a gentle voice emerged from the honor mall. Greetings, how may I assist you? Xi Bei interjected. Enough of the pleasantries. Enlighten me on this matter. According to your account, I have indeed triumphed over the sea beast Ely, so why do I possess such a meager amount of honor? Have you illicitly appropriated it? Suddenly, Programmer 007 responded with a sardonic tone. Oh, come now. While we may be familiar, let's not make baseless accusations. So what exactly is the issue? In the face of Xi Bei's inquiry, Programmer 007's demeanor noticeably soured. The notion of dishonestly seizing honor was nothing short of slander. If his superiors were to overhear such allegations, 007's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and he might even face the threat of unemployment. In the worst-case scenario, he could find himself embroiled in legal proceedings. As merely a programmer within the commercial system, his responsibilities were limited to urgent repairs and maintenance updates. He toiled tirelessly each day, hoping for a modicum of appreciation from Xi Bei, thus ensuring a pleasant experience. Instead, Xi Bei not only failed to express gratitude but also cast aspersions upon him. Programmers, too, possess a sense of pride, and 007 felt a surge of anger. Consequently, his address shifted from the formal you to the more familiar you. In a somewhat affected tone, 007 explained, honor is a privilege you receive as a traveler and the sole currency within the utopian honor mall system. The data concerning honor is transparent. There are no hidden agendas. To facilitate your inquiry further, I have organized the back-end data for your reference. Furthermore, I must inform you that in this realm, the relationship between belly and honor adheres to a fixed ratio. 100,000 belly equates to a single point of honor. Your previous honor balance was indeed 320, correct? The bounty for the Swift Blade Sire amounts to 67 million, translating to 670 points of honor, thus totaling 990. Xi Bei pondered for a moment, fully aware that earning honor points was no simple endeavor. A ratio of 100,000 to 1 was not excessively costly. It equated to a bounty of 100 million for a pirate, translating to a value of 1,000 honor points, sufficient for a single skill draw. From the perspective of accessibility, Xi Bei found this acceptable. However, the more he grasped this concept, the more perplexed he became. After capturing the Swift Blade Sire, he had previously drawn a skill, depleting 1,000 honor points. According to 007's explanation, he had only possessed 990 honor points at that time, which was insufficient for a draw. How then had he managed to acquire a skill? Furthermore, why did he currently possess only 990 honor points? When factoring in the bounty for the beast, Ely, it should at least equate to 2,960 honor points. Alas, it seemed that no matter how he calculated, something was amiss. Xi Bei pondered. Could it be that the second skill I extracted did not cost any honor? He presented the back-end data, urging, take a careful look at the bottom left corner of the marketplace. Just as Programmer 007 concluded his statement, a series of mechanical sounds emanated from the honor mall, reminiscent of someone furiously typing on a keyboard. In the bottom left corner of the honor mall, a small array of data displayed the honors Xi Bei had earned and spent over the past few days. Xi Bei narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the past. Honor received, 670. Honor received, 200. Honor paid, 1,000. Honor received, 800. Xi Bei murmured softly, I don't understand. The demeanor of Programmer 007 had significantly softened. He patiently elucidated. Your initial honor balance stood at 320. Upon capturing the Swift Blade Seer and delivering him to the Navy to claim the bounty, you accrued 67 million berries along with an additional 670 points of honor, bringing your total to 990. During the Tavern conflict, you eradicated 2 captains from the 5th Fleet of the Pirate Dispatch Organization, which, under the influence of the reputation of the warlords of the sea, granted you an additional 200 points of honor. At this juncture, 007 emphasized a critical point. Do you recall when I mentioned that the acquisition of honor points is primarily dependent on fame and prestige? The greater the renown, the more honor one receives. In this world, the most renowned pirates are the warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors. The Pirate Dispatch Organization operates under the command of the warlords. Thus, by vanquishing a small squad of the warlords, you have essentially stepped on their toes, which is why the system rewarded you with 200 points of honor. Xi Bei slapped his forehead in realization and agreed. Yes, indeed. I almost forgot about that. Therefore, with an additional 200 on the basis of 990, the honor balance amounts to 1190. Xi Bei, enlightened, then pointed at the data and inquired, where did these 800 points of honor originate? I have already mentioned that the most renowned pirates in this world are the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors. You have merely eradicated a small detachment of the 7 warlords, and the system has already rewarded you with 200 points of honor. Furthermore, you have also destroyed the vessels utilized by the 7 warlords. It is only natural that you should receive a more substantial honor. The vessels of the 7 warlords? With a decisive strike of his palm, Xi finally comprehended the situation. While claiming his bounty on the Black Norse Islands, his honor points were credited simultaneously. However, just as he was about to depart from the islands, a commotion erupted in a tavern with the Pirate Dispatch Organization, resulting in the annihilation of their combat echelon, which further augmented his honor. His original balance of 320 honor points, combined with the 670 from the Swift Blade Seer, along with an additional 200 from the Pirate Organization, culminated in a total of 1,190 honor points. Subsequently, aboard his ship, Xi inadvertently activated a skill, expending 1,000 honor points, leaving him with a mere 190. Unbeknownst to him, due to the tumultuous ocean currents at that moment, he neglected to check his honor points. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Hancock, a veritable warlord of the sea. After a brief altercation, during which he left Hancock's 9-snake ship in tatters, he undoubtedly inflicted considerable losses on her, thereby earning an additional 800 honor points. Thus, his remaining 190 points plus the 800 brought his total to 990 honor points. At last, everything aligned perfectly. This honor system was indeed remarkable. However, a sudden thought struck Xi, prompting him to inquire, what about the account concerning the sea beast Ely? With a bounty of 296 million that should equate to 2,960 honor points. Programmer 007 chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, have you captured the individual? Of course. Then where is he? Xi Bei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to gesture towards the outside, and blurted out, perhaps it is in the sea. Oh, so that means it was not captured? Xi Bei scratched his head, utterly perplexed. How on earth is one supposed to articulate this? He indeed sent the sea beast Ely flying. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has already dispatched Ely. So, does this mean he has captured it, or has he not? This is a conundrum that induces a headache. Xi Bei tilted his head and emphatically stated, I did indeed win. Just look at my battered body. 007 pondered for a moment before replying. If you were to inform the Navy that you have defeated Naranskerd Baralai, who has a bounty of 296 million berries, do you truly believe they would reward you with the bounty? They would not. Xi Bei promptly interjected, must the Navy witness it firsthand? If I were to inform the Navy that I not only confronted one of the 7 warlords, but also capsized their vessel, they would undoubtedly doubt my claims. So, from where do the honor points I acquire after facing the 7 warlords originate? You are well acquainted with this world and the status of the 7 warlords. They are recognized as legitimate criminal entities by the world government. Thus, provoking them does not necessitate the Navy's validation, unlike the situation with bountied criminals. 007 sighed and elucidated with care, let me put it this way, honor is synonymous with your renown. If you challenge a 7 warlord, the news will circulate, enhancing your prestige. With prestige comes reputation, and once you have gained a reputation, can the acquisition of honor be far behind? Conversely, if you vanquish a bountied criminal, you must claim the bounty to validate your triumph and reap the rewards. Do you grasp my meaning? From a young age, Xi Bei has always been particularly obstinate. After listening to 007, he expressed his disagreement. Provoking the 7 warlords may indeed bring a certain prestige, of that I am aware. Honor accompanies reputation. Yet defeating a bounty hunter would likewise be a matter of pride. Why then, is there no honor in that? 007, thoroughly incensed, raised his voice several decibels. You, how can you be so obstinate? The 7 warlords and bounty hunters are not comparable, are they? In any case, I refuse to take responsibility for the matter concerning the sea beast Ely. The rules were not established by me, so why are you arguing with me? If you have the courage, go confront our superiors directly. I am merely a programmer, working for others. The system's regulations have long been formalized. If you wish to assign blame, direct it towards the manufacturers. Xi Bei kicked the wall in frustration, lamenting his futile efforts. He resolved to remember this lesson. When encountering a bounty hunter, he must refrain from recklessly confronting them. In truth, capturing a bounty hunter seemed far less daunting than provoking one of the 7 warlords. However, the mere thought of the formidable strength possessed by the 7 warlords left Xi Bei feeling somewhat disheartened. Progress must be made gradually. Taking too large a step could lead to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, 007 interjected, acknowledging his oversight in not relaying this information sooner. You simply wish to spin the wheel, correct? Allow me to assist you from the background. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I cannot grant you any honor points, but I will offer you a complimentary chance. Remember, this is both your first and final opportunity. Xi Bei's eyes suddenly sparkled, and with a tender call, she softly uttered, Shao Qi. In haste, 007 intervened, saying, Please stop. Do not repulse me. Xi Bei, close your mouth and wait patiently. Before long, the page of the honor mall suddenly refreshed. Xi Bei gazed intently. Honor balance, 990. Transferable attempts, 0. Free attempts, 1. Well, I must not let down the heartfelt intentions of 007. I must strive to draw an extraordinary and dazzling skill. Now, it is time for the lottery. Xi Bei cleared his throat, then, with a mighty roar, exclaimed, What the heck? The honor mall began to spin, whirling twice before gradually coming to a halt. 3 squares aligned in a perfect row. A victory. Xi Bei's eyes widened as he gazed at the name of the skill within the grid, shape-shifting magic. Xi Bei has explored an array of anime beyond just One Piece. He has delved into many popular titles. Among them is a series called Fairy Tail, a realm purely defined by magic. When it comes to transformation magic, Xi Bei instinctively thinks of Fairy Tail. However, transformation magic is categorized by elemental distinctions, such as ice transformation magic and wood transformation magic. If one is unaware of their preferred element, how can they effectively wield magic? For comparison, consider the abilities depicted in One Piece. The Admiral Aokiji embodies the essence of ice transformation magic, representing the ice element. This raises a significant question. What element does Xi Bei excel in? This remains an enigma. Since 007 is still present, it would be prudent to seek clarity now to avoid any future mishaps, as this pertains to Xi Bei's potential enhancement of strength, which should not be taken lightly. Shao Qi, do you know how to use transformation magic? Upon hearing this address, 007 clearly found it unacceptable. Yet, he did not wish to engage in further disputes over titles with Xi Bei. Therefore, to expedite the conversation, he divulged all he knew in one go. Transformation magic is a form of magic that emphasizes individuality, extending beyond mere natural elements. Let me analyze your journey. From the moment you enter the academy to your eventual demise from overexertion, your life can be considered nothing short of legendary. Do you understand why? Xi Bei scratched his head, feeling rather embarrassed. To be regarded as a legend must surely evoke a delightful sensation. However, it seems that throughout his life, he has accomplished nothing, spending his days holed up at home, engrossed in anime. From whence does this title of legend originate? 007 recounted. From your kindergarten days, you engaged in plagiarism for your assignments, cheated during examinations, and even sought others to play games on your behalf. In my eyes, this too is a form of imitation. After graduating, you stepped into the realm of a private enterprise as a copywriter, embroiled in creative plagiarism. Following your dismissal, you penned a couple of essays, which were likewise derivative. What truly astounds me is that even in providing book reviews or responding to questions, you resorted to mere copy and paste. Your life is, indeed, replete with legend. The situation with Xi Bei increasingly feels amiss, prompting an immediate halt. Hold on. Could you please get to the point? Side 007. The crux of the matter is that what I observe within your memories is nothing but plagiarism. Xi Bei felt a flush of embarrassment and said, Can we return to the topic of shaping magic? You have strayed too far. Have you not yet grasped the essence? Shaping magic emphasizes individuality, and you possess an unparalleled aptitude for imitation. Perhaps imitation carries a negative connotation. Let us refer to it as replication. You are capable of entirely replicating the forms you perceive, relying on your memory. This is the element you currently possess and excel in. Academically, this is termed memory-shaping magic. Xi Bei recalled that within Fairy Tail, there exists a character adept in memory-shaping magic, reputed to be an ancient form of magic that allows one to manifest the magic they have witnessed through memory. Theoretically, as long as one's vision is keen and magical energy abundant, the entire process of recreating any magic can be executed flawlessly. This undoubtedly constitutes a formidable form of magic. if memory-shaping magic could also replicate the abilities of nature mages. Goodness! Xi Bei contemplated this with growing trepidation. Xi Bei gradually closed his eyes, delving into his mind to recall the formidable abilities and techniques of Admiral Qingji. The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly. Beneath Xi Bei's feet, the floor swiftly froze into ice, gradually spreading in all directions, reaching every corner of the chamber. Even the flickering flames were ensnared by the frost, as the pristine layer of ice continued to extend. Just as this icy veneer began to ascend to the ceiling, Xi Bei's breath suddenly became somewhat rapid. Feeling as if he had performed several thousand squats in one go, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Consequently, he found himself unsteady, leaning against the wall and sliding down to the floor. His legs now quaked violently. The memory-shaping magic was indeed exceedingly taxing on his stamina. He had merely conjured a fleeting image of the youthful technique, Ice Age, and felt as though all the blood had drained from his body, rendering him utterly incapable of mastering it. At that moment, 007 remarked, "Do not attempt to consume a hefty meal in one bite. The magical energy required for memory-shaping magic is drawn from your very life force, and currently, your vitality has yet to reach the robustness necessary to emulate a nature-type ability wielder. However, refining an ice sculpture remains within your grasp." Xi Bei now finds even speaking to be a strenuous endeavor. Thus he leans against the wall, gasping for breath. At present, Xi Bei's magical ability revolves around replication. However, this enchantment is exclusively effective with natural elements. He can emulate the abilities of Qingji, yet he is incapable of mirroring the traits associated with animal or superhuman categories. For instance, although he may retain the memory of Luffy's rubber physique, it is impossible for him to transform into a rubber being. In relative terms, the natural element is akin to a magical attribute. As long as it pertains to magic, Xi Bei is capable of replication. However, the exertion required to perform memory replication magic is beyond his current capacity, as evidenced by the thin layer of ice he has formed on the floor. He is already utterly exhausted, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for him to achieve the ability to freeze the surface of the sea as completely as Qingji can. One thing is certain. Aside from the inability to materialize, Xi Bei possesses all the natural abilities in this world, albeit limited to those he can recall. For instance, he has the freezing capabilities akin to Qingji, the incendiary powers reminiscent of Ace, the smoke abilities reminiscent of Smoker, and the thunderous might of Enel. By merely relying on his memory, he can unleash these powers, albeit at the cost of immense magical energy, which equates to his life force. While this may sound extraordinary, its practical application in combat may not yield significant benefits. Presently, his magical energy is scarce. Thus, it would be more pragmatic to rely on combat skills and the ability to transform into a giant rather than expending energy on elaborate magical displays. However, should Xi Bei manage to invigorate his life force gradually, he would become the sole omnipotent force in this realm. As for enhancing his life force, what alternatives exist besides combat? Through relentless struggle, one could become as resilient as a cockroach, and upon achieving such tenacity, vitality would flourish, enabling the seamless execution of natural abilities. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of the matter. Xi Bei caressed the icy surface beneath him, seated upon it in the nude. The ice beneath his body gradually melted away, yet he felt no chill. In his current state of lethargy, he leaned back, slowly closing his eyes to await the restoration of his strength. As he rested, the honor maul vanished automatically. 4007 understood that Xi Bei required time to process his surroundings and chose not to intrude further. The room fell into a hushed silence, leaving only Xi Bei in peaceful slumber against the wall. At that moment, Sana and Lilith entered through the door. The two beautiful nurses shivered upon entry, their bodies chilled by the lower temperature within the room. Their eyes widened in shock as they beheld the icy ground. Sana noticed the absence of Xi Bei on the bed and scanned the room, eventually discovering him lying bare in the corner. "Sana, why has it suddenly frozen in here?" "It's so cold," Lilith exclaimed, bewildered. It was indeed peculiar. Moments before they had left, all had been well, yet now the room was encased in ice. Furthermore, how had Xi Bei ended up in the corner? Confused, Sana held a tray laden with food and drink, which she handed to Lilith before rushing to assist Xi Bei. "Lilith, quickly fetch some help," she urged as Lilith hurried away. After helping Xi Bei to the bed, Sana gazed at the icy floor, her expression filled with perplexity. "This is truly strange," she murmured. Upon examining Xi Bei once more, she found him to be in the same condition as before, without any ailments. Just as she finished covering him with a blanket, Lilith returned, accompanied by a group of burly men. Upon witnessing the ice-laden room, the men expressed their disbelief. "Hey, son, why is it frozen in here? Didn't you say he was awake? What is going on?" Two shirtless men stood upon the ice, arms crossed, questioning her. Sana gestured for silence. "It seems he has fallen asleep again. I'm not sure why. Lilith and I went out to get him something to eat. And upon our return, we discovered the room frozen. It's odd. There is no one else here. Could it be pirates?" Sana merely shook her head in silence. At that moment, Bonnie abruptly pushed through the crowd, holding food in her hands, and strode over to Zyb's bedside. She fixed her gaze on Zyb for a brief moment. Among everyone present, only Bonnie understood Zyb the most. From the very first encounter, Bonnie sensed that Zyb harbored many secrets. However, Zyb remained reticent, and Bonnie did not pry. Now, seeing that Zyb's room had frozen over, she was certain it was Zyb's doing, though Bonnie was at a loss as to how Zyb had accomplished it. Nevertheless, she was not particularly concerned about the mystery. Having satisfied her hunger, she simply wished to leave Nessus as swiftly as possible, for she had a strong aversion to this place. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Bonnie stuffed her mouth with food, then without a word, hoisted Zyb onto her shoulder, seemingly intent on not waiting for Zyb to continue her slumber. Bonnie carried Zyb towards the door. Sana was the first to react. She called out, "Wait." Bonnie turned back, her expression one of impatience. "Huh, what is it?" Now that the sea beast Ely had been vanquished and the Ely pirate crew disbanded, they had finally extricated themselves. Zyb had accomplished all she needed to do, and there was no reason for her to linger. Yet, Sana felt that Zyb had not fully recovered and needed more rest, especially since she had eaten nothing. Even if they were to depart, they should wait until Zyb awoke first. Unfortunately, Bonnie was far too domineering and, being one of Zyb's companions, Sana did not dare to voice her concerns too explicitly. "Are you all leaving now?" Bonnie stood still, turning her gaze toward the window, her face devoid of expression as she remarked, "This place is utterly wretched. I can smell the acrid smoke even from here. It is merely a ruin, entirely unsuitable for docking. In any case, you should hasten to leave this dreadful place." Sana hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Bonnie waved her hand dismissively as she exited, saying, "I thank you on his behalf." The intern nurse Lilith watched Bonnie's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She found Bonnie to be incredibly cool and strong. Lilith had always been timid and fearful, so she greatly admired women with Bonnie's fierce and assertive demeanor. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and asked, "Sister, are you also a pirate hunter?" Bonnie was momentarily taken aback, then grinned mischievously. Hey, don't misinterpret. I am a bona fide pirate." This revelation exceeded everyone's expectations. Sana covered her mouth and pulled Lilith closer, no longer daring to speak. The surrounding gentlemen gasped in surprise. Bonnie, unfazed, laughed heartily as she exited the room, tossing over her shoulder, "Goodbye." At that moment, Lilith struggled free from Sana's embrace and chased after Bonnie. Seeing this, Sana gasped, "Lilith." When everyone finally reacted, Lilith had already dashed to Bonnie's side, grasping the hem of her garment. The notorious pirates of the Ely pirate crew had instilled a profound psychological trauma in these individuals, causing them to instinctively shy away from anything associated with pirates, even if they were benefactors. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lilith dared to pursue upon hearing that they were pirates. What could possibly be going through the mind of this mere 15-year-old trainee nurse? The onlookers, too apprehensive to intervene, could only observe from a distance. With a determined resolve, Sana gritted her teeth and followed suit. Bonnie, equally taken aback by Lilith's audacity, halted her steps, feigning indifference. Given that Lilith was a whole head shorter than Bonnie, she deliberately tilted her chin upwards, casting a cold gaze upon Lilith, eager to discern her intentions. Suddenly, Lilith smiled and said, "Thank you and Brother Bibi for helping us." Bonnie opened her mouth in surprise, then bit her lip and turned her head away, pointing at the creature perched on her shoulder, Zyb, and coldly remarked, "Humph, fool. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards this fellow. I have done nothing and will do nothing." Lilith's laughter was bright and cheerful. Bonnie chose not to spare Lilith another glance, striding forward while muttering to herself, "How foolish to thank me, a pirate." Xi Bei could not contain her laughter. In truth, Bonnie had been aware that Xi Bei was already awake. Thus, upon hearing Xi Bei's laughter, she felt no surprise, but rather a tinge of annoyance. It was Xi Bei's unwarranted meddling that had stirred up some unpleasant memories for her. With a stern expression, she inquired, word by word, in a low tone. What is it that amuses you? Xi Bei rested her head on Bonnie's shoulder, tilting it slightly. Ah, it's nothing. Bonnie gritted her teeth in response. Xi Bei promptly exclaimed, Hey, Bonnie, now that we are quite familiar with one another, could you refrain from exhibiting your whims? Huh, what illness do I possess? Your tsundere tendencies and princess complex. Suddenly, Bonnie halted, then forcefully hurled Xi Bei to the ground, nearly eliciting a cry from him. This fierce woman, not merely afflicted by a princess complex, displayed a severe sadistic disposition. Was it truly necessary to resort to such extremes over a jest? The road ahead is long, and I cannot afford to be overwhelmed by Bonnie. Otherwise, this little giant might perish not at the hands of foes, but rather succumb to her whims first. Xi hastily rose from the ground, exclaiming, Enough of this nonsense. Hand me the cloak. It feels rather awkward to be exposed like this. Bonnie tossed the cloak into Xibe's hands, and then turned to gaze at the palace standing majestically against the night sky. A hint of melancholy flickered across her expression, and she promptly slapped her forehead, shaking her head vigorously. Adopting an air of nonchalance, Bonnie circumvented Xibe and walked ahead. Xi Bei harbors secrets, and so does Bonnie. Both are aware of this, yet they refrain from inquiring. This is what one might call an unspoken understanding. Xi Bei was uncertain about what the ruins of Nazis reminded Bonnie of, yet he speculated that there must be an untold narrative between her and the world government. Oh. Just as Xi Bei draped his cloak over his shoulders, a thought struck him. Bonnie, we cannot depart just yet. Bonnie expressed her dissatisfaction. Why not? I made a promise to Daddy to bring his daughter back. As long as she remains unaccounted for, I cannot simply leave. This island is not as vast as it seems. With a bit of time, we shall surely uncover her whereabouts, regardless of whether she is alive or deceased. I must present that little girl before Daddy. Without a moment's hesitation, Bonnie replied, There is no need to search. That young girl is no longer here. Xi Bei furrowed his brows. Bonnie continued, All the members of the Ely pirate crew have informed me. Xi Bei harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Dead, Bonnie remarked as she walked. After father pursued the sea beast Ely to this place, he repeatedly infiltrated the palace, provoking the sea beast's ire. Consequently, Ely handed the young girl over to traffickers who departed several days ago. Father has been hiding in the woods, entirely oblivious to this development. This is hardly preferable to death. Xi Bei, with a cold expression, turned and walked away. Bonnie, puzzled, asked, Where are you going? To kill someone. Bonnie rushed forward and pinned Xi Bei to the ground. Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Are you familiar with the underground mafia? At present, Xi Bei possesses little strength, making it impossible for her to contend against the barbaric Bonnie. Upon hearing Bonnie's words, Xi Bei was momentarily taken aback. The underground gang, a clandestine organization thriving in the shadows. Xi Bei possesses only a partial understanding of the clandestine rules that govern this world. However, in any realm where terms are associated with the underground or organized crime, the themes of illicit activities invariably emerge, encompassing violence, bloodshed, and self-interest. If memory serves, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is indeed a participant in this underworld. His network of illegal enterprises includes human trafficking, arms smuggling, and the trade of devil fruits. Speaking of human trafficking, even the slave auction houses of the Sabaody archipelago are inextricably linked to Da Flamingo's operations. Xi Bei gradually calmed down. Once entangled with the underworld, matters would likely become exceedingly intricate. Very well, it seems you have regained your composure. Bonnie released her grip and distanced herself from Xi Bei. Xi Bei sat cross-legged on the ground. How could the sea beast, Ely, have any connection with the underground gang after being imprisoned and impelled down for so many years? Bonnie, hands on her hips, retorted with irritation. Aren't you worried about that young girl? Shouldn't you be more concerned about where she has been taken, rather than Ely? Have you gathered any information? Bonnie shook the 2 recording pointers on her wrist. Indeed, 2, one was her own, while the other had been acquired from Haas. With Haas' recording pointer in her possession, Bonnie was now certain of the navigational direction. She took the lead and, without looking back, remarked, Well, let us head back to the ship for now. Xi Bei observed the confident demeanor of Bonnie and realized that she must have a strategy in mind, prompting him to hastily catch up with her. As they walked, Bonnie remarked, The 3 officers of the Ely pirates are all former subordinates of the sea beast Ely. Ever since Ely was imprisoned and impelled down 30 years ago, the pirate crew disbanded. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the Navy, these 3 officers scattered. One has been making a living fighting in the Central Fighting Championship of the New World, another joined an assassin organization in the West Sea, and the last one, known as Haas, has taken refuge in the black market. The fighter is none other than Lian Hu, which means the assassin must be Digoff. Xi Bei understood that there was more to the story and refrained from interrupting. Bonnie continued, "Listen carefully. A month ago, Hors heard some news in the black market. The sea beast Eli had escaped from prison. Consequently, Hors departed from the black market, located the sea beast Eli, and, leveraging his connections within the underworld, gathered 3 key figures together. They planned to follow Eli back to the Grand Line and establish dominance in the New World. The escape of the sea beast Eli is a significant event, cloaked in secrecy to such an extent that even I had not heard of it. Were it not for the ties to the underworld, how do you suppose those 3 became aware? Eli wreaked havoc in Rog Town, abducting numerous innocent people. The Navy must be searching for him everywhere, yet he can remain here without a care in the world, secretly rallying his subordinates. It is clear that this is the work of those underworld scoundrels." Xi Bei understood. Having spent many years in the underground world, Hors undoubtedly possesses a network of connections. Thus, upon hearing of Eily's escape from prison in the black market, Hors began to inquire extensively, eventually locating Eily. He hoped Eily would rally the remnants of the illustrious Eily pirate crew, especially since many old adversaries on the sea have either perished or faded with time. It was indeed a prime opportunity for them to reclaim their former glory. Eily's association with the black market was facilitated by Hors as well. Despite being imprisoned and impelled down for 30 years, Eily still retained a certain level of notoriety, attracting numerous individuals upon his return. Consequently, he managed to secretly gather a considerable number of subordinates and temporarily designated the ruins of Nessus as their stronghold, awaiting the winds to fill their sails. However, Eily, the sea beast, was unaware that among the crowd he had captured from Rogue Town was a young girl who happened to be Daddy's daughter. Daddy, a bounty hunter, relentlessly pursued Eily to rescue his daughter, frequently breaching their stronghold. Frustrated by the disturbances, Eily handed Daddy's daughter over to a trafficker in the black market. As for why Eily chose not to simply eliminate Daddy's daughter, but instead sent her to the black market, it is likely that he intended to use this opportunity to forge closer ties with the illegal organizations operating within the underground world. After all, having recently returned to the sea, Eily required assistance from these illicit entities for information and recruitment. Although an ordinary human may not hold much value, Eily's actions undoubtedly conveyed to the underground organizations that the Eily pirate crew was worthy of collaboration. A small gift can carry great sentiment. It is surprising that beneath the seemingly simple exterior of the sea beast Eily lies a shrewd mind. Xi Bei let out a sigh and remarked, "Pirates and gangsters. They are cut from the same cloth." "Humph, it's not as simple as you might think." Xi Bei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Oh, is there some significant news?" Bon, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "How did you come to know about Eily's escape from prison? Surely, it must have come from the black market? There are not many pirate hunters like you around. You must possess knowledge that rivals mine, do you not? If you are genuinely interested in those individuals, should you have the opportunity to encounter Capone Beach, perhaps you could inquire with him." Capone Beach, like Bonnie, is one of the 11 notorious pirate supernovas of the worst generation, known as the Dawn. He is also one of the 5 heads of the West Sea Mafia and a wielder of the Castle Fruit's powers. Xi Bei had a vague recollection of this individual. At that moment, they coincidentally reached the shore, and Xi Bei deftly brought the conversation to a close. Dottie, who had been vigilantly stationed by the small boat, immediately rushed over upon seeing the two. Upon encountering Dottie, Xi Bei found herself at a loss, unsure of how to confront him. Previously, she had made bold promises with unwavering confidence, despite lacking clarity. Now, faced with the consequences, she could only blame herself. This experience served as a valuable lesson, reminding her to refrain from making absolute statements, for plans are ever subject to the whims of change. As Dottie approached Xi Bei, he glanced around, searching for his daughter, but to no avail. Noticing the bandages adorning Xi Bei's form, he suppressed his growing anxiety and inquired, "Are you injured?" Xi Bei managed a wry smile and said, "It's nothing. I have burdened you." Before Dottie could finish his sentence, Boney abruptly interjected, "What about the others?" Prior to Boney's departure, 8 pirates from the Ely pirate crew had assisted in dragging the ship, yet now they had all vanished, leaving only Dottie behind, which is why Boney inquired aloud. Dottie, with a dejected demeanor, replied, "I apologize. Shortly after you left, they all fled while I was distracted. With a huff, Boney strode directly to the edge of the ship and called back, "Hey, come over and lend a hand." Xi Bei gently patted Dottie on the shoulder, remaining silent, before stepping forward to push the small boat. Observing this, Dottie promptly joined in to assist. In a short while, the three of them managed to maneuver the boat onto the surface of the sea. Bonnie boldly leaped aboard, striding directly into the cockpit, leaving Dottie and Xi Bei outside. Exchanging puzzled glances, were they to remain in this standoff indefinitely? Although a twinge of guilt tugged at him, Xi Bei was the first to break the silence. Kiral was taken away a few days ago. She is not here. Dottie was taken aback. In truth, he had sensed that something was amiss with Xi Bei's expression earlier, and had mentally prepared himself for this moment. However, he was unwilling to let go of even the slightest hope. Now, hearing Xi Bei's words, the last thread of hope was utterly severed. His immobile stance left Xi Bei feeling a profound sense of discomfort. Xi Bei hurriedly added, "Do not worry, I will certainly find her." Dottie, in a state of bewilderment, asked, "Can you tell me who took her away?" Xi Bei opened his mouth, but the words remained unspoken. He feared that Dottie might not withstand the blow. Suddenly, Bonnie popped her head out of the cockpit and shouted, "Hey, we're leaving." Xi Bei firmly grasped Dottie's arm and declared with unwavering determination, "Let us proceed together. We have a lead now. It is time to seek out Kaler. I have made a promise to you, and I shall fulfill it, regardless of any underground syndicate. We must ensure that the living are seen and the dead are accounted for." As dawn began to break, the small vessel bathed in the gentle morning light glided slowly across the surface of the sea. Xi Bei sat before the control console of the cockpit, one hand gripping the joystick and the other pressing a button. He turned and inquired, "Bonnie, you have yet to inform me of our next destination." Bonnie glanced at the recording pointer before gesturing towards the left, at the 9 o'clock position, and replied matter-of-factly, "Is that even a question?" "Naturally. We are headed to the New World. However, I must first take you to meet the nobles of the world government." "Enough chatter. You would do well to follow my instructions diligently. You should be fully alert, for we are about to traverse the red line." Meeting the nobles of the world government? Crossing the red line? To reach the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, there are two obligatory routes. One leads to Fishman Island, and the other ascends to the Holy Land of Mariewa atop the red line. Pirates are strictly forbidden from landing on, as it serves as the residence of the celestial dragons, the world's aristocracy. Thus, every pirate must take the long detour through Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Although Xi Bei considers himself a hunter of pirates, neither pirates nor hunters possess the privilege to land on Mariewa without authorization. From Bonnie's words, Xi Bei discerned an underlying implication. "Hey, you can't possibly be considering landing at Mariewa," he exclaimed incredulously. Bonnie smiled enigmatically, remaining silent, which only solidified Xi Bei's suspicions. "Have you lost your mind? You actually want to set foot in Mariewa? That place is a stronghold for the world's nobility. Are you willing to risk your life? Isn't there another route? Why not detour through Fishman Island?" Bonnie waved two fingers before Xi Bei, stating, "First, even if this ship is coated with a protective layer, it cannot dive to depths of 10,000 meters. Therefore, we must traverse through their territory. Second, aren't you concerned about that young girl? Taking the detour through Fishman Island would consume a considerable amount of time." At this juncture, Bonnie gestured toward Daddy, who was seated against the wall, and continued, "You don't have much time left." Indeed, Daddy's daughter, Kaler, had been taken just a few days prior. If they took the shortcut through Mariewa, there might still be a chance to catch up with those human traffickers. Otherwise, once Kaler was sold, it would be too late, and they might not even discover where she had been sold. Xi Bei had boldly pledged to assist in locating Kaler, vowing that matters would not deteriorate to an irretrievable state. However, passing through Mariewa would not be an easy feat as a bastion of the world's elite. It was evident that the area would be heavily guarded and filled with formidable experts. The greatest fear was that before they could even successfully land, they might be detected by the Navy headquarters and the CP agency. If that were to happen, it would be a case of failing to achieve their goal and suffering a loss instead. Xi Bei cast a glance at Dottie. At present, Dottie leaned against the door of the cockpit, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Xi Bei and Bonnie, entirely engulfed in sorrow. The sole comfort was that the traffickers were motivated solely by money and were unlikely to harm Kayla. However, if Dottie were to discover that Kayla had been taken by the traffickers, he would likely descend into madness. Thus, Xi Bei refrained from revealing the truth to Dottie. Xi Bei understood well the profound significance Kaler held for Daddy. In his former life as a naval officer, Daddy had the opportunity to ascend the ranks. Yet he relinquished a promising future for the sake of Kaler. Although he is renowned as the most celebrated bounty hunter in Rog Town, the criminals he apprehends are largely insignificant, commanding bounties in the mere hundreds of thousands of berries, with those exceeding 1 million being a rarity, let alone the elusive figures in the tens or hundreds of millions. With Kaler in his life, Daddy refrains from engaging in any perilous endeavors. It must be acknowledged that his once fiery spirit has been nearly extinguished, rather than merely identifying him as a bounty hunter. It would be more accurate to portray him as an ordinary man compelled to regard bounty criminals as a means of sustenance for his daughter, regardless of the circumstances. Daddy was once a formidable figure, a proud man standing tall at 7 feet. Yet, witnessing his current state of desolation, Xi Bei felt a profound discomfort. Xi Bei slammed his hand on the console, a resolute expression on his face. Very well, I have long wished to confront that group of scoundrels. Bonnie crossed her arms, leaning against the wall. It seems you are prepared for what lies ahead. However, rest assured, the Navy headquarters is currently beset with troubles. The admirals are preoccupied and will not be present in Mariewa. We need only remain vigilant against the secret intelligence agency of the world government, Cypher Paul. One more thing, we must avoid making too much noise. We are merely passing through, and it is imperative that we steer clear of conflict. Do refrain from stirring any unnecessary trouble. I have no desire to be captured by those ruffians and sold into slavery. Xi Bei swallowed hard, nodding heavily. Bonnie tilted her head. Casting a glance out of the window, Xi Bei suddenly inquired, by the way, how on earth can we land on Mariewa, perched atop the red line? This ship cannot fly. Bonnie's eyes glinted mischievously as she replied, I have a method. Do not keep it to yourself. Please share it swiftly. Lest I remain in ignorance and inadvertently cause a mishap, Xi Bei urged. Resting her chin on her hand, Bonnie pondered for a moment. Every 4 years, the world government convenes a world conference, during which the kings of various nations travel to Mariewa. There exists a secret passage specifically designated for these dignitaries. Within the rocky cliffs of the Red Line, there is a hidden door that leads to a river flowing upstream, capable of elevating vessels to the pinnacle of the Red Line, directly to Mariewa. However, this hidden door opens only once every 4 years. Xi Bei was aware of the world government's quadrennial meetings, but the existence of a concealed door within the cliffs of the Red Line was news to him. More importantly, the door providing direct access to Mariewa must be a closely guarded secret. How did Bonnie come by this information? It is unlikely that even the Navy headquarters has many individuals privy to such knowledge, let alone pirates. Xi Bei increasingly perceives that Bonnie is not an ordinary individual. She escaped from the naval headquarters, instilling a cold sweat in Akainu. She fiercely confronts Blackbeard for the sake of avenging Whitebeard and possesses knowledge of the secret passage leading to Mariewa. All these signs indicate that Jewelry Bonnie is far from being a mere pirate. Could it be that she is the illegitimate daughter of Whitebeard? If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly explosive. However, even if she were Whitebeard's daughter, it would be improbable for her to induce such fear in Akainu or to possess knowledge of the hidden passage. It is noteworthy that when kings attend the World Conference, they must traverse this secret route. Given Bonnie's familiarity with it, including the knowledge that the river within flows upstream, could it be that she has ventured through that passage? Xi Bei was taken aback by her own wild conjectures and quickly cleared her throat, sitting up straight. Bonnie frowned and asked, What on earth is wrong with you? Xi Bei swallowed hard, his face flushed with embarrassment. Since the hidden door only opens once every 4 years, how shall we gain entry? Suddenly, Bonnie approached, wrapping her arms around his neck, and mischievously remarked, Are you not a giant? Xi Bei was taken aback. Bonnie spoke with urgency. Smash it. But just moments ago, you warned against causing a ruckus. If we shatter the secret door leading to Mariewa, it will surely alarm those aristocrats of the world. What then shall we do? Bonnie let out a cold laugh. Mariewa stands atop the Red Line, and the secret door was designed for the ease of transporting kings from all nations. Situated upon the rocky cliffs above the sea. Once we approach the cliff and demolish the secret door, as long as we destroy the denouncing image bug hidden within, who would ever know we breached the entrance? Indeed, the Red Line resembles a mountain, with the celestial nobles known as the celestial dragons residing at its summit. Yet the secret door lies at the mountain's base. Thus, even if we were to break the door at the foot of the mountain, how could those nobles far above ever be aware? The sole concern is the image bug, a device akin to a surveillance camera. As long as we can eliminate the image bug before it captures our actions, we can stealthily infiltrate Mariewa without a trace. Xi Bei was drenched in cold sweat. Bonnie continued to urge, "What? Are you afraid? Do you no longer wish to assist that young girl? Will you proceed or not?" Xi Bei gazed at Bonnie's face, which was merely inches away, and with a resolute bite of his teeth, he scoffed, "Am I afraid? Come on, let us do this." Having firmly decided on the course of his journey, Xi Bei found no reason to hesitate any longer. In truth, he was quite eager to experience the grandeur of Mariewa, the abode of the world's aristocracy. Those individuals, with their airs of superiority, even went so far as to refuse to share the same air as common folk, encasing themselves in a bubble to isolate their breath from that of the masses. Xi Bei was eager to broaden his horizons and discover the kind of environment in which such a self-important group of individuals resided. Xi Bei approached Dadi's side and then sat down on the ground. "Rest assured, Kair will be fine. We will find her soon." Dadi held the pocket watch that hung from his chest, gazing silently at the photograph within. Xi Bei had encountered Kair's visage before, yet the prevailing atmosphere was rather awkward, prompting him to engage in small talk with a few compliments. "Is this your daughter? She is quite adorable." Dadi sighed, tightly clutching the pocket watch within his palm. "In my youth, I enlisted in the Navy, capturing numerous pirates, which earned me their ire. Consequently, Kair's mother lost her life, fueling my determination to ascend the ranks at the naval headquarters, progressing from private to corporal, then to sergeant, and ultimately achieving the rank of second lieutenant. Indeed, I was blinded by vengeance, yearning for greater power and higher status to apprehend more pirates. I devoted all my thoughts to the Navy, completely overlooking Kair. During my tenure, there was a fellow named Smoker stationed in Logue Town, who frequently assisted in watching over Kair, a rather meddlesome individual, I must say. I hear he has now applied to join the New World Navy's G5 division. His ambitions are nearing fruition, I suppose." Dadi suddenly turned to Xi Bei, smiling as he remarked, "You bear quite a resemblance to him." Xi Bei merely shook his head, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Dadi gazed longingly at the photograph within his pocket watch, and without lifting his gaze, inquired, "As a renowned pirate hunter, you must have heard of the red-haired pirates, have you not?" The little chick pecked at its head like a persistent reminder, echoing through the air. Dadi, in a moment of self-deprecation, remarked on the irony of his situation. Here he was, yearning to ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy. Yet he not only suffered defeat against a pirate in a competition, but also unearthed an important truth that he had long overlooked, one that lay within the crew of the red-haired pirates. They were unlike any pirates he had encountered before. Perhaps this was a key reason for the red-haired pirates' dominance in the New World. With a clenched jaw, Dadi resolutely declared that he would sacrifice anything to ensure that Kaylor would never again face harm. Xi Bei gently patted Dadi's shoulder, then rose to his feet and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. "You must harbor a deep disdain for pirates, do you not?" Dadi shook his head and surprisingly uttered a single word, "No." It seemed that the emergence of the red-haired pirates had altered Dadi's perception of the few pirates that existed. Xi Bei was not taken aback, for the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, one of the four emperors, possessed an elusive charm that set him apart from the majority of pirates. Xi Bei cast a furtive glance at Bonnie. Bonnie sat comfortably, her legs draped over the console, cradling her head with her eyes closed, utterly still. It was likely that even if Dadi were aware of Bonnie's piratical identity, he would not exhibit a significant reaction. Naturally, Xi Bei had no intention of explicitly stating this. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that there was no necessity for such disclosure. Bonnie's status as a pirate would not alter the tasks that lay ahead. Therefore, why complicate matters with unnecessary revelations? After all, Bonnie herself seemed indifferent to being mistaken for a bounty hunter, so it was better to let it be. At that moment, Dadi suddenly recalled something. He looked up and inquired, "By the way, is it truly all right for us to leave like this? What about the other civilians captured by the Ely pirates at the Nice's ruins? Have they been found? Are they all safe?" Indeed, Dadi remained unaware that those civilians had already been transformed back into humans, a fact that had yet to be conveyed to him. Xi Bei carefully chose his words and spoke slowly. "The Ely pirate crew has disbanded. Those civilians who were assimilated by the sea beast Ely have returned to their human forms. Rest assured, they are all safe. Only Kair was taken away." Dadi let out a sigh of relief. "Is that so? That's wonderful." However, unexpectedly, Bonnie suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Dadi, and teased, "Bounty hunter, do you still have time to worry about others?" Shouldn't you first inquire about where your daughter has been taken? She scoffed. This is why I cannot stand people like you, unable to save anyone, yet yearning to rescue everyone. In the end, you only bring trouble to others. Dottie's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he turned his head away. Hey, Bonnie, please stop. Xi Bei hastily intervened, diverting the conversation. By the way, those civilians apprehended at the Nazis ruins have no means of transportation. How on earth are they to return to Rog Town? Surely, they cannot remain there indefinitely? The small sailboat that Dottie left in the harbor can accommodate only a handful of people at most. Bonnie continued to keep her eyes closed, leisurely responding. Those individuals have already discovered a transponder at the base of the Ely pirates and have notified the Navy. They will soon be rescued. I have no desire to linger there. Should we encounter the Navy, it would indeed spell trouble. Xi Bei murmured. No wonder you are leaving in such. I haven't even had a single bite, while you seem to be well fed and satisfied. Bonnie glanced sideways and retorted, Huh? Do you have a problem with that? Xi Bei retorted sharply, Indeed, there is. Upon overhearing their conversation, Dottie interjected unexpectedly, Aren't you pirate hunters? Why are you hiding from the Navy? Before Xi Bei could respond, Bonnie interjected, Hey, when did I ever claim to be a pirate hunter? You're not a pirate hunter? Bonnie scoffed, Certainly not. Just as Bonnie was about to elaborate, she suddenly sprang to her feet, as if provoked by some unseen threat, adopting a posture of imminent confrontation. Even Xi Bei tensed, bracing for action. Bonnie and Xi Bei exchanged a glance. This abrupt turn of events left Dottie bewildered. What is wrong with you two? Without replying, Bonnie dashed to the door, flung it open, and there, on the surface of the sea, stood a figure, a woman atop the back of a sea serpent, swiftly approaching them. What a relentless woman! Bonnie exclaimed in frustration, Hey, hurry up. We need to run. Xi Bei sat before the cockpit, commanding the control panel, advancing at full throttle. Bonnie shouted towards Xi Bei's back. What secrets do you truly know about this woman? Silence, roared Xi Bei. Indeed, the figure racing across the surface of the sea was none other than Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She glided upon her pet snake, Salome, skimming over the waves as if surfing, relentlessly pursuing the small vessel occupied by Xi Bei and his companions. Upon reflection, it was evident to Xi Bei that now that Hancock was aware of his significant secret, she would not easily allow him to escape. Although her pirate ship had been destroyed, Hancock still possessed her loyal snake. To put it bluntly, the fewer people who were privy to her affairs, the better, for they were entwined with the secrets she carried. Thus, the destruction of the Snake Princess's ship might not have been wholly adverse. It provided her with the perfect pretext to distance herself from her crew, allowing her to pursue Xi Bei with only her snake by her side. Free from the burdens of her shipmates, Hancock was now unrestrained in her pursuit. She chased throughout the night and finally laid eyes on Xi Bei's small boat. Hey, we're about to be caught, shouted Bonnie. Zybe let out a low growl from the console, cursing, Damn it. Don't even think about escaping. Hancock made a gesture of blowing a kiss, directing it towards the small boat occupied by Zybe and his companions, exclaiming, Pistol kiss. As the door of the small boat was now ajar, several heart-shaped bullets shot forth, aimed directly at Bonnie, who stood at the entrance. Upon seeing these heart bullets, Bonnie inexplicably felt a pang in her chest. She instinctively clutched the spot that had previously been struck by Hancock's heart bullets, drenched in cold sweat, having momentarily forgotten to evade them. In truth, avoiding these bullets would have been a trivial task for Bonnie. However, due to the previous harm inflicted by these heart-shaped projectiles, she hesitated upon encountering them again. A manifestation of psychological trauma. Under the influence of these factors, her reaction was delayed, causing her to overlook dodging the heart bullets fired by Hancock. Just as the heart bullets were about to strike Bonnie, the sound of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, bang. Hancock's heart bullets collided with the hard projectiles, canceling each other out. Dottie, with a pistol in each hand, remained composed, stating, Although I am unaware of the situation, all we need to do is hold that woman back and prevent her from getting close, correct? I almost forgot. Dottie is indeed a sharpshooter, a remarkable talent capable of rivaling the marksmanship of the red-haired pirates. While he may not excel in close combat, when it comes to firearms, Dottie is undoubtedly skilled. What is the prerequisite for wielding a gun? Precision. In other words, Dottie is a completely trustworthy ally for ranged harassment and sniping. Xi Bei nodded slightly, entrusting the task to him. Dottie opened his coat, revealing an array of firearms scattered within. Standing resolutely at the entrance of the cockpit, adorned with weapons and holding one in his hand, He responded to Xi Bei's instructions without turning his head. A trivial matter. Bonnie might have felt a twinge of discontent. Yet the long-range attack capabilities of Hancock were indeed beyond her means to counter. At this moment, Dottie conveniently filled that gap, prompting Bonnie to withdraw and cede the remaining space entirely to him. Hey, Bonnie, how much longer until we reach the Red Earth continent? Bonnie glanced at the directional indicator. Just keep heading this way. If that woman follows close behind, there will be no time to sabotage the hidden door, even upon reaching the Red Earth continent. TCH. What on earth is her problem? Do not worry. Once we arrive at the Red Earth continent, Hancock will depart. Why? Xi Bei smiled wickedly, saying, it is precisely because she wishes to distance herself from Mary Geos more than anyone else. Bonnie squinted her eyes, intrigued. Oh, it seems you truly possess some knowledge about the secrets of Empress Boa Hancock, which even piques my curiosity. Xi Bei remained calm. I am quite curious about how you discovered the existence of a hidden door leading to Mariawa. How about this? When you feel inclined to share, we can engage in a trade. Bonnie burst into laughter. A trade? Since you mentioned a trade. What I wish to learn is certainly not the trivial matters concerning Boa Hancock. The secrets you possess must be far more intriguing than those of that woman. Let's talk. Fewer mistakes. Xi Bei was reluctant to speak further, fearing he might unwittingly be ensnared by Bonnie. Standing by the window with a half-smile, Bonnie observed the unfolding battle. Dottie wielded a 10-shot revolver manufactured in the South Sea in his left hand, while his right hand held the most common flintlock pistol from the East Sea. Despite the differing firearms, every bullet was aimed with precision in the same direction, forcing even Hancock to take a detour, evading left and right. Hancock's forehead was lined with annoyance. How infuriating. Bonnie, positioned by the window, witnessed this entire spectacle. Oh, quite impressive, isn't it? Upon hearing Bonnie's praise, Xi Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given Bonnie's nature, she seldom offered compliments lightly. Receiving her commendation meant, at the very least, that Dottie's marksmanship had garnered her approval. While this may not be a glorious accolade, it provided a sense of reassurance in the days ahead while traversing Mary Geos, as he now had an ally upon whom he could rely. However, little did he expect Bonnie to follow up with, but at this rate, the ammunition will inevitably be depleted. Xi Bei remarked with irritation, that is the 7 warlords. It is already commendable if we can hold them off. Do you really expect Daddy to take down Hancock with a single shot? Look at him, just like you, still bearing wounds. We must exert ourselves further. We cannot allow the marksman to toil in vain. TSK. Bonnie rolled her eyes in response. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei remarked, Bonnie, please refrain from targeting him in the future. Although his good intentions may occasionally result in trouble for others, he is undeniably a person of action and ambition. It is no small feat for him to have attained the rank of 2nd lieutenant, and yet he chose to abandon it without hesitation. His wife was tragically slain by pirates, and he claims to harbor no hatred, which is remarkable in itself. Kayla is his sole anchor, and now she has been taken from him. It is a wonder he has not succumbed to madness. If you consider it from a different perspective, even if he were not a bounty hunter, there must be some redeeming qualities within him. Bonnie slammed her hand down on the control panel, feigning a fierce demeanor. Focus on navigating your ship properly, and do not stray from the course. Xi Bei was taken aback, then vigorously tapped his forehead. Be gentle, or you might inadvertently cause a malfunction in the control console. Shortly thereafter, he let out a sigh and began to sing to himself. A man, be a strong man. Strong, strong. Bonnie, feeling annoyed by the commotion, lifted a leg and directly stepped onto the control console. Xi Bei sighed. Ah, I shall cease my singing. Shall I not? Alas, this wretched vessel, while commendable in many aspects, suffers from a lamentably sluggish speed. I must take the time to enhance it. If only we could have fixed 2 wind turbines at the stern, it would be quite the spectacle. However, those turbines are a product of the air island, and I am uncertain if they exist in this new world. At that moment, Bonnie interjected, Tell me, what would happen if? Before she could finish, Bonnie stamped her foot and exclaimed, Silence. No, Bonnie, hear me out. I have just conceived a splendid idea. With a swift motion, Bonnie seized Xi Bei by the collar. Threatening, do you believe I won't toss you overboard right now? This vessel belongs to me. Releasing her grip, Bonnie then clutched her head in frustration, her hair becoming a disheveled mess. At that moment, Bonnie's demeanor resembled that of a madwoman. Xi Bei was startled, swallowing hard and obediently closing his mouth. Soon, Xi Bei suddenly recalled something. Ah, that's right. Bonnie, unable to contain herself any longer, kicked Xi Bei against the wall, and then sat down in front of the control panel. Taking matters into her own hands, Xi Bei curled up in a corner, poised to let out a few whimpers. However, upon noticing Bonnie's long legs trembling, he immediately adopted a posture of silence, focusing intently. During the brief exchange of glances between Dottie and Hancock, Dottie finally discerned Hancock's true visage, as well as the sea serpent coiled at her feet. The notorious reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea was well known. Dottie, having resigned from the Navy, inherently recognized their significance as a bounty hunter. Thus, upon identifying Hancock, he was instantly engulfed by a sense of mounting pressure. Isn't that the Empress of the Amazon Lily? Boa Hancock, why is she pursuing you? How on earth did you offend one of the 7 warlords? He thought in despair. Cursed be it, our ammunition is nearly depleted. At this rate, we will surely be caught. We must devise a plan quickly. Bonnie raised her thumb, gesturing toward Xi Bei, and then spoke dismissively. This fellow has wrecked that woman's pirate ship of the Kuja. Dottie was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Xi Bei crawled from the corner to the doorway of the cockpit, cautiously extending half of his head to steal a glance at the surface of the sea. Although Hancock currently maintained a certain distance from them, the speed of this small vessel was evidently no match for the sea serpent beneath Hancock's feet. As soon as Daddy's ammunition was exhausted, Hancock would swiftly close the gap. Xi Bei inquired, "How much longer can we hold on?" At that moment, Dottie's feet were littered with numerous steaming shell casings, and even the firearms concealed within his jacket had been significantly depleted. He estimated that only about a dozen loaded guns remained, sufficient to last merely a few more minutes at best. Dottie aimed at Hancock and fired 2 more shots. Indeed, Boa Hancock is a formidable ability user. If I could make her pause for even a second, I would have a chance. Ordinary bullets are utterly ineffective against the 7 warlords. Do you have any means to incapacitate her? As he spoke, Dottie retrieved a pitch-black flintlock pistol from the inner side of his coat. The moment he brandished the dark firearm, Xi Bei sensed an unsettling aura, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Even Bonnie, seated in the driver's seat, seemed to react, turning her head to gaze intently at the black gun. Bonnie clicked her tongue. Is that sea prism stone? Indeed, both Xi Bei and Bonnie were ability users, and the sea prism stone is a nemesis to those with powers. Hence, they both acutely felt the peculiar sensation emanating from it. However, this was Xi Bei's first close encounter with the sea prism stone, and the proximity heightened his awareness. Any ability user who has consumed a devil fruit, be it a 7 warlord or a Yonko, would be rendered powerless upon contact with the sea prism stone. Even a tiger would become a meerkat. Thus, when it comes to subduing ability users, nothing wields greater lethality than the sea prism stone. Yet, the prerequisite is that one must make contact. Hancock, possessing formidable strength and agility, can evade even bullets, making it no easy feat to strike her with the sea prism stone. Hence Dottie required assistance. Xi Bei gazed intently at the black firearm, pondering why it appeared so peculiar. It was, in fact, crafted from Hailu stone. Bonnie let out a derisive chuckle, exclaiming, "Fool, I was referring to the bullets." Dottie opened the gun's chamber, and a smooth, black stone rolled out, resembling a dyed pearl. The unsettling aura that irked Xi Bei emanated from this small, glossy orb. The flintlock pistol itself was merely an ordinary weapon, devoid of any peculiarities. What truly repulsed was the Hailu stone, meticulously fashioned into a bullet. Xi Bei instinctively reached out to touch it. However, the moment his fingertips made contact with the black stone, he felt as though all the strength within his body had been siphoned away. His legs buckled, and he collapsed forward, nearly tumbling into the sea had it not been for Dottie's quick reflexes in catching him. For those with abilities, nothing is more repulsive than the presence of sea prism stone. While hockey can indeed affect users of natural type abilities, it does not strip them of their powers. In contrast, the sea prism stone can render an ability user utterly powerless, akin to a lifeless creature, making it a truly insidious substance. Bonnie, with an exasperated tone, remarked, "Who told you to carelessly touch that thing? I almost forgot that you are also an ability user and cannot come into contact with sea prism stone. That was my oversight." Dottie carefully placed the sea prism bullet back into the chamber of his gun and gazed at the figure and serpent racing across the ocean's surface. "I know that the sea beast, Ili, is an ability user, so when we pursued him to the ruins of Nessus, I brought along a considerable amount of specially crafted ammunition made from sea prism stone. However, among Ili's 3 subordinates, there is also one with the powers of the Nawa Nawa no Mi. I have nearly exhausted this specialized ammunition just dealing with that individual, leaving only this last bullet, which was originally intended for Illy. It seems now that it may no longer be necessary. The last sea prism bullet. This implies that if this bullet is fired and Hancock is not yet dealt with, a fierce battle may be imminent. To be honest, Xi Bei truly does not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with Hancock unless absolutely necessary. Bonnie tilted her head and asked, "Hey, isn't it time for you to show your prowess?" Xi Bei expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "What brings this about?" He continued with a hint of skepticism. "I found it rather peculiar back at the Nezis Palace. Why did the room suddenly freeze? You cannot possibly claim ignorance on this matter. I almost suspected that Kazan was also present on the island." Dottie, perplexed, interjected, "Kazan? The formidable admiral of the Navy, Akiji? Is he not currently embroiled in a contest for the position of Fleet Admiral against Sakazuki? They have already arranged to duel at Punk Hazard. Given the gravity of the situation, how could he possibly appear at the Nez's ruins?" Bonnie shrugged her shoulders and glanced at Xi Bei with a playful expression. Who knows? How could Xi Bei be oblivious to Bonnie's intentions? Was it not merely an attempt to compel him to reveal his trump card? He might as well acquiesce, for in truth, this matter cannot be concealed. It is destined to be unveiled sooner or later. Xi Bei took a deep breath and then pulled Dottie aside. "I can only hold that woman off for a second at most. Dottie, the next move is yours." Click. Dottie loaded the chamber and stood behind Xi Bei. Poised and ready. "That's enough." Xi Bei adjusted his posture, crouched down, and gently tapped the surface of the sea with the tip of his index finger. At the same moment, he closed his eyes, delving into his memories in search of the formidable technique from his youth. The appearance of Xi Bei has finally provoked Hancock. With a furious roar, Hancock declared, "Detestable man, this time I shall not allow you to escape." No sooner had the words left her lips than the sea serpent beneath her surged forward, racing toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "The Ice Age." With a swift motion from his fingertips, the surface of the sea began to freeze, gradually expanding in its reach. The ice soon encased Hancock, creating a small but undeniable barrier, less than 100 meters in diameter. The sea serpent beneath Hancock halted abruptly as it was about to collide with the advancing ice. The ice spread solely towards Hancock, delineated by the small vessel that Xi Bei and his companions occupied, leaving the waters ahead of their boat unaffected and navigable. Hancock, however, found himself obstructed by the unexpectedly frozen surface. At that moment, Daddy aimed at Hancock and fired a shot, clearly startled by the sudden ice formation. Hancock failed to react in time. However, as the gunshot echoed, he instinctively twisted his body, causing the sea floor stone bullet to graze past him. Although it missed its mark, it managed to tear away the modesty cloth draped across Hancock's chest. It became evident that the larger the target, the easier it was to hit. Flustered, Hancock clutched his exposed chest, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Seafloor stone? Isn't this guy a superhuman type ability user? Why is the sea? Hancock bit his finger, a look of disbelief etched on his face. At that moment, Xi Bei could no longer maintain his composure. His body weakened and he fell backward. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, completely beyond his command. In those fleeting seconds, he found himself drenched in sweat, utterly devoid of the strength even to turn his head. Xi Bei was rendered speechless, her eyes darting in confusion as she cast a questioning glance at Dottie. With gritted teeth, Dottie, disheartened, replied, "I am sorry, she has eluded us." Xi Bei tightly shut his eyes, a look of reluctance etched upon his face. Suddenly, Bonnie remarked, "You truly surprise me. Leave the rest to me, do you see? Ahead lies the Red Earth continent. You mentioned earlier that woman would not approach Mariewa. If your words hold true, then she should no longer pursue us. Hey, do you still have the strength? There is yet another hidden door that awaits your attention." At present, Xi Bei finds himself in such a predicament that not only is the destruction of the secret door a distant thought, but even the mere act of rising seems an arduous task. Bonnie appears intent on exhausting Zybe to the brink of his existence. However, with their proximity to the Red Soil continent, the residents of the world's aristocracy known as Mariewa, Xi Bei possesses unwavering confidence that Hancock will not follow. For her, this place is far more terrifying than hell itself, a haunting memory she would prefer to never revisit throughout her life. Xi Bei finally exhaled with a sense of relief. While Bonnie had been somewhat prepared for the display of Xi Bei's powers, Dottie was entirely taken aback. He was aware that Xi Bei could transform into a giant, but was oblivious to the fact that he could also freeze the surface of the sea. What was particularly striking was that when Xi Bei froze the ocean, he murmured the phrase Ice Age, clearly reminiscent of Admiral Akiji's freezing abilities. Having spent some time in the Navy, Dottie was not unfamiliar with Akiji. Curiosity piqued, He questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Bonnie, crossing her legs, replied, "Huh, didn't I tell you already?" She then shouted at Xi Bei, "Hey, how long are you planning to rest? Hurry up and destroy that hidden door, otherwise. How are we supposed to land on Mariewa?" With a weary sigh, Xi Bei lamented, "Oh dear Bodhisattva. I've only just reclined, why the urgency? If you ask me, it would be most prudent to act under the cloak of night, in broad daylight, even if we were to scale the hidden entrance to Mariewa. How could we possibly evade the clandestine intelligence of the world government? Do you think this is merely a game? That is the very den of the celestial dragons. And to present ourselves willingly as slaves in such glaring light?" Bonnie, with her head bowed in contemplation, found merit in his words. Suddenly, Dottie erupted, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Mariewa? Are you truly intending to go there? Have you lost your minds? That is a sanctuary for the aristocracy. What if Cypher Pole discovers our intentions? Ultimately, why would you even consider venturing to Mariewa? It is not a place for mere visitation." Bonnie retorted, "Why, you ask? It is to rescue your daughter. How could that be? What nonsense are you spouting? How could Kaler possibly be in Mariewa?" In an instant, Dottie broke into a cold sweat and trembled as he queried, "What is happening? Is Kaler to be enslaved?" Bonnie, covering her ears to block out Dottie's incessant chatter, interjected, "Have you finished? Fool, your daughter was taken to the New World days ago, thus we must naturally proceed there. Do not fret. We are merely borrowing a passage through Mariewa." Dottie, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "Borrowing from Mariewa? You must be out of your minds. Be quiet and watch." Bonnie, resting her chin on her hand, explained patiently, "Mariewa is indeed the territory of the world's aristocrats. We are well aware of that. However, it is also the sole shortcut to the New World. Should we circumvent this route via Fishman Island, we may very well lose the chance to catch up with your daughter." Rising to her feet, Bonnie fixed her gaze upon Dottie and asked, "So, do you have anything further to say?" Dottie, with a sullen expression and furrowed brow, demanded, "Tell me, who has taken Kaler?" Bonnie opened her mouth, ready to respond. Xi Bei swiftly interjected, articulating each word with clarity, "Human traffickers." This response was succinct and unambiguous. Dottie, akin to a deflated balloon, crumpled to the ground. Suddenly, Bonnie erupted into laughter. "Well, that group is heading to the New World, and they must be passing through Fishman Island. By the timing, they should have just arrived there. If we take a detour through Mariewa, we can reach them first and intercept them, allowing us to rescue your daughter." Bonnie continued to elaborate with fervor. Ever since that Straw Hat Kid pummeled the celestial dragon at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the puppeteer behind the scenes, was summoned by the Navy to participate in the Marineford War, leaving the auction house unattended. Without Doflamingo's backing, the slave auction in Sabaody could no longer continue, leading to its relocation to the New World. Barring any unforeseen events, your daughter will likely be sent to that very place. Thus, we must act swiftly to rescue her before she is collared and condemned to a lifetime of servitude. Bonnie raised two fingers to emphasize her points. 1. We can linger here, waiting slowly for your beloved daughter to be collared and relegated to a life as someone else's slave. 2. We can take a shortcut through Mariewa and rescue her first. As Dottie listened to Bonnie's words, he contemplated the horrific fate that awaited Kaler. By the time Bonnie concluded her explanation, Dottie had reached his own resolution. He wore a resolute expression, his eyes now devoid of any confusion. "What should I do?" Dottie inquired. Bonnie nodded approvingly. "It's quite simple. Smash the secret door and destroy the Den Mushi." Dottie rose to his feet, affirming, "I will follow your lead." "Excellent." Bonnie beamed with a grin, then playfully kicked the sprawled Xi Bei on the floor, exclaiming, "Hey, did you hear that? You will be among the first hunters to land in Mariewa, so remember to thank me." Xi Bei extended his middle finger, an international gesture. Xi Bei first engaged in a fierce battle at the ruins of Nessa, resulting in a slight muscle strain. Before he could even catch his breath, he was dragged away by Bonnie. Shortly thereafter, he encountered the relentless Hancock, who employed a memory-shaping magic that demanded a considerable expenditure of vitality. It seems that misfortunes seldom come alone, as Xi Bei found himself utterly exhausted by the relentless sequence of events. The most disheartening aspect is that he hasn't even had the chance to enjoy a warm cup of tea. In order to conserve his energy, Xi Bei sprawled languidly on the cockpit floor. He fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams, only to awaken hours later to the stillness. As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered the cockpit was devoid of any company. Bonnie and Daddy had mysteriously vanished, leaving him in solitary confinement. This sensation mirrored the solitude he felt while confined within the walls of his home. The silence enveloped him, so profound that the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Xi Bei sat on the floor for a moment, contemplating, before rising and strolling to the window. A glance revealed that the small boat had now docked. His current location was precisely beneath the red Earth continent, with the vessel anchored in a cove at its edge, surrounded by numerous rocky outcrops. Looking out from the window, he beheld a barren stretch of land devoid of trees, yet adorned with a variety of stone forests. As night had fallen, Xi Bei's view was somewhat obscured, but he could faintly discern the flicker of flames, suggesting that someone on the shore had kindled a fire. Stretching languidly, Xi Bei swaggered out of the cockpit, leapt onto the shore, and made his way towards the light of the fire. Xi Bei wandered along, his gaze flitting about as he took in the surrounding environment. Beneath his feet lay cracked earth, while peculiar stones jutted from the ground, and a small boat rested against the dark reefs. The scene evoked a stark sense of desolation akin to that of a deserted island. It was difficult to fathom that beneath the red Earth continent, where the world's aristocrats resided, such a place could exist. After traversing the stone forest, Xi Bei finally approached the flickering flames, where he beheld Bonnie and Daddy seated around the campfire, ravenously devouring their meal. A large piece of roasted meat sizzled above the fire, its juices dripping enticingly. Xi Bei twitched his nose, savoring the aroma. He swallowed hard and stepped forward. "Oh, are you eating?" he inquired. Bonnie did not spare him a glance, engrossed in her food, her manner of eating quite frenzied. In contrast to Bonnie, Daddy appeared markedly more courteous. "Oh, you have finally awakened. Earlier, when Bonnie navigated the boat here, we encountered a formidable sea creature. Alas, it was quite perilous. I anticipated your hunger upon waking, so I prepared some ingredients for you. Do not let my demeanor fool you. I am quite adept at cooking, having often prepared meals for my daughter." As soon as Daddy mentioned his daughter, he fell into a sudden silence. Coincidentally, Xi Bei was also famished. So he walked directly to the campfire and began to eat without any reservations. While eating, he fixed his gaze upon Bonnie, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Consequently, Bonnie struck him on the head with a piece of meat, and they exchanged intense stares. Amusingly, despite her fierce glare, Bonnie continued to stuff her cheeks with food, causing them to bulge out like a squirrel's. Xi Bei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this rough and wild woman could possess such an endearing side. Xi Bei, unable to restrain herself, reached out and pinched Bonnie's face. Who could have anticipated that such a gesture would lead to trouble? Bonnie, upon being pinched, opened her mouth and sprayed Xi Bei's face with food. Enraged, Bonnie pushed Xi Bei to the ground, then mounted her, shouting, "Scoundrel, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm eating? How am I supposed to enjoy my meal like this?" After voicing her indignation, Bonnie landed a couple of punches on Xi Bei's face. Xi Bei, undeterred, tugged vigorously at Bonnie's face. The two then joyfully grappled with each other on the ground. Daddy promptly intervened, acting as a peacemaker, and separated the two. Xi Bei resumed her seat by the campfire, then, pointing to the bandages adorning her body, she spoke with an air of seriousness. "I am injured, can't you see? Who permitted you to strike so harshly? Should I suffer any consequences, will you be the one to bear the brunt of it? I must say, I once found you charming. Yet you have quickly revealed your true nature." Bonnie, unfazed, retorted, "Huh? Charming? What does that even mean?" Xi Bei shook his head, remarking that it seemed he could no longer treat her as a woman. Suddenly, Bonnie extended her hand, delivering a swift punch directly to Xi Bei's face. Following this, Bonnie stood up, gazing into the pitch-black night, and stated earnestly, "Hey, you've had enough rest. Hurry up and finish your meal. We must get ready to move. We must cross Mariewa before dawn. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if Cypher Pole discovers us." Intruding upon Mariewa made Daddy somewhat uneasy. "Do you have a plan?" Bonnie tossed a chunk of meat into her mouth, chewing it along with the bones, and then licked the grease from her fingers. The celestial dragons, regarded as descendants of the creators, are the very ancestors who established the world government. Even the highest authorities of the Navy must act in accordance with the whims of these nobles, making their lives and fortunes exceedingly precious, leaving no room for error. This was redundant. Both Xi Bei and Daddy were already aware of this. Bonnie continued, "Mariewa is the residence of these nobles, hence the security is exceptionally stringent. A special division of the world government, Cypher Pole, is tasked with ensuring the safety of the nobles, while the Navy stands guard openly. Even if an admiral is absent, formidable vice-admirals are meticulously selected to defend Mariewa." "Now, that is intriguing." Xi Bei and Daddy nodded in unison, urging Bonnie to proceed. As far as I know, the Vice Admiral currently assigned to patrol for security in Mariewa is a woman. Do not underestimate her. If you encounter her, do not even think, just run. She is not an ordinary Vice Admiral. She is one of the candidates for the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters, which means she might very well occupy one of the 3 admiral positions in the future. As for the strength of an admiral, I need not elaborate further. A Vice Admiral? A woman? I have little recollection of Xi Bei. Xi Bei pondered. Are there women among the Vice Admirals? Of course there are. Don't you know about Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Hey, Xi Bei truly didn't know. Suddenly, Daddy exclaimed, it is indeed her. Zibitin was momentarily taken aback. Do you know her? Dottie pondered. I am familiar with this individual. It is said that she shares an extraordinary relationship with Admiral Crane of the Navy headquarters. Although my understanding is limited, the reputation of Vice Admiral Tao has always been exemplary, and her prowess is indisputable. To be frank, it would not surprise me if she were to attain the rank of Admiral. In any case, this woman is quite formidable. I did not anticipate that the one stationed at Mariewa would be her. This complicates matters significantly. Bonnie smirked. Vice Admiral Tao has always maintained a close rapport with the world government. Moreover, her frequent visits to Mariewa, coupled with her focus on serving the nobility, has led her to seldom partake in the capture of pirates. Thus her name has not been widely circulated. After hearing this, Zybe felt a slight headache. Bonnie continued to emphasize, on the legs of the Peach Rabbit, there is a tattoo in the shape of a spider. Remember, when you see this woman, exercise utmost caution. Our purpose in landing on Mariewa is solely to venture into the new world. We must not stir up unnecessary trouble. A tattoo? An odd woman. Why a spider? A venomous widow, perhaps? Humph. Xi Bei let out a hearty belch before rising to his feet. Is that all you have to say? Bonnie shrugged. Well, that's about all I know. Xi Bei cracked his knuckles and tilted his head, saying, let us commence. Lead the way. For I find myself increasingly enamored with the art of destruction. Bonnie walked ahead, guiding him. They retraced their steps from the campfire to the stone forest Xi Bei had previously traversed, then took a left turn. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at a rocky cliff. This cliff, nestled in a corner of the red earth continent, was indeed a part of it, its hue a vivid red, exuding an air of formidable strength. Xi Bei stood before the towering rock face, with the vast ocean to his left, where a small boat lay anchored not far behind him. To his right sprawled the barren land they had traversed, and turning back, he could behold the myriad of peculiar stone forests. In essence, the hidden gateway to Mariewa was located along the coastline. Zybe contemplated in silence, pondering how the ship could navigate through even if the secret door were to be destroyed. Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, what are you thinking about? This must be the secret door, but it is situated on land. Even if we were to shatter it, how would our vessel enter? Let alone us. How would the kings manage to reach Mariewa through this secret? Would they drag their ships ashore and then push them through? Bonnie gestured towards the ground beneath her and continued. Who said anything about dragging the ship ashore? Have you not noticed that this coastline is devoid of any vegetation? This is an artificial shore, constructed by the world government to conceal the secret door. Beneath it lies a hidden river, albeit obscured by this coastline, and the secret door is sealed, which is why it remains unseen. Despite this, Zybe pondered. How could our ship traverse the earth and flow into the hidden river? Bonnie retorted, do you have any idea how thick this rock wall is? Xi Bei shook his head and replied, I cannot say for certain. In any case, you must hasten to shatter the hidden door, and then all will be revealed. At that moment, Dottie crouched on the ground, feeling the surface, and suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Xi Bei glanced back at Dottie, who gestured to their surroundings and explained, behold, to our left lies the vast ocean, and before us stretches the red earth continent. Dottie stepped forward, caressing the rocky wall of the red earth continent, and continued, the hidden door is right here, merely obstructed by this rock wall. Although we currently stand on the coastline, it may appear that the shore is connected to the red earth continent. In truth, there exists a narrow gap between them. However, this rock wall is too thick, blocking the fissure. If we were to shatter this wall, the seawater could flow through the gap into the hidden door, allowing the vessel to follow suit. Bonnie, somewhat astonished, remarked, oh, you actually have the capacity for thought? Indeed, that is precisely the case, Dottie replied, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. Xi Bei exclaimed, to block the chasm between the coastline and the red earth continent with a massive rock wall? To prevent the sea from flooding in? Goodness, how thick must this rock wall be? Bonnie, clasping her hands behind her head, replied, that's precisely why we need the giant's assistance. Enough of the chatter. You seem quite energetic. So let's get to work. Hey, bounty hunter, come back to the ship and lend a hand. We'll leave this to him. If our vessel is swept away by the waves, we will be in dire straits. Dottie gazed at Xi Bei, his eyes filled with hope. The rock wall was far too thick for them to be of any assistance here. It was entirely up to Xi Bei in his transformed giant state. Once Xi Bei shattered the rock wall, the sea would undoubtedly surge into the hidden door with great swiftness. If they failed to secure the small boat, it risked being dragged along with the water into the dark portal, leaving them with no chance to board and rendering their efforts futile. Xi Bei touched the slightly damp rock wall. Aside from the option of giantification, there truly seemed to be no other recourse. Xi Bei turned around and noticed that Bonnie and Daddy had already returned to the small boat. He exhaled deeply, shed his cloak, and, as was his custom, placed his pinky finger into his mouth, biting down until blood flowed. He then transformed into a giant. Daddy stood before the window of the cockpit, gazing at Xi Bei's towering figure, now several meters high. Is this fellow truly human? Every time Bonnie witnessed Xi Bei's transformation, she found it fascinating. Who could say? Shortly thereafter, Bonnie stepped out of the cockpit and called out to Xi Bei, "Hey, don't let the sea wash you away." Daddy, perplexed, replied, "At this size, can the sea really sweep him away?" Bonnie looked at Daddy as if he were simple-minded. Huh? So what if he's a giant? Don't forget, he is a person with abilities. Daddy was left speechless. Upon hearing Bonnie's words, Xi Bei looked down at the two diminutive figures on the boat and felt a surge of pride. The sensation of looking down from such a height was exhilarating. At that moment, Bonnie and Daddy appeared to Xi Bei as frail and insignificant as ants. Xi Bei was even under the illusion that with a mere stretch of his hand, he could crush the two of them, as effortlessly as one would squash an insignificant ant. Xi Bei laughed uproariously without any apparent reason. Upon hearing Xi Bei's unrestrained laughter, Bonnie furiously exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and take action." Xi Bei feigned composure and retorted, "Silence, you wretched ant." Wretched ant? Bonnie was immediately incensed, ready to leap off the ship to confront Xi Bei, but fortunately, Dottie restrained her. Xi Bei promptly adjusted his mentality, gently caressing the rock wall and tentatively striking it twice. However, the massive and solid wall remained utterly unyielding. It seemed that even after transforming into a giant, shattering this formidable barrier would not be a trivial endeavor. Xi Bei hurled his upper body against the wall, producing a resounding thud. Owing to his exceptional hearing and mastery of observation hockey, he could distinctly sense an echo emanating from beyond the wall, indicating that there was indeed a considerable space concealed behind it. Xi Bei took a few steps back, then turned sideways, adopting a horse stance as he faced the small boat. "Have you heard of Baji-Quan?" It was evident that Xi Bei was addressing Bonnie and Daddy. Unfazed, Bonnie replied, "Baji-Quan. What is that? Today, I shall enlighten you." In the world Xi Bei had traversed prior to this one, be it in novels or films, the essence of Baji-Quan was ever present. Slowly, he had come to understand this martial art through various eclectic sources, though he was merely a complete novice. The techniques of Baji-Quan, characterized by their vigorous and expansive movements, were deeply ingrained in his mind. Even without formal training, he could vividly imagine the formidable stance of Baji-Quan. Among its techniques, two particularly enchanted Xi Bei. One was the fierce tiger climbing the mountain, and the other was pressing the mountain and relying. To alter the current predicament, pressing the mountain and relying was undoubtedly the preferred choice. The thought of executing this technique in a giant's posture thrilled Xi Bei immensely. Although he had never witnessed a pig being slaughtered, he had at least seen one run. Xi Bei took a deep breath and then forcefully stomped his foot against the ground, causing countless fragments of stone to scatter. At the same moment, he leveraged the force, aligning his shoulders and hips, and surged sideways towards the rock wall, generating a fierce gust of wind that made the small boat moored on the sea sway violently. Bonnie's hat, perched atop her head, nearly flew away due to the wind. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and pressed her hand down firmly to secure it. With a resounding crash, the giant Xi Bei collided with the rock wall, resulting in one side of his body being severely injured, flesh and blood splattering, with white bones exposed. Remarkably, he shattered the very flesh of the giant. One can only imagine the immense force he exerted. Perhaps even 200% would be an understatement. However, this seemingly suicidal collision was not without its rewards. At the very least, Xi Bei achieved the outcome he desired. The massive, solid rock wall, upon receiving his reckless assault, cracked and began to yield, allowing the long-blocked seawater to flow towards the dark passage as if it had finally discovered an escape. The small boat followed suit, gliding towards the dark entrance. The already fragile rock wall, further eroded by the relentless surge of seawater, began to shed fragments, one piece, two pieces, and gradually, more and more debris fell away. Seizing the opportunity as always, Xi Bei, with the remaining half of his body, charged once more into the rock wall. Though his force was nowhere near that of the initial impact, the already shattered wall could hardly withstand the onslaught of a giant. Thus, Xi Bei's second collision instantly obliterated the rock wall, unveiling a pitch-black passage that was devoid of light. As the rock wall crumbled, seawater surged into the dark entrance in relentless waves. The small boat followed the rushing waters, speeding towards the opening. Dottie sat at the control panel, maneuvering the joystick, while Bonnie stood at the door of the cockpit, calling out, "Hey, hurry back. The water is rushing in too fast. This boat won't last." Due to Xi Bei's giant form lacking regenerative capabilities, the injured half of his body showed no signs of recovery. Motion was impossible. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Xi Bei's essence. He emerged slowly from the nape of the giant's neck. However, he found himself completely ensnared, bound by the giant's flesh, akin to an all-encompassing adhesive, rendering him unable to extricate himself. The drifting small boat, however, did not wait for anyone. If Xi Bei does not hurry aboard the ship, it will be too late. Bonnie exclaimed anxiously, "What on earth are you doing?" Xi Bei found himself in an absurd predicament. "Hey, my hand is stuck." "What kind of joke is this?" Bonnie exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency as she dashed to Daddy's side. With swift precision, she seized two handguns from him and leaped to Xi Bei's position. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, Bonnie spotted Xi Bei ensnared within the grotesque flesh of the creature's nape. His hands firmly adhered. "Stay still," Bonnie commanded, and without a moment's hesitation, she aimed her weapon at the mass of flesh that bound Xi Bei. Xi Bei exclaimed in surprise, "How is your marksmanship?" To which he replied, "Well, it's decent, I suppose." Bonnie's expression appeared rather unnatural. Xi Bei swallowed hard, contemplating the possibility of replacing Dottie. But who would take control of the small vessel upon his arrival? Just then, Dottie's voice echoed from the cockpit, urging urgency. "Xi Bei, Bo and I, hurry. The boat is about to be swept away." Bo and I gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and aimed the barrel of her gun at the flesh and blood beneath Xi Bei. Xi Bei exclaimed, "You can't be serious. Aim before you shoot. And don't close your eyes." Bonnie kicked Xi Bei and shouted, "Stop bothering me." Xi Bei still wished to speak. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots. Zybe instinctively withdrew, and in doing so, he extricated himself from the clutches of the giant's flesh. Bonnie's 4 shots found their mark, with 2 striking the gruesome mass that had ensnared Zybe. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. The remaining 2 bullets, however, struck the very spot where Zybe had been crouched moments before. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have surely faced the peril of 2 bullets. Xi Bei was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Are you trying to take my life? No more idle chatter." Bonnie seized Xi Bei and leapt from the giant's back, returning to the small boat. Just as they both set foot on the vessel, it was swiftly engulfed by the inky darkness of the portal, along with the surrounding seawater. The interior felt as though it were entirely severed from the outside world. An eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle sound of trickling water. Xi Bei finally returned home unscathed. He glared at Bonnie, exclaiming, "Wretched woman. Refrain from carelessly handling firearms in the future." Bonnie shrugged and retorted, "Aren't you living quite well now? That is merely due to my good fortune. You fired your weapon. Why did you close your eyes?" With no retort to offer, Bonnie resorted to intimidation, commanding, "Be silent. Alas, I nearly met my demise at your hands. Do you expect me to remain quiet?" "Silence." Xi Bei pointed at Bonnie, rendered speechless by anger. "You are ruthless." Sitting before the control console, Dottie suddenly spoke without turning around. "Aren't there still imaging bugs? In this darkness, how can one discern where the imaging bugs are concealed?" Bonnie chuckled, pointing to her head. "Fear not. It's all stored right here. By the way, bounty hunter, your marksmanship seems quite commendable. Follow me. Wherever I point, you shall shoot." Without hesitation, Dottie rose from his seat. Bonnie gave Xi Bei a shove and shot him a glare. "Move aside, you're in the way. Is this truly the infamous act of burning bridges after crossing them?" Xi Bei exerted every effort to shatter the rocky cliff, and now the small boat has finally navigated its way through the currents of the sea. Yet, it has barely been a moment before he is met with scorn for being a nuisance. Goodness, Xi Bei is on the verge of being consumed by fury. He wishes nothing more than to bring Bonnie to justice on the spot. The more arrogant Bonnie becomes, the more fervently Xi Bei's desire for conquest intensifies. Xi Bei slowly clenched his fist, declaring, "You cannot escape my five-finger mountain." Bonnie furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "Oh, I meant that this place resembles a five-finger mountain," he replied. Unfamiliar with the term, Bonnie dismissed him entirely. She and Dottie left the cockpit and climbed to the top of the small boat. Unbeknownst to Xi Bei, who remained inside, the situation outside was unclear. However, he could hear the sound of gunfire intermittently. When Bonnie and Dottie returned to the cockpit, Xi Bei meticulously calculated the number of shots fired, 13 in total. Dottie's marksmanship was impeccable, with each shot hitting its target. This indicated that there were 13 surveillance bugs concealed within that secret passage, each one dispatched by Dottie's precise aim. Xi Bei felt a twinge of curiosity. "Is that it?" Bonnie nodded in affirmation. "This is all I know. As for whether the world government has installed additional devices, I cannot say. Regardless, we have already entered. Worrying is futile. If there were indeed other devices within, I believe the celestial dragons would have detected our presence the moment we arrived. The absence of any incidents thus far indicates that we are, for the time being, safe." Xi Bei felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Before them lay a new world, a grand stage of immense proportions. Bonnie, too, seemed to find the situation surreal. She had never envisioned a day where she would recklessly venture into Mariehua. To be frank, prior to meeting Xi Bei, such thoughts had never even crossed her mind. Now that they had arrived, was it a blessing or a curse? Who could say? Bonnie leaned against the wall and cautioned, "Make sure you all hold on tight." Before Xi Bei could finish speaking, the small boat suddenly tilted, causing the bow to rise. Xi Bei lost balance and slid down to the back of the cockpit, colliding face first with the wall, resulting in a bloody nose. Dottie and Bonnie, seemingly well prepared, pressed themselves against the wall, displaying not a hint of panic. Xi Bei pinched his nose and asked, "What is this?" Bonnie scolded, "Serves you right," and explained, "Mary Geos is at its pinnacle, thus the seawater flows upward against the current, and the small boat will inevitably rise along with the water. It's akin to a car driving along a wall." Xi Bei exclaimed, "Why didn't you inform me in advance? Are the two of you conspiring to play tricks on me?" Alas, in his haste, Xi Bei inadvertently bit his tongue. Bonnie retorted, "Fool. Mariehua is situated above the red earth continent. The seawater flows into this area, and one must navigate upstream to reach the pinnacle. Since you are already familiar with Sky Island, you must have visited it. You should comprehend how to get there. Or do you require me to elucidate every single detail for you?" Xi Bei, covering her mouth, exclaimed indistinctly, "Huh? Straighten your tongue and speak clearly." Xi Bei stuck out his tongue and retorted, "Who on earth said I had been to the Sky Island?" Bonnie rolled her eyes and whispered, "Show." At that moment, the small boat suddenly jolted before gradually regaining its balance. Bonnie rose and moved to the window. Upon witnessing the scene, Xi Bei and Daddy rushed to Bonnie's side, gazing out at the spectacle beyond the window. "Is this truly Mariehua?" Daddy echoed. "I find myself here for the very first time." Zybe once believed that the celestial dragons squandered wealth as if it were mere dust. Thus the residence of the celestial dragons, Mariehua, ought to be adorned with golden bricks and encrusted with precious stones. However, upon closer inspection, the opulence he envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, what met Zybe's gaze was a colossal palace soaring into the heavens. The pinnacle of the palace penetrated the clouds, creating the illusion that one could simply reach out from the top floor and pluck stars from the sky, illustrating the grandeur of the abodes of the world's elite. Situated atop the red earth continent, Mariehua resembled a circular isle. The palace stood at its center, encircled by a winding river. In essence, the palace of the celestial dragons was enveloped by a river that formed a continuous loop. Nevertheless, given the vast expanse of Mariehua, the river was situated at a considerable distance from the palace, marking the outer periphery of this remarkable land. The small boat of Xi Bei surged forth from the concealed entrance, emerging precisely in this riverway. If it could successfully navigate downstream, a mere half-circle would lead to an exit, granting passage to a new world. Bonnie opened the door to the cockpit and remarked, "This riverway serves as a private passage for the kings of various nations, also known as the King's Avenue. With the commencement of the World Conference every 4 years, the naval headquarters dispatches personnel to escort the monarchs, although some kings decline such naval assistance." "The King's Avenue?" Bonnie inquired, extending her head from the cockpit and gesturing towards the rear of the small vessel. Xi Bei stood on tiptoe, peering into the distance. Several warships were anchored several hundred meters away from the small boat. Initially taken aback, Xi Bei gradually regained composure, reasoning that there must be few, if any, personnel aboard the vessels. After all, had they been manned, their proximity to the Royal Avenue upon their arrival would have surely drawn attention, rendering their current leisurely state impossible. Along the banks of the river known as the Royal Avenue, towering statues, each standing over 10 meters high, could be seen at regular intervals. Judging by their appearance, these statues likely represented the ancestors of the celestial dragons, the very pioneers who established the world government. Each imposing statue resembled a guardian, all uniformly facing the palace while turning their backs on the Royal Avenue. Bonnie paused momentarily, stating, "As long as we follow the Royal Avenue and make a half-circle around Mariewa, we will soon reach an exit. The image worms within the secret door have been destroyed, and I trust the Navy has already detected this. They will undoubtedly send personnel to investigate the situation. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly." Xi Bei and Dottie exchanged a glance. Dottie suddenly inquired, "I have always been curious. Why are you so familiar with Mariewa? Have you visited this place before?" Bonnie turned around and gave a wry smile. "Well, one might say so." Xi Bei abruptly interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Is this truly the moment for such discussions? It appears that someone is hastening towards us. Bonnie, I sincerely hope that the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit you mentioned is still in slumber. Otherwise, our journey may not remain tranquil. Trespassing into Mariewa is undoubtedly a path to demise. Once we are discovered, we may not even have the opportunity to survive as slaves." Bonnie teased, "Oh, would you prefer the mark of the celestial dragons over death?" "Of course not," she replied. Bonnie turned to Dottie, "And what about you?" Dottie remained silent, merely brandishing his handgun, poised for combat. In times past, Mariewa was devoid of military presence, nor was there any naval deployment, as the nobles residing there were arrogantly convinced that no one would dare to openly oppose them. This illusion persisted until the first captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, emerged, shattering this precarious equilibrium. He would later be hailed as the heroic Tiger. With bare hands, Tiger ascended the Red Line, liberating numerous slaves from Mariewa, including the current Empress of the Seven Warlords, Boa Hancock, and even the former warlord, Jinbi, was among Tiger's followers. Tiger's actions marked the first challenge to the authority of the celestial dragons. Consequently, the world government gradually began to station military forces in Mariewa and carved out a river known as the King's Road to fortify its defenses. After all, no one could predict whether another invader would scale the Red Line following Tiger. The world government would never permit such a scenario to unfold again. On the surface, the King's Road is a designated passageway. In reality, it serves as a barrier against intruders attempting to breach Mariewa. Should anyone dare to ascend the Red Line again, this King's Road would effectively obstruct them from approaching the palace, complemented by the Navy's vigilant watch, an additional layer of security. Thus, Fisher Tiger's actions brought shame upon the celestial dragons, which in turn reflected poorly on the world government, prompting them to prepare for any eventuality. Ironically, despite the world government's meticulous calculations, they failed to anticipate that someone would ascend the King's Road through a hidden entrance. Originally intended to deter invaders, the King's Road had now become the sole shortcut for Xi Bei's incursion. It is indeed a bitter irony. Without the King's Road, Xi Bei would have never successfully landed in Mariewa. Indeed, Xi Bei and his companions were, in a sense, indirectly benefiting from the legacy of Fisher Tiger. Bonnie suddenly declared, "I will keep watch outside." Upon finishing her words, Bonnie swiftly ascended to the top of the small vessel. Fortunately, the boat was relatively diminutive, and with the shroud of night enveloping the surroundings, it was indeed quite challenging to discern the small craft struggling along the expansive King's Avenue. However, the Navy had already become aware of the disruption to the surveillance devices. Once they realized that the hidden passage had been breached, they would undoubtedly traverse along King's Avenue in pursuit. At that juncture, the small boat would find itself with nowhere to conceal. Xi Bei has already increased the speed to its maximum, yet the little vessel still chugs along like a tortoise. This time, Xi Bei is resolute. It is indeed time for this ship to undergo a refurbishment. Should he manage to leave this place and reach the new world, he is determined to make substantial modifications. He does not aspire for it to soar through the skies like the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, but rather simply to enhance its speed. Xi Bei, filled with frustration, kicked the console with gritted teeth. Daddy suddenly inquired, "How much longer until we can depart from this place? Xi Bei has never been here, so how could he possibly know? You ask me? I, too, wish to inquire of others." Dottie felt a touch of embarrassment, then called out towards the top of the ship, "Bonnie, Is it possible to depart before dawn? There was no response from above. Dottie approached the doorway of the cockpit, peering out. At that moment, Bonnie, her brow furrowed, stood motionless at the top of the ship, gazing intently ahead, and remarked, "Initially, it would have been feasible to leave Mary Geos before dawn, but now it seems we shall be delayed for some time." Xi Bei also heard Bonnie's words. He rushed to the door and looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Why?" Bonnie pointed to the shore and replied, "Because someone is pursuing us." Xi Bei and Dottie, following the direction indicated by Bonnie, cast their gaze ahead. Before them, a figure darted swiftly among the grand statues, racing along the shore towards the small boat. Although Xi Bei could not discern the identity of this individual, the nimbleness and speed of their movements suggested that they were undoubtedly a formidable opponent, possessing considerable strength. Xi Bei squinted, noticing that the figure was drawing ever closer. Xi Bei exclaimed, "Is it a woman?" Indeed, pursuing the small boat was, without a doubt, a woman. Bonnie gritted her teeth and said, "Tao Tu, this could pose a significant problem." Xi Bei expressed his astonishment. "Is she truly the General Tao Tu?" Dottie, drenched in cold sweat, drew his pistol. Clad in a white naval cape emblazoned with the bold characters for justice, Tao Tu bore a slender, elongated eastern blade at her waist. As she sprinted ashore, a small boat navigated the river. Due to the boat's sluggish pace, it was swiftly overtaken by Tao Tu within mere seconds. While pursuing the vessel, she gripped the hilt of her blade, yet refrained from drawing it. Suddenly, she called out, "Moonstep." With remarkable agility, Tao Tu seemed to tread upon the air, leaping from the bank and soaring towards the boat. At that moment, she unsheathed her sword. Dottie, witnessing this, fired his weapon. Bonnie shouted in protest, "Don't shoot." However, her warning came too late. The bullet had already been propelled from Dottie's gun towards Tao Tu's. Undeterred, Tao Tu pivoted her wrist, raising her long knife, effortlessly slicing the bullet in two. In the next instant, she descended from the sky, wielding the eastern blade with a single hand. Xi Bei seized Dottie and hurled him towards the shore. Dottie's body soared through the air, suspended momentarily, yet to touch, when he aimed at Tao Tu and fired several shots in quick succession. Tao Tu, with a deft flick of her toes, executed a sharp turn in midair, gracefully evading Dottie's bullets. Seizing the fleeting moment of Tao Tu's maneuver, Xi Bei clasped Bonnie and leaped onto the shore together. The unmanned boat continued its steady advance, undisturbed. After rolling onto the shore, Bonnie shouted, "Split up and run." Xi Bei rose from the ground and exclaimed, "I have no idea where I am." Bonnie pointed towards the riverbank and advised, "Simply follow the King's Avenue. Remember, you must reach the entrance to the New World before dawn. Avoid entangling with the Peach Rabbit at all costs. If she delays you, it will spell trouble once Cypher Pole discovers it. Also, be cautious of the legendary sword, Jinbi Luo, that the Peach Rabbit wields. A strike from that blade could result in a relentless flow of blood." Xi Bei seized Bonnie's arm with a firm grip. Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there something else?" Xi Bei cast a glance at Dottie, then at Bonnie, and after a firm resolve, cautioned them, "Make sure you do not get caught." "Huh? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with?" Dottie replied, nodding emphatically before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. Xi Bei and Bonnie each leaped away, three individuals vanishing into distinct directions. Tao Tu, brandishing a blade, hovered in midair, intently observing their every movement, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Xi Bei. At that moment, a group of naval soldiers rushed towards her. "Admiral Tao Tu, we have a situation. The secret door has been breached, and water is flooding into the passage." It was evident that these naval soldiers were unaware that an intruder had already infiltrated Mariewa. Fortunately, Tao Tu, ever vigilant, had sensed trouble the moment she received news of the destruction of the surveillance bugs. Consequently, she abandoned her inspection of the secret door and promptly pursued along the royal road, leading her to discover the intruders. The secret door had been equipped with no fewer than 13 surveillance bugs. With such a multitude of devices, it was implausible for them to have malfunctioned simultaneously. Someone had deliberately sabotaged them. The very fact that an intruder had managed to access the secret door indicated a serious breach. Tao Tu, a candidate for the rank of admiral, possessed formidable strength and, more importantly, sharp intellect. Her cognitive abilities were on an entirely different plane than those of the naval soldiers. She leaped back onto the shore and instructed, "Seal this information. We cannot allow the celestial dragons or Cypher Pole to learn of it." "Why not?" one soldier inquired, puzzled. Tao Tu's expression darkened. The world government had dispatched numerous forces from the Navy headquarters to Mariewa precisely to prevent a recurrence of the Fischl Tige incident. Yet, despite the heavy naval presence, intruders had still managed to breach the defenses. If this news reached the world government, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. And the pressure would be immense. Especially now, at such a critical juncture, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku having recently resigned, and Akainu and Akiji still vying for position. The day of reckoning was fast approaching, regardless of who ultimately ascended to the role of Fleet Admiral. The fact that intruders had entered Mariehua would be a scandalous gift to bestow upon the world government. The burden of responsibility would inevitably fall squarely upon Tao Tu's shoulders, a weight she could scarcely bear. For the time being, capturing the intruders was paramount. It would allow the situation to be downplayed and resolved discreetly. Moreover, apprehending the intruders could afford her the opportunity to earn merit and ascend to the rank of admiral. For both personal and professional reasons, Tao Tu was determined to keep this matter from reaching the ears of the world government, lest it become a source of ridicule. The very fact that such an incident could occur under her watch in Mariehua was a profound humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "This is an utter disgrace." The naval soldiers, oblivious to the psychological toll this situation imposed on Tao Tu, stood there in a daze. Turning back, she shouted, "In any case, this matter is to remain confidential for the time being. Do not alert the celestial dragons." The soldiers saluted. "Yes, ma'am." Tao Tu sheathed her sword and continued, "Relay my orders. Lieutenant Gus is to lead the soldiers to discreetly repair the secret door. Additionally, relocate the warships to the entrance of the royal road leading to the New World. The rest of you will remain here. If any personnel from Cypherpole inquire, inform them that I am adjusting the military supply port. Understood. Leave the rest to me." Tao Tu gripped the hilt of her sword and commanded, "Move immediately." The naval soldiers promptly dashed away. With a swift turn, Tao Tu's eyes gleamed with determination as she pursued the direction in which Xi Bei had vanished. In truth, Tao Tu and Xi Bei shared numerous similarities in their temperaments, and like Xi Bei, she was adept in observation hockey, surpassing Xi Bei's proficiency. As long as she discerned the direction Xi Bei had taken, she could concentrate her observation hockey to trace his whereabouts. Thus, she harbored no concern over his potential disappearance. As for Bonnie and Daddy, Tao Tu was unconcerned about their escape, for she had already instructed her soldiers to relocate the warship to the entrance of the New World. Should Bonnie and Daddy dare to appear there, she was confident in her ability to ensure their capture. Tao Tu was poised to become the second woman, after Hancock, to pose a significant challenge to Xi Bei. Furthermore, Xi Bei was unable to confront Tao Tu overtly. Both were wary of attracting the attention of the celestial dragons, one eager to flee, the other intent on a swift resolution before any commotion arose. Though Tao Tu sprinted through the night, her eyes remained closed. She was currently utilizing her observation hockey to sense Xi Bei's presence. Simultaneously, Xi Bei was also employing his observation hockey to monitor Tao Tu's every move. Thus, their powers clashed in an intricate dance. Suddenly, Tao Tu opened her eyes and declared coldly, "I found you." Despite the distance of several kilometers between them, Xi Bei, being not only a master of observation hockey, but also a user of the hear fruit, distinctly heard Tao Tu's voice. The gap between them narrowed. If pursued relentlessly by a skilled practitioner of observation hockey, mere thoughts of escape would prove futile. With a determined resolve, Xi Bei gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall await your arrival." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he bit into his fingertip and transformed into a giant. He had been cautioned by Bonnie to avoid entanglements with Major Tao Tu, thus he was reluctant to engage in conflict. His transformation into a giant was an act of desperation. However, it is often said that the most perilous places can also provide the greatest safety. Surrounding Xi Bei were several statues, fortuitously towering at a height of over 10 meters, precisely matching his giant form. He tilted his body, positioning himself among the statues, and remained utterly still, gazing intently at the magnificent palace of Mary Geos. The night was dark and silent, and to the untrained eye, one might easily mistake Xi Bei for another statue. Just as Xi Bei steadied himself in his ruse, Tao Tu appeared. This was no ordinary individual. She would not be easily deceived. Aware of this, Xi Bei stood rigid among the statues, not daring to blink, holding his breath in fear that the sound of his inhalation might betray his presence. The moment Tao Tu arrived, she was poised to sprint past the statues when she suddenly halted, her position directly beside Xi Bei's feet. With a mere stretch of her hand, she could touch him. Since Xi Bei was pretending to be a statue, he could not move. Any shift would reveal his disguise. Though Tao Tu was so close, he dared not shift away. silently praying that this woman would not discern the slightest hint of his true identity. Xi Bei's eyes gently shifted towards Taodu. In response, Taodu abruptly turned, gazing back at Xi Bei as if equipped with radar. Could it be that such a subtle movement of Xi Bei's eyes could be so easily detected? Xi Bei remained perfectly still, observing with unwavering focus. Taodu found the situation perplexing. She had distinctly sensed Xi Bei's presence in this very direction and position. Yet, upon her arrival, she found nothing and had even lost track of the person entirely. To be precise, even if Xi Bei possessed the ability to become invisible, it seemed implausible that she could elude Taodu so completely. In the presence of Taodu's observation haki, all stealth techniques would inevitably leave traces. Unless, of course, Xi Bei was also a master of observation haki. Upon reflection, Taodu recalled that there had indeed been a moment of collision between her observation haki and Xi Bei's. As she stroked her chin in contemplation, her expression darkened. If Xi Bei could evade her observation haki, it indicated a formidable strength. Indeed, even an ordinary vice admiral of the Navy would likely not stand a chance. Yet, Taodu was left wondering why someone of such caliber would dare to infiltrate Mariewa. Did they harbor some unspeakable secret? It had been merely a month since the war on the summit. The Navy headquarters, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates seemed to be in a state of unrest. If chaos were to erupt in Mariewa during such turbulent times, Taodu's aspirations for a general's rank would likely be dashed. This was only one concern. The turmoil in the area she was tasked to guard was an affront to her capabilities, and Taodu would not permit the situation to deteriorate further. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, landing a punch on Xi Bei's calf. Taodu muttered to herself, "Who on earth are these individuals?" Xi Bei endured a punch and gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. At that moment, Taodu suddenly came to her senses. The enormous statues of Mary Geos, being stone carvings, ought to be rigid and unyielding. However, in a fit of exasperation, Taodu had struck one of the statues, only to find that it did not feel like stone at all. Rather, it felt as though her blow had landed upon a living being. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she gently caressed Xi Bei's calf. It possessed both elasticity and warmth. Even if Taodu were to be told that this was a stone statue, she would not believe it. Yet, she did not suspect it was Xi Bei. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered why this statue differed from the others. In her distraction, she seemed to forget her original purpose, becoming engrossed in examining the statue that Xi Bei was impersonating. Of course, the one in the most discomfort was Xi Bei himself. If Taodu continued to gaze at him like this, his disguise would undoubtedly be revealed. Xi Bei must prepare herself mentally. If she cannot evade the situation, she may as well fight, even if it means retreating while engaging in battle. Suddenly, from within the white coat of General Taodu, an odd sound emerged. The peculiar noise, a series of bubbling sounds, ultimately rescued Xi Bei from her dire predicament. Taodu ceased her scrutiny of Xi Bei's impersonation of a statue and produced a small telephone bug from her coat, the source of the bubbling sound. Taodu pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this General Taodu? We need help. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad have all turned into children." Taodu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What on earth is happening? Clarify the situation." The palm-sized telephone bug, resembling a snail in appearance, served as one of the primary communication devices in this world. It not only facilitated conversation, but also adeptly mimicked the expressions of the person speaking, rendering them as lifelike as if one were witnessing the individual in reality. The telephone bug in Taodu's hand displayed the anxious demeanor of the naval soldiers seeking assistance, perfectly replicating their urgent state. Before her, Taodu witnessed the scene. The telephone bug, visibly stressed, spewed forth droplets of saliva. It was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "We have spotted pirates. They are here." "What?" Taodu was taken aback. "Pirates daring to invade Mariewa? When did they become so audacious? Did you see who they are?" Taodu pressed. Don't come any closer. What are you doing here?" The timid telephone bug, with a bounty of 270 million berries, closed its eyes in fear and began to roar. Unfortunately, before it could finish its sentence, the tone abruptly shifted to that of a child's cry. "Wah, wah?" Taodu exclaimed, "What is happening? Are there any others?" The telephone bug was filled with a chorus of children's cries, with no response to her inquiries. An entire battalion wiped out? Pirates with a bounty of 270 million berries? Although Taodu did not know the identity of the pirates, there was no doubt that this was a significant threat. The reason Taodu had focused her attention on Xi Bei was her belief that Xi Bei was the most dangerous among the trio, which was why she relentlessly pursued her, assuming that Bonnie and Daddy, who accompanied Xi Bei, were mere underlings easily dealt with by dispatching a warship. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Tao Tu gritted her teeth in frustration. There was no time to continue searching for Xi Bei. Rescuing her comrades was paramount. She concealed the telephone bug back within her coat, pivoted, and employed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk, to tread upon the air and gradually distance herself from the scene. Xi Bei took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. It must be Bonnie, apart from her. No one could have accomplished such a feat as Xi Bei had stated. It was indeed Bonnie who had annihilated the 3rd Division of Major General Tao Tu. And she had even managed to sink a warship without any assistance. However, Tao Tu was now rushing to the scene to intervene. One could only hope that Bonnie would not encounter Tao Tu. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xi Bei hesitated, pondering whether to offer assistance. Shortly thereafter, he vigorously shook his head. Since Bonnie had managed to escape from Akainu, it was evident that she would not be easily captured by Tejado. Moreover, given Bonnie's notoriously irritable temperament, even if Xi Bei rushed to her aid, she would likely not be appreciative. In fact, he might even find himself on the receiving end of her ire. Xi Bei shivered slightly and thought to himself, perhaps it is best not to complicate matters for her. Xi Bei resolved to diligently follow Bonnie's advice, simply running straight along the King's Avenue. Xi Bei draped a cloak over his shoulders and stood on the, relieving himself towards King's Road. Instantly, he felt invigorated. The surroundings were eerily quiet, which was hardly surprising. Everyone must have rushed towards Bonnie. It was remarkable how adept Bonnie was at drawing ire. If it weren't for her, Xi Bei would likely have found himself embroiled in a conflict with General Tao Rabbit. Upon reflection, Bonnie had indeed been quite helpful throughout this journey. However, Xi Bei was acutely aware that Bonnie's assistance was primarily for her own benefit, as she sought to reach the New World. Technically speaking, she was not aiding Xi Bei, but rather herself. The New World lay just ahead, and it was uncertain whether Bonnie would choose to part ways with Xi Bei upon their arrival. To be honest, Xi Bei felt a pang of reluctance to part with this insufferable woman. At the edge of King's Road, Xi Bei, cloaked yet exposed, gazed upward with a sigh. The trials of a hero are indeed fraught with the beauty of temptation. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed flames rising from the opposite side of King's Road, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. In the darkness, even the slightest light was striking, and the fierce blaze painted the blackness in shades of crimson. A great fire raged in the distance. The commotion was significant. Even if the celestial dragons were a bunch of fools, they could hardly miss such a spectacle. It was likely that the operatives from those special departments had also been mobilized. Xibela leaped gracefully onto the towering statue of a giant. For only from such heights can one behold the distant horizon. Now perched upon the head of this monumental figure, he gazed intently at the inexplicable blaze that had ignited in the distance. To gain a clearer view, he leapt from the first statue to another. And after a series of agile jumps across several statues, Xibela finally approached the inferno, unveiling the truth behind the flames. It was, in fact, a warship engulfed in flames. Xi Bei perched upon the shoulder of the statue, observing General Tao Tu standing silently before the raging flames. Xi Bei was not naive. He recognized that Tao Tu was on the brink of a violent outburst. Should Tao Tu discover him at this moment, Xi Bei would undoubtedly become the target of his ire. Therefore, he hastily concealed himself. Behind General Tao Tu, a group of children clad in naval uniforms could be seen. Judging by their appearance, none appeared to be older than 10, a mere assembly of young children. Xi Bei is aware that it must be the handiwork of Bonnie. These seemingly young individuals are, in fact, adults. However, Bonnie's devil fruit ability allows her to manipulate age at will. It is likely that during the recent skirmish, Bonnie transformed all these Navy personnel into children. Now, with the soldiers reverted to childhood and their warships engulfed in flames, it is evident that Bonnie is deliberately orchestrating chaos. Xi Bei could not bear to let Bonnie toil in vain. If not now, then when? However, before departing, Xi Bei fixed his gaze on the silhouette of General Tao Tu for a full 10 seconds. Ever since awakening his observation haki, Xi Bei's intuition had grown increasingly potent, almost as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. To be precise, his sixth sense was exceptionally heightened. Xi Bei now possesses a certain premonition. The woman known as General Peach Rabbit will inevitably become entwined with him one day. Xi Bei let out a sigh and leapt back along the same path he had taken from the statue. Just as he departed, Tao Tu finally sensed his presence. Swiftly drawing her blade, she turned to search for Xi Bei's trace upon the statue, but he had already bounded far beyond its reach. Gritting her teeth, Tautu reflected on the disheartening fate of the 3rd Division soldiers, all transformed into mere children. The warship had been set ablaze, flames raging fiercely. And it was likely that chaos had erupted within the Dragon People's palace as well. This affair could no longer be concealed. Tautu understood all too well that her political career within the Navy had been irrevocably tarnished. Though she aspired to the rank of admiral, she could not even safeguard a secret entrance, a source of deep humiliation for her. The hard-earned reputation she had built was obliterated in the inferno. What infuriated her further was the fact that she remained oblivious to who had breached Mary Geos. Was there anything more frustrating than this? No, there was not. Tautu could forego her ambitions of becoming an admiral, but she would never let those who had stormed the secret entrance and ascended King's Road escape her grasp. This was a personal vendetta, unrelated to the celestial dragons. She was determined to unearth their true identities, lest she be left in the dark when the time came to seek them out. Tautu called out, "Hey, listen to me." Unfortunately, she did not finish her sentence. For upon turning around, she was met with the sight of a group of sobbing children, each wailing as if they had lost their mothers, their cries heart-wrenching. Tautu placed a hand on her forehead, realizing these little ones were of no help. The special department of Cipher Pol from the world government would soon arrive. Relay a message to Cipher Pol for me. I will pursue the criminals, and I entrust the aftermath to them, she instructed. Yet, the children continued to wail, utterly indifferent to her plea. At that moment, 3 men clad in black approached from a distance, impeccably dressed in suits, their heads adorned with black fedoras, and their feet encased in polished black boots. Apart from their faces, their attire was entirely dark, perfectly befitting the guise of a secret intelligence agency. The tailored suit and trousers evoke an undeniable aura of success. Yet, within their smiles lies a subtle chill, an air of discomfort. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, pray tell, what have you observed here? Cipher Pol, an enigmatic division subordinate to the world government, possesses intelligence channels spanning the globe. There are even suspicions that this clandestine organization may have ties to the shadowy underworld. It is recalled that all members of CP9 procured several devil fruits on the black market. The clandestine intelligence agency of the world government could hardly acquire such items without connections. Moreover, if these operatives are indeed secretive, how could they possibly gather the latest intelligence from around the world and the Revolutionary Army without infiltrating the black market? Thus, Cipher Pol, as Rob Lucci aptly described, consists of agents who embody the dark justice. Were it not for the alignment of the world government with the Navy headquarters, it is likely that Peach Rabbit would not have extended them any courtesy, particularly disapproving of the shrouded conduct of CP0. Undoubtedly, what irks Peach Rabbit the most is the condescending demeanor of these individuals. She deliberately remarked, "I have seen nothing." In light of her blindness to the situation, they opted not to press further. Now that the criminal has reached the threshold of the new world, does Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit not wish to amend her prior missteps? If she were to apprehend the fugitive, we would regard it as a mere exercise on her part, with no repercussions for her reputation. Peach Rabbit harbors a distaste for the feeling of being dispatched, particularly when it is at the behest of Cipher Pol. The man in the suit stepped forward, enticingly stating, "General Peach Rabbit, the outcome between Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji is imminent. Soon, a position of great authority will be vacated. With our support, you could seamlessly ascend to that esteemed rank. Therefore, it is imperative that no unforeseen incidents occur. Oh, look, the fugitive is making a run for it. Will you apprehend him? Or shall we?" Peach Rabbit was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. These individuals had long been aware of the intrusion by the Xi Bei group through the hidden entrance. Yet they feigned ignorance, intending to ensnare General Peach Rabbit in a compromising situation. If they could capture something incriminating against her and subsequently elevate her to the position of admiral, controlling her would become considerably easier. The Navy headquarters was in utter disarray. No one could predict how things would unfold. Although the world government supported Akainu's rise to fleet admiral, Sengoku advocated for Akiji. Thus, the world government sought to retain a strategic advantage. Indeed, Peach Rabbit was that very pawn. Should Akainu falter against Akiji, the world government would decisively position Peach Rabbit as admiral, as she was already among the candidates for that role. Regardless of the outcome, the world government was determined to install a figure of significance and stature within the Navy headquarters, ensuring they could always have a voice in matters. Peach Rabbit found herself faced with two choices: to become a puppet of the world government, with a promising future ahead, or to bear the blame for the Xi Bei group's incursion into Mariawa, which would likely hinder her progress for the rest of her life. Without offering a definitive response, She merely turned and departed. The man in the suit wore a broad smile. "General Peach Rabbit, are you about to apprehend someone?" Suddenly, Peach Rabbit halted, swiftly drawing her blade and pointing it at the man's Adam's apple. "The next time you speak to me, do not lean so close." After uttering these words, Peach Rabbit sheathed her sword and departed without a backward glance. The three impeccably dressed strangers gazed at her retreating figure, finally revealing their triumphant smiles. Xi Bei remained oblivious to the clandestine transaction forged between the world government and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Unbeknownst to him, he had become an indispensable pawn in this treacherous exchange. As he trespassed into Mariawa, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, who harbored a profound animosity towards him, was further incited by the machinations of the three suited men. Consequently, she was resolute in her pursuit to capture Xi Bei. By adhering to the directives of the three gentlemen in suits, Peach Rabbit believed she could successfully apprehend Xi Bei and elevate her standing to that of an admiral. The only grievance that lingered in her mind was the inevitable scrutiny she would face from the cipher pole operatives thereafter. However, this paled in comparison to the bright prospects that awaited her, and thus, she was willing to accept it. Even hypothetically, had this transaction not transpired, Peach Rabbit would have never allowed Xi Bei to escape. If there were to be any blame, it would lie with Xi Bei for his ill-timed arrival in Mariawa, as if he had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Presently, Xi Bei naively believed that with the warships ablaze and chaos engulfing Mariawa, it was an opportune moment to flee, completely unaware that he had been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. According to Bonnie's instructions, Xi Bei hastened along King's Avenue. After encircling Mariawa nearly halfway, he finally beheld the small vessel, resembling a tortoise, still meandering languidly upon the waters of King's Avenue. Upon sighting the small boat, Xi Bei was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of belonging. With a swift motion, he leaped from the shoreline onto the vessel. At the precise moment he landed on the boat, a rifle emerged from the cockpit, aimed directly at the nape of Xi Bei's neck. Xi Bei was drenched in cold sweat as he turned his head. To his astonishment, it was Dottie. Indeed, Dottie was now wielding a rifle. The barrel pressed against the back of Xi Bei's head. Upon locking eyes, Dottie let out a sigh of relief and lowered the weapon. "You nearly scared me to death." Xi Bei, exasperated, remarked, "You truly frightened me. I had scarcely boarded the ship when you pointed a gun at me. What are you intending to do?" Dottie, wiping the barrel of his weapon, expressed genuine remorse. "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. After parting ways with you, I witnessed General Tao 2 pursuing your group. So I hurried back to the ship. Fortunately, it has not been seized by the Navy. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to depart from Mariawa. My presence here is also for the sake of everyone. Truly, seasoned individuals possess a unique quality." Xi Bei patted Dottie on the shoulder, remarking, "You are indeed thoughtful." Dottie, puzzled, inquired, "By the way, where is Bonnie?" Xi Bei shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Dottie pointed towards the distant flames, inquiring about the commotion. It appeared that Bonnie had set the naval warship ablaze, creating chaos in the vicinity, presenting them with a perfect opportunity to escape. "Have we not circled around Mariawa?" Dottie continued. "There should be an entrance leading to the New World. Have you made any discoveries?" Upon hearing this, Dottie meticulously searched the surroundings for the entrance. Neither of them had ever been to Mariawa, rendering them unfamiliar with the area. Their chance to find the hidden door to land on Mariawa was largely attributed to Bonnie, the only one who knew the precise location of the entrance to the New World. However, with Bonnie still absent, even if they were to locate the entrance, they would have to wait for her to leave. Xi Bei was perplexed by Bonnie's enigmatic actions. Despite Bonnie's prior instructions to avoid causing any disturbances, both Xi Bei and Dottie had adhered to the plan, yet Bonnie herself had brazenly ignited a fire, creating such a commotion. If Bonnie did not return promptly, the fire would have been ignited in vain. Dottie, renowned for his sharpshooting prowess, possessed keen observational skills. Following the direction of the flowing seawater, he indeed discovered a narrow fissure through which the sea water was exiting Mariawa, presumably leading back to the ocean and marking the entrance to the New World. However, this fissure was currently obstructed by a massive stone door. Without moving the rock, there was no hope of escape. Dottie pointed towards the fissure and remarked, "Xi Bei, do you see that? Could it possibly be the entrance to the New World?" Xi Bei narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Dottie inquired, "What shall we do?" "Let us wait a moment longer. Bonnie should return shortly." At this juncture, Xi Bei's primary concern was how to shatter the stone door. After all, the door was level with King's Avenue, and if Xi Bei were to transform into a giant, he would find no foothold, forced instead to stand in the water. However, as a person endowed with special abilities, he would be unable to exert his strength while attempting to transform into a giant and strike the stone door while perched on a small boat was futile, as the vessel was far too diminutive to accomplish. Just when Xi Bei was at a loss, the stone door began to creak open slowly. A deluge of seawater surged through the opening. Dottie, perplexed, exclaimed, "What is happening? Is the door opening on its own?" Xi Bei gazed into the distance. No, it should be Bonnie. This stone gate, which obstructed the entrance to the new world, was evidently a mechanism. The reason Bonnie had not arrived after setting fire to the warship was that she had first visited the control room and effortlessly opened the stone door. One must admit, Bonnie truly thought of everything. Now that the entrance to the new world had been unlocked and all preparations were complete, only Bonnie's boarding remained before setting sail. Xi Bei and Dottie patiently waited at the entrance. Due to Xi Bei's impatience, he climbed atop the ship's roof, gazing at the movements of the grass along the shore. Just as he was about to leap onto the land to assess the situation, Bonnie's figure finally emerged, running towards him, drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing this, Xi Bei vigorously waved his hand. Meanwhile, Bonnie, as she ran, shouted indignantly, "Fool! What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Xi Bei called out loudly, "Dottie, it's time to depart." Dottie understood immediately, setting aside his rifle and swiftly entering the cockpit, taking his place at the control panel. As soon as Bonnie boarded, their mission would be accomplished. Observing Bonnie running with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, Xi Bei's restless heart finally found solace. A smile graced his face. Although his time with Bonnie had been brief, they had weathered many storms together as comrades, and he found himself increasingly fond of her. Upon closer examination, one could discern that Bonnie possessed not only a stunning figure, but also striking features, complemented by her long, straight pink hair that was truly captivating. Thanks to her devil fruit powers, she could manipulate her age at will, transforming between a mature woman and a youthful girl, a sight that never ceased to enchant. The most appealing aspect was Bonnie's authenticity. Despite her somewhat wild nature, she was genuinely caring and possessed a kind heart, coupled with formidable strength. In light of these attributes, she was undeniably to Xi Bei's liking. Xi Bei raised his voice in jest, saying, "I was just about to abandon you. Huh, if you dare to do that, I certainly won't let you off the hook." Xi Bei glared fiercely. "Do you still dare to threaten me? Dottie, let us not wait for this madwoman any longer. We must depart swiftly." Bonnie's face was a tempest of colors, both blue and red, as she ground her teeth and cursed, infuriating, that scoundrel. At this moment, Bonnie had already reached the shore. Xi Bei jested, "You possess such long legs, yet why do you run so slowly? It's a shame to waste such beautiful limbs." With a single bound, Bonnie leaped from the shore onto the small boat, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I shall not let you escape." No sooner had the words left her lips, Xi Bei's expression changed drastically. "Beware, Bonnie!" she exclaimed. Bonnie turned her head for a fleeting moment, only to witness General Tautu suddenly emerge from the shadows, hurtling through the air towards her. By the time Bonnie registered the threat, it was already too late. General Tautu extended her index finger and struck Bonnie with a precise jab. Finger spear. Blood splattered. Gritting her teeth, Bonnie muttered in frustration, "Damn it." In an instant, she plunged into the waters of King S. Avenue. Xi Bei exclaimed, "Bonnie." At that moment, Dottie, seated in the cockpit, sensed a shift in the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the cockpit and leaped into the water to rescue her. With Dottie's assistance in the recovery effort, Xi Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xi Bei gritted his teeth and said, "Dottie, I entrust Bonnie to you." After Dottie pulled Bonnie from the water, her eyes were tightly shut, and she had lost consciousness. Fortunately, her life was spared. However, upon hearing Xi Bei's words, Dottie was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. "Please, do not act impulsively." Xi Bei, with a cold expression and silence, suddenly stomped his foot and charged towards Tautu. Tautu furrowed her brow. As Tautu was currently suspended in midair, Xi Bei had to leap high to reach her. Seizing the momentum from his sprint, Xi Bei unleashed a straight punch towards Tautu. Tautu swiftly drew her knife to block. The fist of Xi collided with the specialized dagger of Tautua. Subsequently, both individuals leaped away simultaneously, landing on the shore. Tautua glanced at the small boat and murmured, "Bonnie?" A naval soldier from Tautua's 3rd Division had previously contacted her, mentioning an encounter with pirates at Mariehua, an unusual occurrence indeed. Tautua had been curious about the identity of these pirates who dared to breach Royal Road, but she had not caught their name at the time. only that they were formidable pirates with a bounty of 270 million berries. It was only moments ago that Xi had called out Bonnie's name. Cao Tuo's mind suddenly awakened. Could it be Jewelry Bonnie? Connecting the dots with the scene of her soldiers inexplicably transforming into children. Cao Tuo became increasingly convinced that the pirate her subordinates had encountered was none other than the notorious supernova who had escaped from a canoe, Jewelry Bonnie. Only Bonnie's devil fruit powers could account for the transformation of her soldiers into children. A cold sweat broke out on Cao Tuo's brow as she darkened her expression and demanded, "Who are you really? What is your connection to Jewelry Bonnie?" Xi Bei is too apathetic to engage in idle chatter with Tao Tuesday. Xi Bei bit his finger, and then transformed into a giant, towering over General Tao Tuesday. Looking up at Xi Bei, Tao Tu was utterly bewildered. A giant from the giant clan? With a forceful punch, Xi Bei struck towards Tao Tu. Tao Tu, unwilling to confront it head-on, executed a backflip to evade the blow. Then, wielding a knife in one hand, she seemingly walked on air, charging directly towards Xi Bei's face. Xi Bei is unlike an ordinary giant. Despite his towering stature, he is anything but cumbersome. He possesses remarkable agility and speed, coupled with a mastery of observation hockey. As a result, he can foresee the movements of Peach Rabbit with precision. When Peach Rabbit lunges forward, brandishing her blade to strike at Xi Bei's face, he deftly evades, vanishing from her line of sight in an instant. Of course, he has not truly disappeared. His speed is simply so extraordinary that it eludes the naked eye. However, Xi Bei is not the sole practitioner of observation hockey. Although Peach Rabbit is taken aback by his swiftness, she remains composed. The moment Xi Bei disappears from her view, she quickly senses his presence above her. In response, Peach Rabbit employs moonwalk, swiftly evading the impending danger. The fist of Xi, descending from a great height, failed to strike the Peach Rabbit. However, it obliterated the colossal statue that stood majestically on the shore. A giant, possessing such remarkable speed, indeed posed a formidable challenge. Beads of cold sweat adorned Peach Rabbit's forehead. She found herself engulfed in confusion, pondering why the giant race would ally with the notorious supernova pirate, Jewelry Bonnie, and appear in Mariehua. What were their intentions? There were countless perplexities swirling in her mind, yet one truth loomed large. She must not allow Jewelry Bonnie to escape, for the knowledge Bonnie possessed was far too significant. Indeed, capturing Jewelry Bonnie took precedence over dealing with Xi. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit maneuvered around Xi and dashed straight towards the small boat. Upon witnessing this, Xi Bei bellowed, "Your adversary is me." However, Tao Tu remained singularly focused on capturing Bonnie, disregarding Xi Bei's furious outcry entirely, thus rendering him utterly invisible to her. Xi Bei could not permit Tao Tu to pass. Otherwise, it would not only be Bonnie who suffered, but Daddy would also meet a dire fate. In a moment of desperation, Xi Bei extended his hand, attempting to seize the slender form of the General Tao Tu. Tao Tu deftly sidestepped, evading him, and within less than a second, unleashed a flurry of swift strikes. The speed was so astonishing that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Xi Bei's fingers were severed into several pieces by Tao Tu. Lacking the inclination to engage with Xi Bei, Tao Tu dashed towards the small boat once more after dismembering Xi Bei's digits. Xi Bei was utterly infuriated. Even if it meant exhausting all his strength, he was determined to make this woman experience the consequences of her actions. Xi began to delve into the recesses of his mind, searching through his memories. At such a critical juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back his strength. However, the memory-shaping magic would exact a significant toll on his life force, ultimately leaving him utterly fatigued. Should he become completely drained, his combat efficacy would be irrevocably compromised, leading to a grim fate. In other words, if Xi were to employ the memory-shaping magic, he must swiftly eliminate General Tao Tu before his vitality was entirely depleted. The challenge was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, he had to make the attempt. He could not simply stand by and watch as Bonnie and Daddy fell victim to danger. Just as General Tao Tu was approaching the small vessel, the memory manipulation magic of Xi Bei has finally reached completion. He has discovered a commendable area of effect damage skill, Meteor Volcano. As soon as Xi Bei uttered these words, flames descended from the heavens, resembling dazzling meteors in their descent. However, unlike ordinary meteors, these fiery entities were enveloped in scalding magma, hurtling towards Mariehua. Should these meteors strike, the entirety of Mariehua would face potentially transforming into an inferno. Tao Tu gazed upward, transfixed by the spectacle of flames, her expression one of utter astonishment. Her mouth agape. She seemed to forget how to articulate her thoughts, her eyes reflecting not only shock but also profound trepidation. This was the manifestation of Akainu's power. Tao Tu turned to Xi Bei, who was enveloped in smoke as he emerged from the nape of the giant's neck. In an instant, the giant's corporeal form evaporated, leaving behind no trace, not even a skeletal remnant. After employing the memory manipulation magic, Xi Bei found himself bereft of the energy required to maintain the giant's form. This meteor volcano technique was a signature ability of Admiral Akainu's Logia-type devil fruit. Xi Bei was no stranger to this skill, allowing him to conjure it once more through memory. Fortunately, Admiral Tao Tu was unharmed by the impending onslaught. Realizing he still had a fleeting moment of breath, Xi Bei continued to delve into the recesses of his mind for further memories, contemplating his next move. Having invoked the memory manipulation magic twice in succession, he was uncertain of any potential repercussions. He hoped not to succumb to exhaustion and meet a most absurd end. Xi Bei is truly exerting himself this time. He scoffed. General Tao Tu, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? It was as if time itself had come to a standstill for Tao Tu's day. With astonishing speed, Xi Bei rushed to the side of Tao Tu, who remained utterly motionless, her eyes fixated unwaveringly on the direction in which Xi Bei had vanished, displaying no semblance of reaction whatsoever. The light-speed kick, a natural type ability of Admiral Kizaru, is characterized by its luminous attributes. In the recesses of Zaibe's memory, this skill was also preserved. Without a doubt, the Vice Admiral of the Peach Rabbit was sent flying by Zaibe, even in that fleeting moment of being launched into the air. The Peach Rabbit remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the event. Its body soared like a kite severed from its string, hurtling forth and crashing into the palace of the Celestial Dragons, resulting in the collapse of the palace's uppermost floor, sending dust billowing into the air. Simultaneously, the meteor volcanoes finally descended, scattering across the various corners of Mariewa. The massive statues were shattered to smithereens by the falling meteoric fire. In an instant, the palace of the Celestial Dragons was enveloped by molten rock. Even the Royal Avenue was nearing inundation by countless meteor volcanoes. The entirety of Mariewa lay in utter disarray. Exhausted, Xi Bei unexpectedly plummeted from the air onto the small boat, his face pressed against the deck. Summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, he muttered, "Go." The severely injured Bonnie and the weary Xi Bei were hoisted onto Dottie's shoulders as he dashed into the cockpit, before collapsing onto the console. Without delay, Dottie pressed the green button. The small vessel surged forward with the ocean, plunging into the gateway of a new world. Xi Bei and Bonnie both lost consciousness. Lying side by side on the cockpit floor, face to face, lips nearly touching. The scene was initially quite beautiful. However, it is regrettable that Xi Bei was entirely unclothed. Mariewa stood at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, 1,000 meters above sea level, where a spacious river channel sloped down at a 45-degree angle, allowing seawater and small boats to flow into the ocean. Within this channel, the small boats resembled fragile skiffs, unable to halt their momentum, destined to drift along with the current. At this rate, they would soon be swept into the sea. Currently, Mariewa was enveloped in smoke, a consequence of the meteor volcanic eruption. The royal road was filled with lava, which mixed with seawater and cascaded down from the entrance, closely trailing behind the small boat. The vessel was beyond control, leaving Daddy, seated at the console, utterly powerless. The only option now was to race against time. It was unimaginable for Daddy that the residents of the world's aristocracy, Mariewa, could transform into such a harrowing sight. The architect of this calamity was none other than Xi Bei, who had continuously provided Daddy with a series of visual shocks since their first encounter. Zaibe not only possesses the ability to transform, but also wields the powers of 3 Admirals' devil fruits. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly instill fear in many. Dottie, maintaining his composure, has demonstrated remarkable self-control. While he is aware that Zaibe is an ability user, he recalls perusing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and finding no fruit akin to Zaibe's capabilities. Initially, upon witnessing Zaibe's transformation into a giant, Dottie presumed him to be a user of a paramecia-type devil fruit. It was only when Zaibe employed his freezing ability to encase the sea in ice that Dottie's curiosity was piqued. He intended to inquire further, but his question was abruptly interrupted by Bonnie. Now, observing the magma behind their small vessel and the smoke rising from Mary Geos, Dottie could no longer contain his bewilderment and asked, "Zaibe, what is happening? The magma and seawater are flowing into the mouth, chasing after us. Isn't this the power of Admiral Akainu? How did you achieve this?" Xi Bei now felt drowsy and parched, yearning for water. He smacked his lips and swallowed, remaining silent. Initially, Xi believed that his understanding of the narrative of One Piece would enable him to thrive in this world. However, today he committed a monumental folly. In the original work, Mariewa never faced such calamity. His impulsive actions have irrevocably altered the storyline. The future developments in the New World are bound to diverge significantly from the tales he was familiar with. Consequently, he has forfeited his inherent advantage in grasping the plot. The uproar in Mariewa has led to Bonnie being recognized, and the world government is certain to launch an unprecedented and vigorous crackdown on pirates. Thus, can another pirate supernova still ascend to the position of warlord of the sea as he did in the original narrative? It seems highly improbable. If Law fails to attain the rank of warlord, the ensuing plot would undoubtedly be shrouded in darkness. Xi's gaze suddenly became somewhat bewildered. Daddy spoke again, rousing him from his reverie. We are nearing the waters of the New World. Which course shall we take next? The small vessel, having evaded the pursuing magma, finally surged into the latter segment of the Grand Line, a realm teeming with formidable adversaries. In an instant, Daddy maneuvered the joystick to adjust their direction, guiding the boat to glide leftward for a short distance. The magma, trailing behind the small craft, cascaded down the river rapids, plunging directly into the sea before ultimately sinking to the ocean floor. The vessel had safely departed from Mariewa and reached the waters of the New World. Once the magma subsided, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As the sun rose in the east, they unknowingly endured another night. Xi Bei leaned against the wall, utterly devoid of strength. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow upon his face, prompting him to involuntarily blink. He then turned his gaze toward Bonnie, who lay quietly on the floor. Blood had congealed at the hem of her garment, a grim reminder of the gunshot wound to her side. Xi Bei jested. It is quite disconcerting to see this madwoman so quiet. Bonnie's waist was encircled with bandages, although the bleeding had long ceased. She had yet to awaken after being jostled about in the small boat for some time. Xi Bei felt a twinge of concern, yet he was well aware that Bonnie had faced numerous battles and adventures, her vitality robust enough to withstand such trials. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy for being unable to protect even a woman. In the brief span of just a few days since Bonnie had joined him, she had already sustained injuries twice at the hands of Hancock and Peach Rabbit. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Xi Bei silently vowed that there would never be a next time. At that moment, Dadi stepped forward and gave Xi Bei a gentle push. Rest assured, I have already bandaged her wounds. However, they are rather severe, and she is unlikely to regain consciousness for the time being. On Bonnie's wrist were two recording devices, both utilized by her to ascertain the course of navigation. One of them could even aid in locating Didi's daughter. With Bonnie now in a state of unconsciousness and Xi Bei unfamiliar with the route, they could only rely on the recording devices to determine their direction. Xi Bei pointed at Bonnie's wrist, the recording pointer. Daddy removed the recording pointer from Bonnie's wrist and observed the red arrow within it, which trembled slightly while indicating the 2 o'clock direction. He utilized the recording pointer as a navigational tool, placing it atop the control panel before maneuvering the joystick to proceed forward. Xi Bei leaned his head against the wall and suddenly inquired, Dottie, what do you plan to do after finding your daughter? Dottie stroked his chin and began to ponder. I had not considered it until now, but your words have sparked a desire in me to reconnect with old friends. It has been nearly a month since Smog was reassigned to the 5th Division G5 of the Navy in the New World. I wonder how he has been faring lately. I was quite astonished to hear of his promotion to Brigadier General at Navy headquarters. When we parted ways in Lowtown, he was merely a colonel. Xi Bei chuckled. The events in Alabasta have certainly earned him significant military merit. Indeed, it is fortunate that the world government unveiled Crocodile's true nature. Otherwise, Alabasta would have been irrevocably reduced to a pirate nation. After all, the 7 warlords are still pirates at heart. Given that Dottie once served in the Navy, he must be privy to a considerable amount of insider information. Xi Bei seized the opportunity to inquire, what is your perspective on the Shichibukai system? Dottie hesitated for a moment. The world government and the Navy headquarters have perpetually harbored contradictions, as the Navy not only embodies justice but also possesses unparalleled combat prowess. They firmly believe that their military might is sufficient to subdue pirates entirely. Meanwhile, the world government, considering the unpredictable nature of the Revolutionary Army and the increasingly rampant era of piracy, deems reliance solely on the Navy headquarters inadequate to curtail the shifting tides of this age. Thus, the Shichibukai system was conceived. advocating a philosophy of responding to violence with violence, an extreme form of justice. Xi Bei sighed, pondering the matter at hand. For instance, Akainu? Dottie nodded in agreement. The uproar surrounding Sengoku's resignation was well known. It was common knowledge that Akiji and Akainu had arranged a decisive battle for the position of Fleet Admiral. The reason the world government recommended Akainu, I believe, lies in his extreme sense of justice, a quality that the world government ardently desires. In contrast, Akiji's interpretation of justice is deemed excessively benevolent by their standards. Xi Bei's culinary exploration. Do you believe the seven warlords system should be abolished? Dottie's gaze was as sharp as a dart. It must be abolished. Xi Bei nodded in understanding. I see. You are more in favor of Qing Xi becoming the marshal. Dottie sighed deeply. Qing Xi's sense of justice is in complete opposition to that of the world government. If he were to ascend to the position of marshal, it would undoubtedly give rise to voices advocating for the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Even when Smoker was in Logtown, he could not abide by the conduct of the Shichibukai. A pirate is a pirate. How could they possibly be deemed legitimate? The Shichibukai system only serves to embolden them further. Humph, isn't the Alabasta incident enough to illustrate this point? Xi Bei inquired. Are you aware of how Crocodile's true identity was exposed? Dottie Dunn paused, turning to gaze at Xi Bei, a look of surprise crossing his face. Did the newspaper not report it? He replied. The world government unveiled Crocodile's conspiracy, which led to the revocation of his title as one of the seven warlords, subsequently imprisoning him in Impel Down. Xi Bei, seemingly infused with an inexplicable vigor, burst into a fit of laughter, rhythmically slapping his thigh. The world government, in its clumsy endeavors, manages to astound with its unparalleled ability to suppress information and distort truth. Were it not for the emergence of the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocodile's nefarious scheme to seize the kingdom would likely have succeeded long ago. What has the world government accomplished? Alas, nothing of significance. Even Smoker, the sole possessor of the truth, finds his voice stifled by the rank of a mere naval commodore. It is no wonder that Smoker strives so fervently to ascend the ranks, yearning for greater power to effectuate change in this absurd system. Pirates engage in, while the world government shamelessly steps forth to claim the accolades. Xi Bei found it utterly amusing. Dottie, looking perplexed, asked, What are you laughing at? Xi Bei replied, Did I laugh? I don't recall laughing. He then composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he gestured earnestly. You know, I truly admire Crocodile, that Sandy Crocodile. He is indeed a master of crisis management. His strategies are intricately interwoven, winning the hearts of many. If not for a streak of misfortune, he would have long ascended to the throne of Alabasta. Whenever I think of him, I can't help but recall Doflamingo. The two of them are a perfect match. Dottie, struggling to keep pace with Xi Bei's thoughts, felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Xi Bei express admiration for Crocodile, his brow furrowing slightly. Xi Bei noticed the change in Dottie's expression. What? Disgust? Did you not claim to harbor no hatred for pirates? Dottie lowered his voice, resolutely stating. But I never claimed to admire them either. Xi Bei, you are a bounty hunter. How can you hold in esteem one who seeks to usurp a nation? Are you aware that Alabasta nearly faced annihilation because of him? He is now imprisoned in Impel Down, a fate he rightfully deserves. He shall never emerge from there in this lifetime. You might be disappointed, for Crocodile is no longer in Impel Down. He roams the new world, sailing the same seas as us. Xi Bei disregarded Dottie's astonishment, resting his hands behind his head as he continued. Moreover, I never claimed Crocodile as innocent. To discuss the matter objectively, he is indeed quite capable. Besides, do you not also hold a certain respect for the red-haired pirates? Dottie fell silent, rendered speechless. Xi Bei waved his hand, opting not to dwell on the matter. You mentioned your desire to reunite with your old friend Smoker. Yet let us not forget the significant events that transpired in Mariawa, of which you were present. Would it not be rather reckless to proceed directly to the G5 naval base? Upon Xi Bei's mention of Mariawa, Dadito felt a sharp pang of unease. If even Dadito were to draw the attention of the world government, what would become of his daughter, even if he successfully rescued her? Would he truly take a young girl of merely 10 years on a perilous journey? Such a notion seems utterly impractical. Dadito gazed at the recording pointer, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Xi Bei, seizing the moment, inquired, Have you ever considered conspiring with me? Dottie was taken aback. Xi Bei continued to urge. It just so happens that our team is in need of a sharpshooter with exceptional marksmanship, and your culinary skills are an even rarer asset. Mary Geos is no ordinary place. Having stirred such considerable turmoil there, we are certain to attract the attention of the world government. You cannot escape, even if you disregard your own safety. You must consider your daughter, Kayla. Are you truly willing to have her, a mere child, constantly on the run? Dottie pondered in silence, lost in thought. Xi Bei understands that haste makes waste. Such matters cannot be rushed, and it is imperative to afford Dottie the time for contemplation. Now that they have arrived in this new world, with Bonnie still in slumber, there exists a possibility that once she awakens, she may choose to part ways with Xi Bei in this vast ocean. Regardless of his reluctance, Xi Bei has no justification to impede her departure. Therefore, he must prepare for the future. Should he manage to recruit Dottie into their ranks, even if Bonnie were to truly leave, Xi Bei would still have a companion for conversation and camaraderie. Moreover, Dottie possesses a wealth of experience, exceptional adaptability, and commendable marksmanship. Having such a teammate would ensure mutual support in all endeavors. Xi Bei leaned against the wall as he made his way to the door, then opened it to behold the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. He inhaled a deep breath of fresh air before settling down on the ground. First, let us rescue your daughter. Dottie smiled with satisfaction, remarking that this vessel seems a tad too small to accommodate so many people. Xi Bei chuckled as well, turning around to gesture as if counting money. What's the big deal? As long as there's money, it suffices. The two exchanged knowing laughter, signifying a tacit understanding between them. Following that, Dottie inquired, can we truly reach her in time to save Kaya? Xi Bei removed his cloak and sat naked by the door, embracing the sea breeze, revealing his powerful pectoral and abdominal muscles. He gazed at the splashing waves upon the sea's surface, and it was only now that many things became clear to him. If one chooses not to act, then do not act. However, once the decision to proceed is made, one must cast aside all burdens of thought and refrain from looking back or second-guessing. Xi Bei's fingers crackled as he spoke. Are you familiar with the saying, waiting by the stump for a rabbit? Since those traffickers, whom we have yet to encounter, intend to abduct Kayla to the slave auction, let us proceed directly to the auction house and await their arrival. Daddy chuckled wryly and remarked, are you planning to cause another uproar? Xi Bei feigned a troubled expression, lamenting, we must devise a way to procure some funds. Otherwise, how shall we modify our modest vessel? As you have observed, this ship moves as sluggishly as a tortoise and is rather cramped, necessitating a considerable expenditure for renovations. We currently lack the time to capture pirates for their bounties. However, if we make our way to the slave auction, we should be able to acquire the money we need. But how shall we proceed? Xi Bei nonchalantly remarked, just take it. Would you prefer to borrow? Dottie burst into a fit of laughter, acknowledging the undeniable truth that those buyers must be carrying a considerable amount of Bailey. He then cast a glance at Bonnie and inquired, have you made your decision? What is her stance? Yet Bonnie lay in a state of unconsciousness, rendering her unable to voice any opinion. Xi Bei waved her hand, asserting her authority. She listens to me. Dottie chuckled, aye, Captain. The small vessel chugged across the surface of the sea, swiftly advancing towards the island known as the wetland forest. The overall visage of the wetland forest is an elliptical island with a diameter of 300 kilometers, featuring a harbor on each cardinal direction. Within the island lie three major zones, one dedicated to culinary delights, another to merriment, and the last serving as a resettlement area. Beyond these the remainder is composed of various forested areas. This place evokes the sensation of a city nestled within the embrace of nature, boasting a bustling populace comparable to that of the Hainua Islands, where pirates and hunters congregate. Naturally, naval forces also arrive to reap the rewards. Yet the wetland forest stands as a neutral territory, preventing the Navy from apprehending pirates within its confines. Those who manage to traverse to the New World and find their way to the wetland forest are anything but ordinary. In summary, this enigmatic locale is a veritable melting pot of characters. The crew of Xi Bei traversed the vast ocean, following the compass for an entire until they finally arrived at the western harbor of the wetland forest as dusk descended. Within the gaze of Xi Bei, dozens of vessels, both large and small, were anchored, pirate ships, merchant vessels, and several opulent cruise liners. Daddy moored their small boat alongside the multitude of ships. Xi Bei stood at the door and said, Bonnie has yet to awaken, and her condition may not be promising. I will head to the shore to inquire about the situation and see if I can find a doctor to examine Bonnie's injuries. She is the only one familiar with this place. If she remains motionless, it will be challenging for us to seek help. Dottie handed the cloak to Xi Bei and nodded. It is perhaps for the best that I remain here to care for her, and I shall not accompany you. With so many pirate ships around, the island must be in chaos. Please, exercise utmost caution. Xi Bei donned his cloak and reassured himself. Recalling that Boney had once mentioned the wetland forest as a neutral zone, he intended merely to gather information regarding the slave auction market. Confident that no harm would befall him, he entrusted Boney to your care, for without her, they would not have arrived at this juncture. She is indeed their great benefactor and should not be overlooked. Dottie, polishing the barrel of his gun, chuckled, "Leave it to me." As a precaution, Xi Bei decided to take along half of the life paper that Boney had given him. Enveloped in his cloak, he disembarked from the western harbor into the wetland forest, traversing a damp and rugged path until he swiftly vanished from Dottie's line of sight. Surrounding the wetland forest was an expanse of woodland, where opulent buildings lay ensconced among the dense trees. Following the path through the thicket, one could glimpse a gathering of formidable figures, each bearing an intimidating demeanor. Many of these individuals were armed with weapons, both knives and guns, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Even the middle-aged vendor selling snack delicacies by the roadside wore a grim expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It felt as though he was surrounded by a cadre of hardened characters. Xi Bei draped his cloak over his head and stepped into the bustling street, weaving through the throngs of people. Due to Xi Bei's relatively diminutive stature, he appeared particularly frail and slender amidst the crowd, rendering him nearly invisible to the passers-by. After all, the individuals surrounding him were all towering figures, each standing well over 2 meters tall, exuding an air of intimidation. In every conceivable way, Xi Bei and these formidable beings seemed to belong to entirely different worlds. On either side of the bustling thoroughfare, an array of eateries lined the street, closely packed together, evoking the atmosphere of a lively food market. Xi Bei's gaze swept past these modest establishments until it finally settled upon a bar, which, by mere appearance, exuded a far greater elegance than the surrounding dining venues. Xi Bei decided to venture into the bar to glean some whispers of gossip. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a signpost positioned beside the door. It read Spider Bar, with a line of smaller text below, a paradise for artists, concluding with a delicate pink heart. Xi Bei scratched his head. The Spider Bar. It felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard of it before. Xi Bei refrained from lingering over the name of the bar and stepped inside with determination. Upon entering, Xi Bei immediately noticed a stage directly ahead, where a group of women stood, performing a melodious ensemble of singing and playing instruments. Beneath the stage, a little girl clutched a set of colorful markers, diligently adding hues to her canvas. Xi Bei chose a seat close to the stage and began to survey her surroundings. The ambience of the Spider Bar was quite captivating. Even an outsider like Xi Bei could sense a profound artistic flair permeating the atmosphere. Xi Bei, filled with curiosity, observed the young girl engrossed in her artistic endeavor. Having barely settled himself, he stood up once more and approached her from behind, secretly scrutinizing the contents on her canvas. Despite her tender, the girl exhibited remarkable artistic talent, compelling even Xi Bei to suppress the urge to applaud her with a thumbs up. On the canvas, a group of women performed at the Spider Bar, depicted with such lifelike precision that one could almost believe the figures would spring to life at any moment. Xi Bei was taken aback. A little girl, whose height barely reached his waist, possessed such remarkable artistic skills. He felt a sense of admiration and thus moved to stand in front of her, eager to glimpse the visage of this prodigious artist. Without lifting her head, the little girl remarked, "You are blocking my view." Xi Bei hurriedly stepped aside, his curiosity piqued, yet mindful not to disrupt the young girl's artistic endeavor. Perhaps his presence had distracted her, for she leapt down from her high stool, stowed her colored pins into her backpack, and resolved to cease her painting. Throughout, she had not cast a single glance in Xi Bei's direction, exhibiting a rather haughty demeanor. Her face bore no trace of emotion. She maintained a stoic expression and called out to the counter, "Bola, I'm hungry. I want chocolate." A head emerged from behind the counter, a woman adorned with a headscarf, her blue curls cascading down her shoulders, framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was Bola, the proprietor of the Spider Bar. Bola gazed at the young girl and remarked, "But you haven't finished your sunbae yet, have you?" The girl stubbornly insisted, "I want chocolate." "Oh, do you wish for chocolate? I have some freshly made right here." At that moment, another woman emerged from behind the counter, appearing even younger than Bola. Likely of a similar age to Xi Bei, and dressed in a chic manner, she wore a fruity t-shirt on top and pure white shorts below, her blonde hair complemented by large round earrings. However, Her t-shirt bore splatters of chocolate-making ingredients, rendering it a patchy sight. Bola, visibly displeased, interjected, "Miss Valentine, those chocolates are meant for the customers." The fashionably attired girl, referred to as Miss Valentine, approached the little girl, cradling a box of confections, and promptly placed it into the young girl's arms. "It's all right. I can make more, miss. After all, the Golden Week is our Spider Bar's grand artist, and we certainly cannot let her down." Having spoken, Miss Valentine noticed Xi Bei standing motionless at the side and immediately approached him with warmth, exclaiming, "Dear guest, would you care to sample the chocolates I crafted myself?" Xi Bei suddenly came to his senses upon hearing the appellations exchanged among these individuals. Xi finally recalled the source of his familiarity with the Spider Bar. This establishment is no ordinary tavern. It is a joint venture by the hunters of the Baroque works. The proprietor, Bora, is a former high-ranking agent under the notorious Crocodile and a distinguished partner of the West Sea's premier bounty hunter, Das. He possesses the powers of a devil fruit and participated in the ill-fated skirmish against the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as in the endeavor to rescue Crocodile. Miss Valentine's Day, the exclusive partner of the Baroque Works' fifth agent, wields the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit known as the Float fruit. She is among the original members seeking the Baroque action plan. The identity of the young painter girl also comes to light. Miss Golden Week, an artist and the exclusive partner of the Baroque Works' third agent, was a key initiator of the Baroque action plan. Although lacking the abilities of a devil fruit, she possesses a unique talent for altering the emotions of her adversaries through her paintbrush and pigments, making her a particularly formidable foe. Even Luffy was once toyed with by this young girl during their encounter in Little Garden. Her powers resemble psychological suggestion, with a mere stroke of color upon another. She can transform their mood and actions. When she initiated the search for the Baroque action plan, Crocodile had just been captured and was momentarily confined in a naval base cell, yet she nearly succeeded in liberating him. To be precise, she had indeed managed to free him, but alas, Crocodile was in a foul mood that day and declined the opportunity to escape. Thus, he chose to remain in the naval base's confines until his transfer to the underwater prison. These individuals are all high-ranking members of Baroque Works, former subordinates of Crocodile. Xi had recently been discussing Crocodile with Dottie, and now he finds himself unexpectedly confronted by the minions of that sand crocodile. It would be wise to vacate such a place. He has pressing matters to attend to. He shall certainly return to tend to business when the opportunity arises. Xi Bei waved his hand and said, "It seems I have wandered into the wrong place. I sincerely apologize." Having uttered these words, Xi Bei turned and departed. The young artist, Miss Golden Week, observed his retreating figure while savoring her chocolate. "Did he settle the bill, Bora?" she inquired. Bora, the shopkeeper, leaned against the counter, resting his chin on one hand, and shook his head in response, "No." Before Xi Bei could exit the bar, he overheard the conversation behind him. Turning around in astonishment, he exclaimed, "I haven't ordered anything yet, so why should I pay?" Miss Golden Week, with a stoic expression, replied, "You viewed my painting. You owe me 1,000 Bailey." Miss Valentine embraced Miss Golden Week, bursting into a fit of exaggerated laughter. "She is our bar's great artist." Miss Golden Week pushed Miss Valentine away, frowning as she remarked, "You are quite filthy." Xi Bei felt deceived. "Hey, I merely took a glance. Must I still pay?" Miss Golden Week extended her hand, palm open. "Indeed, 1,000 belly." Xi Bei tilted his neck and squinted. "I have no money." The shopkeeper of the Bolin, as if performing a sleight of hand, produced a pipe from behind him, placing it between his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. "I see. Then let us settle this debt with labor. Our Valentine's Day hostess is rather inexperienced at decorating chocolates, so you shall remain here to assist. Oh, by the way, that fellow, Mr. Four, seems to have disappeared today. And there is no one to deliver the pizzas. You can take care of that too. Decorating chocolates? And delivering takeout?" Xi Bei slapped his forehead in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Miss Huang Jin stepped closer to Xi Bei, extending her hand. "Pay up, 1,000 Bailey." Wait a moment, he pondered. Staying at the Spider Bar, he could likely gather a wealth of information. After all, Xi Bei had entered with the intent to seek knowledge, and in this unfamiliar place, devoid of resources, leaving now would lead him nowhere. Furthermore, delivering takeout would allow him to meander around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Very well, let's proceed with that plan. Xi Bei shifted the tone of the conversation, gravely stating, "Please allow me to assist you." Miss Valentine's Day, her forehead glistening with sweat, wore a rather unnatural expression pondering. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Hey, Bora, are you truly willing to let him assist? I certainly do not want him casually handling the chocolates I painstakingly crafted. Bora, the shop owner, rapped the counter with his pipe, nonchalantly responding. Haven't you always desired someone to aid with the icing? However, Bora interrupted, saying, enough, it is settled. Even if you do not want him to touch the chocolates, someone must deliver the pizzas. The resettlement center and the amusement park have ordered numerous pizzas from our establishment today. With Mr. Four absent, he must assist with the delivery. By the way, you handed the guest chocolates to Miss Golden Week. Is there still time to chat here? You must be aware of who that guest is. Failing to provide the chocolates may very well lead to the closure of Spider Bar. Hurry and get to work. Oh. Miss Valentine's Day pouted and walked into the pastry shop. Miss Golden Week stood before Xi Bei, still extending her hand, her expression unchanged. 1,000 Bailey. Xi Bei, feeling a throbbing headache, remarked, I have already committed to the work. Why must you still demand 1,000 belly? Miss Golden Week, with the temperament of a young girl, stubbornly nodded her head, implying that regardless of her employment, the payment of 1,000 belly was non-negotiable. This seemed utterly unreasonable to Xi Bei, who recognized the communication barrier he faced with this childlike individual. He turned to the shopkeeper, Bora, seeking her intervention in this matter. Bora, a mature and sensible woman, discerned the exasperation in Xi Bei's eyes and said, Great artist, isn't your paint nearly depleted? At that moment, Miss Golden Week experienced a moment of clarity, her face finally registering an expression. Without warning, she dashed out of the Spider Bar. Xi Bei was puzzled about where the young girl was headed all alone. The proprietor of the shop, seemingly attuned to Xi Bei's thoughts, reassured him, Do not worry, she is merely off to purchase some paint. Otherwise, once the shop closes, she won't be able to create her artwork tonight. By your appearance, it seems you have recently arrived at the wetland forest, am I correct? What is your name? Xi Bei? He replied. The shopkeeper then set aside his pipe and gestured towards the pastry shop, advising, Please, go inside and assist Miss Valentine's Day with the frosting. I will prepare the pizzas. I shall call for you when it is time for delivery. With that, the shopkeeper turned to leave. Xi Bei immediately called out, But I am not familiar with the way. The shopkeeper, Bora, without turning around, replied, No worries, Miss Valentine will accompany you and conveniently deliver the chocolates to the guests. Xi Bei swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before pushing open the door to the dessert shop. Upon hearing the sound, Miss Valentine's glanced back at Xi Bei, but chose to ignore him. Inside, a rich aroma of cream lingered in the air, mingling with a hint of... The tables were adorned with an array of chocolate molds, bowls, and thermometers, while a stove stood in the corner, completing the scene. Xi Bei had never crafted chocolate. Naturally, he was also inept at icing. Thus, upon entering the room, he stood frozen by the door, his gaze fixated on the industrious Miss Valentine's Day, who was tirelessly engaged in her work. In the original narrative, this woman was portrayed as somewhat cruel, egotistical, and lacking depth. However, upon encountering her in person, Xi Bei discovered that she possessed redeeming qualities. Particularly, as he observed Miss Valentine's Day meticulously creating chocolate, her earnest and focused demeanor captivated him. Xi Bei increasingly reflects on the allure of a woman who embodies sincerity and dedication. Her beauty is indeed captivating. On Valentine's Day, Miss Valentine donned a pair of extraordinarily short shorts, leaving her long, slender legs entirely exposed before Xi Bei's gaze. Upon careful comparison, he noted that Bonnie's legs exuded a sense of vitality and resilience, whereas Miss Valentine's legs, in their striking pallor, resembled flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, delicate and gentle in their demeanor. Xi Bei tends to favor the untamed beauty embodied by Bonnie. On Valentine's Day, Miss suddenly sensed a gaze lingering upon her, prompting her to turn around cautiously. What are you staring at? Xi Bei shrugged, tilting his head to one side, his words few and precious. The Valentine's Day Miss inquired, Can you decorate cakes? Xi Bei shook his head. Even if you could, I would not permit you to touch my chocolate. Xi Bei sat leisurely, plopping down onto the chair with one leg crossed over the other, slowly admiring the graceful silhouette of the woman before him. He remained in this position for half an hour. Unbeknownst to him, Xi Bei had drifted into slumber, even beginning to snore. Just as he had barely entered the realm of dreams, Miss Valentine's Day abruptly nudged him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Xi Bei sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, assuming a combat stance. The Valentine's Day Miss indignantly inquired, Why are you sleeping in my dessert shop? Are you not here to work? Recently, Xi Bei has been in a state of heightened tension, so when abruptly awakened, his reaction was quite pronounced. Upon regaining his composure, he realized he had dozed off in the pastry shop, enveloped by a delightful aroma of milk, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "But you haven't allowed me to do anything." Just then, Miss Valentine's Day opened the door and said, "Bola is calling for you." Xi Bei removed the cloak that adorned his head, revealing his visage. "Are you delivering pizza?" The Valentine's Day Miss retorted with irritation. What else could it be? Xi Bei slapped his cheeks, feeling considerably more awake, and then followed Miss Valentine's Day out of the dim sum shop. There, he observed the proprietor, Bora, stacking a multitude of paper boxes on the counter, each brimming with pizzas ordered by patrons. Each box bore the address and name of its respective customer. Bora clapped his hands and declared, "This is it. Everything must be delivered tonight." Xi Bei gazed at the counter laden with an abundance of pizza boxes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Have those fellows nothing else to eat if they ordered so many pizzas? Do you really deliver such a staggering quantity of pizzas to Spider Bar every single day?" Xi Bei spoke as he made his way to the counter. The stack of cardboard boxes towered precariously high, and he had grown too weary to count the number of pizzas destined for delivery. Merely gazing at the overwhelming sight left him feeling fatigued, as he estimated that it would require several trips back and forth to complete the deliveries. However, the addresses for the pizza deliveries were distinctly categorized. To the left, a pile was designated for the Joyful Park, while the stack on the right was meant for the resettlement center. Xi Bei contemplated the futility of toiling here for an entire night, especially considering that Daddy and Bonnie awaited him on the small boat. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to return and have a word with Daddy, lest he suffer the agony of waiting in vain. Moreover, Bonnie's injuries necessitated his urgent search for a physician. "By the way, might I inquire if there are any doctors in the vicinity?" The tavern owner, puzzled, responded, "What do you need a doctor for?" "Well, a friend of mine sustained some injuries prior to my arrival here, so I came in search of a physician. I entered the bar earlier to gather some information. Given the abundance of pizzas that require delivery tonight, you must be quite busy. My friend's condition is rather severe and cannot afford to wait. How about this? Let me locate a doctor first, and then I shall return to assist you with the pizza deliveries." The tavern owner shook his head in refusal, stating, "That won't do." Upon witnessing the proprietor of the Bora establishment's resolute demeanor, Xibe's expression darkened. He was confident that should he choose to depart forcefully, these individuals would not be able to impede him. However, with the slave auction yet to be located and Bonnie's injuries requiring urgent attention, creating a disturbance in this neutral territory would undoubtedly be unwise. Just as Xibe hesitated on whether to confront the situation directly, the Bora proprietor unexpectedly remarked, "There is a doctor at the resettlement center, but first, you must accompany Miss Valentine's Day to deliver chocolate to the guests. Afterwards, she can guide you to the physician." Noticing a slight improvement in the proprietor's attitude, Xibe restrained his frustration, though dissatisfaction lingered within him. Was saving a life truly less significant than delivering chocolate? This time, the Bora proprietor fell silent. Miss Valentine's Day interjected, "Of course. Do you have any idea what sorts of individuals our guests are? This is the wetland forest, one of the few neutral territories in the New World, teeming with notorious pirates and naval officers from across the globe, as well as unsavory characters from the dark underworld. Each faction is not one we can afford to offend lightly." The Bora proprietor placed his pipe between his lips and asserted confidently, "This area is known as the Culinary City, responsible for all dining within the wetland forest. As long as there are patrons placing orders, we must exert every effort to ensure that their meals are delivered safely into their hands. This is the rule of the Culinary City. Those who disregard the rules should not expect to survive in this realm." Xi Bei was taken aback. In the vast expanse of the New World, a neutral zone is exceedingly rare, and should such a haven, populated by formidable individuals, lack rules, it would inevitably descend into utter lawlessness. The ramifications for the local industry would be dire, resulting in severe financial losses. Given that the wetland forest is recognized as a neutral zone in the New World, it must possess substantial backing. Who would dare to flout the rules? The owner of the bolus establishment nodded towards Miss Valentine and remarked, "Do not worry. To find a doctor at the resettlement center, one must pass through the Joyful Grounds. Miss Valentine's chocolates are destined for the Joyful Grounds, and you can deliver the pizza together with her. It's a win-win situation." Miss Valentine entered the pastry shop, changed into a pristine Western-style dress, and emerged from the bar with a box of chocolates, not pausing for Xi Bei. He had been counting on her to guide him. If she were to vanish, how would he ever locate a doctor? Xi Bei did not linger any longer to argue with the owner of the Bora shop and swiftly hurried outside. The Bora shop owner suddenly called out, "Hey, cloaked fellow, don't forget to take the pizza with you." Without uttering a word, Xi Bei swiftly departed the bar, clutching the stack of pizza boxes destined for the amusement park, and hurried after Miss Valentine. The two moved in tandem through the streets, neither daring to break the silence. The dining precinct resembled a bustling snack street, replete with bars, restaurants, and CAFs, while performers showcased their culinary skills with flamboyant fried rice dishes in hopes of captivating passers-by. Meanwhile, some enterprising merchants without storefronts resorted to setting up stalls by the roadside, selling everything from cigars to coffee beans. The nightlife in the neutral zone of the New World is indeed a vibrant tapestry of experiences. Xi Bei gazed at the dazzling array of snacks, unable to suppress the salivation that welled up within him. The Valentine's Day Miss regarded Xi Bei as if he were invisible, striding ahead on her own, while he obediently trailed behind. The two of them meandered through the bustling snack street for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally reaching its end. Beyond that point lay the amusement park. The food court and the amusement park were distinctly separated. No food stalls were permitted within the confines of the amusement park. To do so would be to breach the established rules, and once such a violation occurred, one could no longer find a foothold in the wetland forest. Thus, anyone familiar with the locale would refrain from courting trouble. Xi Bei suddenly approached Miss Valentine with curiosity, inquiring, "Isn't the amusement park just ahead? Can't you see it for yourself?" The attitude of this young lady leaves much to be desired. Xi Bei mused. I had imagined that the joyful park would resemble an amusement park, yet something seems amiss. Observe the surroundings, festooned with decorations, imparting an almost ethereal ambience. And have you not noticed the air, infused with a peculiar scent of perfume that is rather pungent? The Valentine's Day Miss stifled her laughter, emitting a series of trademark exaggerated giggles. As she strolled, she turned to tease Xi Bei, an amusement park? Everyone here is a cold-blooded killer. Do you truly believe such a place is suitable for them? Look closely, the streets are lined with women. Do you still fail to grasp the true essence of joy? Indeed, scattered about were numerous women adorned in heavy makeup. Xi Bei had just found it peculiar, but upon hearing Miss Valentine's words, he suddenly came to a realization. Joyous laughter filled the air. For those who spent their days battling on the high seas, what could bring greater delight than seeking solace in the embrace of a woman? This is a place of merriment, a sanctuary for men's revelry. A term suddenly sprang to Xi Bei's mind. Red light district. The Valentine's Day lady, with a sidelong glance, meticulously observed the expression gracing Xi Bei's countenance. Any man consumed by desire would undoubtedly lose himself within such a realm. The Valentine's Day lady had encountered countless individuals of this ilk, particularly those who incessantly clamored for the discovery of a great treasure. Each appeared to be filled with ambition and fervor, yet the moment they set foot in this domain, they became utterly entranced by the women lining the streets, forsaking their noble quests for the treasure. Those who could master their desires were undoubtedly exceptional individuals, true exemplars of strength. Xi Bei, with his frail demeanor, hardly seemed like a formidable character. Thus, the Valentine's Day lady concluded that he would surely succumb to the allure of the street women, rendered utterly obedient. However, Xi Bei maintained an air of tranquility throughout his journey, exuding a demeanor of indifference. It was merely a red light district, after all. Xi Bei, being an elite nurtured by mob, could hardly be so easily swayed. Unless the streets were lined with the likes of the formidable Empress Hancock, he would remain impervious to their charms. Xi Bei once again expressed his sentiment, remarking that this neutral zone is indeed remarkably neutral. Xi Bei continued to inquire, "Whom, pray tell, are these chocolates intended for?" Miss Valentine halted her steps, pausing before a nightclub named Haven. This establishment stood in stark contrast to the surrounding venues, exuding a sense of decorum. There were no women loitering at its entrance, and its architectural style bore a hint of antiquity, characterized by black tiles and red bricks. A wrought iron fence encircled the premises, and the women lingering nearby dared not approach the austere and reserved facade of this building. Miss Valentine approached the iron gate and pushed it open. Once inside, you shall discover the truth. Xi Bei entered, holding 2 pizzas in his hands. However, as soon as he stepped through the iron gate, he sensed a fleeting shadow passing behind him. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, yet he refrained from turning around. Discreetly glancing to the side, the Valentine's Day Miss remained oblivious to any irregularity. Xi Bei stood still, vigilant of his surroundings. Miss Valentine's Day observed Xi Bei's anxious demeanor and urged, "What are you standing there for? I advise you to stay closely behind me and not lose track, otherwise. If the bodyguards here catch a glimpse of your furtive behavior, they might assume you are here to cause trouble. Your well-being is of no concern to me. But do not implicate me in any way." Xi Bei narrowed his eyes and remained silent. The Valentine's Day miss, noticing Xi Bei's in action, turned around to face him and taunted, "What is your problem? Are you so weak-kneed at the sight of those women that you can't move? I've encountered your type numerous times. If it weren't for Bora asking me to bring you along, I wouldn't allow you to linger behind. If you don't wish to leave, then hurry up and get lost, instead of standing here like a fool." Xi Bei coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid death, silence is your best option." The Valentine's Day miss wore a grim expression, her teeth clenched in anger. "Let me show you a proper lesson." Xi Bei gestured for a pause, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Do not act impulsively. I fear I may inadvertently strike you dead. If you were to perish, who would accompany me in seeking a physician? Furthermore, I believe that if you insist on reprimanding me, you might first consider the situation behind you." Miss Valentine's Day was momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning around. There, standing nearly 2 paces behind her, was a colossal figure towering over 3 meters in height, hands clasped behind his back. The imposing physique of this giant rendered his black suit seemingly on the verge of bursting, its fabric taut and giving off a weighty presence akin to a mountain. Moreover, one side of his face was obscured by a black iron mask, concealing his true visage entirely. He bore an uncanny resemblance in stature to the sea beast, Ili. Xi Bei felt a sense of oppression. The shadow that had just darted past him should indeed belong to the burly man. Xi Bei stood with utmost vigilance, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the burly figure before him. This bodyguard, clad in an imposing demeanor, had suddenly appeared behind Miss Valentine, startling her the moment she turned around. However, upon recognizing his visage, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, though beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow. She had merely come to deliver chocolates, harboring no ill intentions. Thus she believed the bodyguard would not pose any threat. Yet, the mere sight of him always instilled a sense of dread within her. With a forced smile, Miss Valentine extended the box of chocolates towards the bodyguard. "Mr. Warwick, I am here to deliver chocolates to Queen Tracy." Mr. Warwick barely cast a glance in her direction. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on Xi Bei as he responded, "Queen Tracy is not present at the moment. She has gone to the resettlement center to select dancers. Before she left, she instructed that you should make another trip to deliver the chocolates. She will be waiting for you at the auction house." Instantly, a wave of relief washed over Miss Valentine. As long as she did not have to face the imposing Warwick any longer, making an extra trip was of little consequence. Complying with Mr. Warwick's directive, she took several steps back while bowing respectfully. "Certainly, I will ensure the chocolates reach Queen Tracy." Just as she turned to leave, Warwick suddenly pointed at Xi Bei and inquired, "Is he a new employee at the Spider Bar? I do not recall seeing him before." Miss Valentine glanced at Xi Bei for a moment, then lowered her head and replied, "Yes, our courier is unavailable, so Paula asked him to assist with the pizza deliveries. He has just arrived at the wetland forest, which is why you may not have encountered him." "Oh, a newcomer. Make sure your proprietor instructs him on the rules here. Next time you see me, he ought to lower his head. Well, I shall let it pass this time. Hurry and deliver the chocolates. Do not keep the queen waiting too long." Miss Valentine dared not raise her gaze to meet Warwick's, merely acquiescing, "Of course, I will go at once." With that, she tugged at Xi Bei's sleeve, signaling him to bow in unison. Xi Bei was unyielding. He stood tall before Warwick, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Merely a bodyguard. Yet he carried himself with an air of superiority, demanding deference. Miss Valentine, witnessing the tense standoff, felt a surge of alarm. Fearing that their unwavering eye contact might provoke Warwick's wrath, she plastered a smile on her face and hastily pulled Xi Bei away from the sanctuary, even as they distanced themselves. She could sense Warwick's discontented glare lingering upon them. Like a startled creature, she quickened her pace, dragging Xi Bei away from the bustling thoroughfare. In the midst of their escape, Miss Valentine exclaimed in exasperation, "Are you courting death? Warwick detests being stared at. Do you wish to endanger us both? Should we encounter him again, remember to bow your head." Xi Bei released the hand of the Valentine's Day miss and exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense. I find him too tall. Why doesn't he crouch down to speak? Do you know who he is?" Xi Bei snorted, "Isn't he just a bodyguard?" Suddenly, Miss Valentine's Day halted, extending a finger to emphasize, "Indeed, Warwick is merely a bodyguard. But do you know whose bodyguard he is? He is the protector of Queen Trisha of the Dark World. Known as Iron Face Warwick, he is the right hand of Queen Trisha. To offend him is to offend her. Remember this well. Oh, the Queen of Joy Street? Xi Bei has no recollection whatsoever. If the Queen of Joy Street were truly that renowned, Xi Bei would undoubtedly remember. Before Xi arrived in this world, the original narrative had yet to introduce any characters from the Dark Realm. Thus, he was entirely unaware of the Queen of Joy Street, Trissy. Nevertheless, given the involvement of the Dark World, Xi remained vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei remarked, "In any case, I have not provoked him. If he wishes to create trouble simply because I cast a glance in his direction, then I shall oblige him. I have no intention of lingering here. The customs of this place are of no interest to me." Miss Valentine was about to respond, when suddenly, a messenger bird soared overhead and dropped a newspaper. Remarkably, the paper landed squarely on Miss Valentine's head. In a fit of irritation, she seized the newspaper and forcefully discarded it onto the ground, stomping on it twice with vigor. Xi Bei was quite curious whether any significant news had been published in the newspapers recently. Given the unfortunate state in which he left Mary Joanna, he was concerned it might affect the original plot. Now that he finally had access to the newspapers, he wished to seize the opportunity to learn more, especially to ascertain whether there was any bounty placed upon his head. Xi Bei picked up the newspaper and meticulously searched for pertinent information. The front page featured an article about the Revolutionary Army, stating that revolutionary plays incited a certain kingdom, leading to the outbreak of war. Xi Bei, disinterested, turned to the second page. Thereupon, he indeed encountered significant news on that very page. General Tao Tu's illicit liaison with pirates had been uncovered. General Cha Tun's sudden defection had occurred, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, Crane, had voluntarily tendered his resignation. Xi Bei was left utterly stunned. The newspaper did not provide a detailed explanation as to why Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit would consort with pirates. It merely contained an illustration depicting Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit after having shed her naval uniform, handcuffed no less. As for Vice Admiral T. Pig, little information was given about his identity and the reasons behind his sudden defection from the naval headquarters. The specific reasons remain unknown to Xi Bei, and the newspapers have provided no clarity. As for Chief Advisor He's voluntary resignation, it raises intriguing questions. At a time when the position of the naval marshal has yet to be determined, the departure of the Chief Advisor suggests that the naval headquarters has likely descended into disarray. What schemes are the Naval High Command truly orchestrating? Xi Bei speculated that these matters were undoubtedly related to Mary Geos. It is possible that Tora has been unfairly blamed. Xi Bei continued to read. In the lower right corner of the newspaper was an image of Bonnie, the gluttonous woman, Jewelry Bonnie, with a bounty of 500 million berries. 500 million? Wait. There were additional words beneath the picture. The second princess of the Aurori Kingdom. Xi Bei clutched his head, utterly bewildered. Bonnie is a princess? This jest is hardly amusing. And what on earth does 500 million berries signify? Is Bonnie truly worth such a fortune? No, this is not the time for delivery. Xi Bei must hasten back to the harbor. What in the world is going on? Xi Bei folded the newspaper and dashed out with the pizza box in hand. Miss Valentine, unaware of the reasons behind his sudden departure, called out loudly, "Where are you going?" "The resettlement area is this way." Xi Bei paid no heed to the cries of the Valentine Estee maiden as he perused the newspaper while sprinting ahead. Indeed, the original storyline has been altered. This must be what is referred to as the butterfly effect. Xi Bei was drenched in cold sweat, murmuring to himself, "This commotion has escalated rather significantly." Preoccupied with his own concerns, he hurried along, inadvertently knocking over several individuals, which provoked a chorus of curses from behind him. Retracing his steps, he dashed back towards the western harbor, and from a distance, he spotted a small boat moored at the shore. Clutching a newspaper in his hand, he rushed onto the vessel. However, upon opening the cockpit, he discovered it to be utterly vacant. Bonnie was nowhere to be found, and Dottie seemed to have vanished as well. Xi Bei, his face etched with confusion, clutched his head and exclaimed, "Where is everyone?" At that moment, a thought struck him. He remembered that he possessed half of Bonnie's life paper. With urgency, he retrieved the paper and placed it in the palm of his hand. Remarkably, the life paper began to move of its own accord, gradually shifting towards a diagonal direction in his palm. The extraordinary nature of this life paper lay in its ability not only to indicate the life signs of its owner, but also to accurately pinpoint their current location. In Xi Bei's hand, this half of the life paper belonged to Bonnie. Thus, By observing the direction in which the paper moved, he reasoned that if he followed that path, he should be able to find Bonnie. Should Bonnie encounter a life-threatening situation, this half of the life paper would begin to self-ignite. However, at present, the intact appearance of the paper suggested that Bonnie had not encountered any danger. After determining his direction, Xi Bei carefully stored the life paper and turned once more towards the three major areas of the wetland forest. However, this time, guided by the life paper, he no longer wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken, thus saving considerable effort. He leapt into the woods, moving swiftly and directly towards the direction indicated by the paper. Upon emerging from the forest onto the street, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar area. He had already visited the three major regions of the wetland forest, the dining city, and the amusement park. Thus, only the population resettlement center remained unexplored. The specific functions of this resettlement center were somewhat unclear to Xi Bei, but if interpreted literally, it should be closely related to the monitoring of human flow. The slave auction house likely constituted a significant part of this region's industrial chain. Xi Bei gazed upon the surrounding scene, observing corpulent merchants with prominent features, leading young and beautiful maidens tethered by ropes as they navigated the streets. Each maiden bore a circular collar around her neck, her countenance pallid and devoid of vitality, trailing obediently behind the merchants with not a hint of resistance. As docile as a pet, naturally, it was not solely women who were bound by these merchants. Men were also present, and judging by their attire, they appeared to hold the rank of captains. They were slaves purchased by the merchants at the auction block. The reason why Xi Bei is so resolute is that these captives share a commonality. Each of them bears a circular collar around their necks. If memory serves Xi Bei correctly, these collars are designed to detonate. Should any of the slaves dare to disobey or attempt to flee, the collars will explode. Once ensnared by such a device, most individuals are left with no choice but to resign themselves to their fate. Even the pirate captains are not exempt. Now, Xi Bei has finally confirmed that the population resettlement center serves as a hub for human trafficking, with the auction house situated not far away. Xi Bei draped his cloak over his head and brushed past merchants laden with their wares. At that moment, he overheard their conversations by the roadside. "Ah, Fikes, you've certainly splurged today, haven't you?" "Oh, just a trifle. I heard there were several captains at the midnight auction, so I hurried over to take a look. But who would have guessed it would all be such low-grade merchandise? I thought I might find some formidable pirate captains in the New World. Yet the highest bounty was merely 44 million berries, hardly impressive. Didn't you purchase a captain with a bounty of 70 million berries last time you were here? Are you still not satisfied?" Among the merchants was one named Fikes, who had an especial penchant for collecting captains of the enslaved. His expenditures on captains had reached nearly 1 billion berries, yet each captain he acquired met a grim fate. He often idled away his time forcing the captains to perform various spectacles, deriving immense pleasure from watching them cavort like monkeys before him, a rather peculiar obsession. Many captains, unable to endure such indignity, began to resist. However, they all met a gruesome end. Their neck rings detonated, leaving them disfigured. Thus far, none of the captains in Fikes' collection had survived the humiliation and lived to tell the tale. Today, he had purchased 2 captains at the auction, one boasting a bounty of 44 million berries, which he secured for 54 million berries, an exorbitant 10 million berries over the asking price. This clearly indicated his willingness to spend lavishly on captives. The mention of the captain with a 70 million berry bounty ignited Fikes' ire. That wretched scum dared to defy me, his master, and sought to take us both down. I had him blown to bits on the spot. Slaves should know their place. I spent 90 million berries on him. Damn it, have I been spending too recklessly lately? Upon my return, I must devise a way to properly train this lot of worthless trash. With that, Fikes turned and kicked the captain behind him several times, evidently using his newly acquired captive as a punching bag. The pirate captain, despite appearing fearsome and brawny, cowered on the ground with his arms clutching his head, submissively enduring the punishment without a hint of resistance. After all, this pirate had once held the title of captain and had experienced his fair share of battles, as evidenced by the scars etched across his face. Yet now, he found himself bent low before a rotund merchant. Upon witnessing the scene, Xi Bei felt a sense of unease. After kicking several times, Fikes became somewhat fatigued, panting heavily. He then turned to glance at Xi Bei and inquired, "What are you staring at, kid?" Xi Bei remained silent, spitting on the ground before turning to leave. While the merchant was indeed contemptible, the pirates were scarcely any better. Sympathy, though present, did not incite him to rage. He was burdened with a plethora of his own troubles and had neither the time nor the inclination to deal with such scoundrels. Having resolved to embrace the life of a pirate, he understood that no matter the perilous situations he encountered, complaints were to be utterly forsaken. Such was the unwritten code of the sea. Xi Bei, disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, finds himself beset by provocations. As a merchant of considerable repute, Felix is met with smiles from all who encounter him. Yet Xi Bei, in a display of insolence, audaciously spits upon the ground. Accustomed to his own arrogance, Felix cannot abide such disrespect. Thus, he strides forward, placing a hand upon Xi Bei's shoulder. "Little imp," he remarks, "it seems you harbor some discontent towards me, do you not?" Xi Bei felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. He stood still, not turning around. Felix gripped Xi Bei's shoulder. Noting how unnaturally frail his frame was, which only served to bolster Felix's confidence, he tightened his grasp, pressing down on Xi Bei's shoulder blade, letting out a sinister chuckle. "Who would have thought that a little brat like you would show up here? Do you even know where you are? Hey, brat, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me? How dare you act so disrespectfully in my presence? Do you have any idea who I am?" As Felix spoke, he slowly placed his hand atop Xi Bei's head and continued, "How about this? If you kneel down and apologize, I might just consider letting you go. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha ha ha." Another merchant quickly chimed in. "Brat, since you've offended Felix, don't think you can escape easily. You should kneel and apologize to Felix right away. Preserving your life is far more important than anything else, wouldn't you say?" With flattery from those nearby, Felix's laughter grew ever more reckless. Without turning his head, Xi Bei slowly raised his hand to touch the crown of his head, then seized the robust arm of Fikes. Fikes, with his brows arched in disdain, was oblivious to Xi Bei's intentions. In an instant, Xi Bei exerted force, gripping tightly until the bones in Fikes' hand shattered. Before Fikes could utter a cry of agony, Xi Bei grasped his arm and executed a shoulder throw, crashing Fikes' entire body onto the ground before him, fracturing the concrete beneath him. Fikes gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. Only after Fikes was rendered incapacitated did Xi Bei coldly proclaim, "Do not touch me." A nearby merchant, his eyes widening in disbelief, pointed at Xi Bei and stammered, "You are finished. Fikes is an economic partner of the esteemed Feld. You have assaulted Fikes. Feld will not spare you." The surrounding slaves were left aghast by the spectacle. The pirate captain, who had previously been on the receiving end of several kicks from Fikes, exhibited remarkable cleverness, scrambling to Xi Bei's side the moment Fikes fell. Clinging to Xi Bei's leg, he wept profusely, pleading, "I beg you, save me. I will never be a pirate again. The New World is no place for a human." With the captain's lead, the other slaves rushed to Xi Bei's side as well. The high-hatted merchant, sensing the dire turn of events, bellowed, "You worthless scum. How dare you disregard me, your master? This brat is Harnfeld's associate, and he cannot protect himself, yet you seek his aid? It seems I must teach you a lesson." As his words fell, the high-hatted merchant pressed a button. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds resonated from the group of slaves. This sound was akin to a death knell. Upon hearing the beeping, the slaves scattered, leaving a young woman standing in the center. She appeared to be no older than 20, her beauty not striking but refreshingly unique. With waist-length sea-blue hair and clad in a semi-transparent garment, she appeared ethereal, evoking a sense of longing. This was the attire of a dancer. Typically, those who could be called dancers possessed commendable figures. Yet, tragically, this pitiable woman now bore a collar around her neck. The beeping emanated from the circular device encircling her throat, quickening in tempo. The surrounding slaves, once hopeful for salvation, now crouched down, clutching them, acutely aware that as long as the collar remained, escape was impossible. Soon, the collar would detonate, and the unfortunate dancer would be reduced to a grotesque fate. Xi Bei could not allow such a young and beautiful woman to perish here without cause. He hurriedly rushed to the dancer's side, frantically manipulating the ring. Yet it remained firmly secured, resisting even his strength. The top-hatted merchant laughed heartily, declaring, "It serves you right, since you are but a slave, daring to disobey. I shall show you the consequences." The beeping intensified, signaling an imminent explosion, leaving Xi Bei no time to chastise the merchant. He recalled how the underworld king, Lei, had effortlessly removed the ring with bare hands. Although the precise details eluded him, one certainty remained: it was undoubtedly linked to an overwhelming power. Xi Bei closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the circular device. Beep, beep, beep. Within mere seconds, the ring would detonate. The dancer, her face ashen, shut her eyes in resignation. seemingly having relinquished all hope of survival. The final alarm resonated, a distant and lingering note, signifying that the moment of explosion was imminent. Following the complete disappearance, Xi Bei suddenly opened his eyes, and time seemed to come to a standstill. Even the air ceased its flow. He appeared to be enveloped in an entirely motionless realm, where the expressions on the faces of the surrounding slaves became utterly frozen. Indeed, time had halted. Centered around Xi Bei, everything in proximity to him was suspended in stillness. Simultaneously, he seemed to hear the entire world whispering in his ears. The surrounding forests sang melodiously, the earth beneath his feet breathed deeply, and laughter danced in the air. All things in existence possessed a soul, each articulating its emotions in a unique manner. The laughter in the atmosphere enjoyed drifting among the audience, observing humanity performing like jesters. The furious sea, stained with countless crimson droplets of human blood, seethed with anger. Even the land beneath Xi Bei lamented in sorrow. This was the murmuring of the world's essence. Xi Bei currently finds himself enveloped in a realm of complete stillness, where he listens to the enchanting sounds surrounding him. Clutching his head tightly, he is overwhelmed by the cacophony, which threatens to intrude upon his mental sanctuary. He fears that if these clamorous noises succeed in permeating his consciousness, he may become irrevocably bound to this tranquil space. At this moment, a profound saying echoes in his mind. Stay true to your original intention, and you shall attain your goal. Determined, he strives to calm his thoughts and disregard the symphony of nature around him. Xi Bei took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to caress the circular ring adorning the dancer's neck. In that moment, he heard the ring emit a sinister chuckle, a distinctly mischievous hee-hee-hee. Indeed, it was that very laughter that resonated clearly in Xi Bei's ears. Xi Bei suddenly exerted force, gripping the ring tightly. In that instant, a crisp sound echoed from the ring, silencing the laughter. Time resumed its flow in that fleeting moment. The beep of the alarm had not yet fully concluded, but it was drawing near its end. As Xi Bei fixed his gaze, he noticed that the explosive collar had been removed from the dancer's neck. Instantly regaining his composure, Xi Bei flung the collar away with a swift motion. No sooner had it left his hand than it detonated in midair. The force of the explosion propelled both Xi Bei and the dancer to the roadside. Fortunately, the dancer was finally safe. The deafening sound of the blast attracted a multitude of onlookers, causing the hat merchant to grow anxious. In a state of shock, he stared at Xi Bei and stammered, "No, it cannot be. You managed to remove the slave's collar with your bare hands? How did you accomplish that? Who exactly are you?" Xi Bei rubbed his ear as he rose from the ground, casually picking up a small stone. He could hardly muster the energy to engage in conversation with the top-hatted merchant. With a swift motion, Xi Bei hurled the stone high into the air, catching it deftly in his hand before suddenly flicking it with his thumb. The stone soared like a bullet, striking the merchant squarely in the abdomen and continuing its trajectory unabated, crashing into the building behind him and creating a substantial hole in its facade. The top-hatted merchant could no longer utter a word, collapsing rigidly to the ground. The crowd surrounding the scene grew increasingly larger, comprising pirates, navy personnel, and even a number of henchmen from the underworld. Xi Bei understood that she could not linger here for long, so she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a dancer, who had already removed her slave collar, knelt by the roadside and suddenly reached out to grasp Xi Bei's cloak. Xi Bei looked down. At this moment, the dancer was already in tears, her voice trembling as she said, Thank you for saving me." Xi Bei momentarily lost his focus, then gritted his teeth. He shook off the dancer's hand and departed without uttering a word. How many more innocent women remained in the slave auction house? How many could Xi Bei rescue? This dancer before him was merely fortunate to have crossed paths with Xi Bei, who, by chance, chose to intervene. In truth, Xi Bei had never intended to save anyone. Had it not been for Fikes suddenly blocking his way, he would have surely vanished from sight by now. Xi Bei felt that the dancer need not express her gratitude. As he turned to depart, a crowd, drawn by the sound of an explosion, began to murmur amongst themselves. What has transpired? Who is that cloaked figure? Look! What has befallen Lord Fixes and Lord Kohler? Is it truly happening? This is the wetland forest, a neutral ground in the New World. Who would dare to cause a disturbance here? Moreover, Fixes is a partner of the infamous loan shark Feld from the Dark World. If Fixes has fallen in the wetland forest, Feld is bound to be furious. As the whispers of the onlookers grew louder, they finally succeeded in attracting the attention of Bonnie and Daddy. Bonnie, appearing as a child, was being carried on Daddy's back. The two soon beheld the grim scene before them. Bonnie, placing a hand on her forehead, murmured, I have a dreadful feeling about this. Daddy nodded heavily in agreement. So do I. Bonnie pointed ahead and said in a hushed tone, let us pursue. If it is indeed that individual, I shall not spare him. Does he still wish to save anyone? Daddy shook his head with a wry smile, choosing silence as he hastened forward with Bonnie on his back. After distancing himself from the throngs of people, Xi Bei ventured alone towards the auction house, reflecting on the peculiar sensations he had just experienced. What was the origin of those disparate sounds? Merely listening to them nearly shattered Xi Bei's mental realm. Moreover, the objects surrounding him seemed to freeze entirely, instilling in him a disconcerting illusion of being completely estranged from this world. It felt as though the universe itself was rejecting him, repelling him. Had he succumbed to the allure of those sounds emanating from all things, he surmised he might have been ensnared within that stilled space, gradually merging with nature. Never to escape. Certainly, the peril was tangible, yet remaining in that tranquil realm yielded tremendous insights. He could not only hear the whispers of existence but also grasp the fundamental laws governing the world. From the vastness of the sea to the minutiae of a grain of sand, all possessed life and breathed in unison. As long as Xi Bei could perceive their breath and sense their vitality, he possessed the means to extinguish them. In essence, within that state, Xi Bei held the potential to subvert the very laws of this world, rendering him its antithesis. Thus, the world ensnared him within an entirely still space, isolating him from existence. The relationship between risk and reward is indeed proportional. While he was spurned by this world, he simultaneously stood on the same plane as it. In order to validate his conjecture, Xi Bei paused, closing his eyes to listen intently. Indeed, he endeavored once more to traverse that forbidden realm. Yet, no matter how assiduously he concentrated, that stillness remained elusive. Nevertheless, Xi Bei did not succumb to discouragement, for he understood that the sanctum of the world's laws was not a place one could simply enter at will. Moments ago, in a serendipitous turn of events while rescuing a dancer, he had caught a whisper of the world's secrets, which had granted him a taste of its sweetness. Thus, his heart was a tempest of emotions, filled with trepidation, astonishment, and exhilaration. Just as Xi Bei lingered in the enchanting realm that rendered time inconsequential, he suddenly felt a gentle tap upon his shoulder. Xi Bei was instantly awakened. Xi Bei did not look back. Instead, he seized the hand resting on his shoulder and executed a shoulder throw. What? Daddy's expression shifted from bewilderment to a swift descent as he was cast to the dust swirling around him. At that moment, Xi Bei finally realized that the person who had patted his shoulder was none other than Dadi. Hastily, he assisted Dadi to his feet. As Dadi stood up and dusted off his clothes, Xi Bei began to reproach him. Oh dear, how careless of you. You walk without making a sound. Why on earth would you tap me from behind? Dadi, his face flushed with embarrassment, suppressed his irritation and replied. I called your name several times, yet you stood there in a daze. I thought you had heard me. Xi Bei chuckled apologetically. Did you call for me? I didn't hear you. I was just pondering where you and Bonnie had gone. I didn't see you on the ship and was quite worried, thinking you might have encountered some trouble. Dottie, with a hint of confusion, replied, Didn't you go to gather some information? At Dottie's prompting, Xi Bei recalled the news from the newspaper, which reported that Bonnie's bounty had soared to 500 million, claiming she was the second princess of some kingdom. Xi Bei intended to confront Bonnie for clarification but glanced around and noticed her absence. By the way, where is Bonnie? Isn't she with you? No sooner had he spoken than Bonnie's voice rang out. Are you blind? I'm right here. Upon hearing a sound, Xi Bei lowered his gaze. He beheld Bonnie transformed into the likeness of a little girl, crouching at his feet. Due to her diminutive stature after the transformation, coupled with her squatting position, she was almost imperceptible, causing Xi Bei to completely overlook her presence. Suddenly, Bonnie sprang to her feet, pointed her finger, and poked Xi Bei's waist with force, exclaiming in indignation, Are you still worried about us causing trouble? You can't even manage yourself. Tell me, have you meddled again? Were those two scoundrel merchants dealt with by you? Xi Bei clutched his head, feigning ignorance. I do not comprehend your words. Has someone been harmed? Cease your charade, Bonnie exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Aside from you, I cannot fathom who else would dare to cause a disturbance in this. You are here to rescue someone. Yet that young girl has already been dispatched to the auction house. We intended to save her en route, but unexpectedly, this matter has become entangled with the Queen of Joy Street, which complicates things rather significantly. Once again, the Queen of Joy Street? Xi Bei pondered. Are you referring to Chartreuse? Bonnie rested her chin on her hand, her expression grave. Indeed, this woman is rather formidable. She is a powerful figure in the underbelly of the dark world, controlling all the red light districts of the New World. I had previously been perplexed as to why a mere human girl, seemingly of little value, would warrant such considerable effort from traffickers to deliver her to the auction house. It turns out that the Queen of Joy Street seeks to replenish her dancers. Replenish her dancers? Xi Bei suddenly recalled that during his previous encounter with Miss Valentine while delivering chocolates, they had met the bodyguard, Warwick, who had indeed mentioned that Stracy intended to select dancers for the population relocation lock screening. So, this was how it was. Xi Bei exclaimed in anger. But Kayla is merely a young girl, scarcely in her teens. How can she become a dancer? Bonnie retorted with conviction. Every young girl will eventually grow up. And this transitional period is the most opportune time for her development. With the guidance and indoctrination from Tracy, the young girl can indeed become an exceptional dancer, ultimately benefiting Tracy until she is cast aside. Enough. Stop speaking, Daddy shouted, gripping his head tightly. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue Kayla. I shall not allow her to become a mere commodity for those illicit individuals. No, time is of the essence. I must go now. The urgency of the situation had caused Xi Bei to completely disregard Bonnie's news of it. The immediate priority was to save Daddy's daughter. If Bonnie's analysis was accurate, then Xi Bei would need to wrest Kayla from the grasp of the Queen of Joy Street. Judging by the brash demeanor of the bodyguard Warwick, it was evident that the Queen of Joy Street was no ordinary adversary, likely surrounded by formidable experts. Perhaps the Queen herself was a powerful force to be reckoned with. To charge in recklessly would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Xi Bei quickly grasped Dottie's arm and declared resolutely, "Hold on. Since I have promised you, I shall undoubtedly rescue Kyer. Dottie, trust me. Do not forget, you are now my companion. How could I possibly stand idly by while your daughter is taken to be a dancer?" "Companion?" Bonnie inquired with a hint of confusion. "I was not aware of this." Xi Bei waved his hand. "Oh dear, now is not the time to dwell on this. Hasn't the auction already commenced?" Bonnie pondered for a moment and replied, "The young girl has only just been brought here. The previous auction has just concluded. She should be arranged for the midnight auction, which will commence shortly." "So, what will you do?" Xi Bei stood with his arms crossed, deep in contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Miss Valentine's Day approaching, cradling a box of chocolate. Upon seeing her, a cunning idea sparked in Xi Bei's mind. This might be the perfect opportunity to draw closer to the Queen of Joy Street, without a doubt. Did she not have a fondness for chocolates? Thus, he resolved that he would deliver the chocolates himself. Not only would this allow him to approach the Queen of Joy Street, but it would also enable him to investigate the situation. A close encounter with her could indeed aid in his mission to save someone. With this thought in mind, Xi Bei raised his hand and called out, "Oh, Miss Valentine's Day. Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Miss Valentine's Day, a former member of the Baroque Working Society, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Xi Bei's cheeky demeanor. Earlier, Xi Bei had abruptly fled with a pizza box, leaving the patrons who had ordered pizzas at the amusement venue without their meals, and undoubtedly, the Spider Bar would face the ire of disgruntled customers as a result. She had long deemed Xi Bei unreliable, yet the owner of the Bolero insisted on having him deliver the pizzas. And now, here they were, enraged. Miss Valentine's Day stormed up to Xi Bei and scolded him fiercely. "You scoundrel, where on earth have you been?" Xi Bei spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it because I'm concerned about my companions? That's why I hurried back to take a look." The Valentine's Day Miss glanced at the two individuals standing beside Xi Bei. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Who are they?" Xi Bei did not intend to provide a detailed introduction, merely offering a cursory remark. "They are the companions I mentioned." At this moment, Miss Valentine suddenly noticed that Xi Bei's hands were empty, and all the pizza boxes from the delivery had vanished. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's the pizza?" "Ah, I have finished it." "Finished it?" Xi Bei nodded, affirming that the taste was indeed delightful. Previously, at the haven of the amusement park, a minor altercation had transpired between Xi Bei and Miss Valentine's Day, exacerbated by a shared glance with his bodyguard, Warwick, which left Miss Valentine's Day in a state of trepidation. Consequently, she had harbored a lingering resentment toward Xi Bei. Now, upon learning that he had devoured all the guests' pizzas, her ire could no longer be contained. With a scowl etched upon her face, she coldly declared, "You scoundrel, I shall make you pay for this." As she charged toward Xi Bei, she abruptly halted, paralyzed by fear before she could reach him. There stood Daddy, an old-fashioned rifle aimed squarely at Miss Valentine's Day's temple. "Do not move." Meanwhile, Bonnie, possessing the physique of a youthful girl, stood with one foot on the elevated step by the roadside, exuding an air of authority. She gazed intently at Miss Valentine's Day, her formidable presence undeniable. After all, Bonnie was an awakened wielder of Conqueror's Haki, far surpassing Miss Valentine's Day in strength. The sheer aura emanating from Bonnie had already drenched Miss Valentine's Day in cold sweat. That she did not faint on the spot was a small mercy. Trembling, she found herself standing directly opposite Xi Bei. Xi Bei jested, "I have long advised you that if you insist on reprimanding me, you must first be mindful of your surroundings. Yet, you chose to disregard my counsel. In your current state, how do you intend to face the Queen of Joyful Street? She is still awaiting your delivery of chocolate at the auction house. Perhaps I could assist in this matter. After all, I have finished the pizza you ordered for delivery. As a form of compensation for this arduous task of delivering chocolate, allow me to take on this burden. Surely, you wouldn't want the Queen of Joyful Street to unleash her wrath due to a delay in receiving her chocolate, would you?" At that moment, Dottie and Bonnie were both watching Miss Valentine's Day with keen interest, causing her to feel utterly intimidated under their scrutiny. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she turned to Xi Bei, her voice trembling with inquiry. "What exactly do you mean?" Xi Bei stepped forward, seized the box of chocolates from Miss Valentine's hands, and declared with righteous fervor, "What I mean is, allow me to deliver these chocolates for you. Sparing you the trouble of running back and forth, I can tell it must be exhausting for you. Are you perhaps a bit apprehensive about meeting the Queen of Joyful Street? I am merely assisting you." Miss Valentine forced a smile, one that appeared quite strained. "Well, I truly appreciate your kindness." Xi Bei waved his hands dismissively, urging, "No, please, do not stand on ceremony. Since I have promised to assist your bar, even if only for one evening, I shall consider myself a part of the staff. It was indeed my fault to devour the pizza. I simply could not resist its deliciousness. Miss Valentine, please do not be upset. Allow me to make amends. I shall deliver this chocolate to the Queen of Joy Street. Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches her hands, I promise." Had Miss Valentine not been threatened by Daddy's gun, she would have likely charged at Xi Bei in a furious confrontation. Although it was Xi Bei who had erred, he spoke with an air of righteousness that was almost palpable. To an outsider, it might seem as though Xi Bei had invested considerable effort into the spider bar, while Miss Valentine's aggressive demeanor gave off an impression of pettiness. A fire of indignation burned within Miss Valentine, yet she found herself powerless. She had come to realize that Xi Bei was no ordinary individual. Previously, she had assumed he was akin to those who incessantly boasted about seeking grand treasures, unaware of their own limitations and merely skilled in empty rhetoric. Now, she felt firsthand the formidable presence of the two individuals standing beside Xi Bei, who were far beyond her ability to contend with. What options did she have besides swallowing her pride? Filled with a mix of humiliation and anger, Miss Valentine implored, "I entrust you with this task. Please ensure the chocolate reaches Queen Tracy." Xi Bei patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, once a man gives his word, it is as binding as a chariot that cannot be turned back. You may take your leave." "Oh ho ho ho." Miss Valentine's laughter erupted in a series of exaggerated chuckles. She then slowly turned, skillfully evading Daddy's gun barrel. Not daring to expose her back to Xi Bei, she retreated cautiously, fearful that he might strike unexpectedly. Only after she had distanced herself sufficiently did she realize that Xi Bei remained motionless, allowing her to finally turn away from him. With a begrudging mutter, she expressed her disdain. How infuriating. As Miss Valentine gradually vanished from sight, Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who was that woman? And what did you mean by your earlier words? Were you delivering a pizza for someone?" "Ah, I was merely seeking information," came the response. Bonnie clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH. What a redundant endeavor. Meanwhile, Daddy holstered his gun and scrutinized the box of chocolates in Xi Bei's hands. Xi Bei proactively explained, "This is the chocolate reserved by the Queen of Happy Street at the Spider Bar. We cannot keep a queen waiting, so let us hasten to deliver the chocolate. I am quite curious to see what this queen truly looks like. However, I surmise that despite her regal title, a woman who has risen to prominence in the underworld must possess a robust stature, perhaps 3 to 5 meters tall. Just imagining it is rather daunting. She is surely as peculiar as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors." Bonnie jested, "Oh, have you ever encountered Charlotte Linlin? She is the notorious Big Mom of the Grand Line. How could you be unfamiliar with her?" With a playful tone, Bonnie continued, "But you may be in for a disappointment, for the Queen of Happy Street is a stunning beauty." "Oh, really? Now I am even more intrigued. Let us go? The midnight auction is about to commence, is it not?" Dottie took a deep breath, slinging his gun behind him, and strode alongside Xi Bei, toward the auction venue. Meanwhile, Bonnie, wishing to conserve her energy, leaped onto Xi Bei's back. The two men, accompanied by a young girl, navigated through the crowd and approached the grand entrance of the auction house, where sentinels stood guard on either side of the door. A few individuals from Xi Bei were halted by the gatekeeper. It was evident that the midnight auction venue was not accessible to just anyone. Xi Bei cradled a box of chocolates, a radiant smile gracing her face. "We are the employees of the Spider Bar, here to deliver chocolates to Queen Stracy." The two guards exchanged glances and muttered, "Oh, it's merely the folks from the Spider Bar. The midnight auction has commenced. Queen Stracy is in the VIP section of the second-floor corridor. Do hurry inside, lest we keep Her Excellency waiting." Xi Bei nodded gently, acknowledging her understanding. The door swung open, allowing Xi Bei to step confidently into the neutral territory of the slave auction house. As Zybe stepped through the entrance, he beheld a staircase descending towards the auction venue, flanked by rows of seating capable of accommodating at least 1,000 spectators, arranged in a semicircular formation that enveloped the auction site directly in front of the entrance. The ambience bore a striking resemblance to that of the Great Hall of the People. Above, along the walls of the seating area, one could discern a balcony. The second-floor section referred to by the doorman as the VIP corridor. Now that the auction had commenced, the audience seated in the stands fell silent, their rapt attention fixed upon the auction stage. By chance, Zybe arrived just in time for the first item of the midnight auction. The auctioneer stood at the center of the venue, gesturing towards the item while articulating the introduction with conviction. "Esteemed buyers from the Grand Route, welcome to the Wetland Forest. This midnight auction occurs once every 10 days, curated to fulfill your desires. We have gathered the rarest treasures from around the world, the diminutive folk, the long-handed tribe, the serpent-headed clan, the giants, and even the elusive merfolk, all of which will be presented before your discerning eyes tonight." At this juncture, the auctioneer paused, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Perhaps we may even have some special abilities on offer? Capable individuals from the slave auction?" This revelation sent a ripple of excitement through the audience, igniting a fervor akin to a powder keg. The auctioneer relished, as it was precisely the effect he sought. However, recognizing that the peak moment had yet to arrive, he gestured for silence, then pointed to the first item, proclaiming loudly, "Let us now examine the first auction piece." The diminutive folk are said to possess the ability to cultivate any plant imaginable. Their speed is astonishing, and their strength is formidable. It took considerable effort to capture this little fellow. With the right training, he will undoubtedly become a valuable assistant to any gentleman fond of rare flora. Those who appreciate such unique specimens should not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, we shall commence with an opening bid of 1.7 million berries. Waves of paddles raised in the audience surged forth, and within a minute, the initial bid of 1.7 million had skyrocketed to 3 million berries, with the price continuing to ascend, seemingly poised to surpass the 5 million mark. Dottie, with a grim expression, tugged at Zybe. Xi Bei gently shook his head, signaling Dottie not to act rashly. Beside Xi Bei stood a notice board, upon which was affixed a price list for the auctioned items. Humans, 500, 000 berries long-arm tribe, 700, 000 berries fishman tribe, 1,000, 000 berries furry tribe, 1,200, 000 berries small people tribe, 1,700, 000 berries snakehead tribe, 2,600, 000 berries giants, male, 70, 000, 000 berries, female, 30, 000, 000 berries merfolk, female, 100, 000, 000 berries, male, 10, 000 berries special, priced according to abilities. After glancing at the price list, Bonnie leaned against Xi Bei's back and remarked with a cold smile, "Since the slave auction house relocated from the Sabaody archipelago to here, it has certainly amassed a considerable fortune. The starting prices have escalated remarkably." Xi Bei let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "The market operates in such a manner." Bonnie surveyed the audience, her expression playful as she observed, "It seems there are quite a few familiar faces among us." Daddy, unable to spot his daughter in the crowd, was consumed by anxiety. Xi Bei, perceptive to Daddy's unease, recognized the potential for impulsive actions born from desperation. After all, Daddy's yearning to rescue his daughter was entirely understandable. Suddenly, Bonnie pointed towards the balcony on the second floor, exclaiming, "Look, the Queen of Joy Street is right there." Xi Bei and Dottie simultaneously raised their heads and turned their gaze toward the balcony. However, a pink gauze scarf obscured their view, rendering the figures within indistinct. They could only vaguely discern 2 or 3 silhouettes behind the veil. Given that Bonnie was so confident that the Queen of Joy Street was hidden behind that very scarf, Xi Bei resolved to approach and make contact first. As for what would follow, it would have to be dictated by the unfolding circumstances. Xi Bei, clutching a box of chocolates, navigated around the audience seats and approached the corridor. To his surprise, a row of bodyguards clad in black stood within, each donning sunglasses that obscured their expressions. His sudden appearance caused all the guards to turn their heads, their collective gaze fixating on him. Merely being scrutinized by these imposing figures made Xi Bei feel immensely uncomfortable. The nearest bodyguard reached out, blocking Xi Bei's path. "Who goes there?" The black-clad bodyguard, with an expression as impassive as his demeanor, remarked indifferently. "I'm afraid the upper floor is reserved for distinguished guests at the auction house, individuals of considerable importance. It is not a place for ordinary folk to wander freely. Please entrust the box of chocolates to me. I shall ensure it reaches Lady Tracy." With that, the bodyguard extended his hand, poised to receive the confectionery gift. Xi Bei, alert, retrieved the box of chocolates and furrowed his brow, stating, "Queen Tracy has instructed that it is imperative for us at Spider Bar to personally deliver the chocolates into her hands. Therefore, I cannot hand them over to you." The black-clad bodyguard, lacking patience, retorted, "Would it not suffice if I were to pass them on to her?" Xi Bei, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, remarked, "Of course not. Who can ascertain whether you carry any bacteria? Such exquisite and delectable chocolates. Would Her Majesty Queen Tracy still have an appetite if you were to tarnish them? You must surely comprehend the consequences of incurring her wrath, am I right? Best to step aside quickly." In contrast, if an ordinary person were to be subjected to Xi Bei's unwarranted scorn, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. However, the black-clad bodyguards, evidently trained for such encounters, exhibited no change in expression despite the insult. They began to weigh the implications of allowing Xi Bei passage against the potential repercussions of inciting Queen Tracy's ire, concluding that the latter would be far more severe. The bodyguard withdrew his hand and stated flatly, "Understood, follow me." Xi Bei was somewhat taken aback by the commendable caliber of these bodyguards. Bonnie lowered her voice and whispered softly in Xi Bei's ear, urging caution. "Be careful. These individuals are all assassins, and things are not as simple as they seem." Upon hearing Bonnie's words, Xi Bei immediately heightened his vigilance. "Aren't they bodyguards?" Bonnie pointed to the man in black leading the way and said, "Look at his neck. He bears a tattoo of a scorpion with a severed tail, a symbol of a certain assassin organization from the Western Sea. Not just him, but take a look at the other men in black around us. Nearly all of them have tattoos. The one with a red snake tattoo on his little finger belongs to the Northern Seas Assassin Organization, while the one with the skull tattoo on his earlobe is affiliated with the Southern Seas Hunter Organization." Sweat beaded on Bonnie's forehead as she remarked, "What an impressive gathering of talent." Xi Bei involuntarily gave Bonnie a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It is remarkable how astutely you observe. Even the tattoos on one's pinky and earlobe have not escaped your discerning eye. This is precisely why I deem you a fool. In this prestigious auction hall, filled with prominent figures from around the globe, how could one expect to encounter mere ordinary individuals?" After a moment of contemplation, Bonnie hastily cautioned, "When we encounter Tracy later, be sure to avoid any physical contact with her. She is notoriously known for her obsessive cleanliness." Xi Bei furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Is it really that serious?" At that moment, the figure clad in black, who was leading the way, abruptly inquired, "Are you members of the Spider Bar? I have never encountered you before." Xi Bei promptly adjusted his demeanor and replied, "We are the new employees of the Spider Bar, responsible for chocolate decoration and delivery." The man in black stood before a grand red wooden door and declared, "Lady Tracy resides within." After speaking, he stepped aside and gradually retreated to his post. Dottie strode forward, preparing to push the door open. Xi Bei stopped her with a shake of his head. Subsequently, he gently set Bonnie down from his back and lightly rapped on the grand door. From within, a soft, melodious female voice beckoned, "Come in." Xi Bei was momentarily taken aback. The sound was truly melodious, penetrating to the very depths of one's being. Xi Bei swallowed hard and gently pushed open the door, only to be met by a towering figure of a muscular man blocking the entrance. Xi Bei tensed his nerves. Suddenly, the alluring feminine voice resonated once more, "Shermin. Allow them to enter." The burly man known as Shermin remained silent, stepping aside with a subtle gesture. Xi Bei took a deep breath, then made his way step by step into the VIP section of Queen of Joy Street. Bonnie and Daddy followed closely behind. This so-called VIP area was not the opulent spectacle that Xi Bei had envisioned. It was merely quieter, lacking the noise and crowd of the ordinary audience. The space was expansive, encompassing a generous 200 square meters, adorned with numerous plush sofas. From these sofas, one could gaze down upon the auction venue below, experiencing a sense of superiority from such a lofty vantage point. At this moment, the Queen of Joy Street was seated upon one of those sofas. Before her, a sheer curtain allowed her to observe the entire auction scene with clarity. Behind her stood a towering figure, a robust man measuring nearly 2 meters in height. In truth, a height of 2 meters was hardly remarkable in this world. Upon entering this neutral zone, Xi Bei had noticed that nearly everyone else was similarly towering, with 3-meter heights being quite common. Thus, it was not the man's stature that astonished Xi Bei. Xi Bei was taken aback by the subtle yet formidable aura exuded by the imposing figure before him. This man, known as Sherman, served as both a bodyguard and right-hand man to the Queen of Joy Street, much like the iron-faced Warwick. Although Sherman did not possess Warwick's towering height, Xi Bei sensed a greater danger emanating from him. He was a man of few words, sporting a mane of naturally curly flaxen hair. Clad in a blue shirt and donning hefty combat boots, he bore 2 broad-backed steel knives strapped to his back, reminiscent of a character from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Xi Bei took 2 steps forward, clutching the chocolate, yearning to approach the legendary queen. The Queen of Joyful Street, facing the auction stage, had her back to Xi Bei. Enchanted by the queen's melodious voice, Xi Bei was particularly eager to behold her true visage, reasoning that a woman with such a captivating voice could not possibly be unattractive. Previously, Bonnie had mentioned that the Queen of Joyful Street was an extraordinary beauty. Xi Bei might as well be considered a mere jest. Upon reflection, it seems that Bonnie was not speaking falsely. However, Xi Bei had only taken a couple of steps forward when he was intercepted by the twin sabers of Sherman. Xi Bei could only stand at a distance, observing the silhouette of the Queen of Joy Street. From her profile, it was evident that this queen possessed a slender figure. Nay, it would be more accurate to describe her as svelte, with a waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Adorned in a fashionable dress and a floral hat, she exuded an air of modern elegance, a veritable enchantress of shadows. The Queen of Joy Street did not turn around but softly inquired, "Where's the Valentine's Day miss from Spider Bar?" Xi Bei greatly relished the gentle female voice. "Oh, she remained in the shop to craft chocolates for other patrons, thus instructing me to deliver the chocolates. We had visited the harbor, where the locals requested us to bring the chocolates here." The Queen of Joy Street calmly inquired, "Oh, is that so?" Gradually, the queen turned to face Xi Bei and continued, "Which is of greater significance to you, delivering chocolates or assisting other guests in their chocolate creations?" Xi Bei has finally discerned the appearance of the Queen of Joy Street. Her eyelashes are long and her large, cerulean eyes seem almost capable of speech. She adorns her lips with a delicate shade of pink lipstick, and her petite face radiates a rosy hue. Especially when she wears a mischievous smile, she exudes an alluring charm. Indeed, to put it succinctly, this woman is captivatingly enchanting. She is undeniably a stunning beauty, perhaps rivaling the renowned pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Fortunately, the Queen of Joy Street lacks Hancock's unique petrifying ability. Otherwise, the world would potentially gain yet another male adversary. The more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she may be, best left untouched. While Xi Bei acknowledges that the titans of the underworld are indeed beautiful, he remains unbewitched and steady in his direction. Upon hearing Trissy's inquiry, he responded, "Of course. Delivering chocolate to Queen Trissy is far more important." Trissy cast her gaze over Xi Bei and his companions, yet one must wonder why she did not approach them. Xi Bei was carefully considering her words. Suddenly, Chartreuse interjected, "Well, never mind. Let's set the chocolate aside for now and discuss something else." Xi Bei and Da Di exchanged a glance, then placed the chocolate into Sherman's hands. "It is likely that you have heard of the wetland forest, a uniquely neutral territory where both pirates and the Navy must adhere to its regulations. For decades, anyone who dared to disregard these rules has faced public retribution. Even the world government has signed treaties to ensure the continued peace of the wetland forest, allowing the gastronomy city, the amusement park, and the resettlement center to provide seafaring adventurers with a rare sense of tranquility." Xi Bei nodded with a faint smile, "Quite good." Chartreuse tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Xi Bei. "Isn't it? You think it's quite good too, but why?" Today, there was a disturbance on the street of the resettlement center. Not only was Feld's partner killed, but slaves were also set free. "Do you know who Feld is?" Do you have any idea how much the deceased merchant owed Feld? Shatruzi extended 2 fingers, 20 billion Bailey. She then smiled gently. Now that the merchant is dead, with such a considerable sum of money, who will Feld turn to for repayment? He must be going mad, and once he loses his wits, this neutral zone may no longer remain neutral. At that point, the 3 major regions will suffer severe losses. Who will bear the burden of these losses? Shatruzi stood up and approached Xi Bei. Will he seek you out? Or perhaps the spider bar? Dottie suddenly jolted, raising his rifle and aiming it at Shatruzi. At the same moment, a flash of steel appeared, and Dottie's gun was swiftly severed into several pieces. Timin, wielding dual blades, stood beside Shatruzi, unwavering as a mountain. Shatruzi looked up and pouted. What a rude man. I utterly detest it. As soon as her words fell, Timin seemed to have received a signal and swung his blade down, striking towards Dottie. Xi Bei reacted with remarkable swiftness. He raised his palm upward and struck the wrist of Sherman, effectively intercepting his arm. The broad-bladed steel knife came to a halt just above Dottie's head. Had Xi Bei hesitated for even a second longer, it is likely that Dottie would have been cleaved in 2 by the formidable blade. In that very instant when Xi Bei and Sherman engaged, Bonnie discreetly withdrew and maneuvered to position herself behind Shuadi, seemingly preparing for a stealthy assault. Xi Bei narrowed his, signaling to Bonnie to remain still. This fellow named Sherman was not to be underestimated. He likely had already discerned Bonnie's movements. Tracy's information was remarkably swift. She had heard about the merchant being assaulted and knew that the instigator was Xi Bei, despite their never having met. Xi Bei increasingly felt that this woman's influence in the wetland forest was formidable and should not be taken lightly. Oh, Tracy expressed slight surprise. It was indeed unexpected for Xi Bei to thwart Sherman. With an air of confidence, she turned her back to Xi Bei and approached the sheer curtain, bowing her head to gaze down at the auction venue, pondering aloud. However, it must be noted that the dancers from the Joyful Hall have also borrowed quite a bit from Feld. Why not share the burden with them? In the shadows of this dark world, everyone was embroiled in a web of intrigue and machinations. Xi Bei was aware that there were certainly numerous hidden agendas at play. With a casual wave of her hand, Tsueshi signaled for Sherman to retract his knife. Tsueshi then spoke in a languid manner. You have killed Feld's partner and are undoubtedly burdened with a colossal debt of 2 billion Bailey. If Feld is not seeking you, then who else would he pursue? Since you have already shouldered this debt, you might as well consider the amount owed by the dancers of the Pleasure Palace as part of your burden. As a condition, since you have violated the rules of the wetland forest, I can choose to overlook your transgressions. Xi Bei could not discern the connection within the matter. However, it was not long before Tracy elucidated the stakes through her actions. She picked up the phone book and called the bodyguard Warwick, stationed at the safe haven, instructing him to perform an utterly outrageous task, to eliminate all the dancers embroiled in financial disputes with Feld. The term eliminate here referred to obliteration. Xi Bei broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, the more enchanting a woman is, the more malevolent she tends to be. Furthermore, with Tsueshi being a titan in the realm of darkness, her exterior and inner world are utterly divergent. Beneath her exquisite and glamorous facade lies a heart that is bloodthirsty and frenzied. Xi Bei has now grasped the true intentions of Shatruzi. She aims to eliminate all the dancers who owe substantial debts, subsequently shifting the blame onto Xi Bei. Once the indebted dancers are eliminated, there will be no need to repay the money to Feld, the usurer reigning in the underworld. If the debts remain uncollected, it is certain that Feld will seek retribution against Xi Bei, the perceived mastermind behind it all. In this manner, Shatruzi would be able to sever her ties with Feld. Xi Bei would certainly be reluctant to take the blame. Xi Bei fixed his gaze upon the retreating figure of Shatruzi and remarked, I am merely a courier for the spider bar. I fail to comprehend your meaning. What merchant? How does that concern me? Shatruzi smiled enchanting. What? Do you dare to act while denying it? Before me, the wetland forest harbors no secrets. Xi Bei, realizing there was no evasion possible, revealed his true self and stated, Indeed, I have caused trouble and harmed the merchant. According to your words, the merchant owes Feld a substantial sum. Thus it is only natural for Feld to seek me out. However, the amusement venue is your domain, and the dancers are under your purview. If the dancers were to perish, it is undoubtedly you that Feld would pursue, not me. Shatruzi covered her face and laughed delicately, but I refuse to accept that. The dancers have earned their money, all of which was handed over to him. Whose amusement venue is this, his or mine? I can scarcely discern anymore. By what right does he come to seek me? Moreover, since it is you who has caused the demise of the dancers, Any debts owed by them should be sought from you. Xi Bei coldly declared. To kill the dancer? I cannot bring myself to commit such an act. If I assert that you are the murderer, then indeed, you are the one responsible. Rest assured, there is no need for you to dirty your hands. I have already enlisted assistance on your behalf. Xi Bei, filled with rage, stepped forward. At the same moment, 10 doors swung open, advancing towards him. Xi Bei and Sherman locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. The mental agility of Shi was astonishingly erratic. So much so that even Xi Bei, who prided himself on his advanced thinking, found himself nearly unable to keep pace. His mission of delivering chocolate was intended to rescue Luo Air, yet he had yet to encounter her and had instead found himself ensnared in a perilous trap. Shi appeared to be exceptionally well prepared, as if she had been deliberately awaiting Xi Bei's arrival. This was indeed a cunning ploy. Xi Bei found it rather perplexing. How could Shy Tracy, who had been seated there all along, be aware of his disturbances and anticipate his arrival with chocolates? This woman was not merely extraordinary. She was practically enchanting, possessing an uncanny ability for calculation. Xi Bei suddenly realized that his charm with women was truly exceptional. Shatruzi, appearing pitiful, implored. Please do not be so fierce. You frighten me. If you were to engage in a conflict with Sherman here, those ruffians outside would undoubtedly intervene. What then would you do? Do you truly wish to oppose the entire dark underworld? If you have any conditions, feel free to express them. Xi Bei spoke in a low voice. I truly wish to strip you bare and cast you into the auction. At once, Tsueishi's expression turned cold. What a man devoid of grace! She then cast a glance at Bonnie and Dottie, snorted softly, and remarked, the bounty hunter Dottie Mastatson from Roachtown in the East Blue, and the pirate Supernova from the South Blue, Jewelry Bonnie. Do not assume that they can assist you in any way. In this auction house, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are everywhere. Look, even the infamous pirate Supernova Trafalgar Law, who has gained notoriety at sea recently, is seated among the audience. If chaos were to erupt here, I fear it would be quite difficult for the three of you to make your escape. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment. What? Luo is actually here as well. Upon arriving in this world, Zai's foremost desire was undoubtedly to meet Luo, for their destinies were intricately intertwined. Without Luo's small vessel, he would have remained at a loss on how to depart from Nine Snake Island. Presently, Luo's little ship lay anchored in the harbor, and upon hearing that Luo was also in the audience, Zai felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and warmth. Xi Bei swiftly approached the gauzy curtain, intending to lift it. 10 men reached out to obstruct him, but she gestured for him to withdraw. Xi Bei, having fulfilled his desire, lifted the veil of gauze. Following Tsue's gaze, he looked down and indeed beheld the figure of Trafalgar Law. Law sat alone on the spectator's seat, his legs crossed nonchalantly, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. Beside him lay a slender eastern blade, known as the Oni's Cry, which was Law's trusted companion. Xi Bei's gaze was fixed intently upon Luo's figure. It seemed that Luo sensed the scrutiny upon him, for he turned his head and cast a glance at Xi Bei. The gazes of Xi Bei and Luo intertwined momentarily. Luo, with his eyes half closed, turned away and resumed his focus on the auction venue, disregarding Xi Bei entirely. Indeed, seeing is believing. This fellow Luo is undeniably cool. Upon the revelation of Bonnie's true identity, she appeared unperturbed and questioned, Luo? What brings him here? Stacy, concealed behind the veil, whispered. Who knows? However, it was Daddy who seemed most astonished, staring at Bonnie. Jolie Bonnie. So, you are a pirate. Bonnie, with a disdainful twist of her lips, retorted, Huh? I've always been a pirate. At this point, Bonnie's identity mattered little. Daddy was solely focused on hastily retrieving Kayla from the auction venue. He shouted, quickly, Hand over my daughter. Your daughter? Stacy furrowed her brows, her expression one of confusion. Xi Bei suddenly recalled the matter at hand and spoke in a serious tone. Indeed. The reason we have come here is to locate an individual. A few days ago, a group of human traffickers brought a 10-year-old girl from the sea beast, Ely, who is said to be connected to you, the Queen of Joyful Street. I implore you not to feign ignorance. The mention of the sea beast, Ely, seemed to spark a memory in Shi. Oh, so you are looking for her. Xi Bei suddenly turned around, urgency evident in his voice. So she is indeed with you. Where is she? Tsueshi revealed a triumphant smile. So, it seems you have agreed to settle this score with Feld on behalf of the dancers? Xi Bei found himself at a loss for words. As long as he agreed to take the blame, Shatruzi would release the captive. Even if he refused, the blame would still fall upon him. Yet the release of the captive remained uncertain. Should matters escalate, he was in Shatruzi's territory, teeming with assassins, not to mention the formidable bodyguard, Xi Bei, who remained an enigmatic force. The situation promised no favorable outcomes. Furthermore, the extent of Shatruzi's own prowess was shrouded in mystery. Even if Xi Bei managed to carve a path to safety, what of Dottie and Bonnie, and Dottie's daughter? The odds seemed decidedly grim. At that moment, Shatruzi added with a sly smile, "Do you not wish to befriend them?" Xi Bei cast a glance at Dottie, then gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That's enough. Release them." She covered her face and giggled, then tilted her head slightly toward Xi Bei. Understanding her cue, Xi Bei strode away, presumably to fetch someone. Once the bodyguard Xi Bei departed, the exclusive balcony was left with only Shi facing Xi Bei and his companions. If Shi lacked genuine prowess, would Xi Bei have been so confident as to leave her unattended? Thus, Xi Bei became increasingly assured that Shi's strength was directly proportional to the influence she wielded in the wetland forest. She settled back onto the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine that was filled to the halfway mark. She took a sip and said with a smile, "No need to stand. Please, have a seat. Once the auction concludes, I will take you to the amusement park, where you shall naturally encounter the individuals you seek. By the way, I must commend you for your efforts in tracking me all the way from the Nez's ruins. It truly has been quite the journey for you." Xi Bei, unceremoniously, settled into the sofa with a commanding presence. Bonnie and Daddy took their seats in succession. However, Daddy, eager to reunite with Kyer, appeared somewhat restless. Though Tracy had already dispatched her bodyguard to fetch her, Daddy's impatience bore no fruit. He was not oblivious. He had heard every word Tracy uttered. He understood that, in consideration of their safety, had tacitly agreed to shoulder the debts of the entertainment establishment. This implied that they might soon attract the attention of the ruthless loan sharks of the underworld. The Dark Realm was inherently chaotic and fraught with peril. Their attempt to extricate Kaya from Tracy's clutches would inevitably displease someone. Either they would confront Tracy head-on or bear the brunt of Feld's wrath. Even if they chose the former, Feld would still seek retribution against Xi Bei for having dealt with his partner. Rather than face the ire of both titans of the underworld, it would be wiser to tread lightly, negotiating with whoever could be swayed. This not only afforded the chance to rescue Kyer and Scathe, but also to cultivate a favorable rapport with Tracy. Nonetheless, the terms proposed were undeniably domineering. Yet, Daddy could comprehend the rationale behind them. From the moment Xi Bei sat calmly on the sofa, he had donned the mantle of the villain. Daddy found himself at a loss as to how to repay Xi Bei, who had risked his own reputation to aid in the rescue of his daughter. As he gazed at Xi Bei's profile, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. At this moment, Daddy's vision for the future crystallized with remarkable clarity. Xi Bei felt the intense gaze of Dottie upon him, and thus turned to cast a glance in Dottie's direction, breaking into a broad smile. The two burly men exchanged affectionate looks, while the boisterous Bonnie downed a drink, then stuck out her tongue in distaste. "Ugh, that was utterly dreadful," she exclaimed, before unceremoniously grabbing food from the table and munching away without a hint of decorum. As she ate, she took a moment to address Dottie, saying, "Hey, haven't you eaten anything either?" With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed a grape to Dottie, adding, "We're about to meet that little girl soon. Perk up. If you're hungry, you won't be able to do anything, not even muster the strength to weep tears of joy." Dottie held the grape in his hand, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Oh dear, he thought. How remarkably earnest Dottie was, so easily appeased by a mere grape. Hardly enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Xi Bei could no longer tolerate the situation and reproached, "Is this how you behave? Leave something for everyone." Bonnie, displeased, retorted, "What? Are you joking? You've already had pizza, while I haven't eaten anything at all. This meager portion is utterly insufficient. Is it true that the Queen of Joy Street survives on such scraps? Is there no more food? Bring in more provisions." In her fervor, Bonnie even kicked the table, audaciously blaming the meager offerings within the room. After finishing the fruit platter, she reached for the chocolate box, seemingly intent on leaving not a morsel for Tracy. Tracy frowned slightly. Bonnie's manner of eating was rather unseemly, even for her. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, she was quite the voracious eater. Witnessing Bonnie's exaggerated consumption, Tracy's enthusiasm for staying diminished. Even her specially reserved chocolates were devoured by Bonnie. Rising from the sofa, she strode to the door, opening it wide and addressing Xi Bei and the others. "Since none of you have had a meal, and there's little here to entertain you, follow me." Xi Bei savored a mouthful of red wine, dabbed his lips, and rose to his feet, a hint of exasperation evident as he pinched Bonnie's cheek. This woman was utterly incapable of controlling her emotions whenever food was involved. It was a recurring theme. This trip was not solely for the purpose of indulging in lavish meals. Xi Bei still lacked a profound understanding of Xi, and he had intended to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the situation. However, Bonnie's outburst had completely redirected his focus, leaving him somewhat displeased. Dining incessantly would surely lead to one's downfall. Before Bonnie could unleash her fury, Xi Bei caught up with Xi and inquired, "Where do you intend to take us?" Xi strode ahead, not bothering to glance back, and replied, "What else could it be? To the amusement venue, of course." Dottie promptly shielded Bonnie behind him and hastened to follow. As Xi led Xi Bei and the others along the corridor, the bodyguards stood rigidly against the walls, their posture erect, displaying no sign of laxity. They did not even dare to steal a glance at Xi, clearly embodying a profound respect for her. Xi Bei, too, basked in the glow of this attention, relishing the sensation of being in the spotlight. Just as they were about to exit the auction house, Xi Bei abruptly halted and cast a glance back at Trafalgar Law. Law was also observing Xi Bei and his companions. When Law's gaze swept over Bonnie, a smile unexpectedly broke across his face, imbued with hidden meanings. "Ah, Bonnie, even you have succumbed to temptation." Shortly thereafter, Law noticed that Xi Bei had made a gesture in his direction. Xi Bei delicately touched his lips with his fingertips and sent a playful kiss towards Law, landing it with precision. Upon witnessing this, Law raised an eyebrow, interpreting Xi Bei's action as a provocation. He rested his long sword on his shoulder and tilted his head slightly, a mischievous grin adorning his face. The two maintained a prolonged gaze across the distance until Bonnie, now outside the auction house, called out, "Are you really going to wait until the auction concludes before departing?" Xi Bei heard a sound and turned to leave. Simultaneously, Luo rose from the audience and appeared to intend to exit the auction venue. However, the doors of the auction house had already been closed, and Xi Bei was oblivious to this scene. He caught up to Xi and, unable to restrain himself, walked alongside her. Given their proximity and Xi aversion to dirt, she hastened her pace, creating a distance between herself and Xi Bei out of fear that he might unexpectedly brush against her. Xi Bei gazed at the graceful silhouette of Xi and inquired, "Are we simply departing like this? What will become of your bodyguard? Moreover, the individual we seek is not situated at the auction house. Rest assured, 10 doors will ensure that the person is safely brought before you," she replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xi swiftly added, "However, prior to that, there is another matter that requires your attention." Xi Bei furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Well, let us not rush. It would be more fitting to discuss it after you have had your fill." Xi Bei exhaled deeply and signaled to Dottie not to worry. Under the guidance of Xi Bei and her companions traversed the street. Upon catching sight of Xi, the surrounding crowd retreated to the sides, clearing a spacious path. Several male onlookers, their eyes filled with admiration, whistled from the sidelines. "Wow, Lady Xi, you are stunning. Marry me." Xi seemed accustomed to such attention, displaying little emotion as she walked calmly down the center of the road, exuding an air of grace and propriety. In moments of silence, her mere presence radiated the essence of a refined lady. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, Xi's inner world was far more complex than it appeared. In terms of beauty alone, she indeed stood as a striking figure amidst the wetlands, captivating a throng of admirers. The wetland forest comprises 3 primary regions, with the joyful grounds nestled between the other 2. Situated at the heart of the forest, it offers the most direct access from the dining city or the population resettlement center. A mere 10-minute walk along a straight path leads one from the slave auction house to the nightlife haven of the joyful grounds. As Xi and Xi Bei approached the iron gates of the haven, the stoic bodyguard Warwick, towering at over 3 meters, awaited their arrival. Upon noticing Xi, he inclined his body slightly, carefully opening the iron gate for her. As she stepped through the threshold, Xi instructed, "Quickly prepare the ingredients, as many as possible." Warwick, his face partially concealed by a black iron mask, regarded Xi Bei and her companions with a look of suspicion. Xi Bei fixed his gaze upon Warwick, a smile gracing his lips yet devoid of warmth, and remarked, "Ah, we meet again." Warwick harbored a profound aversion to being scrutinized, and he recalled that during their previous encounter, Xi Bei had regarded him in much the same manner. At that time, understanding that Xi Bei was new and unfamiliar with the customs, he had graciously chosen not to take offense, even offering a gentle admonition. However, Now that Xi Bei dared to regard him thus once more, it felt like a blatant provocation. Warwick cast a glance at Stacy. With her presence, he refrained from expressing his ire. Maintaining a stoic expression, he quietly inquired, "My lady Stacy, may I ask who these esteemed guests are?" Before Stacy could respond, Xi Bei interjected, "Honorary guests. Since Xi Bei has agreed to assist the dancers of the joyous venue with their immense debts, it is certainly not excessive for him to consider himself a valued guest. Moreover, Queen Trissy of Joyous Street and the usurer Feld undoubtedly harbor some other disputes, of which Xi Bei remains blissfully unaware for the time being. He has been compelled to intervene unexpectedly, bearing the weight of a significant burden, and has inadvertently stepped into the conflict between these two individuals, undoubtedly offering substantial aid to Trissy. Is this not sufficient to elevate him to the status of an esteemed guest of the Queen of Joyous Street?" Xi Bei exclaimed impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring over all the delicious food and drinks. Are you waiting for me to bow down and pay my respects?" The young man, however, should not be so arrogant. Warwick, seething with rage, could no longer contain himself and, in front of Tracy, unleashed a powerful punch directed at Xi Bei. Xi Bei was well prepared, neither retreating nor evading. He met Warwick's punch with a powerful elbow strike, as he had intended to gauge the prowess of Chartreuse prior. Seizing the opportunity to assess the capabilities of her bodyguard, Warwick, given that he was regarded as Chartreuse's right-hand man, one could only assume he possessed considerable skill. The collision of their fists and elbows unleashed a tempestuous gust of wind, even toppling the hat perched atop Chartreuse's head. Xi Bei felt a slight ache in his arm. Warwick took a half-step back, swiftly adjusting his stance, preparing to strike again. At that moment, Tracy stepped forward unexpectedly. She placed her delicate hand upon Warwick's arm, calmly stating, "That's enough." Warwick immediately recognized his rudeness, standing still in place. Tracy, holding a small handbag in both hands, approached Xi Bei with measured steps, saying, "As a distinguished guest, you ought to be aware of the etiquette befitting your status. I trust one need not instruct you on that. However, I admit I underestimated you. Very well, if you were too feeble, it would present quite a dilemma for me. Now, please, follow me." As Xi Bei and Warwick brushed past each other, Warwick clenched his fist. Suddenly, he inquired, "Hey, you there, what is your name?" "Xi Bei," replied the pirate hunter, "a man who despises bowing to anyone." Warwick cast a sidelong glance at Xi Bei before striding away. Strolling ahead, Tracy caught wind of Xi Bei's declaration and smiled. "Oh, so you are a pirate hunter? What an intriguing combination." Xi Bei is a pirate hunter, while his companion, Bonnie, is a pirate herself. Dottie is not merely a hunter. He is also a former naval lieutenant. This combination is indeed quite peculiar. Xi Bei, wishing to avoid further elaboration on the subject, inquired, "By the way, what has become of those dancers? Surely you haven't truly eliminated them all. You need not concern yourself with that. Tasks beyond your capability will be managed by others." "Have they all perished?" Stacy covered her face and laughed lightly. If they were all to perish, who then would be left to work? Xi Bei was taken aback. "Are you implying that she is not dead? I distinctly heard you proclaim through the communicator that they should all be eliminated. What exactly are your intentions? I never anticipated you to be so righteous. Does every bounty hunter possess such a strong sense of justice as you do? Are you truly so concerned about whether they live or die? Do you not think that your worry is somewhat unwarranted? Elimination can take many forms, and certainly, it could be as you envision." Xi Bei shook his head. "No, only those endowed with true strength are worthy to speak of justice. I have yet to attain such a level. Otherwise, I would not tolerate the continuation of the slave auction, nor would I willingly bear the debts of your dancers. Ultimately, it is my weakness that binds me." Stacy was taken aback by Xi Bei's words. If one wishes to implement their vision of justice, they must possess the corresponding identity and power. Indeed, the term justice spoken by an unknown and powerless junior is utterly nonsensical. Before Xi Bei arrived at the slave auction, he even contemplated seizing the funds from the auction house. However, upon his arrival, he encountered the Queen of Joy Street, Stacy, and achieved nothing, only to be inexplicably blamed. Had he possessed the strength to dominate the entire underworld, would he waste time conversing with Stacy? Now that he has entered this world, he must abide by its rules until he grows stronger. Stacy maintained an impassive expression. First, recognize your own limitations, then seek to understand the world. And only then will you grasp what true justice is. Even if you scour the world government and the revolutionary army, you will not uncover what is deemed genuine justice. Do you understand why the wetland forest has become a neutral zone? Do Do you know why the world government signs treaties? Humph. The shadows of justice are never absent from the dark corners of the world. Dottie, having once served in the Navy, felt he had the authority to speak. After hearing Stacy's words, he remarked, "This mere slave auction is a microcosm of our world." Stacy nodded in rare approval. Compared to the desire-driven methods of those in power, do you not find that most villains are, in fact, more humane? It is precisely because scoundrels dominate the world that we witness the emergence of successive generations of scoundrels. Is this principle so difficult to grasp? Our ugliness, in a certain sense, has become rather endearing, has it not? This was indeed a perverse logic. Yet, lamentably, Xi Bei found himself at a loss for words. Upon noticing his unusual silence, Bonnie clicked her tongue. Goodness, such a chatterbox. Where's the food? Is it not ready yet? Stacy led them into a lavish reception room on the second floor of the safe haven. As soon as they sat down, dancers began to enter, bearing platters of food. Bonnie directly perched herself at the dining table, devouring her meal ravenously, while casting glances at the pot. Dottie, the imposing man, appeared rather composed, savoring his food with thoughtful deliberation. Xi Bei sat upright, inquiring, "Where are the individuals we seek?" Tracy picked up the communicator and instructed, "Have Tim In bring them in." After ending the call, she dismissed all the bystanders around her. The dining table was now laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. But only the carefree Bonnie could indulge in them, while both Xi Bei and Daddy, burdened with their thoughts, hardly touched their meals. From Tracy's attire, it was evident that she was a woman who relished the pleasures of life. Whether sipping fine wine or savoring pastries, her every gesture exuded a touch of aristocracy, standing in stark contrast to the ravenous Bonnie. This disparity led Xi Bei to harbor serious doubts about Bonnie's identity as the second princess, questioning whether it was indeed a misreport by the world government. Regardless, Xi Bei lacked the appetite for food and posed the question. "You mentioned there is another matter requiring my attention. What is it?" Tracy held a tall glass, gently swirling it, the red wine resembling blood as it rippled within the chalice. "Have you finished your meal?" Xi Bei gently wiped his mouth and sat upright in his chair. Shatruzi personally poured a modest half-glass of red wine for Xi Bei and remarked, "Ever since the wetland forest became a neutral zone, it has served as a sanctuary for adventurers. As long as one remains here, there is no need to live in constant fear of being pursued by the Navy. I trust you are aware of the situation concerning the Shambodi Islands. The slave auction house has lost its powerful backing and has only recently relocated here. To continue its operations, it must devise a means to generate revenue. Yet the question remains, from where shall this money come?" Xi Bei pondered. "Feld, the usury king?" "Indeed. The maritime magnate Umut, who stands behind the dining city, the usurer Feld, who lurks behind the slave auction house, and the amusement venue here together form the three principal domains of the wetland forest. Both Umut and Feld wield considerable influence within this realm. And although Feld is not present at the moment, I am certain he is already aware of the unfolding events and will dispatch someone shortly. Are we to face an impending confrontation? That seems unlikely. Given Tracy's composed demeanor, she likely has a strategy in place." Tracy took a sip of red wine and continued with deliberate calm. "Feld has lent substantial sums to my dancers, gradually encroaching upon my enterprises across the globe. This could disrupt the delicate balance of the underworld. What a devious man he is. Though I harbor a deep disdain for him, I cannot afford to engage in direct conflict." Xi Bei suddenly stood up. "Hey, you can't possibly want me to deal with him, can you?" Tracy shook her head and replied, "Feld's partner has been killed by you, and everyone at the slave auction witnessed it. You were taken away by me. Once Feld arrives here, he will undoubtedly demand my assistance in retrieving you. Therefore, after you have satisfied your hunger and thirst, you will escape from me." Xi Bei exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing the simplicity of the matter. All that was required was to retrieve the little girl, and they would depart immediately. Shatruzi set down her wine glass and articulated each word deliberately. "However, you must ignite another fire." "Set fire?" Shatruzi smiled knowingly. "You have killed Feld's partner, and I have captured you. Then, as you attempt to flee from me, you set ablaze the amusement park, incinerating those indebted dancers in the process. How does that narrative sound?" After an extensive detour, they had circled back to the crux of the matter. This was indeed the focal point. The woman's cunning was formidable. Those who navigate the shadows of the underworld are hardly simple characters. Shatruzi's ploy was a quintessential act of self-sacrifice, even to the extent of incinerating the amusement park. Yet, this situation was likely more intricate than it appeared. if Shatruzi's motive were merely to spare the dancers from their debts. She would not go to such lengths as to incite Xi Bei to destroy the amusement park. After all, the amusement park was Shatruzi's enterprise. Even if the narrative unfolded as she anticipated, allowing the dancers to evade their debts, the amusement park would still be lost, resulting in a considerable financial setback. Shatruzi was not a woman inclined to suffer losses. There must be ulterior motives at play. What could they possibly entail? Xi Bei was deep in thought, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of the woman before him. At that moment, Bonnie, who was savoring her meal, suddenly looked up and mockingly remarked, "Ah, the Queen of Joy Street, your true colors have finally been revealed." Tracy, with a nonchalant demeanor, crossed her legs and raised her glass, inhaling the aroma of the wine. Bonnie boldly placed her feet on the dining table, crossed her arms, and inquired, "Let us discuss the terms. If we assist you, what benefits do we gain? Feld is no trifling matter, and since you wish to employ us against him, surely you do not expect us to toil without reward?" Daddy seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Tracy, with a contented expression, asked, "Do you not wish to take the little girl with you?" At that, Daddy abruptly stood up. Xi Bei slammed his palm on the dining table, his voice cold as he asked, "Are you threatening me?" Bonnie teased, "You wish to barter a life for all of ours? Your business acumen is truly remarkable. Alas, you may be disappointed. I am a pirate. What I desire is not negotiated but seized. It seems there are quite a few individuals outside 11, or perhaps 12. Oh, wait, with your 2 bodyguards, that makes 14. Are you contemplating a direct confrontation?" As soon as the words left her lips, Dottie produced 2 short firearms from beneath his coat, aiming them at Shatruzi. Simultaneously, someone pushed the door open. It was bodyguard Sherman. Beside Sherman stood a small girl with golden hair and blue eyes. Her attire immaculate and pristine, her hairstyle meticulously arranged. It was evident that she had been carefully groomed before being escorted in by the bodyguards. However, the girl appeared to have endured considerable distress, trembling as she stood silently, her head bowed. Upon seeing the little girl, Dottie was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Kaylor, the girl, upon hearing Dottie's voice, trembled slightly and slowly lifted her gaze. Dottie cast aside his weapons and rushed forward, embracing the girl in a heartfelt embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Indeed, this little girl was Dottie's daughter, Kaylor. Initially, Kaylor could scarcely believe that her father was present. It was only when she was enveloped in Dottie's arms, inhaling the scent of gunpowder that clung to him, that she was certain this was the father she had yearned for. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Dottie's neck, joining him in a torrent of tears, her emotions spilling forth without restraint. TSK. Bonnie turned her head away, her expression a tempest of emotions, her gaze reflecting a profound complexity. Xi Bei took a deep breath and settled back into her chair. Shatruzi observed the father and daughter weeping inconsolably, remaining utterly unmoved. In her eyes, matters were distinct and should not be conflated, yet to demonstrate her goodwill, she gestured for the bodyguard to withdraw, leaving the little girl in the room. Furthermore, Shatruzi remarked, "We can collaborate." Bonnie refrained from interjecting this time. Xi Bei placed her hands on the dining table, her expression devoid of emotion, and said, "You speak. I shall listen." Shatruzi poured herself half a glass of red wine and replied, "Merely relying on the 3 of you to devour Feld seems rather implausible, especially since you now have a frail little girl in your midst. I can offer you resources to the fullest extent. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. However, do not let me down either." Xi Bei gradually calmed down. Finally, with a smile on his face, he said, "Let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration." Bonnie furrowed her brows and asked, "Hey, are you serious?" Xi Bei cast a glance at Bonnie. From the gaze of Xi Bei, Bonnie perceived a sense of indifference, coupled with a certain resoluteness. Even Tracy was taken aback by Xi Bei's sudden change of demeanor, as he readily acquiesced, leaving Tracy feeling somewhat disconcerted, as if she were inviting a wolf into her home. Tracy narrowed her eyes, her expression betraying her unease. Ultimately, it remains uncertain who is truly manipulating whom. The discussion concluded with Xi Bei's agreement to collaborate, marking the end of the negotiations. Xi Bei relentlessly pursued Kailuo Air from Nessa to the wetland forest, ultimately achieving the long-awaited goal of rescuing her from the inferno. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the reception hall, the clock had already struck 4 in the morning, a time when the streets were sparsely populated. As the saying goes, a dark moonlit night is a night for murder. It is undoubtedly during such hours that fires are ignited. According to Shatruzi's plan, incinerating the joyous pavilion was a crucial step. Otherwise, Feld's incessant chatter would remain unbridled. Xi Bei's timely appearance inadvertently provided Xi with the perfect opportunity. Feld had already encroached upon Xi's territory, an affront she could not tolerate. Yet, mindful of the rules governing the underworld, she had no choice but to utilize Xi Bei's hand to deal with Feld. Such a meticulously crafted scheme could not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Xi had undoubtedly long harbored intentions to confront Feld, merely waiting for the opportune moment. The pot that Xi Bei carries seems rather oversized. However, it matters not, for Xi Bei can seize this opportunity to infiltrate the dark world. By leveraging the resources provided by Xi, Xi Bei intends to establish his own influence. If one wishes to encroach upon the dark domain, these so-called titans are unavoidable. Thus, Xi Bei contemplates a cunning strategy, ascending along the threads of influence and systematically uprooting these thorns. Bonnie, unaware of Xi Bei's true intentions, expresses her discontent. Are you truly considering collaboration with that woman? Xi Bei hesitated, pondering whether to unveil the thoughts that lay deep within his heart. Suddenly, Bonnie remarked, since we have arrived in this new world, it seems we should part ways. Xi Bei, brandishing a torch, stood before the nightclub at the harbor. Are you truly about to leave? Bonnie inquired, her expression grave, devoid of any jest. I have no desire to intertwine with the denizens of the underworld. Countless nations have been utterly ravaged by their hands. However, as a pirate myself, I lack the standing to lament such matters. Yet, there are still certain affairs awaiting my attention. Xi Bei suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. Are you the second princess of the Aum Kingdom? Who knows? Bonnie waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave, saying, Goodbye, pirate hunter. Oh, I mean Xi Bei. Thank you for your care during this time. Xi Bei called out to Bonnie's retreating figure. Are you seeking Blackbeard? Bonnie did not respond, vanishing into the night. Xi Bei humorously remarked, It is I who should be cared for. Indeed, Bonnie has departed from the group. Now, only Dottie remains, along with his daughter, Kayla. Dottie has entrusted his entire fortune and life to Xi Bei. Wherever Xi Bei ventures, he shall follow, and whatever decisions Xi Bei makes, he will abide by them. He remains indifferent to Xi Bei's associations with others. His sole purpose has always been to provide unwavering support. Observing Xi Bei's dejected demeanor, he approached and gently patted Xi Bei on the shoulder. As long as Bonnie has not left this vast ocean, the day shall come when they will meet again. Xi Bei, regaining her senses, sighed, expressing her apprehension about the inevitability of change. Meanwhile, Cairo, who had just escaped the clutches of despair, maneuvered from behind Daddy to stand beside Xi Bei. She tugged at Xi Bei's cloak and offered her a lollipop, seemingly as a gesture of comfort. This confectionery had been thrust into Cairo's hands by St. Tracy after Xi Bei had consented to collaborate. Cairo had initially no desire for it, but, fearing St. Tracy's wrath, accepted it and had since refrained from consuming it. Now, observing Xi Bei's melancholic demeanor, she seized the opportunity to present the lollipop as a token of goodwill. This little girl, with her cunning nature, certainly had a clever side. Xi Bei gently ruffled Cairo's hair, then seized a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. How sweet it is. Daddy gazed at the entrance of the nightclub and murmured, Is it sweet? I find it bitter, and I fear it will only grow more bitter with time. Suddenly, Cairo exclaimed, Uncle, is it delicious? Xi Bei wore a fierce expression, deliberately attempting to frighten. It is Uncle Bei. Kayla promptly hid behind Daddy, provoking a hearty laugh from both Daddy and Xi Bei. Xi Bei touched the cloak draped over his shoulders and remarked, That madwoman, Bonnie, forgot to take her cloak. Dottie, cradling Kayla in his arms, responded, If she had taken the cloak with her, you would find yourself quite exposed. Dear uncle, surely, you cannot jest with Kayla while bare. Xi Bei wore an expression of helplessness. Immediately afterward, he adopted a serious demeanor. If they were to set a fire, they might as well make it substantial. Xi had likely ventured far away, hadn't she? Dottie nodded in agreement and remarked, She and the bodyguard named Sherman have taken the dancers to the western harbor. Their cruise ship is docked there, with the amusement park ablaze. She would certainly not linger here any longer. Since she intends to discreetly deal with Feld, she will likely make additional preparations. And Feld's men are expected to arrive by dawn. Xi Bei furrowed his brows and inquired, What about iron-faced Warwick? It seems he has gone to the Spider Tavern. Xi Bei expressed his astonishment. What is he doing at the Spider Bar? Do not forget, you are currently the courier for the Spider Bar. According to Tracy's plan, since you have fled and burned down the Joy Pavilion, Tracy will undoubtedly send someone to the Spider Bar to demand accountability. If you do not make an appearance at the spider bar, Feld will certainly grow suspicious. Xi Bei held his forehead, contemplating the complexity of this woman. It was evident that her intentions were far from superficial. She had meticulously planned her actions. It seemed that the unfortunate souls within the spider bar had unwittingly become embroiled in this predicament alongside me. Dadi also acknowledged that the number of individuals caught up in this affair had indeed become rather excessive. Zaid took a deep breath, then raised the torch and ignited it against the entrance of the harbor. At first, a faint glimmer of flame flickered to life, eventually blossoming into a roaring blaze. The entire nightclub within the harbor was soon enveloped in flames. Given that the nightclubs in the amusement district were closely situated, the establishments were interconnected. Thus, once one nightclub caught fire, it swiftly spread to the next. In a short span of time, the inferno had completely surrounded 3 nightclubs adjacent to the harbor, showing no signs of abating. It was estimated that the fire would continue to burn until dawn. Xi Bei discarded the torch and turned away. Dadi, holding Kuluo Air's hand, followed closely behind. Xi Bei, without turning back, remarked, "There is yet another place that requires a touch of flame." Dadi felt a tinge of confusion. With the joyous venue already ablaze, Xi Bei's task seemed complete. Where could this next location possibly be? Xi Bei led the way across the street towards the refugee camp. At this moment, the inferno at the joyful venue had painted the sky a fiery hue, and many individuals were gradually regaining their senses. The bustling crowd began to stir restlessly, all rushing towards the joyous venue, eager to uncover the truth of the calamity. The notion of a fire breaking out in the wetland forest was utterly unprecedented. Moreover, the flames raged within the domain of Queen Strusi. Countless bystanders were left speechless by the spectacle before them. It was evident that this was a deliberate act of arson. Who possessed such audacity to ignite a fire in a neutral zone? The gathering crowd began to chatter incessantly. "This cannot be real. What is happening?" Someone shouted into the flames. "Hey, is anyone still inside? Fool, cease your shouting. Just standing here, we feel as though we might be scorched, if anyone were inside. They must have perished long ago. Who could be responsible for such an atrocity? Heavens, my beloved Nina hasn't been caught in the flames, has she?" Soon, someone realized. "Wait, what about Queen Strusi? Is she also trapped in this inferno?" A heavy silence fell upon the crowd. If Strusi truly was caught in the blaze, dire consequences would surely follow. One individual attempted a forced smile. "Surely not. It is Queen Strusi after all. How could she be here? She must have left long ago. Her enterprises are spread across the New World. She only visits occasionally. She cannot possibly remain here, right?" Indeed, indeed. Yes, that must be the case. Yet, how did this fire ignite in the first place? No one knew, thus no one could provide an answer. Amidst the throng, a familiar figure emerged, Trafalgar Law, wielding his sword. Gazed intently at the raging flames, his mind occupied with inscrutable thoughts. Yet it was clear that he too was intrigued by the origin of the fire at the joyous venue. Suddenly, Law recalled the moment Xi Bei departed the auction house with Strusi. With a sly grin, he turned to leave. How amusing. However, while the crowd remained captivated by the fiery spectacle at the joyous venue, unraveling the chaos, another blaze ignited in the distance. A voice in the crowd pointed towards the refugee camp. "Hey, look over there. It seems another fire has erupted," not far from where he had just walked. Trafalgar Law heard the commotion and turned to see the refugee camp engulfed in flames, illuminating the remaining half of the sky. Law exclaimed, "That is the slave auction house." Alas, it seemed the situation had escalated from intriguing to troublesome. In the days to come, this incident would be referred to as the forest light of the New World. At the stroke of midnight, a great conflagration erupted in the 2 vast regions of the wetland forest, instilling fear and unease in the hearts of all. The joyous pavilion fared relatively better, as the dancers had been discreetly relocated to the harbor by Strusi. However, the slave auction house suffered devastating losses, with numerous staff perishing in the flames, including the host of the midnight auction, who was not spared from this calamity. Undoubtedly, these fires were instigated by Xi Bei. If the incineration of the joyous pavilion was merely a segment of Strusi's scheme, then the destruction of the slave auction house marked the inaugural strike of Xi Bei's dark campaign. Since its relocation, the auction house had been under the protection of Feld, yet due to Strusi's machinations, the conflict between Xi Bei and Feld had escalated to a boiling point, rendering any further concealment unnecessary. Xi Bei had long harbored discontent towards the institution of the slave auction house, and thus he opted to set it ablaze, taking the blame upon himself. This, of course, was likely a scenario that Stracy was quite pleased to witness. Xi Bei has now thoroughly entangled himself with the usurious king, Feld, whom he has yet to meet. Is this truly a prudent course of action? This question was posed by Daddy. Although the slave auction house was reduced to ashes in a great conflagration, which brought Daddy a sense of vindication, it inevitably means that they are now standing in the midst of a storm. If Xi Bei's earlier act of killing Feld's associate could be construed as an accident, then the destruction of the slave auction house undoubtedly constitutes a direct declaration of war against Feld. Even though Stracy has promised to provide resources and support to the fullest extent possible in secret, Daddy harbors a deep-seated belief that Stracy is not entirely trustworthy, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease. The flames consuming the slave auction house cast a brilliant red glow upon Xi Bei's cheeks. Xi Bei, facing the auction venue, gazed at the soaring flames with a cold smile, remarking that one must present a complete performance. He had never harbored any illusions about what that woman could possibly do for him. An auction house for slaves might hold little significance for Feld, but for him, it represented the first step toward dismantling tyranny. He could no longer cling to a mindset of chance. Indeed, Xi Bei's actions were not motivated by a desire to execute Stracy's plan. They were entirely driven by his personal emotions. If necessary, he would embrace a resolve of no return. You have made your decision, he stated. Daddy would merely offer subtle reminders at appropriate moments, yet he would not oppose Xi Bei. Since Xi Bei had made up his mind, Daddy could only follow him down this path into darkness. Glancing behind him, Daddy remarked, "Someone is approaching." Xi Bei stood motionless, urging patience. After half a minute, more individuals arrived at the slave auction site. They not only witnessed the fierce flames engulfing the auction house, but also observed two figures standing defiantly before the inferno, one of whom cradled a small girl on his back. It was none other than Xi Bei and Daddy. The crowd swelled, including a few naval personnel. Who were these two? Someone pondered. I recall. Lord Fix was slain by this man. What? How dare he lay hands on a partner of Feld? Another exclaimed. What on earth is happening? Could it be that this is intentional? Is he declaring war on Feld? Furthermore, the blaze at Joy Street must also be his doing. To simultaneously challenge both the Queen of Joy Street and the usury king, has he lost his mind? After Xi Bei confirmed that those individuals had clearly seen him, he swiftly departed from the scene. Daddy, carrying his beloved daughter, followed closely behind. At this point, Xi Bei's accumulated hatred had reached its zenith, leaving him with no reason to linger. Thus, he and Daddy hastened through the woods towards the harbor. However, due to Bonnie's departure, Xi Bei found himself devoid of a precise navigational direction, and lacking a recording pointer, he was uncertain of their next destination. They decided to set sail first and ponder their course later. Along the way, Daddy remarked with self-deprecation, Stacy has finally succeeded in her disguise. Surely Feld no longer suspects her. If these unforeseen events were all within her anticipation, then she is indeed formidable, truly deserving of her title as the Queen of the Dark Realm. Xi Bei disdainfully remarked, a so-called queen, merely a hen mother. Daddy was rendered speechless. Little girl Kyer, perched upon Daddy's back, earnestly inquired, what is a hen mother? Xi Bei awkwardly remarked, she is simply the mother of a chick. Upon hearing Xi Bei's response, a vivid image materialized in Kaler's mind. It was a scene of Stracy squatting in a nest, incubating eggs. Kaler's mind struggled to comprehend the notion. Stracy appeared so extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing the majority of women she had encountered, yet here she was, likened to a mere hen. Could it be that only by becoming a hen could one attain such beauty as Stracy's? Regardless, Kaler, being a girl, naturally harbored a love for beauty. Envisioning Stracy's enchanting visage, she dreamily exclaimed, "Oh, how I wish to be a mother hen too." Just then, Daddy, who was running briskly, heard Kaler's words, lost his footing, and fell to the ground, prompting a hearty laugh from Xi Bei. Beyond the forest lay the western bay of the wetland forest. The small boat of Xi Bei rests serenely in this harbor. Xi Bei and Daddy shared a mutual belief that as long as they arrived at this place, they would smoothly board the small boat and set sail. However, the outcome was utterly astonishing. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The small vessel, upon which the two robust men relied for their survival, had inexplicably vanished. Indeed, the boat had disappeared. Where is it? Daddy exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the empty expanse of sea before him. I distinctly remember the boat being anchored right here. How could it have suddenly vanished? Could it be that we have mistakenly arrived at the wrong harbor? Zybe also remembers the last time he returned to the small boat. It was indeed anchored precisely at the spot pointed out by Dottie. Xi Bei carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirming that he had indeed arrived at the western harbor. Yet, where was the ship? Why had it vanished? D, struck by a sudden realization, stammered, could it be Bonnie? Xi Bei slapped his forehead. That mad woman, if she hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. No one else could commit such a dastardly act. I was puzzled at the time, wondering how she intended to leave the wetland forest alone. It turns out she had long harbored ulterior motives. Now, without a boat, how could she set sail? Daddy was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a resplendent luxury cruise ship glided into view, coming to a halt right before Xi Bei. Xi Bei and Dadi looked up, only to see she standing at the edge of the boat with a radiant smile on her face. Xi Bei swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What a grand vessel." Stacy pointed into the distance and inquired, "Are you in search of that gluttonous Captain Miss? I just saw her depart in a small boat. What is this? Were you not supposed to be together? Why did she not wait for you?" Indeed, it was that madwoman, so brazenly unapologetic. Xi Bei, flushed and laughing heartily, remarked, "Isn't someone from Feld already on their way here? Thus, I have asked her to handle a few minor matters first. After all, this is our inaugural collaboration with the Queen of Joy Street. Any misstep could jeopardize our partnership." Oh, really? It appeared that Shatruzi was not entirely convinced by Xi Bei's sweet talk. Soon after, Xi Bei adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Since we have crossed paths, it is fortuitous. I have a few matters to discuss with you. A grand luxury cruise ship should not mind accommodating a few additional guests, would it?" Shatruzi cast a flirtatious glance, responding, "Of course." The opulent cruise ship, lavishly spacious, could easily accommodate even a giant, allowing him to frolic about and warm up with a few laps. Not only was the ship expansive, but it was also adorned with luxurious decorations. It was said that the red carpet laid on the deck alone was worth a staggering 10 million Bailey. Moreover, the cruise offered an array of entertainment options, including a casino, a foam house, a dance hall, a gym, and a pastry workshop. This magnificent vessel was named Pink Susie, also known as the Joyous Number. The entertainment available aboard this cruise ship far surpassed that of the joyous grounds in the wetland forest, making it no wonder that Shatruzi had no qualms about burning down the joyous grounds. While Xi Bei prided himself on being worldly, upon stepping aboard Shatruzi's Joyous Number, he was momentarily dazzled by the myriad of jeweled decorations. With all the dancers from the joyous grounds transferred to the cruise, the luxurious liner became a veritable paradise. Teeming with women, some heavily made up, others refreshingly elegant, and still others sauntering about in bikinis on the deck, with the air thick with the alluring fragrance of femininity. In stark contrast to the punitive atmosphere of the battle-hardened daughters of the warrior nation, this place truly represented a haven for men. Xi Bei has always prided himself on his remarkable self-control. However, to his surprise, the moment he boarded the joyful ship, he nearly faltered. A bikini-clad beauty approached him, gracefully holding a tray, and presented a glass of champagne to Xi Bei. With an intentionally flirtatious smile, she slowly swayed her alluring waist as she sauntered away, even turning back to blow him a playful kiss. Within the depths of her heart, Xi Bei felt an insatiable itch akin to the claws of a cat. These enchanting little sprites certainly possessed an extraordinary talent for captivating others. Shatruzi beckoned a dancer over, and, from the tray, she picked up a glass of orange juice, extending it towards Kaeruo. Kaeruo seemed to have momentarily forgotten her harrowing experience of being abducted by human traffickers. She was envious of Shatruzi's beauty and, mesmerized by the vibrant colors aboard the Joyful, she leapt from Dottie's back, sipping her juice as she wandered across the deck, her gaze flitting about. The sheer vastness of the Joyful, coupled with the throngs of people, made it all too easy for Kaeruo to drift away, eventually disappearing from sight. Dottie scanned the surroundings, beginning his search. Observing this, Shatruzi snapped her fingers. "Worry not. I have arranged for someone to take the little girl on a delightful tour of the pastry workshop." Leaning against the ship's railing and facing the crowd aboard the Joyful, she set her glass aside and tilted her head, inquiring, "So, is there anything further you wish to discuss with me?" Xi Bei took a sip of champagne, gradually calming down. In such moments, one must not let fleeting desires cloud their judgment. "Have you sent Warwick to confront those at the Spider Bar?" Tracy appeared unconcerned, wearing an expression of indifference. "You are merely a courier for the Spider Bar, albeit temporarily, yet your troubles in the wetland forest are inextricably linked to them. Even if I do not pursue this matter, Field will not let them off the hook." Are you genuinely worried about them? Xi Bei shrugged lightly, stating, "It's not that I'm particularly concerned. I don't have much connection with those individuals. However, there is one thing I trust you are aware of. The staff at the Spider Bar are far from ordinary, and most of them possess unique abilities. Do you truly believe it is wise to send Warwick alone to handle this?" Tracy paused momentarily. "Are you referring to the Baroque workshop?" Xi Bei drained the champagne in one gulp and remarked, "The Baroque workshop was undoubtedly established by Crocodile himself. Although those fellows have now found themselves reduced to operating a bar in the marshy woods, they remain, in any case, under Crocodile's command. If we push them too hard, it would not bode well for you either." Shy Tracy furrowed her brow and remained silent. Xi Bei's lips curled into a smile. "The information you possess undoubtedly surpasses mine. Even I am aware that Crocodile has escaped from Impel Down. It is inconceivable that you are unaware of this. Moreover, Crocodile currently resides in the New World. Should he discover that his subordinates have been inexplicably targeted by the Queen of Happy Street, I believe he would not remain passive. Although that sand crocodile lacks compassion and may be indifferent to the fate of the Spider Bar, he would certainly not permit the denizens of the Dark World to use his former subordinates as pawns in their power struggles. This would be akin to riding upon his neck. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with the dog." Xi Bei suddenly chuckled, a look of regret adorning his face. "For someone as astute as you, did you truly not consider this possibility beforehand?" Tsueishi, biting her lip, candidly admitted that she had not. Xi Bei was in high spirits, leisurely savoring a glass of champagne taken from the tray of a dancer. Earlier, he had imbibed too hastily, failing to appreciate its flavor. Crocodile was formidable. His defeat in the battle at Alabasta was, in truth, rather unjust. If one were to assign blame, it would be to fate, as he was destined to be the antagonist. Nonetheless, he had personally vanquished the protagonist on 2 occasions. Had it not been for Robin's clandestine assistance, the Straw Hat Pirates' journey would have met its end during their time in Alabasta. Thus, Crocodile's downfall was dictated by the narrative, rather than a deficiency in strength. If perchance Stussy were to attract Crocodile's attention, it would indeed cause her considerable distress. Following Xi Bei's suggestion, she finally realized the grave error she had made. Had she left the Spider Bar for Feld to manage, Crocodile would have sought him out instead. This could have transformed into a significant advantage for Stussy. With Crocodile's intervention, it would have been akin to adding wings to a tiger, and she need not fear Feld's downfall. However, her cleverness backfired. She had already sent Warwick to the Spider Bar to create trouble. Thus, as the leader, Crocodile would likely turn his gaze towards Stussy. Should such an event transpire, the intricate plan conceived by Stussy would devolve into utter nonsense. In a state of urgency, Stussy exclaimed, "Color Leech, connect me to Warwick's phone bug and instruct him to return immediately." No sooner had she spoken than a woman clad in ninja attire materialized out of thin air. Zybe was taken aback. This individual, known as Kai Ji, is a female ninja, exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination, particularly adept at this technique of invisibility, which mirrors the powers of the transparent fruit to a remarkable degree. Xi Bei remains oblivious to the hidden cards that the Queen of Joyful Street may possess. Kaiji retrieved a small telephone bug and connected with Warwick on the other end. However, before Stussy could utter a command, a voice emanated from the device. It was a man's voice, raspy and hoarse, likely a consequence of excessive smoking, which had taken a toll on his vocal cords. "Oh, the iron-faced scoundrel prefers silence. Allow me to speak on his behalf." Stussy's pupils constricted sharply. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the telephone bug, Zybe felt a shiver run down his spine. "Hello? No way. Is it really happening?" Sweat glistened on Trisha's forehead as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Crocodile, I had no idea you had arrived in the wetland forest. What have you done to Warwick?" The voice from the telephone bug was hoarse yet composed. "He intended to leave after his visit to the Spider Bar, so I temporarily retained him there. Hey, Amar. 1. Have you calculated the total? How much does that iron-faced bastard owe?" Another indifferent voice echoed from the telephone bug. "Mr. 5 is confirmed dead, while the remaining 4 are severely injured." Crocodile expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, why hasn't the bar been accounted for?" Mr. 1 coldly replied. "Though the Spider Bar has been reduced to rubble, I believe this was not the doing of anyone else, hence it shall not be included in the bill." Crocodile's tone grew increasingly impatient. "Humph, still as arrogant as ever. Are you suggesting that I was responsible for the bar's destruction?" Mr. 1 responded straightforwardly, "Of course. That is the truth." Trisha listened with a grim expression to the exchange between the two on the telephone bug. Suddenly, Crocodile shifted his tone, saying, "The situation is such that the iron-faced bastard may no longer accompany you to sea, you wretched woman." Immediately following, a heart-wrenching scream from Warwick pierced through the telephone bug. Clenching her teeth, Trisha hung up the telephone bug and commanded loudly, "Sailors, take your positions. Set sail at once." Xi Bei tightly grasped Dottie's arm, whispering softly, "Crocodile." The sand alligator had finally emerged. When bodyguard Warwick confronted him at the spider bar, fate had them cross paths. Initially, Crocodile was disinclined to engage, yet Warwick, uncomfortable under scrutiny, lashed out after merely being gazed at a moment longer. Regrettably for him, he was no match for Crocodile and was left defeated. The ensuing clash between them left the spider bar in ruins, with a senior member of the Baroque works perishing and 4 others injured. Crocodile would surely settle this score. Moreover, Xi Bei discerned that Stacy and Crocodile appeared to be old acquaintances, yet their relationship seemed strained and discordant. Thus, Crocodile's unforeseen arrival struck Stacy like a thunderbolt. Instilling within her a plethora of concerns, she was reluctant to confront him directly and chose to evade his wrath for the time being. With Warwick now in Crocodile's clutches, his return was improbable, and lingering was futile. Without hesitation, Stacy commanded the ship to set sail. Bodyguard Sherman ascended to the lookout to survey the situation, while Ninja Kaichi gradually faded from sight. "Are you not old friends? Shouldn't you meet?" Xi Bei inquired, genuinely eager to encounter the sand alligator. For as the primary antagonist of the original tale, Xi Bei harbored a certain admiration for him, purely appreciation, with no allegiance. The dreamlike joy had now distanced itself from the soaring above the wetland forest where the sun was rising. The sky, already ablaze with a great fire, was further painted crimson by the morning light, transforming the entire expanse into a sea of flames, evoking an otherworldly beauty. Stacy had no aversion to red. Fixated on the fiery clouds above the wetland forest, she remarked, "There is no time to linger here, for a breathtaking performance is about to commence, one that will dictate the future trajectory of the new world." "What performance?" Xi Bei was utterly at a loss. Beside Shatruzi lay a current affairs newspaper from a news agency, brimming with significant headlines. Shatruzi picked up the paper and gazed at the leading story. It was time to make a decision. She tapped the newspaper, speaking as if to herself, yet seemingly addressing Xi Bei. "The warring states have just retreated from the front lines, and now he has unexpectedly resigned, with one naval general candidate captured and another turned traitor. If we do not swiftly appoint a commander-in-chief, the naval headquarters may very well begin to crumble from within." Xi Bei seemed to have grasped something, and thus snatched the newspaper. Indeed, the conflict between Qingji and Akainu had commenced. Last I heard, the decisive battle between these 2 individuals was scheduled for 10 days later. It has barely been 2 or 3 days. How could the conflict have suddenly commenced? It must surely be due to the events in Mariehua that have expedited the timing of the confrontation. Zai began to scour the newspapers, seeking any mention of Mary Gios. While the papers were rife with significant headlines, such as Blackbeard's latest triumph over the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, there was, astonishingly, no news pertaining to Mary Gios. Undoubtedly, the catastrophic events surrounding Mary Gios had been meticulously suppressed by the world government. The notion that Mary Gios could be so easily invaded and transformed into a conflagration was a scandal that, if made public, would surely tarnish the reputation of the world government. At that point, everyone would be eager to flock to Mary Gios, leaving the world government in utter disarray. Thus, such grave incidents that pose a direct threat to Mary Gios are typically classified as confidential and are not publicly disseminated in newspapers. It is precisely for this reason that Zyb's bounty notice has yet to be released. Although Bonnie's bounty skyrocketed by 500 million after the incident at Mary Gios, the reports failed to link it to Mary Gios. Even the reason for Tantata's capture was merely cited as collusion with pirates. Consequently, the events at Mary Gios remained largely unknown, even within the ranks of the Navy. Xi Bei finally realized that the rulers of every world are, in essence, quite similar. Those who dare to report are merely sharing what is permissible for public viewing, while the information that remains concealed will undoubtedly never see the light of day. Therefore, Xi Bei's endeavor to sift through newspapers in search of valuable news regarding Mariehua is, without a doubt, a futile dream. Xi Bei composed herself and inquired, "Has the decisive battle commenced?" "Indeed, it has begun. The confrontation between Akainu and Akiji is bound to last for several days and nights. Even though the battle has already started, if one were to rush over now, they could still partake in the excitement. Although the timing of their clash has been hastened, The venue remains Punk Hazard. Once a naval research base, Punk Hazard fell victim to a disastrous experiment that resulted in a toxic gas leak, shrouding the island in noxious fumes and ultimately rendering it uninhabited. It is undoubtedly the most fitting location for the epic showdown between Aokiji and Akainu. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei inquired once more, "How long will it take to reach Punk Hazard from here?" Tracy silently calculated for a while before responding. "At the latest, it should take 2 days." Xi Bei expressed his impatience. "Could we proceed a bit more swiftly?" The clash between Aokiji and Akainu indeed presents a breathtaking spectacle of global significance, and Xi Bei is reluctant to miss the grand opening ceremony. Although he acknowledges that Aokiji may ultimately face defeat, it is not a foregone conclusion. Xi Bei's presence has introduced a butterfly effect into this world, altering the course of many narratives. Whether Akainu can still vanquish Aokiji and ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral remains uncertain. As Stussy walked alongside, she inquired, "What is the matter? Do you wish to visit Punk Hazard as well?" "Isn't that an obvious question?" Xi Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is a decisive battle between naval admirals. Surely, you wish to witness it as well?" Shatruzi closed her eyes and casually replied, "What truly concerns me is who will ultimately ascend to the rank of Marshal, as this is inextricably linked to the impending turmoil of the New World. Moreover, if you accompany me to Punk Hazard, what will become of your captain, Miss? Are you not waiting for her?" The captain referred to by Shatruzi was none other than Bonnie. "Wait for her? How would I even do that?" Xi Bei exclaimed. Bonnie had departed without a word, stealthily piloting the ship away, leaving Xi Bei unaware of her destination. Fortunately, Shatruzi's opulent cruise ship made its timely appearance, allowing Xi Bei to fabricate an excuse, claiming he had matters to discuss, thus enabling him to board the luxurious vessel, the Happy Cruise. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to set sail. Yet, Xi Bei's fortune was indeed remarkable. He had merely intended to leverage a topic from the spider bar to catch a ride on a favorable wind, only to unwittingly strike a nerve that drew Crocodile out into the open. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei inquired, "Do you suppose that Feld will make an appearance at the Punk Hazard event?" "Naturally, that man would never miss such a spectacle." Immediately, Tracy, quickly grasping the situation, continued, "This decisive battle pertains to a significant reform within the Navy headquarters, attracting considerable attention and concern. Both the Revolutionary Army and the pirates will undoubtedly be watching closely. I am also quite curious about the sparks that might ignite between ice and magma." Xi Bei was filled with excitement. "What more is there to say? Hurry and take a look, and you will understand." Shiki narrowed her eyes and softly reminded him, "Did you not comprehend my meaning? That place is a battlefield for the mighty. Anyone who dares to spectate, there is a figure of unimaginable stature. And you wish to rush into that arena? Are you courting death? Even the most casual individual there could extinguish your life as easily as one would crush an insect." Xi Bei chuckled, "It's nothing. My bones are strong. Are you really going?" Xi Bei nodded. "Go?" Xi Bei has resolved to journey to Punk Hazard, and Shatrisi did not elaborate further on the matter. After conversing for quite some time, the dawn had already broken. The joyous ship was swiftly making its way towards Punk Hazard. It is anticipated that they will reach their destination before the break of day tomorrow, where not only will they encounter a naval admiral, but also numerous eminent figures, including the 7 warlords. Xi Bei is finally beginning to feel a sense of gradual integration into this world. Well, regardless, there is no point in rushing. One might as well indulge in the pleasures here for the time being. Shatrisi instructed a dancer to guide Xi Bei around the joyous ship, while she herself retreated to another area, likely to her quarters for some much-needed rest. Having not closed her eyes for a day and a night, with her mind racing with various thoughts and calculations, she indeed appeared rather fatigued. Xi Bei and Dottie also shared the same sleepless night, yet Xi Bei felt no weariness at all, as he was surrounded by numerous alluring bikini-clad beauties, which invigorated him immensely. However, in an effort to maintain an air of gentlemanly composure in the presence of these enchanting women, he struggled to restrain himself from overly familiar gestures, opting instead for the occasional playful pinch of their slender waists or a light pat on their curves during conversation. This resulted in a flurry of playful exclamations. "Oh, Bebe-kun. How annoying. You pinch me again. Bebe-kun, there's something even more fun over there. Come with me." Xi Bei, enveloped in indulgence, appeared utterly enraptured, with drool escaping his lips. The dancer clasped Xi Bei's hand, her voice dripping with sweetness as she implored, "Come on, let's visit the bubble house together." The bubble house. The mere mention of Xi Bei sends one into a euphoric state, rendering their legs weak with delight. Were it not for the support of 3 enchanting dancers, he might have struggled to maintain his footing. Particularly when Xi Bei playfully indulges in the flirtations of these dancers, their coy yet inviting demeanor proves utterly irresistible. Indeed, under the sweet seduction of the dancers, Xi Bei finds himself utterly debased. Realizing the situation cannot be allowed to escalate further, Daddy swiftly intervenes, seizing Xi Bei and liberating him from the dancer's enchanting grasp. As someone with experience, having a daughter himself, Daddy is acutely aware of the dancer's cunning tactics. After all, Xi Bei is still brimming with vitality, and it is quite natural for him to be unable to rein in his impulses. Thus, at such a moment, Daddy must step forward to lend him a hand. Hey, Xi Bei, you must not be swayed by these women. They are all under the influence of Shikiki. Xi Bei, with a hint of drool, remarked nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, as long as it's beautiful. Just as he finished speaking, a throng of women encircled him and Daddy, effectively trapping them in the middle. Among the group, some dancers exhibited a preference for older men, upon glimpsing Daddy's rugged visage. Adorned with a full beard and the marks of life's tribulations, they could not help but reach out, their hands exploring his form. As the dancers grew bolder, they ventured to slip their hands inside the inner lining of Daddy's jacket. It is worth noting that the interior of Daddy's jacket was laden with firearms. Thus, when the dancers touched, they encountered the cold steel of a gun barrel. With a sudden flourish, Daddy flung open his coat, declaring, I am a man with a daughter. You cannot deceive me. Cease this at once. His voice resounded through the air, echoing like thunder. Xi Bei was finally roused from his slumber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, there are too many young ladies, Daddy. Quickly put away your weapon. We must be cautious not to harm the innocent. By the way, isn't Kayla at the pastry workshop? Shouldn't you hurry over to see what's happening? We wouldn't want her to go missing again. Rest assured, you need not worry about me. I can handle these dancers on my own. Kayla was Daddy's Achilles heel. The mere mention of her made Daddy lose all desire to remain in that place. Ah, Kayla, Daddy exclaimed, turning to dash towards the pastry workshop. Yet, just a few steps out, he suddenly halted and glanced back at Xi Bei. Xi Bei nodded emphatically, signaling to Daddy not to worry about him. Daddy also noticed the serious and resolute expression on Xi Bei's face. Wait for me. I will return shortly, Daddy said before rushing into the pastry workshop. Xi Bei clenched his fists, his expression grave. You had better not return so soon. After being single for so many years, Xi Bei finally sees a glimmer of hope in finding companionship today. How could he allow Daddy to impede his progress? Daddy, with a daughter already capable of her own life, insists on maintaining an air of a repressed elder. Fine, if he chooses not to partake in the joys of life. That is his prerogative, but how dare he attempt to thwart Xi Bei's pursuit of happiness? If Xi Bei does not find a way to send him away, it seems he may remain in solitude for life. Ladies, come, let us escape to the bubble house for a delightful time. The delicate flower girl, looking pitiful, remarked. Your companion is quite terrifying. He seems to conceal an alarming number of weapons. As Zybe took the opportunity to caress the alluring curves of the dancer clad in vibrant attire, he spoke soothing words to her. Amidst the lively chatter of the dancers, Zybe suddenly discerned a striking detail. He realized that Daddy bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain individual, both in appearance and demeanor. He suspected that even the scent emanating from him was similar. This individual was none other than the infamous outlaw Graves from League of Legends. Indeed, they both wielded firearms, donned long coats, sported facial hair, and exuded a palpable aura of gunpowder. Even their features shared a remarkable likeness. Xi Bei remarked, he is indeed a gun enthusiast. He must have a firearm on him. Immediately following, he quickly added, it's just a gun. I possess one as well. The dancers, filled with curiosity, inquired, where is it? Xi Bei swallowed hard, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. This place is rather inconvenient. We wouldn't want to startle anyone, would we? Come, let us make our way to the foam room. I assure you, it will be a sight to behold. 7 or 8 enchanting dancers giggled as they led Xi Bei into the foam room. Indeed, there were 7 or 8 of them. This foam room was quite intriguing. Within the small space, aside from the bathtub, the floor and walls were entirely crafted from foam. The white bathtub seemed to be nestled within a mound of foam, and stepping on it felt akin to walking on clouds. Ah, it indeed resembled the clouds floating above the sky island. Xi Bei groped the soft, fluffy foam around her. It was truly enchanting. No wonder she is the queen of Joy Street. She knows how to have fun. Xi Bei dipped his hand into the bathtub, gauging the water temperature, which was just right. Impatiently, he shed his cloak and stood there, completely bare, within the foam-filled haven, hands planted firmly on his hips, spinning around with a mischievous grin. "Ladies, come and indulge your eyes," he called out, but his words trailed off abruptly, for upon turning around, he discovered that the dancers had vanished without a trace. Xi Bei was filled with confusion as he glanced around. After all, it was his first visit to the bubble house, and the whimsical nature of the bubbles certainly captivated him, prompting him to steal a few extra glances. However, when he turned around, he found that all 7 or 8 dancers had mysteriously vanished. They had promised to enjoy the experience together, so what was he to do now? Xi Bei has long been thirsting with anticipation. The little fairies are exceedingly adept at kindling desire. I cannot resist any longer. Xi Bei pushed open the door of the foam house, intending to inquire about the special services. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sight of 2 women, standing like guardians on either side of the doorway. Xi Bei called out softly, "Beautiful ladies." Simultaneously, 2 women turned to face him. As Xi Bei took in their appearances, his heart jolted, and he instinctively exclaimed, "What on earth?" The thick leg hair, pronounced stubble, and resolute square faces of these 2 women unmistakably proclaimed their pride in being transgender individuals. Indeed, they represented a unique and independent group, straddling the line between genders, characterized by flamboyant personalities and an exuberant spirit that most could hardly withstand. Upon merely casting a glance at them, Xi Bei was instantly doused in a chilling wave of desire. The sudden appearance of the 2 transvestites left him thoroughly alarmed, extinguishing any inclination to inquire about special services. The moment Xi Bei beheld their self-satisfied, alluring smiles, he hastily retreated into the foam room, slamming the door shut behind him. In his anxiety, he braced himself against the door, fearing that the 2 figures might force their way inside. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the transvestites knocked persistently. "Bei, are you all right? Please open the door. We can help you with a back rub." Xi Bei was overcome with goosebumps. His complexion turned pallid. He would rather remain single for a lifetime than entertain the thought of 2 transvestites frolicking together. Therefore, he resolutely refused to allow these 2 individuals to enter. Those dancers had truly led him into a dreadful predicament. Xi Bei shouted loudly, "Don't come in. I can manage on my own." The 2 enchanting figures teased him. "Honestly, Bei Kuan is feeling shy. Indeed, let us guard him from those ill-intentioned people outside." Hearing that the 2 would remain stationed at the door, Xi Bei felt a surge of panic and hastily locked the door. He then leaped into the bathtub, naked, plunging his head beneath the water. After soaking for a brief moment, he finally began to calm down. The so-called bubble room was merely a small private bathing chamber, where one could immerse oneself completely in relaxation and alleviate fatigue. If only there were 2 lovely dancers attending to him, it would be nothing short of paradise on earth. At that moment, Xi Bei suddenly remembered the command he had shouted in a moment of desperation. He began to glance around, but found no sign of the honor mall. What the heck? The honor mall still hadn't materialized. However, the voice of programmer 007 resonated from all corners of the bubble room. 007's tone was unusual, tinged with sarcasm. "You certainly know how to indulge yourself." Xi Bei, immersed in the bathtub, surveyed her surroundings with a visage full of perplexity. Where's the honor mall? Why have I not encountered it?" The voice of 007 echoed intermittently, elucidating. "The utopian honor mall system is, after all, still in it undoubtedly requires frequent maintenance and adjustments. However, fortune smiles upon you, for it is rumored that after this maintenance, the system will unveil a plethora of new products, including tangible items." Tangible products? Xi Bei has piqued interest. 007 continues to elaborate. "Moreover, in the future, the system will assist you in discovering your intrinsic potential. Should you encounter any uncertainties, simply allow the system to conduct an assessment, sparing you the need to inquire about each detail individually, only to later blame me for not clarifying earlier. Allow me to inform you that the physical items available in this update cannot be extracted. They can solely be exchanged for honor points." Xi Bei abruptly rose from the bathtub. "I have never held you accountable. However, could you enlighten me on what exactly a tangible product entails?" "Oh dear." 007, with a hint of impatience, muttered under his breath and then reassured. "Do refrain from getting overly excited. Quickly don your cloak." A tangible product, as the term implies, refers to a physical entity that can be extracted from the system. The skills you draw from the spinning wheel are mere intangible abilities. Following this update, the newly available items include the Soul Reaper's Zampa Kit, the development scrolls from Naruto, and the Devil Fruits from One Piece, among others. all of which can be explicitly exchanged for honor points and subsequently retrieved from the system. Upon hearing this, Xi Bei comprehended that redeeming tangible products would undoubtedly require a greater expenditure of honor points. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xi Bei inquired about internal information. Do you have any idea how many honor points it would cost to directly exchange for goods? 007 let out a light chuckle. Having anticipated Xi Bei's question, I cannot say for certain, as my role is merely routine maintenance. However, I suspect it is not inexpensive. For instance, acquiring a devil fruit in this realm is not particularly difficult, so the honor points required for such an exchange should not be exorbitant. Conversely, a Zanpakuto is a unique entity in this world, thus the honor points needed for its exchange will be considerably higher. The rarity of an item inherently elevates its value, and that is essentially the principle at play here. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei seemed to grasp the underlying principle. That which does not belong to this world, when brought into it, becomes singular and its value multiplies, akin to a globally coveted artifact. Conversely, the value of items inherent to this realm is contingent upon their acquisition difficulty and rarity. As 007 aptly remarked, rarity begets value. Thus, it is likely that the newly updated merchandise cannot be casually exchanged for a mere 3,000 or 5,000 honor points. Xi Bei pondered carefully and jested. Do you think I'm foolish? To exchange for a single item requires spending thousands, even tens of thousands of honor points. With that, I could have drawn numerous skills. Once I possess a wealth of skills, why would I unnecessarily go through the trouble of acquiring expensive items? Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, 007 erupted into hearty laughter. Xi Bei was utterly perplexed, unsure of the reason behind the laughter. What was there to laugh about? Was I mistaken in my assertions? 007 stifled his chuckles and cautioned. From the appearance of the honor maul to the mechanism of skill extraction, it should be apparent to you that it bears a striking resemblance to a fruit machine. Does it not? Do you understand the fundamental nature of a fruit machine? Indeed, it is gambling. I must admit, your luck has been remarkable, winning skills 3 times in succession. However, what guarantees that you will continue to win? The honor maul, akin to the Star 97 fruit machine, comprises 9 slots, reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. The prerequisite for winning is that 3 identical skills must align in a row, whether diagonally, horizontally, or vertically. Only then can one acquire the corresponding skill. If none of the 9 slots form a line, no skill can be obtained, even if 3 identical skills appear. Without a connecting line, the effort to extract a skill, costing 1,000 honor points, would be rendered futile. Xi Bei has won 3 times, leading him to nearly forget the fundamental nature of the fruit machine. Indeed, this is gambling. Even if Xi Bei's luck is extraordinary, he cannot guarantee victory on every occasion. Xi Bei settled back into the bathtub, lost in contemplation. Following this recent update, products could now be directly exchanged for honor points. While this may come at a higher cost, the advantage lies in the elimination of the randomness in selection. Upon deeper reflection, wielding a soul-cutting blade in this realm certainly exudes an exhilarating power. Moreover, as Xi Bei accumulates honor points, the prospect of exchanging them for an array of ninjutsu scrolls becomes tantalizing. With a mere flick of the wrist, one could unleash a formidable earth-shattering star, which would undoubtedly be impressive. Furthermore, since Xi Bei aspires to penetrate the shadows of the underworld, a flawless entry point is essential. If Xi Bei could utilize honor points to amass a considerable stock of devil fruits, thereby outpacing the scientist Caesar and flooding the black market with these fruits, Xi Bei would ascend to become the foremost kingpin in the trade of devil fruits, resulting in a remarkable transformation in both status and identity. However, prior to embarking on this venture, one crucial matter must be addressed. If Xi Bei aspires to become the exclusive spokesperson for the sale of devil fruits, then the scientist Caesar must perish, for he too possesses the knowledge to create these extraordinary fruits. Xi Bei cannot abide the existence of 2 representatives of devil fruits in this world. Thus, the demise of scientist Caesar is imperative. The rapidity with which Xi Bei's demeanor shifted was astonishing. With an impassive expression, he inquired, how long must the honor maul remain under maintenance? 007 pondered for a moment. Likely assessing the status of the maul's updates, maintenance typically lasts for 24 hours, and with 7 hours already elapsed, after a further wait of 17 hours, the maul would be accessible for summoning. Xi Bei inquires once more, what is my current honor balance? Prior to the maintenance of the maul, 007 had already verified Xi Bei's honor balance. In the Marihoya incident, you earned 2,000 honor points, and in the wetland forest event, which triggered dark forces. You accumulated an additional 1,100 honor points. Furthermore, you also acquired 100 honor points on Kalebali Island. In total, you have garnered 3,200 honor points, which, when combined with the original 990, brings your current honor balance to a grand total of 4,190. Xi Bei expressed his confusion, inquiring, Kalebali Island? I have never heard of it. What is the situation? Kalebali Island is the current location of the Shichibukai buggy. When you eliminated Buggy's battle fleet, you left behind a name that eventually reached Buggy's ears. Consequently, Buggy has developed a certain awareness of you and has arranged an operation specifically targeting you. Truly, it seems that one wave has yet to settle before another arises. Xi Bei inquired curiously, has this individual arranged actions specifically targeting me? What sort of actions? As it pertains to the central theme, I cannot disclose further. These matters necessitate your own exploration and adaptability. Xi Bei let out a weary sigh, feeling utterly exasperated by the incessant troubles. Moreover, he would have to wait a staggering 17 hours to glimpse the newly updated merchandise. By the time those 17 hours elapsed, he would likely have already arrived at Punkhazard. What surprised him even further was that the combined events of Mariehua and the wetland forest had only yielded a mere 3,000 honor points, leaving his current balance just above 4,000. Instinctively, Xi Bei knew that with only 4,000 points, redemption for goods was surely out of reach. Xi Bei had soaked long enough in the bathtub, so he rose and donned his cloak. Please remember to inform me in advance during the next system update. Programmer 007 seems to harbor some discontent towards this frustrating system. His tone grew melancholic. A system in its trial phase is bound to have its flaws, however. It is gradually being refined. Enough complaining, what can I do? I am equally despondent. In truth, I have long wished to resign. But I am bound by contract and must persevere, lest I incur penalties for breach. My greatest pleasure now lies in witnessing your gradual evolution in this alternate realm. Akin to watching a story unfold, Xi Bei was astonished, for he discerned the underlying meaning behind the words of 007. Xi Bei furrowed his brows and inquired, "What did you say?" 007, puzzled by Xi Bei's sudden seriousness, responded, "Did you just mention watching us grow step by step?" Us? Xi Bei glanced upward, seemingly attempting to discern the direction from which 007's voice emanated. However, 007 resided in an alternate dimension, and his voice echoed from all directions, fluctuating in proximity. Even if Xi Bei wished to turn towards 007 to inquire, he could not pinpoint an accurate location. Thus, Xi Bei could only shout into the void. Am I the only traveler in this world? Suddenly, 007 interjected, "Oh dear, I still have some unfinished business to attend to. I must take my leave." Zybe leaped and shouted, "Don't leave. Come back and clarify your words." Silence enveloped the scene. It was evident that 007 had concealed himself to evade the matter at hand. The boisterous cries of Xi Bei yielded no intelligence from 007. Instead, they alerted the two guards stationed outside, who promptly burst through the door and stormed into the foam-filled abode. Xi Bei barely had time to react before being encircled by the two individuals. Fortunately, Xi Bei was already appropriately attired. At that moment, a sensation akin to being besieged by enemy forces enveloped Xi Bei. "What do you intend to do?" inquired one of the guards, a person with a square face. In a dulcet tone, "We heard your call and came in. Were you summoning us? Do you wish for us to massage your back? We would be delighted to oblige. As long as it is your request, dear Xi Bei." The other guard produced a white towel, further encouraging the notion. "Come, let us indulge in a delightful frolic within this foam sanctuary." Xi Bei's expression changed dramatically as he seized the opportunity to escape from the two individuals beside him. In that moment, he suddenly grasped the sorrow of Sanji Kun. Merely standing before those two figures filled him with a sense of irrevocable loss. Yet, Sanji Kun had endured 2 entire years living among this community, steadfast in his resolve. Such resilience is truly admirable. At this very moment, one cannot help but wonder what kind of existence Sanji Kun is leading in the realm of the Okama king, Ivankov. It must be, without a doubt, a sight too grim to behold. Ultimately, one must question why there are Okama aboard the pink Suzy joyful ship of Stussy. This is indeed a significant oversight. The sun now hangs high in the sky, marking the zenith of noon. Xi Bei had just finished cleansing himself in the bubble house, feeling invigorated and full of energy. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to meander into the casino, hoping to engage in a little gamble and perhaps win some pocket money. However, just as he approached the entrance, The door swung open abruptly, and he collided with an individual, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Xi Bei managed to steady himself. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Xi Bei looked up and saw the bodyguard, Sherman. From the very first moment Xi Bei laid eyes on Sherman, he had not heard a single word spoken by him, leaving him uncertain whether this man was mute. Although Sherman did not possess the towering height of over 3 meters like Warwick, he still loomed significantly taller than Xi, making Xi Bei appear almost like a child in his presence. Even when Xi Bei stood on tiptoe and stretched out his hand, he would still struggle to reach Sherman's face. Behind Sherman, as always, were 2 broad-backed steel knives, exuding a formidable aura. When the two met face to face, Sherman, taking advantage of his physical stature, cast a condescending glance down at Xi Bei. Xi Bei ignored him and brushed past, heading towards the casino. However, no sooner had he taken a step than he was intercepted by 10 guards. Xi Bei finally looked up and met his gaze. To her surprise, the reticent Sherman finally spoke. "Do you have money?" Xi Bei, with empty sleeves, pondered the source of his finances. Thus, he shook his head. This 10 man appeared honest and unassuming, seemingly not the type to deliberately seek trouble. Xi Bei could not fathom his intentions. Regardless, Xi Bei considered himself a guest of Shi Chui Shi. Was it truly the case that one could not step into the casino simply due to a lack of funds? Xi Bei gestured towards the casino. "Is it not permissible to take a look inside?" 10 men tilted his head in response. The Joyful is replete with numerous entertainment venues. However, this particular space does not suit your inclinations. Follow me, and I shall escort you to the ballroom and the gymnasium. Every individual who boards this vessel has already paid for their passage. Although Lord Stracy has graciously waived your fares and allocated you resting quarters, any other services aboard that require monetary exchange are not encompassed within Lord Stracy's arrangements. Xi Bei understood. "What you mean is that without money, there is no freedom." Even with wealth, freedom is not as boundless as one might imagine. 10 men, walking ahead, pointed to the upper deck of the Joyous, as well as various surrounding locations. With an impassive expression, remarked, "The private lounge of Lady Stracy, the storerooms, the accounts hall, the launch bay, and the observation deck. These places are strictly off-limits. Those who come aboard the Joyous are typically long-standing patrons, familiar with the established rules, and thus, they do not venture into any of the aforementioned areas." Xi Bei observed the incessant chatter of Sherman and mused, "I never expected you to be so loquacious. It seems once you start speaking, you cannot be silenced." Sherman remained unperturbed, his expression impassive as he replied, "Before boarding the vessel, you are an adversary, and I have nothing to share with you. However, once on board, you become a guest, and it is imperative that I inform you of the ship's regulations." At this juncture, Sherman suddenly paused, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he inquired, "I heard from Lady Tracy that fellow Warwick failed to gain any advantage over you?" Xi Bei retorted, "What? Must he take advantage for it to be considered normal? Oh, how intriguing." Sherman cast a meaningful glance at Xi Bei. Xi Bei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind. Since you have laid out the rules, I shall refrain from visiting those places. I haven't slept a wink all night and am utterly fatigued. I need to rest. Otherwise, I shall arrive at Pankasade in a state of utter exhaustion. By the way, where are the father and daughter who accompanied me?" 10 men promptly replied, "They are asleep in the pastry workshop." Xi Bei stretched lazily and remarked, "Well, it's good that nothing is amiss." Xi Bei approached the edge of the ship, peering into the azure expanse of the sea. He then settled down, leaning against the ship's railing, tilting his head and drifting into slumber. 10 men, sensing the tranquility, quietly distanced himself from Xi Bei and climbed to the observation deck above. A number of elegantly dressed guests passed by, noticing Xi Bei sprawled on the deck, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, draped only in a single cloak, which struck them as quite uncouth. Disdain was etched on their faces, and among them, a particularly arrogant and haughty merchant tossed a few coins at Xi Bei's feet, provoking a wave of ridicule from onlookers. "Use that money to find a cleaner corner to rest. Your presence here is quite bothersome." Indeed, how did such a fellow even board the ship? Could he have slipped aboard amidst the chaos of the wetland forest fire? It's not entirely implausible. Upon hearing the cacophony of whispers, Xi Bei slowly opened his eyes. Xi Bei gazed at the 2 coins at his feet, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Even taking a nap in the sea breeze could lead to being regarded as a monkey. What was more infuriating was this curly-haired merchant, who had the audacity to toss 2 coins before Xi Bei, reducing him to the status of a beggar. Although Xi Bei occasionally indulged in clever schemes, at his core, he was a spirited young man, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Xi Bei, shaken from his slumber, rose to his feet. This curly-haired merchant, who had carelessly discarded a coin, was no ordinary human but a member of the long-arm tribe. His arms dangled nearly to the ground, reminiscent of a gibbon. Yet his physique was comparable to that of an average human, standing at least as tall as Xi Bei. Clad in a leopard print suit and sporting a Mohican hairstyle with a small tuft at the back, he exuded a sense of fashion. Beside this long-arm merchant stood a tall and striking beauty. The other passengers on the ship, engaged in light-hearted conversations not far away, seemed to sense the rising tension and turned their attention toward the unfolding scene, joining the gathering crowd. Before long, Xi Bei found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Someone whispered, "Who is that cloaked figure?" "I don't know. Do you think they will fight?" The number of spectators had grown too large to ignore, and 10 men, stationed on the lookout above, must have noticed the commotion. Yet, he merely observed from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. This was the Joyous, a luxurious cruise ship owned by Queen Struze, frequented by regulars who understood Struze's reputation. Causing a ruckus here would only harm oneself. This was a matter of common sense. The long-arm merchant was well aware of this, which bolstered his confidence. He did not believe that Xi Bei, seemingly a destitute figure in a cloak, would dare to act violently aboard Struze's vessel. However, Xi Bei's sudden display of defiance drew a larger audience, causing the long-arm merchant to feel humiliated. Naturally, he lacked the courage to instigate trouble on the ship, but in an attempt to salvage his dignity, he stepped forward, embraced the beauty at his side, and disdainfully pushed Xi Bei aside, casting a dismissive glance. "You're a nuisance. This is not your place." Almost simultaneously with the merchant's words, Xi Bei reached out, seizing the merchant by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as one would a small chick, spinning him around a couple of times before releasing him into the sea. The scene unfolded with startling swiftness. No one anticipated that Xi Bei, who appeared so frail, would act with such decisiveness, especially in front of so many witnesses aboard Queen Struze's ship. Did he truly regard Struze as mere decoration? The onlookers instinctively recoiled, unwilling to draw any attention to themselves, fearing repercussions. The few who had been vocally instigating moments before now fell silent. The long-arm merchant, lacking swimming prowess, flailed and shouted for a brief moment before gradually sinking beneath the waves. Xi Bei surveyed the crowd, his voice cold as he uttered, "Mind your tongues." The onlookers were struck with terror, nodding in tacit agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, the long-handed merchant was still a guest aboard the Joyous vessel. And while banter among guests was commonplace on this ship, it hardly warranted being cast into the sea to feed the fish. Most significantly, it was but a short while since Shi Min had delineated the ship's rules, and Xi Bei was clearly challenging Shi Min's limits. Knowing full well that this vessel belonged to Shi Chue's Xi Bei dared to act with such audacity, showing no regard for her authority whatsoever. Shi Min, unable to endure any longer, leapt from the towering lookout, landing deftly upon the deck. The crowd, gripped by fear, parted hastily, retreating to the sides. Xi Bei squinted as he scrutinized Shi Min, contemplating the possibility of an impending confrontation. Just as Xi Bei readied himself for battle, a sudden chill enveloped his neck, reminiscent of a venomous serpent coiling around him. Remaining composed, he refrained from any abrupt movements, merely shifting his gaze. It was then that he discovered a short blade, the origins of which were unknown, poised against his throat. The wielder of this dagger was none other than the elusive female ninja, Saiji, capable of vanishing from sight. Xi Bei had completely forgotten about her. Indeed, she was a master of assassination. Xi Bei, oblivious to the presence of the female ninja, would have remained unaware of the living entity standing beside her, had it not been for the chilling bite of the short blade. Kaiji leaned in closer, her voice a mere whisper in Xi Bei's ear. "Do not move, do not speak." Currently, Xi Bei finds himself in a rather passive position. However, he has no intention of resigning himself to fate. What a jest! Time and again, being threatened by women has pushed Xi Bei to the brink of explosion. Deep down, he understands that she would never truly harm him. Her intentions are merely to assert dominance for future control. To put it in perspective, this is not a treacherous swamp filled with assassins. Even if she were to tear off the mask, Xi Bei would not be overly fearful. Once he sorted through his thoughts, Xi Bei felt unrestrained, a wicked smile spreading across his face. In an instant, he raised his hand and firmly grasped the short blade at his throat, using sheer wrist strength to forcefully displace the weapon. Kaidi gasped in shock. Xi Bei's actions were so brutish, devoid of any finesse. It was precisely this reckless ferocity that left Kaiji feeling a headache. As a ninja skilled in stealth and assassination, she might have posed a threat lurking in the shadows, but once revealed, the dynamic shifted. Her strength paled in comparison to Xi Bei's, and with her limited understanding of him, had she known he was a master of close combat, she likely would have avoided any direct confrontation. The short blade was forcibly pushed away, gradually distancing itself from Xi Bei's throat. With gritted teeth, Kaiji leaped onto Xi Bei's arm, wrapping her legs around it tightly. Unfortunately, the lightness of her frame rendered her grip ineffective. Xi Bei felt as if a mere garment hung from his arm rather than a person. With such minimal force, how could she possibly restrain his movements? Faced with various women, Xi Bei exhibited differing degrees of compassion. Thus, when he swung his arm to send Kaiji crashing onto he did not exert excessive force. Nevertheless, she emitted a muffled groan upon impact. The tide of the situation had shifted. Mere moments ago, a short blade had been poised at Xi Bei's throat, and in the blink of an eye, it had vanished, along with its wielder being thrown to the ground. The onlookers, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, were now filled with disbelief. Kaiji and Shi shared not only a master-servant relationship, but also a deeper connection. With Kaiji serving as Shi's specialized assassin. To think that such a figure, who had the upper hand, could not withstand even a single round against Xi Bei was astonishing. The spectators who had previously mocked Xi Bei now realized they had engaged in a reckless act. As the merchant of the Longhand clan, blind to the truth, had brought this upon himself by being tossed into the sea. Public opinion began to sway dramatically. The crowd, once rallying behind the Longhand merchant, now began to praise Xi Bei. That Longhand fellow truly had it coming. Indeed, just because he had been a manager for 2 years and earned a handsome sum, he looked down upon us. Well done, cloaked boy. Thank you for casting him overboard. Xi Bei was thoroughly disillusioned by the duplicitous nature of these individuals, epitomizing the fickleness of fair-weather friends. Just moments before, they had exchanged barbs with Xi Bei, but upon witnessing his prowess, they promptly shifted their tone to one of flattery. The internal turmoil Xi Bei experienced was palpable. He would have preferred outright insults to their insincere praise, as at least the former could provide a sense of catharsis. Xi Bei bellowed, "It's deafening." Everyone's silence. The venue fell into an eerie stillness. At that moment, Sherman brandished his knife and, with an expression of exhilaration, charged towards Xi Bei. Among the bodyguards, Sherman exuded the most formidable aura. Xi Bei's initial impression of him could only be encapsulated in 2 words, fierce and vigorous. Xi Bei was indeed intrigued to engage with this individual. And judging by Shyman's enthusiastic demeanor, it was clear he had longed for an opportunity to measure his skills against Xi Bei. Fortunately, with Shatruzi, there was no concern of interference. However, given the setting aboard the ship, it was prudent to maintain decorum. Xi Bei clenched his fist, assuming a combat stance. 10 men wielding dual sabers charged forward, then swung their blades in a horizontal slash. Xi Bei leapt into the air, landing deftly upon the broad steel blade of Sherman's weapon. The blade was so wide that it resembled a shield, allowing Xi Bei to use it as a stable foothold. With a slight forward inclination, Xi Bei delivered a powerful punch directly to Shyman's face. Caught off guard by the unexpected utilization of his own blade as a platform, Sherman absorbed the blow with surprising resilience. Nevertheless, his stance remained steadfast. He did not falter or fly back from the impact. Instead, he touched his face and erupted into an even more maniacal laughter. Xi Bei was well aware of Shyman's robust physique. It was inconceivable that he could be felled by a mere punch. However, the fact that Sherman remained utterly unperturbed, not even fluttering an eyelid after the blow, took Xi Bei by surprise. At this moment, Xi Bei firmly concluded that, despite both being the right-hand men of Shertsui, Warwick was still somewhat lacking in comparison to Sherman. Xi Bei executed a nimble leap away from the steel blade, then crouched low to continue his relentless assault with a sweeping kick. Sherman, undeterred, firmly planted his steel knife beside his leg. The sweeping kick aimed at the lower body was a strategic maneuver, yet Sherman's stance was unwavering, as if rooted to the ground, making it exceedingly difficult to displace. Xi Bei sought to exploit this opening to disrupt Shyman's steadfast posture. However, Sherman's extensive combat experience proved invaluable. With the steel knife steadfastly positioned, he deftly neutralized Xi Bei's sweeping kick. Should Xi Bei persist in his attempt to sweep, he would undoubtedly find his leg meeting the sharp edge of the broad steel blade. Xi Bei swiftly retracted his legs. At the moment of retraction, His body experienced a fleeting rigidity. This sudden withdrawal following an immediate strike rendered him less agile. Seemingly seizing this opportunity, Sherman grasped another steel knife and aimed a downward slash at Xi Bei's head. In a moment of desperation, Xi Bei had no time to evade. With urgency, he pressed his palms together, securing the steel blade within his grasp. The blade halted just above Xi Bei's head. At that instant, Sherman drew the second steel knife that had been resting against his leg. Xi Bei silently lamented his predicament. Now, with both hands clutching a dagger and his legs firmly anchored to the deck by the force of Sherman, he found himself utterly unable to free a hand to parry the second steel blade. Evading was no longer an option, nor could he muster the means to defend himself. With a resolute heart, Xi Bei finally unleashed his ultimate technique, the memory-shaping magic. This time, he sought to replicate the frozen abilities of Qingxi. The steel blade hovered perilously close to Xi Bei's head, merely a centimeter away, its edge brushing against his hair. Had it not been for Xi Bei's palms pressed together, securing the blade firmly in his grasp, and keeping it steadfastly at bay just an inch from his forehead, he would have surely been cleaved in two by now. In such a critical moment, there was no room for hesitation or concealment. Xi Bei murmured in a low voice, "Frozen moment." As his words echoed, the steel blade in his palm gradually formed a layer of ice, swiftly spreading outward. If Tin Men did not hasten to release his grip, he risked being completely encased in the encroaching frost. Xi Bei observed the changing circumstances, biding his time for the opportune moment. As soon as Sherman dared to relinquish his weapon, it would signal the moment for Xi Bei to launch a fierce assault. However, the situation was far more complex than Xi Bei had anticipated. Sherman was a seasoned veteran of battle, not one to grant Xi Bei an opportunity for counterattack. This, in fact, indirectly indicated that Sherman did not underestimate Xi Bei. As the icy tendrils began to creep towards the hilt of the blade, Sherman wielded a second steel knife, striking forcefully against the frozen surface. The clang of the steel knife resonated as it collided with the ice, sending shards cascading away. Xi Bei was suddenly struck by a ringing in his ears. Moreover, due to the steel knife clutched tightly in his palm, his arm felt numb from the shock, and his hands trembled incessantly. However, amidst this misfortune, Xi Bei found a stroke of serendipity as he finally managed to extricate himself. Yet, his hands remained numb, rendering him unable to form a fist, necessitating a brief respite for recovery. Despite his seemingly honest and simple demeanor, Sherman was not foolish. He would not grant Xi Bei a moment's reprieve. Once again, Sherman lunged toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei found himself in a predicament, forced to evade. Sherman, now in a state of unrestrained excitement, shouted maniacally, "What's the matter? Is that all you've got? Stop scurrying about like a rodent. What was that earlier? You must be an ability user, right? Come on, let me see the extent of your powers. I'm not finished playing yet, so don't be so dull." As the designated assassination expert for Lady Stracy, Kaiji was not as fragile as an ordinary person. Although she had suffered a severe blow from Xi Bei, she was far from incapacitated. A bit of internal injury was to be expected. She initially intended to remain concealed and seek another opportunity to deal with Xi Bei effectively. However, Shimon's intrusion led to a chaotic confrontation between him and Xi Bei. Kaiji glanced around at the scattered expensive decorations, all damaged by Shimon's reckless strikes. If this madness continued, not only would the casino and dance hall be at risk, but even Lady Stracy's private lounge might face destruction at their hands. Concerned, Kaiji cautioned, "Hey, if you keep this up, you'll draw the attention of Lady Stracy. You need to rein it in." Sherman, undeterred, relentlessly pursued Xi Bei with his attacks. Kaiji muttered to herself, "TSK, Sherman the Butcher is rampaging again." Both Kaiji and Sherman were among the closest companions of Lady Stracy, well acquainted with each other. Though Sherman lacked supernatural abilities, he wielded two steel blades with such skill that he could fell the majority of ability users in a world teeming with formidable foes. This alone garnered him considerable respect and earned him the notorious reputation of a butcher. Those familiar with Sherman knew that once he became engrossed in battle, he would descend into a bloodthirsty frenzy, which was precisely the state he was in now. In such a condition, even Lady Stracy might find it challenging to rein him in. To truly stop him, the only effective method would be to incapacitate him. Currently, on this vessel, there were only 3 individuals capable of halting Sherman the Butcher. However, it appeared that none of them were inclined to intervene. Kaiji reflected on the fact that it had been nearly half a year since Sherman last lost control. She recalled the last incident, which had occurred during an encounter with the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. They had engaged in a genuine fight, resulting in a draw. However, Sherman had sustained some injuries, and due to the after-effects of his rampage, he had taken several days to recover. After all, going toe-to-toe with a captain from the Whitebeard pirates was no small feat. The fact that Sherman held his own without losing was quite impressive. Kaiji did not believe Xi Bei possessed such formidable strength. Just then, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Sherman had chased Xi Bei all the way to the top deck of the cruise ship, where Lady Stracey's private lounge was located. If Sherman were to damage Lady Stracey would certainly be displeased. Lady Stracey is still resting. We must not disturb her, Kaiji thought urgently. Sherman laughed heartily, declaring, I am merely eliminating the troublemakers for Lord Stracey. Kaiji roared in fury. You two, who truly are the instigators. Without hesitation, Sherman brandished his steel blade, pointing directly at Xi Bei. Xi Bei let out a long sigh. The tingling sensation in the palm of his hand finally subsided. Xi Bei extended a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly are remarkable. You've chased after me for so long. Sherman brandished his knife, menacingly stating, It is far from over. No, it should come to an end, Sherman declared as he swung his blade downward, challenging, Let me see what other skills you possess. Xi Bei remained still, merely shifting his body to the side as the steel blade glided closely along his form. At that very moment, Xi Bei seized Shyman's arm, unleashing a sinister laugh that was even more malevolent than Shyman's own. Even in his berserk state, Sherman found himself taken aback by the chilling sound of Xi Bei's laughter. He attempted to withdraw, yet Xi Bei's grip on his arm was unyielding, rendering any escape utterly impossible. Xi Bei asked sharply, Have you ever been struck by lightning? Shyman's pupils suddenly constricted. Xi Bei then said, Let us listen to the divine retribution. No sooner had he spoken than a column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the body of Sherman. The nature-based thunder fruit, with its lightning attribute, had once been heralded as an invincible power. Xi Bei's mind was flooded with memories of the thunder fruit, which he could never forget, making the replication of its abilities a task devoid of difficulty, albeit at the cost of considerable life force. Fortunately, this time, Xi Bei managed to endure, standing tall on the upper deck of the cruise ship, embodying the posture of a victor. Regardless of the resilience of Sherman's physique, it was impossible to withstand the onslaught of celestial thunder, resulting in him being charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside. Until the moment he collapsed, Sherman likely remained oblivious to the origin of the heavenly lightning. Fortunately, his life was not in jeopardy, though a period of recuperation lasting 10 days or more was inevitable. This brilliant bolt from above not only startled everyone aboard the ship but also caught the attention of Crocodile and Trafalgar Law, who were 10 miles away, as well as various other passers-by navigating the sea. As the lightning dissipated, 3 shadowy figures emerged swiftly from different directions, encircling Xi Bei. Simultaneously, the sound of a gunshot echoed in front of the pastry workshop. Bang! There stood Dottie, with Cairo behind him, dual weapons in hand, aiming at the 3 figures surrounding Xi Bei. The gunfire had merely served as a warning, should those sudden intruders dare to confront Xi Bei. Dottie would not hesitate to expend more bullets. He had been peacefully resting in the pastry workshop when the commotion drew him outside. Upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of the soaring lightning and the 3 strangers encircling Xi Bei. Though Dottie was unaware of the circumstances leading to the confrontation, the extent of the surrounding destruction indicated that a battle had indeed taken place. He had no interest in the reasons behind the conflict. His only concern was that no one should lay a hand on Xi Bei, or they would face the consequences of his bullets. Do not engage, Xi Bei cautioned Dottie, keen to prevent any accidental discharges. Breathing heavily, he scrutinized the 3 unfamiliar men beside him, his instincts suggesting that each of them was a formidable opponent, rivaling Sherman in strength. Should an unfortunate incident occur, it would undoubtedly lead to an irreparable rift in his relationship with Sir Tracy. For the time being, Xi Bei was reluctant to sever ties with her. This time, Xi utilized the magical art of memory to replicate his ultimate move, astonishingly without any sign of fatigue. This, in essence, signifies that every farce he has encountered has inadvertently contributed to the expansion of his vitality. Xi Bei sneered with derision. What a grand display. I never anticipated that this luxurious cruise ship would harbor such formidable talents. Surrounding Xi Bei were 3 men, each distinct in attire and markedly different in characteristics. One donned a floral garment, resembling a ninja, another was clad in a white robe, reminiscent of a samurai, and the last, bare-chested, appeared akin to a boxer. Despite their varied appearances, they shared a singular objective, likely to subdue Xi Bei. At Xi Bei's feet lay Sherman, enveloped in a wisp of azure smoke, utterly motionless and appearing quite tragic. In his rampaging state, Sherman had never before been rendered unconscious by direct assault, making this his inaugural experience. Particularly, the recent strike of heavenly thunder, overwhelming in its ferocity, instilled considerable trepidation. Thus, the trio of monsters, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer remain passive observers. They surged forward in unison. The floral-clad ninja commanded in a low voice, "Xiaoxi, take the butcher's knife down." Standing erect before him, Kaiji bore a solemn expression. "Yes, master." The white-robed samurai surveyed the lavish decor, most of which had been decimated by Shimon's rampage. Notably, the two emerald cat's eye stones embedded in the entrance to the casino, favorites of Tracy, had also been sent tumbling to the ground after Shimon's reckless onslaught. To make matters worse, Sherman had brandished his steel blade, causing chaos at Tracy's lounge door. What a lawless individual he was. The white-robed samurai smirked coldly, saying, "Does that butcher know how much it costs to repair the joyful number?" The bare-chested boxer cracked his knuckles and cackled ominously. "Humph, what a waste. I've always said that the butcher and Iron Face are unworthy of following Tracy. If they can't handle such trivial matters, how can they claim to be her right and left hands? You two stay put, and let me confront this cloaked brat." No sooner had he spoken than the bare-chested boxer stepped forward, facing Xi Bei. Suddenly, the white-robed samurai drew his sword, interposing it before the boxer. The boxer scowled and shot a sidelong glance at the samurai, calmly inquiring, "What do you mean by this, Yuenji?" The white-robed samurai, eyes closed and unperturbed, replied, "He still holds value for Tracy." The floral-clad ninja frowned, admonishing, "Teton, rein in your temperament." Teton, the boxer, a quintessential martial combatant, disregarded their counsel. Clenching his fists, he activated his armament haki, transforming his hands into a deep obsidian hue. He deftly struck the samurai's blade with a hardened fist, deflecting the weapon aside before continuing his advance toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei observed Taedun's frenzied demeanor, and fury surged within him. This man called Taedun clearly intended to leave Xi Bei no room for retreat. Under such circumstances, Xi Bei had no choice but to stake everything. Just as Xi Bei prepared to delve into his memories, the white-robed warrior Zui intervened once more, pressing his long sword against Taedun's throat. A glint of icy intent flickered in his eyes, his expression darkening ominously. More crucially, Xi Bei noticed that the blade resting against Taedun's neck had simultaneously darkened, undoubtedly infused with the formidable armament haki. Even Xi Bei, an outsider to this confrontation, could sense the overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The onlookers on the deck swallowed hard, scarcely daring to breathe. Shadows veiled Taedun's face, obscuring his expression. Almost the instant Taedun made to strike, the flower-clad ninja blurred into motion, materializing between the two combatants. With a conjurer's grace, twin kunai appeared in his hands, their lethal edges poised at the throats of both Taedun and Zui. Standing between the two bristling adversaries, the ninja lowered his head, his voice a rasping whisper. "Do you truly wish for me to end your lives?" Taedun snarled viciously. "How dare you speak such insolence, Wu?" Zui remained expressionless as he uttered coldly, "Stay out of my way." Originally targeting Xi Bei, the trio suddenly found themselves embroiled in internal conflict, leaving Xi Bei momentarily bewildered. With tensions escalating and a battle imminent, Xi Bei had no intention of meddling in their affairs. Thus, he discreetly withdrew, blending into the crowd of onlookers observing the three from a distance. Each of these individuals exuded formidable strength, their very presence radiating overwhelming bloodlust. Should a battle erupt aboard the ship, the Mary Joy would likely require far more than mere repairs. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, the lounge door swung open. Stussy strode out leisurely, her voice laced with disdain. "Calm yourselves, fools." Her sudden appearance snapped the three out of their near-frenzied state. As if nothing had happened, they withdrew their hostility. Taedun leaned lazily against the upper deck's iron railing, feigning indifference. Zui sheathed his blade, tucking his hands into his white robe, leaving his empty sleeves hanging limply. The garishly clad ninja knelt on one knee before Stussy in silent deference. Ignoring the three, Stussy instead cast a measured glance toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei waved his hand with a gentle smile and said, "Ah, your majesty has awakened. How do you feel? Did sweet dreams grace your slumber? What a magnificent vessel this is. Never in my life have I had the privilege of boarding such an opulent cruise ship. Truly a blessing bestowed by your generosity." Xi Bei then remarked with profound implication. The only imperfection, perhaps, lies in the company aboard this ship. Shui, she gazed at the vessel's tarnished reputation. A beautiful dream? Indeed, it is a beautiful dream. Xi Bei abruptly changed his tone, and, with a sardonic glance at the assembled guests, remarked acerbically, I merely reclined upon the deck for a slumber, yet somehow managed to stir up such an immense commotion. Were you all so idle and glutted with leisure? You might as well strip bare and plunge into the sea for a swim. Perhaps then you wouldn't be so tediously bored. A faint smirk played upon Shui's lips as she inquired, Are you implying this matter bears no connection to you? Xi Bei shrugged his shoulders with a playful expression. Ted leaned against the iron railing, staring intently at Xi Bei before letting out a heavy, disdainful snort. Tracy chose not to press the matter. What had happened was done, and besides, she had gained a deeper understanding of Xi Bei's capabilities. For her, this was a fortunate development. The stronger Xi Bei was, the greater their chances against Feld. Yet another dilemma arose. If Xi Bei grew too powerful, he might become difficult to control. After careful consideration, Tracy ultimately relented, deciding to proceed with caution. Testing the waters step by step. I hope you face Feld with the same confidence as you do now. Unwilling to linger outside, Tracy turned and walked back toward the lounge, pausing only to issue a final command. Clean this up. And open all entertainment facilities for free today. Let the guests enjoy the festivities to their heart's content. Shimon, responsible for managing all shipboard affairs, had been struck unconscious by the lightning pillar. Thus, the flower-clad ninja had no choice but to take charge. Understood. Ted, facing the crowd below, sneered arrogantly. You hear that? Trash? Rejoice with abandon. The crowd, upon hearing the word free, erupted into thunderous cheers. Xi Bei trudged alongside Dottie before collapsing onto the ground with a weary sigh, exhausted. Let me get some proper rest. Dottie holstered his firearm. Meanwhile, the boisterous cheers of the guests roused the slumbering Ko'er. In an effort to compensate for the fright they had endured, she threw open all the entertainment facilities aboard the Joyous free of charge, limited to just one day. Every delicacy stored on the ship was hauled onto the deck, where the guests indulged in an unrestrained barrels upon barrels of fine wine from the western seas were stacked high, flowing freely until deep into the night. Half the provisions in the storeroom were depleted. The dancers, too, shifted their performances from the ballroom to the deck. Hundreds of guests from across the globe cast aside their prejudices in that moment, transforming into comrades, some challenging each other to drinking contests, others attempting to charm the ladies, and a few even showcasing extraordinary talents alongside the performers. Now, the Joyous trembled with laughter and song, a jubilant symphony echoing under the stars. This grand revelry had been sparked by Xi Bei, yet the protagonist himself was nowhere to be found. Xi Bei had not slept a wink for an entire day and night, compounded by the exhilarating battles, so he retired to rest early. Now, no one dares to mock Xi Bei for sleeping on the deck anymore. In fact, none would even venture to disturb him, fearing they might awaken him and consequently be cast into the sea as fish bait. After arriving in this world, this was the most comfortable slumber Xi Bei had ever experienced, and also the longest. When he awoke, it was already the following day. Truth be told, he could have continued sleeping, but having gone an entire day without sustenance, hunger roused him from his repose. Opening his eyes, Xi Bei beheld the deck strewn with over 100 figures sprawled in every direction, each one snoring deeply. Some, even in the depths, clung to empty wine barrels in their arms. Not a morsel of food nor a drop of drink remained. The deck lay in utter disarray. Xi Bei raised his gaze to observe the sky, where the morning sun was ascending majestically. He estimated the time to be approximately between 7 and 8 o'clock, and Xi Bei stretched lazily as he rose to his feet, only for his stomach to emit a plaintive growl. At that very moment, Dadi materialized seemingly out of nowhere, presenting a tray before Xi Bei. Upon it lay an enticing spread, fine wine, steaming rice, and an assortment of breads and pastries that instantly whetted his appetite. Xi Bei inquired between bites, "Where is Kaluor?" Dottie tilted his head and glanced behind him. Kailuo had indulged in such wild revelry at the banquet that she ended up dancing square dances with the performers until utterly exhausted. As dawn broke, she had fallen asleep amidst the troupe. Now only Dottie and Xi Bei remained, presenting Dottie with the perfect opportunity for a heartfelt conversation. After gathering his thoughts, Dottie began with gratitude. "Xi Bei, were it not for you, I might never have seen Kailuo again, let alone stand by her side as I do now. It has been so long since I last witnessed her radiating such unbridled joy. I am acutely aware of the sacrifices you made to aid me, Debts so profound that even were I to lay down my life, they could never be repaid. Enough. After finishing his meal, Xi Bei took a sip of wine and jested with a wry smile. Pray tell, what price would one place upon your life? Undoubtedly, the debt remains unsettled. However, your very being holds immeasurable worth, indeed, perhaps beyond what mere currency could ever procure. My actions extend beyond mere assistance to you. They constitute an investment in my own future as well. Xi Bei turned and pointed at Dadi, solemnly declaring, refrain from uttering such words henceforth. Dadi composed himself and inquired with measured calmness, what course of action shall you pursue next? Do you truly intend to assist Church Shi? Xi Bei swayed his fingers, gazing into the distance. To break this world, we must start from beneath. Dadi seemed to comprehend, yet remained perplexed. Suddenly sighing with emotion, it appears I must pay a visit to my old friend. Xi Bei is aware that the old friend referred to by Daddy is none other than the enigmatic smoker. Xi Bei furrowed his brows and inquired with evident reluctance, is this meeting truly indispensable? Dadi seemed resolute, narrowing his eyes as he declared, I cannot allow Kaluar to wander the ends of the earth with me. I know all too well what the underworld entails. Keeping her by my side would not only hinder you, but also restrain your actions. Those villains are capable of unspeakable atrocities. Xi Bei experienced a moment of enlightenment. Are you intending to entrust Kaya to Smog? Daddy smiled and replied, I am well aware of Smog's character. There is no place safer than by his side. Indeed, this is true. The very choice made by Daddy indicates a significant resolution. He has decided to embrace a tumultuous adventure alongside Xi Bei. If he were to keep Kaya with him, it would not only expose her to various unforeseen dangers, but also distort her growth severely. Prolonged contact with individuals from the shadowy underworld could potentially alter her worldview and values, a circumstance Daddy would never permit. His sole wish is for Kaya to lead an ordinary life, filled with happiness and simplicity. After all, she is his one and only daughter. Xi Bei pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, you possess another alternative. Dadi shook his head resolutely. Xi Bei, refrain from further words. To aid me. You've already entangled yourself with Shikuixi and even drawn Feirda into this. With Boni absent, I could never abandon you to face this alone. Were I to depart with Kaluawer and vanish into the distance, the weight of remorse would haunt me for eternity. Then, with sudden solemnity, Dadi straightened his posture and declared, allow me to reintroduce myself, Dadi Masterson, bounty hunter of the East Blue, former Marine captain and sniper. Any target within my sight, be it soaring through the heavens, darting across the land, or gliding beneath the waves, grant me but a single bullet, and I shall strike it down. Permit me the honor of standing at your back, Captain. Hearing Dadi's proclamation, Xi Bei felt an overwhelming surge of fervor. I entrust this to you. Dadi adjusted his coat with a dignified flourish and uttered in a grave tone. Precisely as I desired. Xi Bei playfully punched Dadi and chided, look at you, why so serious? You make it seem like we're taking an oath. Let's set that aside. What we truly need right now is a vessel. Boni has taken off with our only means of maritime travel. We cannot remain indefinitely aboard the happy ship of St. Tris. Without a ship, we are confined and cannot venture anywhere. Can we truly call ourselves captains under such circumstances? Dadi, perplexed, responded, didn't St. Tris promise to provide us with resources? It seems there was indeed something to that. You mean to suggest we ask St. Tris for a ship? Xi Bei suddenly realized. Exactly. That woman is extraordinarily wealthy. Just look at this opulent cruise liner. Even a single decorative gem would be of considerable value. I dare say the pure cotton carpet beneath our feet must cost a fortune as well. If we request a ship from her, she surely wouldn't refuse us. Dadi scratched his head, indicating his silence. After eating and drinking his fill, Xi Bei said eagerly, let's go talk to her. But the moment he turned around, he saw the fighter Teton standing right behind him, his face dark and menacing, as if he wanted to devour Xi Bei whole. Truth be told, Xi Bei had little fondness for this typical brawler either. Even the other two who worked alongside Teton seemed to hold deep resentment toward him. The primary reason was Teton's relentless pursuit of immediate success, his fatal flaw being his self-centeredness, leaving no room for others. Teton spoke first, his voice cold. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to inform you. Punk Hazard lies ahead. Also, Stussy asked me to remind you. Feld is there. You'd better behave. It's not yet time for you two to meet. If you drag Stussy into the Navy's crosshairs, your days of peace will be over. Xi Bei remained impassive, brushing past Teton. Nervous? You are not nearly enough to make me anxious. The other two are quite similar. Xi Bei's remark essentially implied that Tedon was inferior to the other two. A clear affront to Tedon's pride. Tedon, being an arrogant individual, could hardly tolerate such provocation, and thus he was seething with rage, preparing to unleash his fury. Suddenly, a shuriken flew in from a distance, landing at Tedon's feet. It was the ninja, Wu, who stood atop the railing and cautioned. Punk Hazard is just around the corner. Do you wish to attract the attention of the monstrous beings from the New World? Tedon clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing his anger. As Wu had pointed out, a confrontation here would undoubtedly stir commotion, and ahead lay Punk Hazard, where numerous renowned powerhouses resided. Any disturbance would surely catch their keen attention, and being targeted by them would be quite troublesome. Therefore, Xi Bei refrained from further aggravating the situation. Together with Dottie, he proceeded towards Tracy's lounge, who did not impede their passage. Given Tracy's fastidious nature, she seldom allowed outsiders into her private quarters. Hence, when Xi Bei knocked on the door, Tracy emerged promptly. After a period of rest and with her meticulous grooming, she now radiated vitality and appeared considerably more alluring. Xi was initially prepared with a plethora of remarks, but upon laying eyes on Tracy, he found himself at a loss for words. Tracy, in high spirits today, wore a perpetual smile, and with a teasing tone, she addressed Xi. Have you had enough rest, my hero? Last night was quite the commotion, and yet you managed to sleep through it, even missing out on a complimentary feast that could very well have been your last supper. Xi Bei lingered beside Shi, captivated by the delicate curve of her waist for quite some time. Given that Punk has sad lay ahead, should we not prepare ourselves? Are we truly to proceed without any forethought? The prospect of encountering those renowned, formidable figures stirred a sense of excitement within Xi Bei, especially with such a striking beauty accompanying him, evoking the sensation of a romantic outing to the cinema. Unbeknownst to Shi, who mistook Xi Bei's inner turmoil for sudden trepidation, she laughed exuberantly, akin to the alluring courtesans of ancient brothels. In truth, Shi was indeed a courtesan, and a remarkably beautiful one at that, yet she exuded an exceptional grace in her every gesture. With a teasing tone, Shi remarked, "It's not too late to feel afraid now." "I am not afraid at all," Xi Bei retorted. A glance from she directed Taedun, who seemed to receive some unspoken cue, to turn and depart. She continued, "The joyous ship is far too conspicuous. We cannot simply sail over like this. Moreover, the joyous is merely a venue for guest entertainment. How could we bring them along to Punk Hazard? If we involve our patrons, who would dare visit us in the future?" On the lower deck of the joyous ship, there was a dock housing a total of 5 submarines and 3 vessels, alongside various maritime rescue equipment. The submarines were designated for reconnaissance, while 2 of the 3 ships served as shopping vessels. The remaining one was a backup, ensuring ease of navigation at sea. At Shi's behest, Taedun prepared the backup vessel for departure. She was the first to board the auxiliary ship. "The Joyous will continue its voyage, while we shall take this vessel to Punk Hazard. Rest assured, although it is a backup, it is more than adequate for our needs. It is equipped with an aquarium, and the kitchen is located on the 2nd floor, providing us with fresh food at any time. The infirmary is conveniently nearby, so we need not worry should we suffer any ailments. The measurement room holds numerous nautical logs and a measuring device to prevent us from losing our way at sea. A bathroom is also essential for my comfort. So what further grievances do you have?" Xi Bei leaped onto the auxiliary boat, surveying his surroundings. This vessel was divided into 2 levels, with a deck adorned with lush green turf, imparting a sense of being immersed in nature. The upper floor featured 4 doors leading to rooms. The sleeping quarters for men and women occupied half of the space, while the other 2 rooms were designated as a kitchen and a health room. The lower level housed a granary and a measurement room, along with an aquarium for storing marine life. As for the bathroom, it was a standalone room directly opposite the measurement room on the lower level. Although merely a supplementary vessel, its size was substantial, at least 10 to 20 times larger than the small boat Xi Bei had previously sailed on. This was the kind of ship he had always envisioned. The only lamentable aspect was the bow's design, which was overly feminine, resembling a mermaid blowing a kiss. However, given that this boat originally belonged to Tracy, a woman with a penchant for beauty, the mermaid motif at the bow seemed quite fitting. Xi pondered whether he might extend a hand and request Shatruzi to lower the vessel. At this moment, Daddy, carrying Kyer, also leapt aboard the ship. Now that everyone had gathered, they were poised to embark at any moment. Xi Bei turned his head and inquired, "Does this vessel possess a notable name?" "Trissy, playfully extending a finger to her lips and winking with one eye, replied, "The Princess of Joy." Xi Bei graciously bent down, performing a gesture reminiscent of Western nobility. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me the hand of your princess." Stacy, taken aback, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Xi Bei chuckled lightly and said, "As you are aware, our vessel was commandeered by Bonnie, leaving us without any navigational tools. Otherwise, we would not have the audacity to impose ourselves aboard your joyful ship. Furthermore, you had promised to provide us with resources to the utmost extent. Without a ship, how can we set sail? Not to mention dealing with Feld. I find this princess vessel quite appealing. I wonder if Her Majesty might be willing to part with it." Tracy furrowed her brow slightly. Xi Bei hastily added, "Rest assured, I am a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. As long as you grant me the hand of the princess, we shall become in-laws. Your affairs will become my own. And when it comes to dealing with Feld, I shall exert every effort. Not only with Feld, but also in other trivial matters. I may be of assistance to you." Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, Dottie was somewhat astonished. To sell oneself for the sake of a mere vessel seemed utterly devoid of integrity. Chatruzi tilted her head and remarked, "To demand from me without having done anything in return, I find such individuals loathsome. Well, I have indeed made a promise, so I shall patiently await to see what surprises you bring me. Just do not disappoint me too much, dear Xi Bei." Xi Bei feigned calmness and inquired, "What do you mean?" Leaning against the side of the ship, She smiled and asked, "What should we do next, Captain?" Suddenly, Dottie broke into laughter. With a jubilant cheer, Zybe leaped to the bow of the ship, mounting the neck of the mermaid, and pointed ahead. "Set sail. Our destination is Pankasad." Stretch, concealing her face in a playful laugh, gently corrected him, "Captain Zybe, you are pointing the wrong way. Pankasad lies in the opposite direction." Xi Bei's face flushed crimson as he hastily rose from the neck of the mermaid and dashed to the stern of the ship. With unwavering conviction, he reiterated, "Set sail. Destination, Punkhazard." After uttering these words, Xi Bei cast a glance at Chatruzi, ensuring that this time he had not misdirected their course. The ensuing tasks fell to the crew, all of whom were industriously engaged, save for Chatruzi, who stood aloof, gazing at the sky above Punkhazard as if in a trance. First, Dottie ascended the main mast to unfurl the sails. Among those who had boarded with Chatruzi were the female ninja, Kai-Ji, the pugilist, Tiden, the samurai, Zwajin, along with two helmsmen tasked with navigating the vessel. The male ninja, Wu, remained aboard the joyous ship, as 10 men was rendered unconscious. After all, someone had to oversee the management of such a grand vessel. Wu stood on the joyous ship and called out, "Kai-Ji, the rest is entrusted to you." Kai-Ji understood Wu's intent, her expression turning serious as she solemnly replied, "Yes, master. For the honor of the Kamikaze clan of Wazakuni, I shall ensure the well-being of Lady Chatruzi." Tiden sneered, "What can a mere girl accomplish?" "Humph, Wu, have you not heard? A worthless apprentice is ultimately a worthless being. If you entrust Chatruzi to a girl, those from the dark world will surely be chuckling at our expense. Just keep watch here and refrain from boasting." Wu, a paragon of calmness, displayed no emotional upheaval in response to Tiden's taunts. However, Kai-Ji was a different matter. She would not tolerate any slight against her most esteemed master. With a short blade in hand, she moved with the agility of a serpent, swiftly positioning herself behind Tiden, mounting his shoulder and aiming the tip of her knife at his eye. Her fury was palpable. Kai-Ji coldly demanded, "Retract your words." Tiden, unbothered by Wu, was hardly intimidated by a girl-esque threat. "Very well, I take back my words. Wu is indeed worthless." Kai-Ji prepared to relent, only for Tiden to add, "Merely trash, nothing more." "Scoundrel!" Kai-Ji seethed in anger. Tiden effortlessly cast her to the ground, their strengths clearly mismatched. As the conflict unfolded between Kai-Ji and Tiden, Xi Bei observed the spectacle with detached amusement. During the scuffle, the princess ship gradually sailed towards Punkhazard. Each time Kai-Ji was thrown down, she readied herself to rise and continue her tussle with Tiden. Suddenly, she sensed something descending from the heavens, prompting her to look up and witness a meteor shower plummeting toward their location. Chatruzi, her expression unreadable, stated, "We have entered the battleground of the generals. Cease your foolery." Tiden sprang onto the main mast, poised to intercept the falling meteors, while the samurai, Zwajin, drew his long blade with a flourish. Xi Bei ascended the main mast alongside Tedon, standing side by side, despite his reluctance to be in the company of Tedon. However, the mainmast represented the pinnacle of the majestic vessel, and there was no vantage point more advantageous for intercepting the meteor shower before it could strike the princess ship. Thus, Xi Bei had no choice but to momentarily set aside his biases against Tedon. Xi Bei is no stranger to these magma meteor showers, as he had previously employed this tactic during his time in Mariawa. Indeed, this is the meteor volcano of Akainu. The battle between Akainu and Akiji has been ongoing for a day, and it is likely reaching a fever pitch at this moment. Thus, merely approaching the vicinity of Punk Hazard would inevitably expose one to collateral effects. This encounter with the meteor volcano is merely on the periphery, and it is reasonable to assume that advancing further would entail even greater peril. After all, the island's climate has been utterly transformed by the clash of these two titans. One can only imagine the ferocity of this unprecedented confrontation between the admirals. Tedon turned to glance at Xi Bei, sneering, "Kid, I advise you to seek refuge indoors quickly. If you interfere with me, I won't hesitate to eliminate you right here and now." The clash of wills was palpable. "Who are you addressing?" he demanded. "This vessel is now mine. I am the captain. Do you dare challenge my authority and risk being thrown overboard?" Tedon scoffed. "You certainly possess audacity." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two leapt into action, colliding with a barrage of magma meteors. Tedon delivered a powerful punch to the molten meteorite, causing it to shatter spectacularly. Xi Bei delivered a powerful kick to the side of the magma meteorite, sending it hurtling into the sea. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and leapt into the air. The grass and trees fell before his strike, as the magma meteorite was instantaneously bisected, one half plummeting to the left, the other to the right, both descending into the depths of the ocean. Xi Bei returned to the main mast and turned to shout, "Dottie, take Kair to the house. Leave this to us. Shituixi, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and lend a hand. If the princess's ship gets hit, you'll suffer the consequences too." Shituixi pouted playfully, "I don't wanna. You're the one about to get hit." Upon hearing the sound, Xi Bei turned around, only to see a massive meteorite hurtling towards him. The searing heat enveloped him, nearly blinding him as he struggled to keep his eyes. Even the cloak draped over his shoulders was whipped by the fierce winds generated by the meteor, rustling ominously as if it might be swept away by a gust at any moment. Ultimately, the buttons of the cloak were slowly torn open by the tempestuous winds. Xi Bei stood naked, draped in a cloak, his physique on full display as he perched atop the main mast, confronting a massive block of molten. The scene evoked an extraordinary sense of superhuman prowess, with an unparalleled visual impact. At that moment, Kai Ji and Shi also caught sight of a certain appendage swaying between Xi Bei's legs, and remarkably, an enigmatic smile appeared on the faces of the two women. Without hesitation, Xi Bei resolutely removed his cloak and tossed it towards Shirtrice and Kai Ji, the garment landing squarely atop the heads of both women. Shirtrice reacted vehemently, flinging the cloak to the ground and cursing with a scowl, "It's filthy, utterly filthy." Simultaneously, Zuiyu charged in from the side, skillfully cleaving the molten meteorite that was descending towards Xi Bei into 4 pieces. Xi Bei chuckled awkwardly, "I apologize." This apology was directed both at Zuorua Jin and at Shitruixi. Unmoved, Zuorua Jin coldly replied, "You have grown complacent, young man. There are still numerous meteor showers. This is not the time for idle chatter." Xi Bei felt compelled to demonstrate his uniqueness to the group. He boldly leapt from the main mast and plunged into the torrent of magma meteors, calling out to the others, "Do not interfere. You will hinder my efforts." Tedon erupted in anger. "What did you say?" Zuorua Jin frowned in silence. Suddenly, Xi Bei bellowed amidst the meteor's sandstorm. A fierce wind surged forth, and the dust coalesced in midair, forming an expansive wall of sand. The princess ship was entirely obscured by this dust barrier, and the descending magma meteors fell harmlessly upon it, sparing the vessel from any impact. Tedon and Zuorua Jin no longer needed to advance to block or slash at the meteors. Shitruixi gazed at the sand wall above her head, slowly narrowing her eyes. "Is this a sandstorm?" she pondered, recalling a recent conversation with a certain individual. Indeed, it was Crocodile, the wielder of the sand fruit. The sandstorm was among Crocodile's signature techniques. One thing Shitruixi knew for certain was that no two individuals could possess the same devil fruit abilities. Thus, a question arose. Why was Xi Bei wielding Crocodile's natural abilities? Shitruixi found herself perplexed. At that moment, the meteor shower had been entirely halted, and the dust began to dissipate. Xi Bei has finally returned to the lawn. Seizing the opportunity, Shirchuei, she inquired, What is happening? Xi Bei spread his hands and nonchalantly remarked, as you can see, I am a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, capable of replicating the abilities of others. The sandstorm you just witnessed was an ability I acquired from Crocodile. Yet not all powers can be replicated. There are certain conditions. Xi Bei, fearing that Shatruzi would continue to inquire further, hastily diverted the conversation, setting aside that matter for now. The battleground between the generals has already encroached upon this area. How can we possibly advance? I harbor doubts that the waters ahead may well be controlled by Akiji, rendering any attempt to land on Punk Hazard utterly futile. Shatruzi retorted, who says I wish to land on Punk Hazard? Not landing? How then shall we observe the battle? Shatruzi approached the edge of the ship, gazing at the sky, which was ablaze in the distance. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this confrontation? Who will manifest their justice through sheer strength? Is it Akiji or Akainu? Regardless of who it may be, it spells trouble for us. My greatest desire is to maintain the status quo. This journey is not merely for observation, it is to gain a deeper understanding of the situation at hand, allowing us to appropriately adjust the rules concerning the new Admiral of Marine Headquarters. This clash signifies not only a transformation within Marine Headquarters, but also the inevitable transition of an era. After all, Akiji and Akainu are two individuals of entirely contrasting natures. Xi Bei's eyes twirled, filled with a sense of incredulity. Could it be that the Dark World must also cater to the Navy headquarters? Shatruzi mused sarcastically. It is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Xi Bei curled his lips in disdain, remarking, it is no wonder that so many are invested in this confrontation. You fear that without a timely analysis of the situation and adequate preparation, you may find yourselves at the mercy of the new commander, serving as an example of retribution. Am I correct? However, I suspect that more than half of the 7 warlords of the sea will align themselves with the Akainu, for if Akiji were to emerge victorious, it is rumored that the system of the warlords might very well be abolished. Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, Shatruzi was taken aback. Abolish the warlord system? Who did you hear that from? Xi Bei shrugged, remaining silent. If this is indeed the case, Shi pondered for a moment. The 7 warlords system was proposed by the world government, and the Navy headquarters initially opposed it. It is no wonder the world government would wholeheartedly endorse Akainu, even going so far as to pit 2 admirals against each other. So that is how it is. Following this, Shi exclaimed, has Akainu already aligned himself with the world government? Xi Bei, feigning madness, remarked, what jest is this? The Navy is inherently under the jurisdiction of the world government. We are all part of the same family. Why delineate so starkly? Shatruzi shook her head. For she was no fool. She discerned that Xi Bei was feigning ignorance. Thus she refrained from engaging in debate. The reality, as Xi Bei surmised, was indeed dire. The closer one approached Punk Hazard, the more perilous the situation became, for the sea had been transformed into a solid expanse of ice. A clear testament to the prowess of Admiral Akiji. No one else possessed such capabilities. While Xi Bei could replicate Akiji's powers, the magnitude and efficacy would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the original. Dottie, perched atop the main mast with a telescope in hand, surveyed the surroundings. It was almost inconceivable. The waters encircling Punk Hazard were ensconced in the abilities of Akiji and Akainu, one half engulfed in magma, the other encased in ice, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. Xi Bei looked up and inquired, can you see anything? What is the situation? Dadi shook his head and replied, the situation is dire. Xi Bei leapt onto the main mast and took the telescope from Dadi's hands. He beheld the sky above Pankasad, where even the clouds had been set ablaze with a fiery hue. The sea was enveloped in an oppressive chill. Furthermore, Xi Bei noticed that 2 warships, having anchored too close to the battlefield, were completely encased in ice. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the chaos unfolding above. The princess ship that Xi Bei is currently aboard can no longer advance. It is estimated that it can only remain anchored nearby, utilizing a telescope to observe the unfolding situation. Just as Xi Bei became engrossed in his observations, a tremendous explosion erupted from Pankasad, followed by the ascent of a mushroom cloud. The sky, plagued by frequent alternations of hot and cold, began to pour with torrential rain. At that moment, Xi Bei finally caught sight of the 2 naval generals. Below, Shatruzi inquired, have you discovered anything? Xi Bei, reluctant to lower the telescope, remarked while observing, this is quite unremarkable. At present, nothing can be discovered. Qingji and Akainu are exhausting their utmost efforts, and for now, there is no clear victor. My goodness, did you see that? Above us hangs a blazing sun. Yet over Punk Hazard, a tempest has unexpectedly arisen. I wish I could approach and observe it more closely. Stacy frowned and asked, what about the surroundings? Let me take a look. With reluctance, Xi Bei shifted the lens away from the battlefield to survey other areas. Aside from 2 warships frozen in ice, he discovered no other vessels. As he scrutinized the warships, he suddenly caught sight of Sengoku and Garp. Xi Bei had long suspected their presence was inevitable. It was hardly surprising. In such a scenario, it would indeed be strange if Sengoku, the involved party, were absent. Moreover, the bond between the naval hero Garp and Xi is extraordinary. Ensuring his presence was a certainty. What's going on? Speak up. Stacy clearly expressed her displeasure. Xi Bei lowered the telescope and remarked, at the shores of Punk Hazard, there are merely 2 warships trapped in ice, with no other vessels in sight. However, we should not approach recklessly. Both Sengoku and Kapu are aboard those ships. Did you not mention that many would be present here? Yet, I have seen none. You are aware that one should not approach hastily. Do you believe others are less discerning than you? Indeed, if Xi Bei can see them, others certainly can as well. Who would be foolish enough to saunter before Sengoku and Kapu? It is already quite fortunate to observe from a distance. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Bei pondered with curiosity, do you suppose that the warring states and Karp are aware of the spectators observing the battlefield? The very fact that they dare to publish this confrontation in the newspapers suggests that they are unperturbed by it. Perhaps there lies a deeper intention behind their actions. It may even be conceivable that they wish to utilize this duel to reshape the new world. Quite reminiscent of a strategy orchestrated by the world government, isn't it? Xi Bei continued to peer through the telescope, mocking, look, a naval marshal, a naval hero, commanding respect throughout his life. Yet in the end, he is still subjugated by the world government. Despite possessing strength akin to a monster, he leads such a constrained existence. If I had their capabilities, I would have long since toppled the world government. Tracy, not inherently virtuous herself, found little astonishment in Xi Bei's words and merely cautioned. You have never even glimpsed the historical record. What folly is this? She wished to cease the idle banter with Xi Bei and pointed towards the unfrozen expanse of the sea ahead, saying, let us navigate around this. Rest assured, as long as we do not interfere with the duel, Sengoku and Karp will not pay us any mind, especially with so many spectators around. The helmsmen gradually adjusted their course. Xi Bei suddenly exclaimed, hold on, there's a ship ahead. She hurriedly ran forward, craning her neck to catch a glimpse. Once Xi Bei discerned the details through his telescope, he declared, it is a pirate ship. Everyone began to brace themselves. She inquired, whose pirate ship is it? Xi Bei leaped from the mainmast and tossed the telescope to Shueidi, his expression dark with discontent. You take a look. Shueidi sprinted to the bow of the ship, peering through the telescope with astonishment. The 9 Serpent Pirates? I never would have expected that the indifferent pirate empress has arrived here. As far as I know, she is the least cooperative among the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that, in pursuit of her title, she is gradually yielding. With a stoic expression, Xi Bei remarked, if only it were truly so. The concern, however, lay in Hancock's ulterior motives, for she alone comprehended the gravity of Xi Bei's arrival in the New World. Yet, unbeknownst to Hancock, the calamity that befell Mariawa had not been disclosed, leaving her unaware of the profound disaster that had transpired. Given Hancock's disposition, it was evident that she would relentlessly pursue Xi Bei, especially since he held the most damning of her secrets. Such a pivotal event as a confrontation with a Marine admiral had already circulated throughout the New World. Thus, Hancock, harboring a sense of hope, positioned herself in Punk Hazard, anticipating that should Xi Bei dare to make an appearance, she could effortlessly locate him. Indeed, this strategy was not without merit. Furthermore, as a member of the 7 warlords, Hancock could brazenly navigate the vicinity of Punk Hazard. Even if the Navy were to spot her, they would likely turn a blind eye, perhaps even expressing gratitude for her assistance in dispatching lesser foes. For Hancock, this scenario was nothing short of a perfect arrangement. Xi Bei and Hancock have a history. Unbeknownst to Tracy, yet Daddy is well aware of it. Leaning close to Xi Bei's ear, Daddy softly inquired, now that Hancock is also present, what shall Xi Bei furrowed his brow and remarked, let us observe the situation for now. After a brief moment of contemplation, Daddy inquired, should we inform Shi? It would be prudent for her to avoid any contact with the 9 Serpent pirate crew. Xi Bei shook his head and remarked, Shirley is not one to be underestimated. If we were to inform her, she would undoubtedly grow suspicious. In truth, she already knows what must be done without our prompting. The 7 warlords. in the eyes of the public, are mere pawns of the world government. As a titan of the dark underworld, Shirley would certainly prefer to avoid any association with the 7 warlords in this context. Dottie wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, just as they finished their conversation, Shirley, standing at the bow of the ship with a telescope in hand and her back turned to them, uttered, "The situation of that captain accompanying you seems rather bleak." Xi Bei and Dottie exchanged a glance. Xi Bei was the first to speak, inquiring, "Are you referring to Bonnie?" Tracy then returned the telescope to Xi Bei, gesturing for him to take a look for himself. As he peered through the lens, he was met with a scene that rendered him utterly incredulous. Behind the ship of the 9 snake pirates, a small boat was being towed by a rope. This was the very vessel that had accompanied Xi Bei across the sacred Mary Joa, leaving no room for misidentification. It was indeed his boat. However, during their time in the wetland forest, Bonnie had surreptitiously taken it away. Now, witnessing the small boat being dragged behind the 9 snake pirate crew, a tumult of emotion surged within Xi Bei, akin to a stampede of 1,000 elephants. Could it be that Bonnie had fallen into Hancock's clutches? Xi Bei cast aside the telescope and commanded, "Steer the ship closer." Sure Chui she expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Are you serious?" Xi Bei gritted his teeth and declared, with an unprecedented seriousness, "Joel Boney must not fall into Hancock's hands. Otherwise, I cannot justify myself. Tracy, you had best not hinder me. I must go and ascertain the situation." Tracy calmly replied, "It could be fatal, you know. It's hard to say." Xi Bei cast a glance at Daddy. Receiving the signal, Daddy rushed to the helm, pushing aside the helmsman to take control personally. The samurai sat silently beside him with closed eyes, his sole task being the protection of Shatruzi. Wherever she went, he would follow, rendering him indifferent to Xi Bei's instructions. Meanwhile, the boisterous Teuton wore a rather displeased expression. Daddy maneuvered the princess ship, gradually approaching the 9 snake pirate vessel. This action, naturally, drew the attention of the pirates aboard the 9 snake. Hancock stood at the bow, peering through a telescope to ascertain the situation. However, she discerned only a mermaid at the prow of the princess ship, noting the absence of a pirate flag, leading her to speculate that it likely was not a pirate ship. Yet, she could not ascertain the identity of the vessel. Hancock commanded, 9 snake pirates, "Prepare for battle and replenish ammunition. A ship is approaching us." Is it a deception? The flag of 9 snake is displayed here. How could another ship dare to approach suddenly? Indeed, at such a moment, who would be bold enough to engage with the Lady Snake Princess? One of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hancock replied tersely, "Enough chatter. Follow my orders immediately." The fierce female crew members sprang into action. Hancock continued to observe through the telescope as the 2 ships drew nearer. Suddenly, she spotted a cloaked figure standing atop the main mast of the Princess. It was this very man who had kept Hancock restless and compelled her to chase him all the way here. Finally, fate had smiled upon her. She had now caught sight of him. This time, she was determined not to let Xi Bei escape. Indeed, it was that man. Boa Marigold, having overheard Hancock's murmurs, wore a serious expression. Hancock instructed her crew to advance the 9 snake pirate ship. The 2 vessels sailed towards each other. The female crew members of the 9 snake swallowed nervously, eager to discern who dared approach the 7 warlords in such a manner. They sensed that the newcomer bore ill intentions. As the 2 ships brushed past each other, Xi Bei leaped down from the main mast, landing on the 9 snake pirate ship, while the princess ship continued onward without pause. Simultaneously, the 9 snake pirate crew sprang to alertness, drawing their bows to aim at Xi Bei. The Xi Bei of now was no longer the same as before. Hancock could distinctly sense his remarkable growth. Most crucially, even with her observation haki, she could not predict Xi Bei's next move, confirming that his haki had awakened, and he was no longer the naive youth she had first encountered. Xi Bei remained composed, his voice low as he inquired, "Where is Bonnie?" Before Hancock could utter a word, Boa Marigold, gripping her trident, swiftly maneuvered behind Xi Bei, poised to strike. Marigold, the 3rd sister of Hancock, had been left behind on 9 Snake Island to recuperate after her 2nd sister, Sandersonia, suffered injuries at Xi Bei's hands. Thus, only Marigold had accompanied Hancock to Punk Hazard. Although she had never laid eyes on Xi Bei, she had long harbored an intense animosity toward him, instilled by Hancock's warnings. Xi Bei not only uncovered the secrets they bore, but also harmed Sandersonia, leading her to conclude that there was nothing left to discuss with him. Xi Bei gazed intently at Hancock without turning away, not even employing any skills. He simply extended his hand without looking back, firmly grasping the trident of Marigo Luada. Xi Bei maintained his stance and remarked, "Hancock, at this moment, the fierce clash between Qingji and Akainu is ongoing. I prefer to avoid any conflict with you now. Attracting the attention of others would not bode well for either of us. You have pursued me from Nine Snake Island on the basis of a baseless accusation. And you followed me into the New World. I have endured enough. Simply inform me of Bonnie's whereabouts, and we shall part ways from this moment forward. What say you?" Hancock clenched her teeth tightly. Marigold interjected, "Your Highness, do not be deceived by this man." Hancock hesitated and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Your Highness," Marigold exclaimed anxiously, fearing that Hancock might fall prey to Xi Bei's deceit. However, her weapon was restrained, rendering her unable to draw it. In her desperation, she resorted to expelling venom from her mouth. This potent toxin possessed an extraordinary dissolution capability. Even the slightest contact would lead to rapid disintegration. At present, Xi Bei found herself in such close proximity to her adversary that evasion seemed utterly futile. Thus, she held complete confidence in her ability to splatter venom upon Xi Bei. However, as Marie Gallad unleashed her toxic spray, a peculiar scene unfolded. Surrounding Xi Bei, an unexpected accumulation of sand materialized, just as the venom was about to make contact. This sand coalesced into a formidable barrier that thwarted the venom entirely. This occurrence transpired with astonishing rapidity, taking merely 2 to 3 seconds from the moment the venom was expelled to the formation of the sand shield. The advantage of crocodile's sand fruit lies in its capacity to extract substantial moisture from any contact with persons or objects, rendering them arid and ultimately transforming them into sand. While Xi Bei could not achieve elemental transformation as crocodile did, she was fully capable of replicating all of his techniques, especially the formidable process of desiccation. She had long mastered this skill, as it proved to be exceptionally potent, having previously drained the moisture from within Luffy's body. The sandstorm barrier that had previously intercepted the meteor volcano was also conjured through her adept use of desiccation. With the venom successfully obstructed by the sand, Marie Gallad found herself thwarted. Xi Bei remained unscathed, standing face to face with Hancock. Just as Marigold was about to launch another attack, the sand suddenly ensnared her with a conscious intent. Hancock instantly became anxious, calling out loudly, "Mary!" The sand wrapped around Marigold tighter and tighter, constricting her to the point of struggling for breath. Xi Bei, with an impassive expression, demanded, "Quickly tell me, where's Bonnie?" Frustrated, he added, "Let Mary go." Hancock, with a grim countenance, charged towards Xi Bei, executing a spinning kick. Sand rose to shield Xi Bei, yet Hancock's formidable presence proved overwhelming. The sand could not fully obstruct his attack. The kick decisively broke through the barrier, landing squarely upon Xi Bei. Zybe instinctively raised his arm to block, only to be immediately kicked away, crashing against the edge of the ship. At that moment, the entire crew of the Nine Snake pirate ship encircled Zybe, drawing their bows and aiming at him, releasing a barrage of arrows imbued with their haki. Rather than retreating, Zybe pressed forward, rolling onto the ground and coming to a stop at the feet of these women, seizing the opportunity to transform the deck beneath their feet into sand. In an instant, several female crew members found themselves ensnared in the sandy trap. Subsequently, Zybe replicated the power of Kazari's Pika Pika no Mi, extending a finger towards Hancock and unleashing a beam of laser light. Hancock adeptly dodged, yet her companion Marigold, standing behind her, was unfortunate enough to be grazed by the beam, sustaining minor injuries. Seizing the moment, as was Zybe's customary approach, he bit into his finger, transforming into a 15-meter giant and stomping down upon the Nine Snake ship. Although this vessel was considerably larger than the previous one Hancock had occupied, the deck had recently suffered partial degradation due to Zybe's actions, significantly diminishing the ship's structural integrity. With a fierce stamp of his foot, Xi Bei caused the Nine Serpents ship to splinter into pieces. Hancock, swaying momentarily, grasped the planks of the ship, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the sea. However, such a strategy of inflicting harm upon the enemy while simultaneously harming oneself resulted in Xi Bei losing his footing. Just as he was on the verge of tumbling into the ocean, he swiftly relinquished his giant form and struggled to crawl out from the nape of his neck. As Xi Bei emerged from the nape of his neck, the female ninja, Kaiji, who had been stealthily lurking nearby, suddenly revealed herself. She assisted Xi Bei, using the colossal bones beneath their feet as a temporary foothold, leveraging them to propel themselves into the air, aiming for the nearby princess ship. Hancock's Nine-Snake pirate ship had suffered destruction at the hands of Xi Bei on 2 separate occasions, inciting her fury. How could she merely stand by and watch as Xi Bei attempted to escape her grasp once more? Agile as she was, Hancock had already adjusted her stance and steadied herself on the ship's deck the moment the nine-snake pirate ship began to fracture. She was poised to unleash her powers to bring Xi Bei down. Xi Bei shouted, "Dottie." Now, atop the mainmast of the princess ship, Dottie sat poised with his weapon, having long since taken aim at his target. Upon hearing Xi Bei's call, Dottie recognized that the moment had arrived and decisively pulled the trigger. However, the ordinary bullets were unlikely to inflict significant harm on Hancock. Dottie's mission was merely to force her to surface. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire resonated in 3 successive bursts. Hancock, wielding her pistol, attempted to deflect one of the bullets, but her marksmanship was lacking. And coupled with her previous experience, she hesitated, uncertain if the bullets contained sea stone. Thus, she refrained from directly confronting them. To evade the projectiles, she leapt into the sea, her pet snake, Salome, instinctively aligning with her, swiftly moving to the surface to catch Hancock. Witnessing this, Dottie couldn't help but smile knowingly. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. This time you shall not escape. Although Hancock was oblivious to the unfolding events, her instincts warned her of impending danger. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the depths, grasping her ankle. As she looked down, the lower half of her body was pulled beneath the waves, while Salome struggled to wrap around Hancock, preventing her from being completely dragged into the ocean. Simultaneously, Xi Bei urged the color leech, "Quickly, drop me." The color leech, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you a power user? Enough with the chatter. Do as I say. If you delay, that sea serpent will pull Hancock up, and our efforts will be in vain." The color leech fell silent and promptly cast Xi Bei into the sea. As Xi fell from the heights, his fingers merely grazed the surface of the sea, and suddenly, the ice age descended. The surface froze, an icy chill pervading the air. The pet snake, Salome, was encased in ice, and Hancock's lower half was likewise trapped beneath the frigid waters, leaving only her upper body exposed. Weak and powerless, she could no longer wield any abilities. In her current state, she was no different from being confined by sea prison stone. The infamous pirate empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had finally been subdued. Alongside her, trapped beneath the ice, was Tedon. Had it not been for Tedon's ambush in the water, seizing Hancock by the ankle and dragging her down, Xi would not have succeeded so effortlessly. This cunning stratagem was a last-minute concoction by Stracy. As the princess's ship brushed past the snake princess ship, the camouflage expert, Kaiji, concealed herself and landed on the snake princess vessel with Xi, while Tedon quietly submerged. Lying in wait, Hancock, despite her meticulous calculations, had not anticipated that Xi and his companions had set a trap for her. Due to the hasty nature of this devious plan, several flaws emerged, the most critical being Xi himself. Had Xi lacked sufficient strength to force Hancock towards the surface, all would have been in vain. To prevent Xi from faltering, Stracy had deliberately ensured that Kaiji stayed hidden aboard the Snake Princess ship, ready to assist at a moment's notice. However, the reality proved Stracy's concerns to be unwarranted. During the confrontation with Hancock, Kaiji rendered no assistance. While Tedon achieved a remarkable feat, ironically, this benefactor now found himself frozen in the sea due to Xibe's powers, a rather unfortunate turn of events. Xibe, too, was left with no choice. Just moments prior, Salome had exerted great effort to pull Hancock from the icy depths, and if Xibe had hesitated any longer, their efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, there was an underlying motive. Xibe harbored a disdain for Tedon, and in confining Hancock, he would relish the opportunity to deal with Tedon as well. Thus he bore no moral qualms whatsoever. Stracy leaped onto the ice, her astonishment unmasked. "You truly managed to achieve this?" Xi Bei has gradually begun to master the art of shape-shifting magic, allowing him to move about with ease after executing his ultimate move. A stark contrast to the past, when he could barely walk. The expression on Shueidi's face was entirely as he had anticipated, and he refrained from over-explaining, recognizing that such moments should leave room for her imagination. As Shueidi gazed at Teton beneath the icy surface, she called out, "It's up to you." The warriors, receiving their cue, drew their blades and struck. Once the ice shattered into 2 halves, Teton was retrieved. However, the ice encasing him remained intact, leaving him frozen in a pose reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. Xi Bei instructed, "Take him to the bathroom for a warm shower. I will handle things here." "Sure, Chui," she nodded to both sides. Zhuo Eugene, burdened with a block of ice, returned to the ship. Given Taedun's temperamental nature, it was likely that once he recovered, He would seek retribution against Xi Bei, especially after the humiliation he had suffered. Forte Dun had never intended to plunge into the sea. He had no desire to assist Xi Bei. However, since she had already given her orders. He had no choice but to suppress his frustration. Little did he expect that it would culminate in the present predicament. She stood a short distance away, curiously asking, "What will you do next?" Han Ku, towering nearly 2 meters tall, now had only half of her body exposed above the icy surface, making her appear diminished. Xi Bei approached her, gazing down from a position of superiority. The distance between them, combined with the temporary disparity in height, rendered the scene somewhat jarring, as Hancock could easily strike at Xi Bei's vulnerable areas with a mere tilt of her head. Moreover, Xi Bei was clad only in a cloak, leaving her lower half exposed. Consequently, she felt it somewhat impolite to stand before a woman in such a manner, prompting her to voluntarily lower herself into a crouch. At long last, Xi Bei found himself nearly at eye level with Hancock. No, perhaps he was still just a tad shorter. This was the first time Xi Bei had the opportunity to observe Hancock from such proximity, and he could not help but remark upon her remarkable fullness. It seemed that after years of nourishment, every bit had been aptly distributed to the right places. Xi Bei slowly leaned his head closer. Hancock, utterly powerless and unable to move, could only grit her teeth and watch helplessly as Xi Bei's face approached within mere inches. "I shall ask you once more, where is Bonnie?" Hancock replied weakly, "Humph. I am the reigning empress of the Amazon Lily on 9 Snake Island. How could I possibly bow to you, a despicable man? Do not harbor such delusions. Since you have uncovered the secret, I would rather die than have anyone see. As long as I draw breath, I shall pursue you relentlessly. No matter how far across the Grand Line I must traverse. Even as a captive, your obstinacy remains unyielding." Xi Bei was practically seething with rage. This matter had nothing to do with Xiao Ai Li Bo and I. She was completely unaware. Han Ku chose to simply close his eyes. In a fit of rage, Xi Bei seized Hancock by the collar. The force of his grip was such that a button on Hancock's chest burst open. Xi Bei is currently in no mood to appreciate the splendid scenery. "Quickly tell me, where is Bonnie?" Hancock, undeterred, stubbornly replied, "I have nothing to say to you." Xi Bei gradually regained his composure and proceeded to fasten Hancock's buttons, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The systems of this era vary from person to person. You are merely a detrimental byproduct of this vicious cycle. I acknowledge that you are a victim, but since communication has failed, I have no choice but to reveal the truth to the public. Hancock, please do not hold it against me." No sooner had he spoken than Xi Bei suddenly exerted force and tore at Hancock's sleeve. Hancock, alarmed, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xi Bei, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, "I shall reveal to the world the secret that lies upon your back. Hold on." Xi Bei remained indifferent, extending his hand into Hancock's collar, poised to strip away her outer garments. Hancock's pupils dilated. Marshal D. Teach. Xi Bei finally ceased his movements. "What did you say?" Hancock, a towering figure, conceded, "It is Blackbeard. Jewelry Bonnie is in his grasp." Xi Bei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is that ship here? What exactly is happening? Could it be that Blackbeard is nearby?" Hancock turned her head away, remaining silent. Previously, Bonnie had fallen into Blackbeard's clutches, and he had even handed her over to the Navy under the pretext of exchanging her for a warship. This led to Bonnie's subsequent escape from the ship. What Xi Bei did not anticipate was that Bonnie had barely managed to flee before being captured once more, and by the very same individual. Now, the prospect of her escaping again seemed nearly insurmountable. Even more astonishing to Xi Bei was the revelation that Blackbeard was indeed present in Punk Hazard. That man was not yet one of the 4 emperors. The Navy was actively searching for him, and yet he had the audacity to present himself willingly. What audacity he possessed! Upon reflection, Xi Bei realized that Blackbeard was inherently a bold, cunning, and treacherous man, possessing a remarkable capacity for patience. If he dared to meddle in the War of the Tops, what could possibly intimidate him? Xi Bei grasped Hancock's fragrant shoulder and shook it vigorously twice, saying, "Tell me everything you know." At that moment, a figure suddenly swooped down from the ice surface. Xi leaped backward. Bang! The ice layer on the surface of the sea was severed. Xi Bei and Hancock have also been separated. Now, before Xi Bei stands an additional individual. Xi Bei squinted and said, "It appears we meet again, General Squirrel." Xi Bei exhibits a plethora of transformations, from icy conditions to weathering, even taking on the form of a giant, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. Consequently, Vice Admiral Squirrel received directives to investigate the situation. However, upon approaching, he was met with the disheveled appearance of Hancock. In a certain sense, the 7 warlords and the Navy find themselves on the same side. Thus, Vice Admiral Squirrel possessed ample justification to assist Hancock in extricating herself from her current predicament. Yet, he could never have anticipated that it would be Xi Bei who would nearly plunge the warlord into the mire of defeat. The expression on Vice Admiral Squirrel's face darkened. "I truly did not expect to encounter you in such a place, pirate hunter Xi Bei. I have heard quite a bit about you, and it appears you have indeed fallen from grace. Therefore, might I request that you accompany me? I wish to delve deeper into the events that transpired in Mariewa, which led to a vice admiral being imprisoned, a vice admiral's betrayal, and even the resignation of the chief strategist. My curiosity is piqued. Although the matters concerning Mariewa have not been made public, those of notable rank within the Navy, such as vice admirals, are undoubtedly aware of the underlying circumstances. Otherwise, the chief strategist would not have resigned. Xi Bei harbored doubts that his portrait might already be displayed at the naval headquarters. Now, with Admiral Weasel directly exposing this notion, Xi Bei found himself unsurprised. However, the idea of simply following Admiral Weasel was out of the question. It was utterly impossible. Apologies, Admiral Weasel, but I have some unfinished matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. Regarding Admiral Peach Rabbit, I must admit I find the situation somewhat perplexing. Nonetheless, her arrest seems quite justifiable in my eyes. If one were to assign blame, a charge of negligence would suffice. However, given the involvement of the celestial dragons, I suspect the situation is far more complex. This is a matter best addressed by your superiors at the naval headquarters, is it not? Admiral Weasel, taking a stance, replied. Then I must take offense. With that, he lunged at Xi Bei, brandishing his blade for a horizontal strike. The sable crouches, evading the attack. The flying squirrel general raises his blade, delivering a downward strike. As Xi Bei teetered, the general of the flying squirrel stepped forward, brandishing a long sword, intending to strike upward towards Xi Bei's face. Xi Bei swiftly raised his leg, stepping onto the blade's edge, intercepting the long sword while simultaneously clenching his fist and striking the side of the Weasel General's waist. The Weasel General exclaimed in a deep voice, "Iron block." Xi Bei felt as though he had struck an impenetrable barrier. The flying squirrel remained utterly motionless. Xi Bei pressed his fist against the side of the Weasel General and bellowed, "Flame fist." Impossible. The Weasel General's pupils constricted, only to be immediately hurled away by the surging flames. The intensity of the fire caused the ice beneath Xi Bei's feet to gradually melt, the sound of cracking ice resonating incessantly. Xi Bei could no longer remain in his position and withdrew to the side of the ship. Vice Admiral Squirrel was shielded by one of the Navy's 6 techniques, the iron block, which granted him formidable resilience. He withstood Xi Bei's fiery punch without losing his combat effectiveness, though half of his Navy insignia was already destroyed, and the 2 characters for justice on his back had been nearly incinerated. The Fire Fist is Ace's ability. After all, the name Fire Fist Ace is not without reason. Had this attack originated from Ace himself, it is unlikely that Vice Admiral Squirrel would have emerged unscathed. However, Xi Bei was merely a replicator, his power significantly inferior to that of Ace, and coupled with the fact that Xi Bei had very little strength left, it was a blessing that he even had the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, he was unable to completely subdue Vice Admiral Squirrel. The Vice Admiral quickly regained his footing, wiping the corner of his mouth. In truth, from the very beginning, Vice Admiral Squirrel had never underestimated Xi Bei. Their first encounter had left a profound impression when Xi Bei boasted of pursuing Trafalgar Law, a claim Vice Admiral Squirrel believed wholeheartedly. To this day, he remained convinced that Xi Bei's ability to chase Trafalgar Law indicated his considerable prowess, which is why Vice Admiral Squirrel had held nothing back from the outset. Following their brief clash, he had gained a clearer understanding of his opponent's capabilities. Xi Bei's combat abilities are already formidable, and with the nature of his powers remaining a mystery, the possibility of General Wushu successfully apprehending him diminishes significantly. However, General Wushu has discerned that following his encounter with Hancock, Xi Bei is not in peak condition. Given Xi Bei's latent potential, should he be allowed to escape now, the Navy headquarters would likely face yet another formidable adversary in the future. Therefore, General Wushu intends to delay Xi Bei until reinforcements arrive. He called out, "Wait, Xi Bei, what exactly are your intentions?" Xi Bei suddenly halted, exuding an air of pretentiousness as he declared, "Return and inform the high-ranking officials of the world government that this world is on the brink of collapse. The era of pirates shall be irrevocably brought to an end, and the calamity at Mariehua signifies the imminent demise of their reign. The vice admiral, with cold sweat beading on his forehead, felt an inexplicable awe. Meanwhile, Hancock, trapped within the icy confines, vociferously exclaimed, "Damn it, you shall not escape." Xi Bei blew a playful kiss to Hancock, teasingly remarking, "My voluptuous Hancock, I shall miss you. In due time, I shall regale you with tales from the world before its collapse." With those parting words, Xi Bei returned to his ship. At that moment, Daddy had already secured Xi Bei's small vessel, trailing it behind the happy princess. Admiral Squirrel was eager to give chase, but Daddy swiftly turned and fired his weapon. The bullet was deftly deflected by Admiral Squirrel, who muttered to himself, "What an extraordinary individual." Regret washed over Admiral Squirrel. Had he known, he would have imprisoned Xi Bei in the depths of Impel Down upon their first encounter. Hancock shouted at Admiral Squirrel, "Hey, why aren't you rushing over to assist me? What a dullard you are. Who on earth is that man? Do you know him?" Admiral Squirrel severed the ice encasing Hancock and helped her out. Having been trapped for an extended period, she felt weak but was determined to pursue Xi Bei. However, her strength faltered and she stumbled backward. Quick as lightning, Admiral Squirrel caught her, leaving Hancock to lean softly against him. Embarrassment flushed Admiral Squirrel's face, a delicate blush blooming upon his cheeks. When Hancock lifted her gaze, their eyes met, causing him to shyly avert his stare. Hancock pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way, you're utterly useless." "Why didn't you stop him?" "His name is Xi Bei, a pirate hunter from the East Blue. I encountered him on the Black Nose Islands while he was pursuing Trafalgar Law. Yet, I have no idea why he has suddenly appeared in Punk Hazard. This matter is of utmost importance. I must return to report it promptly." At this juncture, Admiral Squirrel murmured softly to himself. It seemed that the events in Mariehua were indeed orchestrated by him. Hancock, puzzled, inquired, "What happened in Mariehua?" Reluctantly, Admiral Squirrel responded, "Hancock, 2 positions among the warlords of the sea have been vacated. The world government is vigorously searching for suitable candidates to fill these vacancies. We cannot afford any further defeats among the warlords. Do you understand what I mean? Take care of yourself." Frustration etched across Hancock's face as she bit her finger. The happy princess boldly towed the small boat, gliding past Admiral Squirrel and Hancock, navigating the periphery of Punk Hazard. Xi Bei, wishing to share some confidences with Daddy away from Tracy's ears, chose not to board the same vessel. Thus, he found himself in the cockpit of the small boat alongside Daddy. "What did you say? Bonnie has been captured by Blackbeard?" Daddy nearly exclaimed in astonishment. Had it not been for his consideration of the nearby Joyous Princess ship where Chartreuse was situated, he would have surely cried out. Not only did Dottie struggle to comprehend the news, but even Xi Bei found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. Regaining his composure, Dottie inquired, "Is this news credible?" Xi Bei furrowed his brow. Hancock's words, spoken directly, could not be doubted. Ever since the war on the summit, Bonnie had harbored a grudge against Blackbeard, and her pirate crew had been utterly destroyed by him. Her sudden departure from our ranks likely signifies her intent to confront Blackbeard. This madwoman had previously fallen into his clutches, only to be handed over to the Marines, and after a harrowing escape, she now seems to willingly leap back into the inferno. It is truly perplexing. If this is the case, it stands to reason that Blackbeard's crew may be lurking nearby. Dottie, with a furrowed brow, pondered. Ever since his tumultuous rampage during the Summit War, it is said he has been relentlessly hunting down those with abilities. Even the territories once held by Whitebeard are gradually falling under his dominion. Moreover, 2 of the captains from the Whitebeard pirates have met their demise at his hands. What exactly this man aims to achieve remains an enigma to this day. Xi Bei grasped his head and remarked, "If you cannot comprehend, then it is best not to dwell on it. After all, he is inherently abnormal." Dottie then returned to the matter at hand. "What are your plans?" "Is that even a question?" "Naturally, I intend to locate Blackbeard and rescue Bonnie. However, this must remain unknown to Stussy. She aims to exploit me to eliminate Feld, under the guise of collaboration. Nonsense. Her true intent is to use me as a pawn. She prefers to avoid direct conflicts. And should she catch wind of my forthcoming actions, she will undoubtedly abandon ship. I must ensure our fates are intertwined. If she seeks to use me against Feld, then I too can leverage her against Blackbeard. After all, the more allies, the greater the strength." Dottie felt a twinge of unease and replied, "What if she does not act?" "Humph, that is not for her to decide." If Xi Bei recalled correctly, Blackbeard ascended to become one of the 4 emperors after a fierce confrontation with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. emerging victorious and thus earning his esteemed title. In that battle, the only captain who managed to escape unscathed was Marco, the 1st Division commander. At this moment, Blackbeard had yet to attain the status of an emperor. Hence, any encounter with him would merely constitute a skirmish between ordinary pirates, unlikely to escalate into a significant incident. However, it is crucial to note that despite Blackbeard's current lack of recognition as one of the emperors, his power remains formidable, bolstered by a crew that includes half of the inmates released from the 6th level of Impel Down, each one a formidable adversary. Therefore, if a confrontation with Blackbeard's crew were to occur, the likelihood of victory relying solely on Xi Bei and Dottie is exceedingly slim. However, involving Stussy could substantially alleviate the burden. Dottie still harbored reservations, stating, "Currently, this is the battleground for Akainu and Kizaru. If we were to encounter Blackbeard nearby and engage in combat, it would surely attract the attention of all. Even if we managed to rescue Bonnie, how shall we escape?" Xi Bei vigorously struck his head, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. Nevertheless, he resolved to take one step at a time. This was a high-stakes gamble. Should they win, joy would abound. But should they lose, there would be no turning back. Dottie felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It had been many years since he had felt such tension. Yet, having made the resolute decision to follow Xi Bei, he was prepared to unconditionally comply with whatever choices Xi Bei made. The only concern weighing on his mind was that Kaler had yet to be entrusted to Smog. To ensure everything was foolproof, Dottie inquired, "Xi Bei, you have used your abilities so many times just now. Are you all right?" "Vakamariewa." "You could hardly stand due to exhaustion." Xi Bei waved his arm and remarked, "Recently, I cannot quite fathom why. But I have been incessantly hearing a cacophony of disjointed sounds. How shall I put it? It seems as though there are individuals engaged in prayer. Upon hearing those voices, seemingly emanating from all corners of the globe, I feel a profound sense of relief." "Prayers? How come I haven't noticed them? When did you first start experiencing this phenomenon?" Xi Bei began to gradually recollect his memories, likely stemming from his time in the wetland forest. Indeed, it was after he first heard the voices of all living things. Upon listening to the awakening of the fruits, he discovered that the sounds he perceived could be transformed into power, particularly the prayers of humanity, imbued with the strength of faith. These elusive forces of belief were entirely absorbed by Xi Bei, enabling him to restore his vitality whenever he heard prayers. Regardless of time or place, under conditions of abundant life force, he could tirelessly replicate skills. In simpler terms, he possessed boundless magical energy. However, since Xi Bei had yet to fully master the awakening ability of the fruits, the prayers echoed in his ears, fluctuating in proximity, and the faith he absorbed was meager, preventing him from achieving infinite replication for the time being. Nevertheless, the effects were not entirely absent. At the very least, he could restore his vitality at an accelerated pace. Of course, Xi Bei himself found it difficult to articulate this sensation. Observing Xi Bei's silence, Dottie turned away from the cockpit and remarked, "In any case, it is good that you are well. I shall go observe the surroundings, and should I notice anything amiss, I will promptly inform you." Xi Bei calmly remarked, "I apologize for the trouble." Dottie returned to the joyful princess, ascending the main mast with a telescope in hand. However, Dottie now bore a countenance heavy with concern, which did not escape the notice of Shertrice. Looking up at Dottie perched atop the mainmast, Shertrice jested, "What mischief are you concocting up there? It seems rather intriguing. Do share it with me." Dottie, seated regally upon the mainmast, remained unfazed. Xi Bei stepped out and remarked, "It is nothing. Merely contemplating whether Pankehazad represents a beginning or an end." "Oh." Shituixi cast a meaningful glance at Xi Bei. Suddenly, the bathroom door was thrust open. Dripping wet, Teton stood at the threshold, facing Xi Bei and roaring, "Damn that cloaked brat. I shall slay you." As he spoke, Teton charged toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei had long anticipated that Tedon would not relent after his recovery. Shatruzi furrowed her brow and said, "Give it up." Simultaneously, Xi Bei murmured, "The void world." Just as Tedon rushed to Xi Bei's side, he suddenly froze, clutching his throat with a contorted expression as if deprived of oxygen. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as he knelt before Xi Bei, his pupils gradually dilating. Xi Bei cautioned, "Do not let there be a next time." As the words fell from his lips, Taedun finally gasped for air, kneeling on the floor and inhaling the fresh oxygen. Xi Bei had become increasingly adept at employing the art of shape-shifting magic, having replicated the natural devil fruit ability of the scientist Caesar. Depleting the air of all oxygen in the vicinity, which rendered Tae-dun utterly breathless. For Xi Bei, who excelled in close-quarters combat, this maneuver proved exceptionally practical. Any creature within a certain radius of him was deprived of the ability to breathe. Without air, how could one possibly contend with Xi Bei? Yet, Tae-dun, undeterred by adversity, rose from the ground, intent on resuming the fight. However, Shatruzi intervened. I had no idea you could not only replicate Crocodile's devil fruit ability, but also those of Admiral Akiji and Caesar Clown. You continuously astonish me. Is there anything you cannot replicate? I recall the devil fruit compendium did not seem to include such a capability. With a composed demeanor, Xi Bei asserted, "You must be mistaken." Meanwhile, the vibrant Kaiji, perched atop the main mast, seemed to have discerned something amiss. She descended gracefully and approached Shirtsue, whispering a secret in her ear. Shirtsue furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain?" Kaiji nodded, affirming, "There can be no error." At that very moment, Dottie also approached Xi Bei, leaning in to share a hushed word. Taking her binoculars, Shirtsue moved to the bow of the ship and focused her gaze. Indeed, it was him. In truth, Xi Bei had overheard the whispered exchange between Kaiji and Shirtsue, and with Dottie's revelation, she had fully grasped the situation. The he that Shirtsue referred to as Feld, whose merchant vessel was gradually drawing closer to their position. Shirtsue, with her binoculars in hand, scrutinized the distant ship for a while. There, upon the deck, sat Feld in a reclining chair, a platter of delicacies and fine wine before him. In the lookout tower of the merchant vessel, a signal light flickered, broadcasting a message. Shirtsue turned and commanded, "Set sail towards them." Xi Bei jestingly remarked, "It wouldn't be wise for Feld to catch sight of us together. That would surely jeopardize your entire scheme. Do you not care at all? Therefore, I suggest you remain discreetly on the ship." Xi Bei questioned, "Isn't your objective to bring down Fielda? Why not seize this opportunity to act? Why grant him a moment to breathe? If he becomes aware of the situation and prepares adequately, we shall have squandered a golden opportunity. Do you wish for me to become the transgressor who shatters the rules of the dark world? With so many eyes upon us, including the Navy, should matters escalate beyond repair, even if I were to eliminate Fielda now, I would not escape unscathed. You must understand that we are entwined with all the illicit profit chains of the dark world, closely linked with the monstrous entities that dominate the new world." Tracy lamented. "The fall of a king is destined to ignite war." Xi Bei mocked, saying, "After all that you've said, your implication is that we cannot take action, correct? At least not at this moment, and certainly not in a manner that would reveal any connection to me." Xi Bei turned and entered the kitchen, not looking back as she remarked, "I never expected the Queen of Joy Street to be so cautious." As she spoke, two ships gradually drew closer. Shirtsueishi boarded Feld's merchant vessel, closely followed by Jincheng and Tae-dun. It was now the time for an audience between the two monarchs of the dark world. Xi Bei could not accompany Shitruixi onto the ship, nor could he stroll upon the deck, for otherwise he would be discovered by Feld's lackeys, a scenario that Shitruixi wished to avoid. Thus, he found himself confined to the kitchen, where, coincidentally, he felt a pang of hunger and could indulge in a meal to satiate his appetite. Dottie remained in Xi Bei's company, while Kailuo roamed freely. Currently immersed in the aquatic wonders of the aquarium, everything appeared serene. However, just as Xi Bei was midway through his meal, the Princess of Joy suddenly began to sway violently, casting him from his seat, while outside, the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted, punctuated by the crack of gunfire. Xi Bei inquired, "What has transpired?" Dottie hastily pushed the door open and dashed outside. To his astonishment, he beheld a fierce altercation unfolding on the neighboring merchant ship, which escalated until it reached right before Xi Bei's eyes. Xi Bei found it quite perplexing. Just moments ago, Shatruzi had expressed her desire to avoid any overt confrontation with Feared, at least for the time being. Yet, inexplicably, a fierce altercation had erupted. It appeared to be far from a mere scuffle. Rather, it bore the intensity of a life-and-death struggle. The events unfolded with such abruptness that Xi Bei was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Dottie interjected, "Hey, what on earth is happening? Why are that fighter and the warrior engaged in combat? Could this be a case of internal strife?" Upon hearing the commotion, Xi Bei rushed out of the kitchen to observe. He witnessed the fierce clash between the two, Nai and Tae-dun, which escalated to such an extent that the main mast of the princess was affected and ultimately shattered. The merchant ship was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire, forcing the colorful leeches to retreat in disarray, yet they remained oblivious to the presence of Shirtshuishi. What drama is unfolding here? In a haze of uncertainty, a group of roughly a dozen individuals leapt from the neighboring merchant vessel, brandishing knives and firearms, vociferously directing their threats towards Xi Bei. "We have found the target," one shouted. Lord Feld declared that whoever eliminates him shall receive a bounty of 300 million berries. Laughter erupted. "A bounty of 300 million berries for a mere head. I'll gladly accept it." As the mob brandished their blades and charged toward Xi Bei, before they could close the distance, Daddy swiftly discharged 3 rounds, each shot finding its mark, and in the blink of an eye, 3 lay motionless on the ground. Although Daddy had yet to ascertain the full scope of the situation, the prevailing circumstances were abundantly clear. Even a fool could discern that these individuals were intent on targeting Xi Bei. Xi Bei harbored some doubts, wondering if Xi had betrayed him. However, upon witnessing the fierce battle between Tiden and his adversaries, as well as the perilous situation facing Xi, his concerns momentarily subsided. Xi Bei always senses that something is amiss. Xi Bei looked up at the 2 combatants, shouting loudly, "Hey, what on earth is happening?" Neither of the 2 responded to Xi Bei. Zhuo Eugene faced Te Dun, dragging his long knife, his expression icy as he remarked, "I have long suspected something amiss with you. You have persistently sown discord between me and Wu." Repeatedly questioning the competence of 2 Dao Shermin and Tailian Wilikuo, claiming they are too weak to remain by Shi Chuixi's side, urging her to expel them. "It appears your true intention was to weaken our influence. Te Dun, why would you do such a thing? Have you forgotten how Shi Chuishi rescued you from the clutches of that old hag?" Te Dun stood on the deck of the merchant ship. "Oh, I have not forgotten. I have been genuinely grateful to her, but I can no longer endure her indecisive nature. Humph, what of the so-called emperor of the dark world? She is merely a woman lacking in vision. The Navy headquarters has undergone a transformation, the new world is being reshuffled, and the dark world cannot escape its fate. It is time for change." Te Dun struck his palm with his fist, his armed color hockey solidifying. Zui Eugene replied, "Times have changed. Shi Chuishi, that useless woman, has been forsaken by the hegemony. Today, she shall fall completely here, and I shall take over all her illicit enterprise. The future of the dark world will be a stage solely for me, Te Dun." Zui Eugene's face was grave. "Is this your deal with Fei Erda?" Following this, Zui Eugene sheathed his knife and asked, "May I inquire, when did this begin?" "Of course, it started from the first meeting with Fei Erda." "The war on top?" Zui Eugene closed his eyes, speaking calmly, "I see now. A month ago, when Shi Chuishi brought you to the Dark Conference, you had already conspired with Fei Erda in private. Te Dun, you will regret this. Fei Erda will never allow you to become the second Shi Chuishi, and the vast she commands is beyond your capacity to swallow." Te Dun sneered, "That is not your concern. So, Zui Eugene, are you interested in joining me? If you can persuade Shi Chuishi to beg for mercy and serve me, I might consider sparing her life." Zui Eugene pondered for a long while and solemnly uttered 4 words. "Words are of no use." Te Dun's expression twisted into a snarl, then perish. The fists and blades, enveloped in armed color hockey, collided with one another. A fierce wind swept through, and the waves roiled violently. Xi Bei and Dadi were both taken aback. It turned out that Tiden was the traitor. No wonder Xi Bei always felt uneasy in his presence. Meanwhile, Yuanzheng and Tiden were locked in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows without respite. On the ground, Xi Bei faced his own challenges as a group of individuals began to leap from the merchant ship, eyes glinting with malice and teeth gritted in determination. Although they outnumbered him, their caliber was questionable. They were merely minor characters unworthy of approaching Xi Bei. Dadi, armed with his solitary rifle, was more than capable of handling them. Xi Bei had just managed to find some time. He was planning to visit the merchant ship to check on the condition of Xi. Suddenly, Dadi shouted, "Xi Bei, be careful." Xi Bei immediately sensed danger and halted his movements. He observed Te Dun abandoning his attention to both sides and diving in from the flank. Since their first encounter, the two had harbored mutual disdain. Yet the confrontation had not escalated until now. Te Dun had been restrained by Shi Chuishi, who had prevented him from taking action. However, with the mask of civility shattered, Shi Chuishi was now struggling to safeguard herself, leaving no room to consider Xi Bei. Te Dun saw this as an opportune moment to settle scores with Xi Bei. Additionally, Te Dun was reluctant to engage with Zui Eugene due to his intimate knowledge of Zui Eugene's capabilities. A decisive victor could not be discerned in a fleeting exchange, and prolonged confrontation could drain his energy. If that were to occur, Te Dun's predicament would become increasingly dire. Feld was untrustworthy, and Shi Chuishi likely harbored deep resentment towards him as well. Should Te Dun find himself incapacitated and vulnerable, It was uncertain whether Feld would exploit the opportunity to eliminate Shi and then turn his attention towards him. Even if Shi managed to escape, there would be no refuge for Taedong. Hence, he could not afford to engage in a mere war of attrition. When it comes to picking fruit, one must first choose the ripest to grasp. Xi Bei swiftly halted, as Taedong's fist missed its mark, striking the deck before him. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared on the deck. Xi Bei acted purely on instinct, lifting his leg to deliver a kick that struck Taedong squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, nearly tumbling into the sea. Taedong, lacking any extraordinary abilities, would not have made a significant impact even if he had fallen into the water. However, for Xi Bei, a misstep into the ocean could spell disaster, rendering him unable to recover. At that moment, Kai Ji, appearing somewhat anxious aboard the merchant vessel, called out, "My Lady Struth." Xi Bei raised his head and said to Zhuejin on either side, "Hey, warrior, the female ninja is on the brink of collapse. Please lend a hand and check if Shatruzi is all right. I'll handle things here for now." Before departing, Zhuejin cautioned, "Do be careful. The opponent is quite formidable." Xi Bei habitually shed his cloak, assuming a combat stance. The henchman, held at bay by Daddy's gun, couldn't help but scoff at Xi Bei's appearance. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he stripped down? Is he yet another peculiar ability wielder? Xi Bei heard the complaints and, for the first time, replied, "It is not an extraordinary ability. The cloak is merely a nuisance." In unison, everyone exclaimed, "If the cloak bothers you, are you not a flasher?" These minions possessed limited strength, unable to even surpass the challenge posed by Dottie, let alone attempt to approach Xi Bei to strike. Dottie stood right before them, leaving them in a state of indecision, neither able to retreat nor advance. Meanwhile, aboard the merchant vessel, there was indeed a formidable expert. However, he was the personal bodyguard of Feld, bound to remain by Feld's side to ensure his safety. Let us not forget that Stracy was currently with Feld. This Queen of Joy Street was far from simple. Feld would find it quite challenging to deal with her without retaining one or two formidable allies by his side. Feld was responsible for holding back Stracy, while the rest would depend on Taedong. If Taedong could not handle this minor affair, how could he aspire to take her place? Taedong was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, he sought a swift resolution. By eliminating Xi Bei and the relatively weaker Kai Ji, he believed that he could quell any potential upheaval. Indeed, in Taedong's eyes, Xi Bei was nothing more than an inconsequential weakling. Xi Bei has already discerned the nature of Taedong. Thus, he remains unfazed by the mockery reflected in Taedong. He casually remarked, "You conspired with Feld, creating such a commotion here. Are you not afraid of attracting the attention of others lurking in the shadows?" Tracy has repeatedly emphasized the rules of the underworld. Those who instigate conflict will inevitably become the sinners. Since you aspire to be Tracy's successor, might this approach be somewhat too brazen? Taedong, however, remained unperturbed. "I am fully aware of your plans. You are the true transgressors of the rules. Well, it matters little, for your time is limited. I shall inherit all of Tracy's enterprises, and Feld will ally with me. Behind Feld, there are the 4 emperors supporting us. Just contemplate this. The rulers of the underworld and the monarchs of the seas uniting to forge the mightiest legion in the new world. When that time comes, who will dare to meddle in this affair?" Xi Bei sneered. "How could Stacy raise such an ungrateful wretch like you? If I heard correctly just now, it seems you were rescued from the clutches of the 4 empresses by Stacy herself. And so what?" Xi Bei, with a tone of derision, remarked, "Given your stature, even if you were to inherit Stacy's enterprise, the 4 emperors would scorn the notion of allying with you. In fact, it is likely that even Feld would not deign to cast a glance in your direction. You aspire to form a legion alongside the 4 emperors? Perhaps you should await slumber for such dreams, fool." In a fit of rage, Taedong hardened his fist with armament hockey and pursued Xi Bei. Xi Bei deftly sidestepped, subsequently replicating the powers of the gas fruit, siphoning the oxygen from the surrounding air. Taedong found himself unable to breathe. However, having learned from a previous misstep, he was well prepared. In that instant of oxygen deprivation, he was poised to retreat. Xi Bei seized this opportunity, advancing forward to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Taedong's jaw. Taedong absorbed the blow, his body propelled upward. Xi Bei leaped swiftly, akin to delivering a powerful kick to a sandbag, landing a decisive blow upon Taedong's face. Just as Taedong appeared poised to plunge into the sea, Xi Bei extended his arm and exclaimed, "White serpent." In an instant, a white mist enveloped Xi Bei's arm, surging forward with remarkable speed to ensnare Taedong. This was Smoker's smoke ability, primarily utilized for capture. Once the mist had ensnared Taedong, It gradually retracted back toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei clenched his fist and spoke in a deep voice. "Big guy, brace yourself." Tiden was gradually enveloped by the smoke and brought before Xi Bei. With a swift motion, Xi Bei unleashed a powerful punch. Martial arts, wolf strike. Blood streamed from Tiden's nostrils as he shot backward like a kite severed from its string. Plunging, Xi Bei made a gesture with his fist, demonstrating, "Impressive, isn't it? This is a new invention, specifically designed to deal with ungrateful wretches like you." However, Taedun's physique was remarkably resilient. Despite having just plunged into the sea, he emerged from the depths and soared into the air, launching another attack towards Xi Bei. This time, however, he had learned from experience. Before approaching Xi Bei, he took a deep breath to prevent a sudden lack of oxygen from causing temporary rigidity in his body. Harnessing the momentum from his sprint, Taedun struck a powerful blow towards Xi Bei. Xi Bei similarly clenched his fist, colliding head-on with Taedun's. However, as Taedun's fist was already enveloped in the formidable armament haki, it proved exceptionally resilient, causing Xi Bei's arm to tingle with numbness. Moreover, the force of Taedun's punch carried significant lethality. In this clash, Xi Bei suffered a slight disadvantage. Xi Bei, gritting his teeth against the pain, refrained from retracting his fist and bellowed, "Fire fist." At that very moment, flames erupted from his knuckles, incinerating the garments adorning Tiden's form and sending him hurtling through the air. Though he too fell into the sea, Tiden proved to be remarkably resilient, swiftly emerging from the water and tenaciously resuming his assault on Xi Bei. What a persistent fellow he is. This time, Tiden had learned from experience. Upon surfacing, he chose not to approach Xi Bei, but instead maintained a cautious distance, wary of Xi Bei's formidable techniques. He was acutely aware that Xi Bei possessed the ability to replicate devil fruit powers, having witnessed first-hand manifestations of ice, sand, fire, smoke, and gas. While the replicated techniques paled in comparison to those wielded by their original users, they were nonetheless of the Logia type, presenting a considerable challenge. He finally came to the realization that he had perhaps underestimated this cloaked adversary. Xi Bei waved his hand with a mischievous expression, beckoning, "Come again." Tiden, with a scowl on his face, retorted, "Don't get too cocky, kid." Although Tiden was conceited and arrogant, he was not foolish. Xi Bei's abilities were enigmatic and unpredictable, leaving much to the imagination. No one could ascertain whether Xi Bei could replicate other devil fruits. Thus, Tiden refrained from approaching him recklessly. He stood at a distance, took a deep breath, and then hardened his entire body with armament haki. At that moment, Tiden transformed completely into a formidable figure. Remaining stationary, he launched a punch towards Xi Bei from afar. Xi Bei was somewhat perplexed. With such a considerable distance between them, one at the bow and the other at the stern of the ship, how could Tiden inexplicably throw a punch? Could his fist stretch and contract like Luffy's? Xi Bei stood still, curious to observe what trick Taedun was up to. Just as he pondered, a gust of wind from a fist rushed toward. Xi Bei sidestepped gracefully. The force of his punch pierced through the ship's kitchen, creating a gaping hole, and its momentum remained undiminished as it surged, ultimately crashing into the bow of the vessel, shattering the heart-shaped kiss that hovered near the mermaid's lips. Although Taedun could not engage Xi Bei in close combat, the gusts generated by his punches felt akin to cannon fire. Xi Bei gazed at the hole in the boat, feeling a twinge of fear. Fortunately, he had managed to evade it in time. Otherwise, being struck by such a powerful gust would have been quite unpleasant. Xi Bei was still wiping the sweat from his brow, while Taedun, on the other side, unleashed a series of punches, sending gusts of pressure hurtling towards Xi Bei without affording him a moment's respite. In a bid to evade these invisible yet formidable forces, Xi Bei leapt and darted, skillfully dodging their lethal trajectories. Indeed, he displayed remarkable agility, deftly avoiding each devastating blast of wind. However, misfortune befell the Princess of Joy. The kitchen, the measurement room, and the infirmary were all breached by Taedun's fierce punches. Should Taedun continue his rampage, the ship would soon be rendered unrecognizable. Tracy had gifted the vessel to Xi Bei as a token of their first meeting. Yet Xi Bei had scarcely spent half a day aboard. The journey ahead for the Princess of Joy was long, and it could not be allowed to perish here. At that moment, a name suddenly flickered through Xi Bei's mind, Blackbeard. Xi Bei extended his hand forward and exclaimed, "Dark water." As his voice faded, his palm seemed to transform into an abyssal black hole, exerting an extraordinary gravitational pull that drew the splintered wood and Taedun from the deck towards him. Taedun's reflexes were equally swift. As he was pulled by the force, he held his breath and, instead of retreating, propelled himself forward, harnessing the allure of dark water to surge towards Xi Bei. Just as he was seized by Xi Bei, he unleashed a powerful strike, landing squarely upon Xi Bei's face. The two front teeth of Xi Bei were shattered and sent flying. Xi Bei has replicated the powers of Blackbeard's dark fruit, a fruit that possesses formidable gravitational abilities and is the sole one among all devil fruits capable of counteracting the powers of other users. The wielder of the dark fruit can nullify the abilities of all touched devil fruit users, akin to the effects of Sea Prism Stone. In the presence of the dark fruit, all ability users are rendered as ordinary humans. While this may sound impressive, the dark fruit harbors a significant drawback: the absorption of pain. Although classified as a Logia-type devil fruit, it stands as an anomalous variant that cannot transform into an element. Unlike other Logia users who can become their respective elements to evade harm, the dark fruit's user is incapable of such immunity. Not only do they fail to avoid damage, but they also suffer it at double the intensity. This peculiar nature may stem from the property of black holes to absorb all, which grants this unique natural ability the power to siphon from other devil fruit users, albeit at the cost of heightened sensitivity to external injuries. Regrettably, Teton is not a devil fruit user. The dark fruit can merely attract Teton without stripping him of his combat prowess. Presently, as Xi Bei emulates the abilities of the dark fruit, he experiences a doubling of pain absorption. After enduring a vigorous strike from Teton, losing two front teeth becomes a mere triviality. The crucial matter is that he feels as though his head is beginning to implode from within, with his consciousness momentarily fading into oblivion. Ultimately, Xi Bei feels an upheaval within, and he opens his mouth to expel a considerable mass of splintered wood that had been drawn into his palm. Upon witnessing Xi Bei's peculiar state, Teton bursts into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, boy, your demise is imminent." Xi Bei wiped his mouth, gripping Tae Dun's neck with force, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Tae Dun, bewildered, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Xi Bei remarked, "Let us transform into a mummy." At that moment, Tae Dun's body convulsed, and the moisture within him gradually diminished. In the blink of an eye, this once robust 7-foot man was reduced to a mere mummy, nothing but skin stretched over bones, lifeless and desolate. Xi Bei cast aside Tae Dun, turning his head to spit a mouthful of saliva. Just now, Tae Dun's punch had caused him such pain that he nearly cried out. "Lord Tae Dun, how could this be?" Dottie advanced the muzzle of his gun, calmly addressing the thugs before him. "Return and convey a message to Feld. Do not underestimate us. Let him come forth and greet us himself." The thugs exchanged wary glances, none daring to step forward. With Tae Dun reduced to a mere shadow of himself, they lacked the audacity to act rashly. At that moment, laughter suddenly echoed above them. What a lively scene. What schemes are the emperors of the dark world concocting in the battleground of Punk Hazard? Is it not a tad premature to set things in motion? Hey, the throne of justice still awaits its rightful occupant. Upon hearing the voice, the thugs looked up in surprise. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? This must be a jest. Why would he be here? Even Dottie took a small step back upon catching sight of Doflamingo. Suspended in midair, Doflamingo chuckled. The decisive battle between Sakazuki and Kazan commenced 2 days ago. The victor shall guide the Navy headquarters as a beacon in the New World. It is only natural for me to appear here. Dottie slowly retreated to Xi Bei's side. Doflamingo cast a glance at Xi Bei, stating, "Recently, the world government has been conscripting everywhere. I've heard tales of 2 monstrous powerhouses emerging. It seems that the skilled individuals of the New World should not be underestimated. Are you not concerned that your antics here might provoke the Navy headquarters?" Xi merely lifted his gaze to fixate on Doflamingo, remaining silent. Doflamingo slightly tilted his head, noticing the small vessel tethered to the back of the Thousand Sunny. A fleeting frown crossed his face, only to be replaced by his signature smile. "Look what I've discovered. Is that not Law's ship?" Doflamingo delicately gestured, and the white cloth concealing the side of the small boat was abruptly lifted, revealing the emblem of Trafalgar Law's pirate crew in all its glory. This vessel indeed belonged to Trafalgar Law. While at the Elbaf Islands, Xi had feared that the pirate insignia would attract unwanted attention. Thus he had obscured it with the white cloth, sailing from Elbaf all the way to the New World. Now that the cloth had been removed, Xi could no longer conceal the truth. It was unmistakably the mark of the Heart Pirates. Doflamingo, with a beaming expression, inquired, "Can anyone tell me where Law is?" Zabella's face fell. "I don't know." On the forehead of Doflamingo, veins throbbed visibly. without observing any overt movement from Doflamingo. He merely flicked his little finger, and thus the rope that tethered the Princess of Joy to the small vessel snapped as if severed by an unseen force. Without the connection of the rope, the distance between the larger and smaller ships gradually widened. With no one at the helm of the small boat, should it drift aimlessly, it is likely that Zabella would never lay eyes on that vessel again. Xi Bei executed 3 steps in the manner of 2, preparing to leap onto the small boat. First, ensuring a steady direction. Suddenly, he beheld Duofulaming suspended in midair, bending his fingers. An instinct compelled Xi Bei to swiftly crouch down. At the very moment he did so, he distinctly heard a faint sound of air being sliced. It was as though someone wielded a fine thread as a whip, drawing it towards him. Xi Bei understood that this was the capability of Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a user of the paramecia type, string fruit, Doflamingo could weave an endless array of fine threads from his own body. These threads could be harnessed to create a means of flight, suspended upon the clouds, and, akin to a puppeteer, he could manipulate the movements of others with these strings. Furthermore, these threads possessed a sharpness that rivaled that of the 21 master swords, rendering them suitable for use as weapons capable of effortlessly slicing through various large structures, demonstrating their terrifying sharpness and formidable lethality. Cutting through a person was as effortless as slicing through tofu. However, in most instances, the average person could not perceive these threats. Fortunately, Xi Bei had instinctively sensed the impending danger and swiftly crouched down. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two like the nearby main mast. Doflamingo was an exceedingly perilous individual, both in terms of strength and temperament. Coupled with his concealed true identity, it necessitated that Xi Bei exercise utmost caution. Floating in the air, Doflamingo remarked with a smile, "Hey, kid, you still haven't answered my question." As Xi was about to speak, Kaelor emerged from the aquarium, drenched and disheveled. The recent slicing maneuver executed by Doflamingo had severed the aquarium's opening, resulting in a catastrophic rupture of the reinforced glass. Consequently, seawater and fish cascaded out, leaving Kaelor, who had been inside the aquarium, thoroughly soaked and compelled to seek refuge on the deck. Upon her abrupt exit, she was met with the horrifying sight of Ted lying lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open in a haunting stare. Startled, Kaelor let out a piercing scream. Doflamingo, momentarily puzzled, cast a glance at her, and then, with a sudden grin, leaped down from the air, landing gracefully on Trafalgar Law's small vessel, beckoning with a playful curl of his finger. Upon witnessing the situation, Xi Bei realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, just as Xi Bei grasped the gravity of the moment, Karoo, like a marionette, awkwardly picked up a gun from the ground, aimed it at Xi Bei, and gradually approached him step by step. Doflamingo's signature laughter echoed from the small boat. Indeed, like a puppet, Kairu's body was under external control. Although Doflamingo possessed the ability to manipulate others' physical movements through strings, he could not govern their thoughts. Kairu found herself moving involuntarily, a mix of astonishment and fear washing over her. The sight of herself brandishing a gun at Xi Bei was frightful enough to bring her to tears. Uncle Bei, witnessing Kairu's terror, saw her in a pitiful state, tears and snot streaming down her face. Xi Bei turned and exclaimed angrily, "Doflamingo, if you have business, direct it towards me. Do not bully a mere child." Little brat, who are you speaking to? Do not be so arrogant. Tell me, where is Luo? Why is his ship in your possession? I do not recall such a person in the red-haired pirate crew. Pray tell, who are you? It seems I am yet to be acquainted. Kaelor's cries grew louder. Dottie could no longer endure the situation and rushed to Kaelor's side. His sole desire was to reclaim control over Kaelor's body from Doflamingo's grasp. However, Doflamingo would not permit Dottie to have his way. With a delicate movement of his 2 fingers, Kaelor transformed into a marionette with a semblance of self-awareness. As Doflamingo's fingers danced, Kaelor's gun suddenly pivoted, and without hesitation, she fired a shot directly at Dottie, the bullet striking him with brutal force, blood splattering forth. Kaelor cried out in despair. Enraged, Xi reached out with a grasping motion, calling forth the dark waters. Initially perplexed, Doflamingo soon found himself leaning forward, gradually drawn towards Xi by an overwhelming gravitational force. Having replicated the abilities of the dark fruit, Xi possessed the power to render the devil fruits of other users ineffective. But under one crucial condition, he must physically make contact with the user's body. When there is no physical connection, the user retains the ability to launch an attack. At this moment, Doflamingo, already being pulled by the force, understood that should he land squarely in Xi's grasp, his string fruit powers would be rendered futile. However, During the journey of being drawn in, Doflamingo was still capable of unleashing his abilities. His instinct for battle and acute sense of danger far surpassed that of many. He could discern that the gravitational force emanating from Xibe was extraordinary. There was no way he could allow himself to fall into Xibe's hands. With his arms crossed, Doflamingo shouted, "Colorful threads." Xi Bei was taken aback, quickly retracting his hand and retreating. With Xi Bei's withdrawal, the gravitational force surrounding him dissipated, causing Doflamingo to halt mid-approach, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the sea. However, with a mere flick of his finger, he soared back into the air. Such a power is undeniably convenient. Doflamingo, perched high above, wore his usual sinister grin as he exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, what was that just now? Wasn't that the ability of Blackbeard teach dark fruit? I have never heard of two identical fruits existing in this world. Tell me, boy, who exactly are you?" Without uttering a word, Xi Bei raised his hand and waved his arm towards Doflamingo, as if casting something in his direction. However, Xi Bei's hand was undeniably empty. Doflamingo, perplexed, furrowed his brow and scrutinized the scene with curiosity. Suddenly, Xibe clenched his fist with great force and exclaimed, "Gas lasso." No sooner had the words left his lips than a multitude of visible gas emanated around Doflamingo. This was no ordinary gas. It was toxic. And should Doflamingo dare to inhale even a single breath, it could incapacitate him, if not kill him outright. The toxic gas had encircled Doflamingo completely, and Xibe was eager to witness where he could possibly flee. Foot shaving line. Doflamingo's voice suddenly resonated from within the gas. Almost immediately, the gas, suspended in midair, was sliced into fine particles by an invisible thread, posing no threat whatsoever to Doflamingo. He descended from the heights, laughing heartily. "It seems the matters I wish to know are slowly increasing. It matters not if you remain silent. Caesar will compel you to speak, and he too shall be astonished. To think there exists someone in this world capable of replicating the powers of the devil fruit is truly exhilarating." Xi Bei cast a glance at Dadi. Although Dadi's gunshot wound was not fatal, it nonetheless precluded him from engaging in any vigorous activities. With a sense of urgency, Xi Bei inquired, "Dadi, are you all right? Can you move?" Dadi gritted his teeth and propped himself up, responding, "I won't die." "Very well, the joyful princess is no longer safe. Take Kyre and return to our little boat. I will divert Doflamingo's attention. Once I have shaken him off, I shall meet you on the opposite bank of Pankasad. And I will send my regards to Tracy's people, hoping they can evade this calamity." Dadi cast a glance at Xi Bei. "Are you sure you can manage?" Xi Bei spoke in a low voice. "Leave it to me." After delivering his words, Xi Bei executed a remarkable somersault and leaped onto the surface of the sea. In truth, Doflamingo held no genuine interest in Dadi and his daughter, yet Xi Bei's overtly conspicuous actions sparked an alternative thought in Doflamingo's mind. Since Xi Bei had positioned himself as bait, attempting to divert Doflamingo's attention, Doflamingo resolved to act contrary to Xi Bei's intentions. Xibe leapt onto the surface of the sea, freezing every inch of water beneath his feet into ice, and then dashed forward with fervor. Doflamingo chose not to pursue Xibe. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the father and daughter, Dadi. Doflamingo, who had long been engaged with extraordinary figures of the dark underworld, possessed a nimble intellect and a keen sense for detecting subtle changes in circumstances. In essence, he was remarkably astute. Rather than squander time chasing after Xibe, he deemed it far more strategic to capture Dadi directly. In due course, no matter how far Xibe might flee, he would inevitably be compelled to return. After a considerable distance running across the icy surface of the sea, Xi Bei suddenly realized that Doflamingo had not pursued him. Panic began to set in. Not only was Dadi injured, but even if he were unscathed, he would still be no match for Doflamingo. Just as Xi Bei was about to turn back to assess the situation, a gunshot rang out from the Joy Princess, followed immediately by Kale's piercing scream. Xi Bei's heart sank immediately. Something had happened to Dadi? It was not fair to blame Xi Bei for his haste. He had already amassed a considerable amount of animosity from Doflamingo and thus intended to act as bait to divert Doflamingo's attention, aiming to create a chance for Dadi to escape. However, despite all his meticulous calculations, he could not have anticipated that Doflamingo would blatantly disregard him and target Dadi instead. In gaming terminology, this could be referred to as an OT. At present, Tracy and her group were occupied on the merchant ship dealing with Feld and had no time to assist Xi Bei, nor would Tracy likely offend Doflamingo on Xi Bei's behalf. Thus, Tracy was an unreliable ally. In a critical moment, it all rested on Xi Bei himself. Initially, he could have been a formidable asset, aiding Tracy in confronting Feld, but unexpectedly, Doflamingo emerged out of nowhere, forcing Xi Bei to confront him head-on due to Trafalgar Law's small vessel. What a tumultuous turn of events. As Zybe hurried back, he shouted, "Doflamingo, are you truly so fearful that Trafalgar Law might disrupt your schemes? Law was once your subordinate. Do you not have the capacity to manage your own underlings? Is it not time for the Don Quixote family to undergo a transformation?" Initially wearing a smile, Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Zybe's words. His attention, which had been fixated on Dottie, was finally diverted to Zybe. Doflamingo did not find himself curious about Zybe's strength or identity. Rather, it was other matters that piqued his interest. For instance, how did Zybe come to know that Law had once served under him? Doflamingo released Dottie and nonchalantly walked past him. With his elongated sunglasses obscuring his eyes, it was difficult to discern the emotions swirling within. He stood at the edge of the ship, quietly observing Zybe as he approached. Surprisingly, Doflamingo refrained from taking immediate action and first inquired of Zybe, "Have you uncovered something?" Xi Bei sensed something amiss and swiftly came to a halt. Doflamingo suddenly spread his arms wide, emanating an immense and intangible pressure that rendered the thugs surrounding them unconscious in sheer terror. This was the manifestation of Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. His evident fury compelled him to unleash such overwhelming force upon others. Furthermore, Doflamingo surmised that Xi Bei had likely uncovered certain clandestine matters concerning the Don Quixote family. Should these secrets come to light, they would undoubtedly bring him immense calamity. The ensuing dialogue must remain unheard by the idle bystanders. Doflamingo leaped onto the ice, fixing his gaze intently upon Xi Bei. "What exactly did that fellow, Luo, divulge to you?" Xi Bei remained on high alert and responded, "Trafalgar Law has informed me of everything, including your impending collaboration with Caesar. It seems that a substantial transaction awaits your completion in the dark world. By the way, the secrets of Dressrosa must be your greatest concern, am I right?" On Doflamingo's forehead, veins as thick as vines throbbed ominously. That bastard Law truly dares to speak of anything and everything. Xi Bei skillfully handled the situation, yet he suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards Law. From Doflamingo's perspective, the identity of the speaker was inconsequential. What mattered was that Xi Bei had uncovered these secrets. Consequently, Doflamingo would not permit him to continue living. Thus, as Xi Bei's resentment grew, it inadvertently ensnared Trafalgar Law. Although Law was not yet inclined to confront Doflamingo openly, the circumstances had now spiraled beyond his control. In essence, Law found himself caught in the crossfire. Xi Bei deliberately glanced around. "Oh, why hasn't Caesar Coran accompanied you?" Punk Hassad should be a familiar figure to him. After all, during their scientific endeavors alongside Vegapunk, he certainly caused considerable havoc here. The toxic gas now pervading Punk Hassad is undoubtedly a product of his handiwork. If it weren't for the inhospitable environment, neither Qingji nor Akainu would have chosen this place for their duel. Indeed, he has provided an impeccable battleground for the contest of the new admiral. Now that the decisive battle has commenced, how could he possibly be absent? Xi Bei, smiling while retreating, inquired, "By the way, where are the others?" Dover Lang Ming, with his hands tucked into his pockets, replied with a cold chuckle, "Hehehe. You certainly possess quite a wealth of knowledge." Suddenly, Xi Bei experienced an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, as if he could discern the affairs of the world without stepping outside. Akin to a celestial being who could unveil the secrets of the universe with a mere calculation. This newfound confidence left him feeling somewhat elated. While he often indulged in displaying his superiority, to do so in the presence of the venerable Duafia Langming was a first for him. Xi Bei understood that should he let this opportunity slip away, it would be impossible to maintain such an air of superiority in the future. After all, he had irreparably offended Duafia Langming. Nothing he could say would alter that reality. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xi Bei spoke with a composed air, asserting, "My knowledge extends far beyond this. I am intimately acquainted with every facet of your existence, including your past. There are even certain details that Trafalgar Law himself has yet to discover." Suddenly, Doflamingo withdrew his hand from his pocket and pointed at Xi Bei, exclaiming, "String shot." Xi Bei had long been prepared. At the very moment when Doflamingo revealed his hand, Xi Bei leaped away to a distance, emulating the electric discharge technique of the thunder fruit, striking the icy surface beneath Doflamingo's feet. With a flick of his finger, Doflamingo ascended into the air. Subsequently, he stood aloft, his fingers dancing with fervor. Before uttering 3 words from his lips, "Shadow Rider line," Xi Bei suddenly perceived the presence of another individual behind him. Turning around, he realized it was too late. Behind Xi Bei stood a doppelganger of Doflamingo, intricately woven from threads. This replica possessed the ability to execute any of Doflamingo's techniques, albeit under the direct control of Doflamingo himself. Remarkably, under his guidance, the doppelganger could even articulate speech. At this moment, the doppelganger lifted its right leg, aiming downwards toward Xi Bei, preparing to unleash the attack. String saw? Xi Bei's pupils dilated increasingly as the long leg of the doppelganger descended upon him. A surge of heat rushed to his forehead, igniting a fierce determination within him. He concentrated all his strength into his hands and, with bare fists, lunged forward to grasp the ankle of the doppelganger. At that moment, the leg halted just above Xi Bei's head. Xi Bei is truly engaging in reckless endeavor. The doppelganger of Doflamingo is crafted from countless fine threads, each as sharp as a razor's edge. Moreover, the doppelganger employs the technique of thread sawing, making it no exaggeration to assert that a mere brush against it would inflict harm upon an ordinary person. However, astonishingly, Xi Bei's mortal form withstood this attack unscathed, as he summoned all his strength in a desperate bid for survival, awakening his inner potential. This act of determination manifested in the full hardening of his arms through the application of Busashoka Haki, enabling him to successfully deflect the doppelganger's assault. Xi Bei's arms now gleam with a glossy black sheen, reminiscent of freshly painted surfaces. Following his encounter with the formidable observation Haki, Xi Bei has awakened the armament Haki in this critical moment between life and death. His martial arts prowess has already endowed him with exceptional physical capabilities. Now, with the protective layer of armament Haki enveloping him, he has become an even more formidable force. For the time being, this doppelganger poses no threat to Xi Bei. The safety of Xi Bei has been secured. However, the ice beneath and behind him, imperceptible to the naked eye, was effortlessly severed by unseen threads of assault, akin to tofu. The ice has fractured, and the sea water has surged forth. Xi Bei must simultaneously suppress his doppelganger while diverting his attention to freeze the surging seawater. A task fraught with difficulty. Yet, this predicament pales in comparison to the greater threat looming above. Do not forget that Doflamingo's true form is hovering ominously in the air. Keenly observing, he chuckles, acknowledging Xi Bei's prowess while deeming him overly naive. With a swift motion, Doflamingo raises his palm and forcefully thrusts it forward. Beyond a formidable whip-like line extends from his palm, swinging powerfully toward Xi Bei. This visible line, crafted from Doflamingo's abilities, consists of countless fine threads woven together, forming a rope-like structure the thickness of a thumb, designed for long-range assaults. In the face of Doflamingo's whip strike, even with the protection of armament Haki, Xi Bei cannot afford to be complacent, as he is beset by both the doppelganger ahead and the true form behind. Xi Bei found himself in a predicament. Just as the whip was about to strike him, he seized the ankle of his doppelganger and pulled it towards him while swiftly crouching down. The whip, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound, soared over his head, severing a small tuft of his hair as if it were mere straw. Simultaneously, the Shadow Rider doppelganger was bisected by the force of the whip. Seizing the moment while Doflamingo retracted his whip, Xi Bei pressed his palms together and clapped forcefully. Azure Flame Sword. A faint distortion of air materialized between his hands, resembling ripples on the surface of water. As he pulled his palms further apart, the distorted air elongated, ultimately transforming into a sword-like shape, stretching an impressive 2 meters. This sword, forged from gathered oxygen, was one of Caesar Clown's signature moves. However, due to its intangible nature and the absence of a specialized hilt, Xi Bei could not wield it conventionally. He could only hurl this nearly imperceptible oxygen sword towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, executing a line slash that pierced through the center of the oxygen sword. Yet, it proved futile. The oxygen sword possessed no physical form and was merely an intangible entity. No matter how formidable Doflamingo was, he could not sever something as elusive as air, leaving the invisible tip of the sword aimed directly at his figure. Floating in the air, Doflamingo chuckled, "Hey, have you run out of tricks? This is Caesar's most frequently employed Azure Flame Sword. After all, the blade is composed of gathered oxygen, and without flames to ignite it, it poses no threat whatsoever." Xi Bei tilted his head back and said coldly, "Indeed, you have reminded me." Zybe clenched his fist and launched a fiery punch towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Flames erupted from Zybe's fist, swiftly pursuing the oxygen sword. Doflamingo, ever the nonchalant figure, found himself breaking into a cold sweat at the sight before him. He flicked his fingers, eager to shift his position, but it was too late. The fiery punch collided with the oxygen sword before Doflamingo, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ensuing blaze transformed into a vibrant turquoise hue. Although Doflamingo escaped the blast unscathed, several feathers from his pink coat were singed away, leaving him increasingly astonished. He had been aware of Xibe's ability to replicate the powers of devil fruits, yet he was taken aback to discover that Xibe could mimic several distinct abilities. From Blackbeard's dark fruit to Caesar's gas fruit, and now the late Ace's flame fruit. Even Ace's fiery techniques were within Xibe's grasp. Doflamingo, incredulous, managed a bitter smile, questioning the reality of such powers. "Don't run," Xibe called coldly, "Yada no Kagami." As his voice resonated, a multitude of starlit points suddenly appeared around him, all of which were real projectiles capable of inflicting harm. This was the power of the Marine Admiral Kizaru's devil fruit. However, Xibe could not utilize the Yada no Kagami for instantaneous movement like Kizaru. Such teleportation required him to first become elemental. Xi Bei possesses a corporeal form, and even though he can replicate natural abilities, he is unable to alter the condition of his own body. What he can achieve is to rely on his memory of shape-shifting magic to duplicate skills, materializing all replicated elements and techniques around him. The abilities replicated by Xi Bei can transform everything beyond itself, yet it remains unable to alter its own essence. This peculiarity is both its most fatal flaw and its greatest comfort, for Xi Bei need not exert any effort or possess any skill, yet it effortlessly reaps the rewards. The commotion caused by Xi Bei and Doflamingo has finally drawn the attention of the Navy, as well as some hidden observers. General Mongoose has reported the situation regarding Xi Bei, and the Navy cannot tolerate any interference in this sacred confrontation. Consequently, someone could not restrain themselves and hasten towards the location of Xi Bei and Doflamingo. This individual is none other than the heroic Admiral Karp. Although Karp holds merely the rank of a vice admiral, his prowess is akin to that of a fleet admiral. It is likely that even both Xi Bei and Doflamingo combined would struggle to gain the upper hand against him. Now that Admiral Karp is on his way, there is no worse news for Xi Bei. Doflamingo, on the other hand, remains unconcerned. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he enjoys legal pirate status and is unlikely to face any aggression from the Navy. However, Xi Bei's situation is markedly different. He is no longer merely a pirate hunter. He is also the harbinger of disaster for Mariewa. With Mongoose already aware of this development, how could Karp, whose authority rivals that of a fleet admiral, remain uninformed? Thus, Xi Bei is now faced with more than just Doflamingo. He must contend with Karp as well. Yet, Xi Bei is currently fixated on dealing with Doflamingo and remains oblivious to the Navy's movements, entirely unaware that Karp is a... Had he known that events had escalated to this extent, he would undoubtedly have fled, for dealing with Doflamingo alone is formidable enough, let alone facing Karp as well. At the shore of Punk Hazard, 2 warships lie anchored side by side, perilously close to the battleground of Aokiji and Akainu, and have consequently fallen victim to Aokiji's freezing abilities, becoming ensnared in ice. Fortunately, Sengoku's presence ensured the safety of the Navy officers aboard the ships. Sengoku sits in a chair, a bag of sunbae in hand, and his customary naval cap is absent. The recent battle seems to have aged him considerably. His hair has taken on a touch of gray, yet his eyes, concealed behind glasses, remain resolute and piercing. That rascal Karp has gone off on his own again. Sengoku chews on a piece of sunbae, lamenting, why must he choose this moment to be so reckless? Standing straight behind Sengoku is General Mongoose. Suddenly, Sengoku picks up a portrait from the ground, revealing Xi Bei's likeness. As he crunches on the sunbae, his expression grave, he muses, where on earth did this young man come from? If even Boa Hancock has suffered defeat, and with Marie Ford still in disrepair and Mariewa having endured damage, this is truly a disgrace. Vice Admiral Mouse hesitated for a moment before speaking. I once crossed paths with him, and to my knowledge, he is not an ordinary pirate, but rather a bounty hunter who survives by capturing pirates. When I encountered him, he was in pursuit of the notorious pirate Trafalgar Law, a formidable individual. However, I cannot fathom why he has drawn the attention of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. She did not disclose her reasons. It was because of him that Admiral Peach Rabbit was apprehended by the world government. Sengoku gritted his teeth, exclaiming, what are those fools thinking? At a time when the Navy headquarters is in dire need of personnel, they casually arrest a candidate for admiral? Even Crane has been implicated. It's utterly foolish. Vice Admiral Mouse found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Sengoku rose, handing Mouse the wanted poster of Xi Bei. Disseminate this man's bounty. The situation regarding Admiral Peach Rabbit is certainly more complicated than it appears. If we can capture this Xi Bei, the world government will have no grounds for complaint. As we appoint the new fleet admiral, we must safeguard the last bastion. We cannot allow any fissures to form within the Navy headquarters. Crane is not one to act recklessly. She must have learned something significant, which is why she departed from the Navy headquarters. Understood. Vice Admiral Mouse accepted the poster. Pausing in contemplation before adding, Doflamingo should be capable of apprehending him, and Vice Admiral Garp has also rushed to the scene. He wants to escape. The mention of Garp made Sengoku's head throb. Garp had always acted on impulse, and the incident involving Fire Fist Ace had already shaken his resolve, prompting him to resign from the Navy headquarters. The calamity at Mariehua might not even concern him. In any case, we must ensure this bounty hunter Xi Bei is imprisoned, otherwise, Crane will not return to the Navy headquarters. You should be well aware of the significance of the Chief of Staff position. Vice Admiral Mouse hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Sengoku continued, Admiral Peach Rabbit's collusion with pirates, allowing them to infiltrate Mariehua, resulting in unprecedented destruction? That's a farce. Do you think Crane would believe such a story? Let us not forget that Crane and Admiral Peach Rabbit share a bond akin to sisterhood. Suddenly, Vice Admiral Mouse grasped the underlying implications. Despite Sengoku no longer holding the title of Fleet Admiral, he still regarded him with deep respect, saluting him with utmost decorum. I shall prepare immediately. Sengoku interjected, wait. What is the current situation with Blackbeard and the Revolutionary Army? Observing the fierce confrontation from a distance are not only the formidable leaders of the Dark World, but also the infamous pirates. Even the Revolutionary Army is present. However, the Navy, tasked with safeguarding Punk Hazard, lacks the capacity to apprehend these arch-rivals. In truth, even if they wished to eradicate these foes, such an endeavor would be implausible. Given this impossibility, each party must fulfill their designated roles, as long as it does not interfere with the duel between Akainu and Akiji. The Navy may turn a blind eye to their activities. Nonetheless, to mitigate any unforeseen incidents, the Navy remains vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of these individuals. Rear Admiral Hina, upon hearing the report, responded, Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, and his 2 crew members are currently stationed on the southeastern shore and may depart at any moment. They should not disrupt our operations. Additionally, the subordinate of the Revolutionary Army as Chief of Staff is located on the western shore, alongside Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates. Should we intercept them? Sengoku cautioned, do not act recklessly. If they leave without incident, that would be ideal. Rear Admiral Hina expressed her doubt. But why is Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates in the company of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army? During the Marineford War, Captain Monkey D. Luffy appeared, yet these crew members were nowhere to be seen. It is hardly surprising that Luffy's father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would have his crew allied with them. Kuma scattered the Straw Hat Pirates across Sabaody Archipelago, and it is likely that Nico Robin made contact with the Revolutionary Army during that time. The concern extends beyond Luffy. There is also Nico Robin, the last survivor of O'Hara. What are Dragon's intentions in keeping her close? Sengoku pondered, a look of perplexity etched on his brow. Let us not concern ourselves with the Revolutionary Army or Blackbeard for now. We must capture the pirate hunter, Xi Bei. If the internal conflicts within the Navy headquarters remain unresolved, we will be unable to attend to other matters. As Rear Admiral Hina turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, is now affiliated with Blackbeard. It is confirmed that he has joined the Blackbeard pirates. Sengoku slammed his fist against the side of the ship in frustration, exclaiming, this is outrageous. At that moment, a Navy soldier stationed at the lookout tower suddenly shouted, Rear Admiral Hina, there are more individuals approaching. Hastily, Sengoku interjected, eager to ascertain the identities of the newcomers. Who is it this time? The soldier at the lookout, peering through his telescope, observed intently and tremulously reported, it appears to be the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, along with the notorious pirate Supernova, Trafalgar Law, who has recently been wreaking havoc at sea. Sengoku felt as if he might lose his mind, clutching his head in exasperation. How on earth did these two come to be in each other's company? The soldier, still gazing through the binoculars, interjected, no. It seems they have yet to notice one another. They are not together. Sengoku, enraged, declared, what do these lawless pirates think of the Navy Admiral's duel? The officer Mouse, urgently called for several naval officers to prevent these two individuals from approaching Punk Hazard any further. "Yes, I shall contact the Naval Branch G5 immediately," replied Rear Admiral Mouse in a grave tone. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden explosion echoed from a distance, signifying the complete collapse of the battlefield. Doflamingo had become excessively reckless, thus, it was imperative to swiftly apprehend the pirate hunter, Xi Bei. If this chaos continued, it would undoubtedly disrupt the confrontation among the admirals. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Rear Admiral Mouse assembled his forces and, leading a contingent of Navy personnel, charged directly towards the clash between Xi Bei and Doflamingo. Beneath the cacophony of the unexpected explosion, the figures of Xi Bei and Doflamingo emerged. At this moment, Xi Bei is nearly exhausted. Even though he can swiftly regain his energy due to the awakening of his fruit, he cannot withstand the fatigue brought on by continuous exertion. Xi Bei feels as though his arms are burdened with heavy sandbags, and each punch he throws requires every ounce of his strength. In stark contrast, Doflamingo remains leisurely at ease. Like a fly, Doflamingo flits about effortlessly, utilizing the abilities of his string fruit, avoiding a direct confrontation with Xi Bei. Whenever he senses a moment of weakness in he seizes the opportunity to unleash a couple of disruptive moves, leaving Xi Bei, despite his considerable skills, at a loss for how to respond effectively. Much to his chagrin, Xi Bei gasped for breath, standing upon the icy surface, and shouted, "Doflamingo, if you possess any true courage, come down here. What kind of hero hides up in the sky?" He chuckled ominously. It was nearly time. Suddenly, Doflamingo froze mid-air, raised his middle finger, and with a forceful flick, sent an imperceptible thread slicing downwards towards Xi Bei, akin to a razor-sharp blade. Although Xi Bei could not perceive the threads, his observation haki enabled him to distinctly sense the direction of their assault. At that moment, the threads descended menacingly from above, yet Xi Bei's legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. In a desperate maneuver, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. The spot where he had previously stood was cleaved in two by the merciless thread, leaving a smooth, jagged break upon the icy surface. However, the onslaught was far from over. Doflamingo's other hand was already poised for action. As he witnessed Xi Bei's evasive roll, he raised both hands and pulled downwards, his fingers beginning to twitch with urgency. Stringless descent. Once again, a multitude of nearly invisible threads surged towards Xi Bei, intent on striking him down. With a deep breath, Xi Bei pressed his palms together, then swiftly drew them apart, proclaiming in a deep voice, "Heavenly Thicket Cloud Sword." At that moment, a luminous sword, forged from concentrated radiance, materialized in Xi Bei's hand. Xi Bei brandished his lightsaber, severing all the threads with precision. Simultaneously, Doflamingo swooped down from the sky, seemingly intent on engaging in close combat. Upon witnessing this, Xi Bei retracted his lightsaber, assumed a horse stance, and bellowed, "Armed haki, harden." The upper body of Xi Bei has completely hardened and turned black. Xi Bei's mastery of armament haki has only recently awakened, yet his ability to wield it with such proficiency speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. The sole drawback lies in its hardness, which, when compared to the battle-hardened Don Quixote Doflamingo, appears somewhat lacking. Even Xi Bei himself harbors doubts regarding its effectiveness. Relying solely on armament haki may not suffice to withstand Doflamingo's formidable assaults. However, the moment Doflamingo decides to engage in close combat, Xi Bei is determined to ensure that, even at the cost of his own injuries, Doflamingo remains grounded. If Doflamingo continues to hover in midair, Xi Bei will find himself at a disadvantage. Presently, Doflamingo has commenced his dive. Xi Bei tightened the muscles of his upper body, fully prepared, resolute not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Suddenly, Doflamingo swung his arm, his fingers deftly manipulating the strings that sliced horizontally into Xi Bei's form. Unyielding as a mountain, Xi Bei unleashed the full extent of his haki, hardening his body to the utmost degree. The strings made contact, cutting into Xi Bei's side. The sound of a harsh metallic scrape echoed as the strings met Xi Bei's fortified flesh. Blood began to seep from his flank. Doflamingo deftly controlled the strings, gradually breaching Xi Bei's armored defense, simultaneously lacerating his skin. In this clash of haki, Xi Bei found himself at a slight disadvantage. Yet, Doflamingo did not relent. Instead, he intensified his assault. In a flash, he appeared before Xi Bei, executing a swift side kick, his toe precisely striking Xi Bei's wound. Xi Bei was suddenly short of breath, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The prowess of Don Quixote Doflamingo is undoubtedly among the elite within the Seven Warlords. And this was the first time Xi Bei had been pushed to such an extent. Since his arrival in this world, he had harbored an innate sense of superiority as a transcendent being. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, at one time, he believed himself to be omnipotent in this realm, akin to a deity. However, as he encountered more individuals, the pride within him began to wane under scrutiny. In this world, even deities who dared to boast could swiftly find themselves cast into the void of outer space. Having traversed into a world of monsters, one must adopt their mindset and view problems from their perspective. This was the conclusion Xi Bei reached after his encounter with Doflamingo. Xi Bei, enduring the pain, clutched onto the elongated leg of Doflamingo, which had not been retracted in time, and murmured, "You have taught me a great deal. I now finally comprehend how to confront the monsters of the new world." Doflamingo furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Xi Bei inexplicably burst into laughter, and the sound of his mirth grew increasingly louder. Doflamingo instinctively sensed the impending danger and intended to withdraw, yet as he kicked at Xi Bei, his leg was firmly grasped by him, rendering all his efforts to escape futile. "No need to rush," Xi Bei remarked, lowering his head, obscuring, "I wish to engage in further discourse with you." Xi Bei's actions were a blatant provocation. Doflamingo, enraged, felt the veins on his forehead pulsating. He sneered. What an arrogant little brat. No sooner had he spoken than his shadowy clone appeared unexpectedly behind Xi Bei, raising a hand as if to strike. Xi Bei remained stoic, his expression dark, not even bothering to glance back, completely disregarding the clone's presence. Just as the clone was about to launch its attack on Xi Bei, beneath Xibe's feet, an oppressive chill permeates the air. Both Xibe and Doflamingo, along with his clone, find themselves poised upon the icy surface. For Xibe, who possesses the ability to replicate the power of ice, this presents a remarkable tactical advantage. He does not even need to lift a finger, and his clone becomes thoroughly immobilized. However, this is merely a clone, and as long as Doflamingo desires, he can conjure another at any moment. Thus, subduing Doflamingo is the paramount objective. Yet, as soon as the clone is encased in ice, Doflamingo seizes the opportunity to strike. He deftly directs his threads to slice at Xibe's left shoulder, intent on severing his entire arm. However, Xibe's upper body is enveloped in a formidable layer of haki, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Even Doflamingo's thread-based assault can only penetrate Xibe's skin at best, making the dismemberment of his arm a futile endeavor. Xi Bei is currently marked by numerous wounds inflicted by silken threads. Nevertheless, Xi Bei clings tenaciously to the leg of Doflamingo, refusing to let go. Doflamingo's techniques are far from limited. Realizing that his assaults cannot deliver a fatal blow to Xi Bei, he opts for an alternative approach. He intends to ensnare Xi Bei entirely with the threads, as his attacks are characterized by subtlety, requiring only the slightest movement of his fingers to execute. In its current state, Xi Bei is exceedingly sensitive. Thus, when Xi Bei observed the tremor in Doflamingo's fingers, it tightened its grip, embracing Doflamingo's thigh, taking a step forward to draw closer, and with a cold expression uttered, "Too slow." Xi Bei extended his hand and pressed it against Doflamingo's face, who swiftly fortified his head with armament haki while simultaneously manipulating the threads to ensnare Xi Bei further. Just as it seemed that Xi Bei was on the verge of being completely bound, a sudden ice spear materialized from the icy surface, ascending to pierce through Doflamingo's right leg. Doflamingo, a man of resilience, bore the excruciating pain of his thigh being impaled without uttering a single sound. However, the threads ensnaring Xi Bei finally loosened their grip. Xi Bei took a deep breath, embraced Duofuelangming's leg, and executed a shoulder throw, crashing him onto the ice. The surface fractured under the impact, and Duofuelangming landed face first, causing his glasses to develop cracks. One must admit, the quality of Duofuelangming's spectacles is truly remarkable. Xi Bei truly yearned to see what the renowned Doflamingo looked like without his glasses. Thus, Xi Bei seized the opportunity to remove Doflamingo's spectacles. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached from a distance. Xi Bei halted his actions and looked up. It was a naval officer, with narrowed eyes. Xi Bei surveyed the scene and exclaimed in astonishment, "Kobe?" Indeed, the individual sprinting toward Xi Bei was none other than Kobe, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. He is the first character to recognize Monkey D. Luffy in the original narrative, having acknowledged Luffy even before Roronoa Zoro. Kobe regards Luffy not only as a friend but also as a rival. the very opponent he aspires to surpass. Kobe's character undergoes the most significant transformation throughout the story, both in terms of physique and personality, as well as strength. His evolution is solely the result of relentless determination and sweat, without any external enhancements. In summary, Kobe has indeed matured considerably. Particularly noteworthy is his courageous stand during the Marineford War, although it lasted but a few fleeting seconds. It is undeniable that he successfully bought Shanks the time needed to intervene. Had he not done so, Luffy might have fallen victim to Akainu. If Xi Bei recalls correctly, it was during that moment that Kobe also awakened his observation haki. Hold on. Xi Bei suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Since Kubai was present here, could it be that Cap was also lurking nearby? Xi Bei cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before he could spot Carp's figure, Kobe, racing towards him, suddenly shouted, "Shave." In an instant, Kobe appeared right before Xi Bei. Xi Bei performed a backflip to evade. At that moment, another figure descended from the heights, wielding a curved blade. Xi Bei, employing an offensive stance as a means of defense, executed a side kick. Kobe shouted, "Balumabur, be cautious." Balumabur had joined under Kobe's command, and the two were not only colleagues, but also close friends. Once a notorious young master, Balumabur had nearly executed Zoro, but under Kobe's encouragement, he gradually transformed into a better individual and, through his own efforts, ascended to the rank of major. The two were inseparable. Balumabur deftly blocked Xi Bei's kick with his blade. Retreating and scathed, as he landed, he shouted to Kobe, "Stop being so verbose. Why do you always get ahead of me? This time, I will definitely take down this guy first. Just watch, Kobe." With that, Balumabur charged towards Xi Bei. Kobe intercepted him, cautioning, "Do not act impulsively. This man is formidable. Both Shichibukai Boa Hancock and Don Quixote da Flamingo have suffered at his hands. He is not someone you can easily handle." Balumabur, swinging his blade, sheathed it at his side, muttering in frustration, "Damn it." Xi Bei, upon overhearing the conversation between the two individuals, suddenly came to a realization. He turned around to scan his surroundings, only to discover that the figure of Doflamingo had inexplicably vanished. Given Doflamingo's character, it was inconceivable that he would quietly slip away, even after suffering a setback. Unless, of course, someone had taken him away. Who could it possibly be? Someone managed to abscond with a living person right beneath Xi Bei's nose, and he had not perceived a thing. Could it be Carp? No, that seemed unlikely. Considering Carp's nature, if he were truly involved, he would undoubtedly confront Xi Bei head-on rather than furtively abduct Doflamingo. But who else could it be? Regardless of the identity of this individual, the capability to stealthily remove a prominent figure from Xi Bei's presence was certainly formidable. Xi Bei, now devoid of the energy to continue fighting, found himself in a precarious position. Not to mention, even if a mere Navy Vice Admiral were to confront him, he might not fare any better, especially after the exhausting confrontation with Doflamingo that had nearly drained all his strength. Furthermore, Xi Bei was still nursing wounds all over his body. Xi Bei pondered whether it was time for a strategic retreat. However, it appeared that Kobe and Barumabur had no intention of allowing Xi Bei to leave. Seizing the moment while Kapu had yet to arrive, Xi Bei aimed for a swift resolution. Unless he swiftly dealt with the two adversaries before him, escape would be impossible. As he surveyed his surroundings, he and Doflamingo fought while retreating, unwittingly distancing themselves from Dottie's location. Xi Bei had previously conferred with Dottie, agreeing to reunite on the opposite bank of Pankasad after their separation. However, Dottie sustained an injury, and it remains uncertain how severe it is and whether he will be able to reach the other side. Xi Bei, filled with urgency, propelled himself towards Kobe and Barumabur with a swift flick of his toes. Kobe, possessing the keen ability of observation haki, was acutely aware of every movement in his vicinity. Thus, as soon as Xi Bei made a move, Kobe instinctively reacted. Aware of his own limitations, he wisely chose to withdraw to the side, recognizing that even in Xi Bei's current weakened state, a direct confrontation would be unwise. The speed of Zaibe's dive was astonishing. It was only thanks to his observation haki that Kirby managed to create some distance from Zaibe. However, the situation for Balumbar was far from easy. Kirby shouted anxiously, "Balumbar, quickly evade. You are no match for him." Evade? Where could he possibly hide? Xi Bei was reluctant to expend excessive effort on these two individuals. Thus he refrained from replicating any fruit abilities. Instead, he intended to employ the most straightforward hand-to-hand combat to subdue them. Xi Bei's martial arts skills were indisputable. What may be deemed ordinary was, in fact, anything but. Coupled with the assistance of armament haki, Xi Bei possessed formidable combat prowess even when unarmed. Engaging solely in close-quarters combat would also allow him to conserve energy to the fullest extent. After all, dealing with someone of Balumeb's lieutenant rank was more than sufficient. As Balumeb observed Xi Bei charging towards him, he initially planned to evade the confrontation. However, upon hearing Xi roar, a surge of defiance welled within him. Xi had consistently outstripped him in rank, awakened abilities, and daily training. Despite their amicable relationship, Balumeb could not suppress a sense of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he drew his sword. Enough with the nonsense. You are not the only one training, Xi. Just watch, I will surely defeat this man, and this time, I might just outshine you. Xi exclaimed, Balumeb, stop. At that moment, Xi Bei reached Balumeb and launched an attack, a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Balumeb's heart. The force behind this blow was tremendous, and Xi Bei's arm was fortified with armament hockey. Should the elbow strike connect with Balumeb, it would incapacitate him for at least 10 days, if not longer. Balumeb was well aware of the strike's potential. He could have fled, yet pride held him back. After all, he had already made his intentions known. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself and raised his sword, aiming to deflect Xi Bei's elbow strike. However, the weapon he wielded was merely an ordinary sword, utterly insufficient against Xi Bei's hockey-enhanced attack. The moment the sword struck Xi Bei's arm, it shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, Xi Bei's elbow collided with Balumeb's chest. Xi Bei's martial arts, impact strike. The moment the words left his lips, the elbow struck true, sending Balumeb reeling. His eyes bulged. Mucus flew from his nose, and his expression contorted in agony as he spat saliva at Xi Bei. Subsequently, Balumeb was propelled several dozen meters away, unable to even utter a sound. Well done, one adversary dispatched. Xi Bei wasted not a moment. AsBai soared into the air, he deftly appeared behind Xi. Although Xi harbored concerns for Bai, his attention remained fixated on Xi Bei. Thus, as soon as Xi Bei made his move, Xi instinctively raised his leg to sweep backward. Despite their simultaneous initiation as disciples of Carp, sharing training and living quarters, it seemed that Xi possessed a slightly greater latent potential than Bai. A subtle disparity had begun to emerge between the two. Naturally, Xi, as Carp's foremost disciple, would not be lacking in promise, especially considering his unwavering diligence. However, whether Carp favored Xi over others remains a matter of speculation. Xi's aspiration to ascend to the rank of admiral is as fervent as Luffy's desire to become the pirate king. Yet, dreams are but dreams. Perhaps Xi does indeed possess the potential to achieve the rank of admiral, but that is a matter for the future. As it stands, Xi finds himself unable to withstand Xi Bei's prowess. Xi Bei's combat technique, the horizontal punch. With his palm facing upward, fist clenched, he exerted force from both his feet and waist, delivering a powerful blow to Xi's abdomen. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to water, without a hint of hesitation. The speed of his strike was so astonishing that even Xi, positioned merely an arm's length away, failed to perceive it in time. By the moment Xi reacted, he had already been struck. Bent over involuntarily, he felt a tumultuous churn within, prompting him to expel a mouthful of bitter liquid. Xi Bei exhaled a sigh of relief, a rare smile gracing his face. Xi, in the future, do not shrink back when faced with adversaries as you have now. Xi felt a severe blow to his abdomen, causing him to collapse onto his knees. However, he managed to support himself with his hands, preventing a complete fall. As he struggled with his discomfort, he suddenly heard Xi Bei's words. Initially puzzled, he gradually lifted his head, gazing up at Xi Bei's figure. Xi searched every corner of his memory, ultimately concluding that he did not know Xi Bei at all. In fact, this was their first encounter. Exhausted, Xi asked, "Do you know me?" "Ah, indeed, I admire you. Little chubby one. Keep striving. One day, you shall become a naval admiral, perhaps even a marshal. Alas, I must take my leave now. Oh, and please extend my regards to Admiral Carp. He is the one I respect most among all the Navy." As Zybe dashed while speaking, he declared, "Moreover, I am Zybe, a bounty hunter, not an enemy of the Navy, so remember that." Kobe clutched his stomach, confusion clouding his mind. Zybe? He recalled Zybe's earlier words, pondering how becoming an admiral of the Navy would be quite an achievement. But a marshal? How audacious. Kobe murmured. At that moment, someone approached Kobe and lifted him off the icy surface. Upon recognizing the individual, Kobe was instantly struck with terror, even forgetting the pain in his abdomen. Standing rigidly like a student, he addressed the man. "Instructor Bogart, I apologize. the bounty hunter Xi Bei escaped. I am still too weak. Before Kobe stood a middle-aged man wearing a fedora with a sword at his waist. Bogart, a master swordsman and Vice Admiral Garpsade, was the primary instructor for Kobe and Helmeppo, subjecting Kobe to grueling training that transformed him from a short, pudgy boy into a tall and slender young man. In fact, Kobe feared Bogart even more than Vice Admiral Garp in his daily life. Bogart smiled reassuringly. A bounty hunter? Well, as long as you are safe, it's fine. Vice Admiral Garp instructed us not to interfere in battles involving the 7 warlords of the sea. Why did you recklessly venture out? Kobe glanced at a distance where Don Quixote Doflamingo lay, his femoral artery pierced by an ice spear, blood pooling around him. Fortunately, Bogart had arrived in time to assist him in retreating from the battlefield. Doflamingo was now employing his string fruit abilities to reconnect the severed veins in his leg, barely managing to staunch the bleeding. Although Bogart had indirectly saved Doflamingo, the latter did not express gratitude. With a sardonic grin, Doflamingo remarked, "Is it now the turn of the harbinger of justice to make an entrance? How timely. Should I even thank you?" Bogart dismissed Doflamingo's sarcasm. "Spare the pleasantries. I never intended to assist you. However, if you were to die, it would certainly complicate matters for us." Doflamingo wore his signature hypocritical smile, and at that moment, Kobe distinctly sensed the fluctuations of Doflamingo's capricious emotions. Suddenly, Kobe snapped back to reality, exclaiming, where's Vice Admiral Garp? Is he running amok again?" Bogart tapped Kobe's head with the hilt of his sword. "You are being quite loud. We need to resume your training." Upon hearing this, Kobe's face turned pale. Punk Hazard had now been forcibly divided into 2 regions. One half transformed into a frigid wasteland due to Akiji's, while the other half was engulfed in flowing magma as a result of Akainu's abilities. Xi Bei was set to rendezvous with Dottie across the expanse of Punk Hazard. Thus he had no choice but to vacate the frigid region affected by the powers of the youthful admiral. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully arrived at the rear of Akainu, in the sweltering realm of molten lava. His current location lay to the southwest, still with some distance to the opposite shore. However, having departed from the frozen zone, he found the sea bereft of ice, rendering it impossible to traverse on foot. Before him lay a steaming expanse of ocean, and without a vessel to embark upon, he was left with no alternative but to make his way onto the island. Enveloped by the oppressive heat, his spirits were somewhat fraught. Having crossed swords with the 7 warlords and caught the attention of the Navy, even Karp's associates had become involved, plunging the situation into disarray. Xi Bei's concern for Dottie grew, for Dottie not only bore injuries, but was also accompanied by an unarmed young girl. Should they encounter any group, Dottie would be utterly defenseless. Now was not the time for weighing pros and cons. Reuniting with Dottie was of the utmost urgency. Fortunately, the naval forces stationed at Punk Hazard were scant, consisting merely of 2 or 3 ships, all anchored in the frozen area. As for the lava region behind Akainu, it was devoid of any presence. Xi Bei managed to land on the island without encountering any resistance, yet he dared only to tread along the shoreline, avoiding deeper ventures into the island's core. The closer he approached the battleground of the youthful admiral and Akainu, the more intolerable the surrounding heat became. Xi Bei has now distanced himself from the frozen realm, having ventured deep into the realm of magma. At his feet lie countless chasms, from which molten lava. A moment's inattention could result in a treacherous slip, plunging him into one of these pits, an experience that would be most unpleasant. Currently, Xi Bei is drenched in the oppressive heat surrounding him, rendering him devoid of any further layers to shed. As Xi carefully advanced, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the entire island occasionally trembled with sudden quakes, and the ground would inexplicably fissure. This indicated that Qingji and Akainu were currently engaged in an intense battle. Xi Bei, accustomed to being cautious, instinctively turned to glance behind him every few steps. Only after confirming that no one was pursuing him did he resume his journey. Thus, he strolled along the swaying edge of the island, pausing intermittently, encountering no trouble, nor even a single shadow of another person. After approximately half an hour of this, he finally arrived at the destination agreed upon with Dottie. From a distance, Xi Bei spotted a small boat near the coastline. Xi Bei quickened his pace, breaking into a light run. As he dashed forward, he called out, "Hey, Daddy." As he drew closer, he spotted a figure on a small boat. It was Kair. In that moment, Kair was sobbing uncontrollably. Upon hearing Xi Bei's voice, she grasped it like a lifeline, ceasing her cries. She rose onto her toes, fervently waving her hand towards Xi Bei, and cried out in despair, "Uncle Bei, Please save us. Woo-woo. Daddy has been captured by pirates. Woo-woo. The pirates have even thrown me out here. Xi Bei was taken aback. Pirates aboard the small vessel? Who could they be? Binding Daddy and forcing Kaler out of the cockpit certainly did not align with the typical demeanor of a pirate. With little time for contemplation, Xi Bei focused solely on sprinting ahead. Xi Bei's distant voice provided reassurance. I shall be there shortly. Due to the island's erratic temperature fluctuations and the pervasive presence of molten lava, coupled with the frequent tremors that shook the entire isle, Kaler had refrained from disembarking after being ejected from the cockpit. She simply could not abandon Daddy, her beloved father. However, with Xi Bei's arrival, Kaler felt a newfound courage and mustered the resolve to knock on the cockpit door. At that moment, Xi Bei reached the shore. Suddenly, the cockpit swung open. Startled, Kaler instinctively took a couple of steps back, only to lose her footing and tumble to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Xi Bei swiftly leaped onto the small boat, shielding Karu behind him. He cast a glance into the cockpit, where he spotted a man adorned with a spotted hat, a samurai sword slung over his shoulder. Undoubtedly, this man was indeed a pirate, and a familiar one at that. Xi Bei had previously encountered him during their time in the wetland forest. More significantly, there was a time when Xi Bei counted himself among the many admirers of this very pirate. Xi Bei exclaimed, Law? Indeed, the very pirate who expelled Kaler from the cockpit and bound Daddy is none other than Trafalgar Law. The infamous surgeon of death. Law is not the sort to inflict harm upon an innocent girl. Thus, despite having restrained Daddy, he has not committed any egregious acts against Kaler. However, Xi Bei found herself perplexed as to why Law would be aboard this vessel. Leaning against the doorframe, he rested his sword upon his shoulder, his expression one of stoic severity. It is truly astonishing to encounter this ship in Punk Hazard. Xi Bei waved his hand and said, Luo, this is a misunderstanding. I will explain everything to you in due time. Could you please release Dottie for now? I am not your enemy, and this place is not safe. Can we leave before discussing further? Luo cast a blank stare at Xi Bei. Xi Bei gazed sincerely at Luo. Finally, Luo turned and entered the cockpit. Xi Bei followed him inside. In the cockpit, Daddy lay on the floor, his eyes tightly shut, peacefully asleep. His upper body was bare, wrapped in bandages, suggesting he had received emergency treatment. He appeared to be relatively unharmed. However, while being treated, Daddy had also been tightly bound, whether it was to save or to restrain him. It was all at Luo's doing. Xi Bei found himself at a loss, unsure whether to express gratitude or to condemn Luo's rough treatment of an injured person. Seeing that Daddy was all right, Xi Bei finally let out a sigh of relief. Luo sat in his seat, legs crossed, his expression stoic as he remarked, I have removed the bullets from his body. His life is spared. However, until we ascertain the full circumstances, he will remain bound in this manner. Given that he is a bounty hunter, he should be able to withstand this little hardship, don't you think? Xi Bei curiously inquired. Do you know he is a bounty hunter? Why would you actively assist him in bandaging his wounds? It's nothing, merely a matter of boredom, came the reply. Xi Bei sat against the wall, a smile gracing his face as he affectionately ruffled Kai Luo'er's hair. Luo suddenly interjected, You are the intermediary for Shirtue Shi, are you not? Xi Bei shook his head, stating, It's hard to say, perhaps it is not. I understand your curiosity, and I do not mind sharing this with you. Unlike the intermediary, Duafulangming, you can rest assured that my relationship with Shitruixi is devoid of any financial entanglements. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. However, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. There have been complications on her end, and I remain uncertain about the situation. It is also unclear whether our paths will cross again in the future. Luo furrowed his brow and inquired, Then why has Duafulangming set his sights on you? The clash between Xi Bei and Doflamingo has stirred an overwhelming number of individuals. Upon arriving at Punk Hazard, Luo quickly grasped the unfolding circumstances. Rather than focusing on the confrontation between the admirals, his primary concern lay with Doflamingo. Just as he was preparing to approach and discern the specific details, he unexpectedly encountered a small vessel along the way. What fortuitous luck! Having previously met Dottie at the auction in the swamp forest, Luo was aware that Dottie was allied with Xi Bei. After careful deliberation, he concluded that it would be wiser to board the ship and capture Dottie, thereby employing a strategy of patience. As long as Xi Bei remained alive, he would inevitably seek out Dottie. Ultimately, Luo's decision proved to be astute, for Xi Bei indeed arrived. Xi Bei found himself at a loss for words in response to Luo's inquiry. Should he divulge the truth that he had exploited Luo for his own ostentation, dragging him into a quagmire and inciting the wrath of Doflamingo, ultimately leading to war? If he were to express such sentiments, Luo would likely be driven to madness. After all, Luo had yet to ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea, and his meticulously crafted schemes had been disrupted by Xi Bei, rendering him unjustly aggrieved. Noticing Xi Bei's silence, Luo shifted the conversation. "Isn't jewelry Bonnie with you?" Bonnie. At this moment, she was likely still bound on Blackbeard's ship. However, would Xi Bei share this information with Luo? It was hardly necessary, considering Bonnie and Luo were rivals of sorts. Given Luo's cunning nature, he could easily twist the narrative to his advantage, complicating matters further. After a prolonged pause without a response, Luo impatiently remarked, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you concerned about her?" He produced a stack of newspapers, featuring the news of Bonnie's bounty increase. Her bounty had soared from 270 million to 500 million, nearly doubling. As contemporaries in the realm of piracy, both Luo and Bonnie were keenly interested in this report, eager to uncover the reasons behind Bonnie's meteoric rise in bounty, which surely indicated she had accomplished something extraordinary. Most intriguingly, Bonnie's second identity was revealed to be that of a princess of the Ohm Kingdom. As Luo was aware, the Ohm Kingdom was a vassal state of the world government. Why would the world government issue a bounty on the princess of one of its own territories? If not out of sheer frivolity, there must be a deeper intrigue at play. Luo, being particularly astute, had a penchant for collecting such scandalous revelations that were often cloaked in darkness. Xi Bei had already perused the newspaper, thus he was well aware of the contents. "It seems you two have an interest in the bounty on Bonnie." Luo pointed to a small excerpt in the newspaper and remarked, "Can you believe Bonnie is the second princess? Did you not see this piece of news? Do you perhaps know something more? Or are you, like me, a survivor of the kingdom of Ohm?" Xi Bei chuckled softly. "To be honest, I am quite unaware of this kingdom of Ohm. My encounter with Bonnie was merely coincidental. Regarding the kingdom you mentioned, I may not possess as much knowledge as you do. However, since you have invoked the term survivor, I can't help but wonder if this kingdom has already met its demise." Suddenly, Luo recalled his hometown, the White Town. He tossed the newspaper onto the ground and coldly remarked, It was not annihilated due to warfare between neighboring nations, but rather through a one-sided massacre, executed by the World Government's Special Department, CP9. This revelation was utterly shocking. Joël Bonny not only knew the history of the Nessus ruins but also harbored a profound disdain for the wars between nations, coupled with an intense loathing for the dark world that facilitated the provision of weapons to various countries. Bonnie's decision to depart from the group was precisely because Xi Bei was associated with the dark world figure, Stussy. In light of this, many things began to make sense. For instance, Bonnie's escape that left Akainu in a cold sweat, her knowledge of the secret passage to Mariewa, and her derision towards the seven warlords, all pointed to her deep-seated hatred for the world government. It seems that Bonnie's venture into piracy was not solely motivated by the pursuit of treasure, but undoubtedly encompassed other objectives as well. There is even a possibility that Bonnie has become privy to some exceedingly significant matters regarding the world government. If this is indeed the case, it is imperative that we do not allow Bonnie to fall into the clutches of Blackbeard. Xi Bei's expression was grave. Upon noticing this, Luo teased, "You are with Xiao Ali Bonnie, and yet she hasn't shared this with you? It seems you have yet to earn her trust." In the past, the Ohm Kingdom was a vassal state of the world government. When pirates kidnapped 500 soldiers as hostages to coerce the king, the world government dispatched aid upon hearing the news. Unexpectedly, the very individuals sent to assist the kingdom ended up slaughtering both the captured soldiers and the pirates. This provided an opportunity for neighboring nations, leading to the downfall of the Ohm Kingdom. Luo, with a stoic demeanor, remarked, "This is the so-called justice that the world government advocates. To be weak is to be guilty." Xi Bei abruptly rose to his feet. The words pirate, 500 soldiers, hostages, and CP9 echoed in his mind, each a crucial keyword. A vivid image flashed before his eyes, and suddenly recollection dawned upon him. Xi Bei murmured, "Rob Lucci?" Luo, with a playful expression, replied, "Oh, it seems you know a thing or two." Indeed, within Xi Bei's recollection, there was such an event. Many years ago, a certain kingdom was besieged by pirates. Soldiers were taken captive, and the world government dispatched aid, represented by none other than Rob Lucci. At that time, Rob Lucci was merely a child. His first act upon arriving at the kingdom was not to vanquish the pirates or rescue the soldiers. Rather, He first eliminated the soldiers before turning his attention to the pirates. This brutal approach earned Rob Lucci a place in the World Government Special Division, CP9. Furthermore, the scars he sustained from cannon fire during this incident became emblematic of Judicial Island. Rob Lucci's reasoning for such actions stemmed from his belief that the soldiers were too weak, rendering them susceptible to capture and exploitation by the pirates, thereby placing the nation in a vulnerable position. He deemed them guilty. If they were guilty, then they deserved death. Weakness, in his eyes, was a crime. How ironic. This implies that Joel and Bonnie's true nemesis is indeed Rob Lucci. However, since Rob Lucci's defeat at Judicial Island by Luffy, he has been wrongfully accused and subsequently became a target for the Navy. He left CP9 long ago, and now he can no longer be considered a government agent. His whereabouts remain a mystery until he re-emerged 2 years later. During those 2 years, no one knows where he was or what he was doing. Most perplexing is how he, once pursued by the Navy, managed to return to the government and even ascend to the position of CP0. It is indeed a conundrum. Luo interlocked his fingers, resting his chin upon them, and with a sinister smile remarked, "The bounty of 500 million is merely a fade. The identity of the second princess is what truly deserves attention. I imagine many are fixated on her. If she were to fall into the hands of the world government, the last surviving member of the Ohm Kingdom would likely vanish as well. I am genuinely curious about the secrets that reside within her mind." Following this, Luo fixed his gaze upon Xi Bei, adding, "She must have attended the World Conference, held every 4 years, quite frequently." Xi Bei suddenly reached out, grasping Luo's arm firmly, and declared with gravity, "Trafalgar Law, you must assist me." Luo slowly furrowed his brows. Xi Bei continued, "Bonnie has now fallen into the clutches of Blackbeard. That fellow, Blackbeard, has always remained an enigma. No one truly comprehends his intentions. In any case, he is an exceedingly perilous individual, and we must ensure that Bonnie does not fall into his hands. The last time, she was delivered to Akainu by him, and this time, I fear it will not be as simple." Ro remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. "Is that so? It seems that the journey of Jewelry Bonnie in the Grand Line has reached its conclusion." Xi Bei firmly grasped Luo's arm and exclaimed, "Stop with the sardonic remarks." Luo shrugged off his hand and pushed Xi Bei away, responding with an indifferent tone, "Do not misunderstand. Both she and I are pirates. We should have been mentally prepared for this day long ago. Even if she had not fallen into Blackbeard's clutches, I was already intending to confront her. Pray tell me, what reason do I have to rescue her?" Xi Bei took a deep breath, ready to face the challenge. "I can assist you in dealing with Duofulaming." Luo held his breath, a glint of cold light suddenly flickering in his eyes. Narrowing them, Luo inquired, "What do you mean, Cloakmaster?" When addressing others, Luo had a penchant for referring to them as Master, and since he did not know Xi Bei's name, he aptly dubbed him Cloakmaster, a title that sounded quite endearing. Xi Bei stated emphatically, "It is precisely what you think it means." Luo shook the knife in his hand, appearing less amicable than before. "What exactly do you know?" Xi Bei solemnly declared, "I am aware of your desire to bring down Doflamingo, and I am willing to lend you my support. However, it is imperative that you assist me in rescuing Joel Bonnie from the clutches of Blackbeard." Luo, with a stern expression, remained silent, poised to act at any moment. Xi Bei gazed into Luo's eyes, and the two shared a prolonged silence. Eventually, Luo leaned back and ceased to speak. Xi Bei let out a sigh of relief. With Luo's assistance, rescuing Bonnie from Blackbeard was no longer a mere fantasy. Luo's abilities were indeed quite advantageous, allowing for spatial movement within a designated range, unnoticed and undetected. However, Luo had yet to make a definitive statement. Nevertheless, the terms Xi Bei had proposed were undeniably enticing for Luo. The reason Luo still harbored reservations stemmed from his curiosity about how Xi Bei had discovered his intentions toward Doflamingo. Luo cautiously inquired, "Why should I trust you, Cloakmaster?" "You need not place your trust in me," Xi Bei replied. "Simply remember that I have already established enmity with Doflamingo, regardless of my wishes. He has set his sights on me. Even if I do not seek him out, he will inevitably come for me. So, what is there for you to be concerned about? You must also understand that it is quite challenging for you to confront him alone. Why not join forces?" Luo, being a clever individual, found no fault in Xi Bei's reasoning. As for why Xi Bei had uncovered his secrets, he knew that even if he asked, Xi Bei might not divulge the truth. Ultimately, as long as their objectives aligned, he need not overthink the rest. Luo said nothing further and personally untied the ropes binding Dottie, tacitly consenting to a temporary alliance with Xi Bei. As soon as Dottie's restraints were released, he suddenly groaned and stirred awake. Upon seeing this, Cairo rushed into Dottie's embrace. Dottie, opening his eyes, immediately spotted Luo's face and became wary, instinctively reaching for his gun. However, his jacket had long since been removed, leaving him unarmed. Concerned that Dottie's wounds might reopen, Xi Bei quickly restrained him and draped a heavy coat over his Dottie, with a bewildered expression, asked, "What is happening?" Xi Bei simply reassured, "Rest assured, he is not an enemy." He then inquired, "By the way, what is the situation with Tracy? Has he succeeded, has he?" Dottie retrieved a miniature communicator from beneath his heavy coat, a device through which he could contact Tracy. At present, Tracy was momentarily unavailable. The communicator had been entrusted to him by Kai Ji. However, judging by Kai Ji's demeanor at the time, it seemed that Tracy was not in any imminent danger, though she would undoubtedly have to engage in an extensive dialogue with Feld. As for the outcome, that remains uncertain for now. Xi Bei and Di had barely exchanged a couple of words when Luo suddenly warned, "Hey, Cloakmaster, someone is closing in on us." Upon hearing this, Xi Bei pushed open the door and peered into the distance, only to discover a naval vessel. It was not a standard warship, and the identities of those aboard remained obscured to Xi Bei, as he currently lacked a telescope. When Luo Gang arrived at Punkhasad, he had been pursued by this very naval ship, thus he was aware of the individuals on board. Luo furrowed his brow and remarked, "That is the vessel of the Navy Branch G5. Xi Bei expressed his astonishment. G5? Could it be that Smoker is also present? Who else could it be? He never anticipated encountering the Navy led by Smoker so soon. Turning to glance at Daddy, he noticed Daddy straining to stand, peering out the door with a grave expression. Although Daddy wished to entrust Cairo to Smoker, he genuinely did not desire to meet him in such a moment and setting. No one understood better than Daddy the true nature of Smoker. To describe him succinctly, he was a man who would not tolerate any nonsense. If Smoker were to see Daddy in the company of pirates, it would likely lead to an inevitable clash between them. At that very moment, Cairo heard the approaching Navy. Led by Smoker, she dashed to the door, bouncing with excitement, and shouted, "Uncle Smoker." Law clicked his tongue and remarked, "Let us go." Daddy swiftly pulled Cairo into the cockpit and shut the door. Xi Bei noticed Law seated before the control panel, initially believing he intended to maneuver the small vessel forward. However, to his surprise, Law opened a concealed compartment beneath the console and engaged the gears inside. The vessel emitted a series of mechanical sounds before it began to slowly submerge. Before long, the small boat vanished beneath the waves, disappearing from sight. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment, "This vessel can also submerge?" Without turning back, Luo too replied, "This is, in fact, a submarine." Xi Bei had been sailing this vessel for quite some time, yet he was utterly unaware of its ability to dive. Had he known earlier, many past events could have been averted, leaving him feeling quite foolish. The waters, influenced by Akainu's powers, were somewhat warm. Zoro, shedding his outer garment, inquired, "When was Jewelry Bonnie captured?" Xi Bei shook his head, oblivious. Luo inquired further, "How many crew members are there around Blackbeard?" Xi Bei shook his head, oblivious to the matter. Luo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Blackbeard currently located?" Xi Bei shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Luo became furious. "Hey, you know nothing. How can you possibly save anyone?" Xi Bei wore an expression of embarrassment, while Luo's forehead glistened with sweat, the source of which was uncertain, whether it was the heat or the urgency induced by Xi Bei. As he maneuvered the small vessel across the sea, he remarked, "It seems our only option is to circle around Punkhasad for a closer look. Judging by Blackbeard's conduct during the battle above, he is a rather cunning individual. Let us hope he does not hasten his departure. Otherwise, locating Jewelry Bonnie will prove to be a far more arduous task." Xi Bei leaned against the window, occasionally catching sight of one or two sea kings gliding past the small vessel. Xi Bei inquired, "Has smog been shaken off?" "Who can say?" Luo turned his head, a look of derision on his face, and replied, "That fellow is the White Hunter of the Navy Branch G5. It's not so simple to rid oneself of him." Xi Bei, unfazed, remarked, "So what? Isn't it true that you've been completely deceived by Virgo?" Luo's gaze was as sharp as a needle, his confusion deepening. Who exactly was Xi Bei to possess such knowledge of Virgo? In this world, those aware of the secrets of the Don Quixote family were exceedingly rare. Even the Navy headquarters and the world government had been thoroughly misled by the Don Quixote family. Xi Bei's words struck with precision, leaving no room for disbelief. Xi Bei suddenly jested. Ah, look at my mouth. I've let something slip again. Luo coldly replied. You certainly know a great deal. Xi Bei affectingly inquired. Law, may I boldly ask? How many hearts have you collected thus far? Your recent exploits upon the seas have achieved a rather notorious reputation. Not only the Navy, but even other pirates deem your actions utterly reprehensible. Is it truly your ambition to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? In that moment, Law was struck by an overwhelming sensation of being thoroughly seen, a feeling that instilled great fear within him. Taking a deep breath, he responded, What is it that you do not know? Xi Bei shrugged, for instance. I have no idea where you have concealed those hearts. Luo closed his eyes and softly uttered room. Suddenly, dozens of human hearts materialized within the cockpit, encased in square, glass-like, transparent lenses. Through these lenses, Xi Bei could distinctly observe the hearts still pulsating with life. Xi Bei was not surprised by Luo's abilities, so he remained composed. Kaler let out a startled scream, while even Dottie appeared pale with shock. Xi Bei swallowed hard, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Trafalgar Law navigated his small vessel through the waters for some distance before resurfacing at the boundary where ice meets fire on the island's western shore. As it stood, the Navy's G5 had not yet pursued him. Law intended to exert his utmost effort to circle Punk Hazard, should he fail to find any trace of Blackbeard. He would have no choice but to retreat. After all, they were now under surveillance by the Navy, with Don Quixote da Flamingo lurking ominously in the shadows, making it imperative that they did not linger at Punk Hazard for too long. Xi Bei found himself unable to refuse, for no one could ascertain whether Blackbeard still lingered in Punk Hazard. Law navigated the small vessel, skirting the surrounding waters of Punk Hazard without daring to approach the island. The thoughts of those aboard the boat diverged sharply. Law's mind was consumed with strategies to leverage this alliance against Da Flamingo, while Dottie contemplated how to rendezvous with Smoker, and Xi Bei pondered the implications of Blackbeard and Bonnie. The trio remained enveloped in silence, none willing to break. Kayla had long been terrified by the dozens of hearts and cowered behind Dottie, afraid to show herself. Just as they seemed destined to remain mute, Law's gaze, through the diamond-shaped mirror within the vessel, suddenly caught sight of a ship not far ahead. It was neither a pirate ship nor a naval warship, but rather an ordinary sailboat. Law was the first to speak, shattering the awkward and eerie atmosphere. Cloaked Captain, it appears we are about to encounter Xi Bei and Dottie heard a sound and simultaneously looked up, catching sight of an ordinary sailboat not far away. It was evident that it could pose significant trouble, suggesting it possessed some background. Xi Bei, cautious by nature, refrained from taking it lightly. With narrowed eyes and attentive ears, he meticulously observed every movement ahead. Although he could not discern much, he did notice a solitary figure seated at the bow of the ship, facing away from them. Moreover, voices drifted through the air. Luffy is my brother, and from now on, it is my duty to protect him. Whenever Luffy needs me, I shall be by his side, no matter the time or place. Having lost Ace, I cannot allow my only brother to fall into the hands of the Navy. Upon hearing these words, Zybe felt a shiver run down his spine. Zybe suddenly rose to his feet, gazing intently ahead. Dottie, noticing this, inquired, What troubles you? Xi Bei swallowed hard, incredulous, and exclaimed, That is a ship of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Dottie, drenched in perspiration, armed with a rifle, opened the door to the cockpit. Unfortunately, his wounds had not yet fully healed. As he moved, blood began to seep anew. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he leaned his head out the door, squinting to scrutinize the vessel. Luo kindly advised, Let it go. The individuals aboard that ship are beyond your capacity to confront. We have no choice but to flee. Quickly, secure the door. We must dive unless you wish to be sunk by the Navy's heroes. Dottie broke into a cold sweat, glancing apprehensively at Xi Bei. Xi Bei remarked, Kapu is also aboard that vessel. Dottie's expression was somewhat rigid. The hero of the Navy, why would he be on a Revolutionary Army ship? He pondered. Luo, with an impassive demeanor, interjected, Do not speak foolishly. Kapu is not that kind of person. He would never betray the Navy. Dottie, taken aback, questioned, Could it be that the leader of the Revolutionary Army is also on that ship? Xi Bei remarked, No, aboard that vessel is Sabo, the second-in-command and chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Their conversation revolves around Monkey D. Luffy. After all, Sabo and Ace shared a profound bond as sworn brothers, having partaken in a ceremonial cup together. Following Ace's demise, Sabo must have been significantly affected. Rest assured, there will be no conflict. Previously, While Karp's disciples made their appearances, Karp himself was conspicuously absent. Xi Bei wondered about Karp's absence, only to realize that this naval hero, who nearly succumbed to rage upon witnessing Ace's execution, had clandestinely come here. Presently, what concerns Karp most is undoubtedly Luffy. In the aftermath of the Paramount War, the world government is less tolerant of the chaotic Blackbeard than of Luffy. For Luffy bears the illustrious title of the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader. As a Navy officer, Karp has taken the perilous step of secretly boarding the Revolutionary Army's ship. This is indeed a precautionary measure. Moreover, it is evident that Karp's stance has undergone a considerable shift. The loss of Ace and Luffy's despair have inflicted significant wounds upon this naval hero, who has dedicated his life to upholding the bastions of justice. During the war, he prioritized duty over familial bonds, but post-war, Karp has resigned from the naval headquarters, no longer holding the rank of Rear Admiral, instead opting to retain his military title as a mere rookie instructor. Thus, there is no longer a need for him to rigidly differentiate between familial ties and duty. Now, Karp converses with Sabo solely in the capacity of Luffy's grandfather. Xi Bei quietly gazed at the imposing figure seated at the bow of the boat, her heart a tumult of emotions. Even heroes have their own struggles. Xi Bei said to Da-Di, "Do not disturb them, close the door, and let us take the route around the sea." Da-Di, feeling a sense of relief, gently pulled the door shut. Suddenly, in the waters behind Xi Bei and his companions, a submarine burst forth from the ocean's depths. A few individuals from the group turned their heads upon hearing a noise. Luo lowered his voice, displaying a look of disdain, and remarked, "TSK, have they really followed us? What an annoyance." "Cloaked one, you take the helm." Xi Bei inquired, "What are you up to?" Law, with an air of certainty, replied, "If G5 continues to pursue us relentlessly, we shall never achieve a safe retreat from Punk Hazard. I must sink them here. Is this not the customary clash between pirates and the Navy? It is not in my nature to flee without a fight." Having spoken, Law opened the door to the cockpit and pointed at the tenaciously pursuing G5. "Room, command." With a subtle upward flick of his finger, colossal rocks suddenly soared from the island. Simultaneously, Law unsheathed his sword and struck forward. A chorus of wails erupted from the ship that relentlessly chased after Xi Bei and his companions. "Oh no, Smoker, we are in peril. Enormous rocks are hurtling towards us." This was Law's ability. He was indeed situated atop that submarine. "Smoker, we must devise a plan." At that moment, a bespectacled woman clad in a navy coat leaped forward, brandishing her long sword, and cleaved the rock in twain, thus averting the small vessel from being capsized. Her sudden intervention elicited further howls of admiration. "Wow, Dashiki is so impressive. Truly the pride of our G5. The incessant chatter of the soldiers provoked an irate roar from Smoker. "Silence. You lot should be ashamed to rely on a woman for protection." He scoffed. "That Law fellow is truly chaotic. What troubles me more is that I believe I recognize someone." Grasping a stick, Smoker rose and commanded, "Dashiki, keep an eye on these rascals while I confront Law to uncover the truth. I hope it is not what I fear." No sooner had he spoken than Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and ascended into the air. Dashiki called out, "No, I must accompany you." Smoker retorted, "Your presence will only hinder me. Remain aboard and shield these fools from the rocks." "Enough of this. Follow my orders. This is a command." At last, I have endured to the point of becoming a true contender, which has been quite a journey. To speak candidly, I am a practitioner of the spiritual path. Under normal circumstances, I shun worldly affairs. Yet my days are consumed by cultivation and meditation, rendering my existence rather monotonous, until I encountered the vast platform which allowed me to express my thoughts freely while continuing my practice. Please do not fault me for my pretentiousness. As a reclusive practitioner, it is inevitable that much of my writing lacks groundedness. However, I shall learn from my missteps and strive for improvement. Upon reflection, I recently faced a bottleneck in my cultivation that left me utterly exhausted, prompting thoughts of abandoning my path. Thankfully, my commendable characters swiftly chastised. A practitioner must not forsake their journey at the first hint of adversity. To resort to such drastic measures may invite inner demons, making it exceedingly difficult to overcome future tribulations. Thus, I gritted my teeth and pinned my thoughts up to this point. In the days to come, I shall take this as a lesson and vow never to wield a blade. In accordance with international conventions, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to myself for my perseverance, to the grand platform of Yuan, to the enchanting editor, no, I mean the delightful Xiao Yuan, To all the editors within the realm of the second dimension, and most importantly, to each and every reader. Without your support, this book would never have reached the shelves. Now that it has, having surmounted this hurdle, I shall strive relentlessly onward. Upon revisiting my earlier writings, I find them somewhat lacking and riddled with flaws. I hope for your understanding. Truly, accomplishments are best measured in comparison, and I have long believed my own to be quite meager. Indeed, they are. Yet, whenever I teeter on the brink of despair, I am miraculously buoyed by the words of others lamenting their own plight. I have over 400,000 words. Why haven't I been signed yet? Such phrases are my sustenance, urging me to persevere through countless sleepless nights. When I gaze upon my dismal achievements and feel overwhelmed, I remind myself that others have faced far worse circumstances, and I draw inexplicable courage from that realization. I admit that my approach may not be commendable, but I am left with no alternative. Without it, despair would surely engulf me. Alas, look at my distress. My integrity lies shattered. Wait, I seem to have had an epiphany. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Should I succeed this time, I shall ascend to the esteemed ranks of the golden elixir stage. I must seize the moment to cultivate my skills. Let us conclude this discussion for now. As my words fail me, I am at a loss for what to express in my post-publication reflections, and thus I have cobbled together this fragment. Oh, before my breakthrough, I have one last wish. Please support original works. Please support original works. Please support original works. This is a matter of utmost importance. P.S. In reality, I am quite destitute. My dedication to improvement stems from the necessity of a fasting technique within my practice, for I can scarcely afford sustenance and must rely on fasting to conserve resources. Truly a dire situation. Dasky wishes to speak further. Suddenly, a soldier interjects confidently, Dasky, you can trust Captain Smoker with this. Dasky, with a hint of exasperation, cautions, you must be careful. There may be more than just Trafalgar Law aboard that ship. Do you even need to remind me? Fool. Of course, I will exercise caution, Smoker retorts, quickening his pace towards the small vessel occupied by Xi Bei and the others. From a distance, he notices Law standing expressionlessly at the doorway of the cockpit. Smoker shouts, Law, I hope you can clarify why there is a little girl on your ship. Law replies with a sly grin, why not come and see for yourself? Smoker, cigar clenched between his teeth, coldly retorts, what a coincidence. That was precisely my intention. As Law was poised to make his move, Carol suddenly dashed to the door. Her voice brimming with joy as she exclaimed, Uncle Smoker, it's me. My father is here too. He has sustained grave injuries. An overwhelming amount of blood has been shed. Please, Uncle Smoker, you must save him. In that moment, Smoker distinctly recognized Carol, and from her brief words, he grasped that Daddy was also aboard the ship and gravely wounded. Smoker attributed the entire situation to Law, believing that he had kidnapped the father and daughter. Thus, Smoker's fury reached its zenith. Law, your transgressions have become utterly unforgivable. With his staff in hand, Smoker charged forward. In a moment of desperation, Xi Bei extended his hand and pulled Kair into the cockpit. Smoker, witnessing this sudden act, was consumed by fury as he saw a hand snatch Kair away. The distance between Smoker and the small vessel diminished rapidly. In an effort to prevent Smoker from advancing further, Law aimed at him and drew his blade to strike. As a user of the smoke fruit, Smoker could transform his body into a cloud of mist and soar freely through the air, effortlessly evading Law's attack while closing the gap between them. With a swift motion, he swung a stick at Law. This stick, forged from sea prism stone, possessed an unimaginable suppressive power over devil fruit users. A blow from it would render any user feeble and at the mercy of their adversary. However, Smoker himself was a devil fruit user, and he was able to wield this stick because its end was wrapped in a strip of white cloth, allowing him to grip it without succumbing to the effects of the sea prism stone. The aura emanating from the stick was repugnant to Law, who dared not be careless and raised his sword to block the impending strike. Meanwhile, Xi Bei, hidden within the cockpit, seized the opportunity and stealthily extended a finger towards Smoker, preparing to unleash a laser attack from his glint fruit powers. Having spent considerable time with Xi Bei, Dottie could interpret the subtle movements of his companion. And as he realized Xi Bei was about to launch an assault on Smoker, he gritted his teeth and swiftly grasped Xi Bei's finger to thwart his attack. Xi Bei cast a glance at Daddy, who shook his head, caught in a dilemma, his heart heavy with reluctance. At that moment, Smoker called from outside the cockpit, Daddy, are you there? After a brief hesitation, Daddy replied in a deep voice, Yes, I am. Smoker, retracting his staff, ascended to the top of the small vessel, gazing down at Law, and inquired, "Trafalgar Law, where did you encounter Daddy? It is hard for me to believe that he was so easily captured by you. Just moments ago, you were alone. Clearly, you have some ulterior motive for coming to Punk Hazard. Who is your informant?" Law remained unfazed by Smoker's interrogation. "Who knows? I am perplexed myself." Smoker smirked, calmly asserting, "Is that so? It appears that I must detain you before you will provide me with a satisfactory explanation." As Smoker began to elementalize, Law narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Daddy emerged from the cockpit, exasperated. "Smoker, please stop. Things are not as you perceive them." Smoker noticed the bandages that enveloped Daddy, indicating he was indeed injured, and he found himself puzzled. If Daddy had been captured by Law, why was he still able to move so freely? Daddy's next words left him in disbelief. "Law did not capture me. I willingly boarded this ship." With a cigar clamped between his teeth, Smoker's face was shrouded in shadow. "What on earth is happening? Can you elucidate this to me?" Daddy replied solemnly. "I have decided to set sail." Smoker closed his eyes, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Daddy Masterson, you have changed. I no longer know if I can consider you a friend. You must tell me directly, do you still deserve my trust?" Daddy fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Smoker clenched his jaw tightly, nearly biting through his cigar. "I understand." He then glanced at Kaler, who stood nearby, suddenly overcome with sorrow. This former elite of the Navy, not only his contemporary, but also a comrade with whom he had fought side by side, had now fallen to the depths of boarding a pirate ship and involving his 10-year-old daughter in this perilous venture. The dangers of the sea were well known, and Daddy was acutely aware that in the Grand Line, particularly in the New World, he could scarcely protect himself, let alone safeguard a defenseless little girl. Smoker coldly stated, "If this is your own decision, I have no words. But do you truly wish for Kaler to join you in this fugitive life, hunted by the Navy? Do not forget what pirates have done to your family. If you want to court death, that is your choice, but do not endanger Kaler." What followed was a negotiation between the two. Law had no interest in eavesdropping, so he turned and re-entered the cockpit. Xi Bei gazed out the door and remarked, "Give him some time." Luo appeared indifferent. Yet, the current predicament was that just as one wave receded, another surged forth. The matters concerning Dottie and Smog remained unresolved, and the Revolutionary Army had already discovered the presence of Xi Bei and his companions. Luo's recent confrontation with Smog, aimed at avoiding detection by the Revolutionary Army, proved to be an arduous challenge. It is worth noting that aboard the Revolutionary Army's vessel, both Sabo and Carp stood as paragons of strength. Any slightest disturbance would undoubtedly reach their keen ears. At this moment, the ship of the Revolutionary Army was drawing nearer to Xi Bei and his companions. Carp, draped in a naval coat, stood resolutely at the bow, his expression one of sternness. Truth be told, this was the very scenario Xi Bei most dreaded. Should a conflict arise with those aboard the ship, both Carp and Sabo would pose a formidable threat to him. Xi Bei rushed to the front of the door and shouted, "Hey, Dottie, we have been discovered." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the small boat suddenly swayed violently. Xi Bei nearly lost his footing. He looked up and discovered that Carp had suddenly leaped atop the small vessel, causing it to sway precariously. Now Carp stood beside Smog, poised to capsize the boat at his whim. The sudden appearance of Carp rendered all aboard and outside the vessel speechless. Meanwhile, aboard the Revolutionary Army's ship, a woman's voice resonated. "Sabo, this is Trafalgar Law's submarine." Xi Bei recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, and thus stealthily cast a glance at the revolutionary ship, where four figures now stood in close proximity, 2 men and 2 women. The men were Sabo and the fishman Hack, while the women were Clara and Nico Robin. The one who spoke was none other than Nico Robin, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the sole survivor of O'Hara, and the fabled child of the devil. How ironic that they had not arrived until now, only to appear all at once. Xi Bei and Luo exchanged a bewildered glance. Robin's sudden interjection, however, served as a wake-up call for Sabo. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sabo called out, "Is the pirate Trafalgar Law aboard?" Both Xi Bei and Luo understood that there was no longer any possibility of evasion. Thus, Luo lowered the deck, and together with Xi Bei, they stepped outside. Although Xi Bei's visage might still be unknown to the world at large, anyone of any standing within the naval headquarters would recognize him at a glance. This is due to the portrait of Xi Bei captured during his apprehension in Mariehua, which had long been displayed upon the boards of the naval headquarters. Upon stepping outside, Xi Bei successfully caught Carp's attention. Of course, Xi Bei could sense a pair of eyes brazenly scrutinizing him. Tilting his head, he He raised his eyelids and locked gazes with Karp. It was a moment fraught with tension. Xi Bei swallowed hard, feigning composure and donning a facade of a warm smile, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. If a mirror were before him, he would surely realize that his smile resembled a grimace more than a grin. Anyone in his situation, caught red-handed by Karp and Xi Bei, would wear a similar expression. At that moment, Robin urgently inquired from the ship, "Law, after the conclusion of the battle at Marineford, I heard you took Luffy away. How is he faring?" The newspapers reported that he was with Rayleigh when he rang the ox bell at Marineford. What exactly transpired? In truth, Robin was well aware that Luffy's act of ringing the ox bell was merely a ruse. His true intention was to relay a message to the Straw Hat Pirates, signifying that the agreed-upon time had shifted from 3 days to 2 years. Robin's inquiry stemmed solely from her concern for Luffy, wishing to ascertain whether his psychological wounds were gradually healing. Although she comprehended the message Luffy wished to convey, she remained oblivious to his current condition. Trafalgar Law, however, had a different perspective, as he was the one who had taken Luffy away. Hence, Nico Robin believed that no one present understood Luffy's situation better than Law. After a moment of contemplation, Law responded candidly, "He is doing all right. The captain of the Straw Hats is gradually recovering from both physical and mental scars. With the Dark King Rayleigh at his side, there is no need for you to worry." Among the members of the Revolutionary Army, there was a woman named Clara, who had been a slave in her youth before being rescued by Fisher Tiger from Mariewa. She had spent some time aboard Tiger's ship and was a close friend of Jinbe, the former warlord of the sea. After shedding her status as a slave, Clara joined the Revolutionary Army at the age of 13, displaying remarkable intelligence and capability, earning the admiration of the army's leaders. Now, as a colleague of Xi Bei, she frequently collaborated with him, actively participating in various endeavors across the New World. Noticing Robin's demeanor, she gently tugged at her, saying, "Sister Robin, Luffy will be fine." Xi Bei, with a serious expression, added, "Luffy is Mayonase's brother. I have always believed that he will weather this storm." Whether it was Xi Bei's words that had a calming effect, Robin relaxed and even began to joke. Indeed, he still aspires to become the Pirate King. Xi Bei smiled and replied, "Of course." As the group continued their lively conversation, Smoker abruptly interrupted, devoid of any sentiment, saying, "Hey, is it really appropriate for members of the Revolutionary Army to discuss a pirate in front of me? Have you underestimated me so severely? While I am indeed eager to capture you all, those in power are apprehensive about the repercussions it may have on the impending duel of the admirals, and they would undoubtedly disallow such an action." Shortly thereafter, Smoker muttered quietly to himself, "This encapsulates the lament of being distanced from the epicenter of power. Even the liberty to apprehend has been stripped away." At that moment, Karp burst into a hearty laugh. The Navy headquarters requires a refinement of its systems. Otherwise, how does it differ from the lawless pirates? Am I not in the same predicament as you? Let us not dwell on that. This is not the time to contend with the Revolutionary Army, for there stands before you another man of egregious infamy." Smoker, unaware of the matters pertaining to Mariewa, found himself perplexed by Karp's words. Karp, sitting cross-legged atop the ship, gestured towards Xi Bei. "The world nobles, the celestial dragons, reside in Mariewa. And it is because of this man that it has been engulfed in flames, reminiscent of the actions taken by Fisher Tiger 15 years prior, nay, perhaps even more severe. This incident has led to the capture of one admiral candidate and the defection of another. Even Suru has been entangled in this affair." Truly remarkable. Karp's declaration caused Xi Bei to be utterly captivated. In this moment, Xi Bei genuinely basked in the limelight. Indeed, the attention of the masses was upon him, be it the Revolutionary Army, Smoker, or even the Ally Law. All gazed at Xi Bei as if he were a monster. Even though Xi Bei claimed to possess a skin thicker than a city wall, he could hardly suppress the urge to cover his face and retreat into the cockpit. Suddenly, Karp realized the impropriety of his words, smacking his forehead and exclaiming, It seems this matter cannot be disclosed. You all should hastily forget it." Xi Bei and Smoker chorused their disbelief. "Is that even possible to forget?" Law, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, "Cloaked leader, you truly astonish me." Smoker bellowed, "Hey, Dottie, what in the world is going on? Are you involved in this too?" Dottie slapped his forehead in exasperation. Xi Bei, equally drenched in sweat, added, "This is quite unexpected." Upon hearing Karp's words, Clar's mind was suddenly flooded with the image of Fisher Tiger. Both Xi Bei and Fisher Tage have brought calamity to Mary Joa. This is an outright defiance of the world, more ostentatious than the Revolutionary Army itself. Clar was struck by the vision of Xi Bei and Tej merging into one. Shaking his head vigorously, he asked, Sabo, does this name ring a bell for you? What is his full name? Sabo shook his head, admitting he had neither seen nor heard of him. I too am curious, he continued, but if I am not mistaken, the father-daughter duo accompanying him are bounty hunters from Logue Town, known by the moniker Daddy with a Child. Therefore, I surmise that this man could hardly be a pirate. Xi Bei raised his hand and spoke tremulously, urging everyone to remain calm. Sabo inquired, who exactly are you? What is your purpose for appearing in Punk Hazard? A rational individual, having provoked such significant trouble, would typically refrain from wandering under the watchful eyes of the Navy. One would seek refuge instead. Yet, Xi Bei boldly plunged into Punk Hazard, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, making him deserving of scrutiny. In truth, Xi Bei believed he was causing a ruckus and Mariewan noticed. Thus, he paid little heed to the situation and certainly did not intend to evade the Navy over it. If he were to candidly express to those present that his sole reason for visiting Punk Hazard was merely to join in the revelry, it would likely leave everyone, including Carp, utterly speechless. Law, with an eager expression, remarked, I am quite curious to hear who you truly are. Carp fixated his gaze intently on Xi Bei. Xi Bei glanced around, then brought his hands to his face, feigning madness as he exclaimed, Who am I, indeed? A chorus of voices erupted in response. Who knows? Now, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy stood directly before him. If Xi Bei wished to avoid confronting both factions simultaneously, he had but one choice, to align himself with one of them. However, due to the situation concerning Mary Gios, it was utterly implausible for him to foster an alliance with the Navy. Thus, the Revolutionary Army remained his only viable option. The question loomed, how could he approach the Revolutionary Army's formidable vessel in full view of the Navy? This posed a considerable dilemma. Xi Bei racked his brains, and suddenly an idea struck him. He exclaimed, Since the matter has reached this point, it seems it can no longer be concealed. Therefore, I shall speak candidly. The reason I am here is to seek out Blackbeard. He must be nearby, is he not? Luo cast a glance at Xi Bei, unsure of what trick he was attempting to play. Xi Bei shifted the conversation, continuing, Had it not been for Blackbeard surrendering Ace to the Navy, the war at Marineford would not have erupted, and Ace would still be alive. You may not be aware, but although I am neither a member of the Whitebeard Pirates nor a pirate myself, I am bound by brotherhood to Port Gas d'Ace. This is a rare opportunity that I shall not squander. I will exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Blackbeard. Sabo expressed his skepticism. You claim to be Ace's brother? Smoker chimed in. Aside from Fire Fist Ace, does Gold Roger have another son? I've never heard anyone mention this before. Are you serious? Nico Robin, resting her chin on her hand, pondered. It seems unlikely. Perhaps, like Luffy and Sabo, he is merely a sworn brother to Ace. Before joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace was the captain of the Spade Pirates, having gathered numerous crew members. Could it be that this man was once a member of the Spade Pirates? Hence his claim of brotherhood with Ace? Sabo nodded. It is not entirely impossible. Law, his expression one of disbelief, recalled how Xi Bei had previously stated that finding Blackbeard was to rescue Bonnie. Yet now he was suddenly declaring a quest for revenge for Ace. Law realized that forming an alliance with Xi Bei might prove to be rather intriguing. It is worth noting that Xi Bei's narrative serves a purpose. At the very least, the atmosphere is no longer as tense as it once was. Law began to grasp Xi Bei's intentions. Naturally, were he in Xi Bei's position, he would adopt a similar approach. Given their current strength, to confront both Carp and Sabo simultaneously would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Thus, leveraging Ace's connection to align with one party was a necessary strategy. Law stood quietly to the side, observing Xi Bei's grandiloquent claims. Xi Bei gazed at Robin with feigned admiration, exclaiming, Truly remarkable, the esteemed Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates. Your knowledge is quite extensive. Ace and I are sworn brothers. Having forged our bond since his departure to sea, we have supported one another through thick and thin, sharing a fraternal connection. I am privy to all his secrets, including the fact that he was raised by Dayton. Subsequently, Xi Bei pointed at Sabo, continuing, And you, Sabo, Ace has informed me of your brotherhood. If my memory serves me correctly, you were of noble lineage before joining the Revolutionary Army, were you not? Among the three of you, you were the first to set sail, yet you encountered the world nobles, the celestial dragons, resulting in your ship being sunk by cannon fire. From that moment, Ace believed you to be lost, but it appears you not only survived, but have ascended to the position of Chief of Staff in the Revolutionary Army. It is a pity that Ace is no longer here to learn of your survival. I imagine you long to reunite with Luffy. Do I not speak the truth? I happen to know where he is. The astonishment evident on Sabo's face was unmistakable. Xi Bei is undeniably correct. Sabo, Ace, and Luffy were indeed cared for by the mountain bandit Deiden during their childhood. More significantly, Sabo was once a noble of a certain nation, and he was struck down by the celestial dragon's cannon fire. These details are known to only a select few. The mere fact that Xi Bei could accurately mention Deiden's name serves as ample evidence of his extraordinary connection with Ace, as these matters are shrouded in the utmost secrecy. During his childhood, Sabo was hit by cannon fire, leading everyone to believe he had perished. In reality, he was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but due to the severity of his injuries, he suffered from amnesia for many years. Unable to recall anything until a month ago when the news of Ace's death was published, prompting the restoration of his memories. It is no exaggeration to say, had these matters been disclosed by Xi Bei a month prior, even Sabo himself would have remained oblivious. Sabo's emotions surged with agitation. Do you know where Luffy is? He inquired. Robin furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Her intuition warned her that Xi Bei was far from the fraternal bond he claimed to share with Ace. While it was plausible that Xi Bei had some connection to Ace, it was inconceivable that Ace would divulge Sabo's secrets due to their relationship. Ace was simply not that kind of person. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Xi Bei had, without reservation, revealed all these secrets. Robin found herself at a loss as to how to question this. She scrutinized Xi Bei, searching for any sign of inconsistency. Having been pursued by the world government since childhood, she was inherently distrustful of outsiders, particularly someone like Xi Bei, an obscure individual possessing an abundance of secrets. This resemblance inevitably conjured thoughts of the world government's clandestine intelligence agency, CP0. However, one thing Robin was certain of was that, despite any superficial similarities, Xi Bei was by no means a member of the world government, particularly given his notorious uproar in Mariewa. Xi Bei felt the weight of Robin's gaze, instantly engulfed in a sense of discomfort. Robin's eyes were filled with skepticism, piercing in their intensity. Xi Bei adjusted his posture, feigning nonchalance, and continued, Sabo, as Ace's brother, do you not wish to do something for him? Surely you do not intend to stand idly by while Blackbeard, the one who drives Ace to the brink of despair, escapes right beneath your nose. I trust you have conducted your own inquiries into Blackbeard and are aware of the kind of individual he is. He may very well pose significant trouble for your revolutionary army in the future. Sabo gritted his teeth, replying, Ace has his own adventures. Xi Bei's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Ace is dead. Hey, what sinister intentions are you harboring? It seems I can no longer allow you to act with impunity. If the Revolutionary Army were to meet with Blackbeard at this juncture, it would not merely disrupt the confrontation with the admirals, the Navy would not remain passive. Smoker, brandishing his staff, transformed into a swirling mist and charged toward Xi Bei and his companions, adding, though I harbor discontent towards certain higher-ups, the sins you committed in Mariewa are still unforgivable. No sooner had he spoken than Smoker swung his staff at Xi Bei. Dottie suddenly intervened, blocking Smoker's strike with his firearm. Smoker coldly remarked, Dottie, it seems you have made your intentions quite clear. Dottie frowned, replying, you cannot lay a hand on him. What nonsense is this? Isn't it my duty as a Marine? Smoker's left hand morphed into a white mist, striking directly at Dottie's face. Dottie swiftly ducked, pointing his gun skyward and firing a shot. The bullet soared upward, severing the cigar that Smoker had clenched between his teeth. At the same moment, Smoker swung downwards, landing a blow on Dottie's shoulder. As Dottie was not a devil fruit user, the sea prism stone did not inhibit him. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the staff and aimed his gun at Smoker's forehead. Do not force my hand any further, Dottie warned. Smoker's expression darkened. Dottie, you scoundrel, do you dare to underestimate me? Do you not yet comprehend? You have already committed an unforgivable error. Sengoku has issued your bounty. If you wish to avoid being engulfed by the seas of the New World, return with me willingly. Before Dottie could respond, suddenly, Zybe appeared behind Dottie, swiftly reaching out to grasp Smoker's physical form. Smoker clicked his tongue in disdain. Humph. Is that the extent of your hockey? At that moment, Vice Admiral Carp, who had been seated cross-legged atop the ship and observing coolly, abruptly rose to his feet and swung his fist towards Zybe. While Carp could turn a blind eye to Zybe's ruckus and Mary Geos, he could not stand idly by as Smoker was ensnared. The reputation of Vice Admiral Carp loomed large, instilling fear in Zybe, who felt compelled to act decisively. As Carp's fist descended ominously towards his forehead, Xi resolved to unleash his ultimate power. He placed his little finger in his mouth, biting down until blood flowed. Just as Xi prepared to confront his adversary in the form of a giant, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded before him. Before Xi Bei's body was completely enveloped by the giant's form, Carp's fist had already struck him. With a single iron fist, Carp sent Xi Bei tumbling out from the giant's body onto the deck. The transformation had failed. This is truly astonishing. At the moment when Xi transformed into a giant, he was enveloped in an invincible state. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly impenetrable condition was effortlessly shattered by a single punch from Carp. How is one to contend with such a scenario? Xi raised his hand, pointing at Carp, ready to unleash his replication ability in an attack. In an instant, Carp vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Xi, descending with a powerful strike. Xi Bei tensed his entire body, invoking the power of armament haki. Carp's fist, devoid of any darkening, struck decisively against Xi Bei's haki, effortlessly shattering it, and sending Xi Bei flying from the small vessel. Carp's fist was nothing short of extraordinary. Xi Bei launched from the small vessel, perilously close to plunging into the sea. At that moment, Trafalgar Law abruptly seized Dottie and leaped from the deck, exclaiming, "Room!" A circle of azure barrier emanated from Law, expanding outward. The Revolutionary Army's ship was also enveloped within this shield. Simultaneously, Xi Bei's figure inexplicably vanished from midair, only to mysteriously reappear aboard the Revolutionary Army's vessel, followed by Law and Dottie, who materialized beside Xi Bei. This exemplifies one of Law's formidable abilities, spatial manipulation. As long as one remains within the confines of the barrier, there exists no location Law cannot reach, and he possesses the capacity to transfer designated individuals or objects, seamlessly exchanging their positions. Xi Bei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Thanks to you, Luo, we are finally saved." Both Dadi and Xi Bei had been transported onto the ship that Xi Bei was aboard, thanks to Luo's abilities. Xi Bei took a step forward and said, "Sabo, I do not mind being captured, but I implore you to remember that Ace was ultimately a victim of Blackbeard's treachery. We must seize the opportunity to apprehend him now. Blackbeard has already commenced his nefarious actions. He has not only usurped Whitebeard's former territory, but has also systematically targeted the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. If this continues, Blackbeard's influence in the New World will only swell, and it will be too late to act." Sabo wore a stern expression, as though he had yet to make a definitive decision. Xi Bei suddenly exclaimed, "Do you truly wish to witness Blackbeard's gradual ascendancy? He is the very architect of Ace's demise. Even if you choose to spare Blackbeard now, a confrontation between him and Luffy in the future is inevitable, which could lead to a cataclysmic battle. You have already lost Ace. Do you truly desire to lose your only remaining brother?" Sabo replied coldly, "Luffy will be fine." Xi Bei sighed deeply. "Is this truly your answer? So, you intend to place the burden of it all solely upon Luffy? Huh, you are indeed a true brother to both Luffy and Ace." Sabo suddenly clenched his fists. Shouting in anger, Hark set sail for the southeastern shore. Fisherman Hark hesitated. Rakel advised, "Hold on, Sabo, we cannot afford to clash with Blackbeard just yet." Suddenly, Smoker charged fervently towards them, proclaiming, "I have warned you not to underestimate me." Carp's expression was equally grim. Just as Smoker was about to reach the Revolutionary Army's ship, Robin crossed her arms. 6 petals bloom. 6 hands inexplicably sprouted from Smoker's back, constricting around his neck. However, as a Logia-type user, Smoker could transform his body into smoke at will. He dissipated into vapor, breaking free from Robin's grasp, rendering her attempt futile. At that moment, Law interjected with a swift kick. "Room butchery." Law drew his sword, aiming a horizontal slash at Smoker. Law's haki was formidable, and Smoker dared not underestimate it. Though he knew a strike from Law wouldn't be fatal, experiencing his body being cleaved apart was a fate Smoker was keen to avoid. He was compelled to halt his advance, using a sea prism stone staff to block. Law's strike was deflected, slicing through a distant mountain on a small island, cleaving it in twain. Before Smoker could regain his composure, Sabo transformed his fist into a claw, hardening it with haki, leaping from the ship towards Smoker. Dragon-esque claw. Smoker broke into a cold sweat, preparing to block once more. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Sabo's claw struck Smoker's staff, crushing it effortlessly. At the same time, Sabo executed a sidekick mid-air, sending Smoker crashing back towards the submarine. Carp had been restraining himself from intervening. "Sabo, Do you comprehend the repercussions? Ah, I do. Yet Luffy is my brother, and I cannot allow him to face the same perils that Ace did. I am obliged to protect him. As long as Luffy requires me, I am willing to do anything. I do not confront Blackbeard as a member of the Revolutionary Army, but purely for the sake of brotherhood. If the Navy seeks to impede me, let them come. After being kicked by Sabo, Smoker was left aching all over. He propped himself up, glaring at Sabo. Sabo then pointed at Xi Bei, declaring, "This man is Ace's brother and possesses information about Luffy. I cannot allow him to fall into the Navy's hands, for I have many questions to ask him." Smoker suddenly roared, "Daddy, do not let me see you again." Concurrently, the sound of wailing erupted from the submarine as Kaler began to cry uncontrollably. Upon hearing the cries, Smoker suddenly realized what would happen to Kaler if Daddy were to leave like this. Smog bellowed furiously, "You scoundrel! Are you so desperate to escape that you would forsake your own family?" Dottie's eyes glistened with tears as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. "Smog, let us see who reaches the pinnacle of the new world first. I shall not be defeated by you." Kaler wept even more vehemently. Dottie turned away, wiped his tears, and donned a resolute expression. "Kaler, forgive me." Xi Bei delivered a punch to Dottie's chest. Smog cast a glance at Kaler, and with his understanding of Dottie, he finally comprehended Dottie's true intentions. Dottie, now burdened with a criminal record and a bounty on his head, found it rather unwise to keep Kaler in his company. After much contemplation, it seemed the only prudent decision was to arrange for Kaler to stay close to Smog for her safety. This excursion had yielded no captures for Smog. Instead, he had inadvertently acquired a young girl. His tumultuous emotions could only be described as a tempestuous upheaval. Smog rose to his feet. Gazing down at Kaler from his elevated position, Kaler whimpered, "Uncle Smokey." Before she could finish her sentence, Smog coldly interrupted, "From now on, you shall address me as Major Smog." Kapu observed the interaction between Smog and Kaler and was suddenly reminded of the moment when Roger entrusted Ace to him. This poignant recollection struck at Kapu's vulnerabilities, leaving him devoid of the motivation to pursue Xi Bei and the others. He stood on the deck, quietly watching the distant sailboat recede. Rendered speechless, the Revolutionary Army, recognized by the world government as the primary enemy, was not a group one could claim was financially destitute. It was hard to believe they would lack resources. Yet upon boarding, Xi Bei was taken aback by the modesty of the sailboat used by the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Thankfully, the vessel was large with ample rooms, albeit mostly vacant. Sabo's journey to Punk Hazard was accompanied by only 3 individuals. The fishman Haki, possessing considerable strength, was tasked with steering the ship. Krell formulated the navigation route. Meanwhile, Robin, as she did aboard the Straw Hat pirate ship, immersed herself in books while sipping tea, embodying the aesthetic charm. The vigilance, however, fell solely to Sabo himself. Xi, seizing the moment while Sabo was momentarily distracted, leaned close to Law's ear and whispered, "Now we have more confidence in dealing with Blackbeard. Remember, if they inquire about Luffy later, remain silent. Allow me to speak." Law, ever aloof, kept his eyes closed, dismissing Seabe's presence. At that moment, Robin noticed Seeb's furtive conversation and approached them. Seeb nearly forgot that Robin possessed exceptional eavesdropping abilities, and her vigilance was heightened due to her past and circumstances. Although Seeb had successfully stirred Sabo's desire for revenge by exploiting Ace's legacy, Robin was far from being impulsive. Standing before Seeb, Robin was surprisingly taller by nearly half a head. "Law, I have something to ask you." Law rested his long sword on his shoulder and sat down nonchalantly. "Ah, I understand. After the Dark King Rayleigh found the Straw Hat captain, I had already departed. There is nothing more to discuss. If you truly wish to know, it would be better to ask him. However, you, Nico Robin, intrigue me as well. Why are you allied with the Revolutionary Army?" Suddenly, Krell appeared from the side and remarked seriously, "Does Robin need to clarify her association with us to a pirate like you? Trafalgar Law, there has been little good said about you in recent reports. Among the most talked about supernovas, aside from Capone Beach and Eustace Kidd, you were also among them." Law never felt the need to explain himself nor to justify his actions. Krell pouted, "It's truly remarkable that Sabo allowed such a nefarious pirate aboard our ship." Unfazed, Law replied, "Compared to the flames of war ignited by the Revolutionary Army across various nations, my actions at sea seem rather insignificant. Wouldn't you agree? It is said that just days ago, the Revolutionary Army captured the kingdom of Norcaras in the North Sea. I wonder how many lives were lost this time?" Krell countered sharply, "Norcaras engaged in arms trading on the black market, plagued by internal strife and continuous warfare, causing immense suffering for the local populace. Law interjected, "So, the Revolutionary Army takes advantage of the chaos to direct their firepower at the kingdom of Norcaris?" With his eyes still closed, Law calmly asserted, "The rise of one power inevitably accompanies the fall of another. The flames of war will always, inadvertently, consume the innocent. This is unavoidable. Without the black market arms trade, from where would nations procure weapons to wage war? Is it not true that the Revolutionary Army, driven by their disdain for the extreme measures of the world government, has gathered like-minded allies from across the globe? My question is, have you perhaps missed the crux of the matter?" Claire was in a fit of anger. Suddenly, Xi Bei approached calmly and said, "Claire, cease your protests. The Revolutionary Army is not merely an individual. There is no need for you to justify yourself. We cannot deny that our endeavors inadvertently involve certain unrelated individuals. As Trafalgar Law aptly stated, this is an unavoidable consequence. If we are to eradicate large-scale warfare among nations, we must delve into the black market to trace the origins of weapons. The Revolutionary Army has long recognized this necessity, and we are already gathering valuable intelligence." Law was taken aback, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Xi Bei. Xi Bei was indeed left in a cold sweat, utterly astonished. In the shadowy realm of arms dealing, the only individual known to him is the notorious warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Trafalgar Law aims to dismantle da Flamingo's empire completely, cunningly steering the conversation towards the origins of weaponry. This maneuver will enable the Revolutionary Army to swiftly trace the matter back to da Flamingo, a scenario that Law most desires. Unbeknownst to him, a spark has been ignited, and Xi Bei has gained valuable insight. It is no wonder many deem Law a master tactician. He truly lives up to the reputation. Xi Bei secretly gave Luo a thumbs up. Luo noticed Xi Bei's subtle gesture and furrowed his brow. Xi Bei suddenly moved closer to Robin, standing by her side, and said, "Robin, are you not concerned about Luffy?" "Indeed, it is only natural to worry, especially considering that he has fallen into the hands of the 7 warlords. Moreover, I must inform you that Sanji is currently with a certain officer of the Revolutionary Army. Given your current connections with the Revolutionary Army, it should not be difficult for you to meet Sanji. However, if I were in your position, I would certainly prioritize finding a way to rescue Luffy." Although Xi Bei's voice was barely audible, it resonated with everyone present. So, is Luffy truly in the grasp of the 7 warlords? Indeed, in a certain sense. Luffy is under the influence of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords. However, he is in no peril whatsoever. Of course, Xi Bei did not explicitly clarify Luffy's situation. Yet his words, when heard by Xi Bei and Robin, took on a different flavor, as if Luffy had genuinely been captured. Xi Bei intends to cultivate an atmosphere reminiscent of Luffy's perilous predicaments, seizing the opportunity to expose the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew. Given the tumultuous evolution of the One Piece narrative, Xi Bei finds no further necessity to uphold the script. Instead, he aims to stir the waters of the New World. Within this murky expanse, the Straw Hat Pirates must inevitably play their part, for they are, after all, the original protagonists. Xi Bei does not expect the Straw Hat Pirates to adhere to the script he has devised. However, with their inclusion in the vast ocean, it is bound to become significantly more intriguing. Xi Bei's intention is quite straightforward. He wishes to witness a real-life spectacle of chaos and revelry, candidly desiring a world filled with disorder. Xi Bei, troubled by his concern, has grown weary of questioning the veracity of Xi Bei's claims and instead inquires directly. Luffy has fallen into the hands of the warlords of the sea. What transpired? Law slowly rises, his expression somewhat peculiar. Xi Bei spoke earnestly, stating, "What transpired is something you must inquire about with Luffy himself. He's on Amazon Lily. And as for whom you should seek, I trust you are already quite aware." That was the extent of Xi Bei's knowledge. Robin's trust in Xi Bei began to wane. She turned her gaze towards Trafalgar Law, seeking confirmation. Law neither aided Xi Bei in creating an atmosphere nor undermined him. With his sword slung over his shoulder, he silently made his way towards the stern of the ship. Suddenly, he halted, turning to look at Xi Bei, and with a weighty tone remarked, "The fact that I am teaming up with you is nothing short of a calamity." This sentiment undoubtedly reflected Law's true feelings at that moment. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment, "Behold, I have casually divulged such a significant piece of information to you all." Law is already incensed. As you are aware, Hancock, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the reigning empress of Amazon Lily, possesses formidable strength. Although I am inclined to assist Luffy in light of Ace's legacy, I find myself powerless to do so. Robin, biting her finger in contemplation, remarked, "It is indeed perplexing." The newspaper clearly stated that Luffy was with Rayleigh. How did he suddenly fall into the hands of the warlords? I cannot fathom how the 7 warlords could possibly wrest Luffy from Rayleigh. At present, Robin and Sabo are confronted with a significant blind spot. They remain oblivious to the nature of Hancock's relationship with Luffy, and they are further unaware that Luffy willingly chose to remain on Amazon Lily to hone his skills. Xi Bei, aware of Robin's skepticism, shrugged and remarked, "If you do not believe me, why not inquire with Hancock? Then you shall discover whether Luffy is on Amazon Lily." A smirk crossed Xi Bei's face as he suddenly found the world to be exceedingly amusing. Robin recalled another piece of information that Xi Bei had previously mentioned concerning Sanji. "Did you just say that Sanji is with a cadre of the Revolutionary Army?" Zaibe's expression was peculiar. The island of Peach, the kingdom of Kamabaka, a paradise for transgenders. Robin, astonished, inquired, "Ivankov?" At that moment, Law's voice resonated from a distance. "Cloaked one, the person you seek has appeared." From Law's tone, it was evident that Blackbeard had made his entrance. Xi Bei hurried to Luo's side and noticed, not far from the coastline, a colossal pirate ship anchored. The pirate flag depicted a skull and crossbones, reminiscent of a spider. In Xi Bei's recollection, he had never encountered the flag of the Blackbeard pirates, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this skull insignia seemed rather lackluster, a discordant sight when compared to Blackbeard himself. At that moment, Sabo joined them and peered through a telescope. It was the ship of Squard. Xi Bei found the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. At this juncture, Robin interjected to elucidate. Squard is the captain of an independent pirate crew under the banner of Whitebeard. During the onset of the Paramount War, he fell victim to Akainu's insidious machinations, feeling a deep sense of shame towards Whitebeard. After attending the funerals of both Whitebeard and Ace, he bid farewell to the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. In a quest for redemption, he has been relentlessly pursuing Blackbeard, seeking vengeance for Whitebeard and Ace. Upon hearing this, Xi Bei's memory was jogged. It was no wonder that the pirate ship's flag bore such a resemblance to a spider. It was indeed Squard's vessel. Known by the moniker Great Whirlwind Spider, Squard was a member of the Whitebeard pirates. During the Paramount War, he had been deceived into stabbing Whitebeard, afterwards weeping inconsolably. Following the war, Squard vanished without a trace, and no one knew his whereabouts. He was, in fact, in pursuit of Blackbeard. Given Squard's strength, should he encounter Blackbeard, it would likely lead to his demise. One might even argue that Squard was actively courting death, in front of the entire world. He had betrayed the person he revered most, rendering himself unworthy of existence. The thought of taking his own life to atone for his sins would be too cowardly for him. Thus, fully aware of his inability to defeat Blackbeard, he continued to chase after him. Even if he were ultimately defeated by Blackbeard, it would fulfill his desires. Now, Squard's ship was in the hands of Blackbeard, a clear indication that Squard's fate had reached its conclusion. Xi Bei inquired, "Is Blackbeard aboard the ship?" Sabo, lowering his telescope, shook his head and replied, "I have not spotted Blackbeard. However, I have detected the presence of Shiryu, the chief warden of Impel Down. Currently, he is the sole occupant of the ship, presumably tasked with guarding the pirate vessel. We must remain vigilant, for Shiryu has already sensed our presence." After a brief pause, Sabo instructed, "Hark, gradually steer the ship close." Xi Bei hurriedly inquired, "Where might Blackbeard be?" Saab turned to the side, approaching the edge of the ship, gazing at the battlefield of Punk Hazard. "Is that even a question?" he replied. "He must have landed on the island. Blackbeard, notorious for causing chaos during the Marineford War. Would he dare to scheme amidst the clash of admirals as well? What on earth does this fellow intend to achieve?" Xi Bei is currently disinclined to ponder over Blackbeard. Sabo, take a closer look. Is there anyone else aboard that pirate ship besides Shiryu? Sabo handed the telescope to Xi Bei, allowing him to observe for himself. Xi Bei focused intently and discerned a burly man wearing a military cap and holding a cigar in his mouth, squinting as he locked eyes with her across the distance of several miles. Although Xi Bei lacked binoculars and could not clearly perceive the activities aboard the pirate ship, the man, with his remarkable eyesight, could see her distinctly. How enviable it is to possess such keen vision, Xi Bei mused. Yet, aside from Shiryu, there appeared to be no one else aboard the pirate vessel. Xi Bei was filled with confusion. Hadn't Bonnie been captured by Blackbeard? Where was she now? Had she been taken to the island? It was certainly a possibility, but dwelling on it was futile. The fishman Haku was already maneuvering the ship as helm. guiding them slowly towards Shiryu of the Ring. At that moment, Xi Bei contemplated that since Blackbeard was not aboard, a confrontation might be unlikely. As the two ships drew within mere tens of meters of each other, Shiryu suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and spoke in a grave tone. "Do not approach any closer. I may lose control." Haki relinquished the helm and furled the sails. Sabo stood at the bow, locking eyes with Shiryu. Shiryu exhibited a tendency to draw his blade, grinning wickedly as he remarked, "Look who has graced us with their presence. Isn't this the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? Quite the rare visitor. I wonder if your sudden arrival bears any counsel for us." Sabo, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Indeed. I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss with Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. If you have a moment, I would appreciate your guidance." Shiryu narrowed his eyes, gripping the sword hilt. "What if I say I have no time?" Sabo stepped forward, his fingers curling into a claw-like shape, his haki hardening. A smile broke across his face, revealing a row of pristine teeth. "Then I shall simply have to carve out some time for you." Shiryu's expression turned icy, a glimmer of menace flashing in his gaze. He was unfazed by Sabo's threat. He gently unsheathed his sword while sneering, "Truly befitting of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. How arrogant you are. It seems I must take care of that scoundrel Teach's mess this time." From the stances of both Shiryu and Sabo, it was evident that an intense battle was inevitable. Just as Xi Bei anticipated an imminent clash, Shiryu unexpectedly sheathed his sword, then reached to pinch the cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth. He exhaled a large cloud of smoke and pointed towards the shore, saying, "Teach entered Punk Hazard from that direction. As for the exact location, you will have to find it on your own." Why had Shiryu suddenly become so nonchalant? Xi Bei found himself in a state of bewilderment, and Sabo was equally perplexed. At that moment, Shiryu interjected, stating, "I have been entrusted with certain responsibilities that require me to remain on the ship, thus I cannot guide you. You are free to proceed as you wish. Besides, I have no desire to attract the Navy's attention at this time. If you seek trouble, feel free to confront Teach. That scoundrel will likely not be easily overpowered by the likes of you. Allow me to offer a word of caution. He is accompanied by 2 others. Oh, my mistake. 2 rascals. Exercise caution." The thought of 2 individuals accompanying Blackbeard left Sabo contemplating whether to directly confront him on the island or to incapacitate Shiryu first. After careful consideration, Sabo resolved to spare Shiryu, recognizing that engaging him would be an unnecessary expenditure of effort. Should a commotion arise, reaching Blackbeard would become exceedingly complicated. Sabo's intention was to avoid disrupting the Admiral's duel while simultaneously dealing with Blackbeard. He released his haki and signaled to Hack to approach the shore. Shiryu remarked, "A wise decision." As the Revolutionary Army ship docked, Xi Bei was determined to accompany them ashore. However, just as Xi Bei set foot on the island, a thunderous sound erupted from the pirate ship that Shiryu occupied. It sounded as if someone was battering the door. Bang, bang, bang. It echoed 7 or 8 times. Following that, a woman's voice erupted in fury, declaring, "You bastard. I will surely slay you." Xi Bei suddenly came to a halt, then exchanged a glance with Dadi. Dadi nodded gently. Xi Bei called out, "Law." With a look of disdain, Law seemed to find the situation quite bothersome. However, having allied with Xi Bei, he felt compelled to assist, no matter how inconvenient it may be. He opened his palm, facing downward, and softly uttered, "Room." Simultaneously, Xi Bei and Law materialized on the pirate ship occupied by Shiryu. Dadi remained on the shore, poised for a sniper shot. Noticing this, Sabo inquired, "What is going on?" Robin interjected, "It seems there are people on that pirate ship." Sabo, still perplexed, questioned why it mattered if there were individuals aboard the ship. Wasn't that rather commonplace? Why had Law suddenly activated his powers and brought Xi Bei before Shiryu? Ignorant of the circumstances, Sabo was utterly baffled. Confronting Shiryu directly was evidently unwise. Dadi, focused intently on aiming at Shiryu, refrained from elaborating. Unable to comprehend the situation, Sabo took the initiative to ask, "Dadi, what is happening with those 2? Dadi, fully engrossed in his sniper duties, merely replied succinctly, "There are people on that ship whom we must rescue." Clearly, Sabo had also heard the earlier crash and the sounds of fury. He turned and shouted, "Robin." Understanding immediately, Robin crossed her arms and declared, "Flowerfield flourish." With the activation of Robin's powers, a multitude of delicate white hands suddenly emerged from the ground, forming an intricate ladder that connected the shore to the pirate ship. Sabo dashed up this ladder of hands, reaching Xi Bei in no time. Clar stood beside Robin, shouting, Xi Bei, don't act recklessly. He hopped in frustration. Does he not realize our precarious situation? Robin, withdrawing her powers, smiled gently and remarked, Indeed. It's possible we might be obliterated by the Navy before we even locate Blackbeard. Sister Robin, why must you speak such ominous words? Robin continued, her smile unwavering. What can we expect when Xi Bei and Luffy are brothers? They both tend to act without much thought. At this point, Xi Bei cannot hear us. We might as well watch from here. Clar, don't forget to have a good chat with Xi Bei once we leave Punk Hazard. Clar nodded emphatically. The fishman Hachi swallowed hard, feeling apprehensive. While conversing with Clar, Robin was not idle. When she had previously utilized her powers to send Xi Bei onto the pirate ship, she had discreetly left a hand in the corner of the ship, allowing her to hear everything that was said on board with crystal. I have already informed you of Blackbeard's landing direction, haven't I? What do you mean by that? This statement was made by Shiryu, his tone flat and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xi Bei pointed to a room in the far corner, from which the sound of a door being struck emanated. May I enter and take a look? I inquired. Suddenly, Shiryu drew his blade and, without any warning, slashed at Xi Bei. Xi Bei instinctively leaped backwards. Shiryu, with a swift flick of his long blade, pointed the tip toward the ground and cast a cold gaze upon Xi Bei, uttering, From where have you emerged? I have no interest in a little brat like you. If you wish to fight, let the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army come forth. I have pent-up frustration towards Teach that needs an outlet, and it seems I can derive some amusement from you lot. To describe Shiryu, the warden of the city's prison, in 2 words would suffice, bloodthirsty. As the chief warden of the underwater prison, his prowess is on par with that of Magellan, the prison's director. It is precisely due to Shiryu's penchant for bloodshed that he found himself confined within the very cells he oversees. If Xi Bei recalls correctly, Shiryu was sentenced to death with a stay of execution. In any case, he is a violent criminal of the highest order, one who takes pleasure in murder. The level of danger he poses is exceedingly high. Among the entire Blackbeard pirates crew, it is Shiryu who left an indelible impression on Xi Bei, likely due to his affinity for blades. Xi Bei has often speculated that Shiryu would inevitably become Zoro's adversary, thus unconsciously paying closer attention to him. Xi Bei has long been aware of this individual's volatile temperament and flawed character, not to mention his extreme tendencies. What could possibly be running through Blackbeard's mind to leave such a perilous individual in charge of guarding Bonnie? What if this person, in a fit of rage, loses control and inadvertently harms Bonnie? Xi Bei can no longer allow Bonnie to remain with this bloodthirsty psychopath. Luo, I implore you. Luo, wielding a knife, slowly advanced towards the corner. Shiryu would certainly not stand idly by as Luo approached the room. He brandished his long knife, dragging it across the deck with deliberate slowness. He took 2 measured steps forward, then with a deft flick of his wrist, he elevated the blade's tip and unleashed a sweeping strike aimed at Luo. Xi Bei enveloped himself with armament haki, swiftly deflecting the attack. Simultaneously, Daddy aimed his gun at Shiryu, but regrettably missed his mark. At this moment, Law had finally reached the corner, where a circular barrier emanated from his form, and then he vanished into thin air. Xi Bei understood that Law had utilized his spatial movement ability to traverse to the other side of the door. He believed that inside the room, Bonnie had also caught sight of Law. Their next objective was to escort Bonnie away from the ship. However, Shiryu would undoubtedly not permit their escape so easily. Xi Bei first placed his little finger in his mouth, then in a flash, appeared behind Shi Lu. Shi Lu lazily turned his eyes, glancing at Xi Bei with a dismissive attitude. This Shi Lu was truly arrogant, despite Xi Bei manifesting in the form of a giant behind him. He did not even bother to turn his head. However, it mattered little, for Shi Lu's excessive underestimation of Xi Bei afforded him a splendid opportunity to strike. Xi Bei grasped Shiryu firmly in his hand. Shiryu glanced around and calmly remarked, Am I mistaken? You've grown to such an impressive size? This vessel cannot accommodate you. Might I kindly request you to descend? Or perhaps, shall I carve you into morsels? Certainly, if you possess the capability, Xi Bei retorted, suddenly channeling his strength, exclaiming, Hellhound. This marked Xi Bei's inaugural attempt to invoke memory-based transformation magic while in his giant form. Upon transforming into a giant, both his strength and resilience experienced a remarkable enhancement. However, he remained uncertain whether the replicated abilities in this colossal state would receive an augmentation due to his size. If such an enhancement were indeed present, his offensive power could potentially multiply by several or even dozens of times compared to his normal state. Presently, molten lava surged within the palm of Xi Bei. radiating a vivid crimson hue. Xi Bei can still feel Shilio resting within the palm of his hand. Xi Bei's greatest fear is to suffer a downfall in the most unexpected circumstances. He has no intention of allowing Shilio even a moment of regret. To preempt any chance of retaliation from Shilio, Xi Bei unleashed his ultimate technique. Hellhound. Hellhound. Frozen moment. Xi Bei took a moment to catch his breath, then stomped his foot and shouted, Hellhound. 30 million volts of lightning. Gas spray gun. Hellhound. Xi Bei combat technique. Headbutt. Finally, Xi Bei assumed a throwing posture and exclaimed, Fire fist. A blazing inferno erupted from the palm of his hand, soaring through the air in a crescent arc. Destined for the heart of Punk Hazard. More precisely, it aimed to land amidst the battleground of Akainu and Aokiji, on a mountaintop of the island of Punk Hazard. Blackbeard sat perched on a precipice, holding a silver-gray bottle, surrounded by fissures of magma and oppressive heat. Even without his coat, he felt no respite from the sweltering climate. Wishing he could shed his very skin, the mountain loomed high, affording him a clear view of the clash between the two admirals. In summary, despite the heat, it was an exquisite vantage point. We have arrived at just the right moment. Behold, regardless of who emerges victorious in this duel, a grand gift awaits from me. Blackbeard proclaimed. Behind him stood two others, Champion Basis and Supersonic Van Oka. Of course, the Blackbeard pirates were not limited to these few individuals. However, the colossal warships and figures like the Regent were too massive, having already overwhelmed two pirate ships, making it impractical to bring them all to Punk Hazard. Moreover, Blackbeard was not there to instigate trouble. He sought to remain inconspicuous. Had he brought the enormous ship, the San Juan Wolf, its sheer size would surely distract Aokiji and Akainu from their battle. Blackbeard had commandeered Squard's pirate ship, making a considerable effort to reach Punk Hazard. Was it merely to join the fray and witness the unfolding events? Certainly not. Following the Marineford War, Blackbeard had been hunting devil fruit users across the seas, intent on seizing their powers, much like he had inexplicably stripped Whitebeard of his abilities during the war. Fruit deprivation is Blackbeard's unique power. No one understands how he achieves it, but one fact is indisputable. Any devil fruit user who falls into his grasp meets a grim fate. Given that Blackbeard's interest lies in the theft of powers, what could be more alluring than the devil fruits possessed by the Marine Admirals? Indeed, Blackbeard, having already capitalized on the chaos of the Marineford War, sought further profit from the Marine Admirals. His cunning and treachery enable him to extract maximum benefit even in the most perilous situations. Blackbeard embodies the true essence of piracy. He does not espouse justice or indulge in idle dreams, but rather employs any means necessary to achieve his ends. This is his unwavering approach. Bosch exclaimed, Captain, you are magnificent. Whoever emerges victorious shall become the new Marine Admiral. Let us present Bonnie as a greeting gift to the new Admiral, and then strip the powers from another vanquished foe. Whether it be Akainu's magma or Aokiji's ice, both are formidable. Might the captain grant me this opportunity? Patience, my friend. I have no wish to conduct such dealings in the presence of Sengoku and Garp, replied Van Oka, nodding solemnly. Opportunities will always arise. Ha ha ha. This world is exceedingly generous to me. After all, it has allowed me to encounter Jewelry Bonnie once more. I shall wait with the utmost patience, for it is a virtue I possess in abundance. Bosch shouted, raising his arms in jubilation. At that moment, Van Oka seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze. As the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, his vision was remarkable, enhanced further by a monocle fitted over his right eye. Even a sparrow several kilometers away was within his sight. Now, he distinctly observed a fireball soaring toward their location. Squinting, he reported calmly, Captain, I see Shiryu. Blackbeard, unfazed, inquired, Oh, what is he doing? I do not know. I merely see him approaching rapidly. Blackbeard raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Approaching rapidly? Van Oka maintained his stoic demeanor. Captain, I am not jesting. Shiryu is indeed flying toward us. No sooner had he spoken than a fiery streak, akin to a meteor, plummeted from the heavens, crashing precisely between Aokiji and Akainu. A thunderous roar echoed, sending dust swirling into the air. Both Aokiji and Akainu, caught in the fray, were momentarily bewildered, glancing skyward in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired or the origin of the fireball. Blackbeard sprang to his feet, fixated on the fireball, scrutinizing it for an extended period. As the dust settled, it revealed Shiryu sprawled on the ground, chest heaving, yet still alive. Blackbeard, in disbelief, turned to Van Oka, who nodded impassively, overwhelmed with frustration. Blackbeard clutched his head and exclaimed, "That scoundrel Shiryu? Did I not instruct him to remain aboard? Now he has arrived here. What of Jewelry Bonnie's escape? What on earth is he thinking, charging into the midst of the Marines?" Van Oka offered an explanation. "I do not believe he came here of his own volition." Yet, it was Van Oka who discerned the dire predicament of Shiryu with a mere glance. He surmised that Shiryu found himself in an inescapable situation, despite his bloodthirsty nature. It was inconceivable that he would recklessly confront Akainu and Akiji. Shiryu was not so foolish. Moreover, the smoke emanating from his body and the whites of his eyes clearly indicated that he had been thoroughly beaten and discarded. Bosch's suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, that scoundrel has truly been battered." Blackbeard, clutching his head, shouted, "Has Bonnie escaped?" Surprisingly, Blackbeard seemed more concerned about Bonnie's whereabouts than Shiryu's safety. Given Shiryu's current state and his presence before two admirals, the outcome was all but predetermined. More importantly, Akiji and Akainu were momentarily distracted by Shiryu's unexpected appearance. Halting their confrontation, Van Oka analyzed, "I do not believe that Jewelry Bonnie possesses the strength to resist Shiryu." Blackbeard, sweating profusely, conceded, "That is true." Bosch's continued to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. He truly deserves it." Van Oka disregarded Bosch's mirth and continued, "Captain, the pirate ship we docked along the coastline must have been discovered by others. Shiryu clashed with them and, due to his inferior strength, was thrown here. There are few individuals in the vicinity capable of inflicting harm upon Shiryu. It would be prudent for us to return and assess the situation," with the confrontation interrupted. "The Navy is likely to come knocking." Bosch suddenly asked, "What about Shiryu?" Then Oka replied expressionlessly, "Everything is fate." Blackbeard turned to descend the mountain, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha ha. It is still too early for a clash with the Navy. Men, the plan has changed. Let us depart. I am quite eager to discover who reduced Shiryu to such a state. The Navy will surely transport him back to impel down. Oh, and inform Lafitte to wait along the way." Then Oka, silent, retrieved a milky white mini-snail from his pocket. Bosch complained, "Hey, Captain, what about my devil fruit?" "Forget about Kazan and Sakazuki. I have received intriguing news that Ace's Mera Mera no Mi has been located by those fellows from the Dark World. The natural type devil fruit ability of the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard is not inferior to that of an admiral. We could devise a plan to seize it upon our return. What do you think? Interested?" Bosch raised his arm. "Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid." After notifying Lafitte through the snail, Van Oka added, "Everything is fate. Law, you rascal, why are you here?" Bonnie was confined in a storeroom, her wrists shackled with cuffs made of sea stone. Despite feeling utterly drained, her movements were not entirely restricted. If she hadn't exerted every ounce of her strength to slam against the door and utter a few curses, it's likely that Sabaody would remain oblivious to her presence aboard the ship. As she caught her breath and prepared to resume her assault on the door, Law suddenly materialized before her. She was perplexed. How could Law be aboard Blackbeard's pirate ship? Unbeknownst to her, Law had already allied with Sabaody, and she was unaware that Sabaody was just outside the door. However, upon hearing the sounds of battle from outside, she realized that Law was not alone. Bonnie regarded all pirates as rivals, especially the other supernovas of her generation. Both she and Law were infamously dubbed the 11 of the worst generation, equally notorious. And given Law's recent behavior, Bonnie did not believe he would altruistically take the risk to rescue her. In her eyes, there was little distinction between being captured by Blackbeard or by Law. "Damn it," she cursed, then weakly kicked at Law. He effortlessly seized her foot, saying, "Bonnie, calm down. Unless you wish to remain shackled like this indefinitely, why not consider a temporary truce? It wouldn't be detrimental to you, would it? A temporary truce?" In her current state, Bonnie was completely at the mercy of others. Was Law actually proposing a ceasefire at such a moment? She found it utterly incomprehensible what was going through his mind. Yet, if Law truly intended to negotiate, Bonnie would gladly acquiesce, as she had no standing to lay down terms. "What exactly do you want?" Law crouched down, a sly smile playing on his lips. "I am quite intrigued by the secrets residing within your mind." Bonnie felt a cold sweat break out, biting her tongue in silence. Just then, Sabaody unexpectedly kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Upon seeing Sabaody, Bonnie's eyes widened in disbelief. Xi Bei rushed forward, seized Bonnie by the collar, and exclaimed in anger, "You mad woman, have you not wreaked enough havoc? How dare you stealthily sail away with the ship? Do you realize that Dottie and I were nearly stranded at sea? And now look where we are, captured by Blackbeard once again, and you continue to stir trouble. Bonnie turned her head away, muttering, "What business is it of yours?" Xi Bei was furious. "I was outside, engaged in a heated battle with others. And after finally driving my opponent away, you now dare to tell me not to interfere? Very well, if you wish for me to withdraw, I shall take my leave, leaving you here to face the wrath of Blackbeard upon his return. Tell me, are you afraid?" Bonnie buried her head and urged, "Just disappear quickly, and don't meddle in others' affairs." Xi Bei took a deep breath and then looked up. There stood Luo, leaning against the wall with a knife in hand, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the two. Xi Bei pinched Bonnie's face and whispered, "I will deal with you later." Instinctively resisting, Bonnie kicked Xi Bei and shouted, "Aren't you without a ship? How did you end up here, mingling with Trafalgar Law? You even said that if it weren't for Tracy, I would never have made it here. Now I understand why you opposed my contact with Tracy. Rest assured, her plans have fallen through, and it seems we shall have little to do with each other in the future. Law is now on our side. I have offended many along this journey and require his assistance." Suddenly, Law interjected, "When did I ever say we are on the same side? Our goals may align temporarily, but once this is over, I will still regard you as rivals. Don't ever forget that." Bonnie relented and softly exclaimed, "TCH. Hurry up and let me go. Didn't you tell me to mind my own business?" She furiously berated, "You bastard, just disappear already." At that moment, Sabo approached the door, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "Joey." Bonnie. Seeing Sabo, Bonnie seemed to be stirred. "Revolutionary Army? Hey, Xi Bei, what is going on? Why are the Revolutionary Army here? Don't tell me you've joined them. I won't let you off the hook if you have." Sabo quickly composed himself, dismissing the gravity of the situation. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us leave the ship first." He stepped forward and forcibly broke the sea stone handcuffs binding Bonnie's wrists, granting her freedom. Almost immediately, Bonnie turned on Sabo, attacking him. Sabo, however, seemed unsurprised, as if he had anticipated her reaction. He gently grasped her wrist, locking eyes with her for a prolonged moment before withdrawing from the storage room. "Why are you doing this, Bonnie?" Xi Bei inquired, expressing his confusion. Cursed Revolutionary Army. What could possibly fuel Bonnie's animosity towards Sabo? The only connection Xi Bei could surmise was their respective identities. Bonnie was not only a pirate, but also a princess of a fallen kingdom, while Sabo held the esteemed position of chief of staff within the Revolutionary Army. What, one might ask, is the mission of the Revolutionary Army? As previously articulated by Law, they approach matters from the perspective of the common people, employing the means of warfare to eradicate war itself, with the ultimate aim of winning the hearts of the populace and toppling the world government. Bonnie's homeland, once a vassal state of the world government, had suffered greatly after the heinous massacre of hostages by CP9's Rob Lucci. The morale of the military dwindled and the nation's power eroded, leading to several large-scale conflicts with neighboring countries. It is difficult to assert that the Revolutionary Army did not play a role in these events. Under the banner of overthrowing tyranny, the Revolutionary Army indeed garnered significant support, yet this movement also heralded the demise of royal families. As a princess of the Ohm Kingdom, Bonnie was precisely one of those royal members who had been extinguished. Thus, her sentiments towards both the world government and the Revolutionary Army were far from favorable. One could even say they were steeped in animosity. Xi Bei stepped outside and called out, "Sabo." Sabo did not turn around, exuding a sense of resignation, as if to say, "Ah, I understand." He muttered to himself, "The kingdom of Ohm? If it weren't for the world government's agents slaughtering the hostages, inflicting profound psychological trauma upon the kingdom of Ohm, the neighboring countries would not so readily have waged war. Without war, the Revolutionary Army would not have emerged, and thus, Bonnie would harbor no resentment towards them. Ultimately, the true instigator of all this chaos remains the world government. The role of the Revolutionary Army in this scenario is indeed fraught with dilemmas." Sabo sighed and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the deck of the pirate ship, causing the entire vessel to sway violently. Sabo was perilously close to the point of impact. Had he not taken those 2 steps forward, the figure would have surely landed upon him. Instinctively, Sabo turned to look back. At the same moment, the figure launched an elbow strike towards Sabo, exclaiming, "Unyielding ship, elbow strike." Sabo reacted with remarkable speed, countering with Dragon's Claw. Bang! The collision generated a powerful gust of wind, snapping the main mast of the pirate ship. At that moment, Sabo finally discerned the identity of the figure. It was Champion Bosch's. Bosch's laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Captain, I've caught a big fish." A voice echoed from the bow roar. Is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army stepping into the fray? Xi gazed in the direction indicated. Blackbeard. Due to the presence of Bonnie and Xi Bei, the atmosphere aboard the pirate ship had been somewhat awkward. The sudden appearance of Blackbeard instantly compressed everyone's emotions to a critical point. Xi finally beheld the true visage of Blackbeard, whose towering height of over 3 meters and sumo-like physique created an imposing presence at the bow of the ship, akin to a dark cloud looming over a city. This individual was adorned with numerous accessories, including 2 layers of necklaces and 10 rings, presenting an image of opulence at first glance. At this moment, Blackbeard remained unaware of the connection between Xi Bei and Ace, nor did he comprehend why the Revolutionary Army would audaciously seek confrontation with pirates, a behavior uncharacteristic of them. Nonetheless, since he was already there, Blackbeard had no qualms about keeping these individuals around. It seemed fortunate for Shirya to encounter you, he chuckled heartily. Blackbeard dismissed Xi Bei, mistakenly believing that Shirya had been sent flying by Xi Bei. He shifted his gaze from Xi Bei to Law, perplexed, and remarked, "Isn't this Trafalgar Law? Why are you with the Revolutionary Army? Hey, your recent exploits at sea have been quite to my liking, almost like a rabid dog." Law stood resolute, not daring to show any sign of weakness. It was evident that Blackbeard exerted considerable pressure on him. Behind Law stood Bonnie. Blackbeard grinned. "Ah, jewelry Bonnie. You've been saved again. Let me not carve you up this time." Bonnie was the type who thrived in battle, a quintessential warrior woman. She had suffered at Blackbeard's hands twice before and had been captured alive on 2 occasions. Had Xi Bei not arrived just in time, she likely would still be shackled in the storeroom. Now freshly liberated, she charged at Blackbeard with reckless abandon, embodying the age-old adage of enemies meeting with fierce intensity. Yet the harsh reality was that mere courage would not suffice to subdue Blackbeard. Bonnie's reckless advance was akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Xi Bei instinctively reached out, attempting to intercept Bonnie, but alas, he was a moment too late. Bonnie dashed from the storeroom door towards the bow of the ship, brushing past Xi Bei. "Wait, Jolie Bonnie!" Xi Bei exclaimed, seizing Bonnie. At that moment, Xi Bei and Basis were still locked in a fierce struggle, their elbows and claws tightly entangled. As Xi Bei grasped Bonnie with one hand, his focus inevitably wavered, granting Basis a prime opportunity to strike. Basis, clad in iron armor on his right arm, flexed his muscles and charged at Xi Bei with a powerful blow, shouting, "Dynamic elbow strike." With an expressionless visage, Xi Bei summoned his strength, shattering the iron armor on Basis's arm. Simultaneously, the shockwave from Basis's elbow strike propelled Bonnie back to Xi Bei's side. With Bonnie no longer hindering him, Xi Bei could finally unleash his full power. His hands hardened with hockey, he bent low and struck the deck. Dragon's breath. Centering himself, the entire pirate ship began to fracture and collapse. Basis fell through the crevices into the sea. Law swiftly grasped Xi Bei and Bonnie, erecting a barrier. Room. The 3 vanished from the pirate ship, reappearing on the shores of Punk Hazard. Blackbeard, having lost his footing, tumbled directly into the water. "Captain!" Basis shouted as he swam towards Blackbeard, who floundered on the surface. "Damn it! This is the 3rd ship." Just as the words left his lips, Blackbeard began to sink, bubbles rising from the surface. Basis swiftly reached Blackbeard, hoisting him above the waves and forcefully tossing him ashore. As the helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates and a master of physical arts, his strength was formidable. With a mighty heave, he sent Blackbeard crashing onto the land. Blackbeard rolled several times upon hitting the ground, finally coming to a halt against a massive rock, which had been scorched red by molten lava, exuding unbearable heat. The moment he leaned against the rock, smoke began to rise from his body. "Ouch! It's so hot!" Blackbeard bellowed, rolling on the ground once more. Basis emerged from the water, inquiring, "Captain, are you all right? You idiot! Couldn't you aim better before throwing?" Blackbeard retorted, rising to his feet, drenched in sweat. "Truly, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army is no simple foe. You nearly cooked me alive. I must be more cautious from now on." Logically speaking, Blackbeard's encounter with the burning rock bears no direct relation to the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, Xi Bei ascended from the shattered deck, charging straight towards Blackbeard. However, before Xi Bei could close the distance, the sudden crack of a gunshot rang out from the treetop along the shore, sending a bullet hurtling towards him. As Xi Bei was suspended in midair, he had no choice but to lower his head, narrowly evading the first shot. Alarmingly, just as he ducked, another gunshot echoed, leaving Xi Bei unable to dodge this time. Simultaneously, Dottie aimed at Xi Bei's trajectory and fired a shot, causing the two bullets to collide and cancel each other out, leaving Xi Bei unharmed. Dottie, having heard the initial gunshot, deduced the enemy's position, and upon the second shot, he calculated the bullet's path based on its speed and the resistance of the wind, allowing him to intercept the incoming projectile. His reputation as a sharpshooter stems not solely from his marksmanship. On the treetop, Van Oka swiftly discerned Dottie's location upon hearing the gunfire. He adjusted his aim towards Dottie, who was simultaneously targeting him through his scope. They both fired at once, resulting in another collision of bullets and subsequent neutralization. Van Oka lowered his weapon and leapt down from the treetop. Anticipating Van Oka's landing spot, Dottie fired a third shot, but it missed. It turned out that Van Oka, having heard Dottie's gunshot, employed years of sniping experience to realize his landing point had been predicted, instead of touching down. He grasped a branch and dangled from the tree. Blackbeard turned his head and asked, "Hey, what is going on?" Van Oka released his grip and landed softly, nodding slightly as he replied, "In other words, this is a clash of fates." Dottie reloaded his gun and muttered, "Tisich, I've encountered quite the formidable opponent." Robin, Clara, and the fishman Hark had been hiding behind the rocks, and once the gunfire subsided, Robin cautiously peeked towards the coastline a kilometer away, pondering, "Is that the supersonic Van Oka? Dottie, you must be careful. That man is not only a marksman but also excels in rapid-fire techniques." "Ah, I already knew that." "Did you need to tell me, you fool?" Dottie retorted, a bullet clenched between his teeth. "Don't carelessly expose yourselves. I cannot guarantee your safety from his gun." Robin retreated back behind the rock. Rakel and the fishman Hark simultaneously inquired, "Have you seen Xi Bei?" Following that, Rakel pressed, "Sister Robin, is Xi Bei all right?" "He seems to still be alive," Robin replied with a hint of uncertainty. Rakel's expression darkened at the ambiguous response. Rakel could no longer contain herself and emerged from behind the rocks. It was only when she saw Xi Bei safely ashore that she exhaled a long breath of relief. However, before she could complete her sigh, gunfire erupted from across the way. The bullet hurtled directly towards her forehead. Rakel was momentarily bewildered, unable to react. In an instant, the merman Hark flashed forward, enveloping Rakel in his embrace. The bullet struck Hark's back. Rakel gasped, "Hark!" Dottie, witnessing this scene, readied his weapon. Meanwhile, Xi Bei was consumed by fury at the sight of Hark being shot. The situation spiraled out of control. Seizing the opportunity, Bonnie inched closer to Blackbeard. By the time Sib recovered from his shock, Bonnie had already dashed to confront Blackbeard. Enraged by Hark's injury, Xi Bei launched a side attack, aiming to bypass Blackbeard and head straight for Van Oka. Dottie took aim, targeting Van Oka. With Dottie providing cover, Robin peeked out from behind the rocks, arms crossed. Vibrant blossoms, colossal tree. Countless hands erupted from the ground behind Blackbeard, converging to form two enormous hands akin to those of giants. Poised to strike, Blackbeard now found himself besieged on all fronts. Yet, his expression betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, he wore an ominous smile, clenched his fist, and adopted a hoarse stance. Delivering a punch into the air behind him, the atmosphere around him began to shatter like glass, visibly fracturing. The colossal hands conjured by Robin's ability resembled patterns drawn on glass, and as the air continued to crack, the hands began to peel away, ultimately shattering entirely. This was the power of the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. No, it was the ability once possessed by Whitebeard, now claimed by Black. The air's fracturing persisted, threatening to unleash a tsunami at any moment. But the spectacle did not end there, as Blackbeard's right hand shattered the air. His left hand was equally active. His left palm was a deep, unfathomable black. He extended it, grasping at the void, and pulled Bonnie toward him. The moment Bonnie was seized by Blackbeard's left hand, she lost the advantage of her devil fruit powers, rendered temporarily as an ordinary person. She could do nothing but dangle helplessly in Blackbeard's grasp, her punches and kicks ineffective against his immovable form. Ultimately, Bonnie's desperate struggles began to wear on Blackbeard's patience. He lifted her and forcefully slammed her to the ground, blood trickling down from her head. At that moment, Xi Bei charged in from the side, shouting, "Dragon Claw!" Blackbeard's right hand exerted immense force, utterly shattering the air around him. The space behind him descended into chaos, and the coastline abruptly fractured, allowing magma to flow into the sea. Xi Bei was also thrown back by the shockwave. However, his exceptional agility prevented him from appearing too disheveled. From beginning to end, no one, including Xi Bei, could approach within 3 steps of Blackbeard, all utterly crushed by his overwhelming power. Blackbeard continued to swing his fist downwards towards Bonnie, who lay at his feet. Xi Bei rushed forward with great haste, eager to lend a hand, but alas, it was already too late. Xi Bei shouted anxiously. Bonnie quickly dodged. However, Bonnie lay motionless on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, staring wide-eyed as a fist came crashing down towards her. Suddenly, Luo unleashed a barrier, exclaiming, "Room." In that instant, the figures of Xi Bei and Bonnie were swapped. Bonnie had finally evaded danger. Yet, this time, it was Xi Bei's turn to be bewildered. Before Xi Bei could comprehend the situation, Blackbeard's fist struck him forcefully. The air around Xi Bei shattered into fragments. As for Xi Bei himself, he was propelled into the air, and in that moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Undoubtedly, Xi Bei had truly endured a punch from Blackbeard, and the weight of that blow was extraordinarily profound, an intensity he had never experienced before. It felt as though his very being had been torn asunder. "Are you all right, Cloakmaster?" As Xi Bei was about to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Luo furrowed his brow and said, "Blackbeard possesses the powers of two devil fruits, one of which is the formidable tremor fruit of Whitebeard, capable of effortlessly triggering tsunamis. It would be prudent for you to refrain from approaching him carelessly." Xi Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, a crimson testament to his pent-up fury. "Luo, you scoundrel, did you think I desired to draw? You ought to have informed me in advance about the change in position. I was caught completely off guard. Do you wish to bring about my demise?" Luo, visibly displeased, retorted, "I did give you a heads up." Xi Bei roared, "How could I not know? This is not the time for such discussions. Do not divert the topic." Blackbeard cradled a void of darkness in his left hand while his right hand was enveloped in a halo of milky light. "Ha ha ha, this is quite insufficient. Trafalgar Law, your devil fruit ability is remarkably useful. Don't you think it's a tad wasteful to keep it all to yourself? Hey, Basis, are you interested in the Nomi? Look, it's right here before us." Basis, having just crawled ashore, chuckled. He, Captain. I'll leave it to you." Blackbeard replied in a grave tone. "Very well, it's settled then. You insolent wretch, do not underestimate me." Suddenly, Xi Bei extended his hand and forcefully swiped across Law's blade, blood splattering forth. Transforming into a giant, Xi Bei's right hand also grasped a sphere of darkness, aimed at Blackbeard, and pulled him towards himself. Blackbeard's expression shifted slightly, his bewilderment evident. Wait a moment. What is happening?" Xi Bei sneered, "I can hardly wait." At that moment, Fan Ao Ka, positioned behind Blackbeard, aimed and suddenly fired at Xi Bei. Xi Bei, undeterred and unyielding, opened his mouth and seized the bullet. However, Fan Oka's sudden intervention ultimately liberated Blackbeard from Xi Bei's gravitational pull. Blackbeard fell to the ground, but swiftly rose, gazing up at Xi Bei with a look of sheer astonishment. It dawned upon him that the Fruit of Darkness was a power he had possessed from the very beginning, a devil fruit ability he had painstakingly studied and sought after. He had gone so far as to eliminate the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, severing ties with the crew and inciting the wrath of Ace, who now pursued him. No one understood this ability better than he did, nor was anyone more intimately acquainted with its potential. The inky darkness on Zyb's right hand, coupled with that familiar pull, left Blackbeard in no doubt that this was indeed the power of his own dark fruit. This posed a puzzling question. It is a well-established fact that no two individuals can possess the same devil fruit ability. Such a notion is indisputable. So, why then was Zybe able to wield the powers of the dark fruit? A cold sweat broke out on Blackbeard's forehead. Who exactly is this person? Suddenly, he turned to Sabo and inquired urgently, "Hey, is this guy also a comrade of yours in the Revolutionary Army?" Sabo replied nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Frustrated, Blackbeard pressed again. "What on earth is going on?" At that moment, Van Oka shouted from a distance, "Captain, the Navy is approaching." "The Navy? Who?" Van Oka adjusted the monocle perched on his right eye and began to enumerate Kizaru, Akainu, Sengoku, along with 2 vice-admirals. "And the former Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo and Boa Hancock are also here." Former Shichibukai Crocodile is coming from the west as well, likely drawn by the commotion here. "What should we do, Captain?" Blackbeard's eyes widened. These are formidable figures. Even for someone as arrogant as Blackbeard, he felt a genuine sense of trepidation. What could they do? They must flee. Without another word, Blackbeard abandoned Zybe and the others, sprinting away in the opposite direction. Bosch's chased after him, calling out, "Wait for me, Captain." Blackbeard shouted back, "Fool, don't stop. Run quickly. What about my fruit? We'll deal with that later." As he ran, he glanced back at Zybe. filled with suspicion. What's this fellow all about? A completely unfamiliar face. Ha ha ha, I truly wish to capture him for further study. Xi Bei followed closely, shouting, Blackbeard. Don't run. Lackle, carrying the fishman hack, burst forth from behind the rocks, calling out, Hey, Xi Bei, where are you going? Robin trailed behind, commenting, This is becoming a bit troublesome. Dottie jogged up to Zyb's side, and at that moment, Ro lifted his gaze to Zyb and asked, Cloak bearer, what are your plans moving forward? With a piercing glare, Xi Bei proclaimed, What more needs to be said? Pursue them. In the fringes of Punk Hazard, several groups emerged, each comprising extraordinary individuals of formidable strength. At this moment, they were engaged in a dramatic chase, a spectacle of relentless pursuit. Leading the charge was the Blackbeard pirates, with the Revolutionary Army and Xi Bei hot on their heels, refusing to relent. The naval forces followed closely behind, determined to capture the instigators of the interrupted conflict in one fell swoop. Xi Bei sprinted along the coastline, exclaiming, Xi Bei, Robin, quickly leap onto my back. Now a giant. Xi Bei effortlessly bore the weight of several individuals. Raquel, burdened by the injured fishman Huck, found it cumbersome to run, and as soon as Xi Bei's words left his lips, Raquel had already leapt onto Xi Bei's shoulders. Extending his hand, Xi Bei opened his palm, and without hesitation, Robin settled comfortably within it, while Xi Bei remained focused on his run. Xi Bei, the Navy is closing in on us, Robin shouted. The situation had become precarious, as the Navy's main force was now within Xi Bei's line of sight, pursuing them relentlessly. Xi Bei was troubled. Relentlessly chasing Blackbeard held little significance at this juncture. Shouldn't the priority be on how to escape? Xi Bei, not one to act recklessly in a fit of adrenaline, was a senior figure in the Revolutionary Army, understanding the broader picture far better than an ordinary individual. Why was he now fixated on a single pursuit? Raquel, perched on Xi Bei's shoulder, echoed, Xi Bei, cease the chase. At last, Xi Bei allowed himself to glance back. Hundreds of naval soldiers trailed behind them, among whom were numerous officers, several of them holding the rank of rear admiral, and even more of lower ranks. Fortunately, due to recent turmoil at Navy headquarters, the forces stationed at Punk Hazard were limited, with only 2 warships dispatched. The soldiers from these vessels had all come after them, indicating that there were likely few left aboard. Xi Bei's ship had been commandeered by the Navy, and Blackbeard's vessel was also incapacitated. For both Xi Bei and Blackbeard to escape, they would first need a ship. Currently, there was only one option available, and it was the optimal choice, the warships. If Xi Bei and the others continued along the coastline, they could locate a warship and depart Punk Hazard. Blackbeard likely had similar intentions, but the prerequisite was to first delay the pursuing naval soldiers. Xi Bei, can you hold them off? Xi Bei inquired. Initially puzzled, Robin gazed out at the vast ocean, as if suddenly comprehending Xi Bei's intent. 40 blossoms bloom. So, the leading naval soldiers each sprouted 2 additional arms, followed by a series of cracking sounds. These unfortunate souls found their necks easily twisted, with the first few falling victim to the surprise attack. However, the Navy soldiers, undeterred by fear, quickly regrouped. Xi Bei grinned, Excellent, let us proceed along this coastline. At that moment, Blackbeard and his crew, sprinting ahead, became aware of the chaos unfolding behind them. Captain, it seems the Revolutionary Army has also set their sights on the warships, Van Augur remarked. Blackbeard came to an abrupt halt. This was unacceptable. He relied on the Revolutionary Army to hold off the Navy. Xi Bei also noticed that Blackbeard had suddenly halted. He was uncertain of the trickery this fellow was planning. Instantly, Xi Bei became alert and instructed the others to hold tight. A group led by Robin seized Xi Bei's hair, while Bonnie remained motionless, gritting her teeth and glaring at Blackbeard, as if she were ready to charge at him at any moment. Naturally, Law also sensed Bonnie's unusual demeanor. Was Bonnie, the captain, not chastised enough? Bonnie, with a defiant twist of her mouth, retorted, Huh? What does that have to do with you? Law gently closed his eyes. That may be true. Do as you please. Just don't drag me into it. Bonnie was struck at her weak point. She was well aware that she was no match for Blackbeard. However, her fiery temperament, especially when her blood boiled, made her disregard the repercussions. To put it bluntly, she acted impulsively, fully cognizant that she could not defeat Blackbeard, yet still felt compelled to strike him a couple of blows to vent her frustration. Bonnie's animosity towards Blackbeard was not without cause. Before the fall of the Ohm Kingdom, it often faced turmoil from pirates, and Whitebeard had intervened on several occasions to aid the kingdom. From that moment, Bonnie held Whitebeard in high regard, considering him the kingdom's benefactor. After the kingdom's demise, Bonnie set sail and became a pirate, influenced by Whitebeard, aspiring to emulate him. However, the outbreak of the Marineford War led to Whitebeard's tragic demise and the loss of his powers. The root of all this calamity was none other than Blackbeard, a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. When Bonnie witnessed Whitebeard's death on the grand screen, her heart was torn asunder. She cried uncontrollably. Thus, she vowed to never let Blackbeard escape, especially after seeing him wield the powers of the Tremor fruit. The sensation was akin to swallowing a fly, utterly distressing. Yet, after several encounters with Blackbeard, she was acutely aware of her own impotence. Tears glistened on Bonnie's eyelashes. Damn it. Although Xi Bei remained vigilant towards Blackbeard, he also noticed that Bonnie's emotions were somewhat unstable. As he glanced over, he saw Bonnie with tears welling in her eyes, which startled him. Since their first encounter, Bonnie had left Xi Bei with the impression of being wild, uncouth, boisterous, and possessing an explosive temperament. Witnessing her on the verge of tears was indeed a rather unfamiliar sight for him. Just as Xi was about to tease Bonnie, Luo suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming." Before their eyes, Blackbeard emerged, shrouded in an ominous haze. The dark smoke swiftly extended from the ground, enveloping the area before Xi and the others. In no time, the ground was completely blanketed in the sinister fog. Xi Bei found himself standing upon a mass of black gas, akin to treading through a treacherous swamp. His colossal form began to sink gradually, submerging to the level of his knees. At this rate, within mere seconds, he would be utterly engulfed. However, this ominous black smoke did not single him out as its sole target. Even the naval forces at the rear were ensnared, one by one consumed by the dark vapor. The cries of alarm and anguish echoed through the air. A leader among them shouted, "This is Blackbeard's ability. Everyone, be cautious. Do not be drawn into these black fumes." "What on earth is this? Help me." One after another, the naval soldiers sank into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, at least 20 to 30 lives were lost. Neither Admiral Qingji nor Akainu was amidst those soldiers. The highest rank among the pursuing naval forces trailing behind Xi Bei and his companions was merely that of a rear admiral, while the rest were insignificant subordinates. Although these individuals were heralded as the elite among naval soldiers, they remained mere soldiers in the face of Blackbeard's power, unable to stir even a ripple. Those capable of evading the black smoke were at least of the rank of lieutenant. With the path now obstructed, none dared to recklessly charge forward. Xi Bei bellowed with a commanding voice, "Hold on tight." The individuals standing atop, Xi Bei grasped his hair firmly, their expressions grave and serious. Xi Bei plunged both hands into the inky black smoke, employing the same technique as Blackbeard. As his hands pressed down, an additional layer of black smoke emerged, expanding from Xi Bei's vicinity and enveloping Blackbeard's feet. Gradually, Blackbeard began to sink. "No, this is impossible," he exclaimed, hastily retracting his powers, causing the black smoke to dissipate. Almost immediately, a swirling vortex of darkness materialized behind Blackbeard, sending countless Navy soldiers spiraling away. These unfortunate souls had been previously ensnared within Blackbeard's black smoke, and now, with his powers withdrawn, they were released, though not in a state of wholeness. These ill-fated individuals had already met their demise. While Blackbeard had relinquished his powers, Xi Bei still maintained his, leaving the ground still shrouded in darkness. It was likely that Blackbeard had never anticipated being subdued by his own abilities. Xi seized the opportunity to exclaim, "Sabo!" The swirling black smoke resembled a black hole, capable of devouring all beings and objects. Blackbeard once employed this very technique to engulf an entire street. Within that inky haze lay a realm of its own, where all that was consumed would emerge once again in a state of utter devastation. This was a widespread area damage skill. However, this ability did not strip the user of their powers. Blackbeard's dark fruit ability necessitated physical contact with the user to effectively nullify their abilities. Thus, this black smoke could not truly subdue Blackbeard, who stands as the first dual power wielder in history, possessing not only the dark fruit but also the tremor fruit. Xi Bei cannot replicate two abilities simultaneously. At present, he has acquired the power of Blackbeard's dark fruit, momentarily ensnaring Blackbeard in a shroud of black smoke. However, Blackbeard could break free at any moment. Thus Xi Bei must place his hopes on Sabo, anticipating that Sabo will seize the chance to deal with Blackbeard. In truth, Sabo recognizes this as an opportune moment without Xi Bei needing to call out to him. Sabo carries a metal pipe, his weapon of choice. During his previous encounter with Bosch's, he refrained from employing it, as Bosch's did not warrant such seriousness. Yet Blackbeard is a different matter entirely. The strength of this man is well acknowledged. And even though Blackbeard is currently restrained, Xi Bei remains vigilant. He decisively brandishes his weapon, delivering a powerful strike aimed at subduing Blackbeard in one fell swoop. At this moment, Xi Bei's iron pipe is enveloped in armament hockey, rendering it indestructible. He targets Blackbeard's head and strikes with all his might. Captivated by the black smoke, Blackbeard finds himself unable to evade, merely able to watch as the battered steel pipe descends upon him. A rare expression of tension crosses Blackbeard's face. Missing 2 front teeth already, another blow from Xi Bei's pipe would likely cost him even more. Just then, Bosch shouts, "Captain, I'm coming to help you." He dashes in from the side, executing a shoulder charge against Xi Bei's weapon. Bosch, with his considerable strength, augmented by the momentum of his sprint, sends Xi Bei sprawling far away. Xi Bei, adjusting in midair, lands on a large tree but does not pause. Seizing the moment, he propels himself forward once more towards Blackbeard, nearly snapping the tree trunk beneath his feet. Simultaneously, Van Oka dashes 2 steps to the right, then halts suddenly, taking aim and firing rapidly at Xi Bei. Dottie, having kept a watchful eye on Van Oka, anticipates his move and fires a shot in counter, currently perched on Xi Bei's shoulder. Dottie is in a less than ideal sniping position. Had he been in a more advantageous spot, he could have quickly fired a second shot after neutralizing Van Oka's bullet. However, after Van Oka's lateral movement, he has effectively concealed himself from Dottie's line of sight. It appears that Van Oka has been cautious of Dottie all along. After firing, Dottie swiftly retracts his weapon and leaps down from Xi Bei's shoulder. Xi Bei suddenly exclaimed, "Dottie, do not descend." At that very moment, a dark tornado behind Blackbeard surged towards Dottie. Xi Bei reluctantly retracted the black smoke that had spread across the ground, simultaneously conjuring a black tornado. The 2 vortices collided, vanishing into thin air. Dottie landed safely. Van Oka had long anticipated Dottie's landing point. With a single gunshot, 2 bullets were unleashed. Dottie evaded the first bullet but was struck by the second in his left shoulder. Yet, he bore the pain with an air of indifference, drawing a flintlock pistol from beneath his coat. Just as he grasped the weapon, Van Oka fired again, causing Dottie's pistol to clatter to the ground. With an impassive nod, Van Oka remarked, "Indeed, this is your fate." The thief laughed heartily. "What do you think of this move?" With Xi Bei retracting the black smoke, Blackbeard finally extricated himself. He extended both hands, gripping the air before him and forcefully slicing downward. The air appeared to tear apart, accompanied by a distinct crackling sound reminiscent of as the air fractured, the entire island trembled. The coast split open, and the sea roared restlessly, poised to surge towards the gathered crowd. A tsunami was imminent. Xi Bei, who had lunged towards Blackbeard, was violently thrust back by this overwhelming force, clearly affected by the impact. Despite the considerable force, Xi Bei managed to retreat unscathed. A testament to his undeniable prowess, let us not forget, he was still an ordinary mortal, devoid of any special abilities. The sheer magnitude of this tsunami-inducing force was so formidable that even Blackbeard struggled to control it, leading to Bosch, who stood beside him, being swept away by the tumult. Then Aoka displayed remarkable foresight. As soon as Blackbeard assumed his stance, he had already distanced himself, failing to deliver a final shot to Dottie. Dottie, thus, found himself fortunate. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he became acutely aware of his inadequacies and gleaned significant insights from the ordeal. A sense of enlightenment began to dawn upon him. A rare and invaluable experience for someone nearing 40. It had been a long time since he had fought with such fervor, risking everything in the heat of battle. The swiftest path to growth lies in combat, immersive and wholehearted engagement in battle. Xi Bei suddenly interjected, interrupting Dottie's contemplation. "Hey, Dottie, are you all right?" Dottie had just taken a bullet from Van Oka, and already burdened by injuries, he now faced an exacerbation of his condition. Fortunately, the bullet had not struck a vital area. Once a highly trained elite from the Navy, Dottie would not easily express his pain, nor would he allow his suffering to impede Xi Bei. Xi Bei saw Dottie shaking his head and exclaimed, "Hold on to me tightly. The ocean is rushing towards us." Xi Bei asserts this, yet the coastline is merely a narrow expanse. Where could they possibly flee? Now, a tsunami has surged forth, crashing directly upon Xi Bei. Should they be engulfed by the deluge, this group, Xi Bei included, would be rendered powerless, with the exception of Xi Bei, all swept away by the relentless tide. Jewelry Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, all are endowed with remarkable abilities. Xi Bei grasped Dottie tightly and exclaimed, "Law, quickly use spatial movement." Law, witnessing the torrent of seawater, became frantic. He swiftly erected a barrier. Suddenly, Blackbeard reached out into the void, calling Trafalgar Law. In an instant, Law's body was forcefully pulled forward, yanked away from Xi Bei's shoulder. Xi Bei was taken aback, swiftly grasping Luo in the palm of his hand. At that critical moment, a languid voice echoed from beneath Xi Bei's feet. "Oh dear, this simply won't do. There are still numerous Navy personnel on the island. What if they are all swept away?" No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the sea water, cascading from above toward Xi Bei, was frozen at an astonishing rate, transforming into a What was encased in ice was not merely the rushing sea water. The entire surface of the ocean within several miles had succumbed to frost. This spectacle was entirely distinct from the imitation freezing powers exhibited by Xi Bei, a mere counterfeit. Xi Bei was taken aback, lowering his gaze. There, he beheld Admiral Qingji, who rested one hand on Xi Bei's calf, exhaling a breath of icy chill. Xi Bei did not feel elated due to the tsunami being thwarted. He was acutely uncomfortable, for Qingji had not only halted the tsunami, but had also frozen Xi Bei's calves to the ground. At this moment, Xi Bei found himself unable to lift his legs even slightly. This Qingji had appeared with an almost ghostly subtlety. Taking advantage of the distraction that had kept Xi Bei and his companions focused on Blackbeard, thus allowing Qingji to seize the opportunity to catch Xi Bei off guard. The usually cunning and audacious Robin gasped upon seeing Qingji. "Cloaked leader, be cautious," Robin exclaimed, his head emerging from Xi Bei's palm, shouting urgently. Xi Bei's calves were frozen, and the area of ice was rapidly expanding. In mere moments, the lower half of Xi Bei's body had transformed into a frozen sculpture. If this trend continued, it would not be long before Xi Bei became a work of art. Xi Bei, not daring to linger, swiftly withdrew from the nape of the giant. The immense form of the giant, deprived of Xi Bei's sustenance, instantly collapsed and evaporated. The ice that had been encased upon the giant shattered into numerous fragments, scattering across the ground. In his hasty retreat, Xi Bei failed to bid farewell to the others. Consequently, as the giant's corporeal essence dissolved, the revolutionary soldier, Raquel, who was carrying the injured merman Hark, found himself unable to escape and fell directly at Qingji's feet. Qingji raised an eyebrow and positioned himself before Raquel, who immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Qingji did not hasten to strike. Instead, he glanced toward Xi Bei, contemplating thoughtfully. "So it is you." Xi Bei gritted his teeth and locked eyes with Qingji. Qingji glanced once more at the shattered ice and, scratching his head in bewilderment, mused, "What peculiar ability is this? It does not resemble that of the Elbaf giants. Nevertheless, anyone who appears in the New World must possess extraordinary prowess. You are called Xi Bei, are you not? I have heard tales of your past as a bounty hunter, where you once claimed a bounty in the Black Northern Archipelago." Xi Bei remained silent. Qingji, appearing rather lethargic, remarked, "To be honest, I am not particularly interested in you." Just as Qingji spoke with indifference, Sabo, wielding his signature weapon, a steel pipe, launched an attack from behind. Seemingly annoyed by the inconvenience, Qingji let out a resigned sigh. The duel he had been engaged in with Akainu had unexpectedly devolved into this chaotic scenario, especially after the arrival of ranged Shiryu, which interrupted their confrontation. In that moment, Akainu had been driven to a frenzy. Although Qingji preferred to avoid conflict and let Xi Bei and his companions be, they could not bypass the obstacle posed by Akainu. Qingji reached out, exclaiming, "Ice Spear." The moisture in the air began to coalesce, forming. He brandished the weapon, successfully parrying Sabo's steel pipe. Sabo had diverted Qingji's attention, allowing Luo to take this opportunity to activate a barrier, swapping the positions of Raquel and a nearby boulder. Consequently, Raquel managed to retreat from Qingji's vicinity, still drenched in cold sweat, indicating the immense pressure Qingji had exerted merely by standing beside her. As Luo ran, he urged, "Cloakmaster, let us depart from this place swiftly." Upon witnessing Robin's immobility, Xi Bei called out, "Hey Robin, stop daydreaming." Initially, Robin took a hesitant step back, but then steeled himself and joined Xi Bei and the others. Qingji glanced at Robin, his expression devoid of emotion. If Qingji truly intended to eliminate Xi Bei, even with Sabo intervening, escape would be improbable for Xi Bei. "I will not allow you to pursue them," Sabo thought. Noticing Qingji scanning the surroundings and assuming he intended to chase after Xi Bei and his companions. Consequently, Sabo swung the iron pipe with fervor, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Qingji, wielding an ice spear, focused solely on defense. retreating continuously until his ice spear succumbed to Xi Bei's relentless blows. At some point, Xi had acquired an ice knife in his other hand and suddenly lunged at Xi Bei. Xi Bei swiftly deflected the ice knife with his pipe. Twin Thorn Spear. Xi cried out as 4 ice spears materialized before him, simultaneously launching themselves at Xi Bei. Taken by surprise, Xi Bei was compelled to relinquish the advantages of close combat, retreating to distance himself from Xi. As the gap widened, it would become increasingly difficult for Xi Bei to close in on Xi again. Despite Xi Bei's proficiency in armament hockey, effectively striking a Logia-type user like Xi required direct contact. In any case, with Xi Bei and his companions making their escape, Xi Bei saw no reason to linger. Prolonged delay would invite the arrival of Akainu and Sengoku, making his own escape considerably challenging. That scoundrel Blackbeard had vanished amidst the chaos since Xingji's emergence, but it was certain that if he wished to leave Punk Hazard, he would head towards the ship's docking area. Xi Bei, stowing his pipe, declared solemnly, "Ace has already fallen at Marineford. I will not allow this tragedy to repeat itself. Blackbeard cannot leave Punk Hazard." With that, Xi Bei dashed along the coastline. Xingji furrowed his brow, refraining from pursuit, as he sensed numerous extraordinary presences. Xi Bei was heading along the left coast, while Akainu and Sengoku's auras were detected in the same direction, whereas Xi Bei and his group retreated along the right coast. Doflamingo and Hancock had already followed Xi Bei, along with an unseen figure lurking in the shadows, Crocodile. Xingji glanced back at a diagonal angle, muttering, "Well, I don't have time to deal with you right now." Xingji does not get along with Akainu, thus he would certainly avoid the latter's location. Consequently, the only direction Xingji could proceed towards is the right. To the right lies the notorious pirate hunters, Xi and Dottie, who are under strict orders from the world government to be captured, along with the infamous supernovas of the worst generation, Trafalgar Law and Jewelry Bonnie, as well as the Straw Hat Pirates Demon Child, Nico Robin, and 2 members of the Revolutionary Army. This peculiar assembly carries considerable weight. Xingji has always harbored doubts about the 7 warlords, particularly Don Quixote Doflamingo. With Doflamingo pursuing Xi, who has been marked as a criminal by the world government, alongside Jewelry Bonnie, any mischief from Doflamingo could tarnish the Navy's reputation. Most importantly, Xingji wishes to avoid seeing Nico Robin fall into Doflamingo's clutches. Thus, he opted for a narrow path leading towards Xib's direction. Shortly after Xingji's departure, Crocodile and Mr. One emerged. Mr. One, clad in a black suit, stood exceptionally erect, his muscular frame stretching the fabric. With his arms crossed, he remarked, "Boss, my suggestion is to leave Punk Hazard at once. The confrontation has been interrupted, and the Navy will surely commence a search. Remaining here would be unwise." Crocodile took a long draw from his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke as he replied, "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Mr. One, arms crossed and eyes closed, fell silent during this brief interval while Xi Bei detained Xingji. Xi Bei returned with a few companions to the boundary where ice meets fire, the very spot where he had previously set foot on the island alone. Xi Bei casually gestured ahead and remarked, "The warship is over there. Robin, are you certain that there is no one aboard? I certainly do not wish to endure another blow from Carp. I am still nursing the pain from the last time he struck me." As they gradually distanced themselves from the youthful innocence of their past, Robin provided a detailed analysis of their current predicament. At this juncture, what they desperately required was a vessel. The reason for targeting a warship was that many of the upcoming checkpoints could be navigated seamlessly with such a craft. Unfortunately, the only means of departing Punk Hazard was through the warship, as no other ships were available. Moreover, they needed to act swiftly, at least to outpace Blackbeard. Should Blackbeard seize the warship first, Xi Bei and his companions would find themselves unable to set sail, trapped in a futile circle between Punk Hazard and a legion of Marines. If that scenario were to unfold, it would only be a matter of time before they were apprehended by the Navy. As they ran, Robin inquired, "Do you possess any alternative plans?" Xi Bei exclaimed with fervor, "No." Rakel, filled with concern, inquired, "Xi Bei, will everything be all right?" Robin turned her head and replied, "Once we acquire the warship, we merely need to await Xi Bei. He knows what to do." The idea of seizing the warship originated with him. "I have always pondered whether Xi Bei possesses the same indomitable spirit as Luffy, given their brotherly bond." Rakel's expression darkened as she cautioned, "Sister Robin, please refrain from making such jokes." Robin responded earnestly, "I am not jesting. Luffy's every battle has been propelled by his unwavering will and his remarkably resilient rubber body. allowing him to navigate the new world without peril. His vitality is akin to that of an unyielding cockroach. However, let us not forget that Xi Bei is currently up against a Marine Admiral, a foe unlike those Luffy has previously encountered. Victory cannot be achieved solely through willpower. At this juncture, Robin suddenly turned to Reiko and offered a gentle smile. Yet, rather than comfort, Reiko's anxiety only deepened with Robin's words. Just then, Trafalgar Law interjected, "Hey, is this really the time to discuss cockroaches? More pursuers are closing in on us. This relentless running is not a viable strategy. Our adversaries will not passively allow us to seize the warship. Engaging in battle near the vessel could potentially damage it, and we would then find ourselves trapped in punk hazard." Xi Bei came to a halt, ready to confront the foe. Suddenly, a pink figure descended from the heavens. Luo was drenched in sweat. Xi Bei turned his head and instructed, "Daddy, Bonnie, you shall accompany Robin to the east coast and secure the warship. We must not allow it to fall into the hands of Blackbeard. Otherwise, we shall become mere shields for that scoundrel." Daddy glanced up, his cold gaze fixated on the figure soaring through the sky. Bonnie tugged at Daddy with considerable force, and seeing him unyielding, she decisively hoisted him onto her shoulder. "Nico, Robin, lead the way." Robin, while sprinting, turned back and murmured, "Is that Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Realizing the situation, Daddy exclaimed, "Bonnie, put me down." "Humph." For the first time, Bonnie softly replied, "Stay still. As long as we can look after ourselves, we will be of great assistance to him." The pink figure descending from the sky was indeed Doflamingo, who had previously crossed swords with Xi Bei. If Xi Bei recalled correctly, Doflamingo's leg should have been pierced by an ice spear. However, at present, Doflamingo appeared to be unscathed. Although there were indeed some bloodstains on his trousers, they did not hinder the agile movement of his limbs. Xi Bei wore a sullen expression, remarking, "What a resilient fellow." Room. Law activated his barrier. "Hey, Cloakmaster. It seems we will soon part ways." As Law had pointed out, their alliance was initially forged to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo, and now they found themselves facing him sooner than anticipated. Law was not yet prepared, yet Doflamingo approached with an overwhelming force, seemingly intent on total annihilation. Though Law did not voice his concerns, he harbored a degree of trepidation regarding Doflamingo, believing that now was not the opportune moment for a direct confrontation. However, plans are often rendered futile in the face of unforeseen circumstances, especially since Doflamingo had come knocking at their door. "Ah, Law, it has been quite a while. You have grown considerably," Doflamingo remarked. Law's gaze hardened as he suddenly raised his index finger, exclaiming, "Conducting baton." A multitude of ice blocks, frozen upon the sea's surface, soared into the air, all targeting Doflamingo. Without a moment's hesitation, Doflamingo's figure became encircled by these enormous ice formations. Xi Bei understood that Doflamingo would not easily succumb to defeat. Indeed, a tremendous crash erupted from within the ice pile. Subsequently, the ice shattered completely and fell to the ground. Doflamingo emerged unscathed from the remnants of ice. Suspended in midair, he flicked his fingers and spoke with a sardonic tone. "Law, it has been quite some time since we last met. And this is how you greet me? I have long held you in high regard, and it truly saddens me. Is there not an opportunity for us to sit down and converse? Why must it come to this? Surely, you understand, Law? Perhaps you should reconsider." "Silence, Doflamingo. I have nothing to discuss with you." After uttering these words, Law suddenly pivoted and struck towards Xi Bei with a powerful slash. Xi Bei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively raised his arm to block the attack. In that very instant, he realized that this was Law's technique. Law's true target was not Xi Bei, but rather Doflamingo. As it turned out, Xi Bei was not mistaken. Just when Law's blade was about to descend upon him, the positions of Xi Bei and Doflamingo have been unexpectedly swapped. In the midst of the air, Xi Bei materialized, while Doflamingo inexplicably positioned himself beside Luo, precisely at the spot where Xi Bei had previously stood. At this moment, Luo's long knife was aimed directly at Doflamingo, ready to strike. Doflamingo, caught off guard, was astonished that the situation could unfold in such a manner. Nevertheless, Doflamingo's reflexes proved formidable. The blade grazed the surface of his forehead, leaving a mark, albeit minor. Yet that was the extent of Luo's success. The blade remained poised against Doflamingo's forehead, unable to penetrate further, halted by an invisible thread that restrained Luo's weapon. Regardless of the force Luo exerted, the blade could not descend, clearly immobilized by Doflamingo's unseen string. In a decisive moment, Luo relinquished his knife, releasing it from his grip. He then positioned his thumbs, one on either side, targeting Doflamingo's temples. Cardiac shock. With the strike, Doflamingo was instantly paralyzed. Simultaneously, Luo grasped the long knife once more, directing it towards Doflamingo's heart. Plunging it in with precision, the blade pierced through, striking true. Doflamingo's heart was impaled. No matter how monstrous his strength, he should have succumbed. However, as Luo attempted to withdraw the blade, he felt no resistance as one would expect when striking flesh. Renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, known as the Death Surgeon, Luo was intimately familiar with the human body's vital points and anatomy. If a heart were pierced, how could it possibly bleed not a drop? Confounded, Luo sensed impending danger. Indeed, Xi Bei, descending from the air, shouted, "Luo, beware of what lies behind you." Another Doflamingo emerged. This sudden apparition waved his hand downward, manipulating the strings to slice into Luo, severing his outer garments. Instantly, 5 deep gashes marred Luo's back, exposing bone and spilling blood onto the ground. Luo lunged forward, rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, the Doflamingo whose heart had been pierced swiftly transformed into a web of strings, pursuing Luo with lethal intent. Struggling to rise, Luo found himself in a dire predicament, unable to evade Doflamingo's onslaught. Left unchecked, his demise was imminent. Was this an instance of shadowy duplication? As Xi Bei remained suspended in midair, he directed a powerful punch towards his doppelganger, the Fiery Fist. A blazing inferno erupted from Xi Bei's fist, striking true and incinerating Doflamingo's replica completely. Doflamingo's brow furrowed in concern. Having previously clashed with Xi Bei, he was well aware of his formidable abilities. He was not taken aback by Xi Bei's ability to replicate Ace's fiery attack. Just as it seemed that he would deliver a fatal blow to Law, Xi Bei unexpectedly intervened, inciting Doflamingo's ire. Veins on his forehead throbbed like twisting vines, and he swiftly gestured towards Xi Bei once more. The 5-colored thread. Xi Bei fortified his hands with armament hockey. Shielding his head, Doflamingo launched himself into the air, twisting gracefully before soaring towards Xi Bei. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind. Doflamingo executed a side kick, and Xi Bei had to concede that engaging Doflamingo in aerial combat yielded him no advantages whatsoever. Before Xi Bei could descend, he was left with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, lowering his hands to block Doflamingo's kick. Despite having reinforced his defense with armament hockey, the effectiveness of his block was far from satisfactory. Doflamingo's kick sent Xi Bei hurtling through the air, and simultaneously, the arm he had used to defend himself shattered under the force. Xi Bei collided with the rocks, nearly losing consciousness from the violent impact. Doflamingo coldly remarked, "Do not meddle in our domestic affairs." Xi Bei slowly descended to the ground. After speaking, Doflamingo once again swooped down towards Luo. Xi Bei was utterly enraged, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Doflamingo, today I shall bring about your demise." With that, he struck a nearby rock with a powerful fist, shattering it into fragments. Blood trickling from his fingertips. A thunderous roar echoed as Xi Bei transformed into a giant, effortlessly grasping a massive boulder and hurling it towards. Noticing the perilous projectile from a distance, Doflamingo, with his keen eyesight, observed the hardened stone, empowered by hockey, and refrained from confronting it directly, instead ascending into the sky. The boulder missed its target, prompting Xi Bei to seize another colossal stone and launch it once more at Doflamingo. This time, Doflamingo did not evade. Instead, he elegantly gestured towards the rock with a flick of his fingers. Xi Bei called out, "Law, are you still alive?" Law gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the icy surface, exclaiming, "Room." Once again, Law utilized his ability to swap the positions of Xi Bei and the colossal stone. In an instant, Xi Bei found himself suspended in midair, hurtling towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, taken aback by Law's unexpected resilience, clenched his jaw and shifted from offense to defense, erecting a web-like barrier before him in an attempt to withstand Xi Bei's onslaught. Xi Bei now embodies the stature of a giant, with significant enhancements in various physical capabilities. Furthermore, he has harnessed the power of armament hockey. At a glance, soaring through the air, Xi Bei resembles a small titan of black iron. A mere web barrier proves utterly inadequate to obstruct his long-prepared strike. With his arms crossed, Xi Bei accelerates towards the web barrier with the swiftness of a rocket. Xi Bei intoned with deliberate clarity, "Stick. Mountain. Lean." The web shattered. After Xi Bei broke through the web barrier, his momentum remained undiminished. He utilized the strength of his arms to collide fiercely with Doflamingo. This impact was executed with an astounding 200% of his power, to the point where he felt as though his muscles might tear. Consequently, the force of this collision was substantial. Doflamingo's signature tangerine-hued glasses, which he had worn for years, had already developed cracks from their previous encounter with Xi Bei, and now they were shattered upon impact. Doflamingo coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, this individual truly possessed remarkable resilience. Despite receiving a full-force blow from Xi Bei, he was still able to retaliate. As he was propelled backward, Doflamingo deftly flicked his fingers, causing a thread to slice upward, resulting in the complete severance of Xi Bei's arm. Xi Bei was drenched in cold sweat as he swiftly withdrew from the nape of the giant. Just as he exited, the rocks and withered trees along the shore transformed into visible threads, surging one after another to assail the giant's corporeal form, reducing it to mere fragments without granting the giant a moment to evaporate autonomously. Fortunately, Xi Bei had retreated in time, otherwise, his fate would have been no better than that of the giant. It was at this moment that Xi Bei suddenly recalled that Doflamingo was an awakened user of the devil fruit, capable of converting all surrounding objects into his abilities. For instance, stones and towering trees could be transformed into threads under his command. Xi Bei distinctly remembered Doflamingo's battle with Luffy, during which he turned an entire town into threads as a means of attack, a spectacle that was both grand and awe-inspiring. Xi Bei has now witnessed the spectacle firsthand, observing numerous threads undulating through the air like the waves of the sea. Approaching Doflamingo has become an arduous challenge indeed. What is even more infuriating is that despite Xi Bei exerting all his strength and shattering Doflamingo's glasses, he still failed to diminish Doflamingo's fighting prowess. This individual possesses an extraordinary resilience to blows. Now that Doflamingo has unleashed his awakened abilities, the situation has become exceedingly precarious. Xi Bei tentatively extended a finger, replicating the laser attack of the glittering fruit. Thousands of fine threads instinctively shielded against Xi Bei's assault, showcasing formidable defense, regardless of the circumstances. Doflamingo was indeed struck by the impact. Although he had not yet fully succumbed, he undoubtedly sustained some internal injuries. The fact that Doflamingo refrained from an immediate counterattack following the awakening of his abilities serves as irrefutable evidence of his condition. Presently, Doflamingo is utilizing his awakened powers to shield himself, with the intention of mending his body. Once his physical form has been restored, an overwhelming offensive is certain to ensue. Xi Bei understood that they could no longer afford to wait any longer. Naturally, Luo also perceived the current predicament. He weakly exclaimed, "Cloak Master, if we cannot secure a decisive victory, we must retreat swiftly. We cannot prolong this any further. If the naval admiral catches up, we will have no means of escape. No retreat. I shall obliterate him today." Xi grasped the black smoke with both hands and then flung it to the ground. The dark vapors swirled menacingly, gradually advancing towards the position of Doflamingo. Even if the awakening ability of the string fruit could thwart Xi's close-range approach, how could one defend against this intangible black smoke? Xi would certainly not afford Doflamingo a moment's respite. As the black smoke encroached upon Doflamingo, a torrent of strings surged forth to assault Xi. It was evident that Doflamingo had finally developed a sense of urgency. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Should Doflamingo's string attack reach Xi, it would successfully interrupt Xi's technique, causing the black smoke to dissipate. Xi was well aware of Doflamingo's cunning intentions. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing a portion of his life, Xi would not retract the black smoke, nor would he allow Doflamingo to prevail. Xi Bei, like a tube of toothpaste, squeezed every last ounce of strength from within his body, while simultaneously sustaining the spread of black smoke and replicating the various attack skills of the dark fruit. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke materialized in Xi Bei's hand. He stretched out his arm and exclaimed, "Dark water." The collision between the white line waves and the black smoke emanating from Xi Bei's fist resulted in an instantaneous shattering of the threads. This technique, dark water, was a signature skill of Blackbeard, capable of rendering any devil fruit user it touched powerless while absorbing their attacks. The white line waves, crafted by Doflamingo's abilities, were a fundamental aspect of his power. Thus, upon clashing with Xi Bei's technique, they were obliterated. However, it was unfortunate that the white line waves were overwhelming, launching a comprehensive assault on Xi Bei. With one hand controlling the encroaching black smoke on the ground, how many line waves could his remaining hand intercept? As he shattered the line waves before him with dark water, the residual waves immediately surged forth from all directions to strike at Xi Bei. Xi Bei is indeed a stubborn mule. unwilling to retract the black smoke that envelopes the ground. At this moment, the black smoke has spread to the feet of Doflamingo, who is gradually sinking, with half of his leg already engulfed in the dark haze. If Xi Bei were to retract the smoke now, it would truly be a regrettable failure. Xibe clenched his teeth. His armament color hardened, bracing himself to withstand the onslaught of the white line wave. In the blink of an eye, the white wave completely engulfed Xibe. Xibe let out a thunderous scream. Don Quixote Doflamingo, today marks your demise. Xi Bei roared with all his might. Dark passage, release. As his words echoed, the black smoke enveloping the ground finally receded. However, Doflamingo had lost both his legs. When the black smoke engulfed Doflamingo up to his knees, Xi Bei had replicated the skill to liberate the black smoke. This liberation skill released everything consumed by the black smoke, including life itself. Yet, only the parts of Doflamingo's body below his knees had been ensnared within the smoke, and upon the retraction of Xi Bei's liberation skill, that portion of Doflamingo's limbs was carried away by the black smoke. Doflamingo let out an anguished cry. Damn brat. The thread waves continued to encircle Xi Bei, relentlessly attacking him. Law threw his long knife at Doflamingo's feet. Now that Doflamingo had lost both legs, it was the perfect opportunity to deliver the final blow. Law intended to utilize his ability to swap positions with the knife. However, he was gravely injured and barely had the strength left to maintain his barrier. He shouted room, and the barrier flickered in his palm. Observing Xi Bei being besieged by the thread waves, Law realized that Xi Bei could not endure much longer. Thus, gritting his teeth and focusing his energy, he repeated, room. This time, the barrier expanded. The positions of Law and the long knife exchanged. Doflamingo, seeing Law's face so close, was drenched in cold sweat and cursed, Law, you bastard. Law spoke no more words. He thrust his palm against Doflamingo's heart. Scalpel. Suddenly, a rectangular opening appeared where Doflamingo's heart resided, and a heart rolled out from this aperture, falling to the ground. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his face darkening as his body slowly toppled backward. Meanwhile, the thread waves that had encircled Xi Bei began to dissolve in the wind. Xi Bei has finally escaped from peril, yet at this moment, he is drenched in blood. Were it not for the protection of his armed color hockey, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments. To still be alive is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. This encounter with Don Quixote Doflamingo has resulted in a true and devastating victory for Xi Bei. Had it not been for Law's intervention, the outcome of his clash with Doflamingo would remain uncertain. Furthermore, Xi Bei has increasingly come to grasp the prevailing standards of combat prowess in this world. Presently, contending with someone like Doflamingo has proven to be so arduous. One can only imagine the dire consequences of facing an individual of the quasi-emperor level, such as Blackbeard. Xi Bei murmured with a sense of dissatisfaction. Should I laugh for not having encountered Blackbeard directly? No, I must become even stronger. Xi Bei's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Luo suddenly exclaimed, Hey, master of the cloak, this is not the time for slumber. Xi Bei let out a bitter smile and remarked, Luo, you cunning fellow, how foolish of me to still be your fan. You've been biding your time since earlier, waiting for me to create an opportunity for you. Haven't you? It's quite remarkable how you can endure this. Just look at my current state. Can I even run now? Humph. I have no desire to remain in this cursed place for another moment. Luo picked up the heart of Doflamingo, clenched it in his hand, and then said with a wicked grin, I indeed owe you a word of thanks. Xi Bei squinted and remarked, So what will you do next? Doflamingo has been thoroughly defeated, and your vendetta has been avenged. Our alliance, it seems, has reached its conclusion. If you were to depart alone now, it should not prove too difficult. However, should you choose to take me along as a burden, I fear we would soon find ourselves pursued by the Navy. Luo remained silent. Xi Bei lay supine on the ground, eyes closed. From the moment Doflamingo fell, I had already lost my value to you, rendering any collaboration unnecessary. You yourself have stated that even after we jointly brought down Doflamingo, I would still be regarded as your adversary. Thus, it seems we are indeed enemies now. Are we not? I should be grateful that you did not strike me down further. How could I dare to hope for anything more? Wouldn't you agree, Trafalgar Law? Trafalgar Law squinted, expressing surprise. Have you truly anticipated this outcome? Xi Bei, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, in a certain sense, I believe I have a fair understanding of you. Luo picked up his long sword and rested it upon his shoulder. Perhaps there remains a possibility for collaboration between us. Xi Bei was astonished. For instance? Luo's gaze suddenly transformed into one of piercing sharpness. Xi Bei furrowed his brow. The two spoke in unison. The four emperors. The four emperors? Luo, with an impassive expression, remarked, indeed, your mind is quite adept. Xi Bei laughed heartily, remarking that possessing a clever mind merely equates to knowing a few plot lines. Luo gently assisted Xi Bei to rise. Wait, I still have an unfulfilled wish. As they took a few steps, Xi Bei suddenly recalled something. This world harbors countless enigmas. For instance, what kind of eyes lie concealed behind the glasses of duofulaming? Does anyone know? No one knows. Thus, this moment marked Xi Bei's opportunity to witness a miracle. Xi Bei approached duofulaming with a sense of unease, limping slightly as he drew nearer. Regrettably, duofulaming's eyes were tightly shut at that moment, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. In the end, you still feigned an air of mystery. Xi Bei crouched down, poised to extend his hand, when Luo suddenly tilted his head, gazing elsewhere, and pondered aloud, it is time for us to depart. Xi Bei excels in the mastery of observation haki, allowing him to perceive the surrounding movements without any deliberate effort, though the range may be limited. If he channels his observation haki with a clear mind to its utmost potential, supplemented by the abilities of his devil fruit, he could potentially sense the entire commotion across Punk Hazard Island. However, this endeavor demands a substantial expenditure of his haki. Xi Bei has yet to extricate himself from peril. To expend his energy merely to sense the movements elsewhere on the island would be exceedingly imprudent. Thus, he refrains from such folly. He is acutely aware of the limits of his own body, more so than anyone else. Upon observing Xi Bei's momentary daze, Luo furrowed his brow and reiterated, Hey, cloaked leader. Do you intend to remain here? I respect your opinion, but if you wish to avoid capture, it would be wise to depart swiftly. Others are already making their way here. What exactly are you hesitating for? Xi Bei gradually rose to his feet, supported by Luo, and as they walked, he remarked, I am quite curious as to why duofulaming wears glasses every single day. Have you ever seen him without them? Never. Xi Bei chuckled awkwardly, expressing his agreement. At that moment, a peculiar twitch occurred in his eyelid, and suddenly, an inexplicable image materialized in his mind. A bizarre scene in which Trafalgar Law was encased in ice, resembling a frozen sculpture, while Xi Bei himself found his body immobilized, half-frozen. The vision flickered through Xi Bei's consciousness, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Xi Bei's eyelids flickered incessantly. What could be the cause? Where did these images originate? Simultaneously, at Xi Bei's feet, numerous small pebbles astonishingly began to speak. Xi Bei, it's over. Ha ha ha, Xi Bei, it's the end. You've caused Luo's demise. Xi Bei is filled with trepidation. Oh, how the winds of change howl. Kazan is to become a marshal. Has Sakazuki lost his mind? Indeed. He has gone mad. Has Sabo vanished? Alas, he is lost. Xi Bei immediately covered her ears, yet it proved futile, for the chatter of the small pebbles penetrated her senses with remarkable clarity. It was not solely the stones that spoke. The fallen branches joined in a cacophony of laughter, echoing in a whimsical manner. Even more terrifying was the ocean trapped beneath the ice, resembling an innocent prisoner confined unjustly, now unleashing a heart-wrenching roar from beneath the surface, relentlessly battering against the ice in a desperate attempt to break free. Xi Bei's expression darkened. Silence. Blackbeard has discovered Laughtail. Peace reigns across the land. What are the secrets of the D clan? Xi Bei. Ha ha ha. Xi Bei could no longer endure the incessant chatter. With a swift motion, he raised his leg and stomped down on the gravel, his eyes glistening with fury as he bellowed, I command you to silence. The small stones were instantly crushed to dust beneath his foot. Learning from this cautionary example, the others dared not utter a word, while the branch that had only known how to chuckle heartily subdued its laughter to a mere whisper. Xi Bei's peculiar behavior piqued Luo's curiosity. With a hint of perplexity, Luo inquired, What troubles you? Xi Bei pointed at the gravel strewn across the ground, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, Did you not hear? These ruffians are unbearably loud, spouting nonsense. This island is amiss, Ro. We must depart swiftly, post-haste. The mention of Xi Bei rendered Luo utterly perplexed. I heard nothing at all. Oh, the one clad in the cloak. Is your mind in disarray? Xi Bei exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. They clearly stated. Luo's brows furrowed deeper, forming a shape reminiscent of the character for River. What did they say? Xi Bei seemed to grasp the situation and promptly interrupted the conversation, saying, It's nothing. I must have misheard. Luo refrained from further inquiry. supporting Xi Bei as they walked a few paces before feeling the pace was too slow. He then hoisted Xi Bei onto his back, gradually quickening his steps. Xi Bei leaned against Luo, contemplating the peculiar sounds he had just heard. Setting aside the bizarre notion of stones and branches conversing like humans, one thing remained clear to Xi Bei: he was not imagining things. Nor were these perceptions mere illusions born of exhaustion. The only plausible explanation for the earlier phenomenon appeared to be the abilities of the fruit. The last time he had removed the slave collar in the wetland forest, he experienced a similar sensation. However, back then, Xi Bei could only faintly hear mocking laughter. Unlike now, when he distinctly perceived the stones engaging in conversation. This was the voice of all creation. Luo lacked the ability to hear the whispers of the universe, so how could he discern the dialogue of the stones? Yet, among the words exchanged by the stones, one statement caught Xi Bei's attention. They claimed he had caused Luo's demise. This was worth pondering. As an image of Luo encased in ice had indeed manifested in his mind, surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Unless the stones possessed the ability to glimpse his thoughts, which seemed improbable. This meant that the content of that vision was likely to unfold in reality. Luo could very well become an ice sculpture, and Xi Bei himself would face paralysis. This transcended mere intuition. It was prophetic. My heavens, he had inadvertently glimpsed a vision of the future. Luo, wait, don't move. Armed with this prophetic warning, Xi Bei realized his only course of action was to avert this fate. He meticulously recalled the details of the vision. Realizing that the only one with the power to freeze Luo and render Xi Bei partially immobile was none other than Admiral Qingji. Xi Bei closed his eyes, reminiscing about the scene while simultaneously observing the settings within it. Ultimately, Xi Bei finally discerned that the incident took place along the coastline. Xi Bei pointed a finger towards the small island and said, "Do not run along the coastline. Take the longer route." Luo was perplexed. Cloaked leader, what exactly are you contemplating? Xi Bei is currently unsure how to explain this to Luo, so he simply stated, "Qingji is waiting for us ahead." Are you certain? Xi Bei spoke in a deep voice, expressing uncertainty, yet advising caution. We must not take risks. In our current state, should we encounter Qingji, our chances of survival are nearly non-existent. This is no jest. Even at their peak, confronting Qingji would be a considerable challenge. Let alone in our present condition, one severely injured and the other utterly drained of power. Encountering Qingji now would be tantamount to courting death. It is wiser to exercise caution and take a detour. With that, Luo carried Xi Bei deeper into the island, intending to traverse it and reach the opposite shore. At this very moment, Qingji lounged on the coast, resting his chin on one hand, lazily remarking, "So slow." Indeed, Qingji was here, and it was fortuitous that Xi Bei chose to take a longer route. Otherwise, they would certainly have crossed paths, and the foreboding images that might have flashed through Xi Bei's mind would have become a grim reality. On Punk Hazard Island, there lay an abandoned factory, once a naval research base. Due to the treachery of Caesar Clown, the island had suffered an experimental explosion that released a plethora of corrosive substances, including toxic gas, rendering it a deserted wasteland. This place was not only a site for scientific endeavors, but also a prison for numerous inmates. Some perished in the explosion, while those fortunate enough to survive were left maimed. Where, then, were these prisoners now? If Xi Bei recalled correctly, prior to the confrontation between Qingji, Caesar Clown had escaped from prison and made his way to this island, where he dissipated the toxic gas unbeknownst to the naval forces. Caesar Clown was not only an associate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, but also the architect behind the creation of artificial devil fruits. He had long since established the apparatus for producing the raw materials for these fruits on the island, referred to as SAD. Since the outbreak of the confrontation, Caesar Clown had not been seen. Xi Bei had previously expressed curiosity and even inquired about it from Duofulangming, yet Duofulangming remained silent. Now, Xi Bei speculates that rascal Caesar Curon must be hiding within the factory. Of course, this is merely conjecture. However, this supposition was soon validated. As Luo ambled along, he suddenly caught sight of an image worm, which was simultaneously gazing intently at him, seemingly reluctant to stir up trouble. Luo chose to disregard it and proceeded to walk away. Xi Bei suddenly inquired, "Why is there a surveillance device positioned here?" Luo, with an impassive demeanor, replied while walking, "Perhaps it is someone who dares not to make a grand appearance at the site of the naval admiral's confrontation. By placing a surveillance device here, they can discreetly observe the unfolding battle from behind the screen, avoiding any peril. What could be amiss with that? Let us hasten our departure and disregard it." Someone, Xi Bei is now able to walk on his own, so Luo no longer needed to carry him. The constant jostling on Luo's back was undeniably uncomfortable. He casually picked up a branch, using it as a makeshift walking stick, as he wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, they had ventured deep into the heart of Pankasade, where the temperature fluctuations were quite significant. Luo patiently elaborated. Are you familiar with the scientific division of the Navy headquarters? Xi Bei, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Ah, Bei Jiaopeng, I am aware of him. He is a scientist, reputed to possess scientific advancements that are 5 centuries ahead of our time. After Xi Bei finished speaking, he took a breath. Luo Zheng was about to say something. Xi Bei interrupted, saying, Enough, you need not elaborate. I am already aware that the scientific division once conducted research here, manufacturing weaponry for the military. Under the leadership of Vegapunk and with Caesar Clown as his deputy, the situation escalated. The weapons devised by Caesar Clown proved to be exceedingly perilous, targeting not merely pirates, but posing a threat to ordinary civilians as well. Consequently, Vegapunk mandated a cessation of these endeavors and expelled Caesar Clown from the scientific team. However, in defiance of this order, Caesar Clown, in the presence of Vegapunk and the Navy, proceeded to amalgamate the experimental materials, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed Punk Hazard into its current state. At this, Luo's expression shifted to one of vacant disbelief, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Xi Bei extended his hand, waving it before his eyes. Did I speak incorrectly? A bead of sweat trickled down Luo's temple as he sighed. I find myself unable to respond to your inquiries, for some of the matters you mentioned are beyond my knowledge. This incident occurred 2 years ago, after Caesar Coran was expelled from the science class and subsequently taken away by the Navy. It was only a year prior that he escaped from the Navy's confinement and returned to Punk Hazard to continue his experiments. Xi Bei picked up the image bug and held it in his hand, then said, What do you think? If Akaino were to assume the role of the marshal, would the weapon development of Caesar Clown come to a halt? Luo felt uncertain in his heart. Xi Bei continued. That scoundrel Caesar Coran has repeatedly stated that the warring state style is feeble and overly naive, rendering it unsuitable for a commander. He also remarked that had it been Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, he would undoubtedly endorse and implement the weapons he developed. By the way, are you aware of the recent maritime disaster that transpired at the Navy branch G5? Luo furrowed her brow. What relevance does that have? Xi Bei waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, for Duafulangming has already fallen. We should hasten our departure. Initially, I intended to eliminate Caesar Kalong before leaving. But given the current tense situation and the constraints we face, I shall let him be for the time being. Xi Bei removed a miniature camera and microphone from the body of the image worm and subsequently released it. After completing this series of actions, Xi Bei, leaning on a tree branch, staggered forward. The two did not deliberately approach the factory, yet they had to pass through the research institute to reach the other side. The institute was part of the factory's facilities, and a catastrophic explosion 2 years prior had left it utterly transformed. Now, with 2 formidable figures clashing on the island, the entire factory was already overwhelmed, having collapsed where it was destined to do so. Only the research institute remained, untouched by the explosion and the ensuing battle. Serving as the sole unharmed experimental base, its entrance was impenetrable, and the internal facilities remained intact. This area was notably frigid, blanketed in ice and snow. Undoubtedly a consequence of the youthfulness of Qingji. Luo donned a plush coat, traversing the icy expanse without a hint of discomfort. In stark contrast, Xi Bei suffered, clad only in a cloak that afforded little protection from the biting wind. As the cold gusts howled, he was instantly covered in goosebumps, estimating the temperature to be well below -40 degrees. His nose was on the verge of dripping, and as soon as mucus escaped his nostrils, it froze immediately. Consequently, 2 icicles formed beneath his nostrils, and with his cloak billowing, he resembled a hapless soul afflicted by a seizure, trembling with every step until he finally reached the entrance of the research institute. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the cold, Xi Bei dashed to the entrance, squatted in a corner, and began rubbing his hands together. In a bid for warmth, he even replicated Ace's flame skills, igniting some equipment piled in the corner. Luo, visibly displeased, exclaimed, Hey, pull yourself together. Xi Bei trembled as he spoke. I dare you to muster the courage to take off your coat and show me what you've got. It's easy to stand there and talk, isn't it? But what if the Navy catches up with us? Xi Bei rested his hands upon the fire rack. Finding a measure of warmth, here I am, and here we shall confront him. How utterly frigid it is. Have you not noticed that I am clad in naught but a single cloak? Look, it is even drafty. The fact that I have managed to reach this place without succumbing to the cold is worthy of celebration." No sooner had he uttered these words than bang, the fire erupted. It was unclear what had ignited, but a peculiar stench assailed the senses. At that very moment, the grand door of the research institute creaked open. A group of strangers, unable to move unaided and confined to floating on air rings, began to drift out one by one. These air rings were the product of scientific innovation, and Xi Bei had previously witnessed them in animation. The individuals seated within the rings had all survived a catastrophic explosion, but were now afflicted by toxic fumes, rendering their lower bodies devoid of sensation that could only glide through the air. Despite their paralysis, their arms remained robust. Each individual brandished weapons such as spears and blades. They encircled Luo and Xi Bei menacingly. In an unprecedented display of urgency, Luo shouted at Xi Bei, "I told you so long ago." Xi Bei lowered his head, murmuring, "It is my fault." A group of individuals pointed their spear blades at Xi Bei and Luo, cautioning them against any further reckless actions. "Do not move." Xi Bei sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. Luo, holding a sword, stood beside him and remarked, "Cloak leader, I wish to conserve my strength." "You mean to say you are entrusting everything to me? You truly know how to delegate." Luo responded, visibly irritated, "Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for your reckless decisions, we wouldn't be in this predicament. TSK, you should be well aware of the consequences should a naval admiral catch up to us. It seems you are somewhat reluctant to leave Punk Hazard. Just the two of us may manage to fend for ourselves. But let us not forget that Nico Robin is leading your crew to seize a warship on the eastern shore. As for the current situation there, we are utterly in the dark." Upon hearing Luo's words, Xi Bei immediately sprang to his feet. Indeed, this region was excessively cold, nearly freezing Xi Bei's mind. Yet with just the two of them, they could perhaps find ways to evade detection on the island and slowly seek an opportunity to escape. However, Nico Robin was currently engaged with Dottie and Bonnie in commandeering a warship, setting aside the potential dangers surrounding the vessel, even if they successfully secured it. Xi Bei knew Dottie would not venture out to sea without him. Moreover, if they waited for Xi Bei and Luo to arrive, they would inevitably encounter the relentless pursuit of the Navy, leaving no chance of escape for any of them. As Xi Bei rose, his movements were rather abrupt, startling those nearby. Among them was a fellow seated upon an inflatable ring, possessing thick brows and large eyes, clad in a warm fur coat, gripping a long spear. Mistaking Xi Bei's action for insubordination, he unceremoniously pressed the spear's tip against Xi Bei's body, his voice fierce yet trembling with restrained fury. "You scoundrel, I told you to remain still. Did you not hear me?" Xi Bei cast a glance at the spear tip directed at him, his brow furrowed deeply. Without uttering a word, he shot a sidelong glare at the man in the fur coat wielding the spear, his gaze exceedingly frigid. The man in the fur coat was taken aback by Xi Bei's chilling stare, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he retreated a step. Beside him stood a young man clad in a sweater, brandishing a blade, who had been fixated on Luo since the very beginning. It wasn't until the man in the fur coat accidentally jostled him that he snapped back to reality, trembling as he extended a finger towards Luo, stuttering, "I remember now. It's this face, it can't be wrong." The man in the fur coat, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" "Hey, take a good look, this fellow is a pirate. With a bounty of 300 million berries, a supernova of the worst generation, the surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law. How could he be here? This is bad. We must quickly inform our master." The man in the fur coat was struck with panic, turning to flee. Suddenly, Xi Bei lunged forward, seizing the man in the fur coat and pinning him to the ground. As he removed the warm garment, Xi Bei was taken aback to discover that concealed within it was a telephonic insect. No sooner had he draped the coat over his shoulders than the insect began to emit a series of peculiar sounds. Xi Bei grasped the microphone. The telephone bug, with a vividly expressive demeanor and spewing saliva, inquired, "Hello, what is happening outside? Who permitted you to venture out unaccompanied? I have explicitly stated that regardless of what transpires beyond the confines, the doors of the research facility must remain sealed. You imbeciles. Do you wish to expose me to the Navy?" Xi Bei brought the microphone closer to the lips of the man in the fur coat, but alas, the man was no longer clad in his fur. He was now bare, pinned to the ground by Xi Bei, devoid of any strength to resist. Outside, the world was enveloped in ice and snow, and as the biting wind howled, it altered the timbre of his voice. The master, the phone bug, continued, "Do not concern yourself with that image bug. Swiftly close the doors of the research facility. Luo, with a crooked grin, scoffed. Caesar, is it? The phone bug pondered momentarily before inquiring. That voice? Who is it? I am the pirate Trafalgar Law, master. Please, save me. It is dreadfully cold. The phone bug exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? Law? Immediately, Caesar shouted into the phone to the others. Quickly, shut the door. Do not allow that scoundrel to enter the research facility. Damn it. How could Trafalgar Law know I am here? What are the Navy doing? How could they let a pirate slip onto the island? Has this place been compromised? Xi Bei suddenly addressed the microphone, inquiring, what is the Navy truly occupied with? How could they remain oblivious to the presence of a scoundrel like you hiding on this island? If the Navy were to pursue you, it would surely bring you no advantage, Caesar clown. By the way, do remember to retrieve the remains of your little white mouse. The weather outside is frigid. And if you delay, this fellow may very well freeze over. Huh, who is it this time? Oh, forgive my lack of introduction. I am Xi Bei. Please make a note of this name. As a reward, allow me to share another piece of information. Don Quixote da Flamingo has met his demise. You would be wise to find another intermediary swiftly. Otherwise, Big Mom will not spare you, especially since you have swindled her of such substantial research funds. At the mere mention of the Yonko Big Mom, Caesar Clown was thoroughly intimidated. Law turned and took a few steps away, not bothering to look back as he remarked, Cloaked one, do not linger here any longer. Just as Xi Bei was about to hang up the phone, Caesar Coron exclaimed in terror over the line, Is Joker finished? That is utterly ridiculous. It cannot be true. Xi Bei promptly added, Caesar Coron, ensure that you remember me well. I await your approach for collaboration. But your time is running short. Contemplate this carefully. Should I discover that you have allied with another faction, I shall act before the old woman does, ensuring your complete obliteration in this world. Lastly, I advise you to release all those children, for if you attempt to leave Punk Hazard with them, you will find it impossible. The Admiral will soon uncover this place. Consider your actions wisely. With that, Xi Bei hung up the microphone. Initially, Xi Bei had contemplated eliminating Caesar Coron outright. Yet he found himself lacking the time for such endeavors. Furthermore, following the downfall of Doflamingo, Xi Bei's original plans had undergone significant alteration. Keeping Caesar Coron alive proved more advantageous than his demise. Of course, Xi Bei was not oblivious to Coron's past deeds, but he harbored no intentions of moral righteousness. Regardless of Coron's previous actions, Xi Bei remained indifferent, as long as Coron could serve his interests. At this juncture, Xi Bei focused solely on gain, unconcerned with notions of right and wrong. Perhaps he himself was unaware of how he had gradually become cold-hearted, straying further down a dark path. What did you mean by those words? Inquired Luo. Xi Bei, with an impassive demeanor, stated, I require a scientist, particularly someone like Caesar Coron, who has collaborated with Vegapunk. He possesses a profound understanding of the scientific division of the Navy headquarters and has a comprehensive grasp of Vegapunk's research directives. It is precisely because Caesar Coron developed weapons of excessive lethality, inadvertently causing harm to the innocent, that he has found himself in his current predicament. This includes the creation of SAD. One cannot deny that this individual possesses remarkable technical prowess, albeit his character leaves much to be desired. Luo continued to inquire. So? Xi Bei fell silent. Luo pressed his forehead. Cloak, do not worry. As long as there is no Doflamingo, their SAD plan lacks the most crucial element. What if Caesar Clown directly seeks out the Yonko Kaido? He does not necessarily have to come to me, for I am merely an unnamed pawn at this moment. The words I spoke earlier merely offered him an additional choice. After all, we currently lack the energy to engage in a prolonged negotiation with him. Moreover, even if he truly seeks me out, I am confident I can guide him well. He does possess a certain level of combat strength, after all, with his scientific expertise. Our chances against the Yonko would surely be enhanced, would they not? Xi Bei certainly yearns to whisk Caesar away directly, to avert any prolonged uncertainties. However, as Xi Bei wisely observes, they currently remain ensnared in Punk Hazard, surrounded by naval forces. They simply lack the time to engage in further conflict with Caesar Clown. Employing the present circumstances to coerce Caesar Clown is merely a desperate measure on Xi Bei's part. Yet, should Caesar Clown's judgment falter and he seek out Xi Bei instead of, it could be regarded as an unexpected boon, a stroke of fortune. Luo Yaya remarked, since you are aware of the SAD plan, you must realize that you are effectively steering Caesar towards the beast Kaido. Our next course of action is to venture to Wano country, and Kaido lingers in its vicinity. Hence, I wish to continue our collaboration. You are also cognizant that, Even in the absence of Doflamingo as an intermediary, Caesar might still approach Kaido directly with sad technology. I must caution you, however, Kaido is a perilous individual, presently scheming to assemble a legion of capable fighters. Yes, I am fully aware. I understand completely. Xi Bei gave Luo a pat on the shoulder. Luo, have you forgotten that Caesar Kurong deceived a substantial amount of research funding from Ant? She is currently searching for Caesar everywhere. Therefore, it remains uncertain whether Caesar can reach the side of Kaido, the beast. Luo furrowed his brow and remained silent. Xi Bei chuckled carelessly. I merely wish to provoke him a little and take a gamble. It is certainly preferable to him slipping away stealthily after receiving the news. This fellow possesses quite the audacity, daring to swindle the money of the 4 emperors. By the way, why does Kaido linger near Wano? Has he yet to conquer Wano? Conquer Wano? I have not heard of such a thing. As Zabaluo pondered for a moment, he realized that it was indeed a matter for 2 years hence. The two engaged in conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the eastern shore. From a distance, Xi Bei spotted 2 warships anchored at the shore. Although the vessels remained, the figures of Nico, Robin, and Dottie were conspicuously absent. Having taken a longer route, Xi Bei and Luo had arrived at the eastern shore, leading Xi Bei to ponder how it was possible for Robin and Dottie to still be unaccounted for. Could it be that they had encountered some form of trouble along the way? A sense of unease washed over Xi Bei, prompting him to take a few steps forward, intending to approach the warships. However, Luo acted promptly, halting Xi Bei's advance. Captain, do not venture out, he cautioned. Xi Bei was perplexed. Luo pointed towards the warship below. As Xi Bei glanced over, he noticed an individual clad in a naval uniform, seated cross-legged on the ground. The empty sleeves hung limply, presenting a rather decrepit appearance that lacked any semblance of intimidation. However, this was merely an illusion, for upon recognizing the figure, Xi Bei instinctively drew back his legs, refraining from any impulsive actions. Carp? Luo cautiously retreated a couple of steps, troubled by the unforeseen circumstance of encountering Carp stationed here. What should be done now? The original plan could no longer be executed. It dawned on Xi Bei that Ranji Shio had fallen into the hands of the Navy, necessitating a guard. With both admirals absent and Sengoku pursuing Blackbeard, Carp had reluctantly taken on the duty. Clearly, the significance of Ranji Shio was substantial, requiring Carp's personal oversight. As long as Carp remained in his position, the plan to seize the warship had been irrevocably thwarted. Xi Bei inquired, what about the others? Luo was equally uncertain. The only certainty at this moment is that Nico, Robin, and Daddy, among others, have likely not fallen into the hands of Carp. Even a fool would refrain from contesting a warship with Carp. It is evident that neither Nico, Robin, nor Daddy are foolish. If the others have not encountered any troubles along the way, they must have retreated to another location upon sighting Carp. Xi Bei waved his hand, signaling for a quiet departure. However, Luo Gang took 2 steps back, suddenly furrowing his brow and exhaling a breath of cold air. Had the temperature dropped? Xi Bei rubbed his hands together. Immediately afterward, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and a fleeting image flashed through his mind. Luo was frozen, the exact moment uncertain, perhaps mere minutes away, or merely seconds. The location of this occurrence was, in fact, the present. Xi Bei muttered under his breath, Luo, you are truly unfortunate. Indeed, he was unfortunate, on 2 occasions. The scene unfolded with Luo being frozen in place. Luo did not comprehend. Xi Bei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and instinctively, he pushed Luo to the ground. At that very moment, a gust of frigid wind swept through. All the stones and broken trees caught in its path quickly crystallized into ice. Even the moisture in the air seemed to turn painfully cold. Undoubtedly, this was the work of Qing Ji. Xi Bei, resembling a dog scrambling in the sand, sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, flee at once. Luo surveyed the surrounding expanse of pristine white. Had it not been for Xi Bei's timely intervention in tackling him to the ground, he would have been swept away by the fierce gusts, inevitably joining the ranks of the ice sculptures nearby. The thought filled him with dread, prompting him to hasten after Xi Bei, sprinting fervently. As he ran, Luo kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Is it Qingji? Hey, have you spotted anyone in the vicinity? Xi Bei gasped. It doesn't matter where he is, just run. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind them. That won't do. If you manage to escape, I will find it difficult to explain. With that, Qingji pressed his hand against the ground, causing the earth to freeze over and spread forward. In the blink of an eye, the ice reached the heels of Xi Bei and Luo as Qingji seemingly intended to immobilize them, pinning them to the icy surface. Xi Bei would not simply surrender without a fight. He leaped into the air, distancing himself from the ground and the icy surface below. Luo raised a barrier, successfully evading the oncoming threat. Qingji looked up at the soaring Xi Bei, and then his body gradually transformed into a crystalline block of ice. As the cold wind blew, the ice shattered, merging into the moisture in the air. Immediately thereafter, above Xi Bei's head, blocks of ice began to coalesce out of thin air. Xi Bei was taken aback, shattering the ice with a single punch. Simultaneously, a chilling hand emerged from the side, grasping his arm. A youthful visage gradually materialized amidst the frozen shards. Xi Bei swiftly hardened his arm with armed color, attempting to break free from Qingji's grasp. However, Qingji maintained a stoic expression, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. Zai's arm, though it had been hardened by the formidable Busashoka haki, began to gradually encase itself in ice. If Kiyoshi continued to grip it so relentlessly, it seemed that Zai would soon transform into a mere ice sculpture. RROM, slaughterhouse. Luo stood behind the barrier, drawing his blade and striking at Kiyoshi with a flurry of swift, precise cuts. He severed Kiyoshi into 8 distinct segments, and then, like a fragile block of ice, Kiyoshi's body fractured and collapsed onto the ground. Xi Bei, along with the shattered ice fragments, crashed to the ground. As soon as he landed, before he could regain his footing, the broken ice swiftly reassembled, transforming into a youthful visage. How impressive! Xi Bei raised his hand and struck the ground, exclaiming, "Dark cavern technique." Under normal circumstances, a cloud of black smoke should have enveloped the area, for it was this very technique that had caused Don Quixote da Flamingo considerable distress. However, the unexpected occurred. No black smoke materialized. The skill replication had failed. Xi Bei was well aware that replicating skills required the expenditure of life force, a fact he had learned through numerous battles. Now, battered and bruised, he found himself devoid of any surplus vitality to draw upon. It was not just the replication of the expansive dark cavern technique that was beyond his reach. Even a simple fire fist was currently unattainable. Thus, Xi Bei had no choice but to rely solely on his willpower. Yet, how could mere willpower suffice against an admiral of the navy? Thus, only one last option remained. Xi Bei, with a stern expression, said seriously, "Damn it, let's hurry up and run." Xi Bei swiftly turned around and indeed fled. He retraced his steps along the path he had taken to arrive here, quickly distancing himself from Qingji. As he ran, he occasionally glanced back, only to find Qingji standing still, utterly unmoving, showing no intention of pursuing him. It appeared that Qingji was quite confident, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of Xi Bei vanishing from sight. Xi Bei must seize this fleeting opportunity for escape. However, a naval admiral, with such a cumbersome tale, it is exceedingly challenging to shake off. Xi Bei felt as though his hair was turning white from worry. Luo, while running, remarked, "Hey, it seems that Qingji hasn't caught up. Catch up? Does he even need to?" Xi Bei sighed deeply and, with a tone of earnestness, remarked, "This youthful one is quite formidable. Did you notice? A gust of wind swept through, and half the mountain was encased in frost. I dare say it would not be a challenge for him to freeze the entirety of Punk Hazard. Does he truly fear that we might escape? He simply finds it bothersome to move, preferring to observe how far we can run. Regardless of where we flee, he will undoubtedly emerge with a swift motion, transforming us into mere art pieces." Luo analyzed. The youth and Akainu have been locked in combat here for 2 days, leading to fatigue, their powers not at their zenith. To freeze the entire Punk Hazard would likely prove quite difficult. Moreover, on the other side of the island, due to Akainu's abilities, the terrain is entirely engulfed in magma. Xi Bei rolled her eyes. "Very well, you have articulated it splendidly. Qingji is not at his peak. And now is the opportune moment for you to seize the advantage. Luo, you are capable. I have faith in you. Go ahead. Engage in a contest of strength with Qingji, and let that scoundrel witness the prowess of us surgeons from the realm of death. I support you wholeheartedly, in spirit." Luo, drenched in cold sweat, remained silent. Xi Bei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why don't you go?" Luo, consumed by fury, retorted, "Stop speaking foolishly. If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? Although Qingji may not be at his peak, he possesses sufficient strength to contend with the current Xi Bei and Luo, perhaps even less than 50% of his capacity. Just observe their present state. One is exhausted and unable to unleash his full potential, while the other is drained, incapable of replicating skills. Though both possess a commanding presence, it suffices only against ordinary opponents. When faced with a naval admiral, their meager display of dominance would, at best, serve merely as a shield against calamity, rendering self-preservation a daunting challenge. Xi exhaled a breath of cold air and frowned, saying, "Run as far as you can. In any case, strive to keep running and do not stop." Xi Bei felt a chilling breeze behind him, which intensified his sense of suffocation. "Qingji, remember this." Xi Bei uttered a phrase that only villains would typically utter, or rather, he has now transformed into a villain himself, and indeed, a grand one who revels in chaos. He has disrupted the duel between the Navy admirals, disseminated information regarding the Straw Hat Luffy, and covets Caesar Clown's scientific advancements for himself. In this world, it seems there is nothing he is capable of that he would hesitate to execute. Who knows what heinous deeds he may yet commit in the future? Of course, he must first escape Punk Hazard to contemplate what lies ahead. The eastern coast is a frozen expanse, with snow underfoot and ice-laden forests surrounding him. As far as the eye can see, it is a pristine white landscape. Xi Bei and Luo had been running in the snow for a quarter of an hour, their stamina rapidly depleting, and they were on the verge of collapse. The expanse of snow was likely once a basin, flanked by two towering ice mountains. Beyond these icy peaks lay a searing region of molten lava. At this moment, Xi Bei stood within the basin, feeling a temperate warmth that contrasted sharply with the previous chill, prompting her to slightly reduce her pace. Luo, panting heavily, shouted, "Cloak Master, do not halt. Keep running. We are almost to the shore." Before he could finish his sentence, he collided with a gust of air and tumbled into the snow. Xi was on high alert, mistakenly believing that Qingji was in pursuit once more. However, after Luo was knocked down, there was an eerie silence in the vicinity. To recount, before Luo lay an expanse of nothingness. Yet he appeared as if he had collided with a tree trunk. Was this a trick of the mind? Could it be that an invisible barrier obstructed his path ahead? Xi Bei stepped forward and gently touched, confirming that everything was fine. Luo sat in the snow, shaking his head, clearly dazed from the impact. Xi Bei, filled with curiosity, inquired what happened. Luo, cradling his head, replied, "I am uncertain. It seems I just collided with something." Xi Bei lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, he suddenly heard the distinct sound of a beast snorting in the distance. Indeed, it was the unmistakable sound of a wild creature. Xi Bei felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced to the left and right. The area was utterly barren, having been ravaged by the fierce battle between Qingji and Qihound, leaving no trace of life. Not even a ghost could be seen. So, from whence did this sound of the beast emanate? Xi Bei perked up his ears, listening attentively. Crack, crack, crack. These were the sounds of footsteps crunching upon the snow. Xi Bei grasped his head in disbelief, realizing that there was indeed no one nearby. Could it be that this beast had the ability to become invisible? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xi Bei suddenly recalled that there were indeed creatures in this world that possessed such an ability. He cautiously retreated to Luo's side, crouching down to whisper softly in his ear. It could be an invisible person. Luo's face darkened as he replied, "Yes, I suspected as much. Is it a person with special abilities?" Xi Bei made a gesture for silence, then attentively listened to the footsteps, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "They've gone far." Luo brushed the snow from his clothes and replied earnestly, "How can they have left? Aren't they from the Navy? The leader of the cloak-wearers, Punk Hazard, has created a chaotic environment. We truly cannot linger here any longer. We are nearly at the shore. And now we have two options. Firstly, to abandon your people and depart without concern. Secondly, to seek out your companions. However, I personally lean towards the first option, for we are both unaware of the whereabouts and circumstances of your people. What if they have been captured by the Navy? What would you do then?" Xi Bei fell into a moment of silence. Shortly thereafter, he shook his head and said, "If we cannot locate anyone, we cannot leave. Do not forget that Nico Robin and the Revolutionary Army are also present. If they have been captured by the Navy, Sabo would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, I personally believe that they are not so easily apprehended. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere on the island." "Humph, you are far too naive." Luo Taiqing, with a serious expression, replied, "Although the Navy's forces at Punk Hazard are limited, you are well aware of their combat capabilities. Coupled with the presence of Blackbeard, do you understand? The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is struggling to protect himself. What more can you hope for? This is the reality. A single Marine Admiral is enough to cause a headache, not to mention Akainu, Sengoku, and Garp. The highest echelons of the Navy's power are all concentrated on this island. For Nico Robin and the others, Encountering even a small contingent could lead to their utter annihilation. If Xi Bei and Luo focus solely on their own escape, they might still manage to leave Punkhazard, but the current situation affords them no time to search for others leisurely. Have we truly reached the point of abandoning our comrades and fleeing with our tails between our legs? Xi Bei hesitated. Luo raised his voice, the master of the clan, asserting that there was no time for indecision. Xi Bei suddenly nudged Luo and scoffed. They are not your crew. You surely do not care. TCH. Luo clenched his teeth. Xi Bei gazed at the footprints imprinted in the snow, and suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Wait, I have a plan. He dashed forward, following the trail of footprints, exclaiming, Lo, swiftly apprehend that transparent being. If we can seize him, our escape from Punkhazard will be assured. If Xi Bei's conjecture held true, this elusive figure was none other than Absalom, one of the notorious three weirdos of the Terror Trio. The distinctive roar of the beast he had just heard, coupled with the ability to render oneself invisible, left Xi Bei pondering who else could possess such a power besides Absalom. This Absalom was a subordinate of the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, wielding the powers of the transparent fruit, which not only allowed him to become invisible, but also to render anyone or anything he touched transparent. With Absalom's assistance, concerns of being discovered by the Navy would be alleviated. As for why Absalom would manifest in this location, the answer was singular. He was gathering news. During the Marineford War, Gecko Moria was deemed unworthy of his position as a warlord due to his lackluster performance, leading the higher echelons of the world government to decree his eradication, with the executioner being Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just as Gecko Moria was on the brink of death at Doflamingo's hands, it was Absalom who, utilizing his powers, stealthily rescued Moria. This illustrates Absalom's capability to render others invisible and facilitate their escape. After the Marineford War, Absalom adopted the role of a freelance journalist, leveraging his invisibility to gather news from various sources. The confrontation between Marine admirals was a momentous event, a veritable scoop for Absalom. Thus his presence here was scarcely surprising to Xi Bei. Indeed, capturing Absalom would likely lead them to Gecko Moria. Xi Bei suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lo, the goddess of fortune has not forsaken us. Our immediate task is to capture this invisible man. I shall elucidate further in due time. You are keen on confronting the four emperors, Kaido, are you not? Perhaps we have acquired a new ally, and one who is a former warlord, or rather, a former warlord. Lo was perplexed by Xi Bei's words, yet, observing Xi Bei's unwavering confidence, he gritted his teeth and resolutely. The two pursued along the footprints in the snow, swiftly arriving at the trail's end. Not far ahead, on the desolate expanse of untouched snow, an inexplicable new footprint had appeared. Xi Bei keenly observed the direction of the footprint and lunged forward with remarkable agility. He succeeded in his endeavor, finding himself suspended in midair. Luo drew his blade from its sheath, gazing in astonishment at Xi Bei, who swayed precariously in the air. Is such a phenomenon possible? He marveled. As the invisible figure had yet to reveal itself, Xi Bei remained oblivious to the exact part of the entity he had seized. One thing was certain. He had indeed captured someone, and this elusive being was defiantly struggling against his grip. Xi Bei wrapped her arms around him. Her fingers interlocked. I've got you. At that very moment, the invisible man spoke. Ha! Bastard, let go. As he spoke, the invisible man gradually revealed his true form. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it can't be. A beast? Indeed, it is you, Absalom. West Bale exclaimed. At present, Absalom and West Bale appeared somewhat altered on the grand screen, their attire having undergone a transformation. However, the one constant remained, their bodies adorned with sewing threads, the lion-like visage, and the untamed physique reminiscent of a beast. Fortunately, he stood at an ordinary height, no more than 1.80 meters. Absalom now sported a pair of spectacles, exuding an air of sophistication, while a pink camera dangled from his neck. He wore black leather boots and tailored trousers, with his upper body left bare. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed unfazed by the chill in the air. Absalom's beastly physique afforded him a degree of insulation against the cold, rendering the choice of outerwear rather inconsequential. On the contrary, he exuded confidence in his wild form, frequently showcasing his muscles in an unconventional display of bravado. Let go, you scoundrel. What are you attempting to do? Xi Bei clung tightly to Absalom's neck, saying, Do not move. We merely seek your assistance. Absalom retorted, I have nothing to offer you. Release me at once, or I shall be compelled to unleash my wrath. Beware the consequences of provoking me. They are dire. Despite Absalom's attempts to dislodge him, Xi Bei clung on with unwavering determination, refusing to relent, firmly securing his position. Frustrated, Absalom reached for Xi Bei, intending to throw him off with force. At that moment, Law unexpectedly pressed a blade against Absalom's throat, causing him to freeze in place. Paralyzed by fear, as a contributor to the world of free expression, Absalom possessed a degree of perception. From the instant he collided with Law, he recognized the infamous figure before him, a pirate supernova from the era of great calamity. Thus, when Law inadvertently brushed past him, he remained silent, retreating discreetly, never anticipating that these two would pursue him. Absalom raised his hands, swallowing hard as he uttered, "Trafalgar Law." Law smirked and replied, "Oh, you know me?" Xi Bei interjected playfully, "Do not underestimate the future king of the graveyard. After all, he is also a contributor of independent writings. With your recent surge in fame, it would be difficult not to recognize you, wouldn't it? What do you say, Absalom?" "Oh, it seems you have now chosen to go by Abusa." Absalom blinked and replied, "I have been curious from the very beginning. Do you truly know me? Xi Bei, the king of flavor, I am indeed your devoted admirer. My admiration for you knows no bounds." Absalom's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, is that so? It appears I was unaware." Xi Bei continued, "As your devoted admirer, might you pause to lend an ear to my troubles? I find myself in dire need of your assistance. Furthermore, I have some monumental news to share, such as the current whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates, which I am certain would pique your interest." Absalom, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, surmised that the situation was far from straightforward. He neither nodded in acquiescence nor outrightly refused, for Law's blade remained poised at his throat. The thought of uttering a negative response and facing dire consequences was not lost on him. Thus, he resolved to listen first, and if the circumstances proved safe, he might consider extending a helping hand. "We require your unique abilities to locate a few individuals on the island. As a user of the transparent fruit, rendering us invisible should be a mere trifle for you, posing no detriment to your interests. Once we locate the individuals, I shall divulge the location of the Straw Hat Pirates to you. When you release that information, you will undoubtedly elevate your status to that of a celebrated figure." Absalom remained silent, his lips sealed. Xi Bei furrowed his brows and remarked, "Could you at least give me a hint about your decision?" To his surprise, Absalom awkwardly replied, "Honestly, you hold no allure for me. I have already encountered Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates. The island is teeming with news, and I have nearly gathered all the information I need. I am preparing to depart, as I do not wish to linger here any longer. The situation is perilous. The general staff of the Revolutionary Army and the Blackbeard pirates have already clashed, and the Marine headquarters of Kenu and Sengoku have also intervened. This island is unlikely to endure much longer. I strongly advise you to leave at once." Xi Bei exclaimed, "Have you seen Nico Robin?" Absalom, gently setting Xi Bei down, pondered while stroking his chin. "Ah, it is not merely Nico Robin. The notorious pirate and supernova of the worst generation, Jewelry Bonnie, is also present. The others are unfamiliar to me, yet I can affirm that I witnessed them boarding someone's ship." With that, Absalom produced a photograph and presented it before. With a keen gaze, Xi Bei observed that Nico Robin, Daddy, Bonnie, as well as Raquel and the fishman Hark, were indeed aboard a sailing vessel. On the ship, there were also two others, the warrior Zwiji and the female ninja Kaichi. Upon seeing these two individuals, Xi Bei finally grasped the situation. Indeed, after the altercation between Strisi and Feld, she had not departed. It appeared that Strisi had encountered no significant peril. Otherwise, Zwiji and Kaichi would not have been present. Could it be that the clash between the two sovereigns of the dark world was merely a tempest in a teapot? Was it resolved so swiftly? Regardless, Xi Bei had at least ascertained that Strisi had assisted Daddy and the others in their escape. Now, only Xi Bei and Luo remained. With just the two of them, the plan for escape would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. Xi Bei returned the photograph to Absalom and said earnestly, "Very well. All that remains is for you to use your abilities to lead us away from this place." Absalom, puzzled, inquired why. "Would it not be more convenient for you to leave on your own?" Just then, a biting gust of wind swept through, and Luo's expression suddenly shifted. "It's here." Xi Bei swiftly interjected, "It's because Admiral Qingji is in pursuit of us." Absalom was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, when Qingji appeared in the snowy expanse. The surroundings were utterly deserted, leaving behind only a trail of footprints. Following the prints for a while, Qingji reached an area riddled with molten fissures, where the footprints vanished, as did the scents of Xi Bei and Luo. as though they had never existed at all. Xi stood there, bewildered, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, completely at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the two. This is troublesome. Xi grasped his head. Though his words suggested trouble, his expression betrayed no hint of concern. Appearing rather nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Xi Bei and Luo. Just as he was about to proceed, the island began to tremble violently, followed by a barrage of meteor-like volcanic eruptions raining down from the sky. Blackbeard was reluctantly engaged in direct combat with Akainu, while Sengoku and Sabo intervened nearby. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Xi, rarely serious, contemplated seizing the opportunity to eliminate both the Blackbeard pirates and the revolutionary army led by Sabo, an unequivocal boon for the navy. However, it was unlikely to be that straightforward, as Karp was stationed near the battleship, his combat power somewhat limited. Weighing the pros and cons, Xi concluded that he ought not to expend his efforts on Xi Bei and Luo. With this thought, he turned and approached the battlefield. As soon as Xi had distanced himself, Absalom, concealed behind the rocks, deactivated his invisibility and gradually revealed himself. Xi lay behind Absalom, feeling at last it was over. "Thank you, O king of the graveyard." Absalom let out a low growl, akin to a beast, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it. Why must I assist you? You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I would be discovered. Now, may I leave in peace?" His adversary was an admiral of the navy, and truthfully, Absalom had no desire to meddle in affairs beyond his own. However, Luo had persistently held a metaphorical knife to Absalom's throat, leaving him with no choice but to comply. His impression of Luo was far from favorable, especially given the sensational news coverage of Luo's exploits, reports he had exclusively disseminated, depicting him as a pirate who casually harvested the hearts of others. Absalom had no intention of provoking such a notorious figure lightly. Indeed, Luo's infamous reputation was enough to instill fear in a small circle of individuals. Having aided Xi and Luo in evading the pursuit of the youthful Navy admiral, Absalom believed he could now extricate himself from the situation. Yet, Xi showed no inclination to let him go, which incited Absalom's ire. He growled menacingly, "Humph. What more do you wish to accomplish?" Xi Bei spoke. "What shall we do if you depart? I have previously stated that you should take us along as you leave Pankasade. This should not pose a challenge for you. Now is the moment for you to fully unleash your capabilities, and there is no detriment to you in doing so. Look, you have already evaded the admiral. So what is there to fear?" Just as Absalom was about to firmly refuse, Luo tightened his grip on the knife, pressing it closer against his neck. Xi Bei hastily interjected, "Moreover, we have no ship. Surely, you must have a way to escape." "How infuriating. You two scoundrels, remember this." Absalom was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the unexpected encounter with these two. It was unfortunate enough to be coerced into evading Xi's pursuit. But now he was being compelled to utilize his powers to assist in their escape. Nothing could be more unfortunate than this. After all, he had once been one of the 3 officers of the warlords of the sea, and now he found himself threatened by pirates. What a decline in the world. With no other choice, Absalom had to bear Xi Bei and Luo, rendering himself invisible as they sprinted from the tense heart of the fissured land to the coast. There, a black bat-shaped small boat lay anchored, a vessel that bore the emblem of Moonlight Moria, the very ship Absalom had taken to reach Punkhazard. This clearly indicated that since rescuing Moonlight Moria during the War of the Best, Absalom had remained by his side. In the searing magma sea, there was no ice surface, nor were there any warships stationed. Both docking and departure were relatively safe. Moreover, at this moment, the Navy's most formidable forces were entangled with Blackbeard. So when Xi Bei and the others stealthily set sail, they encountered no resistance. The bat ship gradually distanced itself from Punkhazard, and Xi Bei let out a profound sigh of relief. However, as soon as he relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. He cautiously removed his warm fur coat, revealing horrendous, vivid bruises all over his body, now turning a deep shade of purple. Absalom, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, often witnessed the peculiar Dr. Hogback suturing corpses. His own body was a patchwork of various beastly muscles and hides, so he had always scoffed at injuries, dismissing them with disdain. Yet now, seeing Xi Bei covered in dark, purplish wounds, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "With such grievous injuries, how are you still alive?" Xi Bei reclined against the ship's railing, his tone somewhat languid. "It's nothing, merely a bit too much bloodshed, but such is the way of things. After all, Our adversary is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. A mere injury is, in fact, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Absalom exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that da Flamingo is indeed your foe? Xi Bei smiled faintly, reluctant to elaborate further, lacking the strength to do so. Absalom produced a photograph, revealing a grim image of da Flamingo. In the picture, da Flamingo was missing both legs, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Absalom gazed at the photograph for a moment, beads of sweat trickling down his brow as he remarked, if this photograph were to circulate, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy. The idea of da Flamingo falling in punk hazard is something I could never have fathomed before arriving here. Without da Flamingo as an intermediary, numerous clandestine dealings in the dark world would be forced to come to a halt. Those influential figures would surely be restless, wouldn't they? It has only been a month since the war atop. With a sigh, Absalom expressed his thoughts. Luo, unfamiliar with Absalom and his background, chose not to delve deeper into the matter of da Flamingo in his presence. Now that they had safely evacuated Punk Hazard, with no navy pursuing them, Luo finally felt he could gather his thoughts. However, as he observed Xi Bei's battered form, he felt a pang of sorrow. He wandered around the ship in search of any emergency medical supplies. The bat ship was rather small, with few rooms, and even lacked a lookout tower. Aside from the main cabin, there was merely a storage room and a resting area. This vessel was merely a makeshift news-gathering boat for Absalom, not a proper pirate ship. Thus it lacked many essentials, resembling an ordinary sailboat. As Luo pushed open the door to the resting area, he discovered the room overflowing with various news materials. There were pieces about Kidd, Hawkins, and mostly reports concerning pirate affairs. He stepped inside, casually picking up a stack of news clippings. The content of this particular stack revolved around Kidd, detailing his collision with a pirate crew affiliated with Big Mom. Just as Luo became engrossed in the reading, Absalom burst into the room, snatching the news clippings from Luo's hands, exclaiming, "Hey, who gave you the right to wander in here? This room contains exclusive news from the New World. Honestly, barging into my quarters without my consent is akin to thievery." Luo shrugged indifferently. "I am a pirate after all." Absalom neatly restacked the clippings and continued, "As per our previous agreement, I have assisted you in leaving Punk Hazard. When do you plan to depart? I would rather not have others discover that I am on the same ship as you, Trafalgar Law. Do you realize that by taking the hearts of pirates, you have incited widespread wrath?" With a dismissive grunt, Luo turned to exit the room. However, upon reaching the doorway, he paused and said, "Go fetch some bandages. We need to attend to the captain's wounds first." Absalom called out, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Luo lightly brandished his sword, his tone icy. "Do as I say." Absalom frowned. "This ship is meant for collecting news. There is no infirmary, so where would I find bandages?" Without looking back, Luo replied, "Just find something that can wrap a wound." As Absalom watched Law gradually disappear into the distance, he struck the table with his fist in frustration. How infuriating. The report that Law had just seen was rather intriguing. Captain Kidd, another pirate supernova, had initially commanded the highest bounty among all supernovas, even surpassing that of Monkey D. Luffy. After they had jointly confronted the pacifistas at Sabaody Archipelago, Law and Kidd had parted ways, each fleeing in their own direction. In the past month, news regarding Captain Kidd had been scarce. Little did he expect that this Captain Kidd, who had previously remained silent, would suddenly make waves by clashing with the notorious pirate crew led by Big Mom. This revelation was indeed sensational. Simultaneously, Law grew increasingly impressed by Absalom's talent for gathering news. Capturing such events in photographs was no small feat, especially for one endowed with the powers of the transparent fruit, making him truly omnipresent. Moreover, the uniquely designed bat-shaped ship had caught Law's attention from the moment he boarded. The bat emblem was strikingly familiar, evoking memories of the former warlord, Gecko Moria. Additionally, he recalled the words of Xi Bei, who had mentioned something about augmenting new combat power and referenced the former warlord. Law felt as though he was beginning to piece together a puzzle. But how could this be? The report stated that Gecko Moria had perished during the Marineford War. It seemed imperative for Law to inquire further about the situation. He took a seat beside Xi Bei and asked, "Cloaked One, do you happen to know anything about Moria?" Xi Bei lay motionless on the deck, responding, "Have you finally realized it? This individual named Absalom, a user of transparent abilities, is an officer of Gecko Moria. After the conclusion of the Marineford War, the world government sought to strip Moria of his warlord title, intending to eliminate him on the battlefield. However, Absalom unexpectedly used his transparent powers to rescue someone, leaving the world government without a trace of him, alive or dead. They had no choice but to fabricate a story in the newspapers, claiming that Gecko Moria sacrificed himself on the battlefield to aid the Navy against Whitebeard. Those rascals are truly skilled at concocting tales. Indeed, shortly after the war's end, the newspapers had reported Moria's death. Law had seen it and had never questioned it. In such a monumental conflict, where even Whitebeard had fallen, the death of a warlord seemed unremarkable. Yet now, hearing Xi Bei assert that Moria was alive piqued Law's curiosity about how Xi Bei had come to know this information. Xi Bei, seemingly indifferent to Luo's changing expressions, continued. Since you intend to confront Kaido, it is no small feat to topple one of the four emperors, even if we join forces. Thus, we must bolster our strength. This is an opportunity. Moria and Kaido have a history of animosity, and if we can persuade Moria, our chances of success will shift from nil to something tangible. Luo, puzzled, inquired, do you know where Moria is located? Xi Bei gestured towards the approaching Absalom and smiled, saying, I am uncertain, yet he possesses the knowledge we seek. Let him guide us to Moria. Although Moria is no longer one of the 7 warlords, he still wields considerable strength and has previously clashed with Kaido. Thus having a fair understanding of him, Luo shook his head, harboring little optimism. It would indeed be splendid if Moria could lend us his assistance. But I doubt he will cooperate willingly. Xi Bei gradually propped himself up. That is precisely why we must persuade them. At that moment, Absalom approached, tossing a strip of cloth before Luo, saying, there are no bandages aboard the ship. This is all we have. See if you can make use of it. Dress the wound and leave swiftly. I have done all I can. Aren't you still in search of someone? Is it truly acceptable to remain on the ship for long? Luo picked up the tattered cloth and tended to Xi Bei's wound with a hasty yet careful hand. Xi Bei, bare-chested and with his back turned to Luo, spoke. Do not be hasty. There are still matters for you to assist with. Absalom instinctively emitted a low growl akin to that of a beast. I have already stated that I have completed all that I am capable of. Luo, not merely a pirate but also a physician, swiftly tended to Xi Bei's wounds. In a short while, he had finished bandaging the injuries. There remained a considerable amount of cloth, and despite his own wounds, Luo wrapped the remaining fabric around his own torso while inquiring, what about Nico Robin and your people? What shall we do? Will we not concern ourselves with them? Xi Bei was ensconced against the ship's boards, entirely wrapped in cloth like a mummy. Upon hearing Luo's inquiry, he retrieved a small communication device from the discarded fur coat beside him. He recalled the moment he met Luo on the small boat, when Dottie was gravely injured and Luo had assisted in bandaging his wounds. Dottie's daughter had been present at that time. After regaining consciousness, Dottie had handed this communication device to Xi Bei, claiming it could be used to contact Stacy. Xi Bei had always kept the device close at hand. Now that they had boarded Stacy's vessel, once they had escaped danger, he was certain they would reach out to him without delay. Given the current circumstances, there is little that can be done, even if Xi Bei feels concern. Observing the sudden silence between the two, Absalom straightforwardly inquired, is there anything else you wish for my assistance with? Xi Bei carefully stored the phone bug and resolutely declared, take us to meet Moria. What? Xi Bei gazed up at Absalom and said, cease your pretense. I am aware that ever since the War of the Top, Moria has been by your side. With Hogabak accompanying you, his injuries should have nearly healed by now. I have a matter to discuss with Moria that may pique his interest. Perhaps you could reach out to him first, and I shall speak with him afterward? Do not dare to tell me you are unable to contact him. Absalom took a few steps back. Who exactly are you? He inquired. I am the one who can assist Moria in avenging himself. Suddenly, the phone of Shatruzi buzzed. Xi Bei seized the microphone and exclaimed, is that you, Daddy? From the other end of the phone, a woman's voice resonated. It appears you are still alive. Splendid. Have you managed to escape from Punk Hazard? Xi Bei quickly composed himself. So it is the Queen of Joy Street. What about Daddy and Bonnie? Were they not taken by your people? Nicole Robin is also aboard your ship, isn't she? Rest assured, they are all safe. Xi Bei let out a sigh and inquired, where are you located? I shall head over now. We have departed from Punk Hazard and are en route to Autumn Valley. They seem rather concerned about your well-being. Hence I was asked to inform you. Since you intend to come, I shall slow my pace along the way to await your arrival. Do make haste. And be cautious not to be detected by the Navy. The voice of the telephone bug was audible, ensuring that the two individuals beside Xi Bei heard it distinctly. Xi Bei was unaware of the whereabouts of Chogu and glanced at Luo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Not far from Pankasade, there lay a strait. where the shores perpetually embraced the essence of autumn. The wind stirred the leaves to fall, creating a tapestry of golden hues. Most of the flora had gradually evolved to thrive in this autumnal ambience, thus earning the moniker of Chiugu. However, within this valley, an array of peculiar and exotic flora and fauna existed, some even possessing aggressive traits, specifically designed to assail passers-by. Consequently, under normal circumstances, few would wish to linger in Chiugu. Xi Bei set down the microphone and addressed Absalom, saying, "There is no urgency regarding Moria. Take your time to contemplate it. For now, please escort us to Chiugu." Absalom, however, was unwilling to comply, responding, "That location is far too perilous. I shall not go." Xi Bei, with a persuasive tone, remarked, "If you can move swiftly enough, you might just catch up with them along the way. In that case, we need not venture to Chiugu. I shall return with you to meet Molia. By the way, is there food on the ship? I am quite famished. Given my severe injuries, I must adequately replenish my strength. Have you not been listening? You must find a solution on your own. I shall offer no further assistance. You are courting trouble with your incessant noise." Luo opened his palm, revealing a small circle of energy swirling within. With an ominous, he warned, "Do not force us to repeat ourselves. My patience is not as abundant as you might believe." Invisible One, would you care to experience the sensation of having your heart taken from you? Upon witnessing this, Absalom swiftly rendered himself invisible. Xi Bei, cradling the back of his head, languidly remarked, "Enough of the games. Even if you render yourself invisible, you are still aboard the ship. Discovering your whereabouts is a trivial pursuit. If you truly possess the audacity, then leap from the vessel. Simply plunge into the sea, and we shall not be able to locate you. Do you dare?" The wielder of the transparent fruit, Absalom, had small rocket launchers affixed to both hands, yet he had rendered them invisible through his powers, rendering them unseen by others. This rocket launcher was one of his most frequently employed methods of attack. The very fact that it was concealed allowed him to execute this maneuver with remarkable frequency and minimal error. At that moment, Absalom was utilizing his ability to conceal himself in a corner of the ship, aiming the rocket launcher at Xi Bei and Luo, poised for an imminent strike. However, Xi Bei and Luo remained utterly composed under the threat of his weapon. Absalom, filled with hesitation, pondered the gravity of the situation. If he were to act, it would escalate to a life-and-death confrontation. Was it truly necessary to sever ties so drastically? The answer was no. Exhaling deeply, Absalom dispelled his invisibility. For even if he were to launch a surprise attack while invisible, he could not overpower these two. In terms of evasion, he was undoubtedly skilled, yet in combat, he fell somewhat short. The potential of the transparent fruit was indeed formidable if developed properly, yet this individual showed no ambition, preoccupied instead with using his abilities for voyeurism, allowing such a powerful gift to languish in neglect. Upon witnessing the situation, Xi Bei chuckled, "Why have you ceased your efforts?" Absalom, with a downcast demeanor, pointed towards the storeroom and replied, "There are still some provisions left inside. Consume as much as you desire. I shall verify our course of navigation. We are a day's journey away from Chiugu, and I will expedite our pace, striving to catch up to the others before we reach that accursed place. I certainly do not wish to arrive there. Is Chiugu truly that perilous?" Xi Bei inquired with curiosity. Absalom, lowering his gaze, remained silent and turned to steer the vessel. Luo, however, responded, "It is quite an intriguing locale. Inside the storeroom, most of the provisions were pre-marinated and required no cooking. If one truly desired a taste of fresh, succulent meat, they would need to take matters into their own hands." However, both Xi Bei and Luo were too indolent to make the effort and possessed no culinary skills. Thus they settled for the less than satisfactory fare, which, while not particularly flavorful, sufficed to quell their hunger. Fortunately, a few barrels of fine wine were stacked in the corner, and when the food became unpalatable, a hearty gulp of wine provided a sense of euphoria. After concluding their maritime picnic, both regained considerable strength. Yet, the weariness of their exertions soon enveloped them, and just as their hunger was satiated, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. Xi Bei reclined within the storeroom, his belly prominently protruding, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of wine that enveloped the space. With his eyes closed, he prepared to drift into a deep slumber. Luo extracted a heart from the inner pocket of his coat. It was the heart of Doflamingo, still pulsating with life. This revealed that Doflamingo was not yet deceased. However, as long as the heart rested in Luo's grasp, Doflamingo's survival was rendered futile. Even now, Luo struggled to believe that his elaborate efforts to topple Doflamingo had culminated in such effortless triumph. Truly a case of finding unexpected treasures without toil. Luo distinctly felt the warmth emanating from Doflamingo's heart. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on it, murmuring, "Mr. Corazon." Absalom manned the vessel, propelling it at the utmost speed toward the direction of Autumn Valley. Reluctant to venture there, yet lacking the strength to resist, he could only endeavor to maximize the ship's velocity. Aboard the vessel, 3 individuals journeyed from dusk until the depths of the night. Xi Bei and Luo had long since succumbed to slumber within the hold. Absalom, having been at the helm for an extended period, had unwittingly dozed off, resting his head on the ship's wheel. At that moment, a seagull soared through the sky, and as it passed over Absalom, it released a rather unsightly droppings on his head. Startled, Absalom slipped and tumbled to the deck, finally jolting him awake. As he rose from the planks, he spotted a vessel not far off, brilliantly illuminated against the night sky. Shaking his head to clear the remnants of sleep, he took up his telescope for a closer inspection, discovering it to be a grand merchant ship. However, it appeared eerily devoid of crew. His gaze shifted to the lookout perch, where he beheld a woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Absalom, a connoisseur of beauty, held a particular fondness for captivating ladies, unabashedly embodying the spirit of a lecher. Thus, upon glimpsing the woman atop the lookout, his eyes sparkled with infatuation and saliva pooled in his mouth. Surely, I am more suited to wed such a delicate creature. In that instant, a thought struck him. Could this be the very person Xi Bei had been searching for? With this notion in mind, Absalom hastened back to the hold and delivered a resounding slap to both Xi Bei and Luo. "Hey, awaken! A ship has appeared. Hurry and see if it is the one you seek." Xi Bei rubbed his face, gradually awakening from his slumber. Luo, too, found himself in a similar state, though one side of his visage was flushed to deep crimson. Xi Bei raised his binoculars at the bow of the ship and observed for a brief moment. He discovered that on the lookout of the merchant vessel, only Tracy was present. However, this was not the focal point of his concern. What truly captured Xi Bei's attention was the distant merchant ship, which, if his memory served him correctly, belonged not to Tracy, but to the infamous loan shark, Fell. Xi Bei was quite intrigued as to why Tracy was aboard Field's merchant ship. Had they perhaps reconciled? Xi felt that something was amiss. However, since Tracy was aboard that vessel, it was reasonable to assume that others were also present. Without further contemplation, Xi beckoned Absalom to gradually steer the ship closer. Tracy had also noticed the approaching boat, so she furled the sails and patiently awaited their arrival. Before long, the distance between the two ships closed, and they docked alongside each other. Tracy descended from the lookout and stood at the ship's edge, remarking, "You are remarkably swift. I thought it would take until dawn for you to catch up with us. The others have already dined, drunk, and retired for the night, so do come aboard." At this juncture, Tracy cast a glance at Luo, her brow furrowing slightly. Wasn't that Trafalgar Luo? What was he doing here? Luo paid no heed to Tracy but scanned the surroundings. Although the merchant vessel was brightly lit, it bore an unsettling silence. A wave of unease washed over Luo, as if he were about to board an enemy ship. The Queen of Joy Street was known for her subtlety, yet she was also ruthless, always calculating her interests, a quintessential femme fatale, compelling Luo to remain vigilant. Naturally, Xi also sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Tracy smiled warmly. "Since you are here, you are our guests. Come aboard. You must be famished. I shall have provisions and fine wine prepared for you at once. It is truly a cause for celebration that we can depart from Punkhazard unscathed amidst the Navy's encirclement. A feast is indeed in order." Xi Bei suddenly interjected, "What about the others?" Did I not mention it?" I replied. "Dottie and Joe Elibani, along with Nico Robin and 2 comrades from the Revolutionary Army, are all nursing various injuries. After tending to their wounds, they were utterly exhausted and have since fallen asleep. It would be best not to disturb them. Let them rest a while longer. You all should board the ship first." Luo quietly tugged at Xi Bei's sleeve. Xi Bei grew increasingly vigilant. "What about the 2 individuals beside you? The warrior and the female ninja?" It was evident that Sir Tracy hesitated for a moment. Xi Bei let out a cold laugh, saying, "Let Dottie come out first." Sir Tracy hesitated and replied, "Must we wake him? Can't he sleep a little longer? Is there anything that cannot be said aloud? By the way, what about that little girl? Why didn't I notice her? Is she not with you? Could something have happened?" Xi Bei took several steps back, resolutely refusing to board the vessel, for the peculiar demeanor of Sir Tracy was deeply unsettling. Her responses were vague and evasive, and the two ships had drawn alarmingly close. Yet there was an unsettling silence aboard the merchant, devoid of even the faintest sound of footsteps. This was undeniably strange. Xi Bei could not bring himself to believe that Shi was the sole occupant of the ship. She was certainly deceiving him, but the question lingered. Why would she choose to lie? Xi Bei has become increasingly enigmatic. You need not concern yourself with that little girl. Since just now, I have been pondering why you are aboard Feld's ship. Could it be that you have eliminated Feld and seized his vessel? Stacy, your demeanor appears rather peculiar at this moment. Humph. Suddenly, Stacy's expression shifted, and she commanded, "Seize this rascal." Simultaneously, Xi descended from the heights, brandishing a katana. Luo had remained in a state of vigilance, so when Xi appeared, he was already aware of his presence. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he merely used the scabbard to deflect Xi strike. With his initial attack thwarted, Xi swiftly retreated to Stacy's side, crouching low and poised for the next move. Xi Bei's face turned ashen. Surely, what do you truly mean? Humph, young man, you have injured Feld's men, not only creating enmity with Feld, but also setting ablaze my amusement park in the wetland forest. Even the relocation center funded by Feld has been reduced to ashes. What do I mean? Is there any need for further inquiry? Xi Bei trembled with rage. The individual who had injured Feld in the wetland forest was indeed Xi Bei, as he had committed the act, yet it bore no connection to Xi. However, was it not Xi idea to incinerate the joyous grounds of the wetland forest? Now, suddenly turning against him, she had shifted the entire burden of their misdeeds onto Xi Bei. At this moment, Xi Bei comprehended that Xi and Feld had likely conspired in secret to avoid escalating their conflict. Consequently, Xi Bei became the unfortunate victim of the clandestine negotiations between these two sovereigns of the shadowy realm. In other words, after her plan to undermine Feld had faltered, Xi had resolved to sacrifice Xi Bei. Although both Xi and Feld were acutely aware of their mutual intolerance and had recently engaged in a fierce confrontation, their primary focus remained on the pursuit of their interests. Neither wished to engage in a fight to the death without a substantial advantage to vanquish the other. Thus, during her discussions with Feld, Xi promised to surrender Xi Bei as a means to facilitate Feld's retreat and eliminate yet another of Xi's allies. This was a concession made by Xi to Feld. Now, at long last, Xi Bei understood why Tedan had chosen to betray Xi. This was not mere hesitation on Xi's part. She clearly regarded all those around her as mere tools. It was not only Tedan who found it intolerable. Even Xi Bei harbored thoughts of murder at this moment. Xi Bei enunciated with unwavering resolve, "Do you dare to sell me?" Just as the words left his lips, a middle-aged man, cigar in one hand and a glass in the other, emerged from a room on the second floor of the merchant vessel. He was a towering figure, marked by a distinct scar across his forehead, sporting dark sunglasses, and draped in a black velvet-collared coat, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Indeed, this man was none other than Feld, the usury king of the underworld. Is it this young lad? Feld mused, gently swirling the contents of his glass. He flicked away the cigar, fixing his gaze upon Xi Bei, and inquired, "Hey, did you eliminate Phyllis? That fellow owes me quite a sum, and with him gone, who am I to claim this substantial debt from? And as for Phyllis, you even reduced the resettlement center to ashes. Your actions have indeed cost me dearly." "I have nothing to say." Xi Bei inhaled deeply, his expression unyielding as he replied, "Stacy, I never take the life of a woman, nor do I wish to. Yet today, I must make an exception for you. If you do not perish, my wrath shall remain unquenched. Oh ho ho, many have uttered such words to me before. Yet here I stand, quite well, thank you. And, might I remind you, the others are all in my grasp now." With a grimace, Xi Bei inquired, "Can I entrust this to you?" Luo turned his head, only to find himself alone. Absalom had rendered himself invisible long before the two ships drew close. Yet Luo was acutely aware of Absalom's presence beside him. Thus, he addressed the emptiness around him. "Would you accompany me?" Suddenly, a low growl reminiscent of a beast echoed through the air. "Do enjoy this rare banquet," Luo smiled widely, exclaiming room. Luo's ability was highly taxing on his stamina. Dragging a weary body into battle would render him ineffective. Fortunately, he had replenished himself in the storeroom, having eaten and even managed a brief rest. Though the preserved food was far from delectable and his sleep was fitful, he had enough vigor to contend with those surrounding Tracy. "Stop Trafalgar Law!" Tracy shouted. Luo had already activated his barrier, enveloping both ships entirely. Within this barrier, he transformed into a nightmare for all. Those with even slightly lesser prowess found themselves utterly incapable of hindering Luo's movements, unable even to approach him. However, Luo's ability was not primarily for causing harm, but for saving lives. Any corner shrouded by the barrier, even those invisible to the naked eye, became accessible for Luo's spatial movement, a movement that could also encompass others. As long as Dottie and Bonnie were somewhere aboard the ship, rescuing them would be a mere trifle. Yet, a complication arose. Luo was unfamiliar with the ship's layout and unaware of Dottie's location. If he were to search methodically, it would consume considerable time. Just as Luo felt the weight of this predicament, Tracy suddenly urged, "Do not let that man approach the underground dock." Luo's eyes sparkled with clarity. "Oh, the underground dock?" Tracy immediately realized her slip of the tongue, her frustration palpable as her expression contorted, losing all semblance of her usual beauty. The noble demeanor she had painstakingly maintained evaporated in that moment. "Capture them. I intend to consign them to those nobles as lifelong slaves." Lifelong slaves? For ordinary individuals, this would be a fate worse than death, let alone for someone as proud as Luo. If Tracy were to capture him and send him to be kept by nobles, he would rather take his own life than endure such a fate. There could be no greater misfortune. Yet, the prerequisite remained. Regardless of Tracy's intentions, she must first seize Luo, or all would be for naught. Under Tracy's command, the two men approached Luo, brandishing their katana and charging forth. Feld and his bodyguard observed from the second floor like spectators at a play, taking no action. This was a mess of Tracy's own making, one that she must resolve herself. Feld had no inclination to intervene on her behalf. Should Tracy falter and fall prey to these reckless youths, it would only serve Feld's interests. The bodyguard thoughtfully placed a chair behind Feld. Feld sat down with a thud, sipping fine wine while enjoying the spectacle before him. However, it seemed that everyone had forgotten that there was one individual who posed an even greater headache than Luo. This troublesome character was not only endowed with brute strength, but also possessed a keen intellect. The principle of capturing the leader before the followers was universally understood. At present, the surroundings surged toward Luo, leaving Tracy utterly unprotected. If action were not taken now, then when? Consequently, Xi Bei abruptly stomped his foot and leaped from the bat-shaped vessel, extending his hand toward Tracy. Sensing an ominous chill approaching from behind, Tracy turned to glance. Although she appeared to be a fragile damsel, she was, after all, the Queen of Joy Street, a titan of the underworld. When Xi Bei's hand reached out toward her, there was no hint of fear on her face, only indignation. Just as Xi Bei's hand was about to make contact with Tracy, a flash of steel glimmered. Zyb's palm was cut open by a deep gash. Suddenly, the female ninja, Xi, appeared beside Shirtsue with two short blades in hand. Xi Bei clenched his fist, almost forgetting about that woman skilled in the art of invisibility. However, Xi Bei rallied once more. Charging forward with a resounding roar, "You are no match for me. Do not impede my path." Indeed, the female ninja, Xi, was not Xi Bei's equal. Their initial encounter had involved a brief clash where Xi had the upper hand with a surprise attack, yet ultimately, she was subdued by Xi Bei's shoulder throw, leaving her dazed upon the ground. There was a notable disparity in their strength and speed in a direct confrontation. Xi would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from Xi Bei. However, as an assassin, Xi would never engage in a dull face-to-face battle. With her fingers raised, Xi intoned solemnly, "Secret art, phantom flow." Suddenly, her figure shimmered like ripples on water, and then 7 or 8 shadowy figures inexplicably materialized, each wielding dual blades and shrouded in veils, all lunging toward Xi Bei. This spectacle left Xi Bei momentarily astonished. He was aware that ninjas existed in this world, but he had not anticipated that they would employ shadow clones as well. Now, surrounded by 7 or 8 clones advancing from all directions, Xi Bei found himself with no choice but to evade, yet these phantoms relentlessly pursued him. In the blink of an eye, he was completely encircled, with the shadowy figures cutting off his escape route, leaving him no option to elude their onslaught. On the second floor, Feld and his bodyguard observed the unfolding scene. The bodyguard, a man in his 40s with a buzz cut, donned a suit that accentuated his robust upper body and slender lower half, creating a rather awkward appearance. Nonetheless, it was evident that he possessed considerable skill, for otherwise, Feld would not have kept him close at all times. Upon witnessing Xi's use of shadow clones, the bodyguard remarked, "Mr. Feld, this is indeed the secret technique of the Kamigawa clan, capable of creating phantom clones to disrupt the opponent's focus. The Kamigawa clan has established its position in the Land of Harmony precisely because of this signature skill. It is said that the current head of the Kamigawa clan can conjure hundreds of shadow clones, far surpassing what Saiji can achieve. However, it must be acknowledged that since she has mastered this technique, she is undoubtedly a highly competent assassin. At this juncture, the bodyguard added, "Yet, an assassin cannot adequately protect their employer, for their sole purpose is to kill." Feld lit a cigar, exhaling the smoke as he mused. This little girl has resolved many of Tracy's troubles. Since the Kamigawa clan has promised to escort her to Tracy, she will undoubtedly devote herself wholeheartedly to serving her, even at the cost of her own life. Only a woman as deranged as Tracy would keep a cold-blooded killer by her side, but it is indeed her style. This woman truly poses a significant inconvenience for me. That useless Ted, humph. The bodyguard remained silent. Suddenly, Feld removed the cigar from his lips and inquired, "Koda, what are your odds of dealing with this little girl from the Kamigawa clan?" Referred to as Kodak, the bodyguard remained silent. Feld chuckled inexplicably, remarking, "It seems I have posed a rather foolish question. Let us forget it." Kodak shifted his gaze to the surroundings and stated, "The guards nearby could prove somewhat troublesome." Feld raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What are the odds?" 50%. Kodak replied. Feld inhaled deeply and continued, "Stacy has another companion. I believe his name is 8 Cups. Also a ninja, and he is supposedly the mentor of that young girl from the Shinryu clan. It is said that he was once an inconspicuous folk master. But after offending Charlotte Lingling, he had his lifespan extracted. Fortunately, Stacy managed to rescue him from the realm of nations. You are aware of this individual, correct?" Upon mentioning the ninja named 8 Cups, even the composed and stoic Kodak broke into a cold sweat. Observing this, Feld's demeanor grew increasingly grave. "What are the odds?" Kodak pondered carefully, hesitating. 30%? Feld frowned. Then Kodak changed his tone, adding, "No, should I truly face that individual, my chances of victory may be even less than 30%. Feld scoffed. Kodak refrained from speaking further. Ninjutsu is ever-evolving and multifaceted. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Just look at the flamboyant and dazzling techniques displayed in Naruto. Certainly, the ninja system of this world may vastly differ from those world-shattering abilities, yet it remains, more importantly, when it comes to the observation haki that Xi Bei excels in. He finds himself unable to discern which of the illusions surrounding him represents the true form of the. This indicates that Xi Bei must simultaneously guard against the potential ambush of the real, while also annihilating the 7 or 8 shadow clones. Eliminating the clones would be a trivial task for Xi Bei, but one cannot underestimate the fact that can render herself invisible. No one can predict when she might suddenly appear behind Xi Bei and strike him from the shadows. In a situation where his haki is disrupted, assassination poses the gravest risk. Xi Bei discreetly turned his head to glance at the second floor, only to discover Feld indulging in a cigar and sipping fine wine, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding events. Xi Bei now feels as though it is being toyed with like a monkey, which has once again elevated its fury to a critical threshold. In a fit of rage, Xi Bei waved his hand. "Clone, Thunder Beast." Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar as lightning descended from above. The electric energy danced joyfully at the tips of Xi Bei's fingers, swiftly coalescing into the form of a dazzling lightning wolf. This magnificent creature, formed entirely of crackling energy, stood a towering 3 meters in height. With its gaping maw, the Thunder Wolf unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Feld, before leaping through the air towards him. Feld, clearly startled by the wolf's thunderous growl, fumbled and dropped his wine glass onto the floor. Sensing the imminent danger, his bodyguard, Koda, swiftly grasped Feld in an attempt to retreat from the second floor. However, the speed of the lightning was too formidable for anyone to evade. Realizing it was too late to escape, Koda pivoted, shielding Feld with his own body, determined to absorb the wolf's onslaught. In a blinding flash of lightning, the Thunder Wolf collided with Koda, who, it must be said, proved to be a diligent protector, enduring the attack to safeguard Feld from harm. Xi Bei smacked his lips, poised to continue his copying assault. Unexpectedly, the shadow clones of the colorful leech seized the opportunity, lunging towards Xi Bei, daggers in hand. Xi Bei enveloped his arm with armament haki, successfully deflecting the initial strike. However, under the disturbance of the haki, its resilience faltered, rendering it less formidable than usual. The short blade sliced through his skin, and a flurry of subsequent blades followed suit. At this moment, Even if Xi Bei forcefully summoned his armament haki to shield his entire body, it was likely that he would still shed some blood. When Xi Bei truly unleashes his ferocity, he displays an audacious willingness to risk everything. Such a prolonged state of passive endurance is incongruent with Xi Bei's character. Thus, he has wholly abandoned defense and initiated an aggressive onslaught. Amidst the chaos of encroaching blades, he clenches his fists and sweeps his arms in a wide arc. Canine biting crimson lotus. Molten lava erupts from Xi Bei's fists, transforming into the visage of a dog's head, which then bares its teeth and eradicates the myriad of shadow clones surrounding him. However, Xi Bei still suffers 2 wounds, and these strikes are delivered without the safeguard of armed haki. At the very moment the daggers pierce his flesh, they inexplicably vanish, akin to the shadow clones. They were mere illusions, not physical entities. Thus, when the clones are vanquished, the daggers dissipate entirely. Xi Bei was already battered and bruised, and now has been struck twice more. It is truly a case of adding insult to injury. Xi Bei clenched his teeth, pressing his hand against the wound. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Kaiji emerged silently from behind him, akin to a stealthy serpent, with a blade poised at Xi Bei's throat. The disruption caused by the domineering shadow clones had been thoroughly eradicated, allowing Xi Bei's haki to function normally once more. Coupled with the powers of his devil fruit, he not only discerned the absence of any heartbeat emanating from Kaiji, but also perceived the ominous buzzing of the dagger in Kaiji's grasp, as if it were reveling in malicious delight. Xi Bei, unarmed, grasped a short knife in one hand while his other hand slid along the blade until he finally seized the arm of Caiji. Startled and taken aback, Caiji swung her knife horizontally, slicing through Xi Bei's palm and causing blood to spurt forth. However, before the scorching blood could touch the ground, Xi Bei transformed into a giant. Caiji was left in a state of disbelief. No, this cannot be. She was aware of Xi Bei's ability to replicate powers. So when he unleashed the Thunderwolf and the canine-biting Scarlet Lotus, she was not surprised. Yet, she had never anticipated that Xi Bei could also metamorphose into a giant. Given her already slim chances against him, forcing Xi Bei into such a predicament was her ultimate move, showcasing her utmost skill. One could only imagine the immense pressure she felt. But what she never expected was that, in such close proximity, Xi Bei would suddenly transform into a giant with a resounding bang. Standing 15 meters tall, coupled with the enigmatic abilities of the replicated devil fruit, the oppressive aura he emanated was nearly suffocating for her. Caiji stood completely frozen, particularly paralyzed by the overwhelming presence radiating from Xi Bei. In combat, a mere moment of distraction could cost a life. Yet, as an assassin, Caiji stood motionless before Xi Bei's feet, akin to courting death. Consequently, Xi Bei exerted no effort. He merely reached out his hand and captured Caiji within his grasp. In his giant form, Xi Bei's skin was extraordinarily hot, resulting in waves of high-temperature steam emanating from him. Once Caiji was caught, she was immediately jolted back to reality by the intense heat. "Let me go, you fiend," she exclaimed. Xi Bei was pierced with 2 short blades by this female ninja, ultimately compelled to transform. He possessed no gentle temperament, nor was he one to show mercy. If others sought his life, should he, merely because she was a woman, display compassion and refrain from retaliation? Such reasoning does not exist in this world. Xi Bei wore an icy expression as he pressed his thumb against the head of the colorful leech. Without hesitation, he hurled her forcefully onto the deck, which succumbed to the impact, fracturing beneath her. The leech's body plummeted straight through the deck, descending into the depths of the sea. Tracy, her face as cold as frost, swiftly leaped backward, landing beside Feld. Feld was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Hey, Tracy, you've really brought me an enormous dilemma. Who on earth is this? Could he possibly belong to the giant clan?" Tracy smirked slightly, a hint of derision in her tone. "Humph, you'll inevitably encounter this trouble sooner or later. I advise you to tread carefully. This lad possesses the ability to replicate the powers of other devil fruits, which is quite troublesome." Feld appeared to harbor some regret, feeling as though he had been ensnared by Tracy. In truth, both he and Xi Bei had indeed fallen into Tracy's intricate trap. When Tracy sought to deal with Feld, she had initially promised to involve Xi Bei's assistance, but upon the collapse of her plan, she recognized the perilous nature of Xi Bei's abilities, formidable and hard to control. Thus, she resorted to manipulating Feld, hoping he would assist in eliminating Xi Bei, thereby alleviating the conflict between them. Logically speaking, business transcends friendship. Even if Tracy's plans had unraveled, It was not her intention to condemn Xi Bei to death. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that if Tracy did not surrender Xi Bei, Feld would not relent. Conversely, if she did hand Xi Bei over, he would undoubtedly realize he had been betrayed by Tracy, exemplified by the current predicament. Furthermore, Tracy harbored considerable trepidation regarding Xi Bei's replication ability, compelling her to navigate this treacherous situation with finesse. She aimed to negotiate while simultaneously eliminating Xi Bei to avoid the emergence of another potential adversary. It is undeniable that a woman who traverses the shadows of the dark world and ascends to the throne as queen possesses a meticulous mind and a sinister disposition. Among the rulers of the Dark Realm, Tracy seemed to hold Feld in contempt, seizing every opportunity to undermine him. Thus, upon witnessing Feld's trembling demeanor, she disdainfully remarked, "What a cowardly man you are. Do not forget, the companion of this lad remains in my grasp." Feld flicked away his cigar, spitting on the ground. Xi Bei cast his gaze towards the two individuals. "You two, remain still. I shall approach shortly." Xi Bei took a step forward, and just as he was about to take a second step, an unexpected transformation occurred. Previously, in an effort to protect Feld, the bodyguard Koda, who had been struck by the Thunder Wolf, slowly rose to his feet. There was a marked change in Koda's physique. He began to grow taller, his already imposing stature becoming even more formidable. In an instant, Koda reached an astounding height of over 7 meters, and a rhinoceros horn sprouted from his forehead. Feld let out a cold chuckle, saying, "Koda is the possessor of the animal type rhinoceros fruit, and his powers have already awakened." The attack just now was indeed powerful, but Koda's self-healing abilities rival those of a monster. He will not be easily subdued. "Young man, it seems you were injured before arriving here, likely encountering some danger and punk hazard. Nevertheless, it matters not, for Koda shall soon grant you a swift resolution." Xi Bei gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What audacity! So what if the user of the animal-type devil fruit has awakened? It merely means they are somewhat tougher. Didn't T. Doflamingo awaken too? He was still defeated by me to the point of being utterly incapacitated, though I did sustain some injuries. I certainly do not believe that this bodyguard named Koda is in any way comparable to Doflamingo. Even if Koda has suddenly grown to a towering 7 meters, I now stand at a formidable 15 meters. In terms of sheer height, I completely overshadow him." However, at the very moment Koda stood upright, a throng of individuals clad in suits surged out from the rooms on the second floor, resembling the assassins stationed within the marshy auction house. It was evident that these individuals were also assassins, having lain in wait for some time. No wonder Tracy had endeavored to trick me onto the ship. There was more at play here than met the eye. The assassins on the second floor took their positions, some bearing firearms while others wielded artillery. All aimed squarely at Xi Bei. At a mere command from Feld, they would undoubtedly transform Xi Bei into a veritable sieve. At that moment, Koda suddenly commanded, "Allow me to confront him first." The assassins exchanged glances, caught in a web of indecision. Yet, Koda, being Feld's personal bodyguard, held a rank far superior to theirs, who were simply tasked with following orders. Thus, they dared not oppose Koda, especially since Feld had yet to issue a command. Consequently, they remained poised, encircling Feld and Tracy for protection. Koda leaped from the second floor, standing before Xi Bei, and inquired, "I have heard that it was you who eliminated Tedon." Xi Bei gazed down at Koda, wearing an impassive expression. "So what? Oh, allow me to see what abilities you truly possess." Xi Bei coldly laughed. "What abilities do I possess? Did I not already showcase them? What? Are you still not satisfied? Then allow me to unveil another display. I am equally curious to witness how you intend to grant me a swift end." With that, Xi Bei spread his arms wide and made a downward gesture, commanding, "Duplicate." Snow dome. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and a fierce wind howled. Beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars, large snowflakes miraculously swirled amidst the tempest, encircling Koda twice before swiftly bypassing him, heading straight for Feld and Tracy. The assassins were left astounded. Why was there a flurry of soft snowflakes in the midst of this chaos? Even more bizarre was the phenomenon that these snowflakes, conjured from thin air, danced solely around the merchant ship, while the surroundings remained blissfully spring-like. The primary objective of the assassins was to protect Feld and Tracy, hence, they quickly set aside their astonishment and raised their guns, firing several rounds at the snowflakes in the wind, yet to no avail. In a mere moment, the snowflakes solidified around the assassins, forming a semicircular wall of snow. Everyone, including Tracy and Feld, found themselves ensnared within this icy barrier. This was the power of the snow fruit, wielded by Monet. a snow woman and subordinate of Doflamingo. The merit of this ability lies in its capacity to immobilize the movements of adversaries. In essence, it is a control skill that can also serve as a formidable defense. It is worth noting that even when Luffy employed his haki, he was unable to breach this wall constructed of wind and snow, attesting to its remarkable resilience. The reason Xi Bei chose to confine the others with a wall of snow was twofold. Firstly, to prevent this group from launching a treacherous attack during the ensuing battle. And more critically, to ensure that Chatruzi and Feared were trapped, unable to escape unless they could shatter the impenetrable snow barrier. Given the formidable strength of the wall, it was not easily breached by just anyone. In essence, with the bystanders ensnared, Xi Bei could fully devote himself to confronting Keita. Keita, serving as Feared's devoted bodyguard, was prepared to risk everything to ensure Feared's safety. Among all those present, none were more anxious for Feared's well-being than he. Upon witnessing Feared ensnared by the snow wall created by Xi Bei, Keita's concern morphed into a fierce anger. "Mr. Feared," Keita exclaimed, then charged at the snow wall, determined to break through it. "Is this really the moment to worry about others? Focus on your own safety first," Xi Bei remarked, stepping forward with a stride that covered an impressive 7 or 8 meters. Before Keita could react, Xi Bei stood directly before him, delivering a powerful punch that Keita could not evade, forcing him to brace himself for the impact. Xi Bei's fist collided with Keita's rhinoceros horn. In the ensuing moment, Xi Bei's fist pierced through, yet Keita's horn was also shattered. Keita nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, but even in such a state, he could not refrain from murmuring, "No, it can't be my weapon." Keita was the possessor of the rhinoceros fruit, and the horn was tantamount to his weapon. A rhinoceros without its horn, can it still be deemed a rhinoceros? It was precisely due to the invincibility of his horn, coupled with the formidable regenerative abilities he gained upon awakening his fruit, that he was meticulously chosen by Feld to become his personal bodyguard. However, the horn was not as resilient as his robust physique. Once broken, it remained so, and even with his regenerative abilities, he could not sprout a new one. In his current state, Keita resembled a tiger bereft of claws and fangs, possessing only brute strength, rendered nearly useless. Nonetheless, it was astonishing that Keita's horn managed to pierce Xi Bei's fist, a development that took Xi Bei by surprise. One must concede that Keita had performed admirably. Had the giant's physique been capable of affecting Xi Bei's true form, this confrontation could have resulted in mutual destruction. Of course, the mere fact that his horn was broken was insufficient to inflict a fatal injury on Keita, for he was an awakened user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, endowed with extraordinary regenerative powers that even Xi Bei found remarkable. Thus, Xi Bei prepared to strike the fallen foe, aiming to deliver a final blow. To his astonishment, Keita displayed no resistance. Instead, he sat down heavily on the ground, clutching the stump of his broken horn, weeping profusely, tears and snot streaming forth like a fountain. The sight of a 7-meter-tall, robust man seated on the ground, wailing, was indeed a poignant spectacle. As he wept, Keita lamented, "My most cherished weapon." With a single punch, Xi Bei brought a 7-meter-tall man to tears. This evoked a peculiar sensation within Xi Bei. Consequently, he readied himself to deliver a second strike to the fallen adversary, yet hesitated to follow through. Keita sniffled and gazed up at Xi Bei with a mournful expression, stirring an involuntary shiver down Xi Bei's spine. Xi Bei let out a sigh. "I spare your life." No sooner had the words left his lips than he sensed someone lunging towards him. Instinctively, Xi Bei sidestepped and raised his hand to block the attack. It was Zui Eugene, his expression grim, wielding a katana that struck Xi Bei's arm. Trapped within the icy barrier were not only Feld and numerous assassins but also Chatruzi. Zui Eugene, a loyal follower of Chatruzi, was equally concerned for her safety, which compelled him to abandon Luo and turn his attention to Xi Bei. He understood that subduing Xi Bei would naturally dismantle the snow barrier. Since Luo boarded the merchant ship, Zui Eugene had relentlessly pursued him, leaving no opportunity for Luo to seek assistance in the lower dock. Now that Zui Eugene had shifted his focus to Xi Bei, Luo finally found himself unoccupied. This merchant vessel was vast, even larger than the joyous ship that Chatruzi had sailed, boasting no fewer than 100 rooms. The lower dock, situated at the ship's keel, served as the sailor's workspace. Moments ago, when Xi Bei had hurled the colorful leech into the sea, water had surged into the ship, creating a breach that the sailors had managed to patch up, albeit inadequately. Concerned that the rising tide might engulf Dottie and the others, Luo uttered a terse remark before turning to seek help. "I leave this warrior to you, Cloakmaster." Xi Bei shielded himself with his arm against the approaching sword from both sides, responding, "Ah, go ahead, do not worry." The figure on either side was the eldest among the three accompanying Xi, likely around 50 years of age. His sparse hair and deeply lined face lent him an air of formidable authority, especially when his expression turned stern. In truth, he was a master of the one-sword style, proficient in the use of armament hockey. It was precisely due to his formidable prowess that he had managed to delay Luo for such a considerable time. Had Xi not been unexpectedly ensnared, he would never have abandoned Luo. In his eyes, the safety of Xi outweighed the others. A samurai's utmost value lies in loyalty. Xi actions were treacherous. Having promised cooperation, she turned her back and betrayed me, seizing the opportunity to bind all my companions. Initially, I believed that Tae Dun had betrayed you out of avarice, succumbing to temptation, but it became clear that Tae Dun had long seen through Xi true nature. Thus, he refused to remain a mere pawn, vulnerable to abandonment. Now, is it truly worth your while to serve Xi so fervently? Unmoved, the elder delivered another swift strike to Xi Bei's arm, commanding silence. Surely, you too live in constant trepidation? Angered, the elder sheathed his sword. Xi Bei furrowed his brow in confusion. Immediately, Zui bellowed, "Draw your sword and strike." The flash of the blade was so swift that it left Xi Bei utterly astounded. To be frank, Xi Bei scarcely had time to comprehend Zui movements before he felt the blade slice through his abdomen. Scalding smoke erupted from the wound in the giant's belly, while blood splattered across Zui face, only to evaporate into wisps of white vapor carried away by the wind. Zui, brandishing his great sword, stood at an angle behind Xi Bei, casually remarking, "Do not compare me to that fool Tae Dun." The sword in Zui grasp was one of the renowned De Kwai Dao, known as an Iding. Its blade was a pristine white, adorned with a floral-patterned sheath. This weapon was characterized by its incredible speed. Both the edge and the spine could slice a hair with ease. In essence, this was a double-edged sword, and the slightest lapse in the wielder's caution could lead to self-inflicted injury. Indeed, only those with true skill dared to wield such a sword in combat. However, this very duality often allowed for unexpected strikes. Moreover, a crucial aspect of the Ni Ding was that any victim struck by it would bleed profusely, the wound refusing to heal unless bound with the cloth from its sheath, rendering it a weapon of sinister nature. Of course, being classified among the De Kwai Dao, the Ni Ding boasted a hardness rivaling that of Zoro's Blackblade, Chiu Shui. Zui was confident that even if his strike did not hit a vital area, the incessant blood loss would ultimately lead to the victim's demise. His earlier slash had indeed found its mark on the giant's abdomen, with blood having splattered onto his own face, convincing Zui that victory was within his grasp. He flicked the blood from the blade and raised it to his eyes, gazing at his reflection in the immaculate surface, just as he intended to sheath the sword. An astonishing scene reflected back at him. The giant was slowly collapsing and visibly disintegrating into white smoke. Yet, Xi Bei stood unfazed amidst the mist, steadily advancing towards him. What? Zui pupils constricted in disbelief as he spun around. However, in that fleeting moment, Xi Bei had already closed the distance, and before Zui could react, Xi Bei extended his hand and pressed it against Zui face. Cold sweat streamed down Zui brow as he opened his mouth in shock but uttered no words. Xi Bei intensified his grip, forcing Zui face downwards until his head was driven into the deck, creating a gaping hole as would splintered and flew. Yet, Xi Bei had no intention of letting Zui off so easily. Replication, freeze time. With a desperate struggle, Zui exclaimed in frustration. But before he could finish his words, he was transformed into a statue of ice, along with the deck surrounding him, which became entirely encased in frost. The once spacious deck now resembled an ice rink. Xi Bei had become increasingly adept at replicating and utilizing this freezing ability, and the area affected by his copied skill was gradually expanding. Of course, it could not yet be compared to Qingji's prowess. Nevertheless, Xi Bei firmly believed that one day, this freezing power would no longer belong solely to Qingji. When that day arrived, he, the imposter, would use the ability he had replicated to completely encase Qingji in ice. As he was determined not to be outdone by Qingji in the mastery of this freezing technique, Xi Bei exhaled a breath of cold air and inadvertently caught sight of the katana that had fallen nearby. This blade was exquisite, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Although Xi Bei lacked skill in wielding a sword, Possessing such a beautiful and functional weapon could certainly elevate his stature. After picking up the renowned blade, he brandished it a few times in his hand. The sword was remarkably lightweight, and even as a novice, he found it comfortable to handle. Xi Bei grasped the knife and glided it across the ice surface. Generally, when a blade makes contact with ice, it produces a sharp, piercing sound. However, as this knife gently slid over the ice, it cleaved through effortlessly, emitting not the slightest whisper of noise. Even Xi Bei, an amateur in the realm of blades, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a fine knife!" Xi Bei picked up the white leather scabbard along with the blade. Gripping the knife as he approached the snow wall, he wished to test the swiftness of this blade, to determine if it could slice through the snow wall. Impervious even to the armament hockey. Typically, the main course is reserved for the finale. Now, the bodyguards surrounding Feld and Tracy had been efficiently cleared away. It was time to confront these two sovereigns of the Dark Realm. Hopefully, they would not be mere figures of show, as they had managed to recruit formidable talents from across the globe, indicating they must possess some extraordinary qualities. Xi Bei plunged his blade into the snowy wall, peeling it back layer by layer as one would with an onion. The renowned weapon, the reverse sting, was already exceptionally sharp, combined with his use of armed color hockey. Xi Bei exerted little effort in creating an opening in the snow wall. He pressed his face against the icy surface, peering through the gap to discreetly observe the movements within. However, before he could discern anything clearly, a gun barrel emerged from the depths of the snow wall, aimed directly at him, and the trigger was pulled. Xi Bei hastily recoiled from the muzzle of the gun, chuckling, "It seems everyone is quite spirited." In the vicinity of the snow wall, which spanned at least 40 to 50 square meters, the bodyguard Kada sat immovably like a mountain on the ground, evidently still engulfed in the sorrow of losing the rhino horn. However, the recent gunshot jolted him back to reality. He turned his head, tears and snot streaming down his face as he gazed at Xi Bei. During his period of sorrow, the surrounding threats had been neutralized. At this moment, he finally recognized that it was not a time for self-despair. Even without the rhino horn, he possessed strength that should not be underestimated. Xi Bei spared his life, yet he harbored no intentions of showing mercy to Xi Bei. The grudge of a severed horn is one that cannot be reconciled. The awakened of the animal fruit possess the notable characteristic of being tough and resilient. As long as they have not been completely extinguished, even if they are rendered paralyzed, it will not be long before they rise again, full of vigor. Although Kata's horn was broken, it merely deprived him of one means of attack, having no significant impact on his overall mobility. Xi Bei was quite astonished that Kata, who had seemingly lost all fighting spirit, could rally so swiftly. Nevertheless, Xi Bei did not regard Kata with any particular concern. Xi Bei would not strike someone who had lost the will to fight, thus granting him a reprieve. Now that he had risen once more, it was evident that he had adequately prepared himself mentally. Therefore, there would be no second chance. Kota, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "I will slay you." With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself backward and then lunged forward at Xi Bei, resembling a charging rhinoceros. The impact would undoubtedly be unpleasant, even though this rhinoceros had lost its horn. Fueled by fury, Kota was no longer interested in employing any tactic. He simply desired to overpower Xi Bei with sheer brute force. However, Xi Bei had no intention of engaging in a contest of strength with Kota. The objective of Xi Bei is to subdue Kodak, employing a myriad of methods. At present, Kodak appears to have lost all semblance of reason, reduced to nothing more than a mere mobile shield of flesh. Xi Bei shook his head, exclaiming, "What a plethora of flaws." As Kodak approached within 3 meters of Xi Bei, an ominous black smoke emanated from him, invoking a sense of foreboding. He activated the powers of the dark fruit, which transformed the previously frozen deck. Wherever the black smoke drifted, the ice melted away, replaced by a thick, opaque layer of darkness, creating a stark visual contrast. The deck was now enveloped in a dense shroud of black smoke. Kodak, engulfed by the smoke, felt as though he stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, teetering on the brink of descent. In truth, he had already become ensnared within the smoke, akin to being trapped in a swamp. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had succumbed to the black haze. Learning from his predicament, Kodak hesitated to move recklessly. Yet his body continued to sink. Had he not transformed into a towering figure over 7 meters tall, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of smoke. Now, only the horned head of the rhinoceros remained visible above the deck, as Kodak's form was entirely consumed below the neck. In a state of increasing terror, Kodak trembled and stammered, "What is this black smoke?" In contrast to Kodak's plight, Xi Bei navigated the black smoke with ease, for it was a manifestation of his own replicated ability. He would not be engulfed by it. Xi Bei controlled the rate at which Kodak sank. Squatting before him and poking at the broken horn with a finger, "I have spared your life, yet you still seek to embrace death. Do you have a death wish?" Kodak's eyes bulged as he glared at Xi Bei, gritting his teeth. "Let me go." "Let you go? Humph. Is that how one should plead for mercy?" Xi Bei replied, "I trust that Stavison has already elucidated my abilities to you. I am a replicator, capable of imitating the powers of natural-type devil fruits. But not all of them, only those I have witnessed and understood. What binds you now is the ability of the dark fruit, even if you have never seen it. You must have heard of it, correct? The dark fruit." Kodak's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he struggled vehemently. "No, it can't be. Your expression suggests otherwise. You are indeed familiar with this ability. Since the war on the summit, Blackbeard had become a notorious figure. Both the underworld and the pirate realm were abuzz with tales of this newly emerged entity, who had lain in wait for countless years before striking with ferocity. The dark fruit was Blackbeard's signature ability, and Kodak was not so uninformed as to be unaware of its existence. The more Kodak feared, the more he struggled. Yet, the desperate struggle only hastened his descent into darkness. Even though Xi Bei endeavored to control Kodak's sinking rate, he could not prevent half of Kodak's face from being engulfed by the black smoke. The terror of the unknown lurking in the shadows shattered the last bastion of this man's psychological defenses. Summoning every ounce of strength, Kodak lifted his head and shouted, "You're doomed, kid. You have offended two monarchs of the dark realm. They will not spare you. Save me, and I can assist you. I can help you. Feld has allies, the weapons of the labor nation." But alas, Kodak's desperate struggle drew him deeper into the black haze, tragically leaving his words unspoken. In truth, Xi Bei was already aware, without Kodak's insistence, that Feld had connections. A lone shark from the dark world could indeed form an extensive financial network, implying the presence of one or two notable collaborators. However, Xi Bei dared not speculate recklessly on the identity of this individual, regardless of who it might be. Their status was undoubtedly significant. Xi Bei regretted not having extracted a clearer answer from Kodak. But one could only blame Kodak for his frantic resistance that ultimately led to his being consumed by the smoke. The labor nation? Xi Bei found himself unable to recall what sort of place that was. As the black smoke fully enveloped Kodak, it gradually dissipated. With a gentle lift of his hand, Xi Bei proclaimed liberation. Suddenly, a dark tornado spiraled into existence behind him, and miraculously, Koda, who had recently been engulfed, was swept forth by this whirlwind. However, Koda was now drenched in blood and was swept into the sea by the tornado. Even if Xi Bei wished to rescue Koda to clarify matters, he found himself powerless to do so. Since he could not extract any information from Koda, he would have to seek out Feld to ascertain the specific details personally. Previously, Xi Bei had made a cut in the formidable snow wall, creating an opening. Those trapped within the icy barrier found their breakthrough and relentlessly charged at the gap. Before Xi Bei could react, they had already breached the snow wall, and suddenly, a dozen individuals clad in suits emerged, each wielding firearms. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire directed at Xi Bei. Feld and Strisi were shielded by this cadre of assassins from behind. The sound of gunfire erupted, wave after wave, with some even carrying cannons to attack. Yet, the bullets posed no threat to Xi Bei. Employing his observation hockey, he adeptly traced the trajectories of the incoming projectiles. Amidst the hail of bullets, Xi Bei maneuvered forward, gradually closing in on the assassins, who, despite his apparent inaction, began to feel an immense pressure. How could they not hit this fiend? "Fool, don't stop. This monster." While the assassins continued their dialogue and fire, Xi Bei had already advanced to their forefront. Strisi, witnessing her companions frozen into icy statues nearby, wore an expression of utter dismay. In a fit of rage, she snatched a weapon from one of the assassins and fired several rounds at Xi Bei, expending all her ammunition without feeling a sense of relief, seemingly ready to engage him in a close-quarters battle. The extent of Strisi's prowess remained uncertain to Xi Bei. However, he was convinced that she was far more formidable than she appeared, possibly an ability user. Xi Bei prepared for the worst, considering Strisi an adversary comparable to the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus, under these circumstances, he remained vigilant, ready to confront Strisi head-on. Yet, a throng of insignificant foes obstructed his path, proving to be a considerable nuisance. They needed to be eliminated first. In order to ensure he possesses ample energy to confront Stracy and Field, Xi refrains from engaging in ability replication during combat, deeming these insignificant adversaries unworthy of such efforts. With his exceptional combat skills and agile movements, he skillfully evades wave after wave of gunfire, effortlessly dispatching the assassins with his bare hands. Standing directly before Stracy and Field is a man towering over 2 meters, wielding a cannon on his shoulder, obstructing Zybe's path. Whenever Zybe momentarily halts, the man threatens to attack with the cannon, akin to an annoying fly. Although he poses no real danger to Zybe, his incessant harassment becomes increasingly irksome. Xi Bei, bending at the waist, plunged towards the man wielding the cannon. Along the way, the man fired another shot. Xi Bei nimbly evaded the attack. The shell struck the deck. Before the man could continue loading the cannon, Xi Bei had already dashed to his side. In a swift motion, Xi Bei maneuvered behind him and ensnared his waist from the rear. With a surge of strength, Xi Bei lifted the towering man, who stood 2 meters tall, and executed a back throw. A sharp crack echoed as the opponent's cervical vertebra was shattered. At that precise moment, Xi approached abruptly, bending low to sweep his legs. With a sudden leap, Xi Bei propelled himself off the deck, directing all his armed hockey into his right arm. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Shuadi, who, despite her petite stature, exhibited agility that rivaled his own. With a deft maneuver, she executed 2 backflips, effortlessly evading Xi Bei's strike and landing a considerable distance away, nearly 10 meters. Felder, casually puffing on his cigar, remarked nonchalantly, "Have you finally succumbed to the urge to strike?" "Humph, it seems those around you are not particularly formidable either. Are you regretting not bringing that individual with you? In the blink of an eye, you've lost 2 of your closest aides. Who could possibly tolerate such a lot?" As he spoke, he exhaled a plume of smoke, savoring the moment. "Oh wait, it's actually 3. How could I forget the first 2 champions of the Central Fighting Tournament of the New World, the formidable Teton?" Standing 10 meters away, Shuadi replied coldly, "You might be celebrating a bit prematurely. Take a closer look. The lad named Koda appears to be absent." Felder scanned the vicinity, and indeed, he found no trace of Koda. While his expression remained unchanged, his tone had grown significantly more frigid. "Humph, I should have employed more assassins from Changji earlier." Shuadi furrowed her brow. "So you've been secretly dealing with the members of Germa 66? Felder shrugged it off. "Let us set my affairs aside for now and focus on how to handle this young man. His ability to replicate skills is indeed quite troublesome." "Hey, Shuadi, can't you provide a bit more detail? Does this boy possess any other tricks aside from his replication?" "Regrettably, my knowledge is rather limited," she replied. Felder took a deep drag from his cigar before removing his coat. Xi Bei stood resolutely, confronting the sovereign of the Dark Realm. At last, "Are you prepared to make your move?" the young man challenged. "Allow me to witness your prowess." Upon finishing his words, Feld tossed his coat toward Xi Bei, intending to divert his attention and seize the opportunity to strike. Such a ploy was all too familiar to Xi Bei from countless broadcasts. He would not be easily deceived. Ignoring the coat, he deftly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Feld. Feld's heels seemed to be equipped with jet propulsion, as he surged forward before the coat could even touch the ground. Fortunately, Xi Bei's quick thinking had allowed him to evade, thwarting Feld's scheme and leaving him without a target. Meanwhile, at a distance of 10 meters, Shatruzi soared into the air, executing 2 graceful flips before plummeting rapidly towards Xi Bei, with Feld in front, Shatruzi above, and the vast ocean behind. With no retreat left, Westby stood resolute. Thunder God! Lightning flashed fiercely, enveloping Westby in a formidable embrace, encircling him with an impenetrable barrier that extended for 3 circles in every direction. In this moment, it seemed as though he donned an electrifying mantle. Any creature daring to approach would be scorched by the searing intensity of nearly 100 million volts. This technique, Thunder God, represented Enel's most formidable skill, boasting a true power enhancement of 200 million volts. However, as a replicator, Westby could not unleash this immense voltage from within as Enel could. Although this replication had the original might, even at 100 million volts, it remained a formidable deterrent. Nonetheless, such a potent attack demanded immense stamina. Xi Bei cannot sustain itself for an extended period. A swift resolution is imperative. Zybe leaped into the air, raising his head to confront Shatruzi. With the power of 100 million volts enveloping his entire being, he needed not to throw a punch. Merely approaching Shatruzi would suffice to char her to a crisp. The only one capable of withstanding such an assault might well be the non-conductive rubber man, Straw Hat Luffy. The lightning fruit is rightly regarded as the most formidable of all Logia-type fruits. Upon witnessing Xibe adorned in a cloak of electricity charging toward her, Shitruzi was immediately struck with terror, her complexion paling. Even Feld, who was sprinting forward, came to an abrupt halt, sitting down on the ground in shock. He stared blankly at Xibe's silhouette, swallowing hard as he murmured, "The god of thunder?" The speed of Xi Bei was astonishing, and there was no escape for Shueidi, who was plummeting from the heights. In this critical moment, Shueidi clutched a common coin tightly in her palm. With a swift motion, she flicked the coin, which, in a flash of lightning, hurtled toward Xi Bei. Miraculously, as the coin soared through the air, it transformed into a formidable iron hammer, nearly half her height. How could an ordinary coin metamorphose into a hammer? This spectacle unfolded with startling suddenness. Xi Bei could not help but be astonished. Yet, how could a mere iron hammer possibly inflict harm upon one enveloped in the electric cloak of 100 million volts? With a nonchalant gesture, Xi Bei extended a hand towards the hammer, and in an instant, the immense heat melted it away. Although the hammer did not cause any injury, it did afford him a brief moment of pause, which Tracy seized to make her escape. Upon retreating to the deck, Tracy's disdain for Feld deepened. After all, Feld was one of the sovereigns of the shadowy world, yet here he was, paralyzed by fear upon the ground. Tracy regretted her association with such a timid man, who had repeatedly infiltrated her territory and ultimately forced her into a decision to abandon the vehicle to preserve her own safety. To speak candidly, given Xi Bei's strength, he held considerable value for Tracy. Had Feld not been so aggressive, she would not have betrayed Xi Bei, nor would she have turned into an enemy. Tracy seethed with resentment. It was indeed a case of losing a tiger only to be plagued by flies. Such misfortune. But at this juncture, regret was futile. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed with indignation, "What an ungentlemanly man you are! Do you expect me, a frail woman, to resolve your troubles? If you are so frightened that you cannot move, then perhaps you should simply jump into the sea and cease being an eyesore here." Feld, his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily rose from the ground. However, he was unwilling to allow Tracy's mockery to go unchallenged, so he forced a semblance of composure and jested, "A frail woman? You speak boldly. When did the wielder of the beauty fruit become a weak woman?" The beauty fruit is a supernatural devil fruit that grants its user the ability to transform any object they touch into a form of their choosing, though it cannot alter the essence of the object itself. For instance, the coin Tracy had just tossed was made of silver. She could beautify it into a hammer or any other model, but she could not transmute the silver coin into steel. In other words, no matter how unattractive a woman might be, once subjected to Tracy's beautification abilities, she would instantly transform into an enchanting figure capable of captivating countless male admirers. Tracy, the Queen of Joy Street, presides over all the red light districts of the underworld. The profits generated by a beautiful woman are considerable, and if all the women in the red light district were stunningly beautiful, the far-reaching influence of such an allure would be immeasurable. This is a primary reason for Tracy's ascendance as the Queen of Joy Street. Additionally, her well-known love for beauty aligns perfectly with the capabilities of the beauty fruit, making it the most suitable power for her in existence. As Xi Bei descended from the heavens, draped in the cloak of thunder, he fortuitously overheard the conversation of two individuals. His suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Shitruzi was a wielder of extraordinary abilities. With the veil of mystery lifted, Shitruzi appeared before Xi Bei, indistinguishable from other users of the devil fruit. Had she continued to shroud herself in enigma, Xi Bei might have exercised caution. However, now that he was aware of Shitruzi's powers, he felt no further trepidation. As soon as Xi Bei landed, without a moment's pause, he dashed straight behind Feld. Under the enhancement of the thunderous attire, Xibe's speed was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of lightning, creating a truly remarkable visual effect of instantaneous movement. Feld had scarcely a moment to glance back, yet instinctively, due to his years of honed crisis awareness, he hardened his arm with armament hockey and struck backward with a swift motion. The extent of Feld's prowess remains uncertain for now. However, one thing is clear, Xibe is certain that this individual wields hockey with exceptional skill. In terms of mastery over hockey alone, he may even possess an advantage over Xibe, particularly since Xibe's own armament hockey has only recently awakened and can be considered merely at a beginner-esque level. Most importantly, Xibe does not excel in armament hockey. With the aid of the hearing fruit, Xibe's observation hockey has reached an extraordinary pinnacle, rendering his armament hockey comparatively inferior. Why does Xi Bei perceive Feld's mastery of armament hockey as exceptionally proficient? It is because Feld struck Xi Bei's thunder cloak with his hardened arm. With a formidable surge of 100 million volts, Xi Bei ensnared Feld's arm. Yet, Feld's obsidian limb resembled an insulator, rendering the lightning incapable of permeating his body. The electric force crackled against Feld's arm, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. However, that was the extent of its effect. Although Feld's armament hockey could barely withstand Xi Bei's thunderous might, it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Xi Bei. In that moment, Xi Bei appeared to approach an invincible state. Every strike he delivered resonated with a crackling current, complemented by his intricate combat techniques, making his every punch and withdrawal so swift that the residual images were discernible to the naked eye. In less than a breath span, Xi Bei unleashed over 100 punches upon Feld. This was a velocity far beyond that of an ordinary human. Although Feld's mastery of armament hockey surpassed Xi Bei's, the realm of observation hockey belonged to Xi Bei. Feld attempted to evade the trajectory of Xi Bei's onslaught through his observation hockey, a strategy that Xi Bei had anticipated long beforehand. Each of Xi Bei's strikes landed with precision in the very spots Feld sought to avoid. 100 punches, each one finding its mark. In the blink of an eye, Feld endured the relentless barrage of over 100 strikes, igniting within him an urge to curse. Despite the protective embrace of his armament hockey, Feld was rendered incapable of self-sufficiency, his plight exceedingly dire. Nevertheless, those adept in armament hockey are remarkably resilient. Even after withstanding Xi Bei's relentless assault, Feld stubbornly remained on his feet. Though his gaze had grown vacant, Xi Bei remained cautious, uncertain of the full extent of this adversary's prowess and potential. Wary of the possibility that Feld might inexplicably possess a miraculous ability to revive. To avert any unforeseen missteps, Xi Bei resolved to deliver a final blow to Feld. The thunderous aura surrounding him would not endure much longer. He could not afford to squander even a fraction of his advantage, nor allow the victory, so tantalizingly within reach, to slip through his fingers. Xi Bei gathered his strength, clenched his fist, and pulled back. Gradually, his fist became enveloped in the power of thunder, as he concentrated all his might into this singular blow. At this moment, rather than merely being entwined with lightning, it resembled the unleashing of the Kamehameha wave. For the radiance woven from the electric currents coalesced around his fist, dazzling enough to blind onlookers. Even if one of the four emperors were to take this punch, they would likely weep for half a day. However, Feld had already been rendered dazed by the barrage of countless strikes, remaining upright only through sheer force of will, perhaps fueled by the pride of a king. Yet, this was of little consequence now. Feld stood before Xi Bei like a lifeless scarecrow, utterly unaware of the impending devastation. No, perhaps he was aware, but his body refused to obey. At this moment, Xi Bei's power had finally reached its zenith. O king of usury in the dark world, what is the worth of this punch? Feld remained in a stupor, unresponsive, yet a fierce will to survive compelled him to miraculously part his lips, though no words escaped them. Initially, there were questions he wished to pose, yet it now seemed unnecessary. Upon finishing his words, Xi Bei unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned eerily silent, as if the winds had ceased to blow. The punch delivered by Xi Bei appeared devoid of any special effects. At that moment, a fierce gale swept from behind him towards the front. As one gazed intently in the direction of the howling wind, the surface of the sea parted under the pressure of his strike, revealing several sea creatures leaping forth from the fissure. The merchant ship, rendered uncontrollable, glided down the chasm created by the turbulent waters. At this instant, the sea was divided into two, with both sides resembling cascading waterfalls, while a profound abyss lay in between, into which the merchant vessel was descending. The force of Xi Bei's punch unleashed a cataclysmic effect, akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. Fortunately, this tumultuous scene lasted a mere 20 seconds. The ocean converged, filling the abyss. However, this singular blow undeniably incited the wrath of the sea. As soon as the waters closed, they surged forth, unleashing wave after wave. Numerous sea creatures, disturbed by the earlier upheaval, leapt from the depths. The surrounding temperature shifted. Whether it was a consequence of Xi Bei's actions remains unknown. Regardless, a fierce marine wind began to whip across the surface, swirling like a tornado, conjuring currents as thick as pillars of the sky. Merchant vessels rocked precariously amidst the chaos. At this moment, the thunderous cloak that adorned Xi Bei gradually faded away, revealing his ordinary self. Standing before the countless torrents surging skyward, Xi Bei felt an urgent sense of dread. This was indeed troublesome. In the heat of battle, he had completely forgotten that he was aboard a vessel. Should these raging waters ensnare him, the destruction of the ship would be of little consequence, for it was never truly his to begin with. The gravest concern lay in the potential loss of life. Xi Bei grasped the ship's railing, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "What on earth is that fellow Luo doing? Is he not finished yet?" As he spoke, Xi Bei regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Having endured such a blow, Feld would likely find even 10 lives insufficient. Indeed, should Feld endure this strike at point-blank range, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim, even if he were to miraculously escape death. However, this scenario hinges upon Xi Bei successfully landing the blow on Feld. Should he fail, it would all be in vain. On the opposite side of the deck, Feld lay unconscious on the ground, while Tracy stood beside him. The speed of Xi Bei's thought process is astonishing. One can easily deduce, even without much contemplation, that it was undoubtedly Xi who rescued Field from the jaws of danger. Xi Bei grumbled, "TCH, it's her again." A piece of floral cloth was bound around Feld's waist, a remnant of Tracy's hat. How did a hat transform into a mere strip of fabric? Such was Tracy's extraordinary ability. Just as Xi Bei was about to strike Feld, Tracy removed her hat and artfully fashioned it into a floral strip, securing it around Feld's waist, thus pulling him out of harm's way. Feld had truly been on the brink of disaster. In truth, Tracy had no desire to assist Feld. His demise at that moment would have suited her just fine. However, an alarming dilemma soon arose. Should Feld perish, she would be left to confront Xi Bei alone. The imposing aura Xi Bei had just exhibited had rendered Tracy momentarily speechless. She was ill-equipped to handle him by herself. The dark world adheres to a textbook principle, the supremacy of self-interest. Regardless of the discord between Tracy and Feld, they could not afford the luxury of engaging in petty rivalries. Thus, for Tracy, temporarily saving Feld outweighed the drawbacks. In the face of overwhelming power, all cunning plans and schemes were rendered futile. Yet, Tracy's understanding of Xi Bei was incomplete. She was unaware that, at that moment, he could no longer summon the overwhelming strength he had just displayed. In fact, even Xi Bei himself was astonished, while the consumption of his Thunder God skill was immense. He managed to barely sustain it. What truly drained him was the punch he had just thrown, as if he had expended a portion of his very life force. It was a peculiar sensation, the weight of all his burdens and psychological strain, along with the pent-up breath he had been holding, dissipated into the ether with that earth-shattering blow. Naturally, along with those emotions, all his strength was also cast into the heavens. Xi Bei stood on the deck, seemingly indifferent. Casting a cold gaze upon Xi, Xi Bei yearned to speak, yet remained silent. He feared that the moment he opened his mouth, he would succumb to despair. He was merely hanging on by a thread. Xi, a wielder of the beauty fruit's powers, possessed an arsenal of ever-changing tactics and formidable strength. Should she perceive that Xi Bei was merely putting on a facade, her ruthless nature would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate this troublesome individual once and for all. Xi retrieved the floral fabric from Feld and transformed it once again into a lace hat, adorning her head. Xi Bei squinted, holding his breath, resolutely refraining from uttering a word. At the same time, he endeavored to steady his breathing. As a pirate hunter of the East Sea, I must apologize for my rudeness. I truly underestimated you. The astute recognized the times, and thus, Xi made another concession. Xi Bei cursed inwardly, thinking, an apology? What good is that? If I weren't utterly drained of strength, I would have torn you apart long ago. You should quickly scurry away while you can. From now on, every time I see you, I swear I will give you a beating. In truth, Xi Bei yearned to express his grievances. He had been allocating his abilities within his limits, and even if he had replicated Thor's ultimate move, he would not have become so feeble. The real issue lay in that punch he had just unleashed, which had completely drained him. He was unaware that such a cataclysmic strike could have such dire repercussions. Had he known, he certainly would have refrained from using it. Xi Bei tentatively lifted the arm that had just thrown a punch. Hiss! Xi Bei inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. His muscles ached, and his fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if seized by a cramp, beyond his control. Enduring the excruciating pain, he expressionlessly concealed his hand behind his back, wishing to keep this moment hidden from Shi. With a glint in her eye, Shi inquired, "Can we discuss this further?" Xi Bei, with a grim expression, took 2 steps forward, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. Shikiki felt a shiver run through her, as if struck by a sudden chill. The Conqueror's Haki? This young man is formidable. I must flee at once. Shikiki seized Feld and hurled him overboard, immediately following suit by leaping into the sea herself. Could it be that Shikiki intends to escape through the waters? After all, she is a person of extraordinary abilities. Xi Bei found this perplexing. Yet soon he heard the sound of sails being unfurled from the vast merchant ship below. Xi Bei suddenly recalled that alongside the merchant vessel, there lingered a bat ship. Indeed, it was the very bat ship utilized by Absalom for gathering news. Stacy, accompanied by Feld, leaped onto the bat ship and hoisted the sails, departing with exuberance. Alas, with Stacy piloting the bat ship away, what was Xi Bei to do? Xi Bei attempted to pursue, but as he took a step forward, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. At that very moment, a large door at the bottom of the merchant ship swung open, and a nimble reconnaissance vessel surged forth from the dock, racing towards the sea. Luo stood aboard the ship, looking up and calling out, "Cloakmaster, Feld's vessel is about to be swept away by the current. If we do not depart soon, it will be too late." Xi Bei propped himself up and beheld the ocean waves merely a stone's throw away. Have the others found their way? What are you still dawdling for? Do you wish to sink to the ocean's depths alongside this vessel? This was the voice of Bonnie. With a resounding cry, Xi Bei exclaimed, "Howl! Let us embark." Alas, my ship! Absalom lamented as someone had taken his vessel, leaving him despondent. Throughout their journey since Xi Bei boarded the ship, Absalom found himself devoid of appetite, repeatedly murmuring, "That ship was filled with exclusive news I had gathered from across the globe." He deemed himself exceedingly unfortunate. Not only was he compelled to assist Xi Bei in fleeing Punk Hazard, but he was also ensnared in the struggles of the shadowy underworld. To add insult to injury, he had lost his ship, and while a common vessel might have been inconsequential, this particular ship was laden with significant news from the New World. He had hoped to leverage this intelligence to aid the revival of the Moonlight Moria. Ever since Moria was disavowed by the world government, he had been in a state of decline. It was solely through Absalom's travels around the world that Moria could remain apprised of the latest developments in the New World. Xi Bei consoled, "How could the news be more significant than I am? Although you may have lost an exclusive report, you have gained my presence. Let us proceed to Moria. Rest assured, you are bound to profit. Everyone is well aware of Moria's current circumstances. Have you not considered the grandeur he will possess after vanquishing his rival, Kaido? In his lifetime? Defeating Kaido? Are you referring to the beast Kaido?" Absalom wondered if he had misheard. Xi Bei did not finish his sentence in one breath, leaving Absalom with ample room for contemplation. Even with Moria on his side, Xi Bei was uncertain about his ability to overthrow Kaido. After all, the boss was not so easily defeated. Xi Bei merely constructed a hypothetical scenario where such a possibility existed. Absalom, upon deeper reflection, felt a sense of dread. Could it be that these individuals sought Moria for the purpose of conspiring against Kaido? If this were indeed the case, it would signify a momentous event. Absalom found himself in a quandary and felt compelled to consult Moria for his opinion. Xi Bei glanced around the ship and inquired, "Where's Nico Robin?" After Xi Bei boarded the ship, Robin's presence was nowhere to be seen. Inside the cabin, the revolutionary Crow and the fishman Hark were present. Hark had sustained a gunshot wound on the island, but after a brief treatment by Luo, it was deemed not serious. Could it be that Robin was left aboard Feld's merchant ship? That seemed implausible, as Crow would never abandon Robin without concern. "Did you not find Nico Robin at the dock?" Xi Bei inquired of Luo. Luo gently shook his head, expressing his own curiosity. Xi Bei expressed his astonishment. "Did you truly leave Nico Robin all alone?" The cloaked figure replied, "I have not abandoned anyone. I scoured the underground dock and found no trace of Nico Robin. Our time was running out. If we did not depart promptly, we would all be swept away by the currents. Are you suggesting we sacrifice everyone here in the pursuit of finding Nico Robin?" "I must inquire," he continued. "Why did the weather suddenly change? What caused this upheaval? Is it not due to Xi Bei?" Yet, Xi Bei remained silent on the matter. With a shift in conversation, Luo remarked, "You might consider asking Bonnie. Perhaps she possesses some insight. Given that the Revolutionary Army remains here, it is unlikely that Nico Robin would abandon them to flee alone." At that moment, Bonnie lay obliviously asleep nearby, and Xi Bei hesitated to rouse her. Furthermore, it seemed Bonnie held little regard for Nico Robin, as she was, after all, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, a crew Bonnie had openly expressed disdain for, even declaring her intent to defeat them in the New World. The fact that Bonnie did not confront Nico Robin directly in Xi Bei's presence was already a significant concession. It was improbable that she would concern herself with Nico Robin's fate. Asking her, it would be more prudent to inquire of Dottie, who was currently seated on the ship's mast, meticulously polishing his firearm. A brownish-red rifle gleamed brightly under his careful attention. Xi Bei raised her head and called out, "Daddy, isn't Nico Robin with you?" Upon hearing her voice, Daddy jumped down from the mast and took a seat beside Xi Bei. "Nico Robin? Indeed, she was invited aboard with us, but after the meal, she seemed to vanish without a trace. Perhaps she sensed something amiss on the ship long before, or maybe she overheard something. I am not quite certain. It might be best to inquire with those two revolutionary comrades inside the cabin," as Nico Robin had a brief conversation with Clara in the dining area. After careful contemplation, Xi Bei realized that Robin, ever cautious and reluctant to place her trust in others, would undoubtedly grow increasingly vigilant upon being inexplicably invited aboard the vessel of the Dark Overlord. Furthermore, with Robin's fruit abilities, eavesdropping on the conversation between Stracy and Feld would be a trivial task. Perhaps, as Daddy suggested, Robin must have sensed something amiss on the ship and discreetly concealed herself. Could it be that Robin has truly been left aboard that ship? Xi Bei extended his head, casting a glance towards the tumultuous waters where the currents flowed like pillars. The merchant vessel had long been engulfed by the swirling tides. If Robin were indeed aboard, her fate would be perilous. However, it seems improbable. Who is Nico Robin, after all? Since the tender age of 8, she has been at odds with the world government, evading capture for decades, leaving them vexed and beleaguered. Such a formidable individual would not easily succumb to the depths of the sea. Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, it would be more prudent to consult Clara. Xi Bei entered the cabin and beheld Clara, resembling a nurse, diligently replacing the bandages on the seated fishman, Hark. The latter appeared to have regained a considerable amount of vitality compared to before, a testament to Luo's efforts. Had it not been for Luo's prompt and rudimentary treatment of Hark's wounds in the underground dock, the fishermen would not have recovered so swiftly. With Luo by their side, it was indeed a great convenience. Not only was he formidable in strength, but in critical moments, he could also heal and save lives. Xi Bei's muscle strain had likewise healed rapidly, thanks solely to Luo's assistance. As soon as Xi Bei made his entrance, the fishman Hark rose to his feet. Xi Bei pressed his hand down reassuringly. "Do not be so anxious. I am not your adversary. Is it truly necessary to react with such fervor? You are still injured. Let us converse calmly while seated. Ahead lies Chiogu. Should you decide to depart, I shall not detain you. However, I am quite curious. Has Nico Robin not accompanied you?" The fishman Hark and Claire exchanged glances, their eyes filled with perplexity. Unable to contain himself, Claire candidly remarked, "Hasn't Sister Robin already boarded the ship? Where is she? I have not seen her." With wide eyes, Claire continued, "Wasn't that bat ship brought here by you? When we were invited aboard Feld's merchant vessel, Sister Robin, distrusting those from the dark world, eavesdropped on their conversation. She sensed that Feld had deployed assassins on the ship, apparently lying in wait for someone. Sister Robin even overheard Tracy contacting that individual via a snail phone. Could it possibly be you?" Xi Bei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was rather awkward. Krau, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks, a victim of unforeseen calamity. The group had been safely sheltering on the island when, out of the blue, Stussy dispatched 2 individuals to escort them to the ship. Krau had initially been reluctant to depart, but considering the injured fishman Hack needed care and the chaos that had begun to unfold on the island, he was apprehensive about hindering Sabo's escape. Reluctantly, he boarded the vessel alongside Dottie and Bonnie. Most importantly, Krau had initially been unaware of Stussy's ulterior motives. Upon seeing Dottie and Bonnie board the ship without a care, he presumed they were allies sent by Xi Bei for assistance. Little did he realize that the intention was to exploit Dottie and Bonnie as leverage against Xi Bei. Consequently, the revolutionaries who followed suit found themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, Nico Robin's keen instincts kicked in. Upon boarding, she sensed something amiss, thereby evading the peril of being confined in the shipyard. Suddenly, Krau recalled a pressing matter. What had become of Sabo? Xi Bei shrugged. How would I know? Didn't Sabo accompany them? Xi Bei shook his head. Come on, everyone parted ways with Sabo. He was chasing after Blackbeard, and Xi Bei did not follow along to join the fray. So how could he possibly be aware of Sabo's circumstances? However, judging by the situation in Punk Hazard at that time, it is evident that Sabo found himself in a perilous predicament. having to contend not only with Blackbeard but also with the admirals of the Navy and the former fleet admiral. For an ordinary person facing such a scenario, one would be fortunate to survive even 100 times. Xi Bei could only clasp her hands together in silent prayer, hoping that Xi Bei would be able to avert disaster. Clara's complexion turned ashen, for she was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should Xi Bei fall into the hands of the Navy, it would likely precipitate a second war. After all, Xi Bei held the position of Chief of Staff for the Revolutionary Army, and Dragon would never passively allow Xi Bei to be captured by the Navy. The more Clara pondered the implications, the more dread she felt. It was imperative to notify headquarters of this matter. Clara was clearly unable to remain still. Xi Bei consoled, Xi Bei may not necessarily have fallen into the hands of the Navy. With Blackbeard causing such chaos, even if the Navy intends to apprehend him, it will likely require considerable effort. I suggest you wait and see. If you notify headquarters now, it may disrupt many of your Revolutionary Army's plans. Crow and the Fishman Hark were utterly astonished. You are aware of the Revolutionary Army's plans? Xi Bei chuckled softly. Well, one can only speculate. The Revolutionary Army is such a vast organization. Unlike pirates or mountain bandits who act on a whim, there must be meticulous planning involved. I believe the world government would refrain from provoking the Revolutionary Army at such a juncture. After the Battle of Marineford, the Navy is still reeling from its injuries, and the position of the fleet admiral has yet to be decided. How could they possibly apprehend the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army without considering the ramifications? Pausing to ponder, Xi Bei continued, however, it is inevitable that some alarm will be sounded. As for how this alarm should be sounded, and with what means, that remains somewhat unclear. Nevertheless, if I were in the Navy's position, I would undoubtedly execute Xi Bei on the spot. There would be no necessity to imprison him. Fisherman Hark felt a surge of agitation, inadvertently pulling at his wound. Calm down, Xi Bei reassured him. I am merely indulging in wild conjecture. After all, the Navy is comprised of individuals with all sorts of personalities. Moreover, I am not one of them, so who can say what they will do? Even if my assumptions hold true, the Navy must be capable of eliminating Xi Bei first. Xi Bei is not a mere shrimp, nor is he someone who can be easily dispatched. Even if he were to lose a fight, surely he could manage to escape, right? How can you, his comrades, lack faith in him? Clara and Fisherman Hark remained silent, deep in thought. This was not a matter that could be resolved merely by confidence. It was entirely different. In any case, they could no longer remain idle here. Clara felt it imperative to return to headquarters, if only to ensure that the Revolutionary Army is mentally prepared without disrupting their plans. Even if the news proves to be true, it would not leave the Revolutionary Army at a loss for action. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario. One could only hope that Xi Bei would indeed avert disaster. Clark clasped his hands together, resting them upon his chest, silently praying. Ultimately, it was Xi Bei's fault. If he hadn't used Ace as an excuse to urge Xi Bei to confront Blackbeard, Xi Bei would never have encountered him in such a situation. Without that encounter, these troubles would not have arisen. Clark clenched his teeth in frustration. Xi Bei, too, was rather reckless. Whether it was Straw Hat Luffy or Fire Fist, the three brothers shared a singular mentality easily provoked by mere words. Fisherman Hark gently patted Clara on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Xi Bei will be fine. He is our chief of staff. Clara hung his head. It was evident that his smile was forced. Suddenly, Fisherman Hark looked up and asked, Did you say you haven't seen Robin? Hasn't she already boarded that strange bat ship? By the way, where is the bat ship? Didn't it follow us? Xi Bei found himself in a state of bemusement. The bat ship had long since departed, piloted away by Stussy during her escape. If Robin had indeed boarded that vessel, it would have led to quite a tumultuous turn of events. One must ponder, at what moment did Robin manage to board the bat ship? How did Xi Bei remain utterly oblivious? However, given Robin's history of evading the world government's pursuit, often appearing like a phantom, it is not too surprising that she could stealthily ascend the bat ship. Yet, the thought of the cunning Queen of Pleasure Street and the insidious Son of Darkness sharing the same vessel paints a rather amusing tableau, one that Xi Bei would regrettably never witness. Clara inquired, So, where is Sister Robin? Well, she should be safe, I presume. I hope. Fisherman Hark's brow furrowed slightly. As long as Robin is secure, that is what truly matters. Once she distances herself from the currents, she will surely find a way to reach out to us. I sustained a gunshot wound, and Clara must remain to care for me, which is why we parted ways on the ship. Moreover, Robin alone is less likely to be detected. There was a matter that piqued Clara's curiosity, and with Xi Bei present, she seized the opportunity to inquire. Why have the lone shark king of the dark world, Feld, and the queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, joined forces against you? Who exactly are you? Are you perhaps affiliated with the dark world? Ah, that is a lengthy tale. If the conversation were to meander further down this path, it could extend indefinitely. Xi Bei was more inclined to focus on the unfinished statement made by his bodyguard, Koda. Since Klar and Fisherman Hark were both members of the Revolutionary Army, they must have conducted some investigation into the dark world and likely possessed knowledge of matters that Xi Bei was yet unaware of. For instance, who exactly stands behind Feld? Xi Bei found a place to sit and, changing the subject, inquired, "May I seek your counsel on a matter?" Klar and the Fishman Hack exchanged puzzled glances. Xi pondered his words and inquired, "Are you aware of which prominent figure Feld has been closest to?" The mention of a prominent figure caught Klar and the Fishman Huck off guard, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Xi recollected the words spoken by Kada and continued, "By the way, it seems to be about the land of labor. What is that place?" "Ah." The Fisherman Hark suddenly recalled something. Could it be the land of labor on the Eastern Isle? Xi Bei's eyes sparkled with interest. "Did you know?" The expression on the face of the Fishman Hark became unusually solemn. "Ah, I know a little, but not much. That is a nation where intermediaries of the dark world engage in arms trading. There is a weapons factory on the island, ruled by a fellow named Scorch. I do not understand why you are inquiring about it, nor do I know your intentions, but I must caution you to keep your distance from there." "Another facet of the dark world? Is it indeed related to Feld?" Xi Bei frowned and inquired, "Why?" The response was clear. That area belonged to the formidable four emperors, Kaido, and Shou Ji was the guardian stationed there by Kaido himself. Suddenly, Laku Air grasped the situation, realizing, so it is that place. Xi Bei slapped his forehead in realization. Could the figure behind Feld be Kaido? What a coincidence. It is said that the land of labor is plagued by a faction of reformist soldiers who, discontent with the rule of Scorch, frequently incite riots, rendering it a rather tumultuous place. Unfortunately, Fisher Haku's knowledge on the matter was rather scant. The information he could relay to Xi Bei was limited. However, upon piecing together these fragmented insights, Xi Bei arrived at a startling conclusion. The influence of the Yonko Kaido permeates the entire underworld. The weapon manufacturing facility in the land of labor serves as a crucial nexus for the production and repair of arms, necessitating a substantial influx of capital. Whence does this funding originate? One cannot help but draw an inevitable connection to Feld, the usurer of the dark world, as well as the potential dealings involving Kaido's desire to procure a vast array of artificial devil fruits to assemble a legion of powers, which likely requires Feld's financial backing. To put it bluntly, Feld functions as Kaido's personal ATM. With Kaido's cash flow disrupted by Xi Bei, it is only natural that, given Kaido's notorious temperament, he would seek out Xi Bei even without an invitation. This, of course, saves Xi Bei considerable effort, but conversely, it leaves him with little time. He must swiftly amass greater combat strength before encountering Kaido's formidable forces. Fisher Haku and Krau had divulged all that they knew, leaving Xi Bei with no further inquiries. Upon exiting the cabin, he made his way to the bow of the ship, sitting alone on the deck, contemplating strategies to augment his power. Kaido of the Beasts ranks among the world's most elite combatants, wielding the title of the strongest in single combat across land, sea, and air. His physical prowess is akin to that of an immortal, truly a behemoth that stands in stark contrast to any adversary Xi Bei had faced, and certainly not one that could be vanquished merely through a momentary surge of strength. Xi Bei gazed vacantly at his own hands, suddenly struck by, was there not also the system? 17 hours had long since elapsed. The system must have completed its updates by now. Xi Bei glanced around and, finding no one nearby, softly called out, 007. 007, come forth. Suddenly, a halo of milky light shimmered before him, revealing a nearly 30-inch transparent panel that flickered suspended in midair. Following this recent system update, the Honor Mall had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer the rudimentary fruit machine model he had previously encountered. Instead, it had evolved into a panel as thin as paper, encapsulating all the information of the mall in a singular display. At first, it appeared to be the very embodiment of technological advancement. Xi Bei attempted to touch the panel with his hand, causing ripples to undulate upon its surface. Xi Bei exclaimed in astonishment, a touch screen? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the voice of 007 echoed unexpectedly. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? Our utopian honor mall system is indeed keeping pace with the times. You are quite fortunate to have coincidentally encountered the upgrade to the third-generation system. The system has now been synchronously bound to you. In the future, whenever you wish to access the system, simply recite the command in your mind, and it will seamlessly connect with your brain, eliminating the need for you to shout in an outlandish manner. Xi Bei immediately withdrew his hand, a gesture that felt remarkably human. 007 chuckled lightly, remarking, "Indeed, our utopia system adheres to the principle of user supremacy. But come now, you previously expressed a desire to resign, and here you are, fervently extolling its virtues. Your argument lacks any persuasive power. After much effort to access the system, I suggest you shelve your official rhetoric. Let us discuss matters of substance. I may soon be facing formidable challenges, yet without sufficient strength, I risk being struck down by lightning. Therefore, I seek to inquire if there exists a shortcut to rapidly attain an invincible state." "Ah, indeed, there is, honor. By the way, had 007 not mentioned it, Xi Bei would have nearly forgotten to check his honor balance. The marketplace has undergone a transformation. The previous location for checking honor points has seemingly vanished." After searching the interface for quite some time without success, Xi Bei stumbled upon a plethora of intriguing items. Just as 007 had previously indicated, the marketplace now offers numerous tangible goods, including Soul Reaper's swords, devil fruits, and ninjutsu scrolls, all of which are exorbitantly priced. A single Soul Reaper's sword requires over 40,000 honor points, while the cheapest ninjutsu scroll demands a minimum of 20,000. And the base price for a devil fruit stands at 8,000 honor points. Xi Bei discovered that the panel could be scrolled downwards. Thus, Xi Bei placed a hand on the panel and gently pulled it down, directly transitioning to the next page. The page showcased an array of fashion, a luxurious three-piece summer ensemble, a tailcoat, and a winter gala attire. Accessories included butterfly wings, devil horns, and a dome white top hat. The entire second page was dedicated to fashion. Xi Bei continues to scroll down. On the third page, the theme is the enchanting journey to the west. The price for the light transcending treasure box is set at 999 honor points, while the sea calming needle and the somersault cloud require 888 honor points each. Additionally, the precious golden rake and the sorrowful staff demand 90,000 honor points. Beyond these, there exists an array of magical treasures, including the profound ice axe, the fire cloud blade, and the diamond spell, among many others, totaling several dozen types, creating an overwhelming spectacle. However, each of these divine artifacts commands a minimum of 5-digit honor points. Notably, the light transcending treasure box is more than twice the price of the soul-cutting blade, with a usage limit of just one. Xi Bei clutched his head in disbelief. He had anticipated that following the system update, he would be able to acquire a plethora of powerful items. Indeed, while these items were impressive, the initial cost was exorbitantly high. Even the costumes on the second page, mere trifles in the grand scheme, required nearly 2,000 honor points for redemption, which translated to an astounding 200 million belly. Even if Xi Bei were to indulge himself, it would be utterly unreasonable to spend 200 million belly on a single ornament. Surely, the system had gone mad with its insatiable greed for currency. Well then, perhaps it would be prudent to first check his honor balance. 007 seemed to sense Xi Bei's discomfort and kindly elaborated. In the lower right corner of the panel, there exists a white toggle button. Do you see it? Pressing that button will transition you to your personal data and talent tree page. As a programmer dedicated to guiding you through this one-on-one interaction, I must offer a word of caution, my friend. It would be wise to refrain from causing chaos in this world. Instead, channel that energy into earning more honor points. Look around you. The marketplace is brimming with enticing offerings. Surely, you would want to showcase your acquisitions if you wish to engage in combat. It is imperative that you equip yourself adequately beforehand, is it not? Xi Bei retorted sharply. Silence. Xi Bei switched the panel to the personal data page. Upon closer inspection, the honor balance revealed 4190. Goodness gracious! Xi Bei exclaimed in disbelief. I distinctly recall that when I last checked the system, you informed me my honor balance stood at 4190. Now, after my involvement in the tumultuous events surrounding Punk Hazard, which have left both the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army and the Blackbeard pirates in perilous uncertainty, my honor points have not increased in the slightest. Are you jesting with me? Even if the Navy has successfully suppressed the incident, preventing my reputation from spreading, Surely I must have accrued some honor from the Revolutionary Army and the Blackbeard pirates, at the very least. 007, visibly displeased, responded, "Hey, refrain from using such language. The Punk Hazard incident involves multiple factions, and the Navy's attempts at suppression have proven futile. Thus, your reputation has indeed circulated. The absence of honor points is not due to a lack of renown, but rather because you have intentionally disrupted the flow of this world. That is why the system has refrained from awarding you honor. However, do not be overly concerned. The system has activated your personal reputation." Xi Bei was seething with fury. What on earth is this personal reputation? I cannot comprehend. At this juncture, Xi Bei pointed at the air before him, akin to jabbing at 007's nose. His expression stern as he proclaimed, "Do you understand? I am on the verge of confronting Kaido head-on, relying on this scant honor to amass wealth. Yet, I have disseminated my name, and you deny me recognition. Is this absurd system not robbing me? This is utterly outrageous." Suddenly, a 30-inch transparent panel began to move on its own, presumably under the manipulation of 007. In a short span, a detailed data tag materialized on the screen. Xi Bei leaned in closely to scrutinize it, discovering that this detailed data page delineated several distinct factions. Due to the Punk Hazard incident, Xi Bei had unlocked his personal reputation within these factions. Revolutionary Army reputation, 400, status, peaceful. Navy reputation, -2,100, status, hostile. Pirate reputation, 3,500, status, respect. Dark World reputation, value concealed. Status indicated in red, which signifies danger, thus categorizing this aspect as perilous. Each reputation bar reflects the magnitude of Xi Bei's standing within the respective factions. Negative values denote a tense adversarial relationship. For instance, with a Navy reputation of -2,100, Xi Bei is no longer merely a pirate hunter in their eyes, but a target to be pursued. Conversely, his reputation among pirates, evidenced by the impressive figure of 3,500, suggests he has garnered a degree of respect and admiration from some. As for his standing with the Revolutionary Army, it is characterized by a lukewarm state, with neither hostility nor camaraderie present. Most intriguingly, however, is the Dark World. In the reputation gauge of the underground faction known as Xi Bei, there exists no apparent numerical value to indicate whether it is positive or negative. However, the ominous red alert of the reputation bar intuitively suggests that he has accrued a considerable amount of enmity within this organization, placing him in a rather precarious position. Although the personal reputation bar is capable of reflecting his relationships with various factions, Xi Bei perceives it as an unnecessary exercise akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. He is acutely aware of his standing with these factions, rendering the panel that records personal reputation data utterly devoid of utility. It is a mere heap of information lacking any reference value, and he would find it far more beneficial to exchange it for a handful of honor points. The current honor balance of Xi Bei stands at 4,190. This meager honor can be exchanged for little beyond a lottery, or, with great reluctance, for a luxurious three-piece summer ensemble. Yet, what purpose does that serve? Xi Bei pressed his forehead, feeling a surge of emotion that made him want to cry. At that moment, 007 suddenly exclaimed, Hey, don't be disheartened just yet. You've overlooked something of utmost importance. Take a closer look. Beside these personal reputation bars stands a magnificent ancient tree, which represents your talent tree. Without unlocking personal reputation, how can you possibly access your talent tree? Trust me. I assure you I am not misleading you. The talent tree flourishes through the nourishment of your personal reputation. To be frank, this tree embodies your entire potential. Talent tree? Xi Bei finally caught wind of a rather intriguing piece of news. He raised his gaze to the panel displaying a withered tree, unmistakably a dead tree, and one that appeared quite robust at that. Could this truly be the tree of talent? One must admit, it certainly exudes an air of grandeur. Yet, no matter how impressive it may seem, it cannot alter the undeniable fact that it is merely a dead tree. Could this desolate tree embody all of Xi Bei's potential? Good heavens! Xi Bei displayed an expression of profound despondency. Please, do not provoke me further. If this constitutes the entirety of my potential, then I implore you to uproot it entirely and cast it into the sea without delay. There are but a few leaves on this tree, and I could count them on my fingers. Is this truly the extent of my potential? 007 remained silent for a moment before responding. I can't shake the feeling that you seem to have misunderstood something. Xi Bei was perplexed, The truth lay before him, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Suddenly, 007 experienced an epiphany. So that's it. What were you imagining? He exclaimed. The reason this tree appeared so withered and desolate was that it had yet to mature. The potential that you have awakened now is, much like this tree, tragically meager. However, the day you fully unleash your potential, the talent tree will no longer resemble its current state. Remember, the tree symbolizes you, and you embody the tree. As you grow, so too shall the talent tree flourish. Naturally, as the talent tree thrives, you will also experience growth alongside it. While you hone your skills in the outside world, the talent tree simultaneously cultivates within your personal reputation page. Your growth, akin to that of the tree, is synergistic. This not only accelerates the awakening of your inner potential, but also enhances your strength as the talent tree matures. Upon hearing this explanation, Xi Bei felt as though he had been enlightened by a sage, his understanding suddenly clear. This meant that there was an additional tree assisting him in his cultivation. Even during moments of rest and nourishment, the talent tree would flourish rapidly due to the nurturing of personal reputation. The more personal reputation he amassed, the swifter the talent tree would grow. In truth, Xi Bei could do nothing but quietly observe the talent tree's growth, ultimately leading to a formidable increase in both his power and potential due to the flourishing branches and leaves of the talent tree. Admittedly, this notion sounded rather extraordinary. However, to accelerate the growth of the talent tree, Xi Bei would need to find ways to accumulate personal reputation, with the most expedient route being through conflict and strife. Ultimately, Xi Bei would still need to engage in cultivation himself. Fortunately, the growth of his cultivation and that of the talent tree were mutually reinforcing. Given the current state of the talent tree, it was evident that Xi Bei had yet to unleash a significant amount of his potential. Xi Bei finally smiled. I knew it. How could someone as talented as I possess only a minuscule amount of potential? 007 breathed a sigh of relief. Are you satisfied now? Not too shabby. So, are you planning to save those 4,000 points of honor, or do you have something else in mind? If you wish, I could recommend a splendid three-piece summer outfit. It is both fashionable and luxurious. Donning our exquisite ensemble will undoubtedly elevate your status to an unprecedented level, and at just 4,000 points of honor, it's quite a bargain. Xi Bei scoffed. Do spare me the sales pitch. 4,000 honor points equate to the bounty of 4 heads worth 100 million berries each. I must have been struck senseless to even consider spending 400 million berries on a mere garment. I have no interest in gilded attire, so refrain from peddling me such trifles. What I seek is a chance at the lottery. Have you comprehended that? Should I fail to win, you will leave me with nothing. Well, I can always earn more. Xi Bei rolled up his sleeves. My fortune has always favored me. Just look at the plethora of skills I've acquired. Was that not a stroke of luck? Unless, of course, you have manipulated the odds. Pray tell, have you deliberately lowered the chances of winning? Honestly, I am unaware. Xi Bei smirked and exclaimed, Come on. I refuse to believe that I can't draw a winning ticket after 4 attempts. Well then, please, go ahead. Inside the cabin, Crow quietly inquired of the fishman Hark after assisting him with his bandages. Hark, what do you think of this fellow named Xi Bei? Although he claims to be Ace's brother, I can't shake the feeling that he aims to drag Sabo into this mess. Furthermore, why would those from the underworld conspire against him? He hasn't clarified, and he seems quite knowledgeable about the Revolutionary Army. Could he possibly be associated with the underworld? Hark stretched his limbs, feeling considerably better. After listening to Kral's words, he lowered his voice. Keep it down. Whether this man can be trusted is uncertain, but I am certain he is not a criminal from the underworld. Those involved in the underworld would certainly be aware that the land of labor is under Kaido's dominion. Why he inquires about that place is indeed puzzling. Upon our return to headquarters, we must inform Mr. Dragon about this matter. At this point, Hark moved to the door and stole a glance outside. Aren't you curious? Why do the 2 supernovas of the worst generation follow this man? They must have their own agenda. In any case, we cannot linger on this ship. We must hasten back to headquarters. Additionally, we must prepare in advance regarding Sabo. Hark sighed heavily. Kral, remember, we must not grow too close to this man. I have a foreboding sense that the New World is on the brink of chaos due to their presence, and the Revolutionary Army will inevitably be ensnared in it. This is a significant event, and the consequences are unpredictable. Sweat beaded on Kral's forehead. Let us hope Sabo and Sister Robin remain safe. For a moment, the two fell into silence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the cabin, followed by a man's anguished wail. Kral and Hark exchanged glances, initially suspecting an encounter with enemies, and rushed out of the cabin. The commotion startled Xi Bei, who had been alone at the bow of the ship. Xi Bei hurriedly approached the crowd, inquiring what has transpired. Upon seeing Xi Bei, Clara numbly shook her head. She too had emerged from the cabin only after hearing the commotion. Xi Bei stepped forward and observed Luo, who appeared utterly unfazed as he leaned against the boat's side, eyes closed in repose. Meanwhile, Dottie perched upon the ship's mast, fiddling with his firearm. Neither of them seemed to regard the recent commotion with any concern. Had they encountered an adversary, these two would undoubtedly not have remained so composed. Xi Bei glanced at Dottie, as if inquiring about the reason. Dottie, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a smoke ring and shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. Luo remained motionless with his eyes closed, yet he spoke up to remind, "Cloakmaster, keep a close watch on that transparent man. If he falls prey to Bonnie, we may never locate Monia." The transparent man? Absalom? Xi Bei surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted Absalom, his face marred with bruises, crouched before the corner door. Xi Bei felt a twinge of surprise. Had Absalom incurred Bonnie's wrath? In truth, Xi Bei's attitude towards this lion-hearted man had already been quite favorable. He had not regarded him as an adversary or a captive. Furthermore, based on Absalom's portrayal in the original narrative, he was far from irredeemable, which led Xi Bei to harbor a certain fondness for him. Xi Bei walked over and assisted Absalom to his feet. Absalom, with a serious demeanor, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Xi Bei softly inquired, "How did you end up in a confrontation with Bonnie? Where is she?" Absalom's gaze faltered, unable to meet Xi Bei's eyes directly. "I am asking you a question. Where's Bonnie?" With no alternative, Absalom furtively glanced towards the room behind him. Without uttering a word, Xi Bei turned and pushed the door open. Absalom attempted to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. With a creaking sound, Xi Bei swung the door wide, revealing a room filled with swirling mist and the gentle sound of trickling water. In that moment, Xi Bei finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He swiftly turned back, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. At last, Xi Bei understood why Absalom had incurred such a beating. With a face as dark as thunder, Xi Bei approached Absalom, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "What audacity you possess to dare spy on Bonnie during her bath. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? It seems I must take it upon myself to reintroduce you to the concept of who is worthy of your ire and who is not. Come with me." As he spoke, Xi Bei seized Absalom and led him to the edge of the boat. With no one around, Xi Bei suddenly changed his demeanor, turning to Absalom with a piercing gaze and inquired, "Did you see clearly?" Absalom was taken aback by the swift shift in Xi Bei's expression. However, noting the sincerity in Xi Bei's demeanor, he willingly embraced the chance to share in this moment. A faint blush adorned his cheeks, rendering him somewhat bashful, and he averted his gaze, nodding gently. Xi Bei felt parched and dry. "What do you think? Even if you inquire about my measurements, I am referring to my dimensions." Absalom lifted his head, seemingly reminiscing about that tantalizing scene. The moment he began to remember, he became ensnared in its allure, struggling to swallow his saliva, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Xi Bei, filled with exasperation, seized Absalom by the collar and exclaimed, "Do not be so self-absorbed. What about the photographs? Is there not a camera dangling from your neck? Surely you must have taken at least one picture? The photographs?" Xi Bei urged, "Indeed. Consider the allure of Bonnie's sun-kissed skin, her enticing figure, and those anthropometrically incongruous measurements. Capturing such magnificence in a photograph would undoubtedly constitute an invaluable treasure in the annals of human history. Asa, how could you merely stand by and allow such a glorious and sacred moment to slip through your fingers? Your negligence is utterly reprehensible, and it is no wonder that Bonnie would take issue with you." Abruptly, Absalom clasped his nose, yet blood continued to seep through his fingertips unabated. Xi Bei observed the copious blood streaming from the nose of this individual, and to his astonishment, he felt a twinge of envy. "Do you aspire to become the finest photographer? Do you yearn to craft brilliance with your very own hands? Do you wish to save humanity? What are you waiting for? Hurry, and remember to capture multiple angles and take several shots." Absalom wore an expression of resolute determination, akin to the chilling resolve found in the windswept depths of the Yishui River. However, just as he grasped the camera and was about to turn, Bonnie, draped in an outer garment that modestly covered her chest, appeared behind these two individuals, seemingly having been there unnoticed for some time. Xi Bei's eyelids twitched, instinctively sensing a looming threat. Absalom, too, felt an enormous shadow cast over him from behind, causing him to break into a sweat. In his moment of panic, He inadvertently exerted too much pressure, and with a sharp crack, he shattered the camera in his grasp. Xi Bei, displaying remarkable wit, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Absalom. "You are utterly despicable." Absalom was left in a state of bewilderment. Xi Bei suddenly turned to look at Bonnie, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Weren't you taking a bath? When did you arrive?" "When?" Bonnie's expression remained impassive, her wheat-colored skin and alluring figure illuminated by the rising sun as the ship continued its voyage. Yet aboard the vessel, two men emitted heart-wrenching, terrifying screams. Absalom wailed in sheer terror. "Indeed, I find myself preferring frail women." Xi Bei echoed, "So do I." Daddy suddenly stood up from the ship's railing and exclaimed, "Hey, I see the island." Luo slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Is it Shogu?" Xi Bei, with a bruised and swollen visage, approached the bow of the ship, gazing intently at the shimmering canyon in the distance, which resembled golden straw. This locale was notorious for its perilous nature, teeming with mutated flora and fauna capable of inflicting harm, thus deterring any would-be visitors. However, the vessel carrying Xi Bei and his companions was devoid of provisions, necessitating an urgent foray into the canyon for sustenance. Should they miss the Autumn Valley, the uncertainty of drifting at sea towards their next destination loomed ominously, threatening to leave them all famished. Regardless of the lurking terrors within the Autumn Valley, it had become imperative to venture forth. Besides, Xi Bei had recently acquired a new skill, instilling him with considerable confidence. He firmly believed that even if monstrous entities resided there, they would glean no advantage from him. Zybe silently recited the incantation, and the translucent panel, faintly visible, re-emerged before him. Xi Bei gazed at the balance of honors within his personal data, 190. His suspicions were confirmed. The odds of winning in the marketplace had indeed been diminished by the programmers lurking in the shadows. After an arduous endeavor, he had managed to draw a skill only after 4 attempts. Yet, securing a skill was a triumph in itself, and this particular skill, if one were to assess its value, was conservatively estimated to be worth several tens of thousands of honors. In summary, Xi Bei had struck a significant gain. Indeed, it was the art of drawing lots that reigned supreme. Xi Bei concealed the data panel and turned to say, "We must venture to the island in search of sustenance. Otherwise, we shall not endure." Clara approached Xi Bei's side, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "I just overheard Trafalgar mentioning that you are seeking Moria. Are you referring to the warlord? Moonlight Moria? Did he not perish during the war at Marineford? What is truly occurring?" Xi Bei, without turning his head, remarked, "Since when have the revolutionary forces begun to concern themselves with me?" Krau, gritting his teeth, remained silent. Xi Bei nodded to Dottie, signaling to approach Chiogu. Simultaneously, with no hint of politeness, Xi Bei slapped Krau on the shoulder and stated, "Concerning my affairs, it would be prudent for you to refrain. I have not sought any insider information about the Revolutionary Army from you, so do not squander your time on me. There is no food aboard this vessel. I intend to pause in Shogu to replenish supplies. Whether you choose to stay or depart is entirely your decision." Krau attempted to call out to Xi Bei, but suddenly, the fishman Hake grasped Krau's arm and shook his head. Absalom, whose head was swollen, lay on the ground, evidently having endured a severe beating from Bonnie. Even the camera that he often wore around his neck had been cast into the sea by her. Regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to spy on Bonnie while she bathed and his foolish alliance with Xi Bei, which nearly led him to capture clandestine photos of Bonnie's bath. Realizing the gravity of his folly, Absalom felt he had indeed courted disaster. Having already felt wronged, Absalom was further unsettled when Xi Bei approached him once more, delivering 2 kicks to his side, exclaiming, "Bumblebee, why do you not rise? Did you not resolve to escort us to Lord Moria? Is it far? How long will it take to arrive? This vessel cannot accommodate many supplies." "Ah, you are the true Bumblebee." Absalom scrambled to his feet and sat cross-legged, lowering his voice. Lord Moria was injured prior to the Summit War and was nearly slain by that scoundrel Doflamingo to evade the watchful eyes of the world government. Hogback and I transported Lord Moria to a secluded location in the New World. Thanks to Hogback, Lord Moria's condition has improved, and he is currently with Hogback. Xi Bei turned his head to glance, only to discover that the revolutionary soldier, Krau, and the merman, Hark, were absent. Xi Bei crouched down and inquired, "Where exactly is Moria now? How far is it from here?" "In Toy City, Borislev, it would take approximately a few days to get there from here." Luo leaned nearby, evidently having overheard their conversation, and expressed his surprise. "Borislev? What a coincidence. All my crew members are there as well." Xi Bei exclaimed, "What? Aren't your people on Elephant Island? Luo's brow furrowed slightly. Xi Bei quickly realized the situation. That was a plot 2 years in the future. And Xi Bei often inadvertently muddled the timelines. Bonnie suddenly plopped down carelessly beside him, causing Absalom to shrink back in fright. This fellow had already been intimidated by Bonnie's antics. Xi Bei instinctively rubbed her cheek, followed by a sharp glare directed at Bonnie. Bonnie, with a quick flick of her eyes, turned her gaze toward Xi Bei. Xi Bei immediately embraced Absalom, exclaiming, "The dawn has arrived." Absalom laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed, what exquisite stars we have. May I inquire about your forthcoming plans? I am still perplexed as to why Trafalgar Law has persistently accompanied us here. If he wished to depart, it should not pose much difficulty. Or is there something you have yet to disclose? I would rather not remain in ignorance, Bonnie interjected. Luo found himself unable to interject. As this was an internal matter for Xi Bei, he simply closed his eyes, allowing Xi Bei to elucidate the situation to Bonnie. After all, the alliance with Moria against the formidable Yonko Kaido was no trivial matter, and Bonnie would eventually have to be informed. As the ship docked, Daddy secured the sails and approached Xi Bei's side, while the Revolutionary Army followed closely behind. Xi Bei shifted the topic abruptly. We'll discuss this later. Huh? What do you mean by that? Bonnie pouted, clearly displeased. Luo replied calmly, Bonnie, some matters are better kept from the Revolutionary Army. TCH, you all make me feel quite uncomfortable. With that, Bonnie stood up and gracefully leaped off the boat. Xi Bei called out, Hey Bonnie, where are you off to? Huh? Didn't you say you needed to gather supplies? Of course, I'm going to find something to eat. Wait, it's quite dangerous here. Don't recklessly rush in alone. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Bonnie's expression turned icy. Unforeseen circumstances? Do you take me for someone weak? No sooner had she spoken than 2 carnivorous plants by the shore suddenly lashed out at her with their vine-like whips. Without looking back, Bonnie lifted her leg and stomped down on one of the vines, crushing it beneath her foot. The vine, as thick as her arm, snapped instantly, while the other plant's vine was uprooted entirely by her sheer strength. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Luo, unperturbed, passed by Xi Bei and remarked, The unforeseen circumstances here will not befall Bonnie. Do not forget, she is a pirate, one of the 11 supernovas hailed in this era of great evil. Her bounty is exceedingly high. Xi Bei was enveloped in goosebumps. Bonnie, this madwoman, had been apprehended multiple times, causing Xi Bei to nearly forget that Bonnie's bounty currently stood at an astonishing 500 million. Among all the supernovas, including the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, none could rival her. Furthermore, Bonnie possessed the rare conqueror's haki. While she had yet to master it, her innate talent was undeniable, and no mere trifles could take advantage of her. Very well, Bonnie, the ingredients are entrusted to you. With her arms crossed, Bonnie surveyed the surrounding scenery. Upon hearing Xi Bei's exclamation, she disdainfully retorted, Huh? You fool, the ingredients I found are only sufficient for myself. If you don't wish to go hungry, you'd better catch up. With that, Bonnie turned and ventured deeper into the autumnal valley. As she walked, she muttered indignantly, How infuriating. That scoundrel dares to treat me as a mere errand girl. I shall have my revenge. Lost in her thoughts, she passed by a thicket of weeds, oblivious to the creeping vines approaching her. Just as the tendrils were about to reach her feet, a katana suddenly soared from behind her, striking the vines with precision. Bonnie snapped back to reality, only to find her feet ensnared by the encroaching vines. Xi Bei stood at a distance, smiling, and said, I have already warned you not to be careless. Damn it. Bonnie kicked the long sword back into Xi Bei's hand. I felt as though I was stepping into a primeval forest. Xi Bei led the way, progressing along a narrow grass path. On either side, one could occasionally glimpse sunflowers towering to half a person's height. Yet, the clusters of flowers among the sunflowers were not seeds, but rather a hodgepodge of jagged teeth, their mere sight evoking a sense of unease. A group of individuals quickened their pace, eager to escape this seemingly endless grassy trail. As they ventured deeper, the variety of unidentified plant species proliferated. Thorny thickets brimming with stones, brown blossoms infused with the scent of gunpowder, and vines slithering like serpents between trees. Each peculiar plant underscored the uniqueness of this autumnal valley. Just as tales had foretold, the flora here had undergone a complete metamorphosis, as if each flower and blade of grass possessed an independent consciousness. Should anyone dare to trample upon them, they would retaliate en masse, much like humans would. Earlier, Xi Bei had inadvertently stepped on a patch of grass. only to find that the blades had suddenly transformed into sharp spikes, intent on piercing the soles of his feet. Fortunately, he sensed the anomaly in time and swiftly shifted his position. With Xi Bei serving as a cautionary example, the group endeavored to avoid provoking the densely packed flora, thus maintaining a semblance of safety throughout their journey. However, these plants were not merely lifeless. They possessed a strong sense of territory, and as soon as anyone encroached upon their domain, they would not hesitate to stir up trouble, even without provocation. Xi Bei and his companions had been sufficiently cautious, deliberately avoiding any proximity to these peculiar flora. Yet, before they could safely navigate their way out of the grassy path, a flower, connected to its stem, suddenly erupted from the forest, lunging towards them. It was a morning glory, but Xi Bei, with a mere glance, could discern that this was no ordinary specimen. In his understanding, there existed no morning glory whose pistil was adorned with teeth. Moreover, this unfamiliar morning glory was extraordinarily colossal, stretching at least 20 meters when fully extended, its tendrils thicker than Xi Bei's own thigh. It seemed that this monstrous flower intended to engulf Xi Bei and his companions whole. Xi Bei and the others swiftly dispersed. The trumpet flower missed its strike, then gradually raised its bud, unfurling its petals in a display of defiance, shaking them at Xi Bei and the others as if to silently roar at them. This anthropomorphic behavior of the trumpet flower was a first for Xi Bei. He truly doubted whether he could find sustenance here. No matter how he scrutinized the surroundings, these peculiar beings did not resemble food in any way. Having wandered into the autumn valley for a while, he had encountered nothing but rare flora. There were no signs of other creatures. If only there were one or two wild beasts, the concern for food sources would be alleviated. Xi Bei had no desire to fill his stomach with these bizarre entities. Even the indiscriminate Bonnie would likely hesitate to sate her hunger with such flowers and plants. At that moment, the trumpet flower straightened a portion of its stem, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. It faced Xi Bei, shaking its petals vigorously, and then its sharp teeth retracted within its blossom. Suddenly, it dove downward, aiming directly for Xi Bei's face. It was already quite disconcerting for Xi Bei to look up at such a tall and eccentric trumpet flower. How could he allow it to force him to retreat? He was determined not to be outmatched in presence by a mere flower. Thus, he stood his ground, unsheathing his katana with a resounding clank. With the blade's sharpness, he could effortlessly cleave the trumpet flower in two. However, just as Xi Bei prepared to strike, tendrils shot forth, ensnaring his hands and feet with a relentless grip. Xi Bei found himself immobilized, becoming a living target. The morning glory was now within arm's reach. With a cold snort, Xi Bei exclaimed, "Break the path." The sound of gunfire echoed through the air. The trumpet flower, its corolla expanded to a size sufficient to engulf an entire person, suddenly halted before Xi Bei, unable to advance any closer. Its petals trembled delicately, and then, from within the flower's core, a surge of deep green liquid burst forth, splattering Xi Bei's face and gradually loosening the tendrils that had ensnared him. Xi Bei wiped his face and noticed Daddy, standing not far away, wielding a gun. The stem of the trumpet flower had been severed by Daddy's shot, spilling a pool of deep green liquid onto the ground. At that moment, Bonnie approached and kicked the flower bud twice. "What on earth are these things?" Bonnie pouted, utterly perplexed. Xi Bei was adorned with a few lingering green droplets exuding from the morning glory, which could very well be the essence of life flowing from the plant, a botanical blood of sorts, tinged with a verdant hue. After all, it is not uncommon for the lifeblood of flora to possess such a color. Xi Bei leaned in to inhale the faint, refreshing fragrance. Observing this, Bonnie wrinkled her nose in disdain and remarked, "What are you doing? That's absolutely revolting." Xi Bei blinked and said, "Come, take a whiff, it's rather fragrant." "Stay away. Keep your distance. Honestly, I'm not deceiving you. If you don't believe me, just smell." "You scoundrel, I told you not to come near me. Do you believe I want to hesitate to eliminate you right now?" Dottie crouched down, instinctively dipping his fingers into the green liquid oozing from the roots of the morning glory. First, he held it to his nose, and then his expression shifted slightly. He placed the finger coated with the green liquid into his mouth, took a sip, and nodded, wearing an expression of realization. Bonnie stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "Yep, you're all disgusting." Dottie, unfazed, chuckled. "This is the plant essence, used for brewing wine. Many exquisite wines of the Grand Line are crafted from it. However, this substance is quite precious. During the brewing process, only a few drops are utilized. It not only neutralizes the flavors within the wine, but also enhances its alcohol content and taste. A small vial can fetch millions of berries. To see it spilled all over the ground here is truly a shame. Bonnie gasped in astonishment. What? This is more valuable than gold, the plant essence? Dottie nodded and continued. Are you familiar with the Great Barrel, Bakasjot? Xi Bei furrowed his brow and inquired. Are you referring to the one who has already joined the Blackbeard pirates? Indeed, that is him, replied Dottie as he unscrewed a silver flask from his waist to fill it with the remaining verdant liquid. As he busied himself, he continued. That fellow would go to any lengths for a sip of fine wine, even resorting to stealing from the pirate King Roger. All because there was such a treasure aboard Roger's ship. Truly a madman. I wonder what led to his imprisonment and impel down? Neither Xi Bei nor Bonnie spoke, listening intently. He had slain a total of 17 nations' brewers, solely because their crafted wines did not suit his palate. I recall him uttering a phrase at that time. A brewer who cannot produce fine wine is of no use alive. Truly, this is the madness that can arise from excessive indulgence in wine. Xi Bei swallowed hard. At that moment, Dottie's silver flask was nearly filled. He reattached it to his waist and remarked, in this world, aside from the exquisite wines crafted from plant-based essences, I doubt there exists anything else that could truly satisfy the great Bakasjot. However, having been imprisoned for so many years, he must have tempered his wildness and will no longer be as frenzied as before. He then patted the flask and added, by the way, I possess a few secrets of brewing. Shortly, I shall allow you to savor them. Xi Bei lightly nudged Bonnie and teased, do you still find it disgusting? Bonnie retaliated with a firm punch to Xi Bei's head, retorting, I was referring to your repulsiveness. Enough of the banter. We have the wine, but we are yet to secure any food. Merely drinking will not suffice. Dottie, you are the only one among us who possesses knowledge of culinary matters. Surely you can discern what is edible and what is not. Dottie sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. This place is exceedingly peculiar. The flora has evolved into forms hitherto unseen, making it challenging to identify them solely by appearance. Furthermore, I possess only a modicum of culinary knowledge, not the expertise of a chef. It would be prudent for us to refrain from taking risks and continue searching for other living beings. Amidst the dense thicket of flowers and grasses, there had been no sounds of life thus far, which was precisely what troubled Xi Bei. If the sounds of creatures could be heard, why would Xi Bei pose such trivial inquiries? No one would prefer to forage for fruits to satiate their hunger, especially when the edibility of these strange fruits remained uncertain. Currently, only Xi Bei, Bonnie, and Dottie ventured deep into the autumn valley, a total of 3 individuals. Luo remained aboard the ship, primarily to prevent the revolutionary army from stealthily commandeering it, while also keeping an eye on the transparent individual, Absalom. Ever since Bonnie's previous escapade of stealing the ship taught Xi Bei a valuable lesson. He had learned to always leave 1 or 2 individuals behind to watch over the vessel, thus avoiding any unforeseen incidents. This place seems utterly devoid of anything. Xi Bei wielded the katana as if it were a walking stick, planting it firmly into the ground as he ambled along, casting his gaze about in every direction. Upon exiting the grassy path, they stumbled upon an ascending mountain trail. Following this path would lead them to the pinnacle of Qiugu, where the vista would. However, as they traversed this route, not even the faintest sound of birdsong reached their ears. It was midday, with the sun positioned high in the sky. There was no conceivable way that the forest could be devoid of the slightest chirp or rustle, unless this place truly harbored no living creatures beyond the plant life. It was utterly astonishing. Even in a ghost town, one could still hear the chirping of crickets. Xi Bei felt somewhat disheartened, believing that even if he were to ascend to the pinnacle of Qiugu, it would ultimately be in vain. He felt that he was merely squandering his energy, especially in such sweltering heat, leaving him parched and exhausted. He thought it might be more prudent to wander through the forest, where he might stumble upon some edible fruits. Bonnie's eyes gleamed with mischief as she glanced at the flask hanging from Dottie's waist, filled with the essence of plants suitable for brewing. Swallowing hard, she stealthily reached out her hand. Xi Bei, with keen perception, discerned Bonnie's peculiar behavior. Consequently, he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Bonnie's hand, admonishing, "Did you not declare this contraption to be repulsive? What devious thoughts are you entertaining? This is intended for the art of brewing. What are your intentions? A mere bottle fetches a fortune of 1,000,000 berries, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps in your teeth. Behave yourself and endure." Bonnie turned her head aside, spat disdainfully onto the ground. Xi Bei was infuriated. "Can you not exhibit some semblance of femininity? What? I haven't even inquired yet. But what are you and Trafalgar Law conspiring about? How could you possibly have allied with that scoundrel, Punk Hazard?" That individual is no paragon of virtue. Just look at the troubles that Tracy brought upon us. Have you not learned your lesson? Xi Bei retorted, you know nothing. My alliance with Law is merely temporary. What? First, you strike a deal with the Queen of Happy Street, and now you join forces with Trafalgar Law? Unbelievable. Hey, aren't you a bounty hunter? Suddenly, Dottie, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Shut up. Dottie forcefully planted his gun into the ground, turned around, and made a silencing gesture, pointing towards the highest point of the mountain path. His demeanor suggested he had either spotted something or heard a sound. Upon noticing this, Xi Bei and Bonnie immediately fell silent, attentively listening to the noises emanating from above. Dottie continued onward, yet cautioned, it is not unusual for anything to occur here, so we must remain vigilant. Xi Bei raised his hand to shield the light, tilting his head to gaze upward along the mountain path. Bonnie chuckled, saying, listening to that sound, it seems to be something quite substantial. Come, let us go take a look. Xi Bei sheathed his knife, hastening forward in a hurried manner, leaping past Dottie as he ascended the heights. Dottie had just cautioned him to proceed with care, yet Xi Bei rushed ahead heedlessly. With a sense of resignation, Dottie quickly followed in his wake. Meanwhile, Bonnie exhibited a remarkable composure, observing the two with an air of bemusement. Their frantic pace seemed utterly pointless, as if they were racing to meet their fates. As they traversed the sloping mountain path to a small, barren plateau, the ground was parched and yellow, reminiscent of the Loess Plateaus. This expanse marked the pinnacle of the Chio Valley's peculiar mountainous terrain. Standing an estimated 30 to 50 meters above the ground they had previously navigated. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of Chio Valley in splendid detail. Below, fields of golden wheat stretched out, invoking a profound sense of tranquility. The winds at this elevation were brisk, and what had initially felt like oppressive heat under the blazing sun transformed into a refreshing coolness. Xi Bei, invigorated by the breeze, took several deep breaths, wandering aimlessly across the plateau, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his ascent. However, he would soon be reminded. Hey, Xi Bei, come over here and take a look. It was indeed Dottie. At that moment, Bonnie finally made her leisurely way to the plateau. Upon witnessing the surrounding scenery, a smile inadvertently graced her lip. She was pleasantly surprised to find such a serene view in this odd and peculiar place. One could not deny that this mountain excursion had yielded some rewards. Her actions mirrored those of Xi Bei, as she closed her eyes and savored a few deep breaths. Yet, Bonnie remained rational, not entirely entranced by the beauty below. Turning to Xi Bei, she inquired, have you discovered something remarkable? Dottie stood at the edge of the plateau, gesturing towards a spot down the mountain, and pondered. You should come and see for yourselves. Xi Bei and Bonnie approached Dottie, gazing down the mountain. Bonnie exclaimed, giants? At the same moment, Xi Bei gasped, it's him. Dottie, puzzled, inquired, do you know him? Bonnie, stroking her chin with intrigue, replied, hey, Dottie, have you forgotten that this fellow can also transform into a giant? It's not surprising he knows other giants. Indeed, Xi Bei's ability to metamorphose into a giant was no longer a secret. Observing the few giants seated at the foot of the mountain, Bonnie chuckled. However, in comparison, I suddenly realized that his giant form seems a bit diminutive. Dottie quickly cleared his throat. Bonnie sidled up to Xi Bei, linking arms with him, and remarked, by the way, you wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate child of some warrior from Elbaf, would you? Xi Bei pushed Bonnie away, her face flushed with indignation. Do not speak so recklessly. Down the mountain, there were a total of 5 giants, the shortest among them towering at least 30 meters high. In comparison to Xi Bei's transformed giant form of 15 meters, they loomed over her by more than double. Fortunately, the giants were seated at that moment. Otherwise, should they rise, they could likely rest their heads upon the plain to bask in the sun. Xi Bei pointed at one of the giants and inquired, have you not seen him before? Bonnie retorted, is that so strange? Dottie shook his head. Xi Bei gently placed his fingers down and spoke softly, the name of that giant tribe is Hireding. He is not only the captain of the giant pirate crew, but also an S-rank mercenary under the warlord Buggy. Bonnie's lips curved into a smile as she replied, oh, a member of the warlords? Dottie furrowed his brow and inquired, what brings them here? Xi Bei gazed at the giants with an impassive expression. Encountering a member of the 7 warlords of the sea in such a place, particularly one from the giant race, piqued Dottie's curiosity to some extent. Little did he know that Xi Bei had already formed a grudge with Buggy's pirate organization long before arriving in the New World. Not only was Dottie unaware of this, But even Bonnie, who had initially walked alongside Xi Bei, would likely struggle to comprehend the intricacies of their past. After gathering his thoughts, Dottie inquired, "What shall we do? Should we take our leave?" Xi Bei couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Leave? Do you truly intend to rely on that tiny vial of plant essence to reach Toy City?" Dottie pondered, suggesting, "We could catch some sea creatures from the ocean." Xi Bei gently tapped Dottie on the shoulder, questioning the necessity of their caution. Moreover, encounters with the aquatic kings were not commonplace. They should focus on their own affairs, as long as these colossal warriors did not seek trouble. There was no need to circumvent them. Bonnie nodded in agreement, asserting that she had yet to cultivate the habit of evasion. Oh, there were times when Xi Bei sincerely wished Bonnie would adopt such a habit, to spare her from unwittingly leaping into peril once more. Xi Bei gazed at the giants gathered at the foot of the mountain, kindling a bonfire and roasting meat, savoring the succulent morsels as they tore into the chunks with delight. From this, he deduced that the forest on the other side of the plain likely teemed with wildlife. This expedition to the Autumn Valley was originally embarked upon in pursuit of culinary treasures. How could he possibly retreat empty-handed at such a moment? Let them be. Xi Bei searched for a rugged mountain path leading down to the plains, beckoning the two to follow. Of course, he had no intention of foolishly provoking Hayarding. It would be most preferable if both parties could coexist peacefully. However, Programmer 007 had previously mentioned that, due to Xi Bei's defeat of a combat squad belonging to Bucky on the Black Norsen Islands, a bounty had been placed on him. At this moment, Hayarding was still affiliated with Bucky's elite S-class mercenary group, which led Xi Bei to seriously ponder whether Hayarding's presence here was connected to him. Yet, upon further reflection, Xi Bei recalled that Bucky's pirate organization comprised 8 major squads, with countless subordinates. Even if Bucky truly wished to hunt him down, it would not necessarily require the deployment of a formidable force like the giant pirate crew. After all, Xi Bei had been a nameless nobody at that time. Would Bucky dispatch S-class mercenaries merely to capture an obscure figure? Under normal circumstances, such a lavish expenditure would seem unlikely. However, Bucky was no ordinary individual. His thought processes diverged from the norm. The possibility could not be dismissed entirely. Xi Bei shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation. What does it matter? Sooner or later, he would have to confront it. Truly a futile worry. Dottie, following closely behind Xi Bei, suddenly posed a seemingly irrelevant question. "By the way, do you think our bounty notice has already been issued by the Navy?" Xi Bei paused for a moment. "Is there even a need to ask? We are undoubtedly unable to escape this fate. Soon enough, our names will undoubtedly appear on the wanted list. I am quite curious about the bounty on my head." "Bonnie, your head is worth 500 million berries. You are indeed a formidable pirate. However, more than the bounty, I am concerned about Punk Hazard. To this day, I remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Sabo and the Blackbeard pirates. Escaping from Sengoku and the 2 admirals seems almost impossible unless a miracle occurs. Carp, likely due to his connection with Sabo, has been holding back from intervening. Otherwise, even if all members of the Blackbeard pirates were present, a successful escape would be akin to climbing a mountain." Dottie sighed, filled with melancholy. He had never imagined that he would one day find himself facing the prospect of being pursued by the Navy. Xi Bei, without even turning back, jested, "Do you regret it? For me, this too is a form of cultivation. May it be so?" Xi Bei suddenly tilted his eyes and inquired, "Hey, Bonnie, why have you fallen silent?" Bonnie, breaking from her usual demeanor, replied with a blank expression, "I have nothing to say." Xi Bei curled his lip and remarked, "Just wait and see. I hope the Navy offers me a reasonable price for my worth. Otherwise, I might find myself compelled to pay another visit to Mary Joa to seek an explanation." Dottie chuckled lightly. "Are you serious? Do you really think that way?" "Just kidding." At this moment, Xi Bei had already descended the mountain, not far from where Hayarding and the others were gathered. His intention was to venture into the forest to capture some creatures to serve as provisions on the ship. He had no intention of instigating trouble. Thus, there was no need for him to flaunt his presence before Hayarding. He continued along the steep path, heading towards the woods, occasionally hearing deep growls emanating from within. Perhaps deterred by the presence of several giants nearby, the beasts refrained from showing themselves, remaining concealed within the forest. Xi Bei remarked as he walked, "It appears that the territorial boundaries here are distinctly defined. On one side lie the mutated flora, while on the other roam the ferocious beasts, each avoiding the other. It is no wonder we have not heard a single sound. They must have all congregated here. We should hasten, for Luo must be growing anxious." At the mention of Luo, Bonnie's irritation flared. With a crooked smile reminiscent of a rebellious youth, she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "What exactly do you and Luo intend to achieve together? Can that fellow truly be trusted? Do you comprehend what it means to align oneself with a pirate?" Dottie nodded in agreement, adding, "Xi Bei, I do not wish to cast doubt upon you, but I implore you to reconsider with utmost caution. Alliances often herald the onset of betrayal, a phenomenon all too common in the world of piracy. To put it plainly, I remain somewhat skeptical of Trafalgar Luo's character. Though he may have indeed assisted you, one must ponder, could he not be exploiting you, much like Tracy did?" Xi Bei's expression was grave. "I know what must be done." Dottie and Bonnie furrowed their brows in unison. Xi Bei continued, "This is a predicament I find myself in. We have already attracted attention, and both Trafalgar Law and I are acutely aware of this. We are merely pursuing our own interests. Rest assured, Law is not like Tracy. As long as he and I share a common goal, betrayal will not arise. In this regard, Law is indeed worthy of our trust." Bonnie interjected with dissatisfaction, "What do you truly know about Trafalgar Law?" "Bonnie, my understanding of Trafalgar Law far exceeds your imagination," Xi Bei replied. Dottie interrupted, "Who is watching us?" Xi Bei let out a bitter laugh. "Of course, it is the king of the New World, a man standing at the pinnacle of piracy." Both Bonnie and Daddy came to a halt. "The king of the New World?" Bonnie's forehead beaded with cold sweat. "Hey, I haven't heard of such a thing." Xi Bei came to a halt as well. "Haven't I just informed you?" Dottie inquired. "Who is it?" "Kaido of the 100 Beasts." "Hiss." Both of them gasped in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the entrance of the dense forest. Just as Bonnie and Dottie were engulfed in shock from this revelation, a patterned snake suddenly descended from the branches like a dart, its gaping maw wide open and moving with incredible speed. Dottie swiftly pushed Xi Bei aside and struck the snake down to the ground with the tip of his gun. He then fired 2 shots at the writhing serpent. The gunfire echoed through the forest, startling the birds and beasts, causing them to scatter amidst continuous roars. Helding and the other 4 giants lifted their gazes towards the source of the gunfire, rising simultaneously to their feet and taking enormous strides towards Xi Bei. The heavy and powerful footsteps of the 5 giants reverberated through the earth, causing Xi Bei to feel the ground tremble beneath him. Xi Bei's expression darkened as the giant pirate crew approached. The small branches at the entrance of the dense forest swayed gently due to the subtle tremors of the ground. Each stride taken by the giants covered a distance many times that of an ordinary human. Given that Xi Bei was already in close proximity to these colossal beings, it was no surprise that after hearing the sounds, Haldan and his 4 companions advanced merely 5 or 6 steps, as if strolling leisurely, before standing before Xi Bei. Xi Bei gazed intently at the formidable higher ding, akin to one staring up at towering skyscrapers. Dottie, grinding his teeth, ejected the cigar from his mouth. Simultaneously, he cast aside a bullet, roughly the size of a thumb. Should Xi Bei chance a glance back, he would discern that the bullet in Dottie's hand had suddenly transformed into a deep black hue. In a previous confrontation between Pang Kassad and Fan Oka, Dottie endured hardships, but, through adversity, experienced profound growth and strength. Indeed, an individual's potential is often unleashed in the throes of fierce battle, particularly for someone like Dottie, who possesses an exceptionally solid foundation and extraordinary potential. His prolonged period of complacency in Logtown had merely stifled his progress. Nonetheless, Dottie is no ordinary elite, rivaling even Smog in prowess. His marksmanship is indisputable, and his physical capabilities are formidable. Now, with the awakening of his haki, his presence is distinctly elevated from the past. A sharpshooter combined with haki-imbued bullets likely commands respect even from natural ability users, who would hesitate to underestimate Dottie. With a mere nod from Xi Bei, Dottie would unhesitatingly chamber the bullet and fire. However, Xi Bei offered no indication, prompting Dottie to remain poised and observant. Bonnie, with her arms crossed, maintained her haughty demeanor, disdainfully addressing the towering figures before her. "Hey, I dislike being stared at like this. My neck is aching. Hurry and disappear, for my mood is utterly deplorable." It was evident that Bonnie was still ensnared by Xi Bei's words, grappling with the reality of being targeted by the 4 emperors, Kaido. Judging by Xi Bei's stance and his alliance with Luo, it seemed he intended to confront Kaido directly, an utterly disastrous prospect. At that moment, Bonnie felt as though 1,000 llamas were thundering past, hooves raised and nostrils flaring. The fact that she managed to refrain from unleashing her frustration on the giant figures was commendable, marking her as quite the lady. Xi Bei remained silent. After all, he had yet to ascertain whether these individuals were indeed targeting him. If not, there was no necessity for conflict, as it would be utterly pointless. Hearing Bonnie's words, Hayerding exchanged a glance with his companion before bursting into laughter, a sound reminiscent of a mortar explosion. Once his laughter subsided, Hayerding looked down upon the crowd and remarked, "What a courageous young lady." Bonnie, her expression icy, stepped forward and kicked Hayerding. "Who are you calling a young lady? Do you believe I won't end you right now?" The latter part of her statement had become her signature phrase, uttered to anyone who crossed her path. The giants roared with laughter, dismissing it as the innocent musings of youth. Xi Bei was astonished. This group, after all, comprised S-rank mercenaries under the banner of the 7 warlords. As mercenaries, they should possess a wealth of experience, yet they did not recognize Bonnie. Setting aside her substantial bounty, she was undeniably a supernova of the worst generation. Her notoriety could not possibly be so lackluster. Hayerding, chuckling, inquired, "Who are you?" Bonnie, incensed by Hayerding's boisterous laughter, kicked out several times in frustration. Her face a stormy shade as she admonished, "I told you to vanish promptly. Can you not hear me? Do so before I truly lose my temper." To the giants, Bonnie appeared merely as a speck, and her kicks were inconsequential, yet they found it amusing that she could muster such bravado in the face of giants. "Well, never mind." Hayerding squatted down, casting a glance at Xi Bei and the others, and said, "Ordinary folk would not dare to tread in this place. Since we have encountered each other here, what do you say? Would you care to join me for a drink?" Xi Bei opened his mouth and smiled, saying, "Is it truly wise for you to be so utterly unguarded?" Hayerding revealed a peculiar smile, adding, "You must be pirates, am I correct?" Xi Bei raised his hand. Dottie holstered his weapon. Just as we had discovered a small trinket earlier, it should suffice to elevate the mood. Xi Bei opened his palm, and Dottie removed a flask, placing it into Xi Bei's hand. Xi Bei shook the flask, the liquid inside sloshing, and remarked, "Bonnie, let us not cause a ruckus just yet. Let us first enjoy a meal here." Indeed, upon the mention of food, Bonnie quieted down. Hayerding took the flask from Xi Bei, inspecting it with both sight and scent. "Oh, is this the essence of nature? What a splendid item to enliven our spirits. Follow me." As soon as Hayerding's words fell, a bare-chested giant extended his hand and said, "Hey there, young pirate, come on up." Xi Bei, unceremoniously, perched herself upon the giant's head. Dottie and Bonnie climbed onto the giant's shoulders. Hayerding led the way, accompanied by a stoic-faced giant. The expressionless giant leaned closer to Hayerding's ear and whispered in a hushed tone, "Indeed, that little girl is the recently rising star, Xi Bei, whose bounty is soared. The 2 individuals beside her are unfamiliar, yet they do not appear to be part of Xi Bei's crew." Hayerding sighed, "Ah, I recognized her at once. What do you intend to do?" "At the very least, let them enjoy a hearty meal first." The stoic-faced giant remained impassive, quietly trailing beside him. However, Hayerding and his companions were oblivious to the fact that all whispered conversations before Xi Bei were utterly meaningless. Not to mention, the giant's stature was already conspicuous. Hayerding and the stoic giant's hushed exchange did not escape Xi Bei's notice, nor did it elude Dottie and Bonnie's keen eyes. Bonnie paid it no mind, feigning ignorance. Her only desire was to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Dottie had already loaded his firearm, glancing at Hayerding through the scope, then shouldered his weapon again. Xi Bei, seated atop the giant's head, turned to Dottie with a toothy grin, an unspoken understanding shared between them. Dottie, eyes closed, wore a confident, enigmatic smile. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Bonnie suddenly exclaimed, "Don't waste food." Dottie let out a wry chuckle. "Don't just focus on eating." "Huh? Do you have a problem with that?" Xi Bei shook his head at Dottie, signaling him to cease his futile struggles and arguments. Faced with the allure of food, Bonnie was devoid of any semblance of reason. In fact, what Bonnie expressed mirrored Xi Bei's own thoughts. The voracious appetite of the giant race was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Even a mere piece of meat could occupy Xi Bei and his companions for an extended duration. These provisions were readily available, and any leftovers could be taken back to the ship. They could not indulge solely in their own appetites, at the very least. They ought to bring some back for Luo to savor. The giant carrying Xi Bei came to a halt, and Bonnie was the first to leap down. Xi Bei and Dottie gathered around the campfire. Hayerding placed a generous portion of roasted meat before Xi Bei, followed by a barrel of wine. The group raised their cups in a spirited cheer. As time passed unnoticed, dusk approached, and the sun sank below the horizon. This meal and drink marked one of the most filling and satisfying experiences Xi Bei had since arriving in this world. Even the renowned big eater, Bo and I, seemed nearly exhausted, as if they had hosted a grand feast. The giant's supply of provisions had been halved, and Xi Bei intended to take the remaining portion back to the ship. Heil Ding inquired, "Do you have companions who have yet to arrive?" Xi Bei acknowledged with a nod, and then set aside the packed food. "At last, we need not worry. This sustenance is ample to sustain us until we reach Toy City." Hai Ding cast a glance at Bo and I, who was now reclining on the open terrace, her belly prominently round, clearly having overindulged. Suddenly, Hai Ding inquired, "Are you heading to Toy City?" Among the 4 giants accompanying Hai Ding, one named Reynes was tasked with steering the vessel, while also serving as the navigator. He carried a recording pointer, an essential tool for maritime voyages. When the destination lies at a considerable distance, it is imperative that the recording pointer is filled to ensure a safe journey. The voyage from Chiaogu to Toy City requires several days at sea, and without the recording point, it is quite challenging to discern direction across the vast ocean. Upon hearing Xi Bei's words, Reynes asked, "Have you stored your recording points?" Xi Bei took a sip of wine to quench his thirst and remarked, "There's a fellow aboard who hails from Toy City, equipped with a maritime chart meticulously documented. Hence, we need not store any record points here. However, our ship lacks provisions, and we came solely to replenish our supplies. Encountering you has indeed been a tremendous boon." Reynes and Heiding exchanged a glance. "Are you not storing records here?" Xi Bei inquired. "Indeed," Reynes replied. "We have lingered here for several days, and fortuitously, we have just filled our record points today. Had we not crossed paths with you, we might have departed long ago." It turned out that the Titan pirate crew had been in Chiaogu for several days to store record points, explaining their unexpected presence. Had it not been for Absalom's guidance, Xi Bei might have found himself in a similar predicament, compelled to store record points in this inhospitable locale. This place was hardly suited for ordinary folk. It was only the giants, with their imposing stature, who could intimidate the beasts lurking in the dense forest. Otherwise, one could only imagine the countless disturbances that would ensue during a meal here. Xi Bei rose and inquired, "Where are you headed next?" Hai Ding pondered for a moment and replied, "To seek out an individual." Xi Bei gradually narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Dadi noticed that it was getting late, so he lifted a large bag of prepared food and stood behind Xi Bei, saying, "Hey, Xi Bei, if there's nothing else, we should head back." Boney slowly sat up and, with a sly smile directed at the giants, remarked, "I suppose I should take my leave. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Hailing, with an expressionless face, replied, "Well, indeed, there are some words I wish to share." He then shifted his gaze to Xi Bei and inquired, "Are you Xi Bei, the pirate hunter from the East Sea?" Xi Bei smiled lightly and said, "The person you are seeking, could it possibly be me?" Hayerding remained silent, gradually rising to his feet. "I thought so. How could an S-rank mercenary of the 7 warlords of the sea not recognize a supernova from the era of extreme wickedness? If I hadn't overheard your whispers, I might have truly been deceived. However, one aspect caught me by surprise. I had anticipated you would tamper with the food and then discreetly take Bonnie away. Yet it appears you did not do so." Hayerding's face darkened. "Are you underestimating me?" "Not at all. I am merely expressing my utmost respect. At least this meal has been quite enjoyable for all of us." After pondering for a moment, Xi Bei inquired further, "I am quite curious. Since you were already aware of Bonnie's identity, why did you not take action immediately? Instead, you feigned ignorance and invited us to dine together. Now that we have indulged ourselves, do you not find it somewhat tardy to consider a confrontation?" Halding scoffed lightly and replied, "As a warrior of Elba, I find it beneath me to take advantage of others' misfortunes. We are neither the Navy nor hunters. Rather, we are mercenaries operating under the command of the 7 warlords. In the absence of a mission, engaging in battle is entirely unnecessary, even if our adversary is a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Of course, it would be ideal if Jolie Bonnie chose to accompany us to Kalabali Island. I am certain that person would be more than willing to welcome her." "That person? Buggy, perhaps?" Xi Bei jestingly remarked. "Ah, so you wish to recruit talent for your superior?" Upon closer examination, it is evident that Buggy, having recently ascended to the rank of warlord, lacks both prestige and strength, ranking among the weakest of his peers, yet his ambition knows no bounds. Following the establishment of his pirate dispatch organization, he appears quite eager to bolster his forces. Meanwhile, it is clear that Bonnie has caught the eye of Halting. What audacity Halting possesses, attempting to recommend Bonnie to Buggy. Under normal circumstances, this could prove advantageous for Bonnie, as the news of her crew's annihilation at the hands of Blackbeard has spread, leaving her isolated and pursued by the Navy. Should Bonnie choose to seek refuge under Buggy's banner, he could leverage his title as warlord to protect her, thereby transforming her into a formidable asset for his cause. Moreover, it was Halting who discovered Bonnie, thus all accolades would ultimately be attributed to him. This cunning scheme is quite astute. One would not expect such meticulous calculation from someone who appears rather simple-minded. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. However, Halting has overlooked Bonnie's character. Although she is a woman, she is not one to cower in fear of death. Nor would she stoop so low as to hide under the protection of a warlord merely to evade the Navy. Indeed, Bonnie possesses a tenacity that surpasses that of many men, and thus, even in the absence of Xi Bei, she would never align herself with Halting. Furthermore, Bonnie harbors no fondness for the warlords in the first place. What? Have you already contacted Buggy? Xi Bei inquired. Hayarding promptly replied, not yet. Then how can you be so certain that Buggy will receive Bonnie? Based on Xi Bei's understanding of Buggy, although he harbors great ambitions, his courage is rather average. Moreover, Bonnie currently has a bounty of 500 million berries, and Buggy is notoriously greedy, making it difficult for him to resist such a temptation. It is entirely possible that in a moment of impulse, he might directly hand over Bonnie. Originally, I was about to affirm this statement. The campfire gradually dimmed, and the atmosphere turned tense. Suddenly, Bonnie asked, "What if I do not wish to accompany you?" Hayarding stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xi Bei, and stated, "Our giant soldier pirate crew is here on a mission. We seek only one individual, not for your sake. Even if you do not wish to come with us, we will not force you. However, it seems I must take you along now, for the person I am searching for has already been found." The remaining 4 giants raised their weapons, emitting eerie chuckles. Xi Bei earnestly remarked, "To be frank, I truly do not wish to resort to violence with you. Is there room for negotiation?" Just as he spoke, Hayarding suddenly reached out, aiming to seize Xi Bei. The moment one listened to Hayarding's words and then witnessed his abrupt action, it became evident to any astute observer that he was indeed targeting Xi Bei. However, since Xi Bei's bounty notice had not yet been disseminated by the Navy worldwide, many were only familiar with his name but had never laid eyes on him. Hayarding was no exception. He had merely been assigned a task by Buggy to locate a pirate hunter named Xi Bei, without any knowledge of his appearance. It was only when Daddy instinctively called out Xi Bei's name that Hayarding became alert. Had he known from the outset that Xi Bei was the individual he sought, he would have acted without hesitation. In truth, his initial invitation for Xi Bei and his companions to dine together stemmed solely from his desire to cultivate a rapport with Bonnie. As he had previously stated, his primary aim was simply to establish a favorable connection with her and subsequently bring her back to Buggy's side, feigning ignorance of Bonnie's identity out of fear of arousing her suspicion. After all, Bonnie was currently a highly coveted individual worth 500 million berries, and she would certainly not place her trust easily in others. Yet, he had not anticipated that the person he sought would be in the company of Bonnie. What a remarkable coincidence. If he could successfully return both Bonnie and Xi Bei to Buggy, he would not only fulfill his mission but also present an impressive gift to his superior. Hayarding was an ambitious giant, unwilling to remain subordinate to the 7 warlords for the entirety of his life. He aspired to become the king of the giants and restore the former glory of the giant pirate crew. However, this path was destined to be arduous and protracted. Thus, he needed to temporarily rely on the title and influence of the 7 warlords as a protective veil. This strategy would enable him to evade the Navy while simultaneously reigniting the banner of the giant pirate crew. Having only recently joined Buggy's faction, he was still on uncertain ground and desperately needed to prove his worth. Buggy had assigned him an S-rank mercenary, a seemingly trivial task of searching for an obscure individual lacking any reputation, merely to gauge his capabilities. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. He struck towards Xi Bei with a powerful palm, not exerting his full strength, mainly out of concern that Xi Bei might perish like a fly under such a blow. After all, Buggy had instructed him to capture a living target. He did not desire his inaugural mission to falter. Failing would not only disappoint Buggy, but also tarnish the reputation of the giant pirate crew. Nevertheless, even without utilizing his full power, his strike stirred up clouds of dust and scattered debris, enveloping the very spot where Xi Bei had just stood in a veil of confusion, rendering it impossible for onlookers to discern the situation within. Only Hayarding himself knew that he had failed to seize him. Where has he gone? Halding endeavored to discern Xibe's silhouette amidst the swirling sands. As the captain, Halding took the lead, and the other 4 giants similarly braced themselves, poised to take down Dottie and Bonnie in one fell swoop. Just moments prior, they had been gathered together, toasting as jovial companions, calling each other brothers. Now, their faces had changed faster than the turning of a page, each wielding iron axes and clubs, charging toward Dottie and Bonnie. Though Bonnie was noticeably round from her indulgent feasting, she remained agile, executing 2 backflips to distance herself from the giants. Playfully, she waved at them as if to say, "Come on, I can handle this." In stark contrast to Bonnie's playful demeanor, Dottie exuded a more mature aura. He was the type to dispatch an enemy with a single bullet, never wasting a second. After all, ammunition was not free, and his mobile armory was running low. With a swift motion, Dottie vanished from his spot. Almost immediately, the giant named Renas heard a sharp command from the side. "Moonwalk." Renas instinctively turned. Dottie, with rhythmic precision, stepped through the air, ascending toward Renas. In an instant, he found himself at Renas's ear. Renas towered over 30 meters tall. An ordinary person would barely measure up to his shoe. Yet, for Dottie, utilizing the Navy's 6th technique, the moonwalk felt akin to flight, rendering Renas's height. Without uttering a word, Dottie aimed directly at Renas's head and fired. The bullet was already chambered and, unlike standard ammunition, was laden with ample gunpowder. Considering the giant's resilience, Dottie had even infused it with hockey, ensuring that, if it did not claim Renas's life, it would at least incapacitate him temporarily. Indeed, Renas staggered back after taking the shot, his massive form swaying precariously before crashing to the ground. Halding, alerted by the commotion, looked up in disbelief. Renas had been felled by a single bullet? Damn it! Halding bellowed in furious outrage, his roar resonating through the air. Dottie landed safely, rubbing his ears. Veins bulged and throbbed beneath Halding's skin, his fury pouring forth as he lifted his leg to stomp toward Dottie. In his wrath, Halding poured all his strength into that kick. The sinews and vessels of his body swelled like vines, and if Dottie were struck, the consequences would be. Even if he managed to evade, the ground beneath Halding's foot would likely be left with a massive crater. This was merely a conservative estimate. More severely, the surrounding plains could very well be devastated by the force. The giants possessed an inherent advantage, while they might appear somewhat cumbersome. Who would dare to underestimate their explosive power and brute strength? Tididai initially intended to utilize the iron blocks from the Navy's Type 6 and the formidable heel of Hayarding. However, upon glancing upward, he beheld Hayarding's foot descending with great force, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Beads of sweat adorned Tididai's forehead. Even if it were indeed a slab of iron, it would surely be deformed under such weight. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses, so a strategic retreat seemed prudent. Thus, Tididai reluctantly evaded the impending danger. Yet, just as Hayarding's foot was about to meet the ground, suddenly, the voice of Xi Bei emerged from the swirling sands. 99th path, Black Coffin. The space trembled violently as a dark shroud ascended from the depths, taking the form of a coffin that ensnared Hayarding within its confines. Just before his foot could touch the ground, it was already imprisoned by the coffin, which was entirely obsidian in hue, appearing almost ethereal. Dottie and Bonnie gazed at the towering black coffin, nearly 50 meters high, and were engulfed by an unprecedented sense of dread. The air surrounding the coffin thickened, becoming almost suffocating. Even from several meters away, Bonnie struggled to breathe. Standing closer, felt the oppressive atmosphere bend his knees, rendering him unable to stand upright, as if burdened by an immense weight. Simultaneously, Dottie and Bonnie questioned the nature of this power. Dottie felt an eerie certainty that merely extending his hand would allow him to touch death itself. In the presence of the black coffin, all resistance seemed futile. Even Dottie and Bonnie, aligned with Xi Bei, were not exempt from this overwhelming force. Sweat trickled from Dottie's brow, each drop falling to the ground, as he longed to distance himself from the ominous coffin. Yet he found himself incapable of even straightening his back, let alone moving his feet. The remaining giants croaked, "Is this gravity?" In front of this black coffin, Xi Bei appeared unfazed. He took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and clenched his fist with vigor. "This is a scale, a balance, employed to measure the weight of your lives." Xi Bei stood beside the black coffin, gazing upward at the towering giant before him. "Do you know what the Grim Reaper is?" The giant struggled to articulate, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, I cannot move." Xi Bei approached Dottie, gently pushing him to the periphery. Dottie, feeling a sense of relief, collapsed onto the ground, his heart racing. Immediately, Xi Bei turned and uttered a few words. The 79th of the destruction path, a vast expanse. The pupils of the three giants constricted. Countless beams of pure white light erupted from the ground, soaring towards the heavens, piercing through the soles of the giants' feet, causing them to kneel helplessly on the ground. Though their lives were spared, they had lost consciousness. In the autumn valley, the interplay of black and white was both eerie and resplendent. The beasts, acutely sensing the looming danger, fled en masse toward the coast. This technique, known as the destruction path, was the third skill that Xi Bei had acquired in the marketplace for 4,000 points of honor. It was a form of advanced sorcery from the realm of the laborer's death god. The intricate steps required to wield such advanced sorcery had been entirely simplified by the system, allowing Xi Bei to cast spells without the need for incantations. However, the absence of a chant diminished the spell's potency, which could only fluctuate between 50 and 80. The higher the tier of the sorcery, the greater the reduction in power. Take, for instance, the 99th destruction path, one of the rare high-tier spells in the original narrative, which, if fully chanted, could potentially tear apart the fabric of space itself. Dottie and Bonnie felt a palpable unease in the presence of this sorcery, primarily due to the momentary surge of spiritual pressure that accompanied the emergence of the Black Coffin. This spiritual pressure resembled the conqueror's hockey of this world. While it may not inflict direct harm, it could impose unprecedented mental strain, rendering ordinary individuals unable to maintain consciousness in its wake. Of course, Xi Bei could not truly unleash spiritual pressure in the conventional sense. The incantation of the death god's destruction path was inherently composed of high-density spiritual pressure. Thus, when Xi Bei cast the spell, spiritual pressure naturally emanated from him. Yet, to suppress an individual of the caliber of the four emperors was beyond his reach. Indeed, even those with a slight proficiency in the conqueror's hockey could not be intimidated by the modest spiritual pressure he could muster. Nevertheless, this sorcery was not merely a tool for instilling fear, it was an exceptionally practical killing technique. Setting aside the strength of the spiritual pressure, the exquisite display of the sorcery, manifesting in a dazzling array of forms, could silently claim lives and ensnare souls in the abyss of hell. This truly encapsulated the essence of high-tier sorcery in the death god. Spiritual pressure was merely a supplementary effect of the sorcery itself. If the fluctuations of spiritual pressure could genuinely inflict harm, Xi Bei was not yet capable of such a feat. Spiritual pressure varies in intensity. Just as the conqueror's hockey can range in strength, few possess the ability to shatter Whitebeard's pirate ship as Shanks did, yet many wield the conqueror's hockey in this world. However, how many can reach that pinnacle? To instill a sense of intimidation in significant figures through the use of the destructive path, the foremost task is to enhance one's own strength. Since the system integrated this skill into Xi Bei's being, he has been able to wield all forms of the destructive path, from the 1st to the 99th, without the necessity of incantations. The sole drawback, however, is that the potency has been diminished. The Black Coffin, a product of high-level sorcery, has seen its power reduced by nearly 50%. Rendering this disquieting artifact only half as formidable. Nevertheless, even in this compromised state, it suffices to confront Hailing. Xi Bei cannot afford to allow the Black Coffin to linger in the open for too long, much like the impermanence of domineering energy. Otherwise, it would merely lead to a futile depletion of power. Xi Bei shall firmly seal the power of the manifestation of sorcery. Once the Black Coffin loses its source of strength, it begins to flake away like parched earth. Ultimately, the Black Coffin collapses, dissipating into the wind. It is unclear what harrowing experiences Hiding endured within the Black Coffin, for he emerges covered in blood, his eyes rolling back in his head. As the Black Coffin crumbles, he involuntarily stumbles forward 2 steps, then collapses to his knees, followed by a resounding thud as he falls to the ground. The atmosphere around him returns to a profound stillness. At this moment, not a single member of the giant soldier pirate crew remains able to move. They are utterly annihilated. Xi Bei forcibly suppressed the exhilaration within, murmuring, "This is the power of Bakudo." Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by the Zanpakudo available in the marketplace. However, the price of 40,000 honor was exorbitant. It would take an eternity to amass such a sum. In truth, Bakudo merely represents a classification of advanced Kido within the realm of Soul Reapers. There are also 2 other categories known as Heido and Shikuro, collectively referred to as Kido. In the marketplace, Xi Bei draws upon the power of the destruction path, characterized primarily by its destructive capabilities and formidable attack strength. In contrast, the binding path is centered around confinement, serving as a form of auxiliary control. The healing path, as its name suggests, is dedicated to restoration. Should Xi Bei possess all three of these mystical powers simultaneously, he would be akin to a reaper navigating the world of One Piece. Indeed, with the addition of a soul-cutting blade, he would truly embody the persona of a maritime Grim Reaper. Alas, such musings are futile. Merely acquiring the destruction path skill is already a final embrace from the goddess of fortune before her departure. How could he dare to hope for consecutive draws of the binding and healing paths? It is important to recognize that the marketplace offers a dazzling array of skills, numbering in the thousands. Furthermore, with the odds of winning now manipulated by programmers, simply achieving a win is a challenge, let alone selecting a specific prize amidst a plethora of skills. Without tens of millions, if not billions, of honor points, such aspirations are nothing but a delusion. It would be far more prudent to invest 40,000 honor points in acquiring a soul-cutting blade. By the way, the annihilation of the giant soldier pirate crew should yield some honor points. This crew, affiliated with the 7 warlords of the sea, operates as mercenaries within a special faction, requiring neither the exchange of bounties nor the dissemination of their reputation. Targeting the 7 warlords' forces guarantees at least a modest accumulation of honor. Were not previous honor points accrued in this very manner? Xi Bei tilted his head, pinched his fingers, and silently recited the incantation. The 30-inch shopping mall panel arrived as scheduled, suspended in midair. Xi Bei has switched the panel to personal data. Eliminating the 7 warlords' S-class mercenaries has garnered 1,500 honor. With the current honor balance at 1,690, the annihilation of the giant soldier pirate crew has yielded 600 reputation, bringing the current pirate reputation to 4,100. The extermination of the giant clan has unlocked the Elbaf reputation. Talent tree growth value has increased by 1. Talent tree growth value has increased by 1. Xi Bei has achieved remarkable success outside, and indeed, the talent tree has flourished in tandem. However, it has only gained a modest 3 points of growth value. Xi Bei remains utterly perplexed by the growth patterns of the talent tree and is uncertain of the significance of each incremental point. Nevertheless, the mere fact of growth is a positive development. After all, the cultivation achievements of each individual are cumulative. As the talent tree gradually strengthens, so too shall he. And as he grows stronger, the talent tree will flourish even further, creating a perpetual cycle of enhancement. At that moment, Xi Bei was about to delve into the detailed data of personal reputation when Daddy and Bonnie suddenly approached. Xi Bei immediately retracted his hand, and the mall interface vanished simultaneously. Daddy gasped for breath, clearly still shaken and unable to steady his mind after the terror brought by the black coffin. With a dark expression, Bonnie inquired, "Was that your ability just now?" Xi Bei nodded gently, refraining from providing a direct response. He turned away, bending slightly, and skillfully diverted the conversation. "Let us take these provisions with us. It is time to depart. We have feasted well, yet there are still others awaiting us on the vessel. By the way, there remains a bit of wine over there. Let us take it back as well, so as not to let it go to waste." Dottie exhaled deeply and proceeded to follow Xi Bei's suggestion. As Xi Bei observed Bonnie standing idly with her hands crossed, he tossed her a bag brimming with food, signaling her to cease her inactivity and lend a hand. The giant's provisions were abundant, with each piece being notably large. A coarse cloth bag could barely accommodate 2 chunks of meat. It was evident that the combined efforts of Xi Bei and Dottie alone would not suffice. Bonnie, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "If you transformed into a giant, wouldn't that resolve everything?" Xi Bei retorted, "Dream on, just grab it and hurry along." The trio shouldered the provisions and ascended the mountain path, retracing their steps. Autumn Valley was unlike ordinary islands, characterized by its 30-meter-high plateau that delineated the area. During the day, mutated flora thrived, while at night, it was the beast's turn to hunt. However, due to Xi Bei's earlier display of prowess, the creatures had scattered in fright and were now hidden away. Consequently, during their return, they encountered neither aggressive flora nor ambushing beasts, ensuring their journey. By the time they reached the shore, darkness enveloped the sky. The vessel, with its sails furled, anchored along the coastline, its cabin illuminated from within. Lacking a lookout, Luo leaned against the ship's side, feigning slumber with his sword clasped in hand. Nearby, Absalom lay sprawled on the deck, deep in slumber. Luo, sensing footsteps approaching from the shore, opened his eyes and gripped his sword. The bubble of sleep that had formed at Absalom's nose burst with a soft pop, rousing him from his dreams. Luo delivered a gentle kick to his companion, stating, "Awaken." Absalom obediently responded with a sleepy acknowledgement and sat up beside Luo. Luo, resting his sword on his shoulder, approached the ship's edge, listening intently as the footsteps grew louder. He pressed his thumb against the hilt, ready to draw his weapon. He had witnessed the myriad beams of white light erupting from Autumn Valley, leading him to surmise that, aside from Xi Bei and his companions gathering supplies, there were likely others or different life forms present. Given the valley's notorious reputation for danger, caution was imperative. Absalom joined Luo at the ship's edge, inhaling the air. Ah, the scent of food. Have they returned? No sooner had he spoken than Xi Bei emerged from the thicket, carrying a canvas bag, followed closely by Dottie and Bonnie, each burdened with spoils. It appeared their expedition had yielded a bountiful harvest. Upon recognizing them, Luo shifted his sword back to his shoulder, gazing down at Xi Bei and his companions with evident impatience. "You're so slow," he exclaimed, turning back to the deck. Absalom, salivating, exclaimed, "Wow, so much food. Where did you procure it?" It was important to remember that Absalom, despite being a mere imitation of a beast, possessed a keen sense of smell, particularly sensitive to the aroma of roasted meat after a day and night without sustenance. He sniffed vigorously. "Oh heavens, is that alcohol? Does Autumn Valley produce wine as well?" Absalom has never heard anyone mention it. "Do you wish to partake?" Xi Bei called out from the shore, "If you wish to eat, why not hurry over to lend a hand? Delay any longer, and there may be nothing left for you." Xi Bei is undoubtedly not indulging in alarmism. Throughout their journey back to shore, Bonnie has been incessantly occupied, munching away as she walks. Remarkably, more than half of the provisions she carried in her bag have already been consumed. Despite Xi Bei's repeated attempts to dissuade her, Bonnie clamored that the bag was too heavy to bear, claiming it was to alleviate the burden for everyone. Thankfully, Dottie tightly clutched the barrel of wine. Otherwise, it would have been drained by Bonnie alone. It is hard to fathom how this woman, with her already distended belly, could still continue to eat. Truly, she lives up to her title as the gluttonous one. One wonders where all that food could possibly go. More astonishingly, despite her voracious appetite, her figure remains unscathed. How many women would envy her for that? Dottie set the barrel down on the shore and called out, "First, let us get this wine aboard the ship." At his words, Bonnie instinctively shifted her feet. Dottie quickly guarded the barrel, saying, "What do you think you're doing? I didn't call you. You should mind your own business." Bonnie snorted dismissively, shouldering the remnants of her half-eaten bag of food, and leaped onto the ship. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, and Crow and the fishman Hark emerged from the quarters. They watched as the others eagerly hustled to carry the canvas bags onto the deck. Hark swallowed hard, incredulous. While he was aware that Xi Bei had gone to gather provisions, he had not anticipated that all this food was ready to eat. Along with the wine, Hark inquired, could there be others in the Autumn Valley? With all the supplies now aboard, Xi Bei untied the bags, revealing enormous chunks of meat glistening with grease. The aroma wafted through the ship, intoxicating the senses. Absalom was the first to pounce on the feast, but Dottie swiftly intercepted him, insisting on moderation. Otherwise, they would not make it to Toy City. The excess must be stored in the pantry. After all, Dottie is the sole individual aboard who can truly be called a chef, responsible for managing their meals and ensuring the equitable distribution of food. Xi Bei paid no heed to the quarrel between Dottie and Absalom. "Aren't you in a hurry to return to headquarters? Why haven't you departed yet?" Crow found himself in a dilemma. While that is indeed true, we lack a vessel. Are you not headed to Toy City? Might you take us along? Once we reach Toy City, we shall find a way. Xi Bei hesitated somewhat. Offering them a ride along the way was indeed inconsequential. However, he feared that the Revolutionary Army might suddenly uncover Moria's presence and thereby discern his forthcoming plans. Although the Revolutionary Army was opposed to the Navy, their organizational structure bore a striking resemblance to that of the Navy. If they were to learn of his intention to ally with Moria against Kaido, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. The fishman hack quickly chimed in, "Please." Xi Bei suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Let us not dwell on such matters for the moment. You have yet to partake in any sustenance, have you? Come, let us fill our bellies. I exerted considerable effort to procure this, and I nearly failed to return. Hey, Bonnie, are you still not satisfied? You are on the verge of consuming it all. Do leave some for others." Dottie, quickly secure the food. "Absalom, what are you doing? Do not thrust your head into the wine barrel." Zibiadin felt utterly exhausted. Luo removed his hat, revealing a tousled hairstyle, and while chewing his food, he inquired, "Cloaked leader, I just witnessed a beam of light shooting into the sky. What is happening? Are there others in Shiogu? Where did you procure this food?" After speaking, Luo poured the wine into his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, this wine is delightful. I would like some more." Absalom chimed in, "I want some too." Bonnie added, "Count me in." The fishman Hake requested, "Please, give me a little as well." Krell asked, "Is it truly that delicious? I wish to try it." Dottie shouted, "There is none left." Xi Bei sighed deeply and then remarked, "Indeed, we encountered others in the Autumn Valley, mercenaries of the 7 warlords. The provisions we have were procured from them. So do express your gratitude to them. Well, if we have the fortune to meet again." Luo, while eating, inquired, "Mercenaries of the 7? When did the 7 warlords begin to recruit mercenaries?" Luo appeared quite perplexed. Xi Bei jestingly remarked, "Isn't there a recent establishment of a 7 warlords pirate dispatch organization? They even claim to be the commander-in-chief." Luo seems to have an inkling of who it might be. "What brings mercenaries to Aki Valley?" Xi Bei shrugged. "I'm merely searching for individuals, while simultaneously recruiting talent for the 7 warlords. The other party has quite the appetite, even seeking to entice Bonnie. However, this pirate dispatch organization has served as a reminder for me. I pondered whether I should establish an organization of my own. After all, I am neither a pirate nor a hunter at present. It seems quite reasonable to consider founding a group and becoming a leader of sorts." A crowd of onlookers gazed at him intently. In a moment of unexpected inspiration, Xi Bei awkwardly remarked that he was merely contemplating. Within the shadowy realm, there exists an individual closely intertwined with the government, named Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. He may appear to be merely a newspaper deliverer, yet one must not underestimate this seemingly humble figure, for he stands on equal footing with the likes of Feld and Stussy, being one of the sovereigns of the dark world. It is no exaggeration to assert that Morgans wields significant influence over the public narrative of this realm. His news agencies are scattered across the globe, with seagulls delivering news bulletins and wanted posters, all working on his behalf. Why do these seagulls heed his call? Because Morgans, too, is a bird, a rather colossal one, to be precise. Indeed, Morgans is not human. He is likely of the fur tribe. And virtually all first-hand news pertaining to the government emanates from his agency. Even the fabricated reports claiming that Moria perished in battle were disseminated by him. Morgan's existence is immensely advantageous to the government. However, his allegiance does not lie solely with them. He simultaneously reigns as a monarch of the dark world. In addition to echoing the government's proclamations, he also serves as an informant. His news agencies, spread across various territories, provide an extensive network of intelligence for a price. One can acquire any information, even that which the government wishes to keep concealed. Following the Punk Hazard incident, the government resumed delegating tasks to him. The major news has finally emerged. The contents of the newspaper reflect solely what the government desires the public to know. 13 days have elapsed since the resignation of the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Now, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral has been firmly established. Green Bull and Akina battled fiercely for 5 days and nights on Punk Hazard, resulting in the island's submersion, with Green Bull ultimately claiming victory and ascending to the Admiral's throne. A new dawn has arrived for the Navy, and the wheels of justice continue to turn upon the seas, as the newspaper articulates. Notably, there is no mention of Akainu's defeat, nor is there any trace of the Blackbeard pirates or Sabo. It is as though these events had never transpired. However, the government's silence on the matter does not imply that Morgans remains oblivious. Given the government's intent to suppress this information, Morgans naturally refrains from opposing them openly. This edition of the newspaper, however, is replete with significant news, not solely concerning Green Bull's promotion. Following the Kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile has once again assumed the role of a warlord of the sea. The former Rear Admiral, Jinbi, has escaped from prison. The former Rear Admiral, Suru, has fled. The former Admiral, Zephyr, now leads his pirate guerrilla crew in pursuit of the two, having reached the city of St. Poplar, yet no victories have been achieved. Will this become yet another challenge for the newly appointed Fleet Admiral? Faced with former comrades in arms, how will Fleet Admiral Green Bull choose to navigate these tumultuous waters? The aforementioned details encompass all there is to know about Don Quixote da Flamingo. His circumstances have not been mentioned, and currently, the position of the 7 warlords is vacant. Da Flamingo's identity is rather unique, and the involvement of the Don Quixote family in arms smuggling remains undiscovered. Thus, the government has not revoked his title as a warlord following his defeat. The suppression of information is inevitable. In a concerted effort, the government has published numerous significant stories, aiming to divert attention from the weightier matters at hand. The possibility of Crocodile resuming his role as a warlord likely stems from a hush-money arrangement offered by the Navy. It is improbable that Xi Bei and the Blackbeard pirates have been apprehended by the Navy, otherwise, silence would not be maintained. The pivotal figure is Akainu. Should he have truly suffered defeat, particularly at the hands of Akiji, the Navy would undoubtedly have made his predicament and stance public without reservation. Yet, the current situation reveals that even news about Akainu has been suppressed, indicating that there are substantial intrigues at play. Perhaps only Morgans is privy to the true circumstances. At this moment, newspapers have been dispatched by seagulls to every corner of the world. In the new world of the Grand Line, on Karabali Island, Buggy is utilizing the commissions earned through mercenaries and pirate dispatch organizations to construct a street named Buggy Street on the island. The project commenced merely a few days ago. Regrettably, funds are limited. The organization's S5 combat teams are specifically tasked with patrolling and capturing pirates to earn bounties, while the remaining 3 logistical teams are responsible for procuring materials from the sea, each with clearly defined roles. The 8 teams of the pirate organization are composed of prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. Thus, even the logistical teams possess formidable combat capabilities. Each time they return with supplies, they seize 1 or 2 pirate crews to supplement their financial resources, sometimes yielding more substantial results than the combat teams. Which brings a broad smile to Buggy's face. Indeed, having a group of capable subordinates is immensely reassuring. Buggy has begun to envision that with these individuals by his side, the throne of the Pirate King is within arm's reach, and soon he shall possess treasures beyond measure. The more he contemplates this, the more it excites him, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. As a collaborator of the Buggy Pirates and the sole female member, Alvida is not particularly fond of mingling with the sweaty men. When there is nothing to do, she typically sets up a sunshade by the poolside, reclines on a lounge chair, and enjoys a glass of lemonade while perusing news from around the globe. Today is no exception. Alvida is donned in a bikini, sporting a pair of lacy heart-shaped sunglasses on her forehead, with an exceptionally alluring figure. It is hard to believe that this beautiful, slender woman was once a hefty individual, measured by tonnage, until fortune led her to discover a slippery fruit that transformed her dramatically. Indeed, she possesses abilities that prevent her from swimming like an ordinary person. Consequently, she remains seated by the pool, engrossed in her reading, with no intention of entering the water. Buggy, as always, is clad in his signature checkered shirt, draped in a furry coat, and topped with a captain's hat, braving the scorching sun. In truth, Buggy is rather hot, but he refrains from shedding the coat, as it lends him an air of authority. He embodies the philosophy of flamboyance, ever present in his dealings. Sweaty and disheveled, he approaches Alvida and inquires, "Hey, what are you reading?" Yarlita adjusted her glasses down to her nose and nonchalantly tossed the newspaper to Buggy. "Read it yourself, you reek. Stay away from me." Buggy became engrossed in the news, his eyes glued to the page. As he delved deeper into the article, his expression grew increasingly comical, culminating in a moment where his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, and his head seemed to detach from his body, soaring into the air as he exclaimed, "Nanny? Qingji has become a marshal? This fellow has always wanted to abolish the 7 warlord system. Will my title be revoked? Damn it. My Buggy Street is just beginning to be constructed." Buggy, a user of the chop-chop fruit, could separate his body parts at will, rendering him impervious to harm even when sliced apart. This peculiar ability of relocating his head had become somewhat of a signature move for him. At that moment, a figure rushed in, clutching a transponder snail and a bounty poster, shouting, "Hey Buggy, trouble. The mercenaries we recruited a few days ago have been defeated. Now, only Hyladin from the giant pirate crew is still alive. We're in a predicament." Buggy reattached his head to his body, eyeing the newcomer. "MR3, what did you say?" "Mr. 3, a former senior agent of Baroque Works and subordinate of Crocodile, who possessed the powers of the wax fruit, had temporarily allied with Buggy for reasons unknown." Buggy took the transponder snail. It was Hyladin's voice. Simultaneously, MR3 presented the latest wanted poster before Buggy, featuring alarming bounties for several newcomers, including Sib and Dottie, with bounties of 180 million and 96 million berries, respectively. In the Grand Line, at the ruins of the Kingdom of Zakire, one of the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk, sat expressionless in a chair, a glass of red wine beside him, perusing a newspaper. Above him floated a Gothic girl, her eyes fixated on the paper. beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Outside the palace, a green-haired man was engaged in battle with a gorilla, wielding a sword with the cry, "One sword style." Drawl, meanwhile, in the Kamabaka kingdom, revolutionary officer and cross-dressing King Ivankov gripped a newspaper with a look of shock. In front of him, a man with curled eyebrows, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the ground, lighting a cigarette. In the Combelt, on an uninhabited island near the Daughter Kingdom, the Dark King Rayleigh had just concluded a phone call with the owner of the lechery bar, his expression grave. Not far from him, a young man, bare-chested, was locked in combat with a gigantic crocodile, employing the techniques of the gum-gum fruit, jet pistol. The newspapers reporting significant news, and the latest wanted lists have been dispatched across the globe. Yet, they have not reached Xibe. After all, the messenger seagulls are unaware of Xibe's whereabouts. These seagulls soar freely over the sea, weaving between islands, and only drop snippets of news when they encounter a vessel. If they do not spot a ship, there is little they can do. This cannot be blamed on the diligent seagulls. It is merely a stroke of misfortune for Xibe. For over 5 days at sea, not a single messenger bird has been sighted, nor has Xibe encountered even a solitary sea creature. Now, they are on the cusp of arriving at Toy City. Xi Bei remained curious as to why there had been no sign of movement from the Pankasad side. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her stomach let out a growl. "Daddy, I'm hungry." The provisions were under Daddy's control, and if Xi Bei wished to eat, she had no choice but to call out to him. Daddy, as always, perched on the boat's railing, keeping watch. Upon hearing Xi Bei's voice, he placed a hand on his own stomach, his face etched with regret. "I apologize. The food was consumed a day ago. It is entirely my fault for not keeping a closer eye on Bonnie. What was supposed to be sufficient to sustain our entire crew to Toy City has been devoured solely by Bonnie." Xi Bei reclined on the deck, casting a sidelong glance at Absalom. At this moment, Absalom was bound hand and foot. With a look of desperation, he implored Xi Bei, exclaiming, "Hurry, release me." "Silence, you accomplice. You've caused us to go hungry all day," Xi Bei exclaimed in anger. Absalom, in a state of resignation, replied, "Hey, I was coerced as well. Joelle Bonnie threatened that if I didn't assist her in stealing the food, she would tie me to a fishing rod as bait. She is truly a cruel woman. We are almost at Toy City, just bear with it a little longer. For now, please release me, and I assure you I shall never engage in such foolishness again." "Why the haste? I can release you once we reach Toy City," Xi Bei retorted. Absalom abruptly turned his head, shouting, "Joelle Bonnie, look at the mess you've created." Bonnie shot him a glare. As they approached Toy City, Law stood at the bow of the ship, able to clearly see the outline of the city. His crew was all on the island, and before meeting with Moria, he wished to reunite with his crew, having not seen them in quite some time. He was uncertain whether they had encountered any troubles, as Law's recent actions had tarnished the reputation of the Heart Pirates. Moreover, with their captain absent, it was certain that no one would regard the Heart Pirates favorably. Toy City loomed ever closer. Law spotted a multi-masted ship anchored at the edge of Toy City. It was neither a pirate vessel nor a warship, but rather a ship with a bow resembling a duck's head. Law found it somewhat familiar and, after much contemplation, finally recalled the Cloaked One. Xi Bei responded listlessly, making no move. Luo dragged Xi Bei to the bow of the boat, resembling a lifeless creature, and cautiously glanced at the deck to ascertain that Bonnie had not followed. Satisfied, he leaned closer to Xi Bei's ear and whispered conspiratorially, "Make sure to instruct Bonnie to remain aboard the vessel. Remember, under no circumstances should she disembark." Xi Bei felt a twinge of curiosity. "What is the matter? I fear she may encounter someone she ought not to meet." Xi Bei has finally regained a semblance of vitality. Luo gestured towards a distant multi-masted sailing vessel and remarked, "That ship is the St. Poplar." Xi Bei still does not comprehend. Is there any significance? "Do you recall the clandestine intelligence agency of the world government, CP9? I refer to Rob Lucci. Since the Straw Hat captain wreaked havoc on Eni's lobby, Rob Lucci, for reasons unknown, has been pursued by the Navy. The other members of CP9 aided Rob Lucci in escaping from Eni's lobby aboard the Sabaody archipelago, continuously eluding the Navy. I have a recollection of this vessel. If I am not mistaken, all former members of CP9 were aboard. You are well aware of what Rob Lucci engaged in within the Kingdom of O'Hara, are you not?" Xi Bei abruptly stood up. To his astonishment, Rob Lucci was also present. However, Rob Lucci was no longer a member of the government. In fact, he was being pursued by the Navy, thus posing no threat to Xi Bei. Nevertheless, the situation concerning Bonnie was more precarious. In his youth, Rob Lucci had mercilessly slaughtered 500 soldiers who were held as hostages in the Kingdom of Ohm, allowing neighboring nations to exploit the chaos and ultimately leading to a catastrophic war that resulted in the kingdom's annihilation. Bonnie, being the princess of the Kingdom of Ohm, could never forgive Rob Lucci. Should these two cross paths, the ensuing scene would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Xi Bei inquired with utmost caution, "Are you certain?" Luo nodded gravely. "Indeed, there can be no mistake. If we were to engage in conflict with Rob Lucci now, we would not only attract the attention of the Navy, but the hiding place of Moonlight Moria would also be exposed, potentially jeopardizing our plans. At least, no unforeseen events must occur before we converse with Moria. Luo, do you wish for me to keep this from Bonnie?" It was evident that Xi Bei was reluctant to do so. Luo reminded him, "This is merely a temporary measure." Xi Bei slightly tilted her head, glancing towards Bonnie. Suddenly, Bonnie exclaimed, "Are we not there yet?" With a determined resolve, Xi Bei approached Bonnie. Indeed, this was merely a temporary measure. Once he had conferred with Moria and received a definitive answer, regardless of Moria's willingness to cooperate, it would not hinder Bonnie from avenging her fallen nation. At that point, no matter how tumultuous Bonnie's actions might become, Xi Bei would stand by her side unwaveringly. They were nearing the shore. Xi Bei untied Absalom's rope and casually remarked, "Bonnie, please wait on the boat for a while. If we all leave, there will be no one to manage the vessel." Bonnie, perplexed, inquired, "Why me?" "Do not forget, you are a wanted criminal with a bounty of 500 million Bailey. If you accompany us, our identities will be entirely compromised. Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit to Toy City? The ship we are on is merely a spare one and will not be harassed without cause. Just remain on the boat, and all will be well. Rest assured, I will bring you food." Bonnie scoffed, "Such unnecessary worry." As she spoke, Bonnie gradually transformed into a child, her voice sweet and high-pitched. "Is this acceptable?" Xzibit felt a sudden pang of unease. Initially, he had intended to use Bonnie's bounty as a pretext, but now that Bonnie had transformed into a child, who would recognize her? This predicament left Xzibit somewhat troubled. Nevertheless, he resolutely stated, "No, if you leave, there will be no one left on the ship." "What about Daddy?" At that moment, Daddy stepped forward and said, "I need to go to the island to replenish ammunition and procure some supplies." Xi Bei was at a loss for words. While Daddy truly proved his worth. Meanwhile, Clar and the Fishman Hark were also preparing to disembark. Daddy glanced at the two and pondered. "I believe it might be wiser for someone to remain aboard." Bonnie smacked her lips, clearly displeased. Xi Bei affectionately ruffled Bonnie's hair, urging her to behave. In response, Bonnie lifted her leg and kicked. All others, aside from Bonnie, had already disembarked at the toy city of Bodisleaf. Clow of the Revolutionary Army and the Fishman Hark, preoccupied with their own matters, bid farewell to Xi Bei and parted ways as soon as they disembarked. Xi Bei, who was already suffering from a headache, felt a sense of relief. Had these two lingered by his side, he would have been at a loss on how to encounter Moria. With their departure, Xi Bei could hardly contain his joy, cheerfully waving goodbye and proclaiming that they would meet again if fate allowed. He took the risk of potentially alarming the Revolutionary Army by escorting Clow and Hark to the Toy City, for he could not bring himself to abandon them midway. After all, it was his actions that had led Sabo and his group to their current plight. Thus, it would be both unjust and unreasonable to cast them aside. In any case, Clow and Hark had been safely brought to Bodisleaf, and Xi Bei felt no obligation to concern himself with their subsequent plans after parting ways with the Revolutionary Army. For individuals, Xi Bei, Luo Dadi, and Absalom proceeded along a bustling street in Toy City, guided by Absalom's introduction. Not far from their location, there existed an eccentric medical clinic run by none other than Hogabak himself. It was within this establishment that Moria had been recuperating, his injuries now nearly healed. While attending to Moria, Hogabak also took on the responsibility of treating the ailments of the island's inhabitants, albeit for a fee. As they walked, Absalom spoke. Ever since Lord Moria's title as one of the 7 warlords was stripped by the government, his emotional state has been rather precarious. I ventured to bring you before him without his prior consent, which posed a considerable risk. From this point forward, it is up to you to engage in conversation with Lord Moria. However, I must caution you, do not provoke him. Should you incite his wrath, it is highly likely that Lord Moria will lose his temper, making it untenable for us to remain in Toy City. This warning is in your best interest, particularly considering that Trafalgar Law and Jewelry Bonnie are both fugitives. If the Navy were to arrive, it would not bode well for any of you," Xi Bei remarked. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Your sole responsibility is to guide us to Moria's side. However, Moria currently resembles a hapless stray, and it is quite commendable that you remain steadfastly by his side. For that reason alone, I am impressed. Alas, one of the trio is still missing. Absalom, with a hint of melancholy, replied, I have been inquiring about Perona's whereabouts. Ever since that incident, she seems to have vanished without a trace. Fear not, Xi Bei assured him. I have a fondness for this lion-hearted fellow. Though he may be somewhat lecherous, I bear him no ill will. Perona is undoubtedly living far more comfortably than any of you here. You shall see her again in due time. Absalom gazed at Xi Bei in astonishment. He had scoured every corner with his camera, hearing not a whisper about Perona. From Xi Bei's tone, it seemed he possessed knowledge of her whereabouts. And it was evident that Xi Bei's understanding of the trio extended beyond mere superficial acquaintance. Just as Absalom was about to inquire further about Perona's location, Dottie suddenly stepped forward and asked, Do you have any money on you? Absalom, caught off guard, merely nodded vacantly. Dottie extended his hand, demanding, Give it to me. Oh. Absalom complied obediently, rummaging through his pockets until he finally produced a few bills and 2 coins, placing them all into Dottie's hand. However, as soon as he handed over the money, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Why should I give you money? Dottie, counting the denominations, responded, Because I need to purchase some supplies nearby. Oh, I see. Absalom pondered for a moment, recognizing that one requires money to buy goods. He then had another epiphany and, startled, asked, Why must it be me who pays? Because you have the money, Dottie replied. Dottie, burdened with an array of firearms, had to regularly maintain each one to prevent rust, even if they were not in use. Therefore, every few days, he diligently wiped them down, which consumed the gun oil rather quickly. During their journey with Xi Bei, Dottie had encountered relatively few towns, and this toy town was of a somewhat considerable scale. Thus, he wished to explore nearby shops that provided gun oil and ammunition, while also acquiring some provisions for their vessel. More importantly, a lock was necessary, otherwise, no amount of food would suffice for Bonnie alone. As he navigated through the bustling streets, Dottie indeed spotted a shop. Sieb seized the opportunity to say to him, Please bring some food back for Bonnie. She surely cannot remain idle on her own. Remember, do not let her disembark for the time being. You can trust me to take care of things here. Nothing will go awry. Dottie hesitated for a moment. After all, the other party was Moonlight Moria. Xi Bei remained unfazed, reasoning that if he were truly intelligent, he would refrain from taking action here. Should he dare to act recklessly, I would ensure his silence before he could create any significant disturbance. At present, my primary concern was Bonnie. Although I had instructed her to remain on the ship, my intuition suggested she would not be so obedient. It was imperative that someone keep watch over her. Dottie chose to place his unconditional trust in Xi Bei. With Xi Bei's assurance, he felt little cause for concern and thus turned to enter the shop to attend to other matters. However, just as Dottie stepped inside, Luo followed suit, declaring, I must first go and meet my crew. Luo, anxious about the potential exposure of his identity, had deliberately disguised himself to avoid inciting panic. At that moment, his entire form was cloaked in a mantle, indeed the very cloak that Xi Bei often wore. In a gesture of solemnity, Xi Bei had relinquished his signature cloak to assist Luo in evading notice. Fortunately, Xi Bei still possessed a warm fur coat acquired from Pankasad, which spared him the embarrassment of walking through the streets in mere attire. I leave the matter of Moria to you, Luo stated before turning to depart. Xi Bei stared wide-eyed. Are you really going to abandon this entirely? Luo turned his head with a teasing remark. But you still have me, right? What? Are you truly afraid to meet Moria alone? You want me to approach Moria about joining forces against Kaido, all by myself? You genuinely trust me that much? Luo gently shook his head. It's not a matter of trust. If Moria is unwilling to ally with us, my presence would be futile. To be honest, I don't harbor much hope for this endeavor. I merely happen to be here since my crew is also around. However, if you can persuade Moria, that would indeed be an unexpected triumph. Xi Bei gave Luo a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly are impressive. Luo responded with a wicked grin. You cannot be so cowardly as to avoid meeting Moria alone. Humph, how childish. Xi Bei waved his hand and then followed Absalom alone to the entrance of the peculiar doctor's clinic. Today, the clinic's business appeared rather dismal. In fact, it had consistently struggled, primarily due to the peculiar habits of Hogabok, who had a penchant for being overly hands-on during treatments. At times, he would inexplicably stitch a patient or two, likely a consequence of his prolonged association with zombies. Having developed a peculiar affliction that led him to perceive potential undead qualities in everyone he encountered. This behavior had understandably terrified the local populace. Only a few impoverished families, desperate to save on medical expenses, would muster the courage to enter. After all, the peculiar clinic offered relatively lower fees compared to other medical facilities. At this moment, Hogebak was idly engaged in his experiments in the basement. However, without any corpses to study, he was left to focus on concocting a high-viscosity mixture to replace traditional sutures. Absalom frequently lamented to him that the visible stitches on his body were alarming to young women, urging him to devise a solution promptly. On the surface, the peculiar clinic comprised 2 levels. The first floor was dedicated to treating patients, while the second served as the resting area for Moonlight Maria. To facilitate his experiments, Hogebak primarily slept in the basement. Meanwhile, Absalom, often out gathering news, left the clinic quite tranquil. Unless necessary, few dared to disturb Moria, especially given his increasingly irritable temperament. Any mention of sensitive topics such as the world government, the 7 warlords, or the supernovas would provoke a furious outburst. Even patients seeking treatment could occasionally hear loud crashes emanating from the 2nd floor. Although they remained unaware of who resided above, no one dared to trespass. Consequently, the residents of Toy City came to learn of a temperamental individual living on the 2nd floor, alongside Hogebak, the eccentric doctor known for his erratic stitching on patients. Thus, the clinic earned the moniker of the Peculiar Doctor. Hogebak felt exasperated by the residents who had presumptuously dubbed his clinic as such, considering them mere mortals who would scream at the slightest injury, utterly incapable of grasping the grandeur of his experimental masterpieces. He found greater solace in the company of zombies, who, even when dismembered, remained silent. With a mask covering his face, Hogebak stood before his workbench, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Suddenly, he heard the clinic's door creak open, signaling the arrival of a visitor. Oh, another guest, perhaps? Hogebak removed his mask and, moving with a shape reminiscent of a round ball, slowly emerged from the basement. His form was so peculiar, resembling a bloated balloon with human limbs and a head protruding from it, that he often found himself wedged in the doorway upon exiting. This predicament had become a familiar occurrence, one he had learned to navigate. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully squeezed his body through. The basement served as his clandestine sanctuary, a place that must remain undiscovered by outsiders. Once outside, he secured the basement tightly and, with a smile on his face, jogged towards the hall. In the hall, he spotted Absalom and Xi Bei standing at the foot of the stairs, poised to ascend. Hogebak called out, "Absalom, when did you return?" Absalom replied with a stern expression, "Just arrived." He then inquired, "Is Lord Moria still in his room, unwilling to come out?" Hogebak gazed at Xi Bei, puzzled. Who is this person? He seems somewhat familiar. Familiar? Could it be that Hogebak had encountered Xi Bei before? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He dashed towards a shelf piled with case files and retrieved a stack of wanted posters. Xi Bei's warrant had long been disseminated across towns worldwide, explaining Hogebak's sense of recognition. The document he held was the latest wanted list, and while he typically glanced at many faces without retaining their features, Xi Bei's visage lingered in his memory. This was because Xi Bei held the title of the highest bounty among the new kings on this list. An obscure individual, he had garnered a staggering bounty of 180 million belly on his first notice. How terrifying was that? Hogebak examined the wanted poster once more, then turned to Xi Bei, exclaiming, "No doubt about it, the invader Xi Bei? Hey, Absalom, what is the meaning of this? Why are you with this fellow?" Xi Bei beheld the peculiar actions of Hogebak and inquired with astonishment, "Is that a wanted poster in your hand?" To which Hogebak retorted, "Of course. I am not blind. Is that not you, the invader Xi Bei, with a bounty of 180 million belly?" "What invader?" Xi Bei snatched the wanted list, and indeed, his likeness was depicted there. However, beneath the image, the name was prefixed by the words intruder, a moniker bestowed upon him by the Navy. For he had trespassed into the sacred abode of the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, situated in Mariehua. Each wanted criminal possesses a unique epithet. In the absence of one, the Navy is more than willing to concoct an appropriate title. As Zybe continued to peruse the documents, he was eager to discover the details regarding Daddy. Soon enough, the image of Daddy materialized before him, a sharpshooter, Daddy Masterson, with a bounty of 96 million belly. Furthermore, Zybe recognized 2 familiar faces among this batch of wanted individuals. One was Baratomio, with a bounty of 66 million belly, and the other was Caribou, with a bounty of 58 million belly. It was quite unexpected for Xi Bei to find himself in the same league as these notorious criminals. On another note, Xi Bei had finally achieved the status of a man worth over 100 million, yet he was not fond of the moniker the Invader, which lacked the commanding presence of Daddy's title. He contemplated whether he should place a call to Marineford and the Navy to request a more fitting alias. While Xi Bei was engrossed in the wanted notices, Hogabak discreetly pulled Absalom aside to inquire about the situation and expressed curiosity about Xi Bei's background. After all, to appear on the wanted list with a bounty approaching 200 million belly was no small feat, surpassing even the former bounty of 80 million for Boa Hancock, who had been recruited by the world government to serve as one of the 7 warlords. Just as Hogabak and Absalom were engaged in their hushed conversation, a voice echoed from the second floor. Hogabak. Hey, Hogabak, are you there? Is the food not ready yet? Upon hearing this voice, a sheen of sweat broke out on Hogabak's forehead. Lord Moria, just a moment. I'll bring the food right away. The voice from above called out again. Hurry up. Don't make me personally remind you of everything. The tone was quite spirited. Without a second thought, Hogabak abandoned Absalom and hurriedly made his exit. Absalom, swallowing nervously, said, Let us go. I'll take you to meet Lord Moria. With that, the two ascended the staircase. However, Hogabak suddenly halted. Hey, Absalom, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Don't just bring anyone up there. Lord Moria will be furious. Stop right now. Xi Bei shot him a glare and admonished, Silence. I have come to discuss serious matters with Moria. Xi Bei followed Absalom to the entrance of a grand chamber. Before Absalom could make any move, Xi Bei boldly stepped forward to push the door open. Fortunately, it was not locked. With a gentle nudge, the door swung wide. The light within was dim, shrouded by heavy curtains, allowing only a vague glimpse of a colossal figure lying supine in the corner, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. Wait a moment, Absalom murmured, noticing Xi Bei's audacious entrance, and quickly stepped in front of him. Suddenly, the massive figure stirred. Is that Hogback? Absalom interjected, a hint of concern in his demeanor as he shielded Xi Bei, apprehensive that his impudent actions might provoke Moria. Moria's temperament had been erratic of late, and Absalom wished to avoid any unpleasantness. Anyone who had endured Moria's recent tribulations would likely be driven to madness. Absalom had exhausted every possible means to revive Moria's spirits, yet with little success. After all, Moria had once been a formidable pirate, brave enough to confront the 4 emperors, and it was only natural for him to struggle with his current predicament. Moria-sama, it is I, Absalom. The colossal figure in the corner clearly shifted slightly, summoning his courage. Absalom continued, I have brought someone to see you. He wishes to discuss a matter regarding a collaboration. Before he could finish, Moria sat up abruptly, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Collaboration? In a panic, Absalom waved his hands. It concerns Kaido of the Beasts. Would you not like to hear him out? Finally, Absalom stepped aside, granting Xi Bei the opportunity to observe the imposing figure. Silently, Xi Bei scrutinized the dimly lit giant, but the obscurity rendered clarity elusive. Feeling uncomfortable in the shadows, Xi Bei wandered about the room, ultimately reaching the window where he drew back the curtains. At last, light flooded the space, illuminating it considerably. The sudden brightness was jarring for Moria, who squinted against the light, and Absalom too narrowed his eyes in response. Xi Bei seems to treat this place as his own home, showing no signs of courtesy whatsoever. He opened the window, inhaled a couple of breaths of fresh air, and remarked, since we are to discuss serious matters, a pleasant atmosphere is essential. I have no desire to crouch in a corner, exchanging glances with an indistinct figure. Moria raised an eyebrow, questioning, who is this brat? Absalom, lowering his head, replied, I am not entirely sure. This answer evidently displeased Moria. Not sure? You dare to bring someone before me without knowing who they are? And you have the audacity to speak of cooperation? Although he was no longer one of the 7 warlords, the name Moonlight Moria still held the power to intimidate lesser-known pirates. Countless formidable individuals had been subdued by him in the past, and the sense of superiority built upon years of achievements could not be easily erased. Now, a mere nobody dared to flaunt their bravado in his presence. While he still maintained control over his emotions, Moria waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have no business to discuss with this brat. Do not let me see him again. Get him out of here immediately. Absalom, how could you so carelessly bring this child before me? Do you wish for the Marines to discover my whereabouts? By the way, did you gather any useful information during your trip to Punk Hazard? Absalom glanced furtively at Xi Bei, then produced a photograph from his pocket. The confrontation between the admirals was interrupted due to the emergence of the Revolutionary Army and the Blackbeard pirates. What transpired afterward is unclear to me. But once the Marines have dealt with the situation, news should be released shortly. In this, Moria took the photograph. In it, Don Quixote Doflamingo lay on the ground, covered in blood, his fate unknown. Moria gritted his teeth. That bastard. He had long been curious about Doflamingo's actions against him, which he claimed were ordered from above. And it was evident that this above held authority greater than that of the Marine Fleet Admiral. It wasn't until recently that Moria began to realize that aside from the Gorosei, who else could possess greater power than the Marine Fleet Admiral? The summons or disbandment of the 7 warlords originated from the Marine headquarters, while the Gorosei remained in the shadows. How could Doflamingo bypass Sengoku and receive direct instructions from the Gorosei? There was something amiss. Moria crumpled the photograph in his hand, demanding, "Explain what is going on." Just as Absalom prepared to speak, Moria interjected, "Wait, why hasn't this brat left yet?" Xi Bei leaned against the window and remarked, "Do refrain from calling me a little ghost." "Moria, I observed your lively conversation and couldn't bring myself to interrupt. Once you have finished your delightful exchange, I would like to discuss the purpose of my visit, which I believe may pique your interest." Moria paused for a moment, then replied with a chuckle, "Hee, a little ghost emerging from nowhere wishes to converse with me? Spare me the theatrics. If you leave now, you might yet preserve your life. I certainly do not wish to waste time searching for a corpse on your behalf. Should Potislev raise a zombie, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, and I would find myself in quite a predicament." Xi Bei leapt from the window. "Oh, by your tone, do you intend to claim my shadow as well?" With the ample light now illuminating the surroundings, Xi Bei could observe Moria clearly. Beneath this peculiar fellow was a bed, albeit too small to accommodate Moria's 6-meter-long physique. Consequently, he could only perch half of his posterior on the bed, leaning against the wall. Moria's form was quite bizarre. His rotund body rendered it impossible to discern where his waist lay, especially with a neck that was surprisingly longer than his legs. Adorning his head were a pair of diminutive horns, giving him the appearance of a monstrous aberration. However, Xi Bei had grown accustomed to such oddities. Absalom, sensing the tension between the two, hastily intervened. "Lord Moria, I suggest you engage him in conversation first. This man is no ordinary pirate. The notorious supernovas from the era of utter chaos, Jewelry Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, are both aboard his ship." Moria scoffed. "What utter nonsense about the era of chaos. They are merely a bunch of impudent brats who know nothing of the world's vastness." Xi Bei scoffed coldly. "If my memory serves me right, you were indeed vanquished by these so-called little demons, were you not?" At that moment, Moria sprang to his feet, only to find his foot suddenly encased in a solid mass of ice, rendering him immobile. Xi Bei, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, "Your temper is rather excessive. Allow me to temper it for you, Moria. I did not come here to engage in a brawl. It would be prudent for you to rein in your emotions. Should you find it impossible to do so, be prepared, for your fate may prove even more dire than that of Doflamingo." From the moment Xi Bei leaned against the window, boasting with audacity, Moria sensed a noticeable drop in the room's temperature. However, he dismissed it, attributing it merely to the breeze wafting in through the open window. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a thick layer of ice had already formed upon the floor, and his notably short legs were rendered immobile by the frost. Yet, the sense of superiority cultivated by Moria over the years would never allow him to yield easily to a mere child. This is a world where strength speaks volumes. Regardless of Xi Bei's intentions for dialogue, he must first prove himself worthy in Moria's eyes. If he believes that mere verbal sparring will compel Moria to sit and listen attentively, then he hardly deserves to be called Moria. Even in his current diminished state, having fallen from grace, Moria's prowess remains undeniable. A former warlord of the sea, no matter how disheveled, is still a figure that ordinary pirates must regard with reverence. Xi Bei had long anticipated that Moria would take action, and coincidentally, Xi Bei also sought an opportunity to showcase his strength. His journey to Toy City was primarily to ally with Moria in confronting Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Without a display of capability, how could Moria be persuaded to trust him? It is essential to remember that Kaido had instilled a psychological shadow over Moria. Thus, how could Moria dare to confront Kaido based solely on the ramblings of a mere youth? Therefore, prior to the negotiations, Xi Bei needed to find a chance to exhibit his prowess, simultaneously suppressing Moria while alleviating his apprehensions, allowing Moria to perceive even a sliver of possibility in overcoming Kaido, even if that possibility was but 1%. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from the quirky medical clinic. The residents, strolling along the street, upon hearing the noise, looked up in bewilderment. A hole had been shattered in the wall of the clinic. What could have happened? Had that ill-tempered individual commenced another bout of destruction? Why would Dr. Hogaback take in such a volatile character in his clinic? Has anyone seen what that person is like? No. I have visited Dr. Hogaback a few times for ailments, and each visit I could hear items being thrown. We would never dare venture upstairs uninvited. Dr. Hogaback is reluctant to speak on the matter, and as patients, we felt it inappropriate to pry further. Although Dr. Hogaback possesses an eccentric personality, his medical skills are remarkable. Some ailments that remain unresolved here are miraculously cured under his care. Perhaps the resident of the clinic is merely a patient afflicted with a peculiar illness, which is why Dr. Hogaback has chosen to keep him there for treatment. A group of individuals nodded in agreement, finding this rationale plausible. Initially, it was assumed that the commotion from the quirky medical clinic would attract trouble. However, pedestrians quickly rationalized the sounds of conflict emanating from the clinic through mere conjecture. As curiosity waned, they gradually dispersed, continuing their stroll along the streets, unwilling to provoke a mentally unstable patient merely to indulge in the excitement. Xi Bei glanced back and noticed that passers-by were not gathered around the clinic. He let out a sigh of relief. However, a hole had already been smashed into the wall by Moria, allowing light from outside to flood the room and illuminate the entire space. The shadow of Xi was elongated. Suddenly, Moria produced a large pair of scissors and aimed them at the ground. Although Xi possessed numerous methods and techniques to subdue Moria, he was mindful of the need to contain the battle within a limited area, lest the commotion disturb the residents and attract the attention of the Navy. Therefore, he resolved to control any potential explosions, fires, freezes, or molten eruptions to the greatest extent possible, ultimately deciding to engage Moria in a hand-to-hand combat. Despite Moria's imposing stature, he was not as robust as one might envision. Xi Bei deftly evaded Moria's formidable scythe, maneuvering to his rear, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Moria crashing to the ground. However, Moria, accustomed to taking hits, swiftly recovered and sprang back to his feet. In the midst of this, Moria bellowed in an exceptionally deep voice, "Shadow Sorcerer." Goodness, another clone? Xi Bei swiftly leaped onto Moria's back, seizing him by the throat. Have you calmed down? Moria's bulging eyes reflected his struggle for breath. Xi Bei slightly relaxed his grip. Unexpectedly, Moria suddenly shouted, "Shadow Warrior." No sooner had the words left his lips than Moria's true form and shadow exchanged places. In an instant, the entity that Xi Bei had just grasped by the throat transformed into a mere shadow. As Xi Bei tightened his hold, Moria's shadow was shattered, only to disperse into countless black bats, all of which clung to Xi Bei tenaciously. Xi Bei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Moria, are you courting death?" In this void world, Xi Bei depleted all the oxygen surrounding him, leaving Moria suddenly breathless and her movements instantly sluggish. Xi Bei seized Moria with the power of armament hockey, then directed a punch towards Moria's face, exerting considerable force. Moria immediately felt dizzy and disoriented, while at that moment, his shadow clones returned to his feet, clearly indicating that he had seized his control over them. Can we now engage in a proper conversation? Moria remained silent. Xi Bei delivered a formidable blow, regardless of the circumstances. Moria is, after all, the master of Absalom. How could Absalom idly stand by while his master is being ruthlessly assaulted? Ever since the conflict between Xi Bei and Moria erupted, he had concealed himself using his ability to become invisible, patiently searching for an opportune moment. Now, witnessing Xi Bei seated atop Moria, he recognized that the time had come to act. Though Xi Bei had treated him reasonably well during their journey, Moria remained his sovereign. A man must confront certain realities, particularly when faced with a fiercely untamed adversary. Gritting his teeth, Absalom raised his arm, aiming at Xi Bei, hand of the dead. A powerful gust of wind surged forth from Absalom's wrist, hurtling towards Xi Bei. He had deliberately diminished the force of the air cannon, ensuring that the wind pressure would not inflict significant harm upon Xi Bei. His sole intention was to compel Xi Bei to relinquish his position atop Moria. Xi Bei stood with his back to Absalom, not once turning around. As the wind surged towards him, Xi Bei deftly tilted his head, skillfully evading its force. In that very moment, he reached out with a hand, grasping at the void, dark water. Absalom's body was inexplicably drawn towards Xi Bei, as if under an uncontrollable spell. Xi Bei pressed his hand against Absalom's face and forcefully slammed him to the ground, leaving Absalom's mouth awash in blood. Xi Bei smiled faintly, saying, "I sense no trace of murderous intent emanating from you. It seems my hospitality towards you throughout this journey has not been in vain. While I do not harbor any resentment, since you have chosen to strike at me, you must bear the consequences. Yet, I find I have not misjudged you, Absalom. Your loyalty to Moriah is indeed unwavering." Absalom wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Step away from Lord Moriah." Xi Bei shrugged and then struck Moriah's face lightly. "Have you calmed down?" Moriah's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. "Little brat, very well. Let us discuss Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Surely, you do not wish to live your life as a perpetual loser? Before you lies an opportunity to turn your fate around, and you might even have the chance to exact vengeance upon your enemies. If your fallen subordinates were to witness your current state, do you think they would not feel regret? Moriah, if you join forces with me, I can assist you in confronting Kaido, and in return, I hope you can enlighten me further about him. Should you agree, I shall present you with a gift beyond your wildest imagination." Moriah scoffed. "Ha. I've encountered brats like you, who are blissfully unaware of their own insignificance. Join forces against Kaido? Huh. You cannot fathom the terror of Kaido until you have faced him yourself. Is that truly your purpose in seeking me? I have no interest in allying with a mere child." Xi Bei shook his head, remarking, "It seems you have completely lost your fighting spirit." Immediately thereafter, Moriah disdainfully retorted, "Let us forego any tokens of introduction. Are you certain you will not accept? He. What kind of greeting could a mere child possibly offer? Do not mock them." Zibitin paused momentarily, contemplating, what if it were the heart of Don Quixote Doflamingo? Moriah's expression shifted dramatically, only to be swiftly replaced by a calm demeanor as he fixed his gaze intently upon Zibitin. The notion of possessing Doflamingo's heart was no trifling matter. However, Moriah suddenly found the situation taking an intriguing turn. Having occupied the throne of the 7 warlords for so long, you must be a man of discernment. Shall we speak plainly? Without warning, Zibitin drew his katana and thrust it beside Moriah's head with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Moonlight Moriah, I shall pose this question to you one final time. Do you wish to perish in disgrace, or do you aspire to return to the sea and pursue your ambitions? Reflect carefully before you respond, for your answer is of paramount importance." This was a matter of life and death for Moriah. Should he respond incorrectly, the blade would soon press against his neck. Absalom swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Of course, relying solely on brute force would not guarantee Moriah's compliance. After all, as a formidable figure, Moriah possessed both pride and dignity. To yield to Zibitin out of fear would be beneath him. Yet, Zibitin had already laid out sufficient bait, and as long as Moriah's wits remained intact, he would surely recognize the necessity of making the right choice. Indeed, Moriah found himself in dire need of an ally to navigate through this predicament. The emergence of Xi Bei cannot be deemed anything but timely. However, Moriah had grown accustomed to flaunting his status, and coupled with Xi Bei's lack of renown, he hesitated to place his trust in him. In truth, both shared a common objective, Kaido of the Beasts. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, their collaboration is logically sound. Moreover, Xi Bei has staked Doflamingo's heart, which remains his sole bargaining chip. Afterward, he must engage in a thorough discussion with Law. Xi Bei has already invested significantly, leaving it to Moriah to decide whether he can swallow his pride. Moriah squinted with one eye and stared with the other, seemingly calculating something. Xi Bei sat atop Moriah, pressing the blade downwards. "What is your response?" Moriah suddenly tilted his head, gesturing dismissively. "Come now, if you intended to strike, you would have done so already. This little thing does not intimidate me, although you may be but a mere child, since you have made the effort to come here for my sake. I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Let us set aside other matters for the moment. I wish to inquire about Doflamingo." Moriah smirked slightly. "Well then." It seems Moriah has finally regained his composure. Absalom let out a sigh of relief, feeling quite unnerved. Xi sheathed his knife and distanced himself from Moriah, then chose a spot to sit and remarked, "Stop your wild speculations. Don Quixote Doflamingo is still alive, yet he is no different from being dead. As for your personal grievances with him..." Before Xi could finish his thought, Moriah, in a fit of anger, interjected, "Do you think I would require a mere brat to deal with Doflamingo? Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Who would have thought that scoundrel would fall at the hands of someone like you? Ha ha ha, how amusing. So, you've also ventured into punk hazard, I see. No wonder Absalom encountered you. Xi Bei shrugged. Moria sat up and spoke incessantly. So, do you have any good plans to deal with Kaido? Speak up. Since you are aware of my past defeat at his hands, you must also know that Kaido is reputed to be the strongest creature, capable of taking on any opponent on land, sea, or air. Even Whitebeard could not completely vanquish him. You are merely a lucky little brat. It is uncertain whether you can even survive long enough to face Kaido. What makes you think you can confront him? This sea, known as the New World, is far more perilous than you imagine. I have witnessed countless ignorant fools daring to traverse these waters, and not a single one has emerged alive from the new. Mark my words, the Straw Hat Boy will also become a pawn for those formidable figures to fulfill their ambitions. This individual remained fixated on Straw Hat Luffy. Moria had accepted his defeat against Kaido. The battle had irrevocably altered his life and made him acutely aware that as long as his comrades lived, they were always at risk of loss. Thus, he sought out the peculiar Dr. Hogback, persuading him to transform all his subordinates into zombies, for zombies do not perish. In this way, he would never again endure the bitter taste of losing companions. Moria had captured thousands of shadows aboard the Thriller bark to create powerful zombies, all in preparation to regain strength and await the opportunity to battle Kaido once more. This illustrates Moria's indomitable spirit. Yet, at the height of his power, he faced defeat again at the hands of Straw Hat Luffy. This left Moria perplexed and resentful. It was precisely due to Straw Hat Luffy that the world government deemed him unfit to continue as a warlord of the sea, leading to his abandonment and erasure by them. Had it not been for Luffy, he would surely still be comfortably residing as a warlord aboard the Thriller bark. Straw Hat Luffy was the architect of his current plight, living yet declared dead by the Navy, a humiliation that deepened his animosity towards the world government and the instigator of all his misfortunes, Straw Hat Luffy. How could he easily forget him? His hatred for Luffy was etched deeply in his very being. However, since the War of the Best, there had been no news of Straw Hat Luffy. Yet he knew that Luffy must still be alive. Moria clenched his teeth, striving to suppress thoughts of that frail figure, then produced a transponder snail, handing it to Xi Bei while crossing his arms nonchalantly. I have no plans whatsoever. How can I trust you to join forces with me? In any case, take this transponder snail for now. Once you've devised a plan of action, we can certainly discuss it. By the way, I Haven't asked you your name. Xi Bei retorted, have you not seen my wanted notice? Moria snorted in response. Upon reflection, given Moria's state of mind during this period, it was hardly likely that he would take the time to peruse any wanted notices. After introducing himself, Zybe inquired, how much longer do you intend to remain here? I had already contemplated that upon Absalom's return, we would depart from this wretched place, which I can no longer endure. Recently, Absalom has uncovered numerous intriguing tidings from the outside world, and I am eager to venture forth and explore. Moria suddenly interjected, by the way, have you not yet located Perona? Absalom shook his head in disbelief. I too am astonished. It is as if that woman has vanished into thin air. Xi Bei pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, wait, I happen to have a plan. We may need to embark on a journey to the land of labor, where a weapons factory resides, reputedly within Kaido's domain. Our foremost objective is to sever Kaido's supply of weaponry completely, and it appears that the land of labor harbors a faction resisting Kaido's rule, which could prove advantageous to our endeavor. Moria raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Xi Bei continued, as for the person you are searching for, Perona, I am aware of her whereabouts and can guide you to her. We can then proceed to the land of labor together. What do you think? Moria shifted slightly, inquiring, are Jolie Bonnie and Trafalgar Law accompanying you as well? Xi Bei nodded. Moria emitted a series of strange chuckles. He, a bunch of little devils. The temperature plummeted suddenly. The room froze once more. With a cold expression, Xi Bei remarked, Moria, though you are nearly 50 years of age, it would be prudent for you to properly acknowledge our relationship. Refrain from referring to me as little brat. Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to land a few punches on your face? I am aware you did not exert your full strength earlier. Otherwise, shall we engage in a proper contest once more? I'll allow you to use one hand. Absalom, drenched in sweat, appeared flustered. Moria, unfazed, responded, what about the welcoming gift you mentioned earlier? You shall see it shortly. When shall we depart? Moria, seemingly rooted to his spot, languidly cradled the back of his head and remarked, no need to rush. A hungry stomach can take one nowhere. Absalom, kindly steer the ship closer to the shore. We shall set sail shortly. By the way, You have yet to inform me where Perona has hidden herself. Since we departed from the terrifying three-masted ship, we have not laid eyes on her." Xi imitated Moria's languid demeanor, stating, "You will understand in due time." At that moment, Hogabak unexpectedly appeared with a plethora of food. He suddenly noticed a hole in the wall and began to wail, clutching his head in despair. Despite his incessant inquiries, he was swiftly reprimanded by Moria, after which he obediently fell silent, fearing further admonishment. Since they were about to depart, Moria had little concern for the breach in the wall. Xi Bei and Moria sat across from each other at the dining table, neither of them initiating conversation. Absalom, at Moria's behest, hurried off to ready the boat. After finishing their meal, Xi Bei decided to take his leave first. After all, Moria was not on the same vessel as them, and the others were still waiting. With Moria's phone bug in hand, Xi Bei could contact him at any time. When the time came to depart the shore, they could decide whose boat to take. However, considering Moria's stature and the fact that Luo and other companions would also be accompanying them, it seemed that the boat Xi Bei and the others were on might not accommodate everyone. It appeared they would have no choice but to board Moria's vessel. As long as there was a boat available, it mattered little whose it was. After Xi Bei departed from the peculiar medical clinic and returned to the shore, he observed that both Daddy and Bonnie remained aboard the vessel, yet Luo had not yet returned. Xi Bei was at a loss regarding how to reach Luo. It seemed that the only recourse was to seek him out in person. Bonnie, unable to contain her restlessness, insisted on accompanying him. After all, Bonnie was the captain of the ship, and it seemed unreasonable to discover an island yet remain unable to set foot upon it. Having never visited Toy City before, Bonnie was filled with curiosity. Previously, Xi Bei had managed to find excuses for her to remain on the ship, but now that Daddy had returned and there was no rush to depart, Bonnie was determined to explore Toy City and see for herself if it truly was filled with an abundance of toys. Unable to dissuade her, Xi Bei could only take Bonnie along to seek out Luo. After all, the matter with Moria had been settled, and preparations for their voyage were already underway. Thus, even if they were to encounter Rob Lucci by misfortune, it would not pose a significant issue. Xi Bei held unwavering confidence that Rob Lucci could not thwart their expedition. However, it would be preferable if they did not encounter him at all. Xi Bei wished to shield Bonnie from the painful memories of her past. Given Bonnie's conspicuous identity, she transformed into a little girl upon disembarking, drawing attention away from herself. Xi Bei, resembling a protective older brother, held Bonnie's small hand, leading her through the bustling Toy City. Yet they were unable to locate Luo's presence. Where could that rascal be hiding? Xi Bei finds himself at a loss in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, Bonnie suggested, "Why don't we search separately?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bonnie's discontent became evident. "Huh? Why? Split up? What if I find Luo and then have to waste time searching for you? How can I be sure you genuinely wish to seek someone and aren't merely indulging in play? Our business here is already settled. Next, we must venture to the ruins of the kingdom of Zakaili, followed by a journey to the land of labor. We cannot afford to squander time here." Bonnie, perplexed, inquired, "What purpose do we have at the ruins of the kingdom of Zakaili?" "To find a ghostly young girl," came the reply. Given her diminutive stature, Bonnie had to pat Xi Bei's thigh, adopting a mockingly elder demeanor as she teased, "Well, I must say, I didn't see this coming. You've managed to persuade Moonlight Molia. Of all people, though his character leaves much to be desired, he is the most seasoned among the 7 warlords and has even crossed blades with the 4 emperors, Kaido. He may have fallen from grace, but not just anyone can sway him. You truly are impressive." This marks the first occasion on which Xi Bei has received such unreserved praise from Bonnie, leaving him feeling somewhat elated. However, what of it? He wouldn't dare confront me with even a single hand. Bonnie playfully patted Xi Bei's thigh a few more times, exclaiming, "Very well, very well." She then inquired, "So, has he already consented to accompany us?" Xi Bei nodded. "Indeed, Absalom has already set sail, so we must hasten to locate Roma. It is unfortunate that we remain oblivious to the whereabouts of that fellow. Even if he has gone to rendezvous with the crew, he should have returned by now after such a lengthy absence." Bonnie gestured to the left. "Let us proceed in that direction. We have exhausted all nearby options, leaving only the seaside and the industrial district unexamined." Xi Bei carried Bonnie on his back, striding purposefully towards the industrial district. It appeared that construction of factories was underway, with anyone possessing even a modicum of strength laboring diligently to earn their wages. However, Luo's crew consisted entirely of pirates, making their presence in such a place improbable. Thus, the only option left was to head towards the seaside. As Xi Bei strolled along the industrial zone avenue, a familiar figure suddenly caught his peripheral vision. Goodness! Xi Bei abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Luo, what are you doing?" Luo, with a bucket of paint in his left hand and a brush in his right, was in the midst of applying color to the newly constructed wall. Upon hearing Xi Bei's call, he turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "Cloakmaster, what brings you here? Has the matter been resolved? What was the outcome?" It seemed utterly absurd that a pirate with a bounty of 300 million would be laboring as a painter in the industrial district. At that moment, another painter clad in an orange uniform passed by Luo, capturing Xi Bei's attention. This individual possessed an exceptionally distinctive nose, strikingly reminiscent of Usopp's. The only notable difference lay in its shape. While Usopp's nose was round, this painter's was square. Yet, in terms of length, they were remarkably similar. Zybe recognizes this individual. It is Kaku, a member of CP9, who has finally made his appearance. By the way, what of Rob Lucci? Is he also in the vicinity? Xi Bei swept his gaze across the faces of the workers until he confirmed that, aside from Kaku, no member of CP9 was present. He then relaxed his combat readiness. Observing Bonnie, it seemed she too had not recognized Kaku. During their tenure working for the government, CP9 had always maintained an elusive presence, shrouded in mystery. Only Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest in 8 centuries of Judicial Island, was widely known, while the identities of the remaining members remained largely unrecognized by the public. As Zybe led Bonnie past Kaku, he cast a lingering glance in Kaku's direction. However, Kaku remained unresponsive. At that moment, Luo set down his paint and approached them directly. Seizing the opportunity, Bonnie unleashed a scathing mockery at Luo. Unfazed, Luo inquired straightforwardly, "How did the discussions with Moria proceed?" Xi Bei recounted the entire conversation in meticulous detail, even mentioning the moments when he struck Moria a few times. Ultimately, they reached a consensus on their objectives, and the subsequent course of action had already been mapped out. Preparations for departure were underway, and had it not been for the need to locate Luo, Xi Bei would not have emerged in the industrial district. "It truly astonished me that you managed to persuade the Moonlight Moria." Clearly, Luo still harbored some disbelief. He held no expectations of winning Moria over. And Xi Bei has indeed surprised him profoundly. Xi Bei surveyed his surroundings, perplexed, and inquired, "Aren't you in search of your crew? Why are you here painting? We are about to depart, yet your crew remains unfound?" "Fear not, they have been located," Luo replied, leading the way into a warehouse brimming with timber. Within, a group of individuals was busy transporting wood intended for the construction of a factory, among whom 7 or 8 were indeed Luo's crew. 2 of them were familiar to Xi Bei, their names easily recalled. As soon as Luo appeared, the crew gathered around him eagerly. "Captain, when shall we set sail?" One exclaimed. "We toil here daily, enduring backbreaking labor." Chang Ba Lu, bearing a hefty log upon his shoulder, remarked, "So long as we are not enslaved, anything is bearable." Suddenly, a fluffy white bear spoke up. "Chang Ba Lu, please do me the favor of handling my share." The remaining crew members voiced their discontent, insisting, "Mind your own affairs." The white bear immediately bowed its head. "I apologize." This talking white bear belonged to the fur tribe. Its ability to converse like a human stemmed from its racial traits, rather than any extraordinary power. Although Babe's combat prowess was somewhat erratic and adorably Na'vi, it was undeniable that he possessed a degree of fighting capability, albeit not as a traditional combatant. In Xi Bei's eyes, Babe resembled a mascot, akin to Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luo's specialized dagger was often entrusted to Babwa, signifying the deep trust Luo placed in this endearingly clumsy creature. Then there was Chang Ba Lu, towering over 2 meters, formerly a slave of the celestial dragons. Had fate been unkind, he would have languished like many other slaves, enduring endless torment. However, during the events at Sabaody Archipelago, when Luffy struck down a celestial dragon and caused an uproar, Luo seized the opportunity to remove his slave collar and invited him to join the crew. Thus he naturally became a member of the Heart Pirates. As he had just articulated, "As long as I am not a slave, anything is acceptable." Luo slightly turned to present Xi Bei and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the captain of the cloak. We will be acting together from here on, so let us consider ourselves allies for the time being. I apologize for the lengthy wait you have endured here. It is time to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Prepare yourselves, we are departing from this place." A chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the group. Babe shouted, "Captain, leave it to me." Chang Ba Lu, flinging the log from his shoulder, inadvertently struck Babe's foot. Babel immediately writhed in agony on the ground. Luo chuckled knowingly, "And these are my crew." Bipo, adorned in a coat of pure white fur and a bright orange jacket, presents a rather amusing sight that tempts one to reach out and caress him. Boldly, Bonnie approached and seized Bipo's ears, tugging and pulling with unbridled joy. However, in her youthful guise, she remained unrecognized by others as the infamous supernova, Jewelry Bonnie. Consequently, when Bipo feigned an attempt to intimidate her after having his ears grasped, Bonnie merely glared, causing Bipo to immediately relent, offering profuse apologies. Xi Bei let out a sigh, relieved that everyone had finally gathered. At that moment, Kaku unexpectedly entered, presumably having just finished painting and come to assist with transporting the lumber. Fortunately, Kaku remained oblivious to the commotion among the group, refraining from causing any trouble on purpose. Xi Bei's gaze flickered uncertainly upon Kaku. Luo noticed Xi Bei's unusual behavior and inquired, "Do you recognize that individual?" Curious, Zybe inquired, "What? You do not recognize him?" This only deepened Zybe's curiosity. "Are you not aware of CP9? That individual is one of their members. He is here, and the others must surely be nearby. However, I conducted a thorough observation in the factory and found nothing amiss. Furthermore, there is Bonnie. It is quite peculiar that she, who harbors a grudge against CP9, does not recognize these individuals. I initially thought that when he appeared beside you, Bonnie would be unable to restrain herself from taking action." "Oh, he is indeed one of CP9? Zybe continued. "CP9 is an espionage organization cultivated by the world government, engaged in various clandestine activities, such as assassinating revolutionary leaders. Unlike the Navy, they do not operate actively upon the seas. I am not even aware of the number of members in CP9, nor their appearances. Thus, it is hardly surprising. As for the ship they boarded, the St. Brian, I learned about it through the network associated with Don Quixote da Flamingo." Suddenly, Law turned around and added, "However, since CP9 members are present here, Rob Lucci must also be nearby. We cannot linger. We should depart swiftly. Bonnie has encountered Rob Lucci in the Kingdom of Ohm. If they were to cross paths, it would likely disrupt our tranquil departure." As he spoke, Law was the first to exit the warehouse. Xi Bei remained contemplatively fixated on Kaku's retreating figure. Luo furrowed his brow and remarked, "Cloakwearer, it would be prudent for you to refrain from rash actions. If he indeed belongs to CP9, he has undoubtedly recognized me by now. The reason he has not attacked is simply because he wishes to avoid drawing the attention of the Navy. After all, they are equally being pursued by the Navy. As long as we do not incite any disturbances here, these individuals are unlikely to provoke us. Since we are on the verge of departure, it is best to sidestep any unnecessary confrontations. Avenging Bonnie is not part of our current plans." Xi Bei remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "You truly are rather indifferent." The crew members noticed Luo emerging from the warehouse and promptly hurried to catch up. Bonnie also mingled among the 7 or 8 crew members. Just as everyone was about to exit the warehouse, a woman in black attire with golden hair approached them. She wore glasses perched upon her nose, and her legs were adorned with black fishnet stockings. The click of her high heels against the ground produced an inexplicable melody. Xi Bei recognizes this woman, the only female member of CP9, Khalifa. She must be here to find Kaku, as she is holding a lunchbox in her hand. Xi Bei feigned ignorance of her presence, his gaze fixed on the ground as if in deep contemplation. However, as Khalifa brushed past Law, she discreetly cast a glance at him. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the group of individuals trailing behind Law. Law himself was oblivious to the appearance of the CP9 members, and it was evident that his crew was equally unobservant. To them, the woman appeared strikingly mature and alluring, and they gazed at Khalifa with hearts in their eyes. Having spent so long in the industrial district surrounded by sweaty, rugged men, it was only natural for them to steal a few glances at such a refined woman. Khalifa's eyes swept across the crew before finally settling on Bonnie. Suddenly, she halted. From the very first glance, Khalifa had recognized Trafalgar Law's identity. It was evident that the individuals accompanying him were also pirates. Although CP9 was no longer affiliated with the government, her professional instincts compelled her to scrutinize the crew. To her astonishment, Bonnie was strikingly conspicuous, having transformed into the form of a young girl. The sight of a little girl mingling among pirates was inherently peculiar. Thus, her honed vigilance prompted Khalifa to take a closer look, fearing that the child might have been abducted by the pirates. Even though CP9 had severed ties with the government, they remained steadfast in upholding justice. Much like when they took refuge in the city of Spring Queen, St. Poplar, to recuperate. And the candy pirates launched an attack on the town. They were willing to risk detection by the Navy to eradicate the candy pirates from this world. This was the essence of CP9. Even in separation from the world government, they were committed to vanquishing all forms of evil. Turning a blind eye to pirates was the greatest concession they could afford, yet they would never stand idly by while pirates perpetrated wrongdoing before their eyes. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and inquired, "Is this little girl with you?" Law furrowed his brow, remaining silent, for he had no acquaintance with this woman. Xi Bei discreetly gave Luo a subtle hint, and Luo immediately understood, realizing that this woman was one of the members of CP9. Xi Bei stepped forward and lifted Bonnie into his arms, declaring, "This is my sister." Bonnie, displeased, forcefully bumped her forehead against Xi Bei's, exclaiming, "Who is your sister?" This was merely a reflection of Bonnie's daily emotions. However, to Khalifa, it transformed into an entirely different scene. Xi Bei was consumed by silent worries. Bonnie's evident resistance only deepened Khalifa's suspicions. Yet, Bonnie appeared oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere. It was no wonder, as she was unaware of Khalifa's true identity and did not realize that the blonde woman standing before her was a ruthless member of CP9, dedicated to eradicating all forms of evil. Without warning, Khalifa turned, her face pale with anger as she glared at Trafalgar. His recent actions at sea had garnered a notorious reputation across the land, and CP9 had certainly taken notice. However, Law primarily targeted pirates and had not directly committed any acts of violence in their presence, which had deterred them from seeking conflict with him. The situation had now changed. As Khalifa had discovered him, and the presence of this little girl, a seemingly ordinary child, raised countless questions. Why would Law, of all people, choose to keep a mere child by his side? Could it be that he had lost his sanity and intended to take her heart? Khalifa knew she had to clarify the matter. Law turned to face Khalifa, asserting, "This girl is mine. Is there a problem?" His words only fueled Bonnie's displeasure. With gritted teeth, she retorted, "Since when have I become yours?" Bonnie's unwillingness to cooperate complicated matters further. Khalifa crouched down, beckoning Bonnie to approach. With a smirk, Bonnie replied, "Huh? Who is this old woman?" The term old woman darkened Khalifa's expression instantly. This girl was indeed a thorny creature, pricking at anyone within reach. Khalifa reassured herself internally that children often speak without a filter. It became evident that this little girl was neither someone's sister nor a companion of Trafalgar Law. Was it possible that Law had abducted her from elsewhere? Until this mystery was unraveled, Khalifa could not simply allow Law to leave. Xi Bei gently ruffled Bonnie's hair, saying, "Behave yourself. Stop causing trouble." Bonnie, who found Xi Bei's elder-like demeanor utterly irksome, couldn't help but retaliate with a swift kick. Xi Bei, evading with a playful arch of the back, seized Bonnie's slender arm and, with a fierce countenance, admonished, "Enough mischief. Can't you assess the situation?" At that moment, Bonnie's stomach let out a rumble. With a scowl, Khalifa reprimanded, "Impertinent wretch." Following her words, Khalifa swiftly appeared before Xi Bei, executing a side kick. Zib's expression darkened as he reached out to grasp Khalifa's ankle. Luo raised his voice, reminding, "Cloaked leader, have you forgotten what I previously stated?" Xi Bei replied coldly, "If you are not blind, you should be able to see that it is others who are causing me trouble." Bonnie was taken aback. "Hey, what on earth is going on here?" Khalifa did not hasten to retract her legs, nor did she continue to attack. Instead, she regarded Xi Bei with a watchful eye, seemingly sensing a hint of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled having seen the latest wanted list released by the world government that morning, featuring an individual strikingly similar to Xi Bei. Khalifa furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you Xi Bei?" Silence enveloped the air as Zib remained unresponsive. Khalifa's conviction deepened as she proclaimed, "Indeed, it is you, the intruder Zib, along with Trafalgar Law. How audacious of you to target even an ordinary girl. Individuals like you have no place in this world. Perish." No sooner had her words escaped her lips than Khalifa suddenly commanded, pointing gun. With a swift motion, Xi Bei struck upward, landing a blow upon Khalifa's wrist, deflecting her finger gun attack. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles erupted from Khalifa's body. Zangbalu spoke in a low voice. "Is she an ability user?" Bipo, in his naive manner, inquired, "Captain, what should we do?" TCH. Law clicked his tongue and replied, "You all need to leave this place at once. The ship is on the shore, and there is a fellow there, armed and reeking of gunpowder. You should be able to recognize him immediately. Wait for us on the ship. We will arrive shortly." Bepo acknowledged and turned to shout, "You lot. Hurry up and keep up. Don't hold the captain back." The crew members ran while grumbling. "That's not for you to say." Bepo immediately felt disheartened. "I'm sorry." As he saw the crew members distancing themselves, Law drew his sword and cautioned, "Cloaked one, let us make this quick." With a fierce glare, Xi Bei unleashed his conqueror, a wave of power radiating indiscriminately towards Khalifa. This formidable ability had awakened just 5 days prior during his confrontation with Fel, and while he had yet to master its nuances, a mere tremor of his imposing presence was sufficient to instill fear. However, Khalifa was no ordinary opponent. The conqueror's haki could not completely subdue her, but it was enough to momentarily disrupt her actions. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Khalifa found herself momentarily stunned. With a swift whip kick, Xi Bei struck towards Khalifa. Reacting just in time, Khalifa instinctively raised her hand to block the blow. However, the force of Xi Bei's kick was substantial. Although she managed to deflect the attack, her body was still involuntarily propelled backward, crashing through the wooden door of the warehouse and revealing herself before Kaku. Xi Bei suddenly remarked, "Bonnie, you must learn to observe the atmosphere better next time." "Well, it is your affair after all. The conflict arose because of you. So we might as well vent our frustrations on your behalf." "What was that saying?" "Everything is destined." From Xi Bei's tone, it seemed he was intent on causing quite a stir. This was certainly not part of the original plan. To be candid, Law was rather reluctant to act as Bonnie's shield, for she had concealed too many matters from everyone. It was not in Law's nature to meddle in Bonnie's personal grievances without understanding the full context. Outside the confines of the plan, he must remain true to himself. Any actions that stray from the intended goal are nothing but mere chaos. In essence, Law is a person of strong purpose and principles, never forgetting his identity as a pirate and fully aware of his desires. His collaboration with Xi Bei was merely a means to an end. Any actions beyond that were, in Law's eyes, irrational and superfluous. Most importantly, Jewelry Bonnie was not his ally. Law had no desire to fight for this woman. The situation was not as previously agreed upon. Bonnie, still perplexed by the sudden escalation, pressed further. "Hey, what on earth is happening? Who is that woman?" Xi Bei opened his mouth, about to speak when a sudden, chilling shout echoed from within the dilapidated warehouse. "Hurricane kick." Immediately thereafter, a formidable vacuum slash surged towards Xi Bei with astonishing speed. Among the CP9 members, Kaku, whose combat prowess ranked just below Rob Lucci, had finally made his move. Xi Bei drew his sword and sent a slash into the air, simultaneously addressing Luo. "Since you are reluctant to engage in battle, it would be best for you to return to the shore and regroup with the others. Moria should be boarding the ship shortly. I will join you as soon as I can." With that, Xi Bei tossed a den mushi to Luo, saying, "You can use this to contact Moria." Luo squinted, inquiring, "Bonnie, what do you intend to do?" His question implied whether Bonnie wished to accompany him or remain behind to assist. Given that the battle had already commenced, Bonnie saw no reason to maintain her disguise. She relinquished her ability, reverting to her true form, and with her fists clenched, she produced a cracking sound, grinning mischievously. "Is there even a need to ask?" She replied, "When others come seeking a challenge, it is only polite to respond in kind." Unlike Luo, Bonnie had been one of the first to engage with Xi Bei. Throughout their journey, they had inadvertently supported each other, and Xi Bei had even rescued her from the clutches of Blackbeard. Despite her fierce pride and reluctance to acknowledge herself as Xi Bei's subordinate or crew member, one thing was certain: Xi Bei was her ally. Now that her companion was about to make a significant stir, irrespective of the reasons or who was right or wrong, Bonnie felt compelled to step forward and lend her utmost support. In the world of pirates, loyalty to friends often supersedes matters of justice. Xi Bei, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "At least you possess a semblance of conscience." Bonnie, seizing the moment, dashed into the warehouse ahead of Xi Bei and declared, "You must elucidate the situation to me later." A commotion had erupted in the industrial district. The vast warehouse was nearly stripped bare. Such a spectacle was rare, while Toy City occasionally witnessed skirmishes. None had ever escalated to such a degree. The workers, busy excavating clay bricks, were all family men and dared not interfere, hastily fleeing the factory amidst loud shouts. Initially, a couple of foremen attempted to intervene, but before they could approach the fray, they were struck down by Xi Bei's vacuum slash. Consequently, the factory was devoid of any onlookers. Kaku ranked second among CP9, with a combat power of 2,200. This so-called combat power reflects an individual's strength, whereas Rob Lucci's power soared to an impressive 4,000. Nearly double that of Kaku, even in his base form. This stark contrast illustrated that these two were not of the same caliber. However, Kaku was still formidable in his own right, especially when compared to others. Khalifa possessed a combat power of 630, nearly 4 times weaker than Kaku. In simple terms, Kaku was 4 times more powerful than Khalifa. Of course, this metric of strength had been assessed months ago on Judicial Island, and it was evident that their abilities had since evolved. If it were only Khalifa, Bonnie might have managed to handle the situation. Yet, with Kaku also present, Bonnie was certainly at a disadvantage. Upon entering the damaged warehouse, she encountered Kaku and was promptly kicked out, clearly unable to gain any advantage. Fortunately, she did not suffer significant harm. She had initially assumed these individuals were mere ordinary opponents, never anticipating their formidable skills, which left her astounded. After repelling Bonnie, Kaku assisted Khalifa to her feet and inquired about the unfolding events. They then exited the warehouse, which now lay deserted. The commotion would undoubtedly echo throughout Toy City. And if Rob Lucci was indeed nearby, he would likely arrive shortly. Xi Bei's motivation for engaging here extended beyond merely defending Bonnie. He harbored a strong desire to confront Rob Lucci, the alleged strongest being in 8 centuries since Judicial Island. This was not merely for glory, but rather a whimsical yearning to test himself against a powerful adversary. Defeating these foes could potentially yield a significant bounty of honor points. Xi Bei is filled with anticipation. Xi Bei wore a chillingly extravagant smile, dragging the renowned blade, Reverse Ding, one of the 21 masterpieces of the Great Knife, along the ground. Producing a series of piercing sounds, Zybe gradually advanced forward. Bonnie exclaimed, "Hey, that long-nosed fellow is no ordinary person. He is quite formidable." "Ah, I see," Bonnie replied, gritting her teeth, determined to keep pace. Xi Bei suddenly brandished his knife, blocking Bonnie behind him, and snarled, "Do not approach. I can handle this alone." Bonnie raised an eyebrow, pondering when this fellow had become so combative. However, noticing Xi Bei's confident demeanor, she decided to adopt a nonchalant attitude, as if the unfolding situation had nothing to do with her, relishing in her own leisure. Though Xi Bei's knife skills are rather lackluster, he wields a fine blade. And with the reinforcement of his haki, even those with elemental abilities hesitate to withstand the force of his strike. He leaps high, brandishing his swift blade and bringing it down upon Kaku's head, devoid of any discernible technique, striking with reckless abandon. Perhaps this is what is meant by the saying that high skill breeds boldness. In contrast to Xi Bei, Kaku possesses considerable expertise with the blade. After all, he once proclaimed himself a master of the four-sword style in the presence of Zaro. All of Zybe's strikes were completely intercepted by Kaku. Seizing the opportunity, Khalifa transformed into a fluffy sheep using her abilities and launched a surprise attack on Zybe from the side. Xi Bei did not even bother to glance at Khalifa, for every movement around him was firmly within his control. Khalifa, possessing the abilities of the bubble fruit, could conjure bubbles for both attack and defense. Transformed into a bubble sheep, she could summon an overwhelming tide of bubbles to engulf her adversaries, akin to a tsunami. Should one become ensnared by these bubbles, their body would lose all friction, becoming as smooth as the very bubbles themselves, rendering them unable to maintain their footing and at the mercy of their opponent. However, these bubbles did possess a vulnerability. Upon contact with water, they would dissolve, and a mere gust of wind could disperse them entirely. Khalifa's immediate use of her formidable technique was intended to create a relentless wave of bubbles to counteract the surrounding wind pressure, thus preventing the bubbles from being scattered and maximizing their contact with Xi Bei. Once the bubbles made contact with him, the battle would almost certainly reach its conclusion. One could only imagine how Xi Bei might evade the impending onslaught of bubbles, as they surged toward him like an unstoppable tide. Xi Bei let out a cold laugh. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to incinerate everything. Centered around Xi Bei, the great flame ring erupted within a 3-meter radius. A circle of flames soaring skyward. This sudden conflagration resembled a meticulously drawn circle, with Xi Bei standing amidst the inferno, allowing the roaring flames to converge above him. The temperature within the factory instantly soared to unbearable heights. Although Khalifa's ability conjured foamy waves that surged forth like a tsunami, they remained mere bubbles, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of wind and rain. Thus, as the foam approached the flames, it was utterly. Xi Bei effortlessly cradles a sphere formed from the very essence of flames. At first glance, this orb resembles a miniature sun. With a sinister smile, Xi looked at the astonished Kaku and Califa, slowly uttering two words, Emperor of Flames. It was not only Kaku and Califa who were taken aback, even Bonnie, who was watching from a distance, was left in shock by the scene before her. Hey, this can't be real, can it? Is this even possible? Now was not the time for dawdling. Kaku, with his remarkable agility, was the first to react, executing a backward leap that created a distance of several dozen, even up to 100 meters between himself and Xi. Kaku managed to evade, but Califa was in dire straits. The bubble attack had been conjured by her, and thus when Xi replicated the skill, he had locked onto Califa as the target. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Xi, Califa's face turned pale with fear, causing her to forget the urgency of her escape. Xi Bei cast a cold glance at Califa. Califa's body weakened, and she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. How long had it been since she last felt such overwhelming pressure? 5 years, or perhaps a decade. This individual named Xi Bei appeared quite youthful. How could he possess such formidable strength? Califa desperately attempted to rise and distance herself from Xi Bei, but her legs had turned to jelly, rendering her immobile. As Xi Bei approached, holding a massive fireball, Califa's anxiety surged, and she struggled to regain her footing. Dreadful. She was utterly powerless. 100 meters away, Kaku suddenly transformed into a giraffe. This was not surprising, as Kaku was an animal-type devil fruit user, and his strength would significantly increase in this form. He could not merely stand by and watch as Califa fell into Xi Bei's clutches, so he was compelled to unleash his ultimate move. As Kaku's enormous body spun in place, he supported himself with one hand, rapidly rotating. The centrifugal force caused his long neck to deliver a devastating vacuum slash with a powerful kick, a technique capable of cleaving Justice Island in two. This was Kaku's signature move, Blade of Justice. As Kaku's voice echoed, the colossal slash erupted from beneath him, slicing through the air toward Xi Bei, instantly severing the immense fireball he held. The sheer power of this attack was beyond imagination. At that moment, Kaku shouted from a distance, "Califa, come to my side." Although the fireball had been halved, the remaining portion was still potent enough to pose a significant threat to Califa. However, Kaku's timely intervention distracted Xi Bei, breaking his domineering focus, allowing Califa to regain a semblance of mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Califa quickly stood up, eager to escape Xi Bei's vicinity. If she had harbored any slivers of hope when facing Xi Bei before, those illusions had now been thoroughly shattered. Reluctantly, Califa had to concede that she was no match for Xi Bei. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. With just a single move, she had been rendered incapable of action. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "He is nothing short of a monster." Nevertheless, Xi Bei was unwilling to let Califa depart so easily. Anyone who dared to confront him, especially one he could easily overpower, would certainly be taught a lesson to remember. Thus, as Califa had not completely withdrawn from his reach, Xi Bei extended his hand and seized her arm. Califa's pupils constricted in response. Xi Bei, with a grim demeanor, hurled the remaining half of the fireball towards Califa. Gritting her teeth, Califa endeavored to mount a final resistance, golden bubbles. However, as Xi Bei gripped Califa's arm, the bubbles that erupted from her body made contact, causing Xi Bei to instinctively flinch. Yet, as Xi Bei still held on to half of the fireball, the surrounding temperature remained elevated, and the moment the bubbles touched him, they evaporated into thin air. Seizing the opportunity, Califa managed to extricate herself from Xi Bei's grasp. Regrettably, the fleeting moment she spent executing her maneuver proved to be fatal. She could not escape Xi Bei's vicinity. The half fireball loomed ominously before her, and she could distinctly feel its searing heat. She had no desire to be charred beyond recognition by this wretched half fireball. Death would be a more merciful fate. Thus, she summoned all her strength to conjure a multitude of bubbles, wrapping her body in a protective cocoon. Alas, the half fireball descended upon her like a meteor from the heavens, its intense flames obliterating the bubbles that enveloped her, leaving no trace behind. Califa was utterly out of options, her eyes wide with terror. At that critical moment, a colossal silhouette suddenly surged from afar, darting towards her with remarkable swiftness, whisking her away from beneath the fireball just in time. The fireball fell to the ground instead, striking the earth with tremendous force, scorching a patch of land with a diameter of 10 meters to a charred black. The ground cracked, and wisps of smoke ascended. Xi Bei took a deep breath and turned to face the sudden apparition. It was a humanoid leopard towering over 3 meters high. No, it would be more accurate to say it was a user of an animal-type devil fruit. The leopard was merely a manifestation of this individual's transformation. The instant it appeared, it had transformed. Clearly, Xi Bei had garnered quite a bit of attention. Xi Bei squinted and let out a cold laugh. Has the moment finally arrived? It is indeed a tremendous irony that CP9, a group that has devoted their entire lives to serving the world government, could mistake a pirate for an ordinary person in need of assistance. Observing Bonnie transform from a little girl into a figure of adulthood, Khalifa finally realized that her momentary impulse could have led to an irrevocable mistake. Had Rob Lucci not appeared just in time to whisk her away from Xi Bei's onslaught, she might have been compelled to announce her retirement. The humiliation of being deceived by a pirate weighed heavily on Khalifa's mind. Yet, in this moment, she dared not charge forward in desperation, for Xi Bei's prowess was undeniable, something she alone could not hope to challenge. Indeed, since Bonnie had already relinquished her powers, if Khalifa failed to recognize her as the notorious supernova pirate with a skyrocketing bounty, her years of service in CP9 would have been utterly in vain. It must be acknowledged that the conflict was entirely born from a misunderstanding. Had Khalifa known that the girl she encountered was merely an illusion conjured by jewelry Bonnie's powers, she would have never intervened. However, Bonnie being a wanted criminal, it was only natural for her to disguise herself upon entering the town. Yet, at this juncture, with hostilities already ignited, it would be improbable for Khalifa to concede due to her impulsiveness. Regardless of the circumstances or the situation at hand, CP9 has never yielded to pirates. This has been the guiding principle under Rob Lucci's leadership within CP9. Now, all members of CP9, including Rob Lucci, had arrived at the scene. The werewolf Gabra, the Dordor user Bruno, the lion-hearted Kaku, the soundless owl, and the true captain of CP9. Renowned as the mightiest in 8 centuries of Judicial Island, the enforcer of dark justice, Rob Lucci himself, alongside Kaku and Khalifa, total 7 in number. This group surrounded Xi Bei, effectively blocking any avenue of escape, clearly intent on not allowing him to leave. They showed little interest in understanding the intricacies of the situation. Having witnessed Khalifa nearly being killed was sufficient grounds for them to categorize Xi Bei as an adversary. With such a formidable assembly and Rob Lucci watching closely, the tension was palpable. Xi Bei was fully aware of the character of this group. Any words spoken now would be futile. Naturally, he was disinclined to squander his breath-seeking excuses for himself. Since the confrontation had already taken place, given Rob Lucci's temperament, it was highly unlikely that he would let Xi Bei off easily. Coincidentally, Xi Bei had come specifically for Rob Lucci, and with the main figure now present, he had saved considerable time in the search. Xi Bei stood poised within the encircling net, awaiting the opportune moment to strike preemptively. Alongside Xi Bei, Bonnie found herself ensnared by CP9. Suddenly, Rob Lucci leapt forth, rescuing Khalifa and bringing her to safety. Bonnie witnessed this unfold, yet the transformed Rob Lucci, now in his hybrid human-leopard form, bore little resemblance to his former self. Consequently, Bonnie did not fully recognize him. After all, Rob Lucci had been quite youthful and devoid of powers when he had perpetrated the massacre of hostages in Bonnie's homeland. Xi Bei has yet to reveal to Bonnie the true identities of these individuals, who are indeed CP9. Consequently, Bonnie remains oblivious to the reality of this group. However, Rob Lucci's prominent and striking eyebrows evoke a sense of familiarity in Bonnie, yet she cannot quite recall where she has encountered him before. Shaking her head, she decides to set aside the fleeting thought. For now, her priority is to devise a means of escaping the encirclement. This group appears formidable, especially the humanoid leopard who swiftly rescued Khalifa with a speed so astonishing that even Bonnie could scarcely discern it. Certainly not an ordinary adversary. Moreover, it seems that this leopard might be the leader of the group. Bonnie cautiously edged closer to Xi Bei, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings, and whispered, "Hey, we are surrounded. What should we do? These individuals make me feel uneasy. They do not resemble pirates, nor do they appear to be Navy personnel. Who exactly are they? Do you possess any knowledge regarding this?" Xi Bei paid no heed to the encircling net formed by the others, his gaze solely fixated on Rob Lucci. The true peril on the field was not the surrounding adversaries, but rather the nearly 4-meter-tall leopard standing a short distance away. Once he subdued this formidable beast, the remaining individuals would pose no threat to him. You will soon discover their identities. Xi Bei, wishing to avoid distraction, offered a cursory response to Bonnie before refocusing on Rob Lucci. Although Bonnie failed to recognize Rob Lucci in his transformed state, he, in contrast, observed her keenly. "Oh, So you are here. Rob Lucci approached Bonnie slowly, speaking, "While I am disinclined to inquire into your affairs, nor am I particularly concerned about how you escaped the hands of Akainu. Our CP9 has concealed its identity in Water 7 for 5 years without acquiring the designs of ancient weaponry. Moreover, Spandam recently invoked the Buster Call on Eni's lobby. When the government sought accountability, he shifted the blame onto us, forcing us into a life of evasion. Jolie Bonnie, only you, who are privy to the secrets of the 10 Kings, can absolve us of this humiliation." Bonnie's pupils constricted sharply, and she clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "I do not comprehend your meaning. Who exactly are you?" A glint of cold light flashed in Rob Lucci's eyes. "Have you truly forgotten me? Although some time has passed, your memory should not be so feeble. Perhaps age has dulled it? Regardless, given your current appearance, I doubt anyone recognizes your true age. Allow me to assist your recollection." With that, Rob Lucci's form began to shrink gradually, ultimately reverting to that of an ordinary human. Even without his leopard form, he stood nearly a head taller than Xi Bei. However, thanks to his transformation back to a normal state, Bonnie immediately recognized his true identity. As Rob Lucci transformed, a dove adorned with a tie suddenly descended from the sky, gracefully landing on his shoulder. This was the quintessential appearance of Rob Lucci as a human. His elegantly curved eyebrows and neatly trimmed stubble, coupled with the white dove, rendered him a quintessential gentleman. Indeed, in terms of superficial appearance, Rob Lucci possessed a striking charm, exuding a mature allure that spoke of experience and depth. In another world, a man of such understated yet flamboyant demeanor would undoubtedly attract the fervent admiration of many women, such as the seductive charm of masculinity. Yet, Rob Lucci was not one to rely solely on his looks. His prowess was his true currency. The recent transformation had torn his coat, leaving him bare-shouldered and clad only in dark brown jeans as he stepped into the encircled space, standing before Xi Bei and Bonnie. "Do you recall now?" Jolie Findles Bonnie. Findles was another surname of Bonnie during her time as a princess, often referred to as the imperial surname. Until the kingdom's downfall, this name became a taboo, prompting Bonnie to conceal it and abbreviate her name to Joelle Bonnie. However, Roblucci was among the first to engage with the kingdom of Om, and the kingdom's demise was also attributed to him. Thus, he was naturally aware of the royal family's surname. Upon witnessing Roblucci's true nature, Bonnie was struck with a startling realization. As if she were haunted by the memories of the towering pile of 500 corpses and the protracted flames of war that raged for months. Xi Bei sensed the emotional turbulence within Bonnie, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Yet, before he could take any action, Bonnie suddenly dashed towards Rob Lucci without uttering a word. Simultaneously, all members of CP9 lunged from all directions, brandishing their menacing presence towards the two. Wolfman Gabra declared, "Everyone, stand back. I alone can handle." Doorman Bruno urged, "Hurry and deal with him so we can leave this place." Lionheart Kaku remarked, "Oh, are we leaving already? I rather enjoy this place." Owl of Silence added, "It is unavoidable. With such a commotion, the citizens of Toy City must have alerted the Navy. If we do not depart swiftly, we will be discovered by them. I have had enough of this incessant chatter." As the group descended upon Xi Bei, Caliphus suddenly shouted from a distance, "Be cautious. That fellow appears to be a Logia-type user, capable of manipulating flames." "Humph, flames." Xi Bei let out a cold laugh. "Copy, Ice Age." The temperature plummeted abruptly. Those who had lunged at Xi Bei felt an icy chill seep into their bodies. The first to react was the cunning werewolf, Gabra. Noticing the sudden drop in temperature, he swiftly distanced himself from Xi Bei. However, the frigid air continued to spread outward, encasing the two nearest warehouses in a crystalline frost. Gabra understood that if he were to be caught by this chilling aura, he might end up frozen like the structures surrounding him. Thus, he kept retreating until the cold ceased its advance, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Yet, having learned this lesson, Gabra now maintained a respectful distance, no longer daring to recklessly pounce on Xi Bei. As for the others, they had all succumbed to the frost, rendered into ice sculptures. Oh, but there was one exception. Bruno, the door fruit user, had the unique ability to open a portal to any location at any moment, including within the bodies of others, thus allowing him to escape, although his reaction was slightly slower than Gabra's when Xi Bei unleashed his power. Bruno cleverly utilized his fruit's ability to create a door on Xi Bei and made his escape just in time to avoid a frozen fate. However, the same could not be said for the lion and the owl, who were left utterly unfortunate. They were completely transformed into ice sculptures. Frozen in the act of lunging toward Xi Bei, motionless beside him. Xi Bei, with a mere flick of his hand, could effortlessly send these two crashing to the ground, shattering them into pieces. However, he refrains from such an action, not out of mercy, but because Bonnie has already fallen into the clutches of Rob Lucci. Despite being a notorious supernova pirate with a staggering bounty of 500 million, Bonnie's true strength does not warrant such a sum. Her exorbitant bounty is merely a reflection of her identity. It is evidently imprudent for Bonnie to challenge Rob Lucci in a one-on-one confrontation, especially as she has been blinded by rage. In her reckless charge forward, she has completely succumbed to Rob Lucci's grasp. From their exchange, it appears that Bonnie possesses knowledge of certain secrets. Wait, Tian Wang. Could it possibly refer to the ancient weapon, Tian Wang? Zibiatin suddenly felt a parched throat. He had long been aware of Bonnie's extraordinary nature, yet he never anticipated her connection to ancient weaponry. If this were indeed the case, Rob Lucci would undoubtedly not let Bonnie off easily, as she would serve as the catalyst for his return to government service. The butterfly effect, perhaps? Xi Bei brought Bonnie to Toy City, resulting in a collision with Rob Lucci. Consequently, Rob Lucci intends to exploit Bonnie to clear himself of the false accusations against him. Should Bonnie truly be captured by Rob Lucci today, he would ultimately ascend to CP0, mirroring the narrative of the original story. However, Xi Bei would never allow Bonnie to be taken so easily. He cares little for whether Rob Lucci can vindicate himself and return to the government. Ideally, he would not return, sparing the world government yet another pawn in their service. Xi Bei placed his hand upon two human-shaped ice sculptures and said, Rob Lucci, as the captain of CP9, I implore you to consider the well-being of your subordinates. Do not allow them to follow you to their demise. At that moment, Rob Lucci was standing atop Bonnie. Suddenly, Bonnie seized Rob Lucci's leg, attempting to activate her ability to transform him into a child. Rob Lucci exerted force beneath him, stepping down with great intensity. Bonnie let out a muffled grunt and fell silent, making no further moves. Xi Bei watched with a pang of sorrow, and then, in a fit of rage, he forcefully toppled the ice sculpture of the majestic lion. The CP9 members, witnessing this scene, were instantly alarmed. Should the ice sculpture shatter, the lion would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, perhaps even leaving behind no remains. Just as the ice sculpture was about to collide with the ground, a door suddenly opened beneath it. The lion fell into the opening, narrowly escaping disaster. The CP9 members breathed a sigh of relief. The door had been opened by Bruno using his abilities, and thanks to him, the lion narrowly avoided a tragic demise. The door fruit proved to be quite convenient. Although the lion was saved from a shattering end, there remained the issue of the soundless owl. Xi Bei certainly would not make the same mistake twice. Xi Bei continued to rest his hand upon the ice sculpture of the soundless owl, remarking, Since you possess such remarkable abilities, why not rescue this as well? Karifa exclaimed in alarm, Stop it at once. Xi Bei halted his movements and turned to Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci, with a stern expression, kicked Bonnie in front of him. This marked the first time in Rob Lucci's life that he had compromised with an adversary. From the moment Xi Bei had pushed the ice sculpture of the lion, it became evident to Rob Lucci that Xi Bei was not jesting and truly dared to act. During Rob Lucci's moments of vulnerability, it was these companions who tended to him, even going so far as to perform on the streets of St. Poplar to gather funds for his healing. No matter how cold-hearted Rob Lucci may be, he could not stand idly by while his comrades lay shattered before him. Xi Bei is a person of integrity, at least at this moment. With Rob Lucci having released Bonnie, Xi Bei took the opportunity to hand over the ice sculpture of the owl to Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci set the ice sculpture aside and remarked, It hasn't frozen inside. Just wash it with hot water once we're back on the ship, and it will be fine. No sooner had he spoken than the white dove perched on his shoulder suddenly took flight, as if to lead the way for the others. Khalifa expressed her concern. What will you do? Bruno echoed her sentiment. Indeed, the Navy should arrive shortly. Suddenly, Rob Lucci's physique began to swell, transforming into his hybrid leopard-human form. This was his battle stance. Rob Lucci had already conveyed his intentions through his actions. He was not one to easily allow Xi Bei to depart. Let us go. We'll hold them off when the Navy arrives, Kaku said, clutching one of the ice sculptures, glancing back to add, Lucci, do try to be swift. Gabra, carrying the other ice sculpture, ran alongside and complained to Khalifa, Hey, didn't you say that guy controlled flames? How did he end up like this? Khalifa furrowed her brow in silence. This too puzzled her. She watched Lucci's retreating figure, feeling an unsettling anxiety. Had I truly promised to let them go? Observing the CP9 members who had not ventured far, Xi Bei felt underestimated or perhaps overlooked, especially as Rob Lucci exuded confidence, which stirred a more volatile side within Xi Bei. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed an attack on the seemingly unprepared CP9 members. Dark cavern path. Black smoke billowed from Xi Bei's feet, rapidly pursuing CP9. He intended to ensnare them all, though Rob Lucci was uncertain of the nature of this black smoke. Years of combat experience warned him against being affected by such unknown gases, and he could not allow the black fog to overtake the others. Thus, he executed a moonwalk maneuver, leaping into the air to evade the black mist while simultaneously launching an attack against Xi Bei. Storm foot, leopard tail. A spiraling vacuum emanated from beneath Rob Lucci's feet. When Xi Bei activated the dark fruit, he could incapacitate other users through physical contact and partially negate their abilities. However, Rob Lucci's techniques are nearly independent of any powers, whether it be the storm foot or the finger gun. They transcend the limits of human capability and rely purely on physical prowess. Thus, for someone like Rob Lucci, who merely utilizes the fruit's powers as an auxiliary element while primarily relying on martial arts for offense, the uniqueness of the dark fruit loses much of its advantage. Moreover, Xi Bei is unable to replicate two abilities simultaneously. Faced with the formidable vacuum slash, Xi Bei had no choice but to withdraw and evade. In this moment of vulnerability, the CP9 members seized the opportunity to retreat from Xi Bei's sight. Suspended in midair, Rob Lucci looked down upon Xi Bei with an indifferent tone, stating, "A pirate is still a pirate. Even when confronting a weakling devoid of combat intent, they can still strike with lethal force. What is your relationship with Jolie Bonnie, that you go to such lengths to assist her?" Xi Bei shielded Bonnie behind him. "Humph, I am not a pirate, nor do I wish to be labeled as such by you. Is it not your consistent principle that weakness is a sin, since you have acknowledged their frailty? I am merely purging evil, akin to when you massacred those 500 soldiers and hostages years ago," Rob Lucci remarked. "The duty of a soldier is to protect the homeland. If they become a burden to the nation, then sacrificing themselves is indeed the righteous choice. Moreover, I have truly rid that kingdom of pirates, have I not? The CP9, serving the government, is no different from soldiers." Xi Bei scoffed. "When soldiers are imprisoned by the enemy while defending their homeland, only to be slaughtered by their own allies, who would still be willing to serve this nation? You single-handedly led the kingdom of Ohm to its demise. Is this your so-called justice? After working for the government for so many years, you find yourself hunted by the Navy due to a baseless accusation. What does that feel like?" Rob Lucci furrowed his brows tightly. "Who exactly are you? Me? Huh. By your standards, I should be considered a champion of justice. Stop mocking." Rob Lucci suddenly barked, then, with an imperceptible speed, dove down from the heights in a sharp turn. Xi Bei seized the opportune moment, standing firm as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fists collided, and it was as if their feet had taken root. Neither retreated an inch. Due to Rob Lucci's elevated stature, he towered over Xi Bei, gazing down upon him as he spoke. For centuries, the world government has endeavored to maintain maritime order, suppressing insurrections across nations, with the struggle never ceasing. Yet, there remain countless fugitives like yourself, evading justice and committing crimes without consequence. Since Roger heralded the era of the great pirates, the number of wanted criminals has surged, leaving civilians in a state of perpetual anxiety. In pursuit of ending this age of piracy, the government has been compelled to resort to certain measures. And you, with such ease, dare to invoke justice? Is this not a touch presumptuous?" Xi Bei gritted his teeth and declared, "It is time for this justice to meet its end." Rob Lucci's gaze turned icy as he exclaimed, "Point the gun." Xi Bei's breath deepened, and he unleashed a flurry of punches. The two opponents faced each other, their strikes executed with such velocity that they appeared to leave behind afterimages, as if they had suddenly grown dozens of additional hands. After enduring an intense barrage lasting several seconds, Xi Bei could not help but take a half-step back. Although Xi Bei was an adept martial artist in his own right, it was evident that he could not gain the upper hand against Rob Lucci relying solely on combat skills. Just as Xi Bei retreated, Rob Lucci suddenly vanished from sight in a swift motion. Xi Bei momentarily paused, but swiftly regained his composure, intending to turn and confront the situation. Indeed, after driving Xi Bei back, Rob Lucci promptly identified an opportunity and appeared behind him. The sixth style, Six King's pistol. Xi Bei's pupils constricted sharply, and he subsequently shouted, "Armament hockey, harden." Rob Lucci clenched his fists, directing a powerful invisible shockwave towards Xibe's body. Despite being fortified by armament hockey, Xibe was propelled hundreds of meters away by the force, crashing into a nearby house and causing it to collapse entirely. Naturally, Xibe himself was not unscathed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his lungs had exploded. He could not suppress the relentless coughing, each spasm resulting in a Xi Bei is not a rubber man. He does not possess the extraordinary resilience to impacts akin to that of Monkey D. Luffy. Rob Lucci's formidable technique. The Six Styles' ultimate move nearly led Xi Bei to question the very essence of his existence. This occurred even while he was protected by the armor of hockey. Xi Bei slowly rose from beneath the collapsed eaves, gasping for breath. Inside the room, a father and daughter huddled together in the corner, clearly terrified. In an effort to spare this innocent pair from further entanglement, Xi Bei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lowered his body, and swiftly retreated. At that moment, Rob Lucci came running through the air. With a swift motion, he drew his finger gun, unleashing another wave of pressure towards Xi Bei. Xi Bei raised his right hand, the 33rd path of destruction, Azure Firefall. A brilliant azure flame erupted from the palm of Xi Bei, clashing against the force of the wind, instantly dispersing it while relentlessly pursuing Rob Lucci. The peculiarity of Xi Bei's skill was unlike anything Rob Lucci had ever encountered, prompting him to evade rather than confront the attack head-on, employing the moonwalk to deftly sidestep its lethal edge. It must be noted that Rob Lucci's combat experience was remarkably extensive. He did not let slip any opportunity for counterattack. As soon as he narrowly evaded the azure explosion, he seized the moment to launch a counterstrike. Razor. This was a fusion technique of the Navy's Six Styles, combining moonwalk with the swift strike of shave. Only those adept in the Navy's Six Styles could hope to merge these two techniques into a single offensive maneuver. With the ethereal grace of moonwalk paired with the velocity of shave, Rob Lucci carved a trajectory as sharp as a blade in his wake. Xi Bei must concede that, when it comes to physical techniques, he is indeed somewhat inferior. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the strongest in Judicial Island in 800 years. He possesses remarkable skills. Xi Bei has relinquished the pursuit of conquering Rob Lucci through his own martial arts. It appears that he must now resort to more unscrupulous methods. Xi Bei drew his sword, sweeping it horizontally, and then took a deep breath. The 96th technique of the breaking path, a blade of cremation, Xi Bei bellowed. The 96th method of destruction, a blade of cremation. The friction between the air molecules ignited sporadic sparks. Rob Lucci, from a distance, could sense that the once ignored oxygen had suddenly acquired a certain density. Each breath he drew felt as though searing flames were invading his nostrils. He could even perceive the weight of the air pressing down upon his shoulders. No longer could he remain nonchalant, suspended in midair, under the oppressive atmosphere. He gradually descended back to the ground. Xi Bei cast another glance at Rob Lucci. In the past, the giants of the giant pirate crew had been rendered motionless by this thick, oppressive air. Moreover, the techniques Xi Bei employed now were evidently several levels beyond those he had used against the giants. Remarkably, Rob Lucci was able to withstand them. In the original narrative, Lucci's defeat seemed premature, leading many to believe that his strength was rather limited. After all, the so-called strongest in 8 centuries on Judicial Island fell to the hands of the second-tier Luffy. Consequently, some speculated that Lucci's prowess was merely at the level of a vice-admiral. However, after engaging with Lucci for a brief period, Xi Bei reached a staggering conclusion. This individual was as formidable as Doflamingo. Yet, under the pressure of the thick air, Lucci found it exceedingly difficult to utilize his moonwalk and shave techniques effectively, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities. Without that elusive physical prowess, even Lucci would struggle to evade all of Xi Bei's attacks. Xibe raised the blade gently. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and an arc of flames surged skyward from the fissures. Resembling a fountain, the towering wall of fire, reaching dozens of meters in height, encircled Rob Lucci. At that moment, he found himself with no path of retreat. Had he possessed the ability to employ the moon step, he might have soared into the air to escape. However, the oppressive density of the air rendered him incapable of flight. Even taking a few steps demanded far more effort than usual, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon him. In truth, Rob Lucci remained steadfast even under such immense spiritual pressure. Xi Bei has developed a profound admiration. To convey his respect, Xi Bei intends to exert himself fully, leaving no room for leniency. Xi Bei suddenly brandished the blade, directing its tip toward Rob Lucci. The blazing firewall, radiant as the midday sun and shimmering with a faint white light, appeared to have received some form of command. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, it surged forth towards Rob Lucci. This inferno, reaching heights of several dozen meters, was the purest form of flame. Should it engulf a person, it would likely leave not a trace behind. In such a predicament, with neither moonwalk nor shave at his disposal, what course of action would Rob Lucci undertake? Xi Bei narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, meticulously scrutinizing the situation amid the raging inferno. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently. Within the blaze, an inexplicable gust of wind arose, forcefully repelling the fire that had yet to extinguish, which was directed towards Rob Lucci. Standing beyond the encroaching flames, Xi Bei faced this unexpected and peculiar wind. The coat of Xi was rustling in the wind. Ah, this is intriguing. Xi struggled to suppress the shock within, observing as Rob Lucci stood alone amidst the encircling flames. Yet, no matter how fiercely the fire lashed out, it could not singe Rob Lucci's form, as if an invisible barrier shielded him from the inferno. Xi Bei murmured, "Is this fellow truly an awakened user of Conqueror's Haki? Surely, there must be some mistake. When did Conqueror's Haki become so commonplace? Moreover, I have not heard that it can extinguish flames." The inferno surrounding Rob Lucci was dispersed the moment it approached him, precisely because his Conqueror's Haki repelled the fire. Though Rob Lucci remained trapped behind the fiery barrier, the flames could not reach him. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, this situation was only temporary, as Rob Lucci's Haki would inevitably deplete. Haki cannot be sustained for long durations. At this moment, both Xi Bei and Rob Lucci were racing against time. Would Xi Bei falter first and withdraw his destructive flames, or would Rob Lucci's Haki exhaust itself, leaving him vulnerable to the consuming blaze? The two stood merely 100 meters apart, separated by a street, one amidst the flames and the other outside, locked in mutual gaze. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Xi Bei sheathed his weapon with a determined grit, resolutely declaring, "I will give my all." With hands clasped together, he invoked a profound incantation at the edge of myriad hands, in the depths of unfathomable darkness, where celestial archers do not reach, on the path illuminated by radiant light. Fanned by the winds that kindle the flames of creation, as we gather together in unity, there is no need for confusion. I shall heed the guiding luminescence of my own brilliance. 8 bodies, 9 paths, the heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, the great wheel, and the gray turret. Draw the bow towards the horizon. Let the radiant essence dissipate into the ether. As he chanted, the resulting rupture of reality wielded a power exponentially greater than that of an unspoken incantation. In his fervent concentration, Xi Bei remained oblivious to the distortion forming behind him. An otherworldly power, which should not exist in this realm, had indeed breached the dimensional barrier. The twisting of space was a direct consequence of the world of One Piece striving to expel this formidable energy. At that moment, Xi Bei bellowed with fervor, the 91st path of destruction, the 1,000-hand radiant cannon. A luminous cone gradually emerged from the warped space. Soon after, 2 luminous cones, then 3. In no time, countless pink light cones swirled around Xi Bei. It was evident that despite the world's will to reject this potent energy, it had ultimately failed. As the fully articulated incantation of destruction pierced through the dimensional barrier, Xi's cloak was thoroughly soaked with sweat. Although the incantation of the advanced spell had significantly enhanced its destructive power by nearly half, it came at the cost of immense energy consumption. Furthermore, the spell Xi was chanting was of the highest tier, and the depletion of his stamina was akin to an unbridled torrent. Coupled with the relentless inferno of firewalls surrounding Rob Lucci, Xi was left to bear the burden. He was concurrently employing 2 high-level destructive techniques. Even though Xi could rely on the world's prayer for ultimate stamina recovery, he was struggling at this moment. If this maneuver failed to decisively eliminate Rob Lucci, it would be a grievous blow. Xi Bei clasped his hands together and pointed forward, counting as the light cones swiftly plunged into the flames. "Oh, extinguish you!" Xi Bei called out desperately as he approached the raging flames. With each anguished cry, the inferno intensified, and as the beam of light plunged into the fire, it erupted in a violent explosion. At this moment, Rob Lucci's figure was entirely engulfed by the flames. Xi Bei's strength was nearly depleted, yet he cast the last remaining beam of light into the blaze. Boom! The explosion's brilliance overshadowed the surrounding flames completely. Xi Bei's legs suddenly weakened, and he sank to one knee. He gazed at the smoke swirling before him, muttering weakly, "I refuse to believe you can still stand." With that, he could no longer support himself, and his body gradually inclined towards the ground. At that moment, Bonnie swiftly emerged and reached out to steady him, softly cursing, "Fool." "I am not foolish," Xi Bei retorted, though his face was already ashen. The raging fire had been extinguished, and the smoke had dissipated. Rob Lucci lay sprawled on the parched earth, much of his body and half of his face charred and burned. At this moment, he was barely clinging to life. Summary: honor is a privilege bestowed upon Xi Bei as a time traveler. In pursuit of greater honor points, Xi Bei became a pirate hunter. He is renowned as the most exceptional all-around champion in martial arts history. With 2 front teeth missing, Blackbeard loudly warned his companions, "Watch out, lads. I nearly met my demise at his gaze."